In a newly created world, all intelligent creatures are given a survival base. Here, resources are presented in a system-based digital form, and there is only one goal: to survive and become stronger. This world is full of challenges and opportunities, and the Heavenly Tao system promotes everyone's progress through rewards and tests. Whether it's planting, hunting, building, or fighting, every choice can affect your survival and future. The interactions, competition, and cooperation among different ethnic groups weave together countless intense plots here. My name is Luo Yu, and I was originally an ordinary person on Earth. After dinner that day, I walked alone on the gravel road in the small park, thinking about the resolute expression of my girlfriend when she left. She was obsessed with her idol and even didn't want me as her boyfriend. I was really discouraged. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of my eyes, and a golden bead rolled down to my feet. I picked it up curiously and prepared to observe it carefully. Unexpectedly, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and then my eyes went dark and then bright, and I was already standing in an unfamiliar environment. There was a vast grassland all around, and in the distance there was a lake, like a pearl inlaid in the middle. It was surrounded by towering mountains, forming a natural barrier. It all seemed so unreal that I couldn't help but whisper, "What is this place?" I didn't show much panic because I'm always calm. Just as I was observing carefully, suddenly, a gentle voice came from the air. "Hello, all the intelligent races in the heavens and the worlds. I am Tiandao. Welcome to the new world I created." I was stunned, thinking, is this an act? The voice continued, "As for everything here, you just need to recite it in your mind and open the system, and you will know it. I wish you a happy life." I was shocked and realized that this was not a dream or an act. My feeling told me that I seemed to have traveled through time. So I said to myself, "Turn on the system." Then, a virtual projection appeared in front of my eyes, and the first page of the system interface showed the basic situation of the world. It turned out that this new world was a digitized survival system. Everyone has a base, and the goal is to survive and gain more resources and abilities by becoming stronger. I just got familiar with the world system, and at this moment, the golden bead in my hand suddenly merged into my body. Then, the system issued a prompt: "Congratulations on obtaining the only skill, Taichu Critical Strike." I couldn't believe there was such an awesome skill. Primordial Critical Hit can make my next move 100 times more efficient. I have 3 critical hit chances, and most importantly, this skill is unique and only I have it. This skill is not only effective when attacking, but also when making furniture, opening treasure chests, mining, fishing, etc. As long as there is action, it can trigger a critical hit. It could be the quantity or the quality. It all depends on luck. The only restriction is that it is best not to eat too much, otherwise your stomach may burst. As I continued to familiarize myself with the environment, I found some basic supplies near my survival base, tools and plant seeds. It turned out that I started the survival challenge of this world alone, while others might have started it in a group. I opened the system panel and checked my basic data. Strength, physique, agility, and other values are much higher than the average level on Earth, but still far from the top. At this point, I understood that the base score and survivability are closely related, and the higher the score, the greater the reward. Next, I entered the world channel and saw all kinds of confusing conversations. Some people didn't know what had happened to them. Some cried and wanted to go home, and some had already started discussing how to survive. I decided not to rush into the chaos, but to prepare my own survival plan. So I started to sow crops. The crops here mature much sooner than on Earth. So the earlier you sow, the earlier you can harvest. Although my planning skill is only level 1, it is faster than ordinary people. At this time, I suddenly thought that I could use the critical strike skill to improve efficiency. So I silently said to myself, ready to try the critical strike. When I planted the first herb seed, the system prompted that the critical strike had been triggered. As a result, the planted herbs instantly turned into ginseng, and the mutated herbs could increase permanent strength, physical fitness, and lifespan. I immediately ate the ginseng and felt my body immediately filled with strength. My strength and physical fitness improved significantly, which made me more confident to continue the next task. In the afternoon, I started to build a temporary wooden house. Through logging and construction, I quickly built a simple wooden house. Although it was simple, it was a blessing to have a place to live in this strange world. Over the next few days, I gradually expanded my base, growing crops such as corn and rice, and cutting wood from the surrounding forest to build more facilities. However, The peace did not last long. Just as I finished building the cabin, I suddenly heard an alarm. The system prompted, "There are wild wolves coming down the mountain to look for food nearby, and they may attack the base." I immediately became alert and prepared for the upcoming challenge. The wolf attack came as expected. They began to destroy my fields. Although they did not attack me directly, I could not tolerate this situation. I didn't choose to sit back and watch, but rushed out with a stick. Seeing the wolves rushing towards me, I dodged easily, and with my improved agility, I quickly avoided their attacks. Then I used my critical hit skill to hit one of the wolves hard, and the wolf's head exploded directly. After that wolf died, the other wolf seemed a little panicked. I came up with a plan and decided to try to tame it. With the bonus of the critical hit skill, my taming success rate was greatly improved. In the end, I successfully tamed the blue wolf and gave it a name, Idai. With Idai, my living conditions have improved greatly. It can not only help me patrol and guard the base, but also assist me in battle. I began to explore this strange world with it. In the following days, I not only collected a lot of resources, but also used the critical hit skill to obtain some rare items. As my physical strength and skills improved, I gradually became stronger and ready to take on greater challenges. One day, I decided to buy some tools, so I chose a stone cutter in the system mall, which is a tool that can help me cut stones. Just as I was about to pay, the system prompted me that I had triggered a critical hit and obtained a Tiandao knife worth 10,000 silver. This knife allows me to cut various stones easily, which improves my work efficiency. With this tool, I began to build more solid buildings and further expand my survival base. Chapter 4. I know that my strength is far beyond the standard and I have plenty of stamina. With the help of the Tiangong knife, I can cut stones very efficiently. In less than half an hour, thousands of rectangular stone bricks were cut. I never thought I was so capable. While busy cutting stones, I couldn't help but open the chat area to see that the atmosphere inside was very lively. Some people were complaining about being bitten by mosquitoes, and some even said they were starving. Naker suddenly asked me, "Are you single?" I answered, "Yes." She continued, "Meow, it's amazing that a human can fight alone." Then she asked, "How did you deal with the wild wolf yesterday?" I responded briefly, "I killed it with a stick." As a result, everyone was stunned. Fong Yuming even laughed and teased me. "Is it true? Is it at the level of a Do Zone master?" At this time, I was cutting stones and chatting with these people, and gradually became familiar with them. Suddenly, a world dynamic push caught my attention. The content said that Zerg 4444 challenged the Earth human in the virtual arena with a bet of 2,000 silver. I clicked to take a look and found that the chat box was in an uproar, with Earthlings and Zerg blasting each other in a very intense atmosphere. The spray guns on the Earthling side were obviously much stronger than those of the Zerg. However, despite the high spirits, no one dared to enter the ring to fight. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a little upset. How dare these insects be so arrogant? I just happened to have some money, so I thought I should fight for humanity. Just as I was about to pay the silver, someone couldn't help it. Earth Human XX, hidden, pays silver and enters the ring. Seeing this scene, everyone paid 10 silver to watch. I also paid the money and decided to go and see. After entering the arena, I saw an empty room of about 500 square meters. On the arena, representatives of the Zerg and the Terran were confronting each other. The Zerg player is a mantis-like monster with a huge body and arms as sharp as sickles. The human player is a strong-looking man, but his number and appearance are hidden. The countdown began, and the game officially began. The mantis monster pounced like the wind, extremely fast. The human player tried to fight back, but the mantis's sickle easily cut off the spear, and then swept across with a knife, splitting the human player in half. Cool. The system announced the end of the game, and the mantis monster won. In the barrage, the Zerg began to laugh crazily, and even began to insult the Earthlings. Earthlings are just soft persimmons, and they can be killed by just a few of them. You are our prey. These words angered the human audience, but no one dared to challenge. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly dull, another Earthling with a hidden number paid 2,000 silver and entered the battle room. At this time, the screen flashed with light, and a new figure appeared. His body did not have particularly exaggerated muscles, but the black long knife in his hand gave people a sense of threat. I said coldly, "Bugs, you are only worthy of looking up to us humans from the bottom of your shoes." As soon as I said this, the Zerg player immediately roared. "What did you say?" I was very upset by the provocation of the Zerg, and someone even advised me, "Brother, calm down, don't spend money recklessly, and we heroes will not suffer a loss in front of us. But I had already made up my mind that today I must show the Zerg that we Earthlings should not be underestimated. The countdown started again, and the mantis monster laughed wildly. I will slowly cut you. Humans on Earth, you will always be our prey. As the sound of one sounded, it pounced again, this time faster than before. But just when everyone thought I couldn't stop its attack, my body suddenly burst out with amazing speed, faster than the mantis monster's attack. My reaction was instantaneous, and I quickly dodged the attack. Then, the black long knife in my hand slammed fiercely into the mantis monster's forelimbs. Although its forelimbs were extremely sharp, the long knife in my hand was equally sharp. The mantis monster obviously didn't expect me to be so fast, and the speed difference immediately exposed its flaws. At this time, my Zerg Nemesis feature was also activated, increasing my attack and defense by 50%. Just when a mantis monster was about to attack again, I found an opportunity and slashed at its neck with a knife. The knife hit the mantis monster's fatal spot accurately, and it screamed and fell to the ground. The entire arena fell silent instantly, and all the audience were stunned. Cool. The system announced victory, Luo Yu won. At this moment, the audience's reaction was completely different. All the people on Earth began to cheer, and the provocative atmosphere of the Zerg side dissipated instantly. Earthlings are no longer soft persimmons. Everyone was celebrating this victory. The Zerg were no longer as arrogant as before, and everyone fell silent. Chapter 5, Instant Kill. And this time, the one that was killed instantly was actually the Mantis Zerg. Seeing the scene, the spectators gasped, and then the humans cheered. Invincible. Who is this? He is absolutely invincible. Holy crap. A martial arts master. This is definitely a martial arts master. Oh, brother is awesome. Please give me his name. Please share his photos. Please date him. Bugs are only worthy of looking up at me from the bottom of their shoes. So cool. So cool. The entire chat room was almost flooded with comments from humans, either worshipping me or mocking the Zerg. Seeing these comments, I couldn't help but smile. After all, this gave everyone some hope. The humans on Earth could be so strong. You defeated your opponent. To facilitate your next entry into the virtual arena, you can leave a code name. Code name? I thought about it and chose a single word. Yu. It's a Chinese name. Brother Yu. You are the hero in my heart. Brother Yu. Which area are you from? Very good, you're right. Weezer will go and call for help right away. Don't leave if you have the guts. Various comments came in the chat room. Whether it was praise or provocation, everyone was having a great time. But I ignored it, took the money, and left the arena. I checked my personal account and found that the amount of silver has reached 6,800. The 2,000 I won before was already a profit. Most of my income now comes from the audience's admission fees. It's really a huge profit. Let me see if I could buy anything good. I opened them all and started browsing. Suddenly, a small prompt in front of me caught my attention. I ignored this information before. The number of critical purchases in the mall is limited, and you can no longer make critical purchases in the mall before the end of the month. Huh, wait a minute, this prompt. I glanced at the map and found small red words in the upper right corner of the map. There are 28 days left until the attack at the end of the month. I quickly clicked in, and what I saw made my heart beat faster. Before the end of each month, there would be a large-scale attack, and the intensity of this attack would be far beyond ordinary random events, and the survival of the trial participants would be greatly threatened. I immediately sent a message to the regional chat. Look at the map. Is there any reminder of the end-of-month attack? Fong Yumling replied anxiously. Really faint. What should I do, my sisters, and I just built a wooden house? Alice also sent a message. Everyone, try your best to survive. As soon as this message was sent out, the entire area chat exploded. Everyone felt a huge sense of urgency. After all, even with the cabin, we can't easily deal with the attack at the end of the month. We have to be better prepared. I was thinking about this while talking to everyone. The construction of the wall must be accelerated, and the defense facilities of the base must be deployed as soon as possible. I opened the research interface, which was filled with various technologies, and there was no unlocking at all. However, my eyes quickly locked on the defense technology tree. The technology included traps, shooting towers, watchtowers, etc., and the one I was interested in was a technology that automatically fired crossbows. It can be mounted on a wall, shooting tower, etc., automatically loading the crossbow and aiming at the enemy. Automatic firing. This is simply the best choice for me. However, Unlocking this technology requires a preliminary research base automatic defense core. The research cost is 5,000 silver, which is not expensive. However, you need to prepare the construction materials yourself, 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and a beast soul core. This price is outrageous. However, thinking that after this technology is completed, it will be easy to defend against attacks, Luo Yu decided to solve this problem first. He knows that only by surviving can there be a future. So, I spent 5,000 silver without hesitation to unlock the automatic defense core. I decided to keep the remaining silver for backup. I looked at the time, and it would be dark in 3 hours. I couldn't waste time. I put on my sword and pickaxe and prepared to go to the mine. The harder the stone bricks for building the wall, the better, but the ordinary stones on the grassland were not enough. There are hard black spot stones in the mine, and it is even possible to dig out rare minerals such as emerald, gold, and silver. The location of the mine is close to the Purple Mountains. Although the distance is a bit far, it is relatively safe. I walked into the mine, and in front of me were oil lamps fixed on the rock walls on both sides, so I didn't need to do anything. After walking for a while, I came to the end of the mine and saw a rock wall emitting a faint blue light. Without thinking too much, I swung my pickaxe and dug it down. Bang! The rock wall didn't react at all. I frowned, thinking that it was normal to fail in mining. After all, my mining level was only LV0. Then I dug again, and this time, a piece of black spot stone finally rolled out from the rock wall. The explosion rate of this kind of stone is pretty good. At least it is not too rare. I continued digging, and hard rocks such as black spot stone and granite rolled out one after another. My basic attributes were high, and although my mining level was insufficient, my efficiency was still very high. Soon, the mine was filled with various stones. Suddenly, the system prompted me. My mining level has been upgraded to LV1. Finally, I've upgraded. I breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to take a break. Looking at the pile of rocks in front of me, I began to think about moving them. As a result, it suddenly occurred to me that I was not alone. I also had Dai, Qing Lang. I blew a whistle, and the blue wolf, Dai, immediately ran over and rubbed my pants affectionately. I smiled and said to it, Dai, go and fetch 20 pieces of wood. Woo woo. Dai immediately ran outside and soon brought in 20 units of wood. His efficiency was quite high. Chapter 6. I opened the construction interface and spent 20 wood and 10 silver to build a small cart with reins. Seeing that the car was completed, I said to Dai, move this pile of rocks onto the car and take it home. Woo woo. Dai agreed happily, wagging his tail rapidly, and started working immediately. Seeing it so happy, I couldn't help but smile and got busy. After 4 hours of cooperation, the man and the wolf finally finished the work. Although I was a little tired, Dai was also exhausted from pulling the last load of rocks and lay on the ground motionless. In the end, I pulled a load of rocks and Dai followed me home. After returning to the base, I fed Dai some meat and went to the fish pond to catch a fish to feed it. It recovered a lot. Soon, Dai curled up and fell asleep early. After all, its value is not high, and it is not the kind of coolie livestock that could do heavy work. After a busy day, I went to the stream to wash. At this moment, the system suddenly sent me a warning. Warning! The hygiene standards of Survival Base are too poor, and the risk of disease is increasing. I was a little surprised. After all, I've always been very particular about my personal hygiene. Could it be that he had just pooped in the woods, affecting the base's hygiene standards? I checked the base's hygiene value, and it was only 18, while 60 was considered acceptable. If you can reach more than 90 points, the creature will basically not get sick, and you can also get other benefits. I know that the risk of getting sick should not be underestimated. After all, there are almost no medicines available now, and if you get sick, you can only rely on your physical strength to hold on, which will waste a lot of time, and the attack at the end of the month is coming soon. I had originally planned to take a simple bath, but after seeing this warning, I decided to take a hot bath. I spent 30 wood and 20 silver to build a simple bathtub and bought an iron kettle to boil water, which was really expensive. Fortunately, I had earned a lot of silver before, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take out even this little money. After a while, the bathtub was ready. I took off my clothes, soaked in it comfortably, and let out a satisfied sigh. The breeze on the grassland blew gently. I looked up at the starry sky and couldn't help thinking of my sister Luo Ling. My sister and I have been dependent on each other since we were young. She is 19 years old, smart, and pretty. Although we are separated, I know she should be able to take care of herself. When I unlock higher level technology, Maybe one day I can go find her and see her again. I collected my thoughts, lay in the tub, and opened the area chat. Everyone was discussing the raid at the end of the month. Some suggested unlocking the automatic defense core. Some thought that silver should be used to improve shooting skills, and some suggested strengthening physical strength. There was even an extreme suggestion to build a small boat to attract the attackers and let them and the monsters in the lake fight each other. I had already made a plan in mind, and although I had already determined my own strategy, I also participated in the discussion. Everyone also mentioned the issues of hygiene and disease, and everyone agreed that building a toilet was the top priority. Fang Yumeng suddenly asked during the chat, "By the way, everyone in the world chat today is talking about how awesome Brother Yu is and how he is the best insecticide for the human race. Could it be you who said that?" Nakoer also asked, "Did Xiaoyu defeat the Zerg? The Zerg mantises are as agile as our cats." I smiled and replied, "I have a lot of mantises, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. Which one are you talking about?" Fang Yaman teased, "Huh? Are you really cooking some dark food? Are you planning to put on the store and poison people to death?" I also cleverly avoided the topic. Chicken and bird tribes love to eat insects. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. While I was taking a hot bath, the system suddenly reminded me, "You were in a good mood while having fun and leisure, and you got buff. Action frenzy, 3 days." I was stunned. It turns out that a good mood can also bring positive buff. I looked at the buff effect: strength, constitution, agility plus 10%, work efficiency plus 10%. Hey, I got an action frenzy buff when I took a hot bath. Naker said excitedly, "Hot bath. I want to take a bath too." Fang Yumeng also teased, "Luo Yu, shut up, you're making me itch." Alice reminded, "In the early stages of survival, you must use silver in the right place. May the goddess bless you." Elena, dark elf, sneered, "Only by bathing in the lake can we get close to nature. Foolish humans don't understand anything." The Minotaur said, "It would be nice if there was a girl to take a hot bath with me." Okamoto Hikawa, Earthling, also said with a smile, "Yo, I want to take a bath with you, San." Everyone was envious and jealous, and I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I chatted with everyone and soaked in the bathtub. I felt completely relaxed. After taking a shower, I dried my body and prepared to go to bed. In the morning, I got up and washed up and saw everyone in the area chat saying good morning and wishing each other well. Today is the third day. With the action frenzy buff, I am in a good mood and decided to go to the mine to do a big job. I hummed the most glorious tune of the working people and walked towards the mine with full spirit. When I got to the mine, I silently chanted in my heart, swung the pickaxe, and dug in. 100-fold critical strike is triggered, and your mining efficiency, rare production rate, and other values increase by 10,000%. With a fierce dig, a fist-sized golden stone rolled down. What a big piece of gold. You get gold, 300 units. I can't believe it. I dug up enough gold in one go. Even 100 units more. Now I can focus on being an automatic defense core. It's a big win. Chapter 7. When I saw the gold, I was immediately delighted. This kind of rare mineral cannot be bought in the mall. You can either mine it, exchange it with other trial participants, or spend money to buy the finished product from the mall and then decompose it. The 300 units of gold in front of me are a windfall for me. Adai shouted excitedly at the side, and seeing him so happy, I couldn't help but smile. When they were about to continue working, suddenly the blue rock wall in front of them began to shake, and then a large ball of golden stone rolled out, as big as a millstone. Fuck, gold. I looked at the stone in surprise, but then it stretched out and revealed its true face. You arouse the anger of the golden beetle when you mined rare minerals. Golden beetle, wildness 85%, active attack type. Yes, this situation is not uncommon. When you dig up good things, the probability of encountering insects will greatly increase. Sure enough, the two golden front jaws of the golden beetle stretched out, sharp enough to make people shudder, and clamped directly towards Adai. Roar! Adai jumped away, roared, and then pounced on the beetle's back and started biting it. As a result, the beetle's hard shell was not affected at all. The beetle made an angry sound, shook Adai off, and then attacked with its pincers. I could see clearly that the beetle's skin was ridiculously thick. Although it had strong attack power, its agility was not very high. Adai, get out of the way, I'll do it. Adai jumped away obediently, and I rushed forward with the Tiangong knife in hand, slashing directly at the beetle's front jaws. Bang! With a crisp sound, the The Tiangong knife split the beetle's front jaw, leaving a gap. The golden beetle was furious with pain, spread its wings, made a threatening gesture, and then pounced on me. I was prepared. With 27 points of agility and the buff bonus, my agility had reached 30, and I easily avoided its attack. The golden beetle made an unpleasant sound and pounced on me again, but I dodged its attack again. It was obviously furious and began to attack Adai again. Adai's agility was pretty good, and although he couldn't dodge completely, he was able to cause some trouble to the beetle. Every time the beetle pounced on it, Adai would take a bite in the gap. Although the damage was not great, it was very insulting to the beetle, making it angry and attacking randomly. Beast taming. I shouted softly, activating my beast taming skill. Beast taming failed, current success rate 8%. Obviously, the LV2 beast taming level is too low, the success rate is too low, and the skill cooldown time is as long as 10 minutes. According to the instructions, the taming technique can only be used 3 times on the same target, and after 3 failures, it cannot be tried again. Improving the success rate is not only a matter of skill, but also the state of the target has a great impact. At this time, the beetles seemed to be on the verge of a rage. An idea came in my mind, and I shouted, "Adai, follow me." Adai glanced at me and immediately did as I told him. The man and the wolf jumped left and right around the beetle, provoking it from time to time. I kept swinging my knife, but the beetle didn't show any weakness and attacked me crazily. Every time it failed to hit me, we took the opportunity to continue provoking it. It was so angry that its eyes bulged and it went berserk. Adai also imitated my movements, jumping around the beetle repeatedly. For a moment, the mine was in chaos, and the beetle was so angry that it was about to explode. 10 minutes later, I activated the taming skill again. Taming succeeded. Current success rate 61%. This time, my success rate increased to 61%. It seemed that the beetle was really angry. Its scalp was numb, and it became completely quiet. It lowered its head and rubbed my thigh with its front jaws docilely, just like a sheep. Golden beetle, strength 16, constitution 30, agility 3. This golden beetle has thick skin and strong muscles, but its agility is extremely poor. It is simply a natural meat shield. I patted its exoskeleton and said with a smile, "From now on, the task of transporting or will be left to you." The beetle seemed to understand what I said, and it shook its front jaws happily, then climbed up the rock wall and started digging. Its front jaws stretched into the rock wall, and after digging 7 or 8 times, it actually clamped out a piece of black spot stone. This is a beetle that can mine. I was secretly delighted. This is not only a meat shield, it can also help me mine. It's amazing. However, after observing for a while, I found that the efficiency of the gold beetle was too low, 10 times slower than mine myself. Although it can mine, it would be great if its number could increase, so I don't need to go into the mine myself. However, at this stage, I still have to do it myself. After a short rest, I continue my mining work. I spent almost the entire day in a mine, digging out a large amount of black spot stone and iron ore. The golden beetle was responsible for pulling the mine cart for transportation, while Adai continued to patrol outside to protect me from being disturbed. As time went by, my mining skills finally reached level 2, and I finally dug out iron ore. Although it was only a fist-sized piece of iron ore, it was a huge improvement for me. After all, with iron, I can make arrows and use them with bows for long-range attacks. Looking at the time, it was already 3 p.m., so I decided to end today's mining work. Next, I started cutting stones. In the past 2 days, I dug 3,000 units of stones, which are now piled up near the wooden house, and can basically cut out 15,000 units of stone bricks. I started cutting stones, thinking about the wall construction as I worked. The sooner the wall was completed, the safer the base would be. As I was cutting, the system suddenly gave me a prompt. Your strength +1, current strength 21. Doing physical work like cutting stones and mining occasionally gives you extra attribute bonuses. This time, my strength increased by 1 point, and I was very satisfied. I cut stones until the sun went down. At night, I took a hot bath as usual, looked around the area and chatted. Perhaps this little chat time was the only time for everyone to relax after a busy day. Although life seemed peaceful on the surface, everyone knew that the huge pressure of survival could erupt at any time. The next morning, I woke up hungry. The satiety effect of Zhulong fruit had disappeared, so I had to solve the breakfast problem first. When I went out, I saw Adai lying on the edge of the field basking in the sun. With it around, the birds and mice nearby didn't dare to approach the fields. Chapter 8. The golden beetle is slowly chewing the grass and crawling towards the mine. Its job is fixed, either carrying or mining, and it completely obeys orders. I looked at the growth of crops. Corn, 15% maturity. Rice, 15% maturity. Herbs, 3% maturity. It was obvious that the maturity of ordinary crops was about 5% per day, while that of herbs was 1%. It seemed that fresh crops could not be eaten for the time being. I walked towards a stream. The dam I had built earlier was still intact. This simple fish pond worked well, with more than a dozen large fish in it. I caught two, walked over to the fire, relit it, and started roasting the fish. Dai and I each ate one, and after eating, I felt full of energy. I didn't plan to enter the mine today, so I decided to walk around the territory first and find a place to drain sewage. After an hour's walking, I finally found a suitable place in the bamboo forest at the edge of the territory. There's a small ditch hidden in the bushes in the bamboo forest. The water obviously leads to the Purple Mountains. I don't care where it goes, as long as it doesn't affect my own water source. This is a good sewage discharge point. I nodded, picked up the knife with satisfaction, dug the ditch deeper, and then opened the construction interface. Simple drain, 50 wood or stones, 10 silver. After I confirmed it, I stroked the ditch with my fingertips and a drainage outlet made of ordinary stones appeared in the ditch. The drainage direction was naturally outward. Next, I started digging a small trench to accommodate the drain pipe. This was a very simple task for me and took only half an hour to complete. The next thing is the toilet. I can't afford a luxurious toilet, but a small and comfortable stone brick toilet is completely fine. I chose a place about 7 or 8 meters away from the wooden house and spent 3,000 stones and 80 silver to build a stone brick toilet. The facilities are basically complete. Although there is no water inlet and water needs to be drawn manually, these are not a problem. The key is that there's a toilet. Looking at this not too big toilet in front of me, I felt a sense of accomplishment. To be honest, the toilet's defense is much stronger than the wooden house, and it has a stone door. If the wooden house is attacked, I at least have a place to hide. I smiled and opened the system data interface. Hygiene score, 48. A toilet actually increased the hygiene score by 30 points. It seems that the risk of getting sick has been greatly reduced. The hygiene score has reached 48, just a little short of the passing score of 60. Then, I checked my personal panel data. Trialist, Luo Yu ID, Earthsia Country 23333 base score, 60 point strength, 21 constitution, 26 agility, 27 planning LV2, mining LV2, taming LV2. The base score has risen from the initial 0 points to 60 points, and Luo Yu is very happy. A base score of 60 points means that I can get a reward of 600 silver after the end of the month. Although, this also means that the intensity of the attack at the end of the month will increase. At least I can get more rewards. I clicked on the details and saw Blue Wolf plus 15 Golden Beetle plus 15 Simple Wooden House plus 10 Stone Toilet plus 15 Bathtub plus 5. This score mainly counts fixed assets and does not include things like wolf meat, dark cuisine, and vegetables from the vegetable garden. Instead, partners such as golden beetles and blue wolves are also included in the score. However, Luo Yu also found that he was not counted. It was good not to be counted. After all, this would reduce the intensity of the attack and increase the chance of survival. After the toilet was built, I started to plan the location of the fence. The initial fence did not need to be too large, just enough to surround the wooden house, vegetable garden, toilet, and other facilities that might be built in the future. I decided to build a square wall of 100m * 100m. When I have money in the future, I can tear it down and rebuild it, or even build a big castle. Thinking about the possible good future, Luo Yu withdrew his thoughts and started to build a wall. There are several types of walls. I decided to make a medium-level wall first, 5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick. With black spot stone as the raw material, it should be very strong. It is estimated that even elephants and rhinos cannot break it. Each meter of the wall requires 100 units of stone bricks and 2 silver. Without hesitation, I started to build it. With a flick of my fingertips, the bricks around me quickly disappeared, and the wall in front of me instantly rose from the ground and reached a height of 5 meters. Looking at the wall, Luo Yu couldn't help showing an excited expression. The sense of achievement of this kind of building is simply unstoppable. However, the good times didn't last long, and there were not enough bricks. The intermediate wall consumed too many resources, so it seemed that I had to go to the mine again to dig. As night fell, I dug another full pile of ore. Soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the relaxation after a day of work, Luo Yu gradually calmed down. Because I had a lot of silver in stock, I built the wall 50 meters long. It would take about 20 days to build the whole wall, which was plenty of time. However, I was a little worried that I might not have enough silver. I spent some money before, and now I only have 1,400 silver left. I decided to make some money. So I opened the auction house and put all the dark dishes on the shelves, 100 units of insect dishes. I marked the price at 10 silver each, giving a fair price. 10 minutes after it was put on the shelf, no one was interested. Is there really no one from the Mauritian June clan? I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I tried to send an anonymous world message. Grilled centipedes and stewed spiders are now on the shelves. Friends in the universe who like unique tastes. Come and buy them. As soon as this message came out, there was an immediate response. Brother, do you have fried centipedes? Spiders taste better when they are braised. I am from the centipede clan. I will kill anyone who dares to eat my kind. Everyone's reactions were varied, but Luo, you didn't care. He laughed heartily and started collecting money. In less than a few minutes, all the dark dishes were sold out, and he earned 1,000 silver. Now he had a total of 2,400 silver, and the sense of crisis in his heart was relieved a lot. Speaking of bugs, Luo Yu smiled and decided to try his luck in the virtual arena. Although it was not as lively as the World Channel, it was also a stage for the strong. Browsing the different rooms, I saw some challenges, such as, come if you are not afraid of death, 50 silvers, champion werewolf. Who will kill me, 20 silvers, champion megalodon, etc. There was also one, the human named you, come out to Master Chong, 1,000 silvers, champion Zerg, and apparently someone remembered me. Chapter 9. In the virtual arena, the room names vary, but most of the bets are not high, less than 100 silver. However, there are 7 or 8 rooms with the same name. The human named you, come out to Master Chong, 1,000 silver. Needless to say, the Zerg obviously wanted to get back at their own game. I sneered, not knowing how the Zerg had so much money, but I knew that being low-key did not mean that we could be provoked by anyone. These bugs must have some power. I went straight into one of the rooms, and the enemy on the screen was a man from the Mantis tribe. He recognized me at a glance and shouted, "You finally came out. You today, Dao Tianlang, will leave a psychological shadow on you." Before he finished speaking, many spectators rushed in. After all, the bet of 1,000 silver was too eye-catching, and it was a grudge game, so everyone couldn't help but come and watch. I just sneered and waited quietly for the game to begin. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, we both rushed toward each other at the same time. The two of us moved very fast, and within a few seconds we crossed each other, with the heavenly blade and the mantis scythe striking at almost the same time. The next moment, we stood still, and the audience's eyes widened instantly. Plop! The mantis man's head was cut off with one blow, but I was unharmed. It only takes one blow to kill you. My cold voice echoed in the empty room, and the audience was all shocked. I didn't stop and quickly left the room. This time I didn't leave the arena, but entered another Zerg room with 1,000 silver. The audience followed closely behind, and the result was another knife. No matter whether it was the Mantis Insect clan or the Giant Scorpion clan, my Tiangong knife could easily cut it in two with one stroke. In an instant, the entire arena was shocked. Weapons. The weapon in this guy's hand is definitely extraordinary. It can even chop the exoskeleton of the Great Claw insect tribe into pieces. This must be a high-grade weapon. I suspect it has surpassed the black iron grade, and it may be a bronze-grade weapon. Bronze level? No, this should be silver level. The audience's discussion became more and more heated, and I understood that everyone had already seen some clues. Since I had already made a feud with the Zerg, I didn't hesitate and started to sweep the Zerg rooms in the arena. In this match, it took me less than half an hour to destroy 7 Zerg rooms. All the opponents were Zerg. I made full use of the characteristics of Zerg Nemesis. You can win or lose in the arena, but the fastest way to make money is to be a mercenary. I saw some races open rooms with higher stakes, 1,500, 2,000 silver. Although these arena champions are strong people from the Dragon Clan, Ghost Clan, Blood Clan, etc., I know that I'm not their opponent yet. I checked my silver amount and it just reached 10,000. The system also sent a prompt. Congratulations on your winning streak. Your strength score has increased. You have obtained the Black Iron Trialist achievement. Black Iron Trialist achievement. Related technology chains and functions have been unlocked. I was delighted. The Black Iron Trialist achievement unlocked the mercenary technology, which was undoubtedly good news for me. I immediately exited the arena and entered the research column. Sure enough, the mercenary technology series had been unlocked. The so-called mercenaries are hired mercenaries. You can put your information on the mercenary square. When others encounter problems that they cannot solve, they can spend a certain amount of silver to hire mercenaries to help. Mercenaries can temporarily leave their own base and enter other people's bases. To become a mercenary, you need to reach the Black Iron level and pay a deposit. After reading the instructions for the mercenary system carefully, I found that this is the most profitable way. There are winners and losers in the arena, but mercenaries are guaranteed to win. Moreover, when mercenaries enter other people's bases, they have a 5-second invincibility period, during which they will not be harmed. If they judge that the situation is not good, they can retreat through the space gate and return to their own base. The technology to become a mercenary requires 5,000 silver and a crystal stone. Silver is not a problem, but crystal stones can only be obtained through mining or purchased at the auction house. I immediately searched for crystal stones, but didn't find any for sale. It seems that I can only wait for an opportunity in the mine. I also went to the mercenary square to check, and found that there was not a single mercenary registered. This means that no one has unlocked the mercenary system yet, or is not ready at all. However, I'm not in a hurry. Since I already have this technology, even if I don't register as a mercenary immediately, I can first develop my base and ensure the absolute safety of my base before making further plans. That evening, I chatted with everyone on the regional channel and discussed survival strategies. Fong Yuming mentioned that we should buy seeds as soon as possible and plant vegetables rich in vitamins. Otherwise, the human body will gradually weaken due to the lack of these necessary elements. I agreed with him and immediately opened the auction house to search and found that tomato seeds were only 20 silver. The price was not expensive, so I bought a few bags of seeds without hesitation. The next morning, after I washed up, I went to catch a fish to eat. Then, I opened up a new piece of farmland and planted tomatoes. When I planted the last seed, I hesitated. Should I use today's critical hits for planting or go to the mine? After a brief thought, I decided to use the critical hit in the mine. So, I planted the last seed and walked towards the mine. Facing the rock wall, I silently said something in my heart and suddenly slashed down with a pickaxe. 100x critical hit triggers. Your mining efficiency, rare or production rate, and other values increase by 10,000%. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and I quickly dodged and saw a green stone rolling out from the rock wall. Emerald! I shouted happily, this is exactly the raw material I need. You get 500 units of emerald. Your mining skill is upgraded to LV3. Now that the materials for the defense core are complete, the only thing left is the beast soul core. The golden beetle carried the jade back, and I continued to mine, thinking about the beast soul core in my mind. It is dropped by the fierce beast. If you want to get it, you must defeat the fierce beast or wait for the big attack at the end of the month to spawn it. The auction house may appear, but the price is definitely not cheap, and I can't afford it at this stage. As for taking the initiative to go to the Purple Mountains to look for ferocious beasts, that is the behavior of being tired of living. I'd better wait for the opportunity to come. Although there were no bugs in this mining, I am ready and can use the repeated jump strategy again at any time to continue preparing for survival. Chapter 10. I mined all day again. Thanks to my mining skill reaching level 3 and the action frenzy buff, my mining efficiency was amazingly high, and the amount of ore I mined in one day almost caught up with the total of the previous 2 days. What made me most happy was that I finally dug out 4 pieces of iron ore, and now I have 600 units of steel. In the evening, the sky began to drizzle. After dinner, I went to the toilet and then started to walk on the grassland. It's not to digest after the meal, but to collect berry seeds from the bushes. There are not only grass on the grassland, but also some other crops. Alice told me before that her vegetable seeds and broccoli seeds were collected on the grassland. At this time, I was not the only one collecting these things. I guess Fong Yumeng and the others were also busy. Got it. I found a berry bush with green fruits. Although the fruits were not fully ripe, the seeds inside were already very obvious. I carefully put away the seeds and continued to move forward. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched my shadow long. In the drizzle, my back looked a little lonely, but so determined. I found 3 more berry seeds and an immature cabbage on the grassland. When I was about to finish work and go home, suddenly, the system prompt sounded. A flock of migrating flamingos passed over your territory. Looking up, I saw a flock of large fiery redbirds flying in the distance. After they entered the range of the survival base, they suddenly lowered their flight altitude. I knew they were going to the lake to fish. I looked at the regional chat and found that everyone had already started discussing. Fong Yumeng, this flamingo is so beautiful. Naker, meow, I want to catch one to eat. Minotaur, bird meat tastes bad, not as good as green leaves. I couldn't help but reply. Old cow, are you a vegetarian? Alice reminded everyone. Don't catch birds too close to the lake. Be careful of the monsters in the lake. Just as I was reading Alice's message, suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the middle of the lake, and a huge black fish as big as a house jumped out of the lake. It jumped 5 or 6 meters high and swallowed the 2 flamingos that were trying to catch fish in one gulp. I hurriedly operated the system, took a picture of this scene, and uploaded it to the regional chat. Fong Yumeng, Alice, and others exclaimed, "Oh my God, monster! Luo Yu, you are not dead." Knock here, said mischievously. I love to eat black fish. I had thought of many ways to deal with the monsters in the lake before, but when I saw this huge black fish, I had only one thought in my mind. Attack from a distance and try not to engage in close combat with it. Otherwise, I would be really stupid. Boom! The huge black fish fell back into the lake, splashing water all over the sky. The flamingo that had been staying saw this and hurriedly took off and started to flee. Just when I thought this meal of bird meat was ruined, a die suddenly took effect. I saw it quickly leap up from a patch of grass, pounce on a panicked flamingo, and quickly knock it down. A die don't. Before I could finish my words, a die had already bitten off the flamingo's neck. I originally wanted to tame it. A die ran over with the flamingo in his mouth, his tail wagging rapidly. Seeing how happy it was, I smiled, touched its head, and said, "Go, pluck its feathers and roast them for you later." A die excitedly wagged his tail, and the man and the wolf walked back. Suddenly, I spotted 2 bird eggs not far away. I ran over and saw that the eggs were bigger than goose eggs. They must be flamingo eggs. The strange fish jumped out, and the mother bird laid eggs prematurely due to stress. I secretly rejoiced that the flamingos here were not the cute flamingos on Earth, but flying birds of prey that were about the same size as peacocks. If I could raise these birds, they would not only help me in combat, but also have excellent reconnaissance capabilities, and the key is that they could hit critically. If I was lucky, I might even hatch a little phoenix. Thinking of this, I was very happy and returned to the house with 2 bird eggs. After a while, the rain stopped. I ate the roasted bird legs while chatting with everyone. Nakor, meow, my sister and I caught a flamingo together. We can eat it now. I asked with a smile. Helly, you have 2 cat girls. Nakor smiled and said, meow. 2. Luo Yu, what do you think we are? I replied with a smile. Of course we were cute cat girls. Nakor was a little shy. Meow. That being said, it always feels weird. Fong Yumeng smiled and said, I was lucky. I tamed one. She attached a photo of the flamingo, which looked really majestic. Alice asked, Does Ming Yu have a talent for taming animals? Fong Yumeng nodded. Yes, I am close to small animals. I was initially given a taming level of LV3. Everyone said, wow, you could try to unlock the tamer technology and help others tame animals to make money. Life skills such as animal tamer and herbalist, like mercenaries, can leave their bases, accept other people's hired tasks, and earn silver. Everyone is discussing how to develop these skills, and the way of survival in the future is beginning to become diversified. Fong Yumeng asked me, Luo Yu, did you get anything? I smiled and replied, I picked up 2 bird eggs. Everyone laughed and said, if you don't know how to hatch eggs, just eat them tonight. Although I don't know how to hatch eggs, I just need to ensure the right temperature. Looking at Ah Dai chewing on the bird's claws, I smiled and said to him, if you don't know how to hatch eggs, just eat them tonight. It said, Adai, I need you. Adi, I. That night, Adai hugged 2 large bird eggs and fell asleep carefully. In the next 3 days, Luo Yu mined in the mine during the day, and the stone cutting points piled up like a hill, ready to be cut at any time. Every evening, he would patrol the grassland to collect seeds or newly grown plant fruits. Although he is not short of meat now, vegetables that supplement vitamins are still in short supply. Everyone is also discussing this issue in the regional channel, especially the demand for green vegetables and other vegetables. Fong Yumeng and her team's base actually has an apple forest. Apples as a source of vitamins have brought them a lot of benefits. Luo Yu's base was only a bamboo forest, and he couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is life. Although he had eaten zhuang fruit and ginseng before to supplement a lot of nutrition, in the long run, he still had to prepare for a rainy day. Crops, such as tomatoes and berries, were far from mature, and Luo Yu fell into deep thought. Should he use critical strikes to accelerate the growth of a crop? Chapter 11. I walked and walked until I entered the bamboo forest. The first season of the heavenly Tao world is spring. Now is the time when flowers bloom and everything revives. The bamboos are also growing rapidly. I patted a brittle bamboo and said to myself, "Keep growing. If you get harder, I'll use you as a javelin. Grow longer, harder." I suddenly realized that I'd said the wrong thing, so I corrected myself. "No, keep growing." A thought flashed through my mind, and I turned my head to look at my feet, just in time to see a young bamboo shoot emerging. Bamboo shoots. I was delighted to see the bamboo shoots. Although bamboo shoots are not considered vegetables in the traditional sense, they are rich in vitamins and are very nutritious. I immediately picked up the Tiandao knife and started digging, searching and digging until it was completely dark. I dug 12 bamboo shoots in one go, which was enough for me to eat for a while. That night, I made a pot of bamboo shoot soup. The delicious smell made eyes so greedy that even the golden beetle crawled over to join in the fun. I was very satisfied with this meal, which was nutritious and great. After eating and drinking, I decided to enter the arena to make a small fortune. With the talent of Zerg Killer, I once again earned 4,000 silver from these aggressive Zergs, and the total amount of silver reached 10,350, which was a huge sum of money. I looked at the time and said good night to everyone in the regional chat channel, and then went to bed early. In the morning, I had bamboo shoots and meat soup for breakfast. After eating, I went to the mine as usual. After a few days of experience in the mine, I found that staying in the mine all day was not good for health, so I decided to adjust my working hours, continue mining in the morning, and cut stones outdoors in the afternoon. Today, I used Crit to speed up mining again, and I actually dug out a basin-sized magnet, which almost broke my pickaxe. I can dig out a rare or every day, which gives me a lot of mining experience. My mining skills have finally reached LV4. Today, I built another 20-meter fence. When I returned to the base, I checked the 2 bird eggs. They seemed to have broken their shells. I estimated that they would hatch in 2 or 3 days. On the 6th day, I worked very easily in the mine. The LV4 mining skill improved my efficiency. Almost every time I used a pickaxe, I would get ore, and the probability of iron or shipment also increased. Just as I was silently reciting this in my mind, the system suddenly prompted, 100x critical hit triggered. I quickly swung my pickaxe, the rock wall shook slightly, and I quickly jumped away. I saw a large pile of black spot stones rolling out. Black spot stones, 100 units, wow, it really is a 100x critical hit. The corners of my mouth twitched. Although I didn't dig up any rare or black spot stones, can also be used to build walls. Just when I was a little disappointed, suddenly 2 stones in the black spot stone pile moved and rushed directly towards me. Digger, wildness 90%, active attack. I frowned slightly, pulled out the heavenly sword, and with the help of the Zerg Nemesis feature, I easily slapped the 2 digging worms away. They were hit by me like ping pong balls and fainted in an instant. Playing dead, I sneered and slapped one of the bugs on the head with my knife. The other bug seemed to be afraid of me and wanted to escape, but because of the huge difference in strength, it couldn't move at all. "Tamed," I shouted in a low voice, and suddenly I saw a light shining on the digging worm. I successfully tamed it. Digger, Strength 4, Constitution 12, Agility 6, Special Function. Mining, Digger can perform mining work with low efficiency. Initial mining level LV2. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, it can help me mine. I tamed another digger again, and because they're in a state of panic, the success rate is quite high. "You too, dig well from today on." I gave them the order, and they immediately started working, digging their front claws into the rock wall, much more efficiently than the golden beetles. With the help of these 2 digging worms, the progress of the wall construction was greatly accelerated. That day, Luo Yu accelerated the work, and the wall construction finally reached 100 meters, and the first wall was completed. In the evening, I soaked in the bathtub as usual and chatted with everyone. At this time, many people began to complain on the World Channel and Regional Channel, complaining that they were not well fed, not well clothed, and had face attacks, and life was getting harder and harder. I found that there were several active names in the Regional Channel that I hadn't seen for 2 days. Maybe they were gone. Fong Yamong said in the channel, "I've been eating apples for 2 days, and my mouth feels so bland. What do you eat? I smiled and replied, do you want to eat meat? We can exchange one apple for a piece of meat. How about that? Fang Yumeng, hey, really? Deal. I immediately opened the trading interface. Fang Yumeng put 10 apples on it, and I took out 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat. The transaction was successfully completed, and 10 apples fell into my bathtub. At this stage, fruits are much more valuable than meat. According to the market price, I made a lot of silver. Oh, I'm so greedy. Let's not talk anymore. My sister and I are eating meat. Fang Yuming sent a private message. Since we are not friends yet, the private chat is limited to 10 minutes. The friend quota in Tiandao world is very precious. It takes 1,000 silver to buy a friend quota. After becoming friends, the limit on the number of private chats will be lifted, and the friend relationship will also become a prerequisite for visitor technology. After eating the apple, I continue to check my current food storage. Currently, I have 10 apples, 30 wolf meat, 42 firebird meat, and 11 bamboo shoots. In addition to the 7 or 8 big fish raised in the temporary fish pond, the meat reserve is about 80 units, and the vegetable reserve is only 21 units. I need to consume about 5 pieces of meat and 2 vegetables a day, and Adai also needs 5 pieces of meat. There are 2 digging worms, and they also need 2 pieces of meat every day. After careful calculation, I still have about 8 days of food reserves, but the problem is that the shelf life of meat is only 4 days. In order to keep the meat fresh, I have to find a way to refrigerate it. I opened the auction house and searched for ice, but no one was selling it. Ice must be very precious at this stage, and some areas may only be collected when there is a special climate. I try to speak in the World Channel. Ice cubes are purchased with silver, and some are put on the auction house. What can I get ice cubes in spring? Even if there's ice cubes, I have to keep them for food storage. How can I give them to you? Some people started to laugh at me, but after waiting for a while, no one put ice cubes on shelves. Somewhat disappointed, I searched the system mall again, but still couldn't find any item that could refrigerate food. It seemed like I had to think of another way. Chapter 12. The system mall sells some daily necessities, but it doesn't have the key survival items. Ice cubes, this kind of thing, is the key to survival. How can I preserve meat effectively? I thought to myself, making pickled meat is one way, but it can only extend the shelf life a little bit. And with the recent rise in temperature, the shelf life of meat will become shorter and shorter. As I was thinking, my eyes accidentally fell on the iron ore piled outside the wooden house, and my eyes suddenly lit up. I immediately jumped out of the bathtub, put on my clothes, and spent 4 silver and used 8 units of iron ore to make a metal box with a shelf in the middle. Next, I went to the stream and took some clear water and poured it into the tin box, then put a piece of cloth on top. One end of the cloth was immersed in the water, and the other end was wrapped around the top of the tin box. I stuffed a pile of meat in, making sure there were ventilation holes. This is actually a simple evaporative cooling device, which uses the principle of evaporation to produce a cooling effect, which can delay the time it takes for meat to rot. I put the iron box in a cool and ventilated place in the wooden house, feeling very satisfied. When humans are forced, their wisdom is infinite. I smiled softly and went to bed contentedly. In the early morning, I took a look at the wolf meat in the iron box and found that it was already slightly cold. At least for the next 7 or 8 days, the meat can stay fresh. This time is enough for me to get through the coming summer. Today's breakfast was an apple and half a grilled fish, and I ate it very happily. After eating, I suddenly had an idea. There are seeds in this apple. I decided to plant it. I was originally planning to go to the mine, but I changed my plan and walked to the edge of the vegetable field, dug a hole, and prepared to plant the apple core. Just as I was about to bury it, I thought of something else and silently recited the critical strike. 100x critical hit triggered. Your planting efficiency increases 100 times. I dug the hole and watched a small sapling break through the soil. Then it quickly grew larger and turned into an apple tree almost instantly. Does this shorten the growth cycle by 100 times? I looked at the dozens of green fruits on the tree and was overjoyed. Although these apples could not be eaten immediately, with an apple tree, I could plant an apple forest. It was just a matter of time. With a happy mood, I also carefully built a small earth dam around the apple tree to prevent rainwater from irrigating it. In this way, if there is a heavy rain one day, it can also prevent the apple tree from being drowned. After doing all this, I stood in the wooden house and shouted loudly, "Adai, watch the apple tree. Don't let the birds steal my apples." Adai responded and said he knew, so I left with peace of mind. I entered the mine again. Today's luck was good. Relying on my mining skills, I could dug out another small piece of jade. Not much, only 20 units. Along with the emerald, there were 2 burrowing worms. I was already an expert at taming worms, so these 2 burrowing worms didn't pose too much difficulty for me. After successfully taming them, my taming level was also raised to LV3. With 4 diggers and a gold beetle to carry the ore, I no longer need to spend the whole morning in the mine like before. Now, it only takes 2 hours to complete the basic or collection task. The base is large, and there are many things to do. My next task is to continue to expand the wall. After coming out of the mine, I cut all the stones and built the wall to 130 meters, getting closer and closer to completion. Then, I walked into the bamboo forest, intending to pick some suitable bamboos to make javelins. I was busy picking and cutting bamboos for an afternoon, and finally got 20 units of bamboo. I picked up the Tiandao knife, opened the system weapon production page, and chose to make a normal javelin. Ordinary javelin. 1 piece of wood or bamboo, 5 pieces of steel, 5 pieces of silver. I used the iron or I dug to make javelins. After a flash of light, 20 javelins appeared in front of me. I picked up one of the javelins and weighed it. I felt that its weight was moderate. Although it was a little light, the sharp tip of the spear meant that it must be very powerful. Of course, the premise is to aim at the target. I checked my shooting skills and found that they have reached level 3. I have participated in militia training before, so my shooting skills are pretty good. Although I'm not a sharpshooter, my target shooting results should be acceptable. I spent 10 silvers to buy a wooden target and started practicing javelin throwing skills and practicing shooting skills. After practicing for a while, I found that my javelin throwing hit rate was not bad. Especially at the standard distance of 100 meters, the hit rate reached 30%, which is my current shooting skill level. I practice javelin throwing for 2 main purposes. One is to shoot birds. Although I'm much stronger now, if I encounter large birds migrating, I plan to shoot them down directly. The other is to target the strange fish in the lake. This monster occupies the small lake and makes me hate it. If I don't kill it, I'm afraid I will not be able to sleep or eat well. After an afternoon of training, my shoulders were a little sore, and my shooting skills didn't improve much, but my physical fitness increased by 1 point, reaching 27 points. As the sun set, I returned to the cabin. Everything went well today, and I was quite satisfied with my condition. After dinner, when I was about to take a bath, the system suddenly prompted, "Warning, the climate in the Tiandao world has changed, and abnormal weather may fall on your territory. Please be prepared." My heart tightened, and I hurriedly moved the outdoor bathtub into the wooden house and hid in the stone toilet myself. To be honest, the sense of security in the toilet is much stronger than that in the wooden house. Boom! A muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down and landed on the ground by the lake. Dry thunder. My heart sank. What I feared was really what happened. At the same time, the regional chat exploded. "Nakoer, drought mines, my god. Why are there drought mines in our area?" "Myoda, drought mines are actually not that bad. Look at the world channel. There's a tornado next door, and there are places with fist-sized hail." I smiled and replied, "The house is not okay? Don't say that. It may cause conflicts. To be honest, drought mines may cause grassland fires. Everyone should pay attention. It will be troublesome if the grassland catches fire." Sure enough, I was right. The neighbor's vegetable garden was on fire. Boom! Another deafening thunder sounded. Lightning flashed in the sky, and sparks quickly flew up. Chapter 13. I frowned slightly. Although the water source was very close, I didn't dare to go out to put out the fire. If I was struck by lightning, it would be a loss. And I thought the drought thunder would not last too long. Sure enough, the drought thunder did not last too long, but it was accompanied by strong winds. Whoosh! The strong wind swept across the grassland, and the flames spread instantly, turning into a sea of fire in the distance. Wind. It's over. The vegetable field will definitely not be saved. Nyoda said anxiously in the channel. "Don't go out to put out the fire. You will be struck by lightning." I responded to him immediately. "Everyone, you have to live well. We agreed to add each other as friends and visit each other when we have money. You have to live well." Naker also sent a message. "Don't be afraid. Pray in your heart. The goddess will bless every kind child." Alice comforted. Fang Yameng said happily, "Huh? My lightning struck the lake, and many fish have their bellies exposed. I really want to catch some." I responded helplessly. "Shut up. You 3 are so lucky." The strong wind still swept in, and the flames burned quickly, but I was not too worried. because the wind was blowing towards the wall. At this time, the wall was very useful. I smiled and said, "Fortunately, the flames were blocked by my wall." Wall! Elena's voice suddenly came. "Stupid human, you actually have a wall?" "Elena, you idiot woman, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to call me stupid again, I will draw a circle and curse you." I angrily hit back. As I said that, I also sent a small photo of a wall blocking the flames. Elena immediately countered, "Stupid humans can't curse. I'm not afraid of you." Alice hurriedly persuaded, "Elena, stop talking." Nyota also admired, "Strong. Although it is only a dozen meters, it is still very strong." The angle of the photo made him mistakenly think that the wall was only a dozen meters high. "This is black spot stone. Luo Yu, where did you get so many black spot stones? Don't tell me you dug them yourself." Zhu Lai said in surprise. "I love mining," I replied calmly. Zhu Lai admired me even more. "I also love mining and building walls, but this is only 5 meters high. Luo Yu, your strength and stamina are really high." Although the fire got bigger, the wall was still strong and the flames were completely blocked, so my vegetable garden and apple trees could not be burned. Crackle! After a short fire, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The flames were quickly extinguished, but I felt a little uneasy. Even though the fire was over, the roof of the wooden house began to leak. Fang Yuming also complained, "It's over, my wooden house is leaking." "We are too." Everyone complained. The regional channel was full of wailing. It seemed that most people would not sleep well tonight. I hurried back to the cabin, put on the wolf skin, put all the tools on the bed, and then asked Adai to run back to the toilet with 2 bird eggs. 1 man and 1 wolf, 2 eggs leaning against the corner. I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I felt that I was tossed around enough, there should be a lot of people who are unlucky tonight. I fell asleep leaning against the wall. In my dream, I lived in a 3-story villa, calmly drinking coffee and enjoying the scenery of the rainy night. The next morning, the sky finally cleared up. I moved my body and felt very good. When I returned to the wooden house, I saw that everything was soaked and there was a lot of water on the ground. Seeing this made me feel a little uncomfortable. I opened the construction interface and wanted to build a stone house, but found that this required unlocking a prerequisite: the stone house construction outline. Stone house construction outline. 1,000 silver, 200 iron, or base score above 100. I checked my base score because I built a wall of more than 100 meters. The score has reached 130 points. Hey, that's enough. I smiled and chose to unlock without hesitation. After deducting the silver and iron ore, the system displayed the stone house templates that can be built. There are ordinary stone houses, 2-story small high-rises, or 3-story villas, and the prices vary. An ordinary stone house requires 6,000 stone bricks and 600 silvers, while a 3-story villa requires 300,000 stone bricks and 30,000 silvers, which is ridiculously expensive. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Okay, let's build the city wall first. The 4 digging worms started digging stones again, and then I built a fire in the wooden house, grilling and driving away the moisture. Alice sent a message. "Is everyone okay? Did you catch a cold last night?" Fang Yiming also said, "Last night, the 3 of us hugged each other to keep warm. We were afraid of getting sick and didn't dare to sleep. In the end, we made it through." I smiled and responded, "You guys make so much money selling apples. You're really a money-making machine." Fang Yiming continued to send messages. "Yes, we bid 200 silver per piece and earned more than 20,000 silver. Last night, each of us added 6 points of physical fitness." The Minotaur couldn't help complaining. "All my belongings added up are not even worth 100 silver. You guys are really... I want to die." I continued to joke. Emperor of Europe. The Emperor of Europe is confirmed. Alice asked with concern. "I'm glad you're all okay. How about Nak? Is she okay?" Nak responded in the channel. "My sister and I are fine too. We cats can curl up into a ball and hide in the mine. My sister's tail is furry and very warm." Fang Yumeng said with a smile. "Fluffy meow, I want to touch it." Looking at the regional chat, everyone seemed to be fine. But in the world channel, there was a lot of wailing. Many people were sick, and everyone knew what it meant to be sick in such an environment. After chatting for a while, I ate grilled fish, nibbled on an apple, and opened the auction house. I searched for ice cubes and found that fist-sized hailstones fell in many places last night. Smart people have already started collecting ice cubes. Sure enough, I found many people selling ice cubes in the auction house. The prices in the auction house are similar. The cheapest ice cube unit is priced at 200 silver, and the highest is 250 silver. I know that this price is much higher than the usual market price. After all, in winter, no one would buy ice cubes for even 2 silver coins. I browsed it and then privately chatted with a Nanak person named Reina. Brother, can you exchange the 500 ice cubes you put on the shelf for something else? Reina's reply came immediately. I only want silver, 15,000 silver coins. I won't sell it for less than $1. Chapter 14. I replied coldly, get lost. I immediately closed the chat window after saying this trash and started chatting privately with a guy named Aof from the Barbarian clan. Me, brother, how about I exchange your 400 ice cubes for something else? Aof, what do you want to exchange for? How to change? Me, what do you want? Alfu, vegetables, fruits, or pets that can work. Pretty female pets are also fine. One in human form. I was a little stunned. Dude, you want to exchange a few ice cubes for a human-shaped pet? And it has to be a pretty female one? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Aof, if there is, then there is. If not, what are you talking about? I thought about it and smiled. There is definitely no female pet, and I won't give you fruits and vegetables, but I can give you hope. Did you know that there is a chance that a human-shaped birdman will hatch from a bird egg? Alfu, birdman. Me, do you have an egg that can hatch into a female birdman? Alfu, I have a flamingo egg. I started to smile. Brother, I am an honest man. I can't guarantee that this egg can hatch a birdman. Although there is a good chance, it may not be a female birdman. But this is a hope of betting luck against the way of heaven. Aof seemed to be tempted. What you said seems to make sense. What about the bird eggs? Let me see. So, a trading interface came over, and I put the bird eggs on it without hesitation. Firebird egg, about to hatch. Alf, about to hatch? Well, how about this? I'll trade it with you for 200 ice cubes. 200? The hope of a female birdman is worth 200 ice cubes. I was a little disappointed. Forget it, I won't trade it. I'll keep this hope for myself. As soon as I finished speaking, Aof sent me a message. 300. 300 ice cubes. This is the highest price I can offer. No, I seemed very decisive. In just 3 seconds, Aof sent me another message. Okay, 400 is 400. I will fight for the female birdman. Good man, is this the lower body thinking? I laughed in my heart and was silent for 3 minutes. Finally, I replied, alas, I always feel that I will regret trading with you. Alfu was very anxious. Brother, please, I will give you all the ice cubes, and I will add a carrot, okay? This, I pondered for a moment. Okay, order the deal. A few seconds later, the transaction page came up with 400 ice cubes and a carrot. I put the bird egg on it without hesitation. Transaction completed. Please select the area where the ice cubes are placed. I happily chose outside the house. 400 ice cubes were neatly piled on the ground, and each ice cube was about the size of a lunchbox. Aof, brother, let's not talk about anything else. I'm going to hatch the eggs. If a female birdman really appears, I'll give you a carrot every day. Thank you, I said lightly. Okay, remember to use the soft part of your body to hatch. Don't break the eggs. Alfu smiled and said, thank you, brother. No more chatting. Let's go. The trading window was closed, and I didn't say anything more. I chose a good location and started digging. Due to the powerful force and high efficiency of the Tiandao knife, I dug a hole about 4 meters deep and about 20 square meters in a short time. Then, I opened the construction interface and spent some ordinary stone bricks and silver to quickly build a small underground ice cellar. I put the ice cubes neatly into the ice cellar and covered it with a stone cover. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. In this cool environment, I felt very comfortable. This ice cellar can store 2,000 units of meat and vegetables, completely solving the problem of food shelf life in summer. I climbed out of the ice cellar, looked around carefully, and smiled to myself. When the time comes, I will build a warehouse on the ice cellar. It will be convenient for sunshade and perfect. The plan has been set. I save a lot of silver by exchanging a bird egg for so many ice cubes. Last night, I decided to spend 5,000 silver to add some points. Fang Yameng and the others were right. Only with a high physique can you resist diseases, recover from injuries quickly, and work longer. Physical fitness is the foundation of all support. 5,000 silver to buy 5 attribute points. After careful consideration, I decided to add 2 points of strength and 3 points of constitution. Only with high strength can I use the javelin to knock down the strange fish. Checking my own panel, I nodded with satisfaction. Strength, 23 constitution, 30 agility, 27. I plan to keep the remaining 5,000 silver to add some mercenary technology. After sorting out my thoughts, I found that what I lacked most was stones. Walls, warehouses, and large villas all required a lot of stones. So, I went to the mine again. In the dim mine, I swung my pickaxe and struck hard. 100 times, critical hit triggered. 100 black stones rolled out, and I was happy to see that this critical hit gave me a lot of stones. When you're engaged in mining activities, strength plus 1 beautiful. The corners of my mouth rose, and the attribute points that had been held back for a few days finally arrived. Continuing to skin the stone pile, I soon found 3 digging worms. Without hesitation, I quickly tamed them. After several operations, the number of coolies increased to 7, and the efficiency of mining increased immediately. In the morning, I dug in the mine for 2 hours, and then spent an hour cutting stones. The wall has been built to 170 meters, and the goal of 400 meters is getting closer. After lunch, 7 digging worms crawled out of their holes, crying for food. I fed them a few pieces of meat, but found that food was becoming scarce again. These worms don't eat vegetables or grass, so I had to find a way to get some meat. The price of meat in the auction house is lower than that of vegetables, but it is still not cheap. Speaking of which, the auction house also has many restrictions, mainly to prevent reselling items and prevent merchants from monopolizing the market. It is obviously unwise to buy meat at the auction house at present. At this time, Luo Yu thought to himself that there are 3 ways to solve the problem of food. The first is hunting. There are some small animals on the grassland, such as voles, squirrels, etc., and occasionally rabbits can be encountered, but the probability is not high. These animals are difficult to find, and I don't plan to eat mice. Chapter 15. The second way is to hunt, but not to hunt mice, but to make bows and arrows to shoot birds. However, there are not many birds foraging on the grassland, the meat is small, and it is difficult to shoot, so it is not a wise choice. The third way is naturally to catch fish. After eating a pot of meat soup, I walked to the stream while chewing carrots. The dam was still there, and there were only a few big fish left in the temporary fish pond, and there were not enough small fish to eat. If I wanted to attract more big fish, I lacked the smelly internal organs as bait, and this method was not a long-term solution. I stood on the shore and pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed through my mind. Why not just dig a new fish pond? This fish pond can refer to the existing model, set up 2 dams as the water inlet and outlet respectively. Open the water inlet at ordinary times. The fish pond can be filled with water, and at the same time I put some bait to lure fish into it. After 2 or 3 days, close the water inlet, open the outlet, drain the water, and set up a fishing net at the outlet. And you can pick up the fish directly. Not only fish, but also crabs and prawns should be plenty. The more I think about it, the more I think this plan is feasible. The location cannot be too far from the stream, and drainage is more convenient. I chose a spot near the wall, near the creek. This place is not only convenient for diverting water, but also can be used as a natural moat to effectively defend against any possible attacks. Perfect. After choosing the location, I quickly calculated and determined that I needed 2 large rocks to block the inlet and outlet, and a sturdy fishing net to prevent the fish from being washed away when the water was released. The big rocks were easy to deal with. I could take 2 pieces off the wall, but what about the fishing net? The mall didn't sell key props like fishing nets, so I had to find a way myself. It was too much work to weave a decent fishing net, and there were no props like nylon thread or rubber thread. Something that is tough and elastic can withstand the impact of water flow and effectively block fish and shrimp. I stroked my chin and thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and I thought of bamboo. Bamboo cut into thin strips is tough and elastic. With rattan reinforcement, it should be possible to make it into a shape like a bamboo basket and cover the water outlet. Even if a fish enters the big bamboo basket, it will not escape. Wait a minute, I don't have to make the bamboo baskets myself. They're sold in the mall. I immediately opened the mall to search, and sure enough, I found bamboo baskets of various sizes and at affordable prices. Although the mall does not sell fishing nets, it hides alternatives to fishing nets. As long as you use your brain, there are always more solutions than problems. Since I now have 7 bugs digging stones, I decided to build a fish pond first. I immediately spent 60 silver coins to buy the largest bamboo basket, took the Tiandao knife, and started digging. When you work hard, time always flies fast. When the sun sets, I look at the fish pond in front of me that has been dug more than halfway, and my heart is filled with joy. It will be finished tomorrow. I have high stamina, can work longer, and feel healthy. It feels so good. It was time to take a bath. Everyone started discussing again in the area chat. Nyoda, it's terrible. A fire burned half of the grassland. I have lost half of my food. Oh, it will take another 12 days for the vegetable field to mature. Naker, you have a lot of food. If I could eat grass, my life would be less troublesome. Alice, work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Perhaps we are now pursuing the true meaning of life. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, do you have enough food? What are your plans for the future? Speaking of which, maybe because I am the only Chinese boy in the surrounding area, Fang Yameng is naturally closer to me. I have the same feeling and develop a sense of fellow countrymen. I replied, it's enough for now. I'm planning to dig a small fish pond. What about you? Fang Yameng, wait a minute, dig a fish pond? Luo Yu, is it my illusion? Why do I always feel that you have endless energy? Not here. We cat girls like strong boys. My sister will definitely like Luo Yu. I smiled and said, I'm quite curious about cat girls. I want to see your ears and tails. Nyoda, do you want to see my ears and tail? I answered decisively, get lost. It was just a joke at first, but I didn't expect Nakoer to actually send me a screenshot in private message. Next to the misty tub, two little heads were leaning against it, one with white ears and the other with black ears. You could vaguely see black and white tails behind the heads. These two cat girls were also taking a bath. Naker, private chat. I'm only showing this to you. Don't forward it to others or I'll bite you. My heartbeat quickened, and the cat girl's move made me feel itchy. I responded, you can bite me, but please meow while you bite me. Meow, that's annoying. My sister is blushing. Nakoer immediately closed the private chat, and I laughed out loud, feeling happy. The regional chat is really the spice of life, which makes me full of fun. I continued chatting for a while, and then entered the virtual arena. As soon as I entered a 100 silver battle room opened by a Zerg, the Zerg was obviously startled and shouted loudly, Yu is coming. Before I finished speaking, the Zerg admitted defeat. I collected the money and left the room, and found that half of the rooms opened by the Zerg in this channel had been reduced. It seemed that this group of Zerg began to fear me. I couldn't help but frown. Is it because I beat the Zerg too hard recently? I need to wait a few days. But forget it, since I'm here, I might as well try a different race. I clicked into a room called Autumn Leaf. The price was not high, 50 silvers. The other party seemed to be a human and a female. We didn't have much conversation. After counting down from 3, 2, 1, we started fighting. Bang! At the moment of crossing, Xiaoye's sword was cut off by the Tiangong knife, but the ability she showed made me reevaluate my combat effectiveness. Her body movements were agile, and the broken sword was still capable of both offense and defense. Although I had an obvious advantage in attributes, it was still difficult to defeat her. After 60 or 70 rounds, Xiaoye's fatigue gradually became apparent. I seized the opportunity and punched her in the chest. Xiaoye covered her chest and stopped attacking. It was obvious that she was a little ashamed and angry. Although I couldn't see her face, I knew she was embarrassed at the moment. Chapter 16. Big profits from aquaculture. I will hatch the eggs. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly said, sorry, I didn't mean to hit you there. You stop talking. Xiaoye's voice sounded a little bit gnashing his teeth. You, very good. You're the first man who can beat me. 4 days. In 4 days, at the same time, let's fight again. Do you dare? Receive an invitation from Xiaoye. Do you accept it? Luo Yu could more or less feel that his combat ability had improved a little after fighting with this woman. He nodded and said, okay, come on. But if you continue to care so much about your chest, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat me. You are shameless. Just wait and see. Xiaoye left the room directly. KO, you win. After leaving the room, Luo Yu did not continue to stay in the arena, but began to think. Xiaoye definitely knows martial arts just now. With his strength, physique, and agility only half of Luo Yu's, he was able to fight him for so long. If it were a Zerg with the same attributes, he would have been killed instantly without even triggering its characteristics. Martial arts. Luo Yu hurriedly opened the system interface and clicked on the combat technology tree. It takes 10,000 silvers to unlock martial arts, and only after unlocking them can you learn martial arts. There are no martial arts cheats for sale in the mall, and you can only get martial arts cheats by defeating big beasts or having a lot of luck, or by fishing. Of course, there may be auctions, but the prices will be absolutely astronomical. Luo Yu is well aware of the importance of martial arts. If he were to set a price, it would probably start at 7 figures in silver. Is that woman's martial arts inherited, or did she just pick it up by sheer luck? Luo Yu was confused and decided to ask again after he defeated the woman in 3 days. Thinking of this, Luo Yu got up and went back to his room to sleep. Wake up in the morning, wash up, eat, and continue digging the fish pond. Before lunch, a fish pond of about 40 square meters and 1 meter deep was dug. The inlet and outlet ditches were completed yesterday. Luo Yu moved the large stone bricks at the water inlet, and the water drawn from the creek flowed in. In a moment, the fish pond was filled with water. He took out a vole he had caught while digging yesterday, cut it in half, and prepared to throw it into the lake as bait to attract fish. Suddenly, he had an idea. It would be great if the bait could hit the target. While thinking, he threw the 2 halves of the vole into the pond. 100x critical hit triggers. The effectiveness of the bait you place increases 100 times. It really works. Luo Yu was startled, but saw a faint light flashing at the bottom of the pond. Even if the bait was more effective 100 times, it wouldn't work that quickly. Just wait, and you'll know how many fish it can attract tomorrow. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cutting stones. The 7 digging worms dug out stones, almost one cart after another. Luo Yu felt that he didn't need to go to the mine anymore. With a greatly increased efficiency, the daily construction of the wall has been increased from the original 20 meters to the current 40 meters. When Luo Yu finishes a busy day, another wall has been built. There's still 200 meters to go. At this speed, the construction will be completed soon. When he was sleeping that night, he faintly heard the sound of fish jumping into the water in the pond. The sound was not noisy at all, but rather pleasant to Luo Yu. The first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to go to the fish pond and get to work. First, block the water inlet, and then move the large stone bricks blocking the water outlet away. Crash! The water rushed along the ditch dug in advance and directly flowed into the stream not far away. Luo Yu could already hear the crackling sound in the bamboo basket, which was the sound of fish falling in it. When the water in the fish pond was basically drained, the bamboo basket was already filled with fish, including yellow croaker, black carp, grass carp, green jade carp, freshwater grouper, etc. There are all kinds of fish, as well as crabs and freshwater shrimps. In addition to the ones in the bamboo basket, there are also more than a dozen fish of various kinds diving and struggling in the fish pond. Luo Yu's face is full of smiles. Nothing to say, just catch them. Hey Dai, stop hatching the eggs and come help. An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with various big fish, small fish, crabs, and shrimps, all of which were meat. It was so comfortable. Now the fish pond is filled with water again and is open for business. The effect of the 100 times bait has not disappeared yet. Luo Yu was not greedy. He only put some seafood on the shelves. Sure enough, they were all sold out in a short while, and Luo Yu had 4,000 extra silver. After thinking about it, he felt that strength was more practical now. Your strength plus 4, current, 28. Beautiful. I wonder how long that 100 times bait can last. Thinking of this, Luo Yu happily started cutting stones. Luo Yu ordered the digging worms to work from dawn to dusk and dig stones. They dug a large pile of black spots. There were always endless stones to cut waiting for him. The days of infrastructure construction are always so boring, and another morning has arrived. The first thing he did was to go to the fish pond. Wow, this time he caught a lot of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu looked at the 100 times bait and found that it was still glowing. Although the light was very dim, it seemed that it could last for another day. Great! No doubt about it. All of them were put up for auction today, and the average market price was a little higher than yesterday. I made 8,200 silver in one go. With 8 attribute points in hand, Luo Yu added 5 points of strength and 3 points of agility. The panel is as follows. Strength, 33. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. This attribute is already twice the average level of the universe. Luo Yu felt that he was a bit of master. After fixing the fish pond, he moved on to cutting stones. Just as he was talking, suddenly Ah Dai's voice was heard from the wooden house. Luo Yu's heart moved, and he hurried over. Sure enough, a crack appeared on the flamingo's egg, and the little bird was about to break out of the shell. Go away, I'll hatch the eggs. Ah Dai was thrown aside by Luo Yu, but he saw Luo Yu holding the little bird that was about to hatch, and said softly, Come on, come out quickly. Little phoenix, come out quickly. As he was thinking this, a prompt appeared. Triggered by 100x critical hit, your egg hatching efficiency increases 100 times, with a chance of hatching mutant creatures. A critical hit prompt appeared, and the bird egg in Luo Yu's arms cracked more and more. The next moment, a small head popped out, and after struggling for a few times, it broke out of the shell. Because of the critical hit, it grew very fast and soon grew to the size of a hen. Female free-range laying hens. If there's enough food, they can lay at least 3 sperm-free free-range eggs every day. Free-range chicken. Looking at the hen rubbing against him affectionately in his arms, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. The fiery bird actually mutated into a native chicken. Is it sure that this is a mutation and not degeneration? By the way, if chickens degenerate, they should become dinosaurs, right? But laying 3 eggs a day is quite outrageous. Chapter 17 Scarce Resources. Luo Yu's first mover advantage. Cuckoo. The hen jumped down from Luo Yu's arms, ran out of the door, and started pecking at insects. Luo Yu hurriedly ordered, "Don't leave the base, and don't eat the crops in the vegetable garden." Cuckoo. The hen crowed and started pecking at the food. "Okay, I will have eggs to eat every day from now on, and my nutrition will be balanced." While Luo Yu was building a chicken coop for the hens, he received a notification. Fang Yumeng invites you to join the group chat. Do you accept? Group chat, which is a smaller circle than regional chat. In fact, there are quite a lot of people in this area, at least 10,000 people, but these days everyone has more or less formed a small circle, and most of them chat with people of the same ethnic group. It will be faster to chat in the area, so some people have started to set up group chat rooms for small groups. After accepting it, as expected, in addition to Fang Yumeng, there were also Naker, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena. Not here. Luo Yu is here. Now everyone is here. Nyoda, finally here. I was the only male in the group chat just now. It was quite embarrassing. Luo Yu, huh? Where's Yulai? Didn't you pull him? Fang Yumeng. We are not familiar with each other, so let's just go with a few of us. By the way, Luo Yu, how is the fish pond going? Luo Yu, it's done. I'll continue fishing tomorrow. This passage was followed by a screenshot of a fish pond. Fang Yumeng, my 2 sisters ask you, how strong are you? Can you dig a fish pond of this size in 2 days? Luo Yu, a little more than normal people, but it's okay. Fang Yumeng, physical fitness is really important. My 2 sisters and I are both 9 points, and sometimes we feel that we are unable to do the work well. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot of his physique. Neka, I heard that human males are only 10 points. You 3 are good at 9 points. I'm only 10 points too, and my sister is only 8 points. Nyoda, I have a physique of 18 and a strength of 16. I will protect you. Naker, no need. Elena, humans are so thin. We female elves start with agility and physique at 15. Alice, are you 20? Alice, well, about 20. Fang Yumeng and Naker, wow. The 2 elf sisters are so strong. Elena, Luo Yu, how many stupid human males are you? Luo Yu, not much, not much. Fang Yumeng, not too high, how much is it? Luo Yu thought about it and realized that everyone in the group was an acquaintance and they had a good relationship with each other, so he decided to reveal a little bit. I made some money and I got more physical points. Also posted a screenshot of the physique. Constitution, Tant. Fang Yumeng, Nyoda, you are the real blood cow. Naker, he's a strong man. Alice, ouch, surprised. Elena, how? How is it possible? Why is the physique of a mere human male so high? Fang Yumeng, the 3 of us girls put together are not as tall as you. What an outrageous man. Luo Yu showed a little smugness on his face and laughed. It's just luck. Let's get to work. Let's not talk for now. Fang Yumeng, wait a minute. What is the name of our small group? Luo Yu. Well, your name contains the word you, and there are 2 elf girls, so let's call it Yuling Xiaozhu, right? Good. This name was unanimously agreed upon. Luo Yu smiled faintly and continued to work. After a while of cutting stones, the total length of the wall reached 300 meters. Looking at the wall that was about to be completed, Luo Yu became impatient. Go directly back into the mine and start mining. With his current strength and physique, plus the LV4 mining level, his mining efficiency has skyrocketed. Before the sun sets, the black spot stone and other ores he dug out have piled up into a small mountain. If a die hadn't helped to carry them, I'm afraid the golden beetles alone would not be able to move them all. After dinner, Luo Yu built a bonfire, cut stones overnight, and worked hard to repair the last section of the wall. Done. The wall was originally estimated to be completed in 20 days, but it actually only took 8 days to complete the task successfully. The wall is 100 meters long and 5 meters high on all 4 sides. There's a stone door on each side, and there are stairs leading up to the inside of the wall, giving people a strong sense of security. A tall building rises from the ground. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Take a quick shower and go to bed. When I woke up in the morning and looked out the window, I found that the wall was erected, but the visibility was not as good as before. If you want a good view, go for a 3-story villa. There is everything in the dream, but now I'd better just be a watchtower. First, he went to the fish pond to release water. Because the effectiveness of the bait had decreased, only 450 units of fish and shrimp were caught this time. Luo Yu did not sell them. He wanted to keep this batch for himself to eat slowly. After having a boiled egg, an apple, and half a crucian carp for breakfast, Luo Yu opened the architecture page, feeling refreshed. 15M Watchtower. 1,000 wood, 200 stone, 100 silver. This watchtower can also be used as a shooting tower. Shooting with a bow and arrow from a high vantage point can give you a first mover advantage, but it's a bit expensive. There's still 1,000 units of stone, but no more wood. The only grove in the territory had been cut in half before for making various things. What was needed for making fire every day, and a large amount of wood, was also needed for making bows and arrows. Especially in winter, you might freeze to death without wood to make a fire, so you should prepare for a rainy day. Only then did Luo Yu realize that wood was indeed a relatively difficult resource to obtain on this plane. As for cutting down trees in the Purple Mountains, after paying attention to the World Chat channel and other sources of information these days, Luo Yu learned that there was a circle of air wall at the edge of the territory to block the trial takers. If you want to leave on foot, you must first spend a huge amount of silver to unlock the technology. At the same time, Luo Yu also learned that the range of the air wall can be expanded, which means that the territory can be expanded, but it also requires unlocking technology and spending a lot of resources to expand. Don't think about that now. What is so precious that Luo Yu cares very much about it? That grove of trees cannot be cut down anymore. So he opened an auction house and prepared to buy some with silver. After a quick search, I found that 1 unit of wood was only sold for 1 silver. A tree basically produces 10 units of wood, which means that 1 tree is only 10 silver. Everyone's initial location is a plain, and everyone can only have 1 forest. What is so precious? Isn't this too cheap? But after thinking about it, Luo Yu seemed to understand. People nowadays are still worried about food problems who can build a watchtower like him. It is not yet time to use wood on a large scale, and everyone has forests at the beginning, which makes wood very cheap. At this moment, Luo Yu's first mover advantage was revealed. Chapter 18, Wandering Bison. Without hesitation, he bought 2,000 units of wood. 2,000 silver in exchange for 2,000 wood, a huge profit. Please select the location where the wood will be placed. Luo Yu chose to place the wood next to a wall, clicked on the building page, and began to build a watchtower. After a while, the 15-meter-high watchtower was built. It was located at the corner where the 2 walls met. When you climbed up and looked down, you would naturally feel a sense of looking down. Luo Yu felt that shooting arrows or throwing javelins from his place could increase distance and power. This watchtower cannot completely cover the defense of the base. Luo Yu's plan is to install watchtowers at all 4 corners of the wall to provide 360 degrees coverage. At that time, we can also install things like automatic crossbow launchers to ensure the safety of the base. He currently has 5,300 silvers, which is enough to build 3 more watchtowers, but before that, Luo Yu plans to make bows and arrows. For long-range combat, there are javelins. For close combat, there are swords. And for medium-range combat, bows and arrows are undoubtedly the best. Iron bow, 300 iron ore, 100 silver, 1 animal sinew. There was enough iron ore and silver for the time being, but no animal tendons. I opened the auction house, but found nothing. Everyone needs bows and arrows, and animal tendons are also food, so some of them may have been cooked and eaten. Where can I find a beef tendon? Luo Yu touched his chin, looked at Adai, who was playing with the native chicken below, then looked at the golden beetle pulling the mine cart in the distance, and shook his head. These 2 guys are obviously not qualified, and we are reluctant to kill them. Just when he was at a loss, the system suddenly prompted. A group of wandering cattle have entered this area. They will stay nearby for 1 to 2 days. Luo Yu's eyes widened. He was just thinking about getting some beef tendons, but a bison wandered over here. Sure enough, Luo Yu, standing on the watchtower, discovered 3 white bison, staggering out from the Purple Mountains and entering his territory. Wandering bison. Wildness 90, neutral creature. Fong Yumong. There's a cow. It's heading towards my orchard. Yoda. I'm much more handsome than this bull. Damn, don't eat my grass. Alice, don't touch these bison. They will attack if you provoke them. Naker, it's over. My bull is heading for my vegetable garden. It's my food. Go ahead and kill it. I'm agile enough. Elena, I advise you to think carefully. Even if you are agile enough, can your cabin withstand the impact of the bull's horns? Naker, it seems so. After becoming a hostile unit, it can attack people, but will attack buildings. That won't do either. I have to hunt it down. Fong Yumeng, should I try to tame it? Luo Yu, no. The 90% success rate of taming the wild is very low. If you fail to tame it, it will actively attack you. Fong Yumeng, okay, I'll listen to you. Everyone in the chat group exclaimed in surprise. Seeing how strong these bison were, everyone seemed helpless and could only watch them gnaw on the vegetable fields and the grass. This seemingly ordinary incident actually poses a threat to the crops in the territory. Luo Yu looked at the 3 bison that were wandering towards the bamboo forest and frowned slightly. Could they want to eat my bamboo shoots? How can this be tolerated? Luo Yu, I have a wall. Let me test the fighting power of the bison for you first. Fong Yumeng and Na Kir, be careful. Luo Yu did not rush to take action, but looked at them carefully. He found that there were 2 cows and 1 bull among the 3 bison. The bull was extremely strong, and its estimated weight might reach 1,500 kilograms. If it was called a bison, it might be comparable to a rhinoceros. Luo Yu didn't want to confront them head-on, as this was not a wise move. However, although the bull is strong, Luo Yu has not used his critical hit today. He has the ability to kill with 1 blow. He looked at the javelin. The distance was a bit far. Although he could shoot it with his strength, his accuracy would definitely not be good. There was a bamboo forest over there, and his hit rate was even lower. After thinking about it, he had an idea. After a while, Luo Yu opened the stone door crack and said to Adai beside him, anger the 3 bison, and then run back. Fool! Instead of showing any fear, Adai let out a bloodthirsty growl, his facial expression ferocious, revealing the demeanor of a wild wolf. The next moment, Adai rushed directly into the bamboo forest. Moo! The 3 bison were startled and retreated in a hurry, but Adai rushed forward and tried to bite the cow's hind legs. Moo! The bull immediately became angry and butted Adai with its horn. If Adai had not been agile enough, he would have jumped away. 3 bison are enraged and in a hostile state. The bull missed the first attack and became even more angry. He rushed towards the fleeing Adai. The 2 cows were also in attacking mode. 3 huge bison on the grassland were chasing a blue wolf and running wildly. The dust was flying all the way. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the distance was about 200 meters. He shouted, come and die. He thrust the javelin with all his strength. Although it did not hit critically, the javelin was still extremely fast and flew out with a strong wind. After all, I have the power of more than 30. But what Luo Yu didn't expect was that the javelin that flew out wildly just brushed past the bull's scalp and missed. Level 3 shooting is indeed not very high, and the distance is more than 100 meters, and the hit rate is only 20. Well, the corners of Luo Yu's mouth twitched, and it was too late for him to shoot another javelin. He stood at the crack of the door and shouted, quick, Adai, come in. Adai ran very fast and slipped into the crack of the door. The next moment, Luo Yu closed the stone door and tied it with a wooden stick. After doing all this, he quickly ran up the wall and saw 3 angry bison running towards him, apparently trying to break open the stone gate violently. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Yu only felt the entire wall shaking, and then 2 more bang sounds were heard, and the 3 bison hit the stone gate one after another. Under the huge impact, cracks appeared in the stone door, and the wooden stick tied to the door broke directly, but the 3 bison also fell to the ground. I felt dizzy. Luo Yu was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. No matter how hard your head is, can it get through the black stone door? Is he dead? While Luo Yu was curious, the bull in the middle suddenly stood up again, rubbing its body against the 2 cows and finding that they were motionless. Its blood-red eyes stared at Luo Yu above, and its strong body turned around restlessly under the stone gate. You can still get up? Strong. Luo Yu was somewhat shocked, but he had already made up his mind to deal with these 3 bison. Chapter 19. Bulls can plow the land, and cows can produce milk. Luo Yu went down the wall, took a new piece of wood to tie the stone gate, then moved 2 black-spotted stones and went up the wall again. Dizzy, he smashed off a piece with great force, and it hit the bull's head with a bang, causing it to stagger for a while. But he didn't care that the cow was about to start running away. Want to leave? Another piece flew over and hit the bull's head accurately. Luo Yu's strength value of more than 30 was fully demonstrated. The bison was knocked to the ground on the spot, and blood spurted out of its mouth again. But what was shocking was that the bison was so strong that it shook its head and stood up again. Luo Yu was furious, seeing a golden beetle pulling a cart not far away. He rushed over, lifted the golden beetle up, and smashed it at the bull as if it were a large stone. The shell of the golden beetle is much harder than a stone, and its body is large. It knows that its owner is using it as a stone to attack the enemy, but is smart enough not to spread its wings, but really treats itself as a stone. Bang! The huge golden beetle smashed hard on the bison. The bull screamed and fell to the ground, spitting blood and unable to get up. Luo Yu jumped off the fence and walked in front of the bull. He patted its horns in front of its helpless eyes and said in a deep voice, "Tamed." A flash of light indicated failure. "Come again, tame." A flash of light, and another failure. There is one last chance. Luo Yu can use 100 times critical strike, but it must be used on a cow. After all, cows can produce milk, but bulls cannot. If you can't tame it, just kill it and eat its meat. There was already murderous intent in Luo Yu's eyes, and the bull felt more and more helpless. I also want you to tame it successfully, but your taming level is too low. Submit to me or die. Tame. With a light shout, the light flashed again. You have tamed the buffalo with a 37 success rate. It worked. Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. The bull weakly stretched out its tongue and licked Luo Yu's palm. It was successfully tamed. Warning, the bull is in a dying state. If not treated, it will die in 2 hours. Well, Luo Yu was surprised. He didn't have any herbs. I hurriedly opened the auction house to search for herbs and found some herbs on the shelves. The unit price was 300 silver. I guess some people were lucky and dug up wild mature herbs on the grassland. At this stage, herbs are life-saving and their prices are ridiculously high. There is no choice but to buy it. Feeding a bull an herb indicated that it would die in 5 hours. Finally, it's not 2 hours anymore. After buying 2 more herbs to feed the bull, it finally avoided dying. The bull climbed up with difficulty and licked Luo Yu with its tongue to express its gratitude. It will take a few days for it to recover its original strong state. After rescuing the bull, they hurried to check on the 2 cows. They discovered that one of the cows had been hit in a bad position and was dead, and the other one was also dying. Luo Yu failed to tame the monster twice in a row, so he decided to use his critical hit opportunity for the 3rd time. 100x critical hit triggers. Your taming efficiency increases 100 times. You have tamed the cow with a 100 success rate. The cow was tamed, but it was in a dying state. Luo Yu spent another 900 silvers to buy 3 herbs to revive it. The cow also licked Luo Yu, looking very intimate, but also looked weak. At this time, Luo Yu found that the cow's milk was dripping, so he bought a wooden bucket in the mall and put the milk down to avoid wasting it. So he started milking immediately. Wow, this time I squeezed out a whole bucket of milk. Milk, 25 units. The basic method of calculating food is 1 unit equals 1 gene, so this way a total of 25 gene of milk was squeezed out. I checked the auction house and found that 1 unit of milk equals 40 silver. This time I actually made back the money I spent on the herbs. Luo Yu was overjoyed. With food shortage at this stage, this cow was his money-making machine. He hugged the cow and kissed her vigorously, then patted the 2 cows' buttocks and said with a smile, "Don't eat anything other than the crops. You can eat whatever grass you want. Also, don't go near the lake, or you might get eaten." Moo! The tamed animals were able to understand simple commands. The 2 cows let out a cry, wagged their tails, and began to eat grass inside the city wall. I spent 5 silver and 20 stones to repair the damaged stone gate, and there was news in the group chat. Fang Yameng, is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu. The bison hit the stone wall and fainted. I took care of it. Fang Yameng, haha, stupid cow. Come to think of it, the cows here seem to be quite friendly to me. Naker, close. Do you have some hidden animal taming attributes? Fang Yameng. I looked at the panel before, and it seems to have personal characteristics. I'll take a look. Everyone, personal characteristics? Oh my god, you really have a talent for this. Fang Yameng. Yes, it's about animal training, 3 stars. Luo Yu. I I recommend trying to tame it, and run away if you fail. Fang Yameng, hey, what should I do if this cow pushes me? Luo Yu, be brave. Okay, we believe you. After Fang Yameng responded, she stopped talking and seemed to be starting to try. Luo Yu, how many cows have entered your territory? One. All said it was one. Some said it was a bull, some said it was a cow, but they were all one. Luo Yu frowned. He didn't say that 3 cows had entered his base. After thinking about it for a while, he more or less understood the reason. My base score is already 180 points, which should be 3 or even 5 times higher than that of others, so the intensity of the incident has also increased. This is a snowballing setting. Luo Yu, who has figured out the key, knows that development is the only way. The faster the development, the better, and the bigger the snowball will roll. Of course, you can't just blindly add buildings to improve the score. The premise of everything is that you can defend it. Because today's milk was produced when the cow was injured, Luo Yu felt that drinking it might bring bad luck. So he put it directly on the auction house, and it was sold for 1,000 silver coins in a short time. The next step was to deal with the carcass of another cow. The automatic technology had not been unlocked, so it was impossible to build an automatic slaughtering table. Luo Yu could only do it himself. Fortunately, he had the Tiandao knife and enough strength, and he processed the huge body of the cow in half an hour. It happened that the 100-fold fish bait in the fish pond had lost its effectiveness, so Luo Yu simply threw the uneaten internal organs into the fish pond and used them as bait. Beef is money, and money is a tribute value. Sell now while the price is high. The beef was sold out quickly after being put on the shelf, and another 5,000 silvers were obtained. Luo Yu looked at the amount of silver he had, which was 9,500. It was a huge sum of money. Making money was not that difficult. Chapter 20. Victory with Bows and Arrows. This time he directly bought 6 attribute points, adding 2 points each to Strength, Agility, and Constitution. One look at the panel, and I felt comfortable again. Strength, 35. Constitution, 32. Agility, 32. By the way, now that we have the beef tendon, we can make a bow, an arrow. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make an iron bow. After confirming it, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and an iron bow and arrow appeared. I pulled a bowstring, and it felt really good. I spent another 60 pieces of wood, 60 pieces of iron ore, and 60 pieces of silver to make 30 arrows. Although they're not as effective as feather arrows, there are no bird feathers at the moment, so I can only make do with what I have for now. Luo Yu's physique is now thick and tough, so he no longer needs to wear special finger guards to protect his fingers. He pulls the bow to its full extent and shoots the arrow with a bang. The arrow goes at a very fast speed and directly shoots 150 meters. This is not the limit of Luo Yu's strength, but has reached the range limit of the iron-framed bow. The general bow and arrow throwing limit is only about 100 meters, so the performance is not bad. At this moment, Fang Yameng in the group chat finally spoke up. Oh my god, it worked! The first 2 times I failed to anger the cow, but the 3rd time I succeeded. Congratulations! For a moment, the group chat was filled with congratulations. Luo Yu said, hurry up and milk her. There's a surprise. Fang Yameng, well, without your words, the 3 of us girls might not have the courage to provoke the cow. Thank you, Luo Yu. Your courage is your own. Why thank me? Just get busy. Fang Yameng stopped talking. Nakoer seemed to be fighting with the buffalo and did not speak either. However, Elena said, Luo Yu, why do you know about milking? Isn't that a bull? Luo Yu, there are cows too. Muda, Is. Your base rating is twice as high as ours. Luo Yu, really? I just built some walls. I'm not sure about the details. Elena, damn man, you're pretending. I won't lose to you. Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth, but did not respond. Naker, that stupid bull ran into my trap. It's dead. It seems that the cat girl has been dealt with. Luo Yu looked at the regional chat. Unlike his small group, the regional chat room was filled with wailing. Some people were hit by bulls, some people's vegetable fields were eaten by bulls, and some people even had their houses knocked down by bulls. I opened the world chat window again. In this area, bison were roaming. In other areas, some were attacked by wolves, some were hit by abnormal weather, and some small lakes were flooded. Disasters continued. Everyone lives a hard life, trying hard to stay alive and become stronger. This is the meaning of life for all living beings in the universe. Luo Yu closed the chat window and looked at the golden beetle pulling a mine cart from a distance. Nothing to say, just continue cutting stones and work hard for the big mansion. At sunset in the evening, Luo Yu had dinner and soaked in the bathtub. There were 2 cows and a wolf lying beside him. He felt like he had become a primitive man and had regained the feeling of being an ancestor. When he entered the arena, there were still 2 hours before the scheduled battle with Qiu Yi. Luo Yu discovered that there was a Zerg Black Iron trialist who actually offered a room for 1,000. Currently, in the arena, Black Iron is already considered a master. We are all masters, so who is afraid of who? Luo Yu paid the money and clicked in directly. Here comes you, fighting the Zerg again. Room 6363. Zerg, gather quickly and cheer for the Blood Spider. 6363. Brother Yu is here, fans gather. All of a sudden, Terrans and Zergs flooded into the room, and the amount of people watching continued to increase. In the empty room, a Spider-Man whose upper body was that of a man and whose lower body was that of a spider was looking at Luo Yu coldly. The overall appearance of this spider was very similar to the spider spirit in A Certain Journey to the West, the kind that seduces man. Unfortunately, the guy in front of me is a male, and there is nothing to see. Luo Yu said nothing. 3, 2, 1, go! When the countdown ended, the Spider-Man actually opened his mouth and spurted out a white spider web, which shot directly towards Luo Yu. It was the first time that Luo Yu was attacked from a distance. Fortunately, he was agile enough and avoided it easily. However, the spider monster sprayed out spider webs very frequently, and more than a dozen spider webs were sprayed out continuously. A trifle. Luo Yu's agility is too high. Although he doesn't have any martial arts skills, his agility of 32 makes him difficult to hit. He dodged all the spider webs and did not rush forward rashly. Instead, a light flashed in his hand and a bow appeared. Bow, an arrow. He made a bow and arrow. There are no more than 10 people in the entire arena who have pulled out a bow and arrow. Does he have one too? It's over. It's going to be bad. The Zerg were all shocked. This human race was already very strong in close combat, and now they had long-range attacks, making them very difficult to deal with. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. The power was already high, plus the 50 power increase of Zerg Nemesis. The speed of the arrow was really as fast as lightning. Spider-Man couldn't dodge in time and was shot in the leg with a bang, and the leg was broken on the spot. Spider-Man thought Luo Yu had deliberately shot his leg, and he was furious. You dare to insult me. You are looking for death. Bang, bang, bang. Another spider web flew out. I want to shoot the head, but I can't hit it. Luo Yu complained in his heart, and there was a flash of light in his hand again. A Tiandao knife appeared in his left hand, and he chopped it continuously, cutting through all the spider webs. Fuck. Everyone watching the fight was shocked. He could cut the spider web with one hand, while high agility and strength. Suddenly, Spider-Man stopped spitting out spider webs. His face became gloomy as he looked at the Tiangong knife in Luo Yu's hand. He was in a dilemma for a moment. Did you finish spraying the spider web? It's my turn. Luo Yu sneered, drew his bow and arrow, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh. The Spider-Man did not have Luo Yu's agility. After barely blocking a few arrows, he was hit by 10 arrows in succession, breaking 6 of his legs in one hand. The other 3 arrows penetrated his chest, and he died suddenly. Cool. Your shooting level has been increased to LV4. It's upgraded. Luo Yu was secretly delighted. He collected 1,000 yuan in gambling money and 1,500 yuan in audience fees and left the room directly. After that, Luo Yu found 2 iron-level Zerg to compete with. Although he only earned 300 silvers, every little bit counts. The battle time has come. Do you want to enter the battle room and fight Qiu Yi? Sure. Luo Yu entered the battle room, and Qiu Yi also arrived on time. She snorted coldly. You, how much are you willing to bet in this battle? Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Silver is precious. It's just a competition. No need to get angry. Let's bet on something else. If you win, I will promise you one thing within my ability, but if I win, you have to promise me one thing too. How about that? Chapter 21, Milking Critical Attack. You. Qiu Yi instinctively hugged his chest and said angrily, Dream on. I won't let you do whatever you want. Watch out. The countdown was over now, and the woman pounced on him directly. Luo Yu knew that she had misunderstood, so he did not use any weapons and also faced the enemy with bare hands. After just a few rounds, Qiu Yi could no longer hold on. Her martial arts skills have indeed improved, but she can't withstand the sudden increase in Luo Yu's strength, physique, and agility. After 20 rounds, Yu was pinned to the ground by Luo Yu. You lose. According to the agreement, you have to promise me one thing. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu clearly felt the woman under him tremble slightly. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, Ye's voice was trembling. You, what are you going to do? Let me go, you bastard, you pervert. Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Although Luo Yu said this, he still rode Yi and said in a deep voice, Tell me, where did you get your martial arts skills? Martial arts? Is that what you wanted to ask? Seeing Luo Yu nod, Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, I can tell you, but can you let me get up? Sorry, it was urgent. After Luo Yu let her go, Yi calmed down and said, I got my martial arts skills from fishing in the lake. Fishing? Luo Yu was surprised and asked, could it be that the monster in the lake was destroyed by someone? How was that possible? Yi said unhappily, even a bronze warrior may not be able to defeat that big black fish. I naturally have my own way, but I won't tell you. This? Luo Yu frowned slightly. How could he catch martial arts while keeping himself safe? Seeing Luo Yu fall silent, Yi snorted, Don't even think about trying. This is my innate ability. If you try, you'll be courting death. That's all I have to say. Let's fight again in 3 days. I don't believe I can't beat you. As he spoke, the man disappeared. Luo Yu also withdrew from the arena. He lay in the bathtub, looking at the starry sky, and said to himself, Fang Yameng is the same. Yi is the same. It seems that I'm not the only one with special talents. This world is really exciting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had infinite expectations and fantasies about tomorrow and the future. When I woke up in the morning, I found 2 cows sleeping at the door of my house. There were 2 piles of cow dung not far away, which looked dirty. A look at the base's hygiene score showed a sharp drop. There were too many animals, and it was unhygienic. It was time to build a zoo. This animal training ground can not only provide accommodation for livestock, but can also purify livestock excrement on its own, improving the hygiene score and, more importantly, increasing the success rate of animal training. Luo Yu didn't know why building a ranch could increase his success rate in taming animals, nor did he need to know, because the Tiandao world was a magical place. The menagerie is temporarily built inside the wall, as a cheap temporary structure, and a better one will be built after the base is expanded. After demarcating an area in a corner of the wall, Luo Yu clicked on the construction interface. Animal taming ground, primary building materials 3,000, silver 500. I cut a lot of stones yesterday, plus the ones left over from before, so I can afford 3,000 stone bricks. After confirming it, a pasture appeared in front of me with a flash of light. There were 2 animal sheds, a pile of basic fodder and other common things, and the area was not very large, only about 20 square meters. It is mainly used for animals to sleep and automatically clean up their excrement. I looked at the properties of the animal taming farm. Based on the taming level, the success rate was increased by 10, and the animal output was increased by 10. In other words, the cow originally produced 25 units of milk a day, but now it produces 2.5 more to 27.5. This is good, and it will definitely be a huge profit in the long run. I checked the hygiene score and it went up immediately. It is now 55, almost passing. The base score has also increased and is currently at 200. I went to the fish pond to do some fishing, but because there was no special bait, only 30 units of fish and shrimp were produced today, and this was the result of throwing in animal entrails. It can be seen how awesome the previous 100-fold bait was. There was still a lot of fish and shrimp left from the previous catch. Luo Yu put the remaining 200 units of fish and shrimp on the shelf, earned 1,600 silver, and put the fresh catch of the day into the ice cellar. Fresh taste is better. Then when he went to milk the cow, an idea came to him. Could milking produce a critical hit? Wanting this place, he silently said to himself, and then pushed hard. 100 times critical hit trigger. The cow cried out in pain, and the milk gushed out into the wooden barrel. Luo Yu saw it carefully, and the color of the milk squeezed out this time was different from before and seemed to be pure. Special milk, extremely high nutritional value. Taking 1 unit can maintain 100 satiety for a day. Note, the smell of special milk is extremely attractive to living things. A total of 10 units of special milk were squeezed out, and the cow collapsed and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Luo Yu looked at the half bucket of milk with joy in his eyes. It was a critical hit as expected. 10 units can be equivalent to 10 days of food rations. Just when he was about to try it, he found a Dai running towards him and wagging his tail wildly at the barrel, as if he really wanted to eat it. Are you particularly attracted to animals? Luo Yu touched his chin, stopped Dai from trying to steal some milk, and put the milk into the ice cellar. He had a plan. After the milk was completely frozen, he would make it into milk blocks or even milk slices. Maybe it would be effective at the critical moment. After breakfast, he did not rush to cut stones, but bought a batch of saplings and seeds of vegetables and radishes at the auction house. Crop seeds are a little expensive, but saplings are still quite cheap. People have not yet realized the importance of wood. A total of 1,500 silver coins were spent, and Luo Yu bought some plowing tools from the mall and put them on the big bull and let it start reclaiming the wasteland. In the past, there was a shortage of labor, and he couldn't do so much work by himself, but now that he has a cow, he can naturally open up a few more vegetable plots. After planning everything, he started cutting stones. Now even the animal shed is made of stone, but he still lives in a wooden house. This is unbearable. Get to work. Work towards the big villa. 3 days passed like this. These 3 days were calm. Luo Yu worked hard and stored up 20,000 units of stone. He also sold the leftover milk and seafood. In fact, even if these things were kept in an ice cellar, their shelf life would not be long. I made more than 5,000 silver dollars in 3 days. And now the price of silver has returned to the pleasing number of 10,000. Chapter 22, Getting Rich by Attacking. The newly reclaimed vegetable and radish fields have been successfully planted, and a batch of purchased camphor tree seedlings have also been planted on the edge of the territory. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. All the critical hit opportunities for 3 days have been saved. Today, Luo Yu came to the mine again, ready to dig up a big one. After muttering to himself, he swung the pickaxe down. 100 times critical hit trigger. Boom! A piece of silver or as big as a wash basin rolled down, and when I looked down, it turned out to be silver. Silver, 10,000 units. So much money. Luo Yu was delighted, but a warning came immediately. Warning, your excavation has awakened the silver-armored ladybug. In an instant, a silver beetle the size of a calf flew out and crashed directly into Luo Yu. To throw an egg against a rock. Luo Yu sneered without any fear. He directly drew out the Tiandao sword and slashed out. Bang! With a crisp sound, the blade of the Tiandao knife hit the silver-armored ladybug, making a crisp sound like the collision of metal. The silver-armored ladybug was directly blown away and fell heavily on the rock wall. The strength is simply not on the same order of magnitude. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly performed the animal taming technique. Failed to tame the beast. Ding! Taming is successful. You have successfully tamed the silver-armored ladybug with a 37 chance. Silver-armored ladybug. Strength 16, Constitution 6, Agility 20, Special ability. Swallowing silver essence. Oh my god, this bug is fierce. This attribute surprised Luo Yu a little, and there are special abilities. However, silver is very precious now, and silver essence, which is used to strengthen weapons, is not currently used. Luo Yu naturally would not let this insect eat silver. It took a herb to revive the silver-armored ladybug. The silver insect flew around Luo Yu intimately. It was quite beautiful. It can fly and has high agility, which is good. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and started mining again. This took me nearly half a day, and I only stopped when my stomach started growling and went back to eat. This was a good opportunity to taste that special milk. When he entered the ice cellar, he was intoxicated by the rich aroma of milk, which smelled very comfortable. Is it this scent that attracts the creatures? At this moment, the special milk had been frozen. Luo Yu cut off 1 unit of milk ice cube, and after a while he sat outside the house to start heating the milk. This heating resulted in something surprising. The aroma became stronger and more fragrant, wafting across the entire territory and filling it with aroma. Plop! The big black fish in the lake in the distance actually flapped its wings, as if the fragrance also had a strong attraction to it. However, the big black fish did not swim over. It would be useless even if it swam over, and it might even be stranded on the shallows of the small lake. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu had some vague ideas in his mind. At this moment, a prompt appeared. The scent of special milk attracted a large number of stone turtles, and they will drink the milk at all costs. What? Luo Yu was surprised and checked the chat group and regional channel. There was no movement at all, which meant that the attack was aimed at him alone. Attacks are good. Attacks are both dangers and assets. Without attacks, Luo Yu would not have developed so fast. I climbed up the watchtower and saw that, as expected, 10 turtles were rushing in from the east. These turtles were very big, almost the same size as sea turtles that had lived for hundreds of years. Even an adult could ride on them without any problem. The turtle shell looks like a pile of strange rocks, very hideous, and appears to be very hard. But its speed— Luo, you seem to see that the 10 turtles were trying hard to crawl over, but their speed was probably about the same as that of a normal person walking. After these turtles came closer, Luo Yu took out a javelin and threw it down from the watchtower with force. The hit rate of his LV-4 shooting skill increased a bit, and this time he actually hit the largest stone-shelled turtle that was leading the group. Bang! With a dull thud, the javelin broke into 2 pieces under the huge force, and the turtle shook its head in pain, with a crack appearing on its shell. It's really hard. Luo Yu frowned slightly. This time he had tested it out. He didn't know how much energy would be wasted if he wanted to kill these turtles with javelins and bows and arrows. Only by rushing forward and chopping with the Tiandao sword can you kill the enemy effectively. He was not in a hurry. All his belongings were inside the wall anyway. He wanted to see if the turtle could break through the wall. After a moment, the answer came out. How could a turtle break through the black stone wall? At this stage, the black stone wall is like a bug, which is quite outrageous. 10 turtles were pulling at the stone door. Occasionally their shells would bump into it, but they could not even leave a white spot on it. These turtles have amazing defensive capabilities, but their attack power is far inferior to that of bulls. After observing for a while and confirming that these turtles would not use long-range attacks, Luo Yu climbed up the stone wall, approached a turtle, and began to use the taming skill. Failed to tame the beast. Success rate, 7.1. Failed to tame the beast. Success rate, 7.9. After 2 consecutive failures, Luo Yu knew that he had to resort to some fancy tricks. How can we make these turtles fall into abnormal state? His eyes swept across and finally stopped on the warm, special milk. A moment later, Luo Yu sat on the wall with a 4 or 5 meter long bamboo pole in his hand. A small wooden barrel was tied to one end of the pole, and inside the barrel was special milk. Luo Yu controlled the bamboo pole and swung it over the turtles' heads. The fragrant smell of milk made the turtles drool, but they just couldn't reach it. This time he was so anxious that he was running around in a panic, squeezing himself here and there, and trying not to stretch his head too far. This is what is called waiting to be killed. Luo Yu feels that if he takes a javelin now, he can pierce the turtle's neck in one go. I can't reach it. I can't reach it. Luo Yu swung the bamboo pole, hummed a little tune, and happily teased the group of turtles. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed out from the wooden barrel and fell into the mouth of a turtle. The turtle immediately smacked it to taste it, and then wanted to taste the delicious milk even more crazily. Unfortunately, they can't reach it. Not yet in an abnormal state. Luo Yu teased the turtle for half an hour, and seeing that it was still trying to stretch its neck, he simply tied the bamboo pole to the wall and went to cut stones. 2 hours later, as the sun was setting, Luo Yu had cut another large pile of stones. He looked over the wall and saw that the turtles below all looked extremely tired, but they would still raise their heads from time to time, trying to reach the barrel. In a state of fatigue, you can't handle it anymore. Luo Yu showed a faint smile on his face and used the taming skill on a turtle. Failed to tame beast. Success rate 58. Taming success. Success rate 61. Chapter 23. The first time to fight a strange fish in the lake. Successfully tamed one. Luo Yu was delighted. As expected, the success rate of the abnormal state was very high. Stone turtle, female, pregnant, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2, special ability, strong shield. If you can tame the first one, you can tame most of them. Luo Yu used the animal taming technique continuously, and finally 8 out of the 10 stone turtles were tamed. The largest male was also tamed. His animal taming technique reached level 5. Unfortunately, the 2 stone turtles had not been tamed after 3 taming opportunities, so Luo, you could only chop off their heads with tears in his eyes. They say that you are what you eat to replenish what you have. So I'm eating turtle tonight, and it will replenish what I have. It is worth mentioning that 6 of 8 turtles were female, and 2 of them were pregnant. After finishing it, Luo Yu drank the milk in the barrel himself. It was indeed delicious. After drinking it, he was no longer hungry and felt relaxed all over. You take special milk and gain action frenzy status. One day, he ordered the stone turtles not to go to the lake and kept them in the creek for the time being. While he was still energetic, Luo Yu began to deal with the bodies of the two stone turtles. The butcher is so skilled that even a turtle cannot withstand the sharpness of the Tiandao knife. With a few quick operations, he can get the job done. Looking at the harvest, one wave got turtle meat and 2 stone turtle shells. There was a piece of turtle meat cooking in the pot at this moment. A Dai on the side was drooling with greed, while Luo Yu was studying how to use the turtle shell. The turtle shell is indeed very hard, but it seems a bit big to be used as a shield, and it doesn't seem to be very heat-conductive to be used as a bathtub. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to fix the turtle shell on the wall. It seems to be a good cover when shooting. You definitely can't finish eating all the turtle meat, so sell it while the price is still high. Sell now. World Channel, Anonymous. Turtle meat is very nutritious. 1 bite will leave a lingering fragrance in your mouth. 3 bites will make you immortal. It is now in the auction house. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come and buy it. The effect of advertising was endless. The turtle meat on the shelves was quickly sold out, and Luo Yu made a huge profit. When he took a look at his wealth, he realized that he had made a lot of money, a total of 30,000 silver coins. Now that we have enough food, unlocking key technologies requires not only silver, but also the lack of materials. The big villa was short of stone bricks. After thinking about it, Luo Yu still believed that it would be most cost-effective to use the silver to enhance his attributes. He directly spent 20,000 silvers in exchange for 20 attribute points. Luo Yu still added points according to the previous method, evenly. After adding points, the panel changes a lot. Strength, 42. Physical fitness, 39. Agility, 39. The average is 40, which is 4 times his original attribute. He feels that compared with his past self, he is like a kindergarten child. There are still 10,000 silvers left. I haven't sold the milk or seafood I squeezed out today. Don't worry, keep it. After chatting with everyone in the group for a while, Luo Yu took a shower and went to bed. Early in the morning, after finishing his breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the 8 turtles. They were all basking in the sun on the shore. There was nothing else going on, but Luo Yu discovered that the stone turtles were quite greedy. A turtle consumes 5 units of meat every day, and the fish caught in the morning usually go into their mouths. Of course, they will also catch fish in the stream and eat them, but if they want to free range completely, they still have to get rid of the water monster in the lake. The power of 42, you can try it. He did what he said. For the first time, Luo Yu walked to a position 20 meters away from the lake, clicked on the construction page, and chose to build a 10-meter watchtower at this location. This is the lowest level watchtower, and he plans to tear it down immediately once the big black fish is dealt with. There was a flash of light before his eyes, and a watchtower was completed. Then Luo Yu carried 19 javelins up. Standing on the platform of the watchtower and practicing with the javelin, I felt pretty good. A moment later, the air was filled with the aroma of milk, and a silver beetle carrying a wooden barrel flew towards the center of the lake. He was flying very high, about 7 or 8 meters above the lake, as if he was on guard against something. On the distant watchtower, Luo Yu's eyes were fixed on the lake. Sure enough, not long after, a large black shadow appeared under the lake, swimming quickly towards the silver-armored ladybug. Needless to say, it must have been attracted by this special milk. Fly high, Luo Yu shouted, and the silver-armored ladybug's agility came into play. It suddenly moved up a distance with the wooden barrel. Almost at the same time, a strange fish jumped out of the lake and pounced on it. The moment the strange fish left the water, Luo Yu clearly saw its ferocious appearance. Its bloody mouth could swallow a cow alive. It looked very scary. Now, Luo Yu shot the javelin out with all his strength. Whoosh! The javelin flew towards the black fish in the air with a loud sound of breaking wind. The timing was just right. When the black fish jumped to the highest point, the javelin pierced the black fish's body fiercely. The huge force caused the javelin to pierce the scales, but it only pierced the scales. Luo Yu found that there was no blood. The strange fish began to fall and landed in the water with a bang. Boom! After a loud bang, the strange fish swam quickly in the water and rushed towards Luo Yu. What? A strange fish is coming towards me. Luo Yu frowned and suddenly drew out the Tiangong knife. Boom! The strange fish jumped out of the water again. Luo Yu clearly saw that there was an extremely fierce look in the strange fish's eyes as it looked at him. This is intimidation. It is a threat and a warning of killing. When falling into the water, the strange fish swung its tail, and the water splashed more than 10 meters high, wetting Luo Yu's clothes. "How dare you humiliate me?" Luo Yu was furious. He suddenly picked up a javelin and took advantage of the moment when half of the strange fish's body floated on the water to throw the javelin out with force. 100 times critical hit trigger. This time the javelin was like a cannonball, as if it pierced through the air and hit the strange fish directly. Bang! A ball of blood exploded, and the scales were directly shattered. The strange fish let out a shrill roar towards the sky, quickly dived into the water, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The lake's surface was stained with blood, and the bloody ripples slowly calmed down. The silver-armored ladybug flew back to Luo Yufei and rubbed against him affectionately, but Luo Yu frowned and looked unhappy. Despite the 100-fold critical hit, the strange fish didn't die. It ran away. "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this?" Luo Yu pondered on the spot and came to two conclusions. First, a javelin made of bamboo as the main material cannot exert the full power of 100 times critical strike. Due to the hardness of the javelin, its damage has an upper limit. Second, there is something wrong with your throwing technique. Chapter 24 Tragedy Caused by Milk. This is not about the hit rate, but a question of technique. Luo Yu recalled watching sports games. Those athletes threw javelins with rotation, but he threw them straight out, a complete brute force attack. We need to study how to throw the javelin. After Luo Yu discovered his shortcomings, he sat on the watchtower and browsed them all. You know what? He really found what he wanted. Javelin Throwing Mastery Manual, 50,000 silver. After purchasing and using it, you'll be able to throw javelins proficiently. Wow, the instructions say you can learn it right away, but the price? Ridiculously expensive. In addition to the Javelin Mastery Manual, Luo Yu also found skills such as the Bow and Arrow Mastery Manual and the Crossbow Mastery Manual on this page. All of them are 50,000 per copy, which is outrageous. It would be difficult to kill the black fish with one blow without learning how to throw the javelin. Luo Yu knew that this type of monster had a strong ability to recover, and the injury might heal in a few days. Still have to buy it. While thinking about his worries, Luo Yu climbed down the watchtower, but left the silver-armored ladybug there. Without Luo Yu's order, the ladybug did not move and just lay on the watchtower to bask in the sun. Next to it, the special milk in the wooden barrel was also forgotten. The aroma of milk drifted away little by little, and the whole territory was filled with a faint fragrance. In the afternoon, Luo Yu cut a lot of stone bricks. When he was about to take a break, he suddenly received a prompt. Warning, a group of indigenous tribes passing by are attracted by the milky smell and are preparing to attack your territory. Please be prepared. What? An indigenous tribe? Luo Yu was shocked and immediately ordered all the pets outside to return to the fence, including the turtle and the bugs. He hurriedly climbed up the watchtower inside the city wall and looked around. Sure enough, a moment later, 5 natives wearing tribal clothes and holding various weapons appeared from the east. They seemed to be communicating with each other while moving towards this direction. The attack by the Aboriginals was arguably one of the worst, and there were 5 of them at once. Luo Yu looked carefully and found that the 5 people looked similar to humans. Even their skin color was light white, a bit like a mix of Oriental and Western blood. The difference is that their eyes are green and their hair is brown. There were 5 people coming, 4 men and 1 woman. A strong man was holding an axe and a huge shield, and 3 sturdy men, 1 holding a sword, 1 holding a spear, and 1 holding a bow. Luo Yu found that the man holding the sword was good-looking, and the clothes he was wearing seemed to be more expensive. The young tribal woman was also holding a bow and arrow, and she looked pretty good. 1 tank, 2 warriors, and 2 archers. This for fighting the boss. The opposing team's personnel were extremely well-organized and all seemed to be experts. Luo Yu had not expected that the special milk would lead to such an intense attack. If it were an ordinary person, they would have committed suicide directly. It's impossible to stop it. The people from the 5 tribes walked over slowly, appearing very cautious. It seemed like they were seeing such a tall wall for the first time. Besides the bloodthirsty, murderous intent, there was also curiosity in their eyes. Luo Yu could choose to ride on the bull and send all the animals out to fight them head-on, but there was no need to do so. The correct solution was to use the terrain advantage to kill them. Hiding behind a wooden pillar of the watchtower, Luo Yu saw them slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He did not shoot arrows immediately, but waited for them to enter the best shooting range. 200 meters. 150 m. 120 meters. The five people entered the range of 120 meters, which is the limit of bow and arrow throwing. They did not think that they would be attacked from inside the wall at this position, but Luo Yu is not an ordinary person. 120 meters is his firing range. The next moment, he pulled the iron bow hard and aimed at the man holding the bow and arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, but although the five people did not find Luo Yu's position, they immediately laid down instinctively when they heard the bowstring sound. Unfortunately, Luo Yu's strength was too great and the arrow was too fast. With a puff sound, the arrow pierced into the man's chest and went straight through his body. The man spit out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Shield! The man with the sword shouted. The strong man raised his shield, and the three of them hid directly behind the shield. Bang! Just as the men dodged, an arrow shot onto the shield. The sturdy man was startled and felt his arm ache. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sixth Prince, the strength of the man on the arrow tower is over 30. So strong." The female archer was obviously startled, and the sword-wielding man known as the Sixth Prince said coldly, Kill all these outsiders." The four men hid behind the shields and advanced slowly. Luo Yu couldn't find the angle to shoot the arrow for a while, but he grabbed a javelin beside him, ready to violently pierce the shield. Just as he threw, an arrow was thrown over and flew directly towards Luo Yu's chest. It was very accurate, but her bow was just a wooden bow. Facing the 15-meter-high watchtower and the distance of 70 to 80 meters, the arrow was already soft. If Luo Yu, who was so agile, was hit by this arrow, he would be doomed. Casually deflecting the arrow, Luo Yu thrust out his javelin fiercely. Whoosh! The javelin flew out wildly and pierced the shield fiercely. With a bang, the javelin was blocked by the iron shield and bounced away. However, the huge force from it still caused the strong man's palm to crack, and he could no longer hold the shield. Black Snake, the Sixth Prince shouted, and the female archer, known as the Black Snake, shot out 3 arrows in a row, as if she wanted to suppress Luo Yu and prevent him from throwing his javelin again in a short period of time, so that they could reorganize their formation. Madness! Luo Yu casually swung the iron bow in his hand, directly blocking the 3 arrows shot at him, and then shot another arrow, aiming directly at the female archer. Even within a range of 120 meters, 1 arrow can kill a person with 1 shot. Within a range of 70 meters, the arrow speed is even faster, and this female archer can hardly avoid it. Ah! The female archer screamed, and at this moment, the man with the spear shouted, "Black Snake." He actually stood in front of the female archer and tried to use his spear to block the arrow. Bang! Although the spear hit the arrow was too powerful, and the arrow just deviated from its original trajectory, but was not completely blocked. With a puff sound, the arrow pierced the shoulder of the man with the spear. Blood gushed out, and the man fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The Black Snake was still in a daze, but had already been pulled behind the shield by the Sixth Prince. The strong man's right hand was broken at the base of his palm, but this time he used his left hand to hold the shield in front of him. The next moment, the 3 people hiding behind the shields quickly rushed towards the wall. Chapter 25, Captured Alive. Luo Yu's shooting level was LV4. It was difficult to hit the opponent with a javelin at his jogging speed. He shot several arrows in succession. Although it slowed down the opponent's advance, they were all blocked by the shield. Without skills like javelin mastery and bow mastery, adding a shield to a moving target is not very effective. Swoosh! The female archer shot 2 arrows while running. Luo Yu dodged them easily, snorted coldly, then went down from the watchtower, climbed up the wall, and waited for his opportunity. Soon people from the 3 tribes rushed forward, but the problem was, how are they going to climb up the wall? Bang! The sturdy man hit the stone door hard, and was flung away by the recoil force. "Prince, it's a gate made of black stone. It can't be broken." Whoosh! An arrow hit the gap in the stone door and shot directly on the chest to the Sixth Prince. However, this man seemed to be wearing a heart-protecting mirror or something. Although he was shocked by the huge force and spurted out a mouthful of blood, his life was not in danger. Luo Yu showed a hint of surprise, and the Sixth Prince gritted his teeth and said, "Black Snake will occupy the shooting point first." Upon hearing this, the sturdy man threw the petite body of the Black Snake directly onto the wall. But just as she stood firm on the wall, she was suddenly pounced on by a green wolf. As she struggled hard, she found that not only was she being pressed down by the blue wolf, but also by a bunch of digging worms, overwhelmed by 7 earth-digging worms and a green wolf. Even though this woman was stronger than any man, she couldn't stop them and was suppressed and unable to move on the spot. Black Snake, the 6 prince's eyes showed rage. Who could have thought that the other party had ambushed so many animals on the wall? How could this man have so many animals? The strong man suggested, "Prince, let's retreat. This outsider is too strong." 3 of the 5 people who came were killed. Under normal circumstances, the tribe should have fled. No, the 6th prince said angrily. Black Snake is one of the few female archers in our tribe. We cannot let her be captured. That man has used all of his animals to suppress the Black Snake. As long as we can get on the wall and get close to him, we'll win. Okay, as you command. The sturdy man skillfully threw the prince onto the wall near Luo Yu. The next moment, the prince leaned over and grabbed the hand of the sturdy man, who jumped up. With a hard pull, the 2 of them actually climbed directly onto the wall. This made Luo Yu slightly stunned. This team of people are elite, right? Is this how a normal tribal raid would involve climbing over a wall? The sturdy man roared, picked up the axe, and chopped towards Luo Yu. The axe was so powerful that it seemed that the force was more than 25 points. They are undoubtedly elite troops. But I'm fighting against the elite. Luo Yu simply stepped back to avoid the axe. Then he suddenly jumped up and rushed forward, and the Tiandao knife in his hand suddenly slashed across the strong man's neck. Plop! The strong man's head fell to the ground, and his headless body fell over the wall. Crazy bull! The 6th prince exclaimed, with disbelief in his eyes. Seeing Luo Yu slowly approaching him, he was filled with fear. The man in front of me looks only about 20 years old. Why would a human being have such powerful attribute values? Fear overcame the courage in his heart, and he actually jumped off the city wall and started to run away. The attackers from the tribe began to flee, and you won the defense battle. You are the first human to defeat the tribal attack, and you will receive an additional reward, 50,000 silver. Looking at the prince who was fleeing for his life on the grassland in the distance, Luo Yu sneered and walked towards the Black Snake that was suppressed by Adai. When the woman saw Luo Yu coming, her eyes were full of fear. She thought she was going to die, but fortunately Luo Yu just tied her up with a rope. You captured the tribal archer, Black Snake. Black Snake, female, tribe member strength 11, constitution 11, agility 16, shooting LV 6. This woman has good attributes, right? Sell it. Luo Yu secretly made up his mind, but now there is still one thing to do. At this moment, the prince was running away for his life. He found that his legs and feet had never been as sharp as they were now. The speed of his escape seemed to have brought his agility to the extreme. He even had an illusion that he was like a cheetah being chased by a lion on the grassland. Although he could not defeat the lion, he could easily escape. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise behind him. The sound of horse hooves. The 6th prince instinctively turned his head and saw a strong bull running towards him, and riding on the bull's back was the man who frightened him. The 6th prince was so horrified upon seeing this scene that he ran wildly in the direction he came from without looking back, and his speed seemed to have increased a bit. But the next moment, an arrow flew through the air. The first arrow grazed his scalp, but the second one pierced his thigh. Plop! The 6th prince fell to the ground, and the next moment, the sharp tip of the Tiangong knife was pointing at his throat. Prince, you're captured. The cold voice of Luo Yu, who was riding on the ox's back, was heard. The 6th prince looked at the man in horror and could only surrender. A moment later, the 6th prince, the spearman, and the archer Black Snake were tied up and thrown to the ground. It took 7 herbs to treat these 3 guys, and finally their bleeding was stopped. The sturdy man and the male archer at the beginning died suddenly, and their bodies were thrown into a large pit dug at the edge of the grassland and burned. Luo Yu is not so cruel as to slaughter human corpses, sell human flesh, and make human skin sofas. At this moment, Luo Yu looked at the heart-protecting mirror in his hand, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Bronze gold heart guard, silver level armor. Silver grade, my own Tiangong knife is only of silver grade, what a good thing. In addition to the breastplate, the spoils also included an iron spear, 2 wooden bows, a shield, an axe, and a long sword. The prince's sword also has a grade, but it has reached the black iron grade. These kinds of weapons are in short supply now and are very valuable. Luo Yu can make a fortune. As for these 3 prisoners, there are several ways to deal with them. The first is to conquer, which can be divided into 2 types. One is verbal conquest. It's very simple. Just ask him if he is convinced and wants to join my territory. If he is convinced, even if he is verbally convinced, it is difficult to guarantee his loyalty in this situation. The second is recruitment. This method is similar to taming animals. Once the recruitment is successful, the animal's loyalty will be full and the animal will obey your orders. Luo, you just looked at the recruitment difficulty of these 3 people, all of which were 99, and Luo Yu's recruitment level was 0, so it was almost impossible to succeed. You can give it a try using critical hits, but once the recruitment is successful, it will increase the attack rate of the other tribe by at least 3 times. Currently, there is no need to build defensive fortifications. Chapter 26. Make a fortune. Luo Yu did not intend to recruit them. The second method is to list it on the auction house. Prisoners can also be put up for auction and sold for money, but no one has put them up for auction yet, and Luo Yu doesn't know what the appropriate price should be. The third and most direct method is to ask for a ransom. Luo Yu tended to believe the third option. He opened the system page and looked at the captive column. 6th Prince, ransom 50,000 silver. Black Snake, ransom 3,000 silver. Iron Spearman, ransom 2,500 silver. As long as Luo Yu presses OK, he can redeem them, but there is no guarantee that they will appear again for the next attack. Now that he needed money, he decided to sell the captives directly using the system ransom method, but there was still something else to do before that. He walked up to the Black Snake and untied the ropes on her body in front of the woman's horrified gaze. Before the woman could react, he took off her fur tribal outfit. In an instant, the woman stood naked in front of Luo Yu. To be honest, she had a great figure. As if it understood something, the Black Snake closed its eyes with a flushed face, waiting for the possible storm. The 6th Prince and the Iron Spearman also glared at Luo Yu angrily. Everyone knew very well what the consequences would be for the female captives. However, what surprised Black Snake was that after waiting for a while, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Yu patting her shoulder and said, "Next time, it won't be as simple as taking off your clothes." Whoosh! With a flash of light, she disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, a pile of silver appeared in front of her. Next, Luo Yu untied the rope of the 6th Prince, put the Tiandao knife on his neck, and said in a deep voice, "I am not interested in taking off men's clothes. Take them off quickly." Yes, take it off immediately. In a short while, he stripped himself naked. With a flash of light, the 6th Prince disappeared. The pile of silver in front of him was more than 10 times that of the Black Snake. It's valuable. After redeeming the spearman, Luo Yu made a fortune in silver. But that was not all. He put the clothes he had just taken from these men up for auction. World, anonymous, I just plucked the animal skin from the beautiful wild woman. It's fragrant and warm. It's now in the auction house. Hurry and grab it. Really? Bro, you were attacked by the tribe. Fuck, did you satisfy that beautiful wild woman? Tell the truth. Brother, I'll give you all my belongings for 2,000 silver coins. Can you trade me the beautiful wild woman? I'll offer 3,000. Click me to trade. This single man hasn't seen the opposite sex for a long time. Not to mention beautiful women. Even female animals are rare. No wonder he is so hungry. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart and quickly sold the animal skin clothing priced at 500 silvers. He also made 1,000 silvers from selling the clothes in bits and pieces and felt relieved. After doing all this, it was already dusk. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked comfortably in a bathtub and started to consume. You purchased Javelin Mastery for 50,000 silver. You purchased Bow and Arrow Mastery, spending 50,000 silver. 100,000 silver coins were gone just like that. Luo Yu's body flashed with light, and a lot of knowledge was added to his mind. There was a look of joy in his eyes, and he nodded secretly. So that's how you exert force. I was wondering why the one I threw out before didn't spin. 100,000 silver coins were spent in an instant. I looked at my savings and found that I had 18,000 silver coins, which was enough. For the next 3 days, the territory was peaceful and Luo Yu did not take out the special milk to attract attacks. Except for using critical mining once a day, he spent almost all his time on javelin and bow and arrow. His shooting level has now reached LV5. Due to his proficiency in javelin and bow and arrow, his accuracy and power when using these two weapons are increased, making him almost a master of special skills. On the other hand, although the 3 mining operations did not produce any special ores, a large amount of black spots rolled down, triggering an insect attack again. At this time, the number of Luo Yu's digging worms has reached 10. The 10 worms are constantly digging and can produce a large amount of black spot stone every day. He no longer needs to spend time going to the mine himself. After 3 days, the number of bricks reached 250,000, just one step away from the goal of building a big villa. That afternoon, Luo Yu stood in front of the observation tower by the lake, looking at the lake with sharp eyes, holding the iron spear tightly in his hand, ready to strike with thunder at any time. He had modified this iron spear, and now it had 2 more claws, making it look even more ferocious. In the sky, the silver-armored ladybug grabbed a wooden barrel filled with special milk and was luring a big black fish to pounce on it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm lake surface, and Luo Yu clearly saw a black shadow appear under the water. It seems that the smell of special milk is something it can't resist. Boom! Waves splashed, and the big black fish jumped out of the water, biting the silver-armored ladybug with its bloody mouth. The time is now. Luo Yu's eyes focused, and he used all his strength to throw the iron spear out. 100 times critical hit trigger. The whistling sound of the iron spear breaking through the wind when it was thrown out this time was shocking. Not only was it very fast, but it was also rotating at high speed. One can imagine how powerful it was. At the same time, a rope made of vines was wrapped around the tail of the iron spear, and the other end was tied to the watchtower. Whoosh! With the power added 100 times, the iron spear almost turned into a rotating blacklight and pierced the big black fish. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and a cloud of blood mist burst out from the big black fish. Scales flew everywhere, and blood mist rose. Then something unbelievable happened. The iron spear penetrated the sturdy body of the big black fish directly, came out from the other end, and hit the lake with a bang. Roar! The big black fish let out an extremely shrill scream, and its huge body fell straight into the water. Amidst the splashing waves, it began to roll and struggle violently, suddenly breaking the vine rope straight. The watchtower immediately began to crumble, which was within Luo Yu's calculations. He jumped directly from the 10-meter-high watchtower, determined to get rid of the big black fish before the tower collapsed. Commandant! Standing on the ground, he grabbed the javelin that had been placed in advance and threw it out with force. Whoosh! The javelin shot out in a spin. Although it did not have the terrifying sound of breaking wind after a 100-fold critical hit, its power was incomparable. The javelin accurately pierced into the rolling body of the big black fish. The high-speed, rotating javelin was like a bomb, blasting a cloud of blood mist directly on the black fish. Come again! The javelin was thrown continuously, and each javelin hit the body of the black fish very accurately. Bang! 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 Blood mist exploded continuously, and Black Fish's struggle became more and more violent. The watchtower was already completely tilted, and if it exploded again, it would probably collapse. Chapter 27 Kill the Big Black Fish and Buy a Big Villa. I have to sigh, this black fish has such a strong vitality. It also seemed to know that knocking down the watchtower was its only way to survive. But this time Luo Yu was fully prepared. He directly clicked on the system interface and selected the repair interface. Repair the watchtower. If it is damaged, the repair cost will be increased 10 times. For every 1 durability of repair, 10 silver is required. The repair bill is scary, but who cares about it at this moment? Just do it. After confirmation, the originally shaky watchtower actually began to stand up again. Luo Yu saw clearly that the durability of the watchtower was always hovering at a critical value. Durability, 18/100. Durability, 19/100. Durability, 18/100. What was just destroyed was repaired again, and then destroyed again and repaired again. Luo Yu wanted to see whether the black fish had stronger vitality or he had more money. Luo Yu threw a javelin with force again. This time his hit rate was frighteningly high. With a bang, another cloud of blood mist rose up. In order to prepare for this decisive battle, Luo Yu made another 20 javelins. Now, there are 39 javelins in total. When the 38th javelin pierced the body of the big black fish, it seemed to have burst out with tremendous power before dying. With a loud bang, the watchtower collapsed. Is it going to fail again? No. Luo Yu will not allow such a thing to happen again. He grabbed the vine rope fiercely, and in an instant he straightened the rope again. 42 points of strength burst out, and for a moment he was not dragged into the water by the terrifying force coming from the other end of the rope. You choose to spend 12,000 silver to purchase attribute points. Your current strength is 52 points. When a certain attribute exceeds 50 points, the original price of 1,000 silver points per time increases to 2,000. Luo Yu didn't care and added 10 points of strength on the spot. He stood still and pulled with all his strength, and actually managed to hold a stalemate with the big black fish. Of course, the big black fish was seriously injured and its resistance was much weaker than before. Otherwise, even the power of 52 would not be able to withstand it. Come on, cow! Luo Yu shouted loudly, and the big bull and the cow came rumbling over. Luo Yu tied the rope around them, and the man and the two cows pulled hard like crazy. For a moment, the big black fish in the lake struggled hard, but couldn't escape. Moo! The big bull was angry and roared from time to time. Adai was howling beside him and biting the rope to help. Luo, you could clearly sense that the force coming from the other side of the rope was gradually weakening. Come up here. He and the animals around him exerted force at the same time, unleashing astonishing power. The iron spear hooked on the other side of the big black fish's belly was dragged into the fish's belly in the opposite direction under the huge force. The three hooks might be okay when they were inserted into the fish, but when they were dragged out, they could directly destroy the internal organs. After a sudden and strange pulling, a large part of the black fish's internal organs were almost cut off. It let out a terrifying scream and died instantly. You killed the big monster black fish monster and received 20,000 silver. Beast Soul, Core 1. Wild Wind Sword Technique 1, Silver Level Martial Skill. Random Technology, Unlock Scroll 1. Silver Level Treasure, Chest 1. You are the first trialist in this area to kill the lake monster. Extra reward, 20,000 silver. After a series of prompts, a bunch of things appeared in front of Luo Yu's eyes. It seemed that the black fish monster should be a silver level monster, and it had dropped a lot of good things. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu slumped on the ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt his arms were numb and his palms were already scratched and covered in blood. Be thankful. Fortunately, he chose to weave the rope with 20 vines instead of 10 as he had originally planned. Otherwise, the vine rope might not be able to withstand such a strange force. Fortunately, the 100-fold critical hit penetrated the fish's belly as expected. Otherwise, the black fish would not have been trapped. To be honest, his strength is only at the black iron level at this stage, and it is not easy to defeat this silver-level monster fish. With a wave of his hand, the silver-armored ladybug flew back. After drinking the special milk, Luo Yu recovered. He put the pile of things on the ground back into the wooden house. The first thing he had to do was to pull up the corpse of the monster fish. After a moment, looking at such a huge corpse, Luo Yu sighed again. The ice cellar was too small and could not hold it. Well, let's sell it. It was not until sunset that Luo Yu had cut the whole black fish into pieces and obtained a lot of fish meat, as well as 200 hard fish bones. These fish bones were good materials and could be used to make weapons. Some other messy buildings could also be strengthened with fish bones. At this stage, the price of meat has dropped from 80 silvers to 20 silvers today because the first batch of crops is about to mature. It is estimated that once the crops mature, the price of meat will drop further, so it is better to sell it as soon as possible. Luo Yu put on the shelf directly. As for the fish bones, he suddenly thought of something and opened the building page. Sure enough, some buildings could incorporate the monster's special body materials to enhance their hardness. Now, he has 48,000 silver coins. The stone bricks were not enough, but he could use these hard fish bones to replace some of them. Now he can build a big villa. Luo Yu was overjoyed and started doing it. He spent half an hour dismantling his wooden house and moving all his things out. Then he clicked on the manufacturing page and went directly to the big villa. The phantom of a 3-story villa appeared, and Luo Yu chose to confirm without any hesitation. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and the mountain of bricks disappeared, and the huge fish skeleton also disappeared and was replaced by a complete 3-story villa. Luo Yu chose a Chinese-style villa with red exterior walls. The total area of the 3 floors is about 1,500 square meters, which can be said to be very large. There is also a basement. With excitement, Luo Yu walked into the villa, but found it empty. There is nothing. Although the current villa is well decorated, there is no furniture, so I have to do it myself. After looking at every room on the 3rd floor, he quickly planned out the kitchen, bedroom, living room, etc. He then went to take a look at the basement, which was very clean and could be used as a warehouse. When I looked at the base score, wow, it's now 500. The big villa directly added nearly 300 points to the score, which means that the intensity of the attack at the end of the month will be quite fierce. The hygiene score also increased by 12 points, and now the highest value has reached 57 points, which is very good. Villa, Silver Plus. Area, 1,650 square meters. Score plus 300. Hygiene standard plus 12. Positive buff probability plus 12. Chapter 28. Outrageous double bed. Yes, living in this kind of luxurious building will give you a chance to get positive buffs, and there is no upper limit to this probability. As long as you have money, you can increase the probability to 10,000, and then you will be covered with buffs when you go out. As for why it is Silver Plus instead of ordinary silver, it is because the addition of the fish skeleton increases the rating by half. The rating represents everything, including overall improvement of defense, comfort, and so on. Now Luo Yu hesitated again. The floor and walls were made of ordinary stone. Would it be better to replace them with silver? Isn't that too extravagant? A moment later, on the third-floor balcony of the villa, Luo Yu bought an armchair and lay comfortably on it, overlooking the entire territory. The scenery here was truly unique. After destroying the giant water monster, there are a lot of things to do, such as fishing, building bridges, exploring water quality, breeding, and so on. But before that, I have to study the things that exploded first. The first thing he did was to click on the martial arts book, Wild Wind Sword Technique. Just like its introduction, it was a silver-level martial arts book, and there was actually nothing much to study, so Luo Yu chose to study it directly. Wild Wind Sword Technique, silver level, first level. Luo Yu felt a lot of information pouring into his mind, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He stood up and swung the Tiandao knife, and it turned out that the force and angle of his knife had greatly improved. At the same time, he also discovered that only martial arts could bring out the full potential of these attributes. If I used to be a guy with brute force, now I am a warrior with extraordinary strength. The two are completely different. In addition, Wild Wind Sword Technique has a total of 3 levels, or in other words, silver-level martial arts have only 3 levels. With each level increase, the power when it is performed will increase. The number of levels of martial arts, such as gold and platinum levels after silver, will also increase, and their power will increase exponentially. As for how to increase the number of layers, it's simple. Spend money. Each upgrade to the silver level costs 30,000 yuan, which is extremely expensive. You have 18,000 silvers now, so don't even think about it. Go back to the arena and try again. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but he used the random technology scroll. Congratulations on obtaining Visitor Technology. Hey, did you unlock the Visitor directly? Originally, it required 5,000 silver and 2 special materials to unlock it, but now it was unlocked on the spot, which means that Luo Yu can visit other people's territories. Even if the other party has not unlocked the Visitor Technology, he can still go there, but the other party cannot reach his base. Of course, the premise of everything is the other party's consent. Visitor Technology is actually very powerful and can save lives at critical moments. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu opened the silver-level treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the personal characteristic, Tamer, 1 star. What the hell? Personal characteristics. Luo Yu was shocked and hurriedly checked the instructions. Beast Tamer, 1 star, taming level plus LV3. All attributes of animals tamed in the territory increase by 10. Animal output increases by 10, and the success rate of taming increases by 10. Looking at this attribute, Luo, you can only say 2 words. Awesome. I thought it would be a silver level item, but I didn't expect it to give such a powerful personal characteristic. What if it is upgraded to 5 stars? I didn't use any crit. Is it true that his character has exploded? He laughed out loud. He was really having fun. The personal characteristics of the silver level are also improved by 3W each time. Of course, you can also continue to tame beasts to increase the star level, but it will be very slow. Finally, it's the Beast Soul Core. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make the base automatic defense core. You consumed 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and 1 Beast Soul Core, and the production was successful. There was a flash of light before his eyes, and a small future-style Rubik's Cube slowly fell into Luo Yu's palm. This was what he had always dreamed of. I clicked on the building page, and sure enough, the building in the automatic defense column was unlocked. Automatically fire crossbow arrows, 500 rounds with 5,000, iron or 1,000, silver 500. Expensive, because there's no need to load and the crossbow arrows are generated automatically. This small crossbow arrow requires a lot of wood. There are less than 5,000 pieces of wood for the entire base, so I have to buy it. There is no rush. After the automatic defense core is produced, in addition to the automatic firing of crossbow arrows, the automatic attack arrow tower is also unlocked. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces with 30,000. Iron or 5,000, silver 2,500. Automatic technology is so expensive. As for the later stuff like large automatic crossbow, automatic lightning tower, they have not been unlocked yet, and there is no money to unlock them. This is too expensive. Luo Yu thought he was a small local tycoon, but in front of these technologies, he is just a little brother among little brothers. It costs money to build an arrow tower. It costs money to upgrade martial arts. It costs money to upgrade personal characteristics, and it costs money to build other buildings. Luo Yu needs to plan his money-making plan carefully. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's fix the bed today. The wooden bed seemed out of place in the villa. Looking at his empty bedroom, Luo Yu planned to build a luxurious double bed. Luxury double bed. Construction unit 520, wood 520, silver 520, gold 52. Luo Yu laughed secretly in his heart. It was all 520. It was indeed a double bed. Was Tiandao, Dad, hinting at something? The building units can be stone, wood, or something else, but considering the luxury, it is definitely better to use rare materials. Luo Yu thought of something and planned to wait until the critical hit times were restored tomorrow before making it. I'm rocking on the armchair tonight. That night, Luo Yu wrapped himself in a wolfskin and slept on the armchair. The first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to make the bed. As for the material, of course, it is green jadeite. Jade is a material that is originally regarded as a luxury item to increase its rating and comfort. The key is that he just happened to have 520 pieces of jade. Isn't that a coincidence? It is worth mentioning that critical hits cannot be used on large buildings, as they will become too large and out of range of the base. You choose to make a Jade Deluxe double bed, 100x critical hit triggered. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and before I could see anything, a beautiful big bed appeared in front of me. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Deluxe double bed. Diamond level rest efficiency increased by 60. Disease recovery increased by 60. Positive buff increased by 60. Comfort increased by 60. Female pregnancy rate increased. Diamond level? Luo Yu was dumbfounded, and his trembling hands touched the bed. The soft feeling went straight to his heart. The next moment, he threw himself directly on the bed. As expected, he felt like he was sleeping on the clouds, floating in the clouds. The feeling was truly refreshing. Chapter 29, Peace Under the Storm. You receive the blessing of the buff, auspicious cloud. All life skill experience increases by 20. Ding! Your planting skill has been upgraded to LV3. This, just lying down for 2 seconds and getting a buff. Outrageous! Luo Yu laughed out loud. But then again, what does this increased female pregnancy rate mean? The bull and the cow come to sleep on my bed and give birth to 2 calves tomorrow? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Of course, he just thought about it. He was in a good mood at the moment. He looked at the panel and saw a big change. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base rating, 700 points. Health value, 65 points. Entertainment value, 10 points. Strength, 52. Physical fitness, 39. Agility, 38. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. Beast Tamer, 1 star. Martial arts, Wind Blade Technique, level 1. Mastery, Javelin Mastery, Bow Mastery. Life skills, Planting LV3, Mining LV4, Taming LV8, Shooting LV5. Everything else is fine, but this base rating, 700. The intensity of the attack at the end of this month will definitely be considerable, so we have to set up the automatic defense facilities as soon as possible. No matter how well the base is built, it will be useless if it cannot be defended. At this time, there is a prompt. Abnormal weather occurs in your area. Please take precautions. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Nakor, it's going to rain heavily, but I'm not panicking at all because I have my own little stone house. There are screenshots at the back. It looks like a very small house. Fong Yumum, it's thundering, it's raining, put away the clothes. Alice, Yumum, do you have a stone house too? Fong Yumum, yeah, I tamed a digging worm while mining before. Luckily, I have it to help me dig. Niuda. A jigging vor. And you tamed it? You are so lucky. Elena. Alice. Is your treehouse ready? Alice. Okay. Goddess of light bless you. The treehouse was built before the storm came. Elena. I have recovered a long time ago. The dark goddess is always one step ahead of the light goddess. Bless the elves. Boom. It started to rain heavily in the sky, and the whole world was instantly plunged into mist and rain. Fong Yuming. It's raining so hard. Luo Yu, how are you doing? Luo Yu. We dug a lot of rocks and built a small building yesterday. Everyone. Building. Naker. Quick, show me your building. Seeing that everyone is urging me to post pictures, Luo Yu happened to take a photo when he finished building the villa yesterday, so I might as well post it. When Luo Yu really posted the picture, the chat group instantly became quiet. After a strange silence, Fong Yuming said, "Oh my god, this is a big villa. You, how did you do that?" Luo Yu, I love mining, and I can get enough materials by digging. Not Kier, damn, Luo Yu, do you want to raise two cute little cat girls? Fong Yumong, didn't someone say before that cat girls are not pets, but handsome girls? Elena, Folishman, you wasted so many bricks to build a villa. You could have used that money to build a big wall. Alice, a beautiful residence, but Luo Yu, we are still in the early stages of development. You must be frugal and manage your household well. Goddess of light bless you. Nyoda, brother, the mining you mentioned, is it really that profitable? Why don't I ship it? Everyone was extremely shocked. Everyone knew that Luo Yu loved mining, but who would have thought that he even built a villa? Luo Yu, don't talk about this. Look at the instructions. If you go fishing after a heavy rain, your catch rate will double. Everyone, water monster. Don't go looking for death. Luo Yu, well, you are right, there's a water monster. I am not looking for death. At this moment, Luo Yu was standing on the balcony, drinking milk. He was looking at the precarious scene in front of him and chatting with everyone, but he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Adai was sleeping on the first floor. The stone turtle had already entered the lake, and he didn't need to worry too much. The two cows and a hen were in the barn and were not exposed to the rain. The insects were all in the mine, so he didn't need to worry about them. Everything is under control. He shook the milk in the cup and said with a faint smile, "It's just abnormal weather, but wait a minute, the vegetable patch." Luo Yu discovered that his vegetable garden was in danger due to the heavy rain. Luo Yu, vegetable fields. Everyone, protect the vegetable fields. Don't let them be drowned by the heavy rain. Fanyama, oh, now that you mention it. Naker, I don't eat vegetables. Nyoda, I love eating grass. When the rain stops, a lot of tender grass will grow. Fanyama, Luo Yu, a vegetable shed. If you have enough materials, build one quickly. Her idea was the same as Luo Yu's, and he had already clicked on the building page. Simple vegetable shed, 1 meter, wood 5, iron or 1, silver 1. Fortunately, there had been an early warning and the drainage ditch had been dug, so Luo Yu hurriedly chose to build it. After consuming a large amount of materials, the simple vegetable shed was built. In fact, it is just a wooden shed which allows rainwater to flow out along the diagonal angle without affecting the sunlight. It cannot block all the rain, but it will not drown the vegetables. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to the chat group. "I'm safe here, Fong Yumeng. How are you doing?" "All right." Fong Yumeng posted a screenshot, which was also a simple vegetable shed, and it seemed to be safe. "Not here. Luo Yu only cares about Yumeng and doesn't even ask me how I am doing." Luo Yu, don't you want to eat vegetables? Nyoda, but she will be jealous, haha. Fong Yumeng, huh? Does Kua really like Luo Yu? Neko, no. I was just kidding, puppies like him. While chatting and laughing, Luo Yu found that the people in his small group were quite capable, and they were able to resolve many crises safely. The two elves have outstanding abilities, and their qualities in all aspects should be among the best in the universe. Although the two cat girls look soft and cute, after communicating with each other, Luo Yu discovered that Naker is quite combative and has good abilities. The three girls on Fong Yuming's side are the emperors of luck. Luo Yu's 1-star tamer is so impressive, but Fong Yuming's initial 3-star. Although Nyoda can't do anything, he can eat grass. He has a good physique, so even if he has nothing, a commander can live on the grassland. On the other hand, looking at the world channel and regional channels, damn it, the vegetables that were going to be ripe the day after tomorrow were washed away by me. What a jerk of nature. Alas, there is not enough iron ore to build a vegetable shed. I should have dug more or earlier. You may not believe this, but I was blown into the lake by a strong wind, and I sensed a big dark shadow approaching. Have a safe trip, brother. Have a safe trip, brother. Chapter 30: Fishing and Catching a Catapult. This intermittent wind and rain lasted for a whole day. On the morning of the second day, when the clouds and fog cleared, Luo Yu ignored the muddy land and ran to the vegetable field as soon as possible. When I looked at the condition of the vegetables, I saw that they were alive, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Tip: the base is in a muddy state, the hygiene score has dropped, and the risk of disease has increased. The sudden reminder made Luo Yu stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he found that his whole body was a little uncomfortable. Looking around, whether inside or outside the wall, the entire grassland was muddy. All kinds of insects were flying and crawling around. It looked very uncomfortable. In this situation, it is indeed a breeding ground for bacteria and diseases. It will be strange if you can feel comfortable. I checked the hygiene score, and it dropped by 20 points. Luo Yu knew that he had to build the floor. Click on the building page. There are many types of floors, including wooden floors, cement floors, stone brick floors, and silver floors. Although wooden floors give people a warm feeling, they are flammable. Wood is precious and can be affected by moisture, so they are definitely not suitable. Cement floors are not good either. They are too cheap and have no buff effects. Luo Yu prefers stone brick pattern floors. Looking at the prices, 1 unit of stone brick floor requires 4 stone bricks and 4 silver. It's so expensive. Let's talk about it later. Fong Yumeng. Oh, the hygiene of the base is so poor. There are so many bugs. Everyone please pay attention to hygiene and don't get sick. Naker, we need to build a toilet. The chat group became active, and after Luo Yu had breakfast, he started a new day. The first thing is to milk the cows. Because his taming level has gone up, and he has the characteristics of tamer, he squeezed out 30 units of milk today. He kept the part for himself, and Luo Yu put the rest on the auction house. Because a heavy rain yesterday destroyed many people's vegetable fields, the price of meat has started to soar again, and can be sold for 50 silver per unit. After a few days, I had a lot of inventory and made 4,500 silver in one go. The next step is to drain the fish pond. After a heavy rain, the water in the fish pond tends to overflow. After draining it, 25 units of aquatic products are obtained. Together with the inventory from the previous few days, the total is 75 units. After selling them, 3,800 silver is obtained. By the way, have the fish and shrimp had a holiday recently? The number has obviously decreased. The money I earned originally was already a huge sum, but now it seems that it is not enough. I have to find a way to increase my income. Fishing is a great option. Now that the big monster in the lake had been killed, the beautiful little lake finally opened its arms to Luo Yu. He walked excitedly to the lakeside with his fishing rod, but found that there was no place to step. After a heavy rain, the water level rose sharply and the rising lake water eroded part of the grassland. The group of stone turtles climbed up to the shore and leaned against Luo Yu affectionately to bask in the sun, but Luo Yu frowned slightly. In the chat group, he asked, "Has the water level of your lake risen?" Elena, "Foolish man, your little lake is also flooded?" Fong Yumeng, "The water has risen. Will the big monster in the lake come ashore? I'm a little worried." Naker, "Now that you mention it, what if there are a few more heavy rains? This will reduce our living space." Everyone talked at once and came to a conclusion. The water in the lake continued to spread, and it would be impossible to control the flood without destroying the big monster in the lake. The living space was getting smaller and smaller, and it would eventually be destroyed. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, everyone seemed worried. Not only their small group, someone in the World Channel has already offered a high price, hoping to hire mercenaries to deal with their own big water monster. The problem is that most of the mercenaries registered in the Mercenary Plaza are of black iron rank, who could be capable of dealing with a silver rank monster. Luo Yu relied on a 100 times critical hit to deal with the big black fish, and he didn't want to take this job for the time being. He ordered the stone turtles to line up as a temporary place to stay. Luo Yu sat on the turtle's back and began to ponder. New problems have arisen again. Water control. Summer is coming, and there will be plenty of rain. Even if the big monster dies, the lake will not flood indefinitely. We need to build a dam and wall to raise the lakeshore. In addition to achieving the effect of water control, this can also prevent the lake water from being attacked and polluted. Yes, the small lake is the only source of water. It would be very uncomfortable if someone poisoned the base during an attack. Moreover, if the enemy dives into the lake and swims over to attack, it will weaken the power of the arrow tower in that direction, which is not good for the defense of the base. On the contrary, if you build a circle of walls around the lake, place automatic crossbows on the walls, and build automatic arrow towers inside the walls, then you can both defend and control water, killing two birds with one stone. Open the virtual construction page and click on the construction plan. Under Luo Yu's command, virtual cells begin to connect along the lakeside and finally calculate data. If you want to build a flood prevention wall along the lake, you will need a total of 200W stone bricks, 5W steel, and 5W silver for construction costs. Expensive. This is not something that can be solved in the short term. I'd better go fishing first. Luo Yu simply closed the building page and cast his fishing rod. 100 times critical hit trigger. When the prompt appeared, Luo Yu hurriedly reeled in the rod, but found that he had caught a metal box. When I opened it, it turned out to be a scroll. Automatic catapult storage talisman, a one-time item. After use, you can immediately obtain an automatic catapult. Luo Yu widened his eyes. Oh my god, he caught a catapult while fishing. He picked up the scroll and ran back into the wall immediately, found a suitable position to use it. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and a beautiful catapult appeared. Automatic catapult. Can automatically throw stones. Effective range 1,000 meters. Hit rate 20. Automatic launch time 10 seconds. Wow. The maximum range of a normal catapult is only 200 meters, but this one can actually reach 1,000 meters. It's really automatic. Luo Yu tried to launch one, and immediately a piece of bluestone appeared on the launcher. It smashed out with a bang, and the bluestone drew an arc and hit the grassland directly. There is a deviation of a few meters from the expected target, but the accuracy is still very high. The key is that it will automatically attack hostile units. What a good thing. This undoubtedly greatly increases the defensive strength of the base. Pretty. Luo Yu laughed and happily went fishing again. Now after the rain, there is no 100-fold critical hit, but the delivery rate is still doubled. Luo Yu's fishing hook has no bait, which clearly shows that he doesn't want ordinary fish. He wants a fish for the box. According to the description of the Tiandao world, there's a spring at the bottom of the small lake. The spring ensures that the small lake has running water, and there's also a chance that some resources will be sprayed out. You cannot catch them by directly fishing into the water, and you can only use a fishing rod to fish them out. It's quite a magical setting. Chapter 31 Magnet Fishing Rod. Luo Yu actually understood to some extent that the efficiency of fishing in the water was too high, and some races were very good at swimming, which would destroy the balance of the Tiandao world. Hard fishing depends entirely on luck, and not everyone has so much time to fish here. Fishing is suitable for 3 types of people. The first is those who have nothing to do, the second is those who are very hungry, and the third is those who have a gambler mentality. Luo Yu only fishes because the chance of going fishing doubles after the rain. Normally, he would rather go mining. Because he had no bait, he didn't catch any fish in an hour. Just when he was feeling extremely disappointed, the fishing rod suddenly moved. It shipped. He was delighted, and after he retracted the pole, he found another metal box. He hurriedly opened it and saw that it was a box of feather arrows. Feather arrows, 100. Feather arrows are 1 level higher than ordinary arrows, and 100 of them are given at once. Luo Yu was very satisfied and was thinking about casting the rod again when he suddenly remembered something. The resources he caught were all made of iron boxes. Didn't he dig up a magnet while mining? Try it. After a moment, the magnet was in place, and Luo Yu directly cast the rod. No, to be exact, he smashed the rod. The magnet fell into the water with a splash and sank quickly. Magnetic fishing rod. Increases the chance of obtaining a resource box by 100. Sure enough, his idea was correct. The magnet doubled the explosion rate, and soon the fishing rod moved. Another tin box. Boomerang, black iron 1 piece. This time a boomerang was fired. Luo Yu tried the feel of it, only to see the boomerang fly a circle in the air and then fly back, almost hitting him. He was not proficient in boomerangs and had no intention of learning this thing, so he sold it. I looked at the auction house and found that the prices of weapons have come down. After all, after so long of development, some people are still able to dig up iron ore. With iron ore, they can create some low-grade weapons. This boomerang is a black iron grade. The basic price of black iron grade weapons is around 5,000 silvers, but the boomerang is a long-range weapon, so it is definitely more expensive. Luo Yu put on a shelf for 8,000 to try his luck. While fishing, he patiently waited for someone to buy the boomerang. Sure enough, it was sold after a while. With so many races in the universe, there must be rich people who like these new things. With the silver in hand, continue fishing. This time, after waiting for 2 hours, nothing came up. Luo Yu estimated that all the boxes in his area were gone and ended his fishing trip for the day. When we got to the base, we found that the stones brought by the golden beetles had been piled up into a small hill. Nothing to say, let's start building it. After a busy day, in the bathroom of the villa at night, Luo Yu looked at the surrounding walls and decided to build a bathtub. What's a luxurious bathroom without a bathtub? While taking a bath in the original bathtub, Luo Yu flipped through the architecture pages. Luxury bath, building materials 3,000, silver 1,500, iron or 100. Just like a big bed, stone is cheap when used as building material, but it becomes very expensive if other rare materials are used. The problem of hot water can be solved. The villa is equipped with a hot water boiler, which can automatically generate hot water as long as there is water circulation. Luo Yu naturally hoped that the bathtub will be made of jade, gold, or the like, and a diamond bathtub will be even better, but there is none. Take it slow first. With this in mind, he entered the arena. This time, Luo Yu chose to fight against another black iron trialist who had bet 1,000. This person is from the Bloodwolf clan. After entering the room, the two of them started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Luo Yu held an iron sword, black iron grade, the one given by the prince, and collided continuously with the sharp claws of the Bloodwolf man. After more than 10 rounds, he chopped the man's chest with his sword. The human race is so sharp. Is this a martial art? There is a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the Bloodwolf man, but the next moment, under the Kuangfeng sword technique, the man was chopped by more than a dozen swords and disappeared directly. Cool. After getting 1,000 silvers, Luo Yu moved to another room. That night, he fought against black iron-level masters 4 times in a row. Relying on his wind-like sword skills and powerful attribute values, he won all 4 battles and earned a total of 5,000 silver. The name Yu began to spread among masters. At the same time, Luo Yu discovered that he could not enter some rooms because they were blocked. Some people are afraid of him and simply exclude his name when creating a room. He can only watch the game, but not fight. Where's the strong stage that was promised? A bunch of cowards. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Luo Yu happily went to the vegetable field. Green vegetables, maturity 100. Tomato, 100 maturity. Rice, 100 maturity. Corn. In the chat group, Luo Yu, the food is ready. Fang Yameng, thank God, I have finally waited for this day. Alice, the food problem has been basically solved, and everyone can develop with peace of mind. Naker, is vegetarian food really that delicious? Nyoda, my vegetable garden is long gone. Luo Yu is harvesting crops while happily chatting with everyone. At this time, the LV3 planting skill comes into effect. For the same vegetable, LV0 basically harvests 1 unit, but LV3 has a chance to harvest 2 units. Overall, you will gain a lot more. After a busy morning, Luo Yu harvested all the crops. Green vegetables, 158. Chinese cabbage, 199. Tomato, 146. Rice, 1989. Corn, 2294. Berry, 308. A total of 6,000 units of vegetarian food, most of which are staple foods such as rice, corn, and potatoes. If I eat these vegetarian foods myself, they will be enough to last until winter, but if I add so many mouths to feed in the base, it will be a stretch to last until autumn. Of course, you don't have to eat vegetarian meals every time. You should combine fish and meat and eat them for a longer period of time. The seasons in the Tiandao world are different from those on Earth. On Earth, 1 quarter is 3 months, while in the Tiandao world, 1 quarter is 1 month. After the attack at the end of the month, summer will soon be here. In another month, it will be autumn, and the cycle continues like this. Time is not as abundant as imagined. We still need to store more vegetables before winter. After a batch of crops and seeds were harvested, Luo Yu began to expand the vegetable field. The coming summer is the best season for crops to grow, so Luo Yu simply doubled the size of his vegetable garden. In addition, the apples will be ripe soon, and he also needs to select a site for an orchard. With a big bull to plow the land, there is no need to panic. After an afternoon of planting, etc., Luo Yu's planting level reached LV4. As the sun set, It was time to call it a day, and the remaining work would be done tomorrow. I looked at the prompt on the map and saw that there were still 4 days left until the end of the month attack. Chapter 32, Automatic Crossbow, Arrows on the Wall. In the evening, after taking a shower, Luo Yu lay on a colorful, luxurious bed and chatted with everyone. The critical hit was not used today because the attack was approaching. Luo Yu planned to save the critical hits in case he encountered a situation that he could not handle, which would be the hope of a comeback. Alice, the attack will begin in 3 days. Are you all ready? Fan Yumeng, stop talking. I'm so worried. How can I defend myself from the attack? I have more than 40,000 silvers on hand now. I have to convert them into combat power as soon as possible. Nyoda, alas, the world is already wailing. The attack is imminent. I just saw someone commit suicide because he couldn't stand the pressure. Elena, you are useless. You don't even have the courage to face danger. Living is a waste of food. Alice, Elena, don't say that. Luo Yu, I'll provide an idea to buy time. If we encounter a tribal attack, we should fortify our defenses and clear the fields. As long as we can hold out until the enemy runs out of food, they will naturally retreat. Huh, not a good idea, but should we build the wall as soon as possible? Fan Yue asked out of curiosity and received a positive answer from Luo Yu. Not Kier. Luo Yu, how do you know that the tribe will retreat on their own after eating all the food? Hasn't there been an attack? Luo Yu, I encountered a thief before, but he was stopped by my wall. Little thief. Everyone exclaimed. Is it a theft? My God, you really have dealt with natives. Fan Yumeng sent a string of exclamation marks, and Luo Yu just smiled faintly. Be low key, be low key. He changed the subject and said, by the way, it's in the instructions that a special event will appear before the attack at the end of the month. Everyone, seize the opportunity. This may be the key to surviving the attack. Good. Everyone responded in agreement, but Luo Yu could see that everyone was worried. Fan Yumeng decided to build the wall within 4 days. Naker prepared to dig a trap, and everyone was trying to find a solution. Luo Yu knew very well in his heart that the intensity of his attack would be very great. In the remaining few days, he had to do his best to build the automatic crossbow. Early in the morning, Luo Yu woke up from his luxurious bed and found that he had an extra buff. Mining gain. Your mining level increases by LV3, lasts for 2 days. Needless to say, this is naturally the buff given by the big bed. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to organize his resources and prepare to make automatic crossbows. Because the digging worms are mining continuously and intensively, although their level is very low, they will occasionally dig out iron ore. Currently, Luo Yu has 2,750 iron ore. Another 250 iron ore will be enough to make up the iron or raw materials needed for 3 automatic crossbows. Then there is wood. There are 966 units of wood in the base now. One automatic crossbow requires 5,000 units of wood, which is a far cry from the total. I'm afraid I can't get enough by myself. No doubt buy some. He had 35,000 silver. Currently, the demand for wood was not particularly great, and the price of wood in the auction house was still 1 silver. Luo Yu simply bought 15,000 units of wood. Please select the location for wood storage. Luo Yu chose to pile them up next to the city wall. So many pieces of wood were piled up like a house. As for iron ore, since everyone's mining level is still very low and the demand is huge, it would be a huge loss if we buy it. Fortunately, Luo Yu got the mining enhancement buff, so let's dig. After arriving at the mine, I dug hard and found a lot of black spot stone and other types of stone, as well as iron ore. At the same time, a prompt came. Your mining skill has been upgraded to LV5. With the buff, mining has reached level 8. Luo Yu used a pickaxe to dig out a piece of iron ore directly. Iron ore 20. Another pickaxe, another iron ore 15. Great! Luo Yu was overjoyed. With his current strength and stamina, the mining speed was very fast. After a while of digging, he dug 400 units of iron ore before stopping. Pushing the mine cart back to the base, Luo Yu clicked on the production page and began to build a crossbow. The question arises again, on which side of the city wall should the 3 crossbows be placed? Luo Yu thought of one thing. Every time there was an incident or an attack, they came down from the mountains in the east, and the place where they entered the base was basically the same. He guessed that it should be the only passage in and out of his territory through the Purple Mountains, at least for now. In this case, let's focus on defending the east. After spending 15,000 pieces of wood, 3,000 pieces of iron ore, and 1,500 pieces of silver, A light flickered on the east wall, and 3 crossbow arrows were embedded in the protruding stone piers of the wall. The effective range of the automatic crossbow is 150 meters, which means that it will not automatically fire until the enemy unit enters this range. Therefore, Luo Yu placed the crossbows in the middle and one in each of the 2 corners, just enough to cover the maximum range and form crossfire at the same time. The 3 automatic crossbows directly consumed all of Luo Yu's materials, but the base's defense capability increased significantly. Just look at the rating and you will know. A crossbow arrow's rating increases by 50, which shows its power. Due to limited resources, I can only make 3 crossbows at the moment. Let's make some money and see how many I can make in the last few days. Luo Yu sold today's seafood and milk, and then continued to mine, try to dig out some good stuff while taking advantage of the buff. At the end of the day, Luo Yu actually dug up 400 units of iron, or countless miscellaneous stones, and a small piece of jade. He dug this out with his own strength, without using any critical hits, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. At night, Luo Yu entered the arena, but found that the arena, which was originally crowded with people, now seemed a little deserted. The attack was approaching, and everyone was preparing overnight, and even fewer people were participating in the PK. Okay, then I'll just make less money. Another day passed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the balcony and onto Luo Yu's big bed, he slowly woke up. You get a buff, Beast Taming Enhancement. The success rate of the next beast taming increases by 20. Another buff appears, a diamond-level luxury bed. Sometimes it is so awesome. After breakfast, Luo Yu was about to go milk the cows when he suddenly got a prompt. A Xuanqiu beast girl is being chased by a group of tribal native soldiers. You can choose to shelter it. After choosing shelter, you will face attacks from the tribal natives. Enemy you may face: Archer 3, Melee Soldier 6. Luo Yu was startled by the prompt that popped up suddenly. The explanation of the Heavenly Dao world mentioned that there would be special events before the attack at the end of the month, and it happened as expected. Chapter 33 Special Event. New members have arrived in the territory. Fang Yumeng. Oh my god, this is a special event. Mine is a supply pack. If it falls, it may damage buildings, vegetable gardens, people, etc. Let me choose. How should I choose? Waiting online urgent. Alice. Mine is also a supply pack. What about yours? Nyoda. Me too. Of course I let it fall. I don't have anything in my base anyway. Elena. My special event is a group of lost huskies applying to enter the territory. They may cause damage to the territory. Are huskies puppies or something? What damage can a puppy cause? Naker. Hey, why is it a geological movement? It indicates that there will be special or protrusions, which may also cause damage to the base. Everyone has encountered different things. Fang Yameng. Luo Yu, what about you? What's going on over there? Luo Yu. It was said that a small animal was being hunted and needed my protection. It might face an attack from an indigenous tribe. Fang Yamanis. Natives. Just reject it. No matter how cute the little animal is, it is not as important as your life. Luo Yu. I think you should all choose to accept that the losses caused by such incidents should be far less than the gains. Just be careful about your own safety. Fang Yameng. Okay, then I will choose to accept it. But you have to choose to refuse. Safety first. Naker. Well, I accept it too. Encouraged by Luo Yu, everyone chose to accept, and Luo Yu looked at the selection box in front of him without much hesitation. He didn't know what the Xuanqiu beast girl was, but he wanted to fight the natives. It's a good time to try out the power of the crossbow. Sure. After clicking in midair, the prompt box in front of him immediately turned red. Tip. Xuanqiu beast girl joins your territory and becomes an animal of the territory. Sure enough, a petite figure appeared at the edge of the grassland in the east. She stumbled towards the wall, her face full of panic and fear. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The so-called Xuanqiu beast girl looked similar to a human girl of about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing animal skins, had a pair of fox ears on her head, had beautiful long hair, and had a furry tail trailing behind her. Unlike the human girl, this beast girl has a more protruding nose, more like a fox, and has light hair on both sides of her cheeks. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, adult, currently in a state of panic strength 20, constitution 18, agility 31, high-level intelligent animal, can perform simple labor. Special abilities: treasure hunting, slingshot mastery. Current hair growth progress, 57. This attribute shocked Luo Yu. This fox girl is very powerful and has special abilities. The key is that her hair seems to be a resource. Awesome, huge profit. Warning, a group of natives are attacking your territory. After the fox girl ran to within 300 meters of the wall, a group of armed indigenous tribes appeared on the east side, 6 men and 3 women, exactly 9 people. They ran straight towards the base. Xuanqiu Beast Girl looks like a human, but can't speak. She screamed to express her fear and looked towards the wall. When she saw Luo Yu, her eyes were full of helplessness, as if she was saying, "Master, save me. Where's your agility of 31? Why are you panicking?" Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, went down the wall, opened the stone door a crack, and waved to the beast girl, who rushed into the stone door with a whoosh. As soon as the door was closed, the beast girl threw herself into Luo Yu's arms and started crying. This little animal has a little scent and feels quite soft when held. Well, it's a small animal, right? Luo Yu patted her head and said, "It's okay. Come on, follow me to the wall." Woohoo! The beast girl understood what people said. When she saw Luo Yu turning around and preparing to climb the wall, she hurriedly grabbed the back of Luo Yu's clothes and followed him in a panic. It seems like it doesn't want to leave its master for a moment. As expected of animals with high intelligence, the way beast girls express their emotions is much more complicated than that of cows. Cows lick directly. In the distance, the 9 natives were approaching the wall quickly, and in a moment they had advanced to a range of 1,000 meters. Squeak! There was a sound of wood rubbing against each other, and the next moment there was a whoosh sound, and a round blue stone flew out of the wall, drew an arc, and fell down with a bang. The trebuchet fired first. Boom! With a loud bang, rocks exploded 3 meters away from the group of natives. The splashed earth and rocks directly blew away 2 men holding spears. Upon closer inspection, their arms and legs had been blown off. Catapult! Go ahead! The bearded man who was the leader of the 9 people shouted loudly, and they rushed towards the wall at full speed without caring about their injured companions. The catapult has a minimum attack range. If the distance is too close, it will not be able to hit the target. Boom! Another stone fell 7 or 8 meters away from the people. Although the distance was far, the flying stone hit the thigh of a female archer directly, causing blood to flow like a column on the spot, and she lost her combat effectiveness. Hurry, we're almost there. Build a human ladder and rush up the wall. The bearded man shouted loudly. The pace of several people became faster, but suddenly there was a sound of breaking wind. Whoosh! An arrow directly hit a male archer in the shoulder. The man fell to the ground, struggled to get up, and rushed towards the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows were fired at the same frequency. The bearded man in the lead was also shot in the arm by a crossbow. He said murderously, "There are crossbows in front. Go around from the left." Several people began to detour to the left, trying to bypass the crossbows in front and climb the wall from the side, which surprised Luo Yu a little. These natives didn't just charge forward, and it was obvious that they had some skills. Unfortunately, there's also an automatic crossbow installed in the left corner. Whoosh! A sudden crossbow arrow shot out and hit a male spearman directly on the head. The man screamed, but still rushed 7 or 8 steps before falling down and dying. He could be so powerful in headshots, he must have a very good physique. There were originally 9 people, but 4 of them were lost before they even reached the 50-meter range of the wall. The bearded man roared with red eyes, charged forward, and dismantled his crossbow. As soon as he finished speaking, a javelin shot out and pierced his chest with a puff, nailing him to the ground. Aran! Luo Yu was about to throw the javelin again, but the remaining few people could not hold on any longer and turned around and ran away. This team is far inferior to the elite ones who attacked last time. Is this not enough? Hint, the indigenous tribes are fleeing. It's time for our favorite part of capturing prisoners. Chapter 34. Selling Prisoners, Critical Hit. Silver-armored Ladybug was the first to rush out, but in the blink of an eye she knocked down a female spearman. Luo Yu rode a big bull and rushed out of the stone gate with Adai. As a result, the beast girl jumped onto the back of the big bull and wanted to follow her master to chase and kill. How could he be so agile now? Why wasn't he so agile when he was just being chased? As expected, all the natives who had escaped were captured, including the 2 with missing hands and feet, for a total of 7 prisoners. Luo Yu simply redeemed the 2 captives with broken hands and feet back to the tribe for 1,000 silver coins each. Just as he was about to click OK to redeem them, Luo Yu suddenly had an idea. Can I make a critical attack when asking for ransom? After mumbling something in his mind, he clicked OK. A 100-fold critical strike is triggered. The leader of the Skarsa tribe mistakenly regards the soldier with a broken leg and arm as his own son, and gives all the silver in the tribe to you. You get 80,000 silver. Puff! Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. This could be a critical hit. There was a flash of light before their eyes, and the two disabled soldiers disappeared. Hint: the leader of the Skarsa tribe realizes that he has been deceived, and his hatred towards you increases. The higher the hatred, the greater the probability of an attack, and the intensity of the attack will also increase accordingly. He made a lot of money, but Luo Yu felt something was wrong. What if he was attacked every day? Now, here comes the problem. This Skarsa tribe has run out of money, and as for the remaining 5 intact ones, they can't be sold anymore, so they can only wait for the tribe's silver to be refreshed next month or find other ways to deal with them. Luo Yu was just preparing to make handcuffs and shackles and drive the captives to mine, when suddenly the world push attracted his attention. Blood Clan, Anonymous, the special event is over. Friends who have captured indigenous captives can privately message me. The price is negotiable. Someone is taking prisoners. Dragon Clan, Anonymous. The vampires are going to drink blood again? What a disgusting race. Holy Light Clan, Anonymous. The Blood Clan are all devils. Don't make deals with the devil. Blood Clan, Anonymous. We have all been transported to this hellish place by the heavenly Tao. What kind of devil is this? If you are holy, please stop killing people if you have the ability. Ghost Clan, Anonymous, a bunch of idiots. We're just starting out at this stage. How many of you have base scores high enough to be attacked by the tribe? Why don't you say that the Imperial warriors are coming to attack? A war of words broke out in the world. Such wars of words often occur, especially between powerful races, where long-term verbal abuse occurs. Races such as humans and orcs basically dare not speak. The strong and the weak are clearly distinguished. Luo Yu directly clicked on the vampire and opened the trading interface. My fellow vampire, I have 5 natives here, 3 men and 2 women. How do you want to take them in? You are human? Do humans have this ability? The vampire seemed very curious, and Luo Yu replied, It's just luck. Blood Clan. Although the human race is a weak race, I won't cheat you. The ransom of the natives is only 1 or 2,000. So, I'll give you 2,000 per person, and I'll take all 5 of them. Luo Yu, 2,000? Go away. Why should I trade with you for such a small amount of money? Bold. You talk to me with attitude? The vampire was furious, and Luo Yu didn't tolerate him and directly closed the chat window. I just made a huge sum of money, and I don't care about a few thousand Luo Yu. It's not impossible to keep the captives from mining. After interrupting the conversation, Luo Yu also sent a message to the world. Human on Earth, Anonymous, this vampire is not sincere in trading. He is deliberately trying to provoke a fight. Everyone ignore him. For a time, the war of words in the world became even more intense. This Blood Clan member is different from the old man from the Barbarian Bull Clan. He is very principled and refused to send another trading window. After a stalemate of 5 minutes, he finally couldn't help it and sent another message through the window. Vampire, forget it. I never bully others. Forget about your disrespect to me just now. Human boy, I'll pay 3,000 per person. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. 10,000. Luo Yu replied calmly. What? You dare to cheat me? Luo Yu calmly replied. Sir, please listen to me. I said that male captives are 10,000 each and female captives are 20,000 each. Vampire. You know that we vampires need women to neutralize the blood in our bodies. Luo Yu, isn't that enough? 30,000. Luo Yu opened his mouth and said, 2 female captives for 30,000 each. If you want to buy them, buy them. If not, I'll keep them for myself to play with. I'm telling you, I won't sell it for a penny less. Fuck you. You're greedier than the gluttonous devil in hell. Aren't a buy or not, don't waste my time. The vampire closed the chat window in anger, but he seemed to need these captives very much. Not long after, he sent out the trading window again. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Let's make a deal. After saying that, he actually put out 90,000 silver coins. He seemed a little impatient, and he must have really needed it urgently. Thanks to his wealth, Luo Yu thought that this person must have killed the big black fish and gained a lot of benefits. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point of putting the 5 captives on the shelf. Transaction successful. You get 90,000 silver. You traded captives as commodities, angering the Skarsa tribe. The tribe's hatred towards you has increased. In a flash, the 5 people disappeared. Blood Clan, Human Bug, I will remember you. Just live a miserable life and don't let me locate your base. Luo Yu, idiot, you'd better not let me find the location of your base, or I'll make you fuck yourself. Both sides uttered harsh words to each other and cut off communication. In fact, it is just trash talk. No matter whether it is a mercenary or a visitor, they need the consent of the other party before they can enter the other party's base. At the current stage, the technology that is open does not allow for the possibility of mutual attack. Luo Yu earned a huge sum of 170,000 yuan in one go. This attack was really a huge profit. Set up the automatic arrow tower. Luo Yu took advantage of the very low price of wood and bought more than 60,000 pieces of wood in one go, piling them up inside the wall as high as a small mountain. Next is iron ore. There is no iron ore in the base at present, and the production of automatic arrow tower requires 5,000 iron ore resources. I searched again at the auction house, but unfortunately the quantity was too small and the price was too high, so it was not cost-effective. Do we have to dig it ourselves? The attack is only 3 days away. Is there enough time to dig up that much iron ore? Luo Yu hesitated. At this time, the people in the group had basically resolved this special incident and started chatting again. Fong Yumeng, 3 supply packs, a longbow, a box of automatically recycled feather arrows, and a crossbow. It's a pity that the 3 of us girls can't pull the longbow. Chapter 35. Small group transactions, each taking what they need. Nyoda, why do I only have a supply pack? I was given a crystal stone. What do I need this for? Luo Yu, crystal essence stone? Take a screenshot and let me see it. After Nyoda took a screenshot, it turned out to be a crystal stone. This is the prerequisite for unlocking mercenary technology. Luo Yu was thinking about it and was about to say something, but Nakir said, alas, the geological movement here has spit out a large piece of iron ore like a small mountain. I don't want iron ore, I want stone bricks. A large piece of iron ore. Luo Yu's heart moved again. Elena, the 3 huskies are cute. Why do you say they are dangerous to destroy the house? Alice, hey, are you all such good people? My supply pack gave me an automatic defense core. What's the use of it? Everyone. Fong Yumeng, oh my god, automatic core, you are so lucky. Alice, Yumeng, do you want exchange? Your longbow and automatic retrieving feather arrows in exchange for my automatic core? That's good. Well, I feel like you, Sister Alice, are at a disadvantage. Fong Yumeng felt a little embarrassed, but Alice said, bows and arrows are the lifeblood of our elves. I still feel embarrassed. Both parties get what they need, and there's a greater chance of improving the survival rate. Naker, that's great. I have so much iron or that I can't use it all. I want to exchange it for stone bricks to build a beautiful wall. Luo Yu, how many units of iron ore do you have? Huh, by the way, Luo Yu loves mining. Naker sent a screenshot in the group, showing a huge piece of iron ore standing out on the grassland, which looked like it weighed at least 10,000 units. Luo Yu, 10,000 units of iron ore, if sold on the market, can fetch at least 100,000 silvers. You're rich. Naker, but someone has to buy it. Luo Yu, can I exchange 5,000 iron ore for the stone you cut? Okay, I'll give you 50,000 stone bricks. Let's trade. Everyone, 50,000. Luo Yu, you really like mining that much. Luo Yu, labor is the most glorious. I love labor. The trading window was opened, and the 2 of them traded immediately. Naker, oh my god, it's black spot stone bricks. That's great. Haha, now we have enough bricks to build a wall. We don't have to worry about attacks. Thank you, Luo Yu. Everyone, black spot stone bricks? Alice, Nakor, you should be nicer to Luo Yu in the future. Black spot stone bricks are not easy to cut. Naker, yeah, I understand. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It was not easy to cut, but he had a Tiandao knife, so he could cut very quickly. Luo Yu, don't talk about this, Kur. Move the iron ore back quickly. If an attack comes, we may move it away for you. Naker seemed very happy. Nyoda, I also want to exchange. Luo Yu, Lao Nyo, your crystal stone is also very expensive. What do you want to exchange for it? Arms. Nyoda said straightforwardly, weapons such as axes, shields, bows and arrows, and I also want food. I have already eaten half of the grass. If it comes to other things, Luo Yu might be a little embarrassed, but he happens to have weapons such as axes, shields, and bows and arrows. The 2 attacks involved a lot of weapons. Luo Yu directly sent a trading frame and put the axe, wooden arrows, shield, javelin, 500 meat, and 500 vegetarian items on it. Luo Yu, is this enough? Nyoda, that's enough. There's also a javelin, great. I used to be able to throw a javelin, but now I'm not panicking anymore. As he said this, he placed the crystal stone on the table. Transaction successful. Looking at the crystal stone in his hand, Luo Yu smiled. In this way, the mercenary technology can be unlocked. Luo Yu, Laonyo, the value of my stuff is actually not as good as your crystal stone. How about this? I will give you another 5,000 silver, and you can buy whatever you want. Nyoda, Luo Yu, you are really a good person. I will definitely make friends with you. Luo Yu, don't be polite, we are all brothers. After giving 5,000 silvers to Laonyo, Luo Yu started to operate while chatting with everyone. The first thing is naturally to buy an arrow tower. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces with 30,000, iron or 5,000, silver 2,500. The effective range of the arrow tower is 200 meters, and the length of Luo Yu's wall is 100 meters. That is to say, as long as the arrow tower is placed at the center point, it is enough to cover the entire base. The distance of 150 meters outside the base is also within the range of the arrow tower. Moreover, the arrow tower does not fire arrows one by one, but 5 arrows at a time in waves. It is an arrow tower after all, much more powerful than the automatic crossbow. Luo Yu chose to place the arrow tower behind the big villa. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, the arrow tower stood up with a rumble. It is 20 meters high. Although it has a wooden frame, the outer layer is wrapped with iron sheets, making it look quite majestic. Luo Yu felt a sense of security in his heart. Arrow towers are good. If conditions permit, he could build a few more arrow towers to deal with attacks. Everyone in the chat group got what they needed, and Luo Yu also started his day's work. First, release the water to harvest the aquatic products, then milk the cows. Because of the taming level, I can now squeeze out 35 units of milk in one breath. Woohoo! Xuanqiu Beast Girl seemed to want to drink milk. For such a cute little animal, Luo Yu naturally let her drink enough. Looking at the cute little one gurgling with milk, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Give you a name, from now on, you'll be called Xiaokong." Woohoo! Xiaokong called out softly, with a big smile on his face, looking very cute. This is the kind of animal that a macho man should keep. As an animal with high intelligence, Xiaokong can do most of the basic labor except speaking. He can do mining, planting, irrigation, hunting, and even fishing. And unlike insects, which have fixed life skill levels, Xiaokong's skill levels can be upgraded. Although they're all at level 0 now, they will always be upgraded as their proficiency increases. But this will not happen with high-level labor, such as medical treatment, cutting, and production. After drinking the milk, Xiaokong took the initiative to run to the vegetable garden, picked up a wooden bucket, and started watering the plants. After looking at its life skills and experience, it was found that its planting experience was indeed improving. Luo Yu smiled faintly, clicked on the technology interface, and directly chose to unlock mercenary technology. Mercenary technology unlock. Silver 5,000, crystal stone 1. After clicking OK, there's another prompt. You can go to the mercenary plaza to register your personal information. After paying a certain percentage of the deposit, you can accept tasks or be invited by others. Chapter 36 Xiaokong is an animal, an animal, an animal. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square. You are a black iron level warrior. Do you want to pay a deposit of 5,000 to register as a mercenary? Note, if the mission fails or you voluntarily give up the mission, your deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu is not in a hurry to register, but browse the mercenary square. First is the mercenary mission registration column. There is already some mercenary information, but not many. Less than 100. Black Iron level mercenary, Iron Clan, male mission price, 10,000 per time, current mission times, 0 times success rate, 0. Black Iron level mercenary, Wing Tribe, male price, 15,000 per time, current number of missions, 0 times success rate, 0. Except for powerful races like dragons and angels who have reached higher levels of mercenaries, the others are basically Black Iron grade, and the prices are similar, more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. Luo Yu browsed another column again. This column was the task list. Human, anonymous, female, posted a job. I hope someone strong can protect me and help me survive the month-end attack. I will give you 2,000 silver. Wolf Clan, Noika, female, posted a job posting. Are there any mercenaries from the same clan? Come and help me through the month-end attack. The reward is 2,000, and if you want to do anything else, please chat privately. Rabbit Tribe, anonymous male. Compared to the number of mercenaries, the task list is already thousands of pages long, but the prices are mostly below 3,000. This is also normal. Those who are rich don't need protection and can just buy various defense equipment. Those who are poor cannot afford the high price. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the mercenary profession, Luo Yu chose to pay silver and become a glorious mercenary. His information was immediately posted on the wall, but Luo Yu chose to remain anonymous. Black Iron Level Mercenary. Anonymous, human, male currently not accepting missions. It was a very simple message. Luo Yu had no plans to go on a mission at the moment, unless he first survived the attack at the end of the month, and then made other considerations. After exiting the mercenary square, he turned his gaze to Shao Kong. Shao Kong's attributes were actually quite strong, and she finished watering the plants quickly. She wanted to follow Luo Yu to the mine, but was assigned other tasks instead. Fishing. Although there is no double crit, one of Shao Kong's special skills is treasure hunt. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the skill, treasure hunt. There's a chance of touching a treasure chest when engaging in tasks such as digging, fishing, searching, and exploring. Let her try fishing today. Time passed slowly, and soon the sun set. Adai, who was lying beside the vegetable patch, yawned out of boredom. When he saw the stone door being pushed open, he immediately ran over because he knew his master was coming. Luo Yu touched Adai's head. Today's work was successfully completed. It was not bad. A lot of stones and iron were dug. However, the digging worms have not appeared in the past few days. Do we have to wait until next month to refresh them together? Now that his mining skills have improved, he needs both golden beetles and bulls to pull the mine carts to meet his transportation needs. Woohoo! Shao Kong ran to Luo Yu holding a treasure chest, chirping as if asking for credit. This box is different from the iron box that Luo Yu had fished up before. It has patterns on it and looks a bit more upscale. Treasure chest found by Xuanqiu Beast Girl. It's out of the box. After Luo Yu touched Shao Kong's head, he hurriedly opened the treasure chest. Strength Enhancement Scroll. Strength +3 after use. Pretty. A light flashed on Luo Yu's body, and his strength became 55 points. Now it costs 2,000 silvers to click on strength. Shao Kong earned 6,000 silvers by sending out this box, which is quite comfortable. In addition to the exclusive treasure chest that Shao Kong got, she also caught an ordinary iron box. Luo Yu was slightly stunned after opening it. Cobra eggs, fertilized. Hey, there is actually such a thing. Luo Yu looked at Adai, and Adai actually ran away. After being slightly stunned, he decided not to let Adai hatch the eggs. The temperature is now basically over 20 degrees, so the eggs can be hatched even if they are left there. After Luo Yu placed the snake eggs in an empty room in the villa, he had dinner with Shao Kong. Now we only eat barbecued food, and there is no stove or cooking table. To be honest, I have been eating barbecued meat and fish for so long that I'm a little tired of it. Once the attack is over, let's get a cooking station. Luo Yu secretly made up his mind. This cooking table can make high-quality food, and eating high-quality food has a chance to gain buffs and even add attribute points. You know, it's a bit difficult to increase the attribute points now, and according to the explanation of the Heavenly Tao, after all the attribute points reach 100, silver points can no longer be used, and can only be increased through other means. This cooking is one of the ways. The reason why you can click on attributes now is that in the initial state, God has given you a way to survive. Otherwise, with so many creatures in the universe, and many of them have very poor attributes, how many can survive the first wave of attacks? After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub as usual, chatted with everyone for a while, and then entered the arena. There were fewer people in the room today than before. Even Xiao Yi didn't come to challenge for a fight. Everyone put their energy into the upcoming attack. He randomly found a few people to PK with and earned less than 1,000 silvers. However, Luo Yu made a new discovery after leaving the arena. In the not-so-big bathtub, a soft, snow-white body leaned against him. Woo! Shao Kong rubbed his little head against Luo Yu's chest, looking very intimate. Luo Yu felt a little dizzy, but his reason told him that Shao Kong in his arms was an animal. Having said that, the touch from a girl was so gentle. She's an animal. You can't do weird things to animals. As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, his hands uncontrollably wrapped around Shao Kong's slender waist. Woo! Shao Kong called out softly and seemed to blush. Fuck, why are you blushing? Stop acting like a girl. Luo Yu couldn't stand it anymore, but everyone has talents, and his talent began to show. When I was young, I often heard my grandmother chanting Buddhist scriptures. I was influenced by them and could recite them by heart. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva reached Prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 aggregates were empty. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Luo Yu was meditating while Shao Kong was happily playing in the water. After meditating, he really suppressed the evil fire in his heart. It's okay. After all, they are not of the same species and have reproductive isolation. If it was Fang Yameng who was taking a couple's bath, it would be fine. Chapter 37, let's get a bald head. Okay. Thinking of this, Luo Yu was about to imagine something, but he found that he didn't know what Fang Yameng looked like, so he gave up. You are intimate with Xuanqiu Beast Girl, and get buff. Planting skill +2, lasts for 1 day. By the way, Beast Girls are high-level companion animals, and there's a chance of gaining buffs if you get intimate with them. I agreed to enter the bathtub with Shao Kong in order to strengthen myself. Yes, it's for survival. Luo Yu no longer had the last bit of guilt in his heart, and he laughed. Come on, Shao Kong, let the master check if your tail has lice. You must wash it thoroughly. After playing with the little fox girl for a while, Luo Yu went asleep on his luxurious big bed. Shao Kong followed him into the room, curled up on the soft animal bed in the corner, and fell asleep comfortably. That was where Dai originally slept. Yesterday, Luo Yu built a small wolf den for Dai next to the vegetable patch, intending to have it guard the patch 24 hours a day, so this side happened to be vacant. After a while, seeing that Shao Kong had fallen asleep, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. Is the buff probability of a luxury king bed effective for Shao Kong? Thinking of this, he got out of bed, carried Shao Kong to the bed, and slept together. Just sleep, nothing else. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu himself did not get the buff. After all, the 60 chance could not be triggered every day. He turned his head and looked at Shao Kong, but was slightly stunned. I noticed her hair had grown really long. Shao Kong obtains buff. Hair growth progress +300. Lasts 1 day. No wonder my hair suddenly became so long. What kind of buff is this? Luo Yu looked at the progress of hair growth and found that it had reached 100 overnight. By the way, he happened to have the animal taming buff, so the animal output would increase. He simply used the Tiandao knife to cut off the pile of brown hair. Shao Kong felt unwell and woke up. He was shocked to see Luo Yu pointing a knife at him, thinking that his master was going to slaughter him for his meat. Woo! That pitiful little look really makes me feel pity for him. When she learned that Luo Yu was cutting her hair, she leaned close to her master and giggled. Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair, 130. Originally, there were only 100 units, but as the taming level increased, I was given a few more. After looking at the properties, this hair is amazing. The defense and toughness are very strong. The protective gear made with her hair is at least bronze level, and most importantly, it can also protect against cold and heat. Highest comfortable temperature +10, lowest comfortable temperature -10. This property is amazing. A normal person may get heat stroke at 40 degrees Celsius, but if they wear underwear made of this hair, they will only get heat stroke at 50 degrees Celsius. The same principle applies to keeping warm. It is a magic weapon to resist heat stroke and hypothermia. Shao Kong, the weather's going to get hot soon. How about we shave our heads? Luo Yu wants more hair. As for whether a bald head is cute or not, it seems insignificant in the face of resources. Woo! Shao Kong seemed to spit at his master lightly, then ran out of the villa with a smile. Are foxes afraid of bald heads, too? Luo Yu also laughed out loud and was in a good mood. Just like before, after finishing his daily tasks, Luo Yu began to study Shao Kong's hair. He had a heart protection mirror on his upper body, so the defense was basically okay, but his lower body was just a pair of ordinary pants. He wanted to harvest Shao Kong's hair while the buff lasted and use it to make a pair of pants to deal with the imminent attack. My tailoring skill is at level 0, so it is quite difficult to make pants from this long piece of hair. If I want to make clothes successfully with a relatively low tailoring skill, I will need some assistance. He looked at the build page. Sewing table. Iron ore 500, wood 500, silver 100, sewing table design 1. Everything else is easy, but this blueprint is difficult to get. It can only be produced by boxes caught in fishing and supply packs given by special events. I checked the auction house and found two sewing table designs, both priced at 100,000 silver, which is outrageous. World Channel, Terran, anonymous 10,000 yuan for a sewing table design. Some speed. After waiting for a while, and no one came to sell, when Luo Yu was about to give up, someone suddenly sent a trading box. The man said straightforwardly, 50,000. As you can see, the price of this item at the auction house is 100,000. Luo Yu, selling a design drawing for 100,000, that's crazy for money. 10,000, that's the price. After the attacks, when more people come to fish, these designs will soon be worthless. This, 20,000 cannot be less. Seeing this reply, Luo Yu raised his lips and insisted, 10,000, this is all I can give. The attack is about to start. Do you want silver or this map? Think carefully. Yiden I binge jishontu. This is my last line. The man lowered his reserve price again, and Luo Yu waited for a while before replying, 11,000, let's trade. As he said that, he directly put 11,000 silver coins on it. Seeing that Luo Yu was so straightforward, the man hesitated for a while and finally put the drawing on it. After Luo Yu confirmed that it was this drawing, he clicked the transaction. Transaction successful. You get a sewing table design one. Bye. I hope you survive the attack. After Luo Yu said a polite word, he closed the chat window and the drawings were in hand. Go to the first floor of the villa. There is no dedicated workshop yet, so let's put the sewing table in the living room for the time being. After a series of operations, a beautiful sewing table appeared in front of my eyes. Sewing table consumes fuel, upgradable, improves the efficiency and success rate of clothing production, and has a chance to produce high-quality items. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. This type of workbench can be upgraded. The upgrade does not require silver, but rather workbench upgrade coupons obtained from fishing. The higher the level of the workbench, the better the quality of the things made. There is no doubt about this. As for fuel, it is naturally wood. No one knows what the internal principle is, but it consumes wood to operate. Luo Yu was delighted. After reading the instructions, he directly put 10 pieces of wood in and prepared to start making it. In fact, the production process is very simple. Just put the materials into the material box on the sewing table, and then follow the instructions that pop up. It is not a formal sewing operation. Human pants. Raw materials, 200. Wow, these pants require a lot of hair. Let's wait until Xiaokong's hair grows out tomorrow. In the following time, Luo Yu did not go mining, but went to dig traps. Xiaokong went fishing like yesterday, hoping to catch something good. Chapter 38, The Attack begins. At the easternmost part of the territory, Luo Yu dug a big pit directly at the place which might be the only entrance. There were pointed bamboos standing in the pit. If you fell into it, you would be immediately stabbed like a hornet's nest. It's just a bit of waste bamboo. In a whole day, Luo Yu dug more than a dozen pits. On the one hand, it could consume the enemy's combat effectiveness, and on the other hand, it could slow down the enemy's advance and provide more output time for the arrow tower and automatic crossbows. After digging the pit, it was already evening. The little fox girl caught another iron box today. This time, she actually opened a piece of fried chicken. The key is that this piece of fried chicken is of black iron grade. After eating barbecue for so long, Luo Yu felt for the first time that fried chicken was so delicious. It was indeed a black iron-level fried chicken. After eating it, he was given a buff. The success rate of recruiting prisoners increased by 10, lasting for 3 days. At night, the atmosphere in the chat group was a little depressing. In 2 days, the attack would happen. Life or death is uncertain. The next morning, after Luo Yu finished his daily tasks, he cut Xiaokong's hair and just collected 200 units. Just do it. While operating the sewing machine, he chose to use a critical hit. 100 times critical hit trigger. A system prompt appeared, and the next moment, the entire sewing machine flashed with light, and a pair of trousers slowly pushed out from the delivery port. Pants made of Xiaokong's hair, platinum level defense plus 50, resistance to cold and heat increased by 50. Platinum level pants. Luo Yu was overjoyed and immediately took off his work pants and put on the platinum pants. The first feeling was that it was very comfortable and my lower body felt extremely refreshed. In this way, the defense of the lower body is as solid as a rock, and you feel very safe. Luo Yu is very satisfied with his pants, and today is also a passionate day. The trap is almost done. What we need to do today is to dig a moat. Luo Yu planned to dig a moat along the wall to delay the attacks of others and make the attacks of automatic defense weapons more lasting. At the same time, he would raise stone-shelled turtles in the moat to serve as ambushes to attack the invading enemies. This is a big project, but Luo Yu's strength and stamina are no longer what they used to be, and there's Shao Kong too, who is also good at digging mud. The two men worked for a full day and a half and finally finished digging the moat. The moat was 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, and simple suspension bridges were built at the 4 city gates. Standing on a watchtower and overlooking everything, Luo Yu felt that his base now had a bit of the essence of a city. After entering the Tiandao world for a month, Luo Yu felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to build a building of this scale. At night, Luo Yu, who had just taken a bath, lay on the big bed and chatted with everyone, while the little fox girl beside him went to bed early as she was also exhausted. Fong Yamong. Will the attack come tomorrow morning? Will it start at the same time? I'm so nervous that I can't sleep. Elena, don't be afraid. At most it's just some natives coming to attack. It's nothing. Naker, today I repaired the last section of the wall. I pray that the enemy won't climb over it tomorrow. Alice, may the goddess bless everyone. Neo, duh. After eating the food given by Luo Yu and holding the axe given by Luo Yu, I am now full of energy. Luo Yu, everyone, go to bed early and get ready for tomorrow's battle. Fan Yameng, Luo Yu, aren't you nervous? Luo Yu, it's okay. Good fortune comes first, but disaster is inevitable. After facing it bravely, you will find that everything is not as difficult as you thought. Fan Yameng was silent for a moment and then replied, yes, he will be alive. The three of us have already thought about it. If we can survive, we will first unlock the visitor technology to come and see you, my fellow countrymen. Luo Yu, huh? Are you three coming together? I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Fan Yameng, why deal with it? Hey, what are you thinking about? Luo Yu, I said I'm a shy person and not good at dealing with girls. What do you think I said? Fan Yameng, you are bullying me. You pervert. Wait till we get here. The three of us will beat you up together. Alice, Yameng, Luo Yu is a good boy. Don't bully him in the future. Elena, Alice, don't you see that these two humans are talking about something strange? Strange thing? What strange thing? Alice didn't understand. So Naker sent out a string of smiling faces, and the originally depressing atmosphere in the group was suddenly relieved. Fan Yameng now understood that Luo Yu was deliberately telling jokes to amuse her, and found that her nervousness had really dissipated a lot. Fan Yameng, Luo Yu, don't die. Wait for us to teach you a lesson. Luo Yu laughed. If you have money, you should build the wall first. In this atmosphere, everyone fell asleep one after another. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the windowsill onto Luo Yu. He sat up reflexively and looked at the prompts. When he found that there were no attack prompts, he hurriedly got out of bed, washed up, and had breakfast. The 4 stone doors in the base were closed, the drawbridge was retracted, and all the animals, including the digging worms, were withdrawn into the base. The stone tortoises hid in the small lake, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Luo Yu stood on the observation deck and looked into the distance. Shao Kong beside him had a slingshot on his waist and a dagger on his back. He was also looking around nervously. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. An unknown force swept across the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Here it comes. Luo Yu was shocked. A prompt appeared, but he didn't know which wave of attack this area was facing. As soon as he had this thought, another prompt appeared. Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will attack immediately. Please be prepared. The first wave. Their area was actually the first to be attacked. 10 seconds later, the alarm sounded again. The nearby Skarsa tribe army began to attack your territory. They seem to have adopted a clever tactic. Looking forward, I saw a large group of natives, both men and women, all holding weapons, appearing in the east of the territory. 5 of the natives were actually riding mounts, giant wild boars. Luo Yu determined the number of opponents at a glance. 40 people. There were 40 people coming for this month-end attack, and they also had mounts. The intensity was so great that Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the base score, it is now exactly 800 points. According to current speculation, 1 assault unit should be added for every 20 points, and the mount should be counted as a weapon unit, not a separate assault unit. Of course, it is mentioned in the description of the Tiandao world that each attack has a special algorithm, but generally speaking, the higher the score, the more people will come to attack. Luo Yu saw clearly that the leader of this group of indigenous tribes was a middle-aged man. Chapter 39. Smart Tactics versus Trebuchets. The middle-aged man was riding a wild boar, had an untidy beard on his face, and was wearing a silver cloak. He looked very conspicuous. Is he the chief of the tribe? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man also looked in the direction of the watchtower. The two men's eyes met in midair. Luo Yu read murderous intent and contempt in this man's eyes. He seemed confident about conquering his territory. Luo Yu sneered. What if there are 40 people? Kill them all. Go ahead as planned. The middle-aged chief shouted loudly, and the 40 people were divided into 4 teams. 3 of the teams began to make a detour. They were going to attack the wall from 4 directions at the same time, making it difficult for Luo Yu to take care of both ends. The man in charge of the front wall was a sturdy man. He was very tough and roared while riding a wild boar. Kill! The natives and his team all screamed in surprise and rushed towards the city wall in front of them, waving their weapons. However, not long after they rushed out, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and the strong man and the pig fell down. A series of shrill screams were heard, and a man and a pig were turned into a hornet's nest by the bamboo. Be careful, there's a trap. The tribal chief shouted loudly, and the people who were rushing forward immediately slowed down and began to look at their feet vigilantly. Come on, explore slowly and see how long you can last. Luo Yu sneered, picked up a javelin, and held it in his hand, ready to strike with thunder at any time. Meanwhile, regional channels exploded. Okamoto Hikawa, it's over. I'm afraid I can't stand the attack from 4 natives. Julai, you are fine. Mine is a herd of crazy buffaloes, a total of 20 buffaloes. It seems that the base will become a ruin. Iron Mantis, the tribal archers are so annoying. Come and compete with me in speed. The regional chat exploded, and small groups became a mess. Fong Yumeng, oh my, the tribe is attacking 7 people, and there are 2 archers. I hope my automatic crossbow will be more powerful. Luo Yu, how many crossbows did you make? Fong Yumeng, 5 crossbows, no wall, all installed on the roof. Luo Yu thought about Fong Yumeng, saying before that there were 40,000 silvers. It turned out that all of them were used to buy automatic crossbows. Naker, why are there so many crazy seagulls here? They can fly. The wall I built is useless. It's over. What should I do? Elena, hush. The hunt in the dark begins. Alice, poor natives, please forgive my bow and arrow. I am just sending you to see the great goddess. Nyota, your base's score is too high, and the attack is very strong. My base only has 1 wooden house, so there are only 2 crazy elks coming. We should be able to win, right? I think. Luo Yu saw the situation of everyone. Although he said it lightly, to be honest, it was quite dangerous. The situation here is also quite dangerous. There are too many people on the other side. On the grassland, the tribesmen approached Luo Yu's base little by little from 4 directions. 3 traps were discovered on the periphery, but 1 was stepped on and another native was killed. 38 people left. The opponent has not yet entered his shooting range. Luo Yu on the observation deck scanned the entire grassland with a cold expression. The 10 men on the chief's side include shield men, archers, and melee fighters. This configuration is the same as the elite configuration of the prince that day. The other 3 directions are exploring and advancing like scattered soldiers. Luo Yu discovered that in every team of 10 people, there was 1 person carrying a pickaxe. Engineer. They're trying to dig through the wall. This surprised Luo Yu, but on second thought, there were many natives with high mining levels. Mining level and strength value affected the speed and efficiency of excavation. If there was a mining level above LV10, a hole would be made in his walls soon. On the contrary, if someone with a low mining level comes to dig, it would just be a waste of time. Luo Yu had already made up his mind that he must not let the 4 engineers get close to his wall, and he would have to find a way to snipe them from the outside. As the 4 native teams began to get closer and closer, at a certain moment, they entered the range of the automatic catapult. Whoosh! A stone was blasted out, and the man walking in front on the east side who was carefully exploring the ground was hit on the head and smashed into a ball of meat paste by the stone. 37 enemies left. Catapult. The chief frowned when he saw this scene from afar. This catapult is quite far, but he did not order a quick charge towards the city wall, because you don't know how many traps are buried on the seemingly flat grassland ahead. Whoosh! Another stone fell, but this time it hit nothing, making the cautious natives breathe a sigh of relief. However, more stones fell soon, and this time the target was to go around the Western Chief's team, which was composed of 5 people, or 2 teams in total. The stone drew an arc and hit a small team directly. "Careful!" someone shouted, and the shield bearer gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his shield held high. Bang! With a dull thud, the shield was smashed directly by the stone. The shield bearer spurted out a mouthful of blood. His arms were covered in blood, and he fainted on the spot. Kill one more. 36 left. The squad lost its shields and scattered on the spot, continuing to advance in a scattered manner. Luo Yu on the watchtower sneered. Smart tactics? Can it be as powerful as my catapult? Whoosh boom! There was another explosion, and this time the catapult hit the north. A female archer saw that the stone was actually hitting her, and she reacted very quickly and jumped into the water to avoid being hit by the flying stones. But after this jump, she regretted it. There was a big turtle hiding in the water. The turtle stretched its head very long. It bit her ankle and dragged her into the water. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. It was too late for the male soldier not far away to rescue. 35 left. Leave her alone, and everyone stay away from the lake. The chief's loud shout rang out, and he looked at Luo Yu with murderous eyes. After the stone turtle in the water drowned the female archer, it did not kill her. Instead, it carried the female archer into the moat according to what Luo Yu had instructed before, and then threw her under the wall in a swagger. Immediately, a silver-armored ladybug flew out, grabbed the drowning female archer, and dragged her into the wall. Inside the wall, bulls, cows, wolves, and insects are waiting for her. If she doesn't wake up, it will be fine. If she wakes up, she will be dead. It all seemed very coherent, and the animals cooperated very well. Either they had rehearsed it countless times, or they were habitual offenders. Chapter 40 Chief, this idea is too tough. Let's retreat. Thinking about the 2 groups of people from his tribe who had been killed in this base before, the chief thought that the possibility of the criminal being a repeat offender was higher. Shao Kong, go tie up that woman. Woo! Shao Kong yelled and quickly climbed down the watchtower. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the stones splashed by the catapult broke the arm of a spearman, who lay on the ground screaming in pain. 34 left. Just the traps and catapults on the periphery have killed 6 enemies. Chief, give the order to charge. We can't stand being hit by the trebuchets like this. No! The chieftain gritted his teeth and said, if you look up, you can see the rocks coming at you, but if you look down, you can't see where the trap is. If you fall into the trap, you will die. The chief rejected the proposal, but the group continued to explore and move forward cautiously. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a sneer on his face. In fact, there was no trap ahead. If the trap was too close to the base, should their people leave? Bull and cow beetles are a bit stupid, and if they fall into them, they will be doomed. Boom! Boom! Pieces of stones flew out and hit the group of people. If they were lucky, they would be splashed with mud. If they were unlucky, they would break their hands and feet. If they were even less lucky, they would be smashed into meat patties. When the group of natives gritted their teeth and rushed into the 200-meter range, only 28 people were left. Chief, we have been deceived. There are no traps on this road. Asshole! The chief roared in anger. Charge, break open the stone door, and cut this scum into pieces. Kill! Almost everyone in the 4 teams roared and rushed towards Luo Yu's base. After being suppressed for so long, they could finally gallop on the grassland. This is how warriors fight. The group of people quickly advanced to a distance of 150 meters, and just when their morale was high, suddenly a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow tower and automatic crossbows opened fire almost at the same time. The spear-wielding natives who were rushing to the front from the north were knocked to the ground by a row of arrows shot from the arrow tower and died on the spot. The east direction was within the firing range of 3 automatic crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow arrows shot out and went straight towards the 3 soldiers. The male spearman dodged it, but the 2 archers were shot and bled profusely. Bow! An arrow! It's the arrow tower and the automatic crossbow. There was a look of shock in the chief's eyes. He originally thought it was a watchtower, but he didn't expect it to be an arrow tower. Shield! Be careful to dodge! He shouted loudly and hid behind the shield immediately. They told everyone to be careful to dodge, but most of the natives were obviously not agile enough to avoid the arrows and crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh. Another row of arrows nailed a man to death. The arrow tower was too abnormal. The shooting speed was fast, and it shot out in rows, making it difficult to dodge. 25 left. 23. 22. Under the repeated shooting from arrow towers and automatic crossbows, more natives were killed and wounded. They had a strong will to fight and continued to charge forward fearlessly, and soon reached within 100 meters. Luo Yu discovered that a native with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks was extremely agile and had dodged 6 or 7 crossbow arrows. This person attracted firepower, causing the people behind him to become less threatening and thus speed up. He snorted coldly and drew his bow and arrow. Bang! The iron bow trembled and the arrow shot out. The man who was still jumping back and forth suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind, and it was too late to dodge. The powerful arrow pierced through his chest directly, and he died instantly. Then, the crossbow arrows began to attack other targets, but others were not so agile, and 2 more people died immediately. 19 left. Logically speaking, after such a huge loss, these natives should have fled, but because of the high level of hatred between Luo Yu and the Scarsa tribe, the other side fought to the death. At this moment, all the enemies on the east side have been eliminated. One of the crossbows installed on the east wall has lost its effect. The other crossbows installed in the corners of the wall, one shooting towards the south and the other shooting towards the north, are still attacking the enemy. The catapults were still roaring, mainly bombarding the enemies in the north, while the arrow towers were currently suppressing the enemies in the south. Luo Yu discovered that his base was facing a defensive blind spot. The enemies in the west are not being attacked by anyone and are approaching quickly. And to the west is the team where the chief is, and they are their real elite. He picked up a bundle of javelins, took a bow and arrow, and rushed directly to the west wall. At this moment, there were still 7 people attacking from the west, all hiding behind a shield and approaching quickly. Looking at the distance, there are only 50 meters left. Can you avoid death by wearing a turtle shell? Luo Yu sneered and threw the javelin in his hand violently. The powerful force came with the sound of breaking wind and shot directly towards the shield. Bang! With a loud bang, the shield was pierced on the spot, and a strong man holding the shield was stabbed to death on the spot by the javelin. The chief and others' eyes almost popped out of their heads. The force of this attack was definitely over 40 points, and this man's javelin throwing technique was amazing. The rapid rotation actually pierced through the shield directly. Scatter! This guy is a javelin expert. The chief shouted loudly, but Luo Yu did not stop shooting arrows. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive arrows were shot out. Luo Yu was a man with mastery of bow and arrow, and these 3 arrows directly killed 3 soldiers. 2 of them are archers. The original team consisted of 7 people, but Luo Yu quickly reduced the number to only 3. Bows and arrows are so powerful. Chief, this place is too tough. We can't beat it. Let's retreat. As expected, the losses were too great, and the opponents finally began to retreat. No, the chief roared. This man has a deep hatred for our tribe. He must be killed. Wasp, release the bug. The woman called Wasp took out 2 clay jars from her chest. After opening them, a group of hornets flew out of the jars and flew directly towards Luo Yu. I was wondering why the breasts were so magnificent. It turns out there is a hidden weapon. Luo Yu sneered, drew out the Tiangong sword behind him, and prepared to use the Kuangfeng sword technique to kill the hornets. But something surprising happened. After the hornet flew within 3 meters of Luo Yu, it turned around and left. Zerg Nemesis. This passive skill has taken effect, and insects dare not approach Luo Yu. Chief, there's something strange about this man. The woman called Wasp screamed in horror, but the next moment, a javelin flew over and pierced her chest with a bang. Because it was hit with the butt of a gun, it did not penetrate. The woman spurted blood and passed out on the spot. Chapter 41. Total Destruction. Rewards issued. Big profit. However, because of this delay, the chief and another strong man with a sword were only 30 meters away from the wall. Break open the stone door. The chief roared, and his wild boar mount howled as it rushed towards the stone gate, apparently intending to ram it head-on. Boom! With a dull thud, the wild boar slammed violently into the stone gate. Its 2 fangs flew off, and its brain burst, and it died suddenly. On the other hand, there was only a crack on the stone gate. If even a big bull can't break it open, a big wild boar can? The strong man beside him hurriedly advised, Chief, That is a stone door made of black spots. It can't be broken open. Let's go. The chief was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw his mount suddenly die. Crossbows, arrow towers, black stone walls, turtles in the water, flying bugs in the sky. The Lord is powerful, but he's also good at javelins and bows. This is an outsider base that has been developed for only a month. He felt his head buzzing, and his whole body was about to fall into a numb state. Chief, go. The sturdy man pulled the chief to leave, but he suddenly came to his senses and gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead, kill him within 20 seconds." The sturdy man was stunned, but the chief said so, and as a loyal guard, he had to advance to a distance of 20 meters from the chief, even if he died. Kill! He roared and rushed over quickly, and was greeted by an arrow. Puff! The arrow shot into his thigh, but he gritted his teeth and rushed forward another 5 meters. Puff! Luo Yu showed no mercy this time. He shot 2 arrows at the same calf, directly breaking the man's leg. Boom! The strong man fell down with a bang, turned his head to look at the chief, and said miserably, "Chief, it's 20 meters. Well, you are a true warrior." The chief roared loudly, "Die, boy." Whoosh! He shook his hand and threw out a dart. The dart flew at extremely fast speed and pierced Luo Yu's throat like lightning. Sure enough, those who can become chiefs have special abilities. At this moment, Luo Yu used his agility to the fullest extent. His wind-like sword technique swept out and knocked the dart to the ground with a bang. However, what he didn't expect was that there was another dart after this dart, and this dart was aimed directly at the vital part of his lower body. This is a chain dart. This chief is so powerful. At this time, it was too late for Luo Yu to block again. He could only react instinctively and turn to the side. Thanks to his explosive agility, the dart did not hit his thigh directly, but instead grazed his thigh and flew out. Hee-hee-ha-ha! The chief laughed loudly and said, "You're dead, kid. My darts are coated with venom from viper fangs. If you get even a scratch on your skin, you will die. You are done." The chief's face was full of ferocious expressions, the kind of ferocity that comes from revenge. "A little scrape? Who told you that I was scratched?" Luo Yu pointed at his pants and sneered, "I'm sorry, my pants are platinum grade. You can't tear them." "Platinum level? You still have platinum level pants." The chief stared at Luo Yu's thigh with wide eyes, and when he found that it was intact, he spit out blood in anger. "Impossible, why?" He looked incredulous, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his throat. A feather arrow had pierced his throat. Nothing is impossible. Amid Luo Yu's ridicule, the chief fell to the ground with a bang, ending his tough life. Oh no, the chief is dead. The moment he fell to the ground, the natives began to flee. Congratulations on repelling the attack of the indigenous tribe. Rewards will be distributed at the end of the month. You will receive the following rewards: 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 wood, 800 meat, 800 vegetarian food, and 1 bronze treasure chest. You killed the tribal chief and received an additional reward: 1 bronze equipment chest. The chief of the Scarsa tribe will be elected in 3 days, and your hatred with the tribe will increase. With continuous prompts appearing, Luo Yu successfully resisted the end-of-month attack and obtained a large number of rewards. These are the development materials rewarded by heaven, but to be honest, except for the bronze treasure chest, the others are not really too precious to Luo Yu. Of course, this is only the first month of attacks after all. Now is not the time to think so much. After jumping off the wall, Luo Yu directly opened the stone door and shouted, "Everyone rush out and chase them down." Big Bull and Adai rushed out in a hurry, but when it comes to efficiency in capturing prisoners, Shao Kong is the best. Although the range of her slingshot is only 20 meters, it is very powerful. A single stone can knock a person out. Combined with her high agility, she is simply invincible. Of the 8 natives who tried to escape, 1 was unlucky enough to step into a trap and die, while the other 7 were all captured alive. The second wave of attack did not begin until 3 hours later, and the attack by Luo Yu's 40 men lasted only less than an hour, which can be said to be very fast. These people rushed fast and died fast. I took a look at the situation in the group. No one was talking. They were probably still dealing with the attack. The same was true for the regional channel. Only a few people spoke, and they were all their last words. Some people couldn't withstand the attack and must have died. Luo Yu prayed silently in his heart for a safe journey and began to clean up the battlefield. First, the captives and those with broken limbs were sold on the spot for ransom, a total of 6 people, and they made a profit of 7,500 silver. There were 9 people whose body parts were intact. After they were all tied up, they were treated with herbs to prevent them from dying before they could be sold. As for the herbs, since we have harvested a wave, we still have 50 in stock, which is enough. All the corpses were dragged by Adai and thrown into the cremation pit. The blazing fire was the torch of glory for the victors and the eternal resting place for the losers. The world of heaven is actually very cruel. Shao Kahn collected the weapons, clothes, and resources they had and piled them up inside the wall. Wow, you don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. In total, we got 14 steel spears, 5 steel daggers, 8 wooden bows and short bows, 500 arrows of various types, and 30 animal skin clothes. In addition, the natives carried with them 6,000 silver, 62 herbs, 3,100 dried meat biscuits and dry food, 120 jadeite, and 200 gold. The loot is dizzying in its abundance, and this is the real benefit of surviving the attack. There is no special warehouse built yet, and the things will easily age if left under the sun, so all these messy things are put in the basement. Chapter 42. How to Deal with Prisoners. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the time. It had been 2 hours since the first wave of attacks began, but the group was still quiet. Everyone must be concentrating. Silence is good. Luo Yu is really afraid that someone will suddenly come out and say a last word. That would be too sad. He walked up to the 9 prisoners. They had all been treated for their injuries and would not die for the time being. Unfortunately, there are no prisoner rooms at present. Without them, these people can only be kept in the base for 3 days at most. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, without a prison, the prisoners will inevitably go berserk after 3 days, or simply put, they will escape from prison. When in jailbreak mode, all restraints will disappear and they will actively attack buildings and animals, causing damage to the base. If there is a prison, it can reduce the chance of prisoners running away. Luo, you already had a plan for dealing with the prisoners. Check the attributes first. If the attributes are really good, the various skills are very high, and it is even better if there are excellent personal characteristics. If the prisoner is a young, beautiful woman with no physical disability and in a good mental state, she can be considered for recruitment. After recruitment, the person will become a member of the base. However, because he is a native and not a trial taker, even if he is successfully recruited, the authority he has in the base is very low. The Tiandao system can forget about it, and various animals will not obey his commands. To put it bluntly, he is just a laborer or a soldier, not the controller of the base. The ones who truly possess the status of controllers are still the trial takers, just like the 3 people on Fan Yuming's side, who all have control over the base. It's just that there is one person in charge. As for why it is women, all personal abilities in the world of Tiandao are digitized, and the innate differences in the physical data between men and women are not as obvious. As long as they develop well, women's abilities in all aspects can surpass men. Therefore, female members can also be used as coolies, and young girls are pleasing to the eye, so why not do it? In fact, the most crucial thing is that non-controller base members will increase the base score, and the increase is a lot, which will increase the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. If the attributes are not good, the benefits will not outweigh the risks. In addition, animals can also do hard labor, and animals do not increase the score, so it is obvious which one is more cost-effective. Looking at the 9 people in front of him, 6 men and 3 women, Luo, you check their attributes one by one. The natives of the tribe generally have better skills in planting, hunting, and digging, but not so good at skills such as sewing and making. Sure enough, it was the same with these 9 people. None of their attributes really satisfied Luo Yu. There's only one 23-year-old woman who is okay, the one with a can of wasp stuffed in her chest. She looks okay and has a 1-star trait of insect repellency, so she can be put on the auction house for a higher price. As for recruitment, it did not meet the standard in Luo Yu's mind. Yes, prisoners can be put up for auction, and I'm sure that after the attack at the end of the month, there will be a lot of people selling prisoners. When I looked at the auction house, I found that someone had already put captives up for sale, and there were quite a few of them. It seemed that some naturally strong races had survived the attack and were selling the captives for money. This is good too. Now that we have a reference price, the market will determine the price. After some research, Luo Yu priced the 9 captives according to their attributes and put them on the auction house. The most expensive one was naturally the beautiful young female captive, priced at 20,000 silvers, and a young strong man was priced at 15,000 silvers. As for the others, most of them were priced at around 10,000 silvers. This is the current market price. The listing only takes screenshots of their attributes, and the captives themselves remain where they are. Luo Yu estimated that it would not be sold out so quickly, and since he had the materials, he considered building a prison. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu first spent 5,000 silver to unlock the prison construction system. After checking, he found that this prison was quite exquisite. It is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and luxury. The higher the level, the lower the chance of the prisoner going berserk, and the greater the success rate of recruiting prisoners. A basic prison only requires a total of 2,000 materials, which can reduce the chance of prisoners escaping by 30 and increase the recruitment success rate by 10, which is average. Intermediate level, 50 lower, 20 higher. Luo Yu's goal is to build a high-level prison, reduce the risk of jailbreak by 70, and increase the success rate of recruitment by 30. Advanced prison, building materials 200,000, silver 20,000, iron or 10,000. Wow, that's so expensive. Just build a basic one first, and then upgrade it after a few days when all the materials are gathered. After confirmation, a small prison appeared in the southwest corner of the base. Luo Yu threw these people into the prison one after another. The ropes on these people were untied, but handcuffs and leg cuffs automatically appeared on their hands and feet, which was very convenient. There are no single cells in primary prisons. Everyone is in one big room with nothing in it except a cubicle toilet. Luo Yu felt guilty and spent some stone materials to build 9 single stone beds. He also placed some dried meat pies next to each stone bed, and the work was completed. After slamming the prison door, Luo Yu left immediately. He didn't want to see them. I looked at the chat group again and found that no one was talking. At this moment, the regional chat channel has become lively. I survived, but I broke a leg. These damn tribes bastards. Brother, there is still hope if we unlock the disability healing technology. No need. I'm from the Centipede tribe. My legs will grow on their own. Go away. Is Fin Lao Sin still alive? No. I saw him say that the cabin was demolished by 2 bears. I think he is dead now. Have a safe journey. Although the regional chat group has become active, it is obvious that many people are gone. Luo Yu finally couldn't help but worry and sent a message in the group chat. I'm safe here, everyone. Are you all okay? Fong Yameng. Luo Yu. You're okay. That's great. I didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing you. Nakor. I don't dare to speak either. Woo, I feel relieved now. Elena. The darkness has swallowed up those foolish natives. Alice. Goddess bless you. Everyone is fine. That's great. Seeing this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that everyone was fine. The reason they didn't speak was the same as his. They were afraid of disturbing their friends. Fang Yameng, ha ha ha. Everyone is not hurt. I have some herbs here. No, everyone said almost in unison. Luo Yu found something wrong. Luo Yu. Old cow? Where's old cow? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat group immediately fell silent. No one spoke, and everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Chapter 43. 100 times critical hit to open the treasure chest. Until after waiting for a long time. Nyoda, it smells so good. The elk meat smells so good. I haven't eaten meat for a month. It would be even better if there was some wine. Luo Yu, come on, let's trade. I'll give you some too. Everyone, if you speak earlier, you will die. You scared us to death. Nyoda, I eat meat. I got a little high for a while. Roll. Although everyone was scolding him, they were also relieved. In the first month of attacks, not a single one was lost. That's great. Fang Yameng. Oh, by the way, I have captured 2 prisoners. What should I do? Luo Yu. Are you also under attack by the tribe? How do you deal with the captives? Luo Yu. Those 5 automatic crossbows of yours didn't kill anyone. You 2 are really lucky. As for the prisoners, don't feel any psychological burden. Just sell them. Fang Yameng. Well, it's a pity that they are 2 male captives. If they were female, we could try to recruit them. One of them used to work in the Human Resources Department. By the way, did you open the reward treasure chest? I got 2 identical design drawings. Design drawings? Everyone was very curious. Fang Yameng took a screenshot, and Luo Yu looked at it, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Design of the fog of war diffusion box. Naker, what is this? And I gave you 2 at once. Fang Yameng. It seems to be used to release the fog of war and hide the buildings within the wall. But the construction materials are so expensive, 500 gold alone. Elena, 500 gold? Just burn the blueprints. Maker, put up on the auction house quickly. Maybe someone will take advantage of it. Nyugda, even if it's on the shelves, I don't think anyone would dare to buy it after seeing the price. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. If some of his internal equipment and buildings were hidden in the fog, the enemy would not be able to figure out how many arrow towers and catapults there were, which could cause a large number of casualties on the enemy side in an instant. Luo Yu, well, I'll help you solve one. I happen to have 3 female prisoners here. How about exchanging them with you? Fang Yameng, hey, really? Luo Yu, you're such a good person. Good man. Luo Yu, are you giving me a nice guy card? Fang Yameng, no. Oh no, it's not that either. Hey, what's wrong with sending it to you? Haha, let's trade quickly. A trading box appeared, and Luo Yu first removed the 3 female captives from the auction. As for the small loss of the deposit, it didn't matter. Click on the base items and put the 3 female prisoners on the trading box. Fang Yameng, hey, all 3 are quite young, and their attributes are pretty good. Luo Yu, I seem to have taken advantage of you again. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It was easy to capture prisoners, but this kind of design drawing that only came from a treasure chest was extremely rare. He was definitely taking advantage of it. I have to say, Fang Yuming's hidden skill should be European Emperor. Luo Yu, well, it seems like you took advantage of me. No, I have to take it back in the future. Oh, okay, there will be something later. Fang Yuming reacted halfway through her words. Luo Yu, you are so lewd. The sisters all laughed at me. Oh, my face is so red. You are so annoying. As he said this, he put the design drawing up. Luo Yu, I'm talking about taking advantage of resources. What do you think I'm talking about? Fang Yameng, you know what I'm talking about, humph. Transaction completed. Design of war fog diffusion box. Iron or 10,000, silver 10,000, gold 500, jade 500. When facing detection by hostile or neutral units, the base will be shrouded in fog. The higher the level of the diffusion box, the better the fog effect. The property is great, the price is outrageous. Fang Yameng, oh, I'm reminded that I need to build a prison, and I have just enough resources. I won't talk to you guys for now. Everyone was busy with their own things at this time. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square and put himself on a shelf. Black Iron Mercenary, human, male mission price, 15,000 per time, current mission times, 0 times success rate, 0. The mercenary square was bustling at this moment. Luo Yu took a look and found that many people were already on the mission. However, the time for the first wave of attacks was about to pass, so the possibility of receiving the mission was relatively small. Wait, maybe someone will hire him. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Yu plans to open the treasure chest. A bronze-level random treasure chest and a bronze-level equipment treasure chest. Luo Yu muttered to himself and opened the random treasure chest. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open the treasure chest and get the item. Giant octopus egg, platinum level. Giant octopus eggs. Hatching temperature 0 to 100 degrees. Current hatching progress. 80. Luo Yu's eyes widened. He was actually given an octopus egg, and it was a platinum level octopus. He roughly knew what a giant octopus looked like. When the time came, he would keep it in the lake and use it to resist the enemies from the north. Luo Yu placed the octopus egg in the bedroom, ready to try to hatch it with a critical strike again. After reciting the sentence silently again, the reminder will appear again. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open the equipment treasure box and get equipment. Portable storage bracelet, diamond level. What the hell? Luo Yu was dumbfounded. He actually gave me a storage bracelet. Is there such a thing in the world of Tiandao? Looking at the unremarkable silver bracelet on his wrist, Luo Yu quickly clicked on the details. Portable storage bracelet. Internal space 1,000 cubic meters. Cannot carry living things. Cannot carry items with owners. 1,000 cubic meters means 10 meters in length, width, and height each. The area is quite good, but there are still limitations. Luo Yu directly put the Tiangong sword, bow, an arrow, and javelin in. With a flip of his hand, the Tiangong sword appeared in his palm. With another flip of his hand, the Tiangong sword disappeared and a javelin appeared. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Luo Yu was overjoyed. This was too powerful. He hurriedly checked the score of the base and found that it had not increased. Fortunately, the score of the equipment had not increased yet. Just when he was feeling delighted, a hint came. The first wave of attacks ends 4 hours. The survival rate of all attack trialists in the Tiandao world, 59.772. The second wave of attacks begins. The data is simple, but the facts are cruel. Almost half of the intelligent creatures could not withstand the attack and died. This does not include those who were injured or disabled. The Tiandao world did not give a report on the disability rate, but it goes without saying that the numbers must be terrifying. Of course, in the world of heaven, there are billions of lives in all the heavens and worlds. Even if half of them are lost, the remaining lives are still incalculable. Luo Yu sighed secretly in his heart and prayed that his sister was safe. Speaking of which, the second wave of attacks has already begun. Why hasn't anyone hired me? Is it because I am discriminated against as a race? Chapter 44, Mercenary Luo Yu. Since no one was hiring him now, he might as well just eat. In the previous spoils of war, he got a portion of a loving dish given by the princess of the Scarsa tribe to her fiancé. Unfortunately, the princess's fiancé was shot into a sieve by the arrow tower, so Luo Yu just happened to want to taste this dish. I picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. It tasted amazing. This is the most delicious chicken leg Luo Yu has ever eaten. No, the most delicious food. As Luo Yu devoured the food, he said vaguely, "This princess, her cooking skill must be above LV10. Well, next time, come and attack and capture her alive." Just when Luo Yu was thinking about this princess, the system prompt came. You eat the love lunchbox and get a buff. Charm is invalid. One day. The princess's loving cooking has a certain chance of making the loved one immune to the temptation of the opposite sex. The one you love. It's a pity that this box of food can't make the person you love invulnerable. After eating the delicious love bento, Luo Yu was in a good mood. He began to put some commonly used items into his personal space, such as tools like pickaxes and hemp ropes. Just after I finished cleaning up, another prompt appeared. You are hired by the dwarves and are being teleported. Please be prepared. If you do not accept the employment mission, you can cancel it midway, but the 5,000 deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu was slightly stunned. There was actually someone who would hire him for 15,000. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, Luo Yu felt the world spinning before his eyes, and he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is a stone house with the door open. Two bodies of dwarf men are lying on the ground, and another dwarf is leaning on the bed, dying. He looked at Luo Yu, as if he saw a savior, and said anxiously, "Save me. I'll give you all the money. Save me." Luo Yu came back to his senses, and his eyes narrowed. He was invincible for 5 seconds, but he could not attack either. This gave the mercenaries some time to react. In addition to this dwarf, there are two natives in the room. These two natives are different from the Scarsa natives who attacked their territory. Their eyes are red, and there is a status bar above their heads. Controlled. 5 seconds later, Luo Yu dodged to the side and easily avoided a spear, then chopped out with the Tiangong sword. The shoulder of the native in front of him was chopped off directly, and Luo Yu chopped the other native into 2 halves with another knife. "Save me." The male dwarf called for help. Luo Yu walked over to him and found that there were bloody holes on both of his legs. The aorta was punctured, and the bleeding could not be stopped. He was no longer alive. He glanced at the natives, still climbing the perimeter wall, and frowned. "What's going on? Why are there so many natives attacking?" We were wrong." The dwarf man coughed up blood and said, "In order to show off on the regional channel, we included ourselves in the base rating. We didn't expect that the gold-level soft armor we built before would attract so many enemies. Save me." The dwarf man was still calling for help, but Luo Yu frowned. He had not expected such a situation. He frowned and said, "Send me the clues of the attack, and I will study it." Luo Yu was the last straw for this dwarf tribe. Upon hearing this, he reluctantly sent a screenshot of the message bar. Gold-level soft armor 2 attracted the attention of the night butterfly banshee. She will lead the slave soldiers to snatch it. It turned out that the attack was triggered by a certain object. The intensity of this type of attack would be increased, but would not involve so many people. Luo Yu's mind raced as he came to a conclusion. The 3 dwarves' attributes were not good, but their forging levels were high, and their life skills would also increase their personal scores. Their high forging levels made their own value very high. Then the mode for calculating character scores was turned on, which made the intensity of the attack so great. There are at least 20 or 30 indigenous slave soldiers outside, and they don't have any defensive equipment such as arrow towers, so it would be strange if they could hold on. Save me." The dwarf man stretched out his hand to Luo Yu, but the next moment his pupils widened and he took his last breath. Tip: all the trial participants in this territory have died. All items in the territory will be changed to a neutral state. You can choose to exit the mission and return to your base, or you can continue to stay in the unfamiliar territory and repel the attack. Maximum stay time at a neutral base, 6 hours. Huh, there is such a thing. Luo Yu, who had reacted, of course chose to stay, and looked at the 3 dwarf corpses. As expected, just as the heavenly Tao explained, after the trial taker's death, his body began to dissipate, leaving behind the base core and some of their own precious things. Luo Yu grabbed the base core bead in his hand on the spot. This is a good thing. After using it, he can improve the hard indicators such as the area of his base, the fertility of the land, the abundance of aquatic products, etc. Although it is only a small improvement, everything is a process of accumulating little by little. He directly put the base core into his personal space, and then grabbed the 2 pieces of golden soft armor left by the 2 corpses. Soft armor. The soft armor belongs to the master. Give me the soft armor. A controlled indigenous soldier rushed directly towards Luo Yu, but his head was chopped off by a knife. Luo Yu glanced around the stone house and found several pieces of gold and jade on the bed, as well as 3 scrolls left behind by the dead dwarves. There were also some other resources in the house. Without hesitation, he took them. You get 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 gold, 60 jade, 1 bronze mirror. After clearing out everything in the stone house, Luo Yu rushed out, only to find that all the natives had already climbed over the wall, and about a dozen people were rushing in this direction. On the wall, there stood a charming woman who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in black with a pair of black wings on her back, and she was looking at him coldly. Is this night butterfly? Luo Yu looked around the place. There were 2 stone houses, small banana trees growing in the vegetable garden, and a trembling wildebeest lying not far away. Without any hesitation, he rushed into another stone house. This seemed to be a forging room, with various tools placed in a mess. Luo Yu simply collected the pile of resources on the table. You get iron essence 200, silver essence 100, weapon embryo 2. You get a steel forging table 1. Golden soft armor. Give us the golden soft armor. When Luo Yu was sweeping, the indigenous slave soldiers had already blocked the gate. 2 indigenous slave soldiers rushed in first, but were killed by Luo Yu one by one. Chapter 45. Love Bento shapes a straight man. The next moment, he swung the Tiandao knife in his hand continuously and cut a gap in the stone wall on the spot. The Tiandao knife is actually a stone-cutting knife, and ordinary stone houses cannot stop Luo Yu at all. He rushed out of the forge and rushed directly into another stone house. Storehouse. There was a hint of surprise in Luo Yu's eyes. The warehouse was filled with a large amount of iron ore, as well as daily necessities such as fishing rods and wooden barrels. Fishing rods are good things. Everyone is given one at the beginning, and it is impossible to buy one more. There are many benefits to having an extra fishing rod. You get a fishing rod 1. You get iron ore 5,000. Reminder, your storage bracelet occupancy rate, 70. Please sort it out as soon as possible to avoid a warehouse explosion. Fortunately, I used a critical hit to get a storage bracelet, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take so many resources with me. After looting the warehouse, Luo Yu wanted to leave, but found that the entire stone house had been surrounded. A charming female voice sounded outside the house. Mercenary, you can't return to your base in combat. Give me the golden soft armor, or I will kill you. Yidai's voice was quite nice, but Luo Yu was not panicked at all. It is true that he can only escape after 5 seconds of escape time, but it is impossible for these natives to stop him, and he has a chance of a critical hit, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He sneered and said, Sorry, I never give away what I have obtained to others. If you want soft armor, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. After he finished speaking, a javelin suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it out fiercely. A slave soldier who rushed forward was pierced through the chest on the spot, and at the same time, the remaining force of the javelin nailed another slave soldier who was blocking the door to the spot. Luo Yu took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the stone house. But the slave soldiers were not vegetarians either. 4 archers shot at the same time, and 4 arrows were shot towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu dodged them all with his nimble body. At the same time, the storage bracelet on his wrist flashed, and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Being proficient in archery, he shot 4 arrows in succession and killed 4 archers. This is a storage bracelet. Great. I'm even more interested in you. Yi Dai licked her lips, and Luo Yu sneered. I'm also interested in you. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Okay, Yi Dai sneered and said, let's see who catches who. Go, kill him. More than a dozen Malay slave soldiers rushed towards Luo Yu at the same time. At this moment, Luo Yu used his Gale sword technique. There was a burst of hacking and chopping, and the first 4 slave soldiers who rushed up were hacked to death. At the same time, Luo Yu's thigh was scratched by the spear. Seeing this scene, Yi Dai sneered and said, a mere human race cannot kill you. She thought Luo Yu was injured, but after Luo Yu killed 2 slave soldiers, she found that Luo Yu was not injured at all. Is his penis so hard? No, pants. These are gold-level pants. While she was shocked, Luo Yu had already broken through the encirclement with his Kuangfeng swordsmanship and rushed towards the vegetable field. He pulled the banana tree up by its roots with a sudden force, and then put it into his bracelet. You get a small banana tree one. Banana trees are good things. Although he doesn't like bananas very much, Shao Kong should like them. Take it back and plant it. That's my favorite banana. Leave it on the tree. The night butterfly became furious when it saw this scene and flapped its wings, and a stream of pink air rushed towards Luo Yu. The night butterfly itself has little combat power, but the powder on its wings has a control effect, which is a chemical attack. Luo Yu was slightly stunned when he was hit by the pink airflow. Tip: you are under charm attack and are currently immune. Wow, the love bento does a great job. Luo Yu pretended to stumble a few times, then shook his head, took out his bow and arrow, and started shooting, killing 3 more natives. As a result, there were only 4 natives left. Let's see how long you can last. The night butterfly became angry and flapped its wings rapidly. Luo Yu was wrapped in the pink air current and pretended to be staggering, as if he was about to die. Good opportunity. Quick, capture him alive. I want this slave. The 4 slave soldiers put down their iron spears and rushed towards Luo Yu with bare hands. But the next moment, Luo Yu suddenly regained his consciousness and used the wild wind sword technique again, because they even threw away their weapons, for slave soldiers were hacked to death on the spot. Ah! Yi Dai screamed, and seeing Luo Yu rushing towards her, she quickly flapped her wings and flew away. Huh? Can you fly? Luo Yu was shocked, and his mind raced as he fell to the ground on his back. His body was motionless, but he kept muttering, Yeety, Yeety, come here, Yeety. Call. Night butterfly in midair breathed a sigh of relief, then snorted proudly. No man can resist my butterfly powder. It's a pity that you didn't get out of the battle in the end. Yi Dai slowly landed and looked at the storage bracelet in Luo Yu's hand with greed in his eyes. She was ready to pick up a dagger to chop off Luo Yu's hand, but the moment she bent down, Luo Yu on the ground suddenly jumped up and knocked Yi Dai to the ground. Ah! The night butterfly struggled hard in panic and flapped its wings, but it couldn't fly after being knocked down, and the butterfly powder seemed to have no effect anymore. It's useless. Your methods don't work on me. Pa! Luo Yu slapped Yi Dai on the face twice in succession. The girl's body trembled, and she became motionless, but her tears streamed down her face. That pitiful expression really makes me feel pity for her. Reminder: you are under a charm attack, currently immune. It's a pity that Luo Yu, who used to be very loving, has become a straight man. Tricks like crying, wiping tears, and pretending to be pitiful are completely ineffective on him. Looking at the beautiful woman with 2 slap marks on her face, Luo Yu sneered and took out a hemp rope to tie her up. In order to prevent the girl from flying away, her wings were tied up. Yi Dai stopped pretending and said through gritted teeth, You unromantic man. What kind of way is this to tie me up? It hurts me. What kind of binding method? Of course the Yazhou people use the Yazhou way of tying things. He simply found a piece of sackcloth to cover Yi Dai's mouth. Then Luo Yu carried her on his shoulders and walked towards the wildebeest. The wildebeest looked at Luo Yu in fear, but Luo Yu said gently, Come with me from now on. The wildebeest was originally tamed, and although it is now in the wild again, it still instinctively retreats because it misses its former owner. Dare to reject me? Luo Yu punched out and knocked the wildebeest to the ground. Chapter 46 Tamed. New members of the base. After Luo Yu collected the scattered spears, daggers, wooden bows, and other weapons on the ground, and made sure that nothing was left behind, he grabbed a horse's leg and chose to return. The world was spinning before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he had already appeared in his own territory. Throwing Yeety to the ground, Luo Yu took a deep breath of the familiar air his eyes full of joy. This trip was a great harvest. Task completed, you get 15,000 silver. Although all 3 dwarves died, Luo Yu also captured Yi, and the mission was completed. Because I am now a black iron level mercenary, I cannot accept other missions on the same day, so I need to sort out my tasks properly. The first is the night butterfly. He found that the night butterfly that was lying on the ground and looking at him in horror was not a unit that could be recruited, but an animal. Like Shao Kong, it is an animal, but its intelligent form has top-level attributes and is basically no different from Trial Taker. Luo Yu walked up to the girl and said calmly, "Be tamed by me, or die. I will not surrender, just kill me." These words made Luo Yu slightly stunned. Yi, who was so charming before, was so tough now. Tame. Luo Yu muttered to himself and used his beast taming skills. Failed to tame the beast, success rate 1. I have a very low success rate. This night butterfly is currently a wild animal. If you don't tame it, you won't even be able to sell it. It would be such a pity to really kill him. He looked at the stubborn Yi, and after a moment of silence, he grinned and said, "Very good. You are very stubborn. Come to think of it, you are an animal, right? Animals naturally have their own way of punishing others." Luo Yu suddenly attacked and tore the woman to pieces. Under her horrified gaze, he said coldly, "There is a bull in my territory. It likes tender female animals like you the most. Where's my precious big bull? Come here. Moo." A mooing sound was heard in the distance, and the bull was running towards us. Seeing the bull running towards her, Yi turned pale with fear. As an animal with top intelligence, she naturally understood what Luo Yu wanted to do. The old cow, which was originally harmless in her eyes, was now simply the bull demon king. "No, don't let it come over. I was wrong. Please kill me. I have never experienced such a thing. Please, kill me immediately." Yi tears rolled down her cheeks. Luo Yu was stunned when he heard this. From what he said, it seemed that Yi was still a rookie. After taking a look at her condition, I saw that she was indeed in a state of panic. Tame. Luo Yu used his animal taming skills again. Taming failed, current success rate 19. Is this the only success rate for abnormal conditions? Is it so difficult for top-level intelligent animals? Well, you made me do it. Luo Yu silently said this in his heart, and then shouted again, "Be tamed." 100 times critical hit trigger. You have successfully tamed. The bull braked suddenly and stopped in front of Yi. He licked Luo Yu's hand affectionately with his tongue. Yi's whole body was glowing, and there was disbelief in his eyes. "Oh, you can actually tame me? What's your level of beast taming skills? Our night butterfly clan cannot be tamed." Night butterfly, top intelligence, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35, can fly. Special ability, charm. The butterfly powder of the night butterfly has a charm effect, which can charm the enemy unit into a friendly unit. The effect lasts for 29 days. Beast taming, LV7, crafting, LV2, tailoring, LV3, planting, LV8, shooting, LV9. Looking at Yi's attributes, Luo Yu was secretly surprised. Although the 3 basic attributes seemed to be just SOSO, the special skills and her life skills were still quite powerful. At this moment, Yi sat on the ground in shock. After the shock, Luo Yu said calmly, "What do you mean by yours? Don't you know how to address me? What about pet etiquette?" Yi's delicate body trembled and tears of humiliation appeared on her face. Tamed animals cannot resist their masters, and their loyalty and intimacy are automatically maxed out. Even if Yi is unwilling 100 times or 1,000 times, he cannot suppress the emotions that well up in his heart. She instinctively wanted to obey the man in front of her, and even wanted to have an intimate interaction with him. Yi knelt on the ground in humiliation, crying and saying, "Greetings, master." His face was red and his eyes were filled with tears. He looked humiliated, but had to obey. This expression was amazing. Luo Yu reached out and patted her head, then laughed and said, "Very good. From today on, I will call you Shao Dai. Your first task is to help me sort out the spoils. Clothing." Shao Dai blushed, hugged her chest, and gritted her teeth. "Give me clothes right now." Luo Yu frowned and said, "Don't you know how to ask the master?" Shao Dai's body trembled. She lowered her head and said tremblingly, "Please, master, please give me some clothes. That's more like it." Luo Yu took off his coat and put it on her, smiling faintly. "Except for mine, the others are the clothes of the dead. I don't think you want to wear them, right?" Okay, put on mine and follow me. Having said that, he turned and walked towards the villa. Holding Luo Yu's blue gown and looking at his back wearing only a vest, Xiaodai felt her heart beating so fast. This guy is handsome, and his muscle lines are quite nice. Oh, what am I thinking about? Xiaodai blushed and hurried to catch up. The next thing to do was to be busy. First, Luo Yu planted the banana trees. Sure enough, Xiao Kong seemed to love eating bananas. He clapped his hands happily when he saw the banana tree. After the three of them arrived at the basement warehouse, Luo Yu shook out all the things in the bracelet and sorted them out together with the two pet girls. He had no use for the iron spear, dagger, wooden bow, and the like, so he put them all up for auction. After taking a look, Luo Yu discovered that the price of weapons is a little higher than usual. Because today is an attack, many people are facing a situation where they do not have enough weapons and are all buying them. Luo Yu was sold out very quickly after it was put on the shelves. I made a lot of money just from these broken weapons. He also discovered that many people were in urgent need of money to buy weapons, and they needed to sell items. Things that were very expensive before were now depreciating rapidly. For example, luxury goods such as gold and jade, which originally cost 1,200, have now fallen to 1,150. For those who are in a hurry to sell them, the price has even dropped to 1,130. Purchase. Buy it now. Luo Yu directly swept 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, and directly gathered all the resources needed for the War Fog diffusion box. Maybe this is called making money from war. Chapter 47. War Fog completed. Attribute points sword. Next are 3 forging scrolls. No need to say anything, just use them. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV0 to LV2. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV2 to LV4. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV4 to LV5. The scroll gave a lot of experience points, and Luo Yu felt that a lot of knowledge was pouring into his mind. With the LV5 forging level, he could already try to forge black iron-grade equipment. He looked at the forge placed not far away and began to think. Because this forging furnace generates high temperatures, it requires a special forging room, and the building must be replanned. A moment later, Luo Yu came to the outside of the villa, took out the base core, and chose to use it. The moment the core was used, gentle light suddenly appeared in the sky and scattered across his territory, and the transformation began. Luo Yu looked at all these magical things and sighed in his heart that this world of heaven was truly magnificent. You use the base core, your territory area increases by 10, the land fertility increases by 10, and the aquatic resources increase by 10. Luo Yu looked around and found that his territory had indeed grown larger, and what had expanded was the land area. The small lake was still the same small lake and did not seem to have grown any larger. This is a good thing, otherwise this 10 area will be diluted a lot by the small lake. He looked at the girl beside him and asked curiously, Xiaodai, what is in these purple mountains? Xiaodai snorted lightly and didn't say anything. Bang! Luo Yu slapped the girl on her butt. Xiaodai screamed and said with a red face, It's all mountains, continuous mountains, I don't know anything else. Pets won't lie to their owners. Luo Yu nodded, and after collecting his scattered thoughts, he prepared to build a fog of war box. A moment later, on the rooftop balcony of the villa, Luo Yu placed the iron box in a small attic with an open window. A faint mist emanated from the small window of the attic, and then the mist disappeared from Luo Yu's eyes. Yes, the fog of war is only effective against enemies. It has no effect on creatures within the territory, and it does not affect sunlight or anything like that. The fog of war has spread to the entire base. Current recognition rate within the fog, 30. With a recognition rate of 30, you can only see an outline. I will upgrade it later. If the recognition rate is reduced to 0, it will be perfect. After doing all this, it was already sunset. Luo Yu looked at Xiaodai and said, Take some dry food and throw it into the prison. Yes. Xiaodai flapped her wings and flew towards the prison, while Luo Yu began to prepare dinner. After dinner, it was completely dark. In the bathroom, Luo Yu lay in a wooden tub and began to implement his plan. Add attributes. Yes, after this day, Luo Yu found that the benefits of improving personal strength at this stage are very high. The main reason is that he possesses martial arts, which can fully bring out the power of his attribute values. With high attributes, he can repel attacks easily by himself. I looked at the wealth, which comes and goes, and the base currently has 70,000 silver. Currently his strength is 52, constitution is 39, and agility is 38. No doubt, increase your constitution and agility to 51st. You spent 23,000 silver and improved your physical fitness and agility attributes. Looking at the virtual operation page in front of him, Luo Yu clicked continuously on the plus behind the power. You spend 2,000 silver to upgrade your strength +1. He continuously increased the strength to 60, using up 16,000 silvers, with 31,000 silvers left. Luo Yu then continuously clicked on the plus of agility and physique. Finally, I raised my agility and physique to 60, not ordering, keeping it for later use. As a result, his panel changes as follows. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 800 points. Health value, 30 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 60. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Personal characteristics. The sanitation value dropped a lot because there were many more prisoners in the base, as well as 2 more animals, Shaodai and Wildebeest. In addition, it had rained before, and there were a large number of piled-up clothes of the dead that had not been sold, causing the sanitation value to drop to a critical point. If it drops any further, we will get sick. Luo Yu was not worried about getting sick himself, but he was worried about the animals, prisoners, or his 2 little cuties in the base getting sick, which would be very troublesome. The entertainment value increased by 10 points, because there is a new Shaodai. According to the description of the Heavenly Dao world, cute little animals like Shaodai and Shaokong can provide entertainment for people. Each one adds 10 points of entertainment value. There are many benefits to having a high entertainment value. The first is that everyone is in a good mood and is less likely to get sick. The second is that you can get some strange random buffs. Sometimes, some strange buffs will affect the battle situation. For example, the Iron Straight Man buff of the Love Bento is quite fierce. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came. This month-end attack has ended, with a survival rate of 47.168. Summer is officially coming tomorrow. Please make preparations for summer. Alice, it's over. So many innocent lives have been lost. Pray for them. Elena, Alice, you better pray that you don't die in the attack at the end of summer. Fong Yameng, summer is here, and food storage is a big problem. Is everyone prepared? Naker, it's hard to store food without ice. I think we should find a way to get rid of the big monster fish in the lake in the summer. That way we can get more aquatic products and catch some good fish. Nyoda, I don't care. There's grass everywhere in the summer, and food is easy to find. Luo Yu, summer is here, so autumn won't be far behind. We should cultivate more fields and store food for the winter. Fong Yameng, yeah, and there's a lot of rain in the summer, but the ground will be very dirty, so everyone should pay attention to the sanitation. Everyone in the group is talking about the future, planning for it, and full of expectations. Yes, after this attack, everyone gained confidence and saw hope of becoming stronger. Although the world of heaven is cruel, it is really possible to become stronger. Who doesn't want to become a strong person standing at the top of countless races in the universe? Even Luo Yu hopes that he can become a king-level mercenary one day. One awesome thing that would be. Luo Yu, Fong Yameng, did you try to recruit those 3 captives? Fong Yameng, we have already recruited one. The success rate is 70. Everyone, Luo Yu, they can tame beasts, recruit people, and are extremely lucky. The 3 of them actually appeared in the same base. Is there a bug in the sky? Chapter 48. Trading can also be a critical hit. Early in the morning, Luo Yu, who had just woken up, habitually pushed away Shao Kong, who was resting his head on his arm, and immediately looked at the prompt. Sure enough, 2 captives had been sold. The 2 strongest male captives were sold for 30,000 silver. He was secretly happy, but now he found Shaodai curled up at the end of the bed, hugging one of his legs. Didn't she say she wanted to sleep on the mat last night? Why is she here again? Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart and gently rubbed her belly with his feet, and Shaodai woke up immediately. She opened her eyes and blinked. After realizing her current state, she quickly let go of the calf she was hugging and said with a red face, I don't want to sleep with you. It's because you have tamed me. I have no choice. I can't control myself. No, I'm not taking the initiative to sleep with you. Luo Yu said with a smile. Your face is so red. Why are you so shy? Was that slutty look before just pretending? Are you actually a pure little cutie? When did I ever be dissolute? Xiao Dai was very dissatisfied, but Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "Okay, your butterfly powder is stuck to the bed. Clean sheets later." As he spoke, Luo Yu carried the dazed Shao Kong to wash up. Butterfly powder? Damn it, I folded my wings, and he didn't notice. Xiao Dai snorted angrily and quickly followed. Breakfast was still milk and eggs. Luo Yu and Shao Kong enjoyed the meal very much, but Xiao Dai found it difficult to swallow. "I'm going to take a walk on the grassland." Looking at Xiao Dai's back, Shao Kong was full of curiosity, but Luo Yu more or less understood that she was going to the grassland to look for flowers. Although Xiao Dai can eat grains and cereals, the most ideal food for her is nectar. Night butterflies are actually a kind of pampered animals. Oh, it's not easy to keep a pet. Luo Yu sighed lightly, ate breakfast, and walked toward the prison. There were still 4 male captives left, and Luo Yu directly took them out. Didn't he raid the base of the 3 dwarves before? He got a lot of tools, which was just right for them to work. "You 4 go to the mine and dig." Luo Yu snorted, "Work hard, and you'll have food to eat if you dig well. If you don't work hard, I'll stab you to death. Do you understand?" The 4 captives were not strong, and they were handcuffed and shackled, so they could not resist Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, they obediently went to the mine. As for Shao Kong and Xiao Dai, there happened to be 2 fishing rods, so let them go fishing. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu scanned the entire territory and began to plan the next course of action. The top priority now is to improve the base's sanitation level, at least restore it to 60 to avoid disease. The fastest way to improve the sanitation level is naturally to lay flooring. With the abundant rain in the summer, if the flooring is not laid, the entire base may be soaked in mud. Luo Yu first completed his daily tasks. Collect eggs 3, milk cows 38, collect aquatic products 50, collect ripe apples 2. These items are the base's current fixed daily income. Luo Yu is now very skilled at doing these tasks and can finish them all in 1 hour, and it is only 8 o'clock in the morning. His eyes turned to the piles of animal skins, clothes, etc., all of which were marked. Clothes of the dead. Wearing these clothes will increase the risk of disease, and may also cause some debuffs, and cannot be sold. This is also the reason why Luo Yu did not wear the golden soft armor. Both pieces were clothes of the dead. If he wanted to purify them, he had to rely on purifying water. The purified water came out of the box, and it was a very rare item. It would be a pity to burn the clothes of the dead. So after Luo Yu studied it, he came up with a solution. The sewing technology tree has a recycling workbench that can recycle items such as clothing into raw materials, but this will result in a 70 loss of the raw materials. Fabric recycling workbench. Fabric recycling design 1. Raw materials 3,000. Iron ore 1,000. Silver 500. Luo Yu hurriedly went to the auction house to search for the design drawings, but found none. World Channel, Terran, Anonymous, I want a fabric recycling design. If you have a price, please PM me. Luo Yu used his only opportunity to speak to the world today, and before long, a trading window popped up. Zerg, 4444, you despicable Terran. I have what you want. The price is 200,000 silver. I won't sell it for less. This 4444. A strange look appeared on Luo Yu's face. Isn't this the extremely arrogant mantis monster from before? Why are you still so arrogant now? Luo Yu, this thing is only worth 10,000 yuan. I'll pay 20,000 yuan, and I'll use twice the extra to buy you a coffin. Zerg 4444. What did you say? Besides your foul mouth, what else do you humans have? I might sell it to others at a lower price, but I'll double it if I sell it to humans 40,000. Forget it. This guy seemed to have a very determined attitude. After being killed by me with a single blow, he must have hated the human race deeply. According to Luo Yu's temper, he would just X the trading box, but this blueprint is really necessary. At this moment, he thought of something, and his lips curled up, and he put 40,000 silver coins on it. Idiot bug, let's trade. Zerg 4444. Aren't you a tough guy? Why did you buy it again? Humans are trash. They are worse than stink bugs. I, Master Bug, will use this money to increase my attributes and go to the arena to beat you trash to death. As he spoke, he clicked the button. Luo Yu silently said this in his heart, and clicked transaction. 100 times critical hit triggered. Transaction successful. When the prompt came, Luo Yu was secretly happy as he got the design drawing. On the other side, Zerg 4444 was stunned. Why is it 400 silver? You lied to me? Asshole, why did you only sell it for 400 silver? Luo Yu laughed inwardly and replied, I only put 400 silver coins in it. Are you blind? By the way, you bugs have so many compound eyes, it's normal to see a few extra zeros. I suggest you poke out the extra compound eyes so that you can see the numbers clearly. Bye. He directly X'd the transaction box and blocked Zerg 4444, not giving the other party a chance to curse in private chat. World Channel, Zerg 4444. What the hell, Terran Anonymous? You are a scumbag and a liar. World Channel, Terran Barjov. These bugs are starting again, right? Who are you shoe-bottom monsters scolding? Who are Terran Anonymous? Explain clearly. Terran Anonymous. Terran Anonymous? You're firing a map cannon? I'll stab all Zerg Anonymous to death with one knife. A war of words started on the World Channel, and Luo Yu lost interest after watching for a while. He was secretly delighted in his heart. This deal was a perfect hit. It was an unbeatable scam. Chapter 49 Fabric Recycling. Let's sew something weird. On the basement floor of the villa, Luo Yu opened the building page and directly built a fabric recycling workbench. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and the workbench appeared. The working principle of this workbench is very simple. Just throw the useless clothes in from the feed port, and it won't take long for the raw materials to come out from the discharge port. A moment later, Dai held a pile of the dead man's clothes in his mouth and piled them in front of the workbench, and Luo Yu began to try. After the workbench made a buzzing sound, a piece of animal skin tribal clothing disappeared, and what appeared at the outlet was deerskin 10, cotton cloth 10. Great! Luo Yu was very satisfied. The deceased had a lot of clothes, so he just had to throw them in. After half a day, Luo Yu finally finished the work. Not a single piece of clothing of the deceased was left, but in the boxes in the camp, there were a lot of raw fabric materials. I checked the base's hygiene score and found that it had indeed risen by 5 points, which is very good. He spent some time sorting out the various fabrics. After counting, he got a total of 503 deerskins, 721 cottons, 460 thick furs, 777 ordinary leathers. All of these can be used to make clothes, bedding, and if you're more luxurious, they can even be made into sofas. The key is that Luo Yu also has a sewing table. It would be a waste to just sell the raw materials without processing them. Luo Yu's own tailoring skills are very low, but Xiao Dai has LV3, so he can start. Of course, Xiao Dai is fishing now, so let's do it tomorrow. After leaving the villa, Luo Yu looked at the various stones piled on the open space, cheered himself up, and started cutting stones. Making floor tiles requires a lot of stones. At dinner time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also came back. They each caught 2 boxes, a total of 4 boxes. After Luo Yu opened it, the 3 boxes were filled with basic resources such as iron, ore, but 1 box contained seeds. Cotton seeds, 100. He was just thinking about whether to plant some cotton, but this time he didn't have to think about it because the big bull could plow the land tomorrow. After dinner and a shower in the evening, Luo Yu lay on the bed and went into the arena. You human trash, do you dare to fight Grandpa? This type of room appeared again. It turned out that the verbal fight during the day still needed to be resolved in the arena at night. Luo Yu was short of money, and these Zergs were sent to him. He went straight into a Zerg 2,000 silver room. Yu is here. Our insecticide is here. Come on, you kill this centipede. Everyone rushed into the room again. Luo Yu's opponent was a centipede man who looked very domineering and very large. From the appearance, he looked a bit like the centipede monster in cartoons. He grinned and said, You, if I was afraid of you before, it's different now. I spent a lot of silver to strengthen your attributes. From today on, I will kick you out of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Start. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Yu rushed forward, performing the Kuangfeng sword technique and slashing wildly with the Tiangong sword in his hand. The centipede man's shell could not withstand Luo Yu's quick sword at all. KO. Time taken, 3.8 seconds. Instant kill. Which bug can hold Brother Yu back for 5 seconds? Not bad. This time I lasted 2 seconds longer than last time. If the bugs can increase their attributes, maybe I can last 2 more seconds. Brother Yu, I'm your biggest fan. Can you add me as your friend? I'll pay for the friend fee. Come on, Brother Yu, drive the bugs out of the arena. My Brother Yu has worked very hard. Don't you know how much sweat he has shed behind the scenes? Don't ask too much of him. The Terran said all kinds of things on the public screen, while the Zerg ran away in shame. The centipede man was cut into pieces, and Luo Yu didn't want to stay any longer, so he directly withdrew from the arena. You get silver, 2,900. After clearing another room and getting 1,000 silvers, Luo Yu did not want to stay any longer and left the arena. It's not that Luo Yu doesn't want to fight more and make more money, but if he fights too much and becomes too famous, people will be afraid of him and will automatically block him when they check into a hotel. Then no one will come to fight. Luo Yu, lying on the bed, looked around. Shao Kahn was already curled up and asleep beside him, while Xiao Dai was lying on the soft mat on the ground, also drowsy. Luo Yu thought about asking her to start sewing tomorrow, and that sleeping on the big bed would give her a chance to get a sewing buff. So he said, Xiao Dai, come here, sleep on the bed. Xiao Dia's face turned red immediately. She stood up and slowly climbed onto the bed. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she seemed to have a premonition of something, and even her neck turned red. She leaned on Luo Yu's shoulder somewhat stiffly and stammered, I know, you bastard. Even if you get my people, you can't get me. Bang! Luo Yu slapped her on the butt and said unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, rubbed her private parts, and looked at Luo Yu again, only to find that the master beside her had closed his eyes and fell asleep, and soon he fell asleep with even breathing. Well, Xiao Dai opened her mouth, snorted after she realized what was happening, and turned over, not wanting to see Luo Yu. However, because the big bed was so comfortable, she fell asleep after only 10 seconds. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu got a buff. When building, the material consumption is reduced by 5, lasting for 10 days. Awesome. After 2 days of holding back, I got such a good buff. Let's go. Turning to look at Shao Kahn, she didn't get the buff this time, but Xiao Dai got the buff. Taylor LV plus 3, lasts for 1 day. Sometimes, you have to sigh at the thing called luck. If everything goes well, isn't that luck? After waking up the 2 girls, I assigned the tasks while having breakfast. Shao Kahn, go to the fish pond to collect seafood first, and then go fishing. Woo! Shao Kahn called out softly. She was very good at this kind of simple task. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you have great skills in animal taming and sewing. Go milk the cows and collect eggs first, and then sew clothes. I'll draw a sketch for you, and you can just make them according to the design. But Luo Yu put some milk on his fingers and started painting. After a moment, Xiao Dai blushed and spat. Master, this breast? Can you sell this breast? Aren't you ashamed? Luo Yu said seriously, when we came to the heavenly Dao world, everyone wore the same style of clothing. I asked Fang Yuming indirectly, and it seems that women don't have this thing. It will definitely sell. Make 10 first, and I'll sell them. No, Xiao Dai muttered. It's a shame that such a shameful thing can be sold. Chapter 50, Mutated Octopus and Women's Underwear. After breakfast, everyone went about their own business. Luo Yu pushed the work of milking and fishing to the 2 little cuties, which made his life a lot easier. Summer is here, and the best times for outdoor work are early morning and evening. Today is the 3rd day of summer, and it is already a bit hot at noon. The first thing Luo Yu had to do was to hatch the giant octopus egg. Holding the egg and walking to the edge of the lake, Luo Yu muttered something in his mind, and sure enough, a hint came. Critical attack successful. The giant octopus's growth efficiency increased 100 times. The eggs in his hand began to change rapidly. Luo Yu hurriedly put the small octopus in his palm on the ground. The small octopus on the ground rubbed Luo Yu's calves affectionately with its tentacles, and its body shape was still changing. Hint: the giant octopus's growth process is beyond common sense, and mutation occurs. Mutated form: Dark Devil Octopus, Diamond Grade. At this moment, the little octopus has grown to the size of a room and is still growing. A moment later, looking at the black octopus in front of him that was as big as 2 rooms, Luo Yu's eyes were full of shock. Dark Magic Octopus, Diamond Level, Juvenile, Intermediate Intelligence, Male Strength 108, Constitution 155, Agility 69, Special Skill, Lightning Whip, rapidly slaps, causing powerful damage. At this moment, one of the tentacles of the black magic octopus was gently wrapping around Luo Yu's calf, as if it was very clingy. Indeed, the suction cup was quite sticky, and Luo Yu had to use some effort to pry it open. Go in the water, don't get sunburned. If there are hostile units, we'll see what the situation is. If we can catch them, we'll catch them. If we can't catch them, we'll beat them up. The giant octopus nodded and jumped into the lake with a rumble. Luo Yu was still very shocked. The big black fish was only at the silver level, but this giant octopus had reached the diamond level. Moreover, octopuses were amphibious. Luo Yu felt that the defense of the north could be left to it. It's a pity that it's in childhood, if it's in adulthood. It's scary to think about it. I'll try a critical hit someday to see if it can induce labor. At the same time, Luo Yu was secretly glad in his heart that the animals in the territory had not yet been included in the scoring. Otherwise, the value of these animals in his home would be ridiculously high, and God knows what kind of attack would be attracted. After standing there and thinking for a while, Luo Yu thought of something. The land by the lake is fertile, but Luo Yu doesn't dare to plant outside the wall. But now that there's a giant octopus, it's a different story. Plant a large area of cotton. If the enemy attacks from this direction, they will definitely attack the cotton. At that time, the octopus hidden in the lake will use a lightning whip method. Great! Luo Yu laughed loudly and called the big bull over to plow the land on a higher ground near the lake. It was decided that cotton would be planted there. This is uphill, so the lake water cannot flood us for a while, and it is within the attack range of the giant octopus. In this way, the defense in the north and the planting of cotton are basically solved. Crash! There was a sound of water, and a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds was thrown onto the shore. The giant octopus waved its tentacles at Luo Yu in the lake, as if trying to please its master. Yes, the giant octopus can provide aquatic products every day. If your own aquatic production increases by 10, you can use the giant octopus to catch fish for yourself. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, planning to fill up the pond when he had time in a few days. Draining and filling the pond would make him covered in mud, which would lower the hygiene standards. Now that he had the giant octopus, he would no longer be short of aquatic products. After a while, Luo Yu was slowly cutting the stones that were being transported in continuously while operating the construction interface. I had already decided to make floor tiles, but after clicking on them, I found that there are many types of floor tiles. There are floor tiles that increase aesthetics, increase entertainment value, and increase scores. There's a type of floor tile that makes Luo Yu interested. Strict advanced defense floor tiles increase aesthetics, entertainment value, and defense. The so-called defense refers to the defense under the ground. This floor tile can prevent digging from the ground upwards. Mining skills below LV20 cannot dig this floor tile. Even if someone really digs a hole in the ground and wants to dig in, he has a mining skill of LV20 or above and is not afraid as long as he can dig it out. Defense tiles are different from others in that they can be repaired. You dig with a pickaxe and I repair it. As long as there is enough silver, you can never dig through it. However, the cost of 1 square meter of this kind of floor tiles is 30 stone bricks, 10 iron, or 10 silver, and 1 gold. The area within Luo Yu's current wall is 10,000 square meters. Minus the 2,000 square meters of vegetable fields and orchards, it will also require 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 iron, or 80,000 silver, and 8,000 gold. A huge sum of money, a truly huge sum of money. And if you really want to lay this kind of floor tile, you'll need to move the entire vegetable field outward, open up a new vegetable field, and surround it with a wall, which involves the issue of base expansion. Luo Yu thought for a while and decided to lay this kind of defensive floor tiles. You should not be greedy for speed and cheapness and ignore the defense of the base. He concentrated on cutting the stones. Stone bricks were always in the greatest demand at any time. For 3 whole days, Luo Yu was cutting stones. With 4 captives and 11 digging worms, the supply of raw materials for stone bricks was sufficient. Luo Yu also mobilized the stone turtles to transport the stones, which made his overall stone cutting efficiency very high. However, the critical strike opportunities of these 3 days were not used. That afternoon, when Luo Yu finished cutting the stones, he found that the number of stone bricks had reached 250,000 without him noticing. One of the raw materials for defensive floor tiles is finished. In addition, we have also dug up 5,000 iron ore these days, which is pretty good. After taking a sip of water, Luo Yu looked towards the stone gate. The stone turtles and golden beetles were still continuously carrying stones over. The more stone bricks, the better. Luo Yu was just about to continue cutting when Xiao Dai flew over. Master, the clothes you ordered are finished. Over the past few days, Xiao Dai has basically adapted to her role, and it is quite smooth for her to call Luo Yu master. Luo Yu went to the basement and saw that 10 bras were finished and they looked good. He didn't waste any time and put on the auction house, with the price reaching an extremely outrageous 2,000 silver pieces. World, human race, Anonymous, the first hand-sewn women's underwear in the Tiandao world, is now available. There are 10 pieces in all sizes and models. First come, first served. What? There's women's underwear. Oh my God, it really is. That's great. I don't have to worry about it sagging. Sisters, this is really what we want. The World Channel was immediately in an uproar, and 10 pairs of women's underwear were sold out. Oh my God, is it so easy to sell? Luo Yu clearly underestimated the determination of women to buy underwear. Chapter 51, Continuous Production of Silver-Level Underwear. Half an hour later, the World Channel once again launched extensive discussions on the first batch of underwear. Elf Anonymous, hey, I bought a piece of underwear made by humans, and the effect is really good. Dragon Clan, Anonymous, really? It's a pity that I didn't get it. Is the underwear seller still there? Do you have any high-quality underwear? Just name your price. Blood Clan, Anonymous, give me 2 good quality ones, and I'll give one each to my wife and concubine. The Bull Demon Clan, Anonymous, does the man who said he would give one to his wife and concubine dare to reveal his real name to the world? Elf, Anonymous, looking for an elf companion who can give me underwear. I am male, and I hope you are too. Looking at the widespread discussions in the world, Luo Yu discovered a huge business opportunity. It's so easy to make money from women. He looked at the pile of materials and started to make women's underwear himself. Because there was a sewing machine and Xiaodai had already made the pattern. Even though Luo Yu's tailoring level was not high, he only needed to do simple operations. Of course, due to the level limit, the probability of failure will be very high. Even if the clothes are made, there may be problems with the quality. Xiaodai watched Luo Yu operate and asked curiously, Master, can you, a man, make clothes? Luo Yu said with a smile, Why? Are you looking down on me? Xiaodai nodded and said, It's not that I look down on you, but your tailoring level is too low. You will definitely fail. Oh, Luo Yu smiled and said, If I make clothes of good quality, will you kiss me? Xiaodai blushed and then said in disbelief, You have a rank. Master, if you want to make classy clothes, I'd be willing to kneel down and lick your fingers, not to mention kissing you. But if you can't do it, then you have to find me nectar. Okowo. Luo Yu laughed and said, Just watch. As he spoke, he muttered something in his heart and put the materials into the feed inlet. 100 times critical hit trigger. The sewing machine immediately emitted light, and under Xiaodia's stunned gaze, a piece of underwear shining with white light slowly fell out from the outlet. Silver-level women's underwear. Increased comfort, increased defense, increased shaping ability. You have produced silver-level underwear, and your tailoring level has been upgraded. Current level, LV2. White silver level. Xiaodai widened her beautiful eyes, but Luo Yu laughed out loud. It's done, we're going to get rich. He put it directly on the auction house and bid 30,000 silver. Yes, 30,000. The price of this piece of underwear is about the same as that of a private house. At this time, women's underwear is still popular in the world, and people noticed it immediately. Oh my God, silver-level underwear. Yeah, I saw it too. The shaping ability has increased. Oh my God, shaping. What a powerful function. Woo-woo, I can't afford it. The whole world was amazed. 10 seconds after it was put on the shelves, the silver underwear was sold out directly. Luo, you made a huge profit. 30,000 silvers can buy 15,000 iron ore at the current price. Aren't the iron or resources here? Luo Yu immediately opened the auction house and bought all the cheap iron ores. He spent all the 30,000 silvers. Now the base has a total of 25,000 iron ores. Looking at the extra pile of iron ore in the basement with joy, Luo Yu was about to make further efforts, but suddenly he thought of something and looked at Xiaodai, whose face was flushed beside him. What did some people say just now? I wonder how you gamble. Xiaodia's body trembled, and after gritting her teeth, she actually knelt down and gently sucked Luo Yu's finger. After doing all this, she hurriedly stood up and said, I'm going fishing. Having said that, he ran out directly. You didn't cheat? Luo Yu didn't expect her to be such a good gambler. He looked at his fingers and felt his heart beating faster. This Xiaodai is a bit tempting. In the following time, Luo Yu used both critical hits to make women's underwear. Unfortunately, his tailoring level was too low, and both times he produced silver-level products. This time, he sold one for 40,000 yuan and another for 50,000 yuan. He could be said to be a profiteer, but the products were still sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. It's so easy to make money from women. He used the 90,000 silver coins he earned to buy more iron ore, and soon the basement was filled with iron ore. Seeing that the price of iron ore had risen in a short period of time because of his buying spree, Luo Yu stopped and will continue tomorrow. 2 days later, Luo Yu sold 2 more pieces of women's underwear and earned 90,000 silvers. Now, many wealthy women wait at the auction house at 1 p.m. every day, hoping to be the first to buy silver-level underwear. Unfortunately, they were destined to wait in vain, as Luo Yu had no more materials. Of course, Luo Yu's tailoring level has been raised to LV4 through his hard work in making underwear during this period. By this day, Luo Yu had already collected enough iron, ore, and stone bricks to build floor tiles, and he also saved up a lot of silver. The problem was that he lacked gold. 8,000 gold is the real, huge sum of money, and it is also the problem. There are only 1,800 units of gold in the base now. Because everyone wants to try to unlock the automatic defense technology, gold has become increasingly precious, and there is no gold to sell in the market. Luo Yu planned to go to the mine to spur his captives and continue to work hard to dig gold. But when he arrived at the mine, he found that the captives were gone. A message prompt. Zintade, anonymous, purchased all your captives. You received 50,000 silvers. The 4 captives were sold for 50,000 silver pieces, which could be considered a huge sum of money. However, Luo Yu seemed somewhat embarrassed at this moment. What to do if the coolies are gone? Well, of course I'll continue catching. Now 80,000 is needed to build floor tiles. 5,000 is for reserve. And with the remaining money, Luo Yu starts to improve his own attributes. Click the plus after strength, agility, and constitution 5 times in a row. The 30,000 silvers are used up quickly, and Luo Yu's panel also changes. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 800 points. Health value, 35 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis. Today's critical hit times have been used up. Luo Yu plans to take action tomorrow and start mining first. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Yu started digging rapidly in a mine. Reminder, your mining level has been upgraded, currently LV6. There was a frantic digging going on. Since the mining level has been improved, the probability of digging out iron ore has increased a lot. Of course, LV6 is not that high, and it is mostly made of stone bricks. Chapter 52. Milk Fishing. Those who are willing to take the bait. After a busy day, before dinner, I opened the boxes that Shao Kong and Shao Dai gave me when they went fishing, as usual. A bunch of food was opened a few days ago, and Luo Yu hopes that his luck will explode today. There were 3 boxes in total today. The first 2 boxes contained food, but when the 3rd box was opened, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Automatically shoot crossbow arrows. With a touch of his finger, the mini automatic crossbow in front of him quickly grew larger. It was indeed the same as the one on the wall. What good thing! Luo Yu was very satisfied and installed the automatic crossbow on the west wall. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Luo Yu ran to milk the cow. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a while, the cow felt her body was hollowed out and lay limply on the ground to rest. Luo Yu picked up a small half bucket of special milk and placed it on a watchtower. Soon, the whole base was filled with the aroma of milk. He cut stones while waiting for the attack to come. The sun became stronger in the afternoon, and the temperature fell to around 30 degrees. After lunch, Luo Yu was taking a nap in the big villa when suddenly a reminder came. Warning, a group of soldiers from Escarsa tribe are attracted by the smell of milk and begin to attack your territory. The hint is coming. Luo Yu jumped up immediately and rushed directly to the watchtower. From the east, I saw 10 people slowly approaching this direction. These 10 people do not look like ordinary soldiers, but elite ones. They're divided into teams of 5 and are exploring forward. The 10 people in this attack were 5 men and 5 women. They looked in the direction of the base at the same time, but found that the entire base was shrouded in fog, and they could not see the situation inside at all. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the female archers whispered, "Captain, we can only vaguely see the city wall of the opposite base. What should we do? How about we stop looking for the source of that scent and retreat? What are you panicking about?" The leader this time was a strong middle-aged man. He said in a deep voice, "It's okay if you can't see it. We attacked this territory not long ago. The frontal defense of the territory is very strong, while the south and north are relatively weak. Also, according to intelligence, there is a very precious Xuanqiu beast girl in the territory. The new chief has coveted this beast girl for a long time. If we can capture it, It will be a great achievement. The eyes of the attacking tribal members lit up when they heard this. Xuanqiu Beast Girl is extremely precious and is the favorite companion pet of the chiefs of various tribes. If you can catch her, you will definitely be highly valued. Let's go around the front. Your team will attack from the north, and we'll attack from the south. Be careful of the traps on the road. After the leader's arrangement, the two teams immediately advanced slowly in the north and south directions, and Luo Yu saw all of this. If they attacked from the front, Luo Yu's plan to capture more prisoners might be ruined, because these people alone could not withstand the bombardment of catapults and automatic crossbows. But if you speak in a roundabout way, that's another story. He looked at Xiao Dai beside him and whispered, "Do you have enough butterfly powder? How many people can you induce hallucinations with?" As for fighting, Xiao Dai was not afraid at all. Instead, she said excitedly, "If it is to control, then only one person can be controlled at a time. If it is to make them fall into a state of chaos, it can interfere with two people at a time." "Very good." Luo Yu nodded and said, "You and Shao Kong will rush out with me later, and we will catch him alive." "Woohoo!" Shao Kong called out softly and tightened the dagger in his hand. Xiao Dai also nodded, and her eyes became cold. The first team has circled back to the north. The group carefully explored forward. The male spearman suddenly discovered something and whispered, "There's a planting area by the lake. It seems to be cotton. Okay, destroy the cotton field immediately." The attacks were mainly destructive, and when the natives found an exposed target, they immediately went over and started setting fire. Just when a cotton seedling was lit, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the lake. With a whoosh, the sturdy man who was holding a shield and setting fire was directly swept up by the black shadow. All they saw was a huge black tentacle dragging the strong man and sinking him into the water. "Monster, monster!" Intelligence shows that the monsters here have been eliminated. The remaining four were all stunned, but the next moment, for tentacles rushed over at the same time like lightning. The four people were dumbfounded and unable to react at all, and were swept into the water on the spot. The five-man team jumped into the water almost instantly, and after struggling for a few times, they drowned and passed out. Captive. 5 elite indigenous soldiers were captured directly. When Luo Yu saw all this, he was filled with joy. After all, it is a diamond-level monster. Even if it is a young one, it is still very powerful. Because of the wall and fog, the 5-man team attacking from the south didn't know what was happening. They were still carefully exploring possible traps on the ground. Luo Yu jumped off the city wall with the 2 little cuties. The next moment, he rode on the bull, while Shao Kong rode on the tamed wildebeest, opened the city gate, and rushed out. Xiao Dai was even more decisive. She flew out of the watchtower, saving the time to even go down to the ground. The 5-member team, who were exploring, suddenly heard a sound. They looked up and found that the stone door was opened and 2 cavalrymen rushed out from it. The middle-aged captain was very calm and shouted, "Archers, aim and shoot." 2 archers, a man and a woman, immediately drew their bows and arrows, but before the arrows were released, they suddenly smelled a fragrance. Then all kinds of hallucinations appeared in his mind, and he fainted on the spot. This is an abnormal state caused by Xiaodia's butterfly powder. The middle-aged captain looked up and found a beautiful girl with wings floating in the sky. "Night butterfly? Oh my God, there are night butterflies here?" The man was obviously stunned, and in the time it took him to be stunned, the big bull and the wildebeest had already rushed up to him, and a stone hit him on the forehead with a sound of breaking wind. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man saw stars and fell to the ground, fainting. Shao Kong is very powerful and is proficient in using the slingshot, which has explosive power. The first reaction of the remaining 2 melee spearmen was to run away, but they were caught up by Luo Yu, who slashed them with the back of his sword, knocking them unconscious one by one. The attack by elite soldiers from 10 tribes was resolved just like that, and they were all captured. A moment later, the 10 people were stripped down to their underwear and thrown into the prison, officially becoming glorious prisoners. Now that the prisoner market has flourished, Luo, you will not redeem them back to the tribe. You'll let them work first. Anyway, there's enough food for the time being. Chapter 53, You Are a Kind Goddess. After checking the attributes of these 10 people one by one, Luo Yu discovered that the middle-aged captain had a personal characteristic. Minor. Mining output rate increased by 25, rare mineral output rate increased by 10. Upon first glance, I discovered that this feature is quite powerful. In addition, there is also a female archer who has a personal characteristic. Stable quality. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, forging, and other tasks, the quality of the items produced will be increased by 20. This is a magical skill for handcraft masters. However, other than their personal characteristics, the other attributes of these two people are very bad. The female archer has an ugly face full of pockmarks, and a middle-aged man has a rebellious trait, which makes him prone to rebellion. Luo Yu is really unwilling to recruit these two people. There is no other way. Let's just remain in a stalemate for now. Maybe there will be some solution later. The next day, the 10 people started mining. Although there was not enough gold, there were enough bricks. Luo Yu plans to move the entire vegetable garden outward. The location has been chosen, not far to the north of the main base. To the north is a small lake that is easy to irrigate, and the distance to the main base wall is only about 10 meters, which is within the fire range. Luo Yu started to build a fence directly. The vegetable garden did not need a mid-level fence. Only a 2-meter low-level fence would be enough. In addition, iron spikes were installed on the fence to prevent climbing. The current equipment, such as automatic crossbows, are not enough. If there are enough materials, Luo Yu plans to install automatic crossbows in this vegetable field and orchard to expand the defense range of the base and enhance firepower. Because there were enough materials, the vegetable garden wall was erected in just a moment. While letting the big yellow ox plow the land, Luo Yu began to carefully transplant the vegetables. Fortunately, the level of cultivation has now been improved, and it can still be done as long as the movements are light enough. This was a long process. Luo Yu worked for 2 days. After 2 days, the vegetable field and orchard covering an area of 2,000 square meters was finally completed. Although some seedlings died, Luo Yu was very satisfied with the result. There's a separate drainage ditch in this vegetable garden, so there's no need to worry about the vegetables getting drowned. I looked at the base score, and it increased by 150 points. A separate, walled vegetable garden is still very luxurious. Now the score has reached 950 points, and the hygiene value has increased by 10 points. It's beautiful. Over the past few days, the 10 prisoners and a group of insects mined and dug out a lot of various stones and a lot of iron ore, but there was still not enough gold. Luo Yu dug and collected gold, and now the base has only 3,000 gold reserves, which is still 5,000 short. He looked at the food reserves. Because of the 10 captives in the past few days, the food reserves were consumed very quickly. The seafood, milk, and eggs sent by the giant octopus were not enough. Luo Yu even gave some wild boar meat to make pemmican. We can't go on like this. We have to sell the prisoners as soon as possible. Just when I was wondering if there was anyone in the world who would pay a high price for prisoners, the chat group suddenly became lively. Alice, I fished and found a box, which gave me a personal characteristic transfer scroll, which should be used to transfer the personal characteristics of the captive to yourself. I don't have any prisoners here. Do you need any? Nyoda, what are prisoners? Can they be eaten? Fong Yamong. All my captives have been recruited, so there's no need to transfer their personal characteristics. By the way, Luo Yu seems to have prisoners. Is Luo Yu there? Luo Yu is happy at this moment. Isn't this what he needed? Luo Yu, I am interested in the scroll. Alice, what do you want to exchange for? Alice, no, I'll give it to you. May the goddess bless you to become stronger and stronger. She directly sent a trading box and placed the scroll on it. Luo Yu, I don't have anything I want. Please trade it. This? How can this be so embarrassing? Luo Yu knew that the hardest thing to repay was a favor, so he simply put his iron frame bow on it. Here, I'm not good at using a bow and arrow, so I'll give it to you. Alice, iron bow. Luo Yu, thank you. Luo Yu, no, I have to thank you. You are the kind goddess in my heart. Alice, Luo Yu, don't treat me as a goddess. Transaction successful. You get a personal characteristic transfer scroll 1. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Luo Yu went straight to the prisoner with the characteristics of a miner. After clicking to use it, the scroll released a ray of light, which circled around the man for a while. The next moment, the guy fainted in the mine. Looking at the scroll in his hand again, it has changed. Miner's Attribute Scroll. After use, you can obtain the Miner's Attribute. Very good. Luo Yu was overjoyed and used it on the spot. Sure enough, he had one more personal characteristic, a miner. Next, he planned to take action himself and mine to see what good things he could dig out. Fong Yamong, I made some money from opening boxes recently, and I'm thinking of buying some female captives to recruit. Do you have any suggestions on their attributes and ages? Everyone seemed very interested in this topic. Alice, Elena, and Naker all wanted female captives to help them build their bases. Nyota also wanted some, but not necessarily to build bases. Seeing that Luo Yu did not participate in the discussion, Fang Yumeng asked curiously, "By the way, Luo Yu, did you recruit any of your captives last time? Or did you sell them all?" Luo Yu, "I sold all the ones I got last time, but I encountered a special incident these days and captured a few more prisoners." Naki ya, huh? I heard that a single special event is very dangerous. Luo Yu, you are really amazing. Fang Yumeng, are there any separate incidents? I thought they were all dealt with together in one area. Elena, Luo Yu, how many female prisoners were captured? Luo Yu, you may not believe me, but there are 5 men and 5 women, and one of them has a good trait. I will find a way to take her trait. I'll sell the other 4 to you at a low price. As he spoke, he posted screenshots of the 4 female captives' appearance, figure, and attributes in the group. Fang Yumeng, amazing, awesome. You actually captured so many prisoners in one go. I want to visit your base when I have time. Alice, Naker, Elena, you choose first. Naker, actually, the age and attributes of these 4 are similar. I will choose the female archer. The result was that Naker and Alice asked for 2 female archers, and Elena and Fang Yumeng asked for 2 female spearmen. Just meet their respective needs. Luo, you really sold it to them at a low price, only 10,000 silver per person. If it were on the market, this would be at least 13,000 silver per person. Chapter 54, I Am a Woman. The deal was done, and Luo, you still had 6 captives left. The girls in the group started recruiting new territory members, and Nyota whispered, Luo Yu, if the characteristics of the woman you left behind are solved, can you give her to me? Luo Yu, no problem, but I don't know if this female prisoner meets your aesthetic standards. Wait for me to collect another scroll later. I'll sell you this female spearman for 5,000. Nyota, it's okay. My aesthetics are different from yours and elves. If you don't like it, I definitely like it. Brother, you are really my brother. If you have any problem in the future, just tell me, and I will go through fire and water without even a frown. Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, That's what you said. After chatting with Nyota for a while, Luo Yu scanned the auction house and found that no one was selling the attribute transfer scroll, so he frowned slightly. There are so many people in the Tiandao world. It is impossible that Alice is the only one who touched the scroll. There must be stock. I guess he doesn't want to sell it. Luo Yu knew that if he wanted to get what he wanted, he had to pay a corresponding price. What he could trade now was women's underwear. Aren't the critical hits from these 2 days useless? World Channel, Human Race. Anonymous accepts customized silver-level women's underwear in exchange for personal characteristic transfer scrolls. Some can be contacted privately. This world news immediately caused a small sensation. What? This Human Race can make silver-level items. The one who makes silver underwear. Are you a man or a woman? Can we be friends? I don't want the silver one, just the ordinary one. Can you customize one for me? I'll pay for it. At the same time, Luo, you also receive a lot of private messages, saying all kinds of things, some asking for a relationship, some flattering, some wanting to be friends, but there was no scroll he was looking for. Just when Luo Yu was feeling disappointed, a private message caught his attention. Human, anonymous, I have the scroll you want. Let me ask you first, can you really make silver-level underwear stably? Luo Yu sent a transaction frame, and sure enough, the other party put up the scroll he wanted. Luo Yu was delighted when he saw this. He checked the transaction box and posted a screenshot of the silver underwear he had made before. Stable silver, we are all human. You can rest assured of our credibility. Good. Then let me ask you again, are you a man or a woman? Luo Yu, is there any difference? Yes. Answer me now. Luo Yu fell silent upon seeing this. After thinking for a while, he understood. The girl opposite must be a shy one. She needs to tell you her size when ordering custom underwear, and she probably doesn't want men to know. Luo Yu wanted the scroll very much, and said without much hesitation, I am a woman. Huh, it's good that you're a woman. I don't want to tell a man my size. Wait a minute. How do you prove you're a woman? Send me a screenshot. Sure enough, the woman opposite was unwilling to do this kind of transaction with men and was very vigilant. Luo Yu secretly congratulated himself on his answer. As for the screenshots, Shao Kong, come here. Woohoo. Shao Kong came running over and hugged Luo Yu's arm, rubbing his little head against it affectionately. Shao Kong, come here, stretch out your hand. Chiyu. Shao Kong showed curiosity on his face, but still obediently stretched out a pair of white little hands. Luo Yu took a screenshot and sent it over on the spot. Wow, Your hands are so beautiful and small. You must be a girl of about 16 or 17 years old, right? Luo Yu. Well, sister, stop talking about this. Tell me your size, so I can hurry up and make it. The other side fell into silence. After waiting for a long time, the girl on the other side said shyly, F. F. Luo Yu was a little confused for a moment. Yeah, it's F. It's weird. So, I feel very uncomfortable without a bra. This time Luo Yu came back to his senses. Wow, it was an F class one, very heavy. She really needed a breast. Luo Yu, well, I'm not sure what the size of the F class is. How about you take a screenshot and show it to me? Screenshot. Isn't this the fruit? No way. Even if they're all girls, it's not okay. Hey sister, let me find something for you to use as a reference. Hearing this, Luo Yu thought to himself what a pity. After a while, the other party sent a screenshot, which turned out to be a small watermelon. Luo Yu, I see. Okay, I got it. Let's contact each other at this time tomorrow. Okay, I'll contact you later. Bye. After the private chat, Luo Yu frowned slightly. He remembered that to make such a large bra, he would need 1.5 times more fabric than usual. Add money. You have to add money. A moment later, Luo Yu used the clothes of the previous captives to recycle raw materials. The clothes of living people could produce 20 more raw materials than those of dead people. Before long, Luo Yu got a lot of fabric and started working on a sewing table. In fact, it was not that difficult. All he had to do was scale the bust sample to certain sizes. When he saw that it was about right, Luo Yu chose to confirm and recited it silently in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. The sewing machine began to flash, and the next moment, a large purple bra appeared at the outlet. Gold-level women's underwear. Increased defense, increased shaping effect, increased comfort. Special function. Maximum comfortable temperature plus 60. Minimum comfortable temperature minus 60. Oh my god, it's actually gold level. Luo Yu was surprised. The basic properties of this purple bra were similar to those of a silver one, but it had special functions of heat insulation and cold protection, which were very practical functions. Should I give her the gold deal? Let's not trade. It seems that no one needs such a big chest. Just as Luo Yu was hesitating, a prompt appeared. Your tailoring level is insufficient. This gold-level women's underwear has defects. Flaw. When the right connection is attacked, weak energy will be released, and the defense of the item will be reduced. Sure enough, the problem of low skill level arose. Tip. Your tailoring skills have been upgraded to LV5. Luo Yu looked at the bra in his hand, and there was indeed a defect on the right side. The spot was very small and could not be seen without careful observation. Well, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Overall, this gold-grade bust is still very impressive. Each person can only post to the world once a day and can only have private chats with non-friends for less than 10 minutes. I can't contact the busted girl right now, so I'll talk about it tomorrow. Luo Yu is now a man with the characteristics of a miner. While there is still some time before dark, he decides to do it himself. Chapter 55. Mining reveals a big event. He went to the mine and dug vigorously, which made the 5 male captives nearby stare with wide eyes. Fierce. This lord is really good at mining. You get iron or 50. You get copper or 10. You get silver 60. You get gold 8. The reminder sound continued to ring, and Luo Yu found that he was now mining less stones, but more other things. Dig like crazy. It's been a long time since I had such a great time mining. It feels so good to sweat profusely. Luo Yu was immersed in the joy of mining and couldn't extricate himself. Call. After a period of frantic digging, Luo Yu stood up to take a break, glanced at the captives around him, and said calmly, See, you should work like me in the future. Is the one of you who is so hesitant still a man? Several captives lowered their heads, and the sturdy captive laughed dryly. Lord, your strength and level are too high. We will learn. Puff. A golden spear suddenly pierced through the man's chest, and everyone in mine was stunned. Hint. Your crazy digging has angered the golden scorpion king Kostia, who will lead the swarm of insects to attack your territory. Too much joy leads to sorrow. Luo Yu dug so hard that he uncovered a major incident. The golden spear was slowly pulled out of the strong man's body, and then a huge golden scorpion slowly appeared on the rock wall of the mine. Ah! Several captives screamed, and Luo Yu shouted, You and the digging worms retreat first. I will stop the worms. Upon hearing this, the captives and the earthworms ran away quickly, and Luo Yu also retreated slowly. After a while, a huge golden scorpion king appeared. Luo Yu held the Tiandao knife in his hand, his eyes full of shock. Is the shell of this scorpion king made of gold? Golden scorpion king Kostya, gold level. The shell is made of pure gold and is hard and resilient. It has great power, and its scorpion tail is highly poisonous. This introduction made Luo Yu's eyes show greed. The scorpion king, which was as big as a room, did not attack immediately, as if he was waiting for his younger brother. A large group of small scorpions crawled out from all around a rock wall. The big ones were as big as calves, and the small ones were about the size of wild dogs. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, densely packed together, and they were all golden scorpions. This roar. The roar of a scorpion was heard, and the little golden scorpion pounced directly at Luo Yu. With 2 bangs, Luo Yu used his whirlwind sword technique and split the little scorpion that rushed up first into 2 halves. Humph! A bunch of bugs dare to run wild in my territory. The next moment, he made another slash, and with a clang, the golden scorpion king's tail was blocked by the Tiangong knife. However, Luo Yu felt his arm go numb, knowing that he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. Let's not talk about the little scorpion for now. This scorpion king is of gold level, and my current strength is at most bronze level. I'm afraid I can't resist it. Whoosh whoosh. The scorpion king's tail stabbed at Luo Yu continuously. If he had not been very agile and able to dodge quickly, he would have been killed. In addition, with the small scorpions pouncing on him, Luo Yu gave up the idea of killing these insects in the mine and turned around to run. Roar! The swarm of insects caught up, and the golden scorpion king was so fast that Luo Yu was surprised. Shout I, save me! Luo Yu rushed out of the mine and shouted for help. Xiaodai had actually noticed something was wrong when she escaped from captivity and came over. When Luo Yu just shouted for help, she swooped down, hugged her master, flapped her wings, and flew up again. The huge claws of the golden scorpion king almost brushed past Luo Yu's shoes, which really made him break out in a cold sweat. Xiaodai in midair looked at the furious golden scorpion king with lingering fear and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay, thanks to you." "Xiaodai, fly back to the base. We will rely on the defense facilities to stop the swarm of insects." "Good." Xiaodai is also good at agility. Her flying speed is no less than that of birds. In just a moment, she flew to the observation tower, carrying Luo Yu. At this time, the golden scorpion king was leading a swarm of scorpions rushing towards the base like a tide. Boom! The catapult fired first, and a stone hit a scorpion the size of a calf, directly cracking its skull and killing it instantly. Almost at the same time, the automatic crossbow arrows were fired, and the crossbow arrows shot out with a whizzing sound, but the effect of the crossbow arrows was not as decisive as that of the stones. The scorpion shell is very hard, and although crossbow arrows can cause damage, it is very limited. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes turned cold, and he fired a javelin. Puff! The javelin killed a small scorpion on the spot. Luo Yu did not stop, and he fired his javelin continuously. Almost every shot hit the target. In just a moment, he killed 10 small golden scorpions. But there were too many scorpions, and they were fearless and fast, so they rushed to within 100 meters in a short while. Whoosh whoosh! 3 more javelins were fired, and Luo Yu killed 3 more small scorpions. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. There were only 30 javelins, but there were at least 40 scorpions in the swarm, plus the huge scorpion king. In an instant, his base seemed to be in danger. The scorpions continued to advance quickly, but when they reached the edge of the moat, they dared not move forward. Including the golden scorpion king, these scorpions dared not cross the river, but just stood on the other side of the river, showing their fangs and claws. Scorpions are afraid of water. This discovery made Luo Yu very happy. The entire base, including the newly opened vegetable garden, is within the moat. If the scorpions don't dare to go into the water, then they will not be able to come over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yu threw out all the remaining javelins. He did not attack the scorpion king, but the little scorpion. A large number of small scorpions were stung to death by the javelins. The scorpion king roared in rage, but did not dare to go into the water. Boom! The catapult was still launching stones tirelessly. 1 stone hit the scorpion king's head, but it did not have much effect. Not even a white spot was left on the scorpion king's hard shell. It roared continuously, obviously furious. Luo Yu was no longer in a hurry this time. He sat on the observation deck and waited. The javelins are gone, and the iron-framed bow was replaced by Alice, but the catapults, arrow towers, and automatic crossbows are still firing. The scorpions cannot cross the moat, so they're just sitting ducks. I'll exhaust you to death. Soos, soos, bang. The catapult killed several more small scorpions. The arrow tower and automatic crossbows continued to shoot arrows. As time passed, all the small scorpions died. Now there's only one Scorpion King left, still waving its claws, extremely angry. Attacks like swarms are not like those of a tribe. A tribe will flee the same way if they see that they are in trouble. However, attacks like those of animals will not be like that. It is either you die or I live. There is no option of escape. There is no way out. It's just so unreasonable. Chapter 56 is out. Bang. Ding, ding, ding. The catapults and arrows focused their fire on the Golden Scorpion King, but the Scorpion King was too tough and didn't seem to suffer any damage. Luo Yu tried to use the animal taming technique remotely, but was told that an animal that was not under control could not be tamed. Being trapped in the base like this is not a good thing. We have to find a way to kill this Scorpion King. Luo Yu first took out the automatic defense core, and after some operation, he turned off the automatic shooting function of the arrow tower and crossbow, which was a waste of arrows. These arrows required wood and iron, or as fuel to replenish. Looking at Xiao Dai and Shao Kong beside him, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Dai, you go be the bait and lead the big scorpion to the lake. Then our big octopus will deal with it. Xiao Dai said dissatisfiedly. Master, are you going to use such a cute girl as bait? Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, You are the only one who can fly. If I could fly, I would go by myself. Go quickly. When you're done, I'll reward you by letting you sleep with my arms around you at night. Oh, Xiao Dai whispered. I don't mind if you hug my arms or legs. Can you buy some flower seeds to plant? I like the pollen of peonies or fluorescent flowers. Okay, I'll start a garden in our backyard then. Go quickly and be safe. Luo Yu readily agreed, and Xiao Dai smiled and said, You said it, don't cheat. Shao Kong, let's go together. Woo-hoo. Shao Kong called out softly, and Xiao Dai held her and flew towards the Golden Scorpion King. You stinky scorpion, come chase me. Xiao Dai shouted softly in midair, but the Golden Scorpion King simply ignored her. His eyes stared straight at Luo Yu, emitting hatred. Xiao Dai used the butterfly powder charm again. A scorpion naturally could not be charmed. She was at a loss for a moment and looked at Shao Kong. It's up to you. Shao Kong was held in his arms, but her hands were still free. She immediately took out the slingshot and fired a stone out. Bang! The stone hit the Golden Scorpion King's eyes accurately, causing it to roar in pain. Bang! Another stone hit the other eye, which completely offended the Golden Scorpion King. It chased Shao Kong in a rage. Xiao Dai spread her wings and flew to the lake holding Shao Kong. The Golden Scorpion King chased after them, but stopped not far from the lake. It didn't like water and sensed danger, so it didn't dare to move forward. Shao Kong, shoot it. Bang! Shao Kong's slingshot is really accurate. He shoots into the eyes every time. Who can withstand that? Scorpion King is in a rage. The Golden Scorpion King rushed towards Shao Kong regardless of everything and burst out at his maximum speed. The scorpion's tail swept out directly. Xiao Dai was tense and dodged the scorpion's tail attack at the critical moment. At this moment, the Scorpion King was at the edge of the lake. The next moment, 3 black shadows shot out from the lake. The tentacles of the black demon octopus wrapped around the scorpion's 2 claws and the terrifying scorpion tail and pulled hard. In the end, he failed to pull the Golden Scorpion King. Although the black demon octopus is diamond level, it is still in its juvenile stage and its power is limited, while the Golden Scorpion King is an adult gold level monster. The power of both sides seems to be evenly matched. One pulled hard, the other stepped back, and for a moment neither could do anything to the other. Luo Yu, who was far away, saw this scene and directly opened the stone gate and lowered the drawbridge. Ain't you, come on. The big bull rumbled forward. This big bull weighed more than 1 ton and had extremely strong attack power. After a run-up, it hit the Scorpion King hard on the butt. Almost at the same time, Shao Kong's slingshot fired again, and a stone hit the scorpion's eye accurately. The Scorpion King felt the pain and immediately released his strength. At that moment, the huge scorpion was dragged into the lake with a loud bang. The Scorpion King was seen struggling hard in the lake, but it was afraid of water, So how could it be a match for the giant octopus in the water? After struggling for about a minute, the Scorpion King simply stopped moving. Done. Luo Yu ran over quickly and asked the giant octopus to throw the Scorpion King up. A moment later, looking at the motionless golden Scorpion King, Luo Yu's eyes showed helplessness. The Scorpion King's 2 claws and tail were torn off by the octopus in the water. At this moment, it was dead. What a pity, there is no chance to tame it, and even if it is tamed, it will not be able to be saved. Luo Yu inserted the Tiandao knife into the Scorpion King's mouth and stirred it a few times, ending its life. Bang! After the Scorpion King died, there was a hint. You killed the Golden Scorpion King and received 1 random gold treasure chest. Gold level equipment treasure box 1. Golden Scorpion King's egg 1. Note: the Scorpion King's treasure chest cannot be stored for a long time. If it is not used within 24 hours, it will automatically decompose. Shipped. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although it couldn't be preserved for a long time, that is, he could only choose 1 treasure chest to use a critical hit. It was already a huge gain. Woohoo! Shao Kong happily hugged Luo Yu's arm, and shouted I was also smiling. Luo Yu touched the heads of the 2 little cuties and said, "You go prepare dinner, and I'll cook this monster." Fluttershy giggled, "Don't forget the garden." As he said this, he picked up Shao Kong and flew towards the base. Luo Yu was not in a hurry to decompose the body of the giant Scorpion King, but chose to open the equipment treasure chest first. Use today's 100x critical hit, and save tomorrow's critical hit to open a random treasure chest. You open the gold level equipment treasure chest and obtain the item. Inyang Dual Blades, gold level, upgradable. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a pair of beautiful swords, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in front of me. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He had the Kuangfeng sword technique, and double swords were even better. The Tiangong sword is actually of silver grade, and is not a weapon specifically used for combat. However, this pair of gold grade swords has explosive attributes, and is simply the most suitable combat weapon for Luo Yu. After picking it up and waving it in his hand, Luo Yu frowned slightly. The pair of swords were so heavy, and he didn't have enough strength, so he had a hard time wielding them. I need to put more strength back. Luo Yu thought this in his mind, but he put the 2 swords, the other treasure chest, and the insect egg into the storage bracelet. Wait until the critical hit times are restored before operating on these 2 things. Take care of the Scorpion King and the other little scorpions first. This operation took 6 hours. When Luo Yu finished all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Although it is tiring, the rewards are still explosive. Total gains: gold 7038, scorpion meat 26506, and a recyclable biological equipment. Chapter 57. Exquisite Floor Tiles and Gardens. Rating Skyrocket. Scorpion King's Tail Stinger, silver grade, contains highly toxic neurotoxin, hard and extremely sharp. Luo Yu quietly put away the poison, and planned to use it as a spearhead to make a spear or something like that, the kind that could kill someone if it scratched their skin. Speaking of which, the materials for the floor are all there, so we can start working on it. But the scorpion meat position has been liquidated and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Luo Yu put 10,000 units of scorpion meat on the shelves for sale first. It's not expensive. 1 unit costs 5 silver. After doing all this, he was not tired at all. Instead, he felt full of energy. Just happy. I went to the bathroom to take a shower, ate the meat and milk that Xiao Dai had heated up, and went to bed comfortably. At this moment, the 2 little cuties had already fallen asleep on the bed. Without them today, Luo Yu would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Scorpion King. What a capable girl. He held the 2 girls in his arms, 1 in each hand. Shao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's arm comfortably, while Xiao Die's eyelashes twitched slightly and her face turned red. After a while, Luo Yu fell asleep comfortably. When he wakes up in the morning, Luo Yu gets a buff. Sleep effect increased by 50, lasts for 3 days. In other words, where you used to need 8 hours of sleep to feel comfortable, now 4 hours is enough. This means Luo Yu has 4 more hours of work time. It's better not to have the old workhorse buff. After breakfast, he began to build the defensive tiles. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu walked on the muddy ground, and with excitement, he clicked to lay the floor tiles 1 by 1. You build a strict advanced defense floor tile, costing stone bricks 30, iron or 10, silver 10, gold 1. You build. The floor tiles are pure white with golden patterns on them, which are very beautiful. Every time a tile is laid, the score of the base increases. It took Luo Yu a whole morning to cover the entire wall with floor tiles, including the first floor of the villa, which was also paved with the same tiles. If the previous base was like a village with a little money, now it is like a castle where nobles live. Silver and golden-laid floor tiles, a beautiful villa, tall and tight walls, cute little animals. If the villa were replaced with a palace and added gardens and fountains, it would be an emperor's residence. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Luo Yu felt so happy. Because of the beauty of the base, you get buff, action frenzy, one day. Another buff. This is the benefit of aesthetics. Luo Yu looked at the ratings and was shocked. The base score has reached 3,400. It was 800 before, but after the floor tiles were laid, the price skyrocketed to 2,600. The rewards are up at the end of this month, but the scale of the raid. It seems a bit cruel. While Luo Yu was happy, he also became alert in his heart. He decided to strengthen his defense. The more arrow towers and crossbows, the better. Speaking of which, I promised Xiao Dai to build a garden, and I can't go back on my word. He clicked on the construction page again, and there was indeed a garden option. He planned to build a luxurious garden that would match the floor tiles. Luxury garden, stone bricks 10, soil 50, silver 10, jade 1 per square meter, with built-in fluorescent flowers. The price is a bit expensive, but it is far less expensive than floor tiles, and you don't need to build a lot, just a circle around the villa. There is plenty of soil outside and underground. After some operations, a flash of light appeared before my eyes. Soil began to be laid on the floor tiles, and then flower beds with emerald patterns were set up, just surrounding the villa and leaving 4 entrances and exits in the east, south, west, and north. Being expensive has its advantages. There are fluorescent flowers blooming in the small garden. These flowers are fragrant and can serve as lighting at night. This time, the base's score was increased by 400 points. Wow, it's now 3,800. These kinds of luxury items are not necessities of life, and compared to living buildings, their scores increase really quickly. Fluorescent flowers. Xiao Dai flew back after smelling the fragrance with an excited look on her face. Master, you really built a garden? It must have cost a lot of money. Did I ask for too much? Seeing Xiao Dia's touched expression, Luo Yu laughed and said, It cost a lot of money. How do you think I should be thanked? Xiao Dia's face turned red. She quickly flew to Luo Yu's side, kissed him gently on the cheek, and said with a red face, In the future, if you want to kiss in the future, I can satisfy you. Oh, that's annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Dai ran away with a red face and sniffed gently in front of a fluorescent flower. The faint pollen was inhaled into her small nose, and the beautiful girl showed an intoxicated look on her face. Luo Yu touched the cheek that was kissed and sighed in his heart. What a lovely girl. If only there was no reproductive isolation. Silver was earned quickly and spent even faster. When Luo Yu looked at it, he found that only 22,000 was left. He was straightforward and spent 20,000 points of strength to make it easier to use the Yang twin blades. There are only 2,000 yuan left, and the scorpion meat has not been sold yet, so we are quite poor. A look at the panel reveals quite a big change. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 3,800 points. Health value, 78 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. Miner, 1 star. Tamer, 1 star. Walking on the beautiful floor tiles, Luo Yu weighed the 2 swords in his hands, getting familiar with the weight, while thinking about the future development of the base. The current base score is too high, so strengthening defense is still a top priority, and this is the first priority. Second, you need to find a stable source of income. Selling eggs, milk, and the like is actually not stable, and as the number of creatures in the base increases, it is best not to sell these kinds of regular food. Being a mercenary makes money quickly, but I feel bad because I can't get any missions recently. He has a sewing table and a blacksmithing table, and it is most stable to rely on these kinds of manual skills to make money. This requires a spacious workshop that can add various gains, as well as expanding the cellar and building a separate warehouse. Only with money can you upgrade attributes and do all this, but you are still short of money. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu came into the villa and prepared to trade with the big-breasted woman. A moment later, the transaction box popped up. Humanly cursing, Sister, is the one I customized ready? It turns out that the big-breasted girl is called Li Kursin, and she is not anonymous. Luo Yu naturally remained anonymous and directly posted the finished bra. Chapter 58, Lightning Storage Box and Afforestation. Li Kursin, hey, it's purple. It looks so beautiful. Wait a minute, it's actually golden underwear. Oh my god. Li Kursin sent a string of exclamation marks, and Luo Yu replied, luckily, I made a gold one, but one characteristic scroll may not be enough. Li Kursin did not raise any objections. Okay, I'll give you another 30,000 silver. That's all I have. I can't believe she's such a rich woman. Luo Yu, okay, happy cooperation. Let's do the deal. Li Kursin, yes. Happy cooperation. Transaction completed. You get 30,000 silver and one personal characteristic transfer scroll. After getting the things, Luo Yu naturally had no interest in chatting with Li Kursin. Instead, she sent him another message. Sister, I still don't know your name. If there are any good things in the future, let's exchange them again. Luo Yu, my name is Yu. We can still contact each other if we save the chat history. Li Kursin, Yu? Oh, it's Sister Yu, that's it. Bye. After the conversation, Luo Yu was in a good mood. He went straight to the female captive and transferred her stable quality characteristic to himself. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, forging, and other tasks, the quality of the items produced will be increased by 20. Luo Yu likes this attribute very much. According to the agreement, he and Nyoda opened the trading box, traded the female prisoner to Nyoda, and received another 5,000 silver. Look, I'm rich again. Luo Yu thought that today's critical hit had not been used yet, and there happened to be a gold-level random treasure chest, so he opened it. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open a gold-level random treasure chest and obtain items. Lightning collection box and lightning rod design one. What the hell? Luo Yu was shocked. The lightning collection box is a prerequisite for unlocking the lightning technology tree. This thing is not available in the system all. It only has a very small chance of appearing in fishing or airdrop supply boxes. It's out now. The gold level box with 100 times crit is so awesome. When Luo Yu saw the materials needed to make it, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lightning collection box and lightning rod design. Copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000. Huge sum of money. This is not the technology we should have at this stage. He looked at the technology tree of Thunder Technology again. After making this box, he would be able to unlock defensive weapons such as the Lightning Tower, as well as terrifying things such as electric net traps and thunder bombs. The most amazing thing is that after unlocking the levels, not only will the base have various thunder facilities, but individuals can also unlock thunder skills. After being in the Tiandao world for so long, Luo Yu has basically figured out some of the world settings. This is essentially a world of swords and magic, where survival and becoming stronger are eternal themes. Thunder is actually a kind of elemental power. In addition to thunder and lightning, there are also elemental forces such as wind, fire, and water that can be controlled by people, but it is too difficult to unlock them. As for the technology that humans previously possessed, Luo Yu currently does not know how to obtain high-tech products. The most he can do is use some scientific knowledge to survive. Back to the Lightning Tower, Luo Yu was 100% sure that the natives wearing animal skins and holding shields would definitely not be able to withstand lightning attacks. The key was to look at the description. The Lightning Tower could also be used against the air. After it was built, even the birds in his territory would not be able to fly over. Luo Yu wanted it very much, but it was expensive, so he could only save up slowly. Now he plans to build another arrow tower to increase the defense of the base, and then build a workshop. Automatic attack arrow tower, with 30,000, iron or 5,000, silver 2,500. Silver is not a problem. A lot of iron ore has been mined before, so it is not a big problem either. The key is still wood. The arrow tower requires too much wood. You can buy it once or twice, but buying it like this all the time is not a good idea. He plans to plant trees. There are many benefits to planting trees. The first is that they can supply base defense equipment. Second, it can keep you warm in winter. Third, it can effectively prevent soil erosion. Don't underestimate the problem of soil erosion. Luo Yu saw it clearly during the last thunderstorm. A large amount of mud and sand was filled into the small lake. Over time, the bottom of the lake would be raised, and it would definitely flood in seasons with high water levels. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu planned to build a small forest around the lake about 100 meters away. It can not only prevent soil erosion, but also set up traps in the grove, or simply tie automatic weapons to the trees to thoroughly strengthen the defense in the north. Luo Yu began to look through the description of the heavenly Dao world, preparing to find a sapling of his choice to plant. What's more, after checking, I found a kind of fragrant leaf tree that seems to be quite suitable. Fragrant leaf tree. Growth cycle is 60 days. Leaves are broad and fragrant. Can be eaten as vegetarian food. Nutritional value 0.1 vegetarian food. Each adult fragrant leaf tree produces 60 pieces of wood. The nutritional value is negligible, but the output of wood is a little more than usual, but the growth cycle is a little longer. But the fertility of the land in his territory offset this problem, and he decided to use this kind of scented leaf tree. Luo Yu began to sweep up the saplings of fragrant leaf trees at the auction house. At this stage, when wood was not expensive, each sapling cost only 20 silver coins. He bought 500 of them and piled them all by the lake. The saplings had to be planted as soon as possible, so Luo Yu started digging directly. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the lake, also came to help. The master and servant began to plant trees along the lakeside. Luo Yu was immersed in the pleasure of planting trees. Every time he planted a sapling, he felt that his territory had gained more vitality, and he was very happy. While digging, Xiao Kong suddenly started to chirp. Luo Yu looked over and found that Xiao Kong had dug up a treasure chest. You get one exclusive treasure chest of Xuanxiu Beast Girl. Yes, this girl will release an exclusive box in various ways every once in a while, and it can contain some pretty good stuff. Xiao Kong asked her to open the treasure chest herself. After opening it, Luo Yu was slightly stunned and found that it was a small bottle. Returning Origin Liquid 3, colorless and tasteless. Within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points and seal the grade and all special skills. Good guy. He opened a bottle of poison. By the way, this thing seems to be useless for fighting attacks. Xiao Kong always opens some weird things. After gently touching the little cutie's head, Luo Yu put the Guiyuan liquid into his bracelet and continued to work. Your planting level has been raised to LV6. After planting 500 trees in one go, the planting level has been raised. Chapter 59. The Golden Scorpion King is the best miner. Looking at the circle of saplings along the lake, Luo Yu felt full of satisfaction. Before winter, this place will become a forest, and the area between the forest and the lake will be a planting area for crops such as cotton. It is windproof, rainproof, and convenient for irrigation. It is perfect. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The moon was bright in the sky. Xiao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm and called softly. The girl was hungry. Looking at her face covered in mud, Luo Yu felt gentle in his heart and laughed. Little cutie, let's take a bath together and eat after we're clean. Okay? Woo! Xiao Kong, who could understand what people said, actually blushed. Luo Yu naturally didn't care whether she blushed or not. It was the owner's duty to bathe the pet. He simply picked up Xiao Kong and walked towards the big villa. Half an hour later, Xiao Kong ran out of the bathroom with bare feet and giggling, saying that they were going to take a bath together. In fact, the bathtubs used by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai were separate from Luo Yu's. Luo Yu just helped her wipe her body clean. Feeling refreshed after taking a shower, Luo Yu looked back at the 2 wooden barrels in the bathroom, secretly thinking about building a large bathtub as soon as possible so that everyone could take a bath together and save water. After finishing his daily tasks, he would feel particularly at ease when sleeping. Lying on the big bed with 2 little cuties beside him, Luo Yu casually held one in his arms and fell asleep quickly. In the early morning, the energetic Luo Yu found that Xiao Dai in his arms was looking at him with a flushed face. Luo Yu pinched her belly and said with a smile, Xiao Dai, you don't have any abdominal muscles. It won't work if they are soft. You need to work harder to exercise. You haven't seen it. How do you know I don't have abdominal muscles? Xiao Dai muttered softly, and Luo Yu had already gotten up. Today is also a day full of energy. After breakfast early in the morning, Luo Yu found out that the remaining male prisoners had been sold, and he got 50,000 silvers more, which made him feel good. I went to the zoo to check on the condition of the cow. Xiao Dai was milking the cow at the moment. The cow was still giving birth, but her condition didn't seem to be very good. It was probably because her body was hollowed out after being milked with that special milk. Let's talk about the plan of using special milk to attract the attackers later. He looked at Xiao Dai again and thought to himself, this girl is an adult now, and we are all animals. Can she produce milk? Thinking of this, He carefully checked Xiaodai's properties and found that Xiaodai did not have any description of this function, so he guessed it would not work. He looked at Xiaokong's attributes again, and there was nothing like that either. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. There's an introduction to its attributes, which basically means that it is a human-shaped creature. Except for some strange ears, tail and wings, its body structure is basically the same as that of humans. Speaking of which, the area has been peaceful for a long time, and everyone has been living a very comfortable life. Luo Yu is actually looking forward to some strange events happening. At this moment, he started to buy wood again. The price of wood had started to increase from 1 silver to 1.5 silver now. Luo Yu estimated that as all the trees in other territories were cut down, the price of wood would increase again. I looked at the silver I have and currently have 87,000. I could take advantage of the last low price to buy some timber. He directly spent 45,000 yuan, bought 30,000 pieces of wood, and started building the arrow tower. Because there was a buff that saved 5 of the construction cost, which could save 1,500 pieces of wood, which was why Luo Yu was in a hurry to build it. The buff lasts for 10 days, and as the days go by, it all costs money. This time he did not erect the arrow tower in the center of the base, but chose to erect it at the corner where the east and south walls met. The effective range of the arrow tower placed in the middle of the base is actually 150 meters, while the effective range of the arrow tower close to the wall is 200 meters. The location of this arrow tower can basically cover the defenses on the east and south sides, which was planned by Luo Yu in advance. He really wanted to build another arrow tower and place it at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, if it was placed diagonally, the firepower could cover the entire base. The key point was that even if it was an arrow tower on the east side, it could still shoot at enemies within 50 meters to the west. This is the great thing about the arrow tower. It has a long range and all-round fire coverage. Unfortunately, there is not enough money again. An arrow tower was built, and the defense of the base was strengthened. According to Luo Yu's usual habit, after building a defense facility, he would build a living facility. Of course, it's the big bath, to save water. But before that, I have to use up today's critical hits. Walking to an open space outside the city wall, Luo Yu took out the golden Scorpion King egg from the storage bracelet and muttered something in his heart. 100x critical hit triggered. The growth efficiency of the golden Scorpion King egg increases 100 times. The egg in his hand trembled slightly, and Luo Yu quickly put on the ground. After a while, a palm-sized golden scorpion crawled out. The little scorpion grew rapidly, and in just a moment, it was as big as a calf. In this way, the growth process did not stop until the golden scorpion was almost the same size as a cow. The golden scorpion came very close and rubbed Luo Yu's arm with its head to show intimacy and submission. Golden Scorpion King, Intermediate Intelligence, Juvenile, Gold Level Strength 86. Constitution 120, Agility 47, Special Ability. Gold Seeking, Golden Scorpion King will bring you a gold nugget every once in a while. The description of this scorpion mentioned things like its tail-swinging attack and its large stinger attack. Its attributes were pretty good, especially its gold-seeking ability, which made Luo Yu excited. Who can resist the temptation of gold? Unfortunately, the scorpion did not mutate. It seems that even with 100 times the critical hit, it may not be able to mutate 100, just like a tailor. Sometimes it's gold level, sometimes it's silver level. Luo Yu knows that there's also a chance inside the Tiandao world. It depends on luck. Hey, this scorpion actually has an LV-10 mining skill. After Luo Yu carefully checked the properties, he found that the scorpion's mining skills were quite powerful. He immediately took the golden scorpion into the mine, patted its big head and said, dig hard for me." The golden scorpion was not hesitant either. It inserted its 2 large claws into the glowing rock wall of the mine and started digging. In just a few moves, it pulled out a fist-sized piece of gold. "You get gold 60. I'll go. Dig more. Day to you, ya." Luo Yu simply started to supervise from the side. "You get silver 100, copper 30, iron 90. The golden scorpion's mining efficiency is really high, and it produces less stones and more rare minerals. It is worthy of being a LV-10 mining skill. Chapter 60. Super buff brought by the luxurious bath. The mining efficiency of 1 Scorpion King insect is equivalent to that of 5 captives. Invincible. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a prompt. The golden Scorpion King mined too much and angered the giant centipede. A giant centipede crawled out from the rock wall of the mine, bearing its fangs and claws. When Luo Yu saw the centipede, he was not afraid, but secretly happy. As he possessed the Zerg nemesis, he was not afraid of insects at all. He took out his double swords and was about to attack, but the Golden Scorpion King was faster. It clamped the centipede with its 2 golden claws, and its poisonous needle pierced the centipede's exoskeleton, directly poisoning the centipede to death. Then, it stopped mining and started eating. Well, intermediate intelligence is not as good as advanced or special intelligence. In many cases, people still act according to instinct. If it wants to eat, let it eat. Half of a big centipede was eaten in a flash, and the remaining half was eaten by the digging bugs. Golden beetles and silver-armored ladybugs also came to eat it. Soon the mine was full of bugs. Luo Yu discovered that the insects dug out by the Golden Scorpion King could be eaten on the spot, saving himself a lot of meat. But the problem was that it was difficult to increase the number of insects. After thinking about it, Luo Yu found that it was actually nothing. If he really wanted to increase the number of insects, he could just move the Scorpion King away. By using 100 times critical strike to dig, the chances of finding an insect nest were quite high. Once you figure it out, there's nothing to worry about. Eat. Eat as much as you can. All the bugs are for you to eat. Maybe you can even raise some goo. After a while, Luo Yu found another problem. Because the Scorpion King is very efficient, the Big Bull and Golden Beetle that were originally responsible for pulling the minecart are not efficient enough. Many stones of this type will pile up in the mine, causing greater inconvenience, and the mineral resources are consumed faster this month. Yes, a mine is like a small lake with a limit on the amount of resources that can be obtained each month, such as 100,000 units. These 100,000 units can be stones or gold. What you get depends on your mining level and luck, but it cannot exceed the upper limit of 100,000 units. Luo Yu has used the base core, so the resource limit is 10 higher. In the past, with so many insects mining, there was no problem with resource limit. Now Luo Yu roughly calculated that according to the Golden Scorpion King's mining method, the mine will be exhausted in 15 days. For the next 15 days, a bunch of bugs will just watch the show and eat white rice. The Golden Scorpion King eats a lot of meat in one meal. It is difficult to increase the mine's acquisition limit in a hurry. After thinking about it, Luo Yu felt that he should give the Golden Scorpion King something else to do. The vegetable garden is guarded by Adai, and there's a giant octopus in the small lake. So let the Golden Scorpion King mine in the morning and carry the ore in the afternoon. When he is done, he can go to the small woods to eliminate pests. With its intelligence level, it can only do these simple things. After walking out of the mine, Luo Yu took a look at the road from the mine to the base. Because it had been pressed by mine carts for a long time, 2 wheel marks had been left on the road. The whole road was bumpy, which greatly reduced the transportation efficiency and made it more laborious. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Luo Yu kept the road construction matter in mind and planned to do it when he had time. In the afternoon, Luo Yu was still cutting stones as usual when suddenly a prompt came. Your product was bought, and you get 50,000 silver. All my scorpion meat has been bought. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that all the scorpion meat that had been on the shelves had been sold out. I wonder which big shot has a unique taste and made a fortune again. Luo Yu was so happy that he stopped cutting stones. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands and prepared to build a large bathtub. I clicked on the building page, looked at various bathhouses, and finally decided to build a luxurious bathhouse. Luxury bath. Building materials 5,000, jade 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000. Expensive. This is really expensive. Even if the buff saves 5, it is still very expensive. Buildings like bathhouses are not like beds that can trigger critical hits. There is no shortcut, and there is no way around it, even if it is expensive. Luo Yu gritted his teeth. He just happened to have the materials and buffs. Let's do it. You choose to spend 4,750 stone bricks, 950 jade, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to make a luxurious bathroom. Are you sure? Sure. After clicking, a light flashed before my eyes, and a beautiful big bathtub appeared in the bathroom. A thin layer of light yellow jade was laid on the edge and bottom of the bathtub, inlaid with gold patterns, and a silver pipe was connected to the bathroom's own hot water tank, and hot water was now slowly flowing into the bathtub. A light mist rises, and it is a pleasure just to watch. Luxury bath, gold level fatigue relief speed increased by 40, cleanliness increased by 40, chance of obtaining positive buffs increased, comfort improved. A look at the panel. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score 4,550 points. Health value 90 points. Entertainment value 30 points. Strength 75. Constitution 65. Agility 65. From the original 3,800 to the current 4,550. I spent so much money on the Arrow Tower 150 and this bath 600. However, the hygiene score has reached 90 points. The sanitary conditions are very good. It is very comfortable to live in, and the entertainment value has increased by 10 points. After all, taking a bath is also a form of entertainment. It would be a shame not to take a bath in the newly built luxurious bathtub. After taking off all his clothes, Luo Yu leaned comfortably in the bathtub. Amid the mist, he really felt relaxed all over. All his fatigue was swept away, and he even felt like sleeping. However, while he was half asleep and half awake, a prompt came. Due to the recent significant improvement in the sanitary conditions of your base, your territory has been blessed by a mysterious force and gained a buff effect. Blessing of Harvest. Harvest Blessing. All crops in the territory will mature immediately. Surprise, big surprise. He knew that he would get buffs when the territory's health value and entertainment value were high, but he didn't expect it to be a group buff and a blessing of harvest. All crops matured immediately. How many crops did you have in your vegetable garden? How long did it take for the cotton to be planted? How long did it take for so many saplings to be planted? This harvest blessing is a must. At this time, Xiao Dai rushed in quickly and said in surprise, Master, when Xiao Kong and I were fishing by the lake, we found that all the fragrant leaf trees have grown taller. And when I came back, I saw that all the flowers in the garden were in bloom. They were so beautiful. Luo Yu said calmly, Isn't it just a blessing for a good harvest? Why make a fuss about it? Xiao Dai was obviously stunned, and only then did she notice the large bathtub in front of her. Wow, what a beautiful bath. Master, are you taking a bath? You want to take a shower too, right? Luo Yu laughed and said, There will be plenty of time to wash them later. Bring my clothes over and let's go to the vegetable garden. Oh, Xiao Dai walked towards Luo Yu with a red face, handed him the clothes, and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 61. Making a Fortune, the Thief Incident. I ran to the vegetable garden and saw that everything was ripe. All the crops in the entire vegetable garden are ripe, with a bumper harvest of rice, corn, potatoes, green vegetables, and tomatoes. Luo Yu was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, and Xiao Kong beside him clapped his hands happily. Because it has been a while since the last time vegetarian food matured, some guys didn't plant enough and have already eaten them all, so the price of vegetarian food has gone up again. This way could be said to be a huge profit, really profitable. We have to harvest and plant a new batch of crops quickly. These mature crops are likely to attract the attention of various small animals. If there are too many small animals, Dai will not be able to take care of such a large vegetable field. To avoid losses, harvest them immediately. Currently, Luo Yu's planting level is LV6, Xiao Dai's is LV8, and Xiao Kong's level has reached LV5 because of watering and planting trees these days. In addition, Xiao Kong has a buff from the diamond bed. Crop harvest increases by 10. No doubt, the master and his two servants work together to harvest the harvest here first. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, get to work. The two little cuties' faces were full of excitement, and they immediately started working with Luo Yu. The attribute values of the three people are very high, and their planting levels are also good, so the amount of crops harvested is a little more than usual. Especially Xiao Die's LV8 planting level. The harvest is the greatest. The three of them stayed in the vegetable garden until after 9 o'clock in the evening. They finally harvested all the crops and planted a new round of seeds. Because of the fertility of the soil, the crops in the Luo Yu base will grow 10 faster than others. After summing up, a total of 35,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested today. It was hard to imagine before that this vegetable garden could produce so many vegetables. The fertility of the soil has an impact, and the high level of planting is also a reason. Xiao Kong's planting level has been upgraded again to LV6, and Luo Yu's level is also approaching. The current average price of vegetarian food is around 10 silver coins, which is 70 to 80% more expensive than meat. I made 350,000 silver coins on the spot. The base had stored about 2,000 units of vegetarian food. Luo Yu took out the vegetables that had been frozen for a long time, replaced them with 5,000 units of fresh vegetables, and put them in the cellar. Then he put all 32,000 units of vegetarian food on the auction house. Although the temperature in the cellar has become lower after the floor tiles were laid, it is still not possible to keep the food fresh. These must be sold, otherwise they will rot. World, anonymous human. Oh my God, someone has put over 30,000 vegetarian items on the shelves. Hurry up and grab them. It turns out that advertising is very effective. Luo Yu, who was soaking in the bathtub, was so happy watching his wealth increase rapidly. In front of the beating silver, the exquisite bodies of Shao Kong and Shao Dai who were bathing together no longer attracted him. Of course, the main reason is that they have become pets. In Luo Yu's eyes, the attraction of pets is definitely far less than that of normal women of the same ethnic group. But in just a moment, all the vegetarian products on the shelves were sold out, and the company made a profit of 320,000 silver coins, which was a huge profit. Thinking about being able to harvest cotton and a large amount of timber tomorrow, Luo Yu was so happy that he hugged Shao Kong beside him and kissed him hard. He was so happy. Woo! Shao Kong called out, but didn't put up any resistance. She was often hugged like a pillow when she slept at night, and she was used to it. Shao Dai, on the other hand, was far away from Luo Yu, her whole body immersed in the water, and she dared not get up. That night, Luo Yu dreamed that he was sleeping on a pile of silver. He was very happy at first, but suddenly he remembered that his original bed was many times more valuable than the silver bed, and he woke up in fright. Luo Yu sat up and looked down, and found that the diamond cloud bed was still there, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unable to sleep at this moment, Luo Yu walked to the window and looked at the sky. The night was as dark as ink and dotted with stars. It would be nice to have a glass of red wine. He was thinking about building a grape trellis and making wine in the future. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he discovered something. There seemed to be two dark shadows hesitating by the moat outside the wall. Is it a human? Luo Yu was surprised. The moment he discovered the two shadows, a prompt appeared. The blessing of the harvest attracted thieves from the nearby tribe. Congratulations on discovering them. Theft incident. It is mentioned in the explanation of the heavenly Tao world that there will be no prompts for theft incidents, and the system will only respond after it is discovered. Oh my God, I really bumped into him. Luo Yu put on his clothes and quietly jumped out of the window. At this moment, the two thieves looked at each other, then jumped at the same time, directly jumped over the wide moat, and lurked towards the base. The arrow towers and crossbows did not react at all, as if they had merged into the moonlight. The two men were extremely agile, and they managed to climb over the 5-meter-high wall together. However, the moment they landed on the ground, they ran head-on into Luo Yu. Boom! Luo Yu flipped the Yang double swords in his hands and used the back of the sword to strike the two men one by one, knocking them out directly. The thief has been subdued. Luo Yu's strength is too strong. It's just that simple. This was a pair of male and female thieves. Luo Yu dragged them into the prison and searched their bodies for a while and found a lot of good things. A fist-sized piece of gold, 3 beautifully crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Stealth, silver level of special skill. After learning it, you can enter a lurking state at any time. In the lurking state, you will not be discovered by building defense facilities, and the chance of being discovered by creatures is reduced by 50. There's such a thing. There was a hint of joy in Luo Yu's eyes. If one were to ask what the most precious thing in the world of heavenly Tao was, it would of course be skills. As a mercenary, the more skills I have, the better. Here I am. He directly chose to study, and Luo Yu gained an additional skill on the spot. This stealth technique is also of the same silver level as the Gale Sword technique and can be upgraded to the 3rd level at most. However, because it is combined with one's own agility to reduce the chance of being discovered, its growth potential is actually very high. As long as your agility is high enough, you won't be discovered. In fact, all skills of this type must be supported by basic attributes. If the power is high enough, even a silver-level Gale Sword technique can defeat a gold-level or even platinum-level martial art. 2 more prisoners came. I looked at their attributes and found that they were both agile and didn't have many good personal characteristics. Luo Yu didn't know where the secret books on them came from, nor did he want to know. According to the old rules, the men put them on the shelf to sell, and the women kept them and sold them to people in their group. God is ruthless, but people are kind. When the rewards are similar, companions are given priority. Luo Yu still has this point. Chapter 62, Small Groups, Small Goals. Early the next morning, Luo Yu spoke in the group chat while eating breakfast. Luo Yu, I encountered a thief last night and captured a female prisoner. Who wants to buy her? Elena, I don't need it anymore. I find these natives useless and a waste of food. Alice, I don't need it for now. Naker, I don't want it either. I haven't tamed Meowth before. I'm just 1 point short of resistance value. Nyoda, I want it, but I don't have the money. Fong Yumeng, yeah, then I won't be polite. Luo Yu, let's trade. I don't know when it started, but Fong Yumeng became the rich lady in the group. The trading box was opened. When Luo Yu put the picture of the female captive on the shelf, Fong Yumeng smiled and said, "She looks good." Luo Yu, don't you want a female captive? Not interested. Luo Yu, interest? What do you mean? Fong Yumeng, oh, it's just about doing hard labor. What do you think I'm talking about? As she spoke, she put in 15,000 silver coins. The market price of this kind of female captive, whose attributes were not very good, but whose appearance was acceptable, was generally around 1.6 or 1.7. Fong Yumeng did not seem to take advantage of Luo Yu by virtue of their acquaintance. Seeing this, Luo Yu smiled faintly, clicked OK, and replied, "Oh, I thought you were talking about the common interests of men." Fong Yumeng, what's your common interest as a man? Is it playing games? I'm still a child, I don't understand. Goose, goose, goose. Transaction successful. You get 15,000 silver. Luo Yu also had a smile on his face. Chatting with everyone to relieve boredom was really a good way to relieve loneliness. It's breakfast time now, and everyone is chatting idly. Naker, everyone, summer is here. Can autumn be far behind? After winter, our only food source may be seafood. Should we put dealing with a big monster in the lake on the agenda? Fong Yumeng, is it finally coming? I've been thinking of a way too. What do you think? Let's save up some money to build an arrow tower by the lake and shoot it to death. Is this idea stupid? Elena, well, big black fish won't let you shoot for nothing. It feels a bit stupid. Fong Yumeng, okay. Alice, I have thought of a way. Please see Article 822 of the Heavenly Dao World Instructions. After checking, everyone found that this item was about forming a team. The Tiandao world has a team function, and the prerequisite is that one of the visitor or mercenary technologies has been unlocked. If a team kills a big monster, the things that will be dropped will be more than those dropped by a single person. Of course, the income is definitely not as high as that of a single person, but it is a solution. Fong Yumeng, Sister Alice, are you saying that we should first try our best to unlock the visitor technology, then form a team and enter someone's base to kill the black fish monster together? Alice, yeah, that's it. Luo Yu was also somewhat tempted by this plan. The things that the big black fish exploded were quite good. The ones in his own territory were killed. Wouldn't it be great if he could go to other territories to get a share of the spoils? The big black fish at home can only be regarded as a regular shipment. But when Luo Yu was chatting with the world, he saw that a powerful race had killed the big black fish and it exploded. Various feature scrolls, technology unlocking blueprints, and even base cores can all be dropped. When Luo Yu saw everyone discussing it, he was very envious. Here comes the opportunity. Luo Yu, I agree. Let's meet up together and get to know each other better. Elena, what is a face-to-face meeting? Fong Yumeng, geese, 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 geese. During the breakfast time, the small group decided on the next plan, and everyone was ready to go. Luo Yu took Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai to pick cotton and cut trees. Making money was important. The cotton fields around the lake produced a total of 20,000 units of cotton, which can be used directly to make clothes. If there are enough animal skins, they can also be made into luxurious carpets. This luxurious carpet is also a good thing. Harvesting cotton, cutting trees, planting cotton, planting trees. 2 days passed quickly, and Luo Yu finally finished his work, 20,000 tons of cotton and 30,000 tons of wood. This amount of wood is just enough to build an arrow tower. Let's do it. According to the previous plan, this time the arrow tower was built at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, the 3 arrow towers almost covered the entire base. Together with 5 automatic crossbows and a catapult, Luo Yu believed that the base's defense was now quite strong. But that's not enough. If he followed the previous rhythm, after building a wave of defense facilities, Luo Yu would have to build buildings to increase the score, but the scores of the 2 waves of luxury baths and high-grade floor tiles were increased too much, and Luo Yu would not feel at ease until another wave of defense facilities were built. Development is a hard truth, but security is the prerequisite for development. Taking advantage of the huge profit he made earlier, Luo Yu decided to go all out and build 2 more arrow towers. Isn't it just money? I have money. Luo Yu spent 130,000 silvers in one go to buy materials such as wood and iron, or plus the silver needed for construction. In this way, an arrow tower was erected in each of the 4 directions of the base, giving the entire base a powerful firepower. Especially when they get within 50 meters, arrows rain down like rain. I looked at the current rating of the base, and building 3 arrow towers together is exactly 5,000. In terms of base wealth, there is still 210,000 silver. Food: scorpion meat 16,000, other meat 2,000, seafood 2,500, vegetarian food 5,000, milk 150, eggs 30. Resources: iron ore and would have been used up, gold 3,700, jade 1,250, copper or 588, stone bricks 80,000. Animals: blue wolf 1, mutant chicken 1, giant octopus 1, golden scorpion king 1, bull cow, digging worm 11, stone turtle 8, silver ladybug, golden beetle. Companion pets: Xuanqiu beast girl, night butterfly. This is basically the wealth that the base can move now, and it does not count toward the score. Luo Yu does not need to look at the data for the rest of the buildings. Apart from the defense facilities, there are only villas, toilets, walls, cellars, and a fog box. In addition, the reason why Luo Yu did not sell the remaining scorpion meat was not because he kept it for himself, but because he kept it for the animals to eat. He, Xiaodai, and Xiaokong do not eat insect meat. Looking at the arrow towers erected on all sides, Luo Yu felt filled with a sense of security. Thinking that the critical hits from the past few days have not been used yet, I will not spend silver first and digest the critical hits once. When he reached the grassland, he took out the snake egg he had obtained before, and Luo Yu muttered something in his heart. Triggered by 100x critical hit, the growth efficiency of snake eggs increases 100x. Chapter 63. A good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like before, the snake eggs in his hand began to crack, and a moment later, a large snake appeared before his eyes. Red scale python, bronze level, adult strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21. This time the critical hit also mutated. Although this is just a bronze level python with poor attributes, it has a special ability: producing scales. The scales of the red-scaled python will fall off every once in a while and can be collected and used as materials to make clothing, etc. Needless to say, when making fabrics such as clothes and pants, adding snake scales will definitely increase the upper limit of quality. After sending the big snake into the small lake to keep the octopus company, Luo Yu began to improve his own attributes. Attributes are king. After a few operations, the panel changes a lot. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score 5,000 points. Health value 90 points. Entertainment value 30 points. Strength 90. Constitution 90. Agility 90. This wave directly cost 130,000 silvers and made my attributes very beautiful. After taking out the yin-yang swords and wielding them for a while, Luo Yu felt refreshed and full of strength. The arrow tower was completed, the attributes were added, and a big snake was obtained. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, but Luo Yu did not relax his requirements. We must carry forward our fine tradition of continuous combat and continue cutting stones. One day passed quickly, and on the second day, Luo Yu heard a cracking sound while cutting stones. He ran out in a hurry and saw that the minecart had fallen apart. The big bull looked at Luo Yu innocently, and black spots and various minerals were scattered all over the ground. Luo Yu sighed softly and patted the bull's head to comfort it. The minecart finally completed its mission gloriously and retired. Having said that, the road leading from the base to the mine really needs to be paved, otherwise the transportation cost will be too high. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu looked at the various road options. Unfortunately, he did not find commonly used road options, such as cement roads and asphalt roads. There are mixed floor tiles and paving floor tiles. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to lay tight fireproof paving floor tiles. This is considered very advanced when used for road construction. It is fireproof, rainproof, anti-excavation and anti-corrosion, etc. It can be said to be a once-and-for-all option. Luo Yu has a plan to build several roads along the base in the future, but he will start with paving the mine roads. Tight fireproof paving tiles. Consumption per square. Stone 10, iron or 3, silver 1. The luxurious tiles are certainly not qualified for use as floor tiles inside a base, but they are a luxury for use as main roads. He began to click and build it piece by piece. 3 meters wide would be enough to allow the mine cart to move around. In the end, he not only paved the road from the base to the mine, but also paved the entire road inside the mine. All of this cost him a lot of materials, and it is much more comfortable to walk on it. Luo Yu bought another ore cart for the big bull to pull the ore. Sure enough, the big bull walked excitedly on this new road. His steps became much lighter, and he even made cow sound to call the cows to come and walk with him. Look how happy they are. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu looked at the newly built stone brick road with a smile and was very satisfied. But suddenly he thought of something. If he could walk, the enemy could walk too. This road is built so well. Doesn't it increase the opponent's movement speed? What's more, my arrow towers and catapults don't know the road. The arrow towers are fine, but the catapults will just smash the enemy indiscriminately. So won't they also destroy their own road? Wouldn't it cost money to repair it then? Thinking of this, Luo Yu started to use his brain again. It would be a bad idea to dig traps on the sides of the road. Bulls, golden beetles, and giant scorpions are all notoriously stupid and would surely step on them. He flipped through the mall interface, building interface, and defense interface, and began looking for a suitable solution. Surprisingly, he actually found a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Yu first spent 10,000 silvers to unlock the automatic trap technology, and then clicked on an interface. Automatic ground spike trap. When an enemy unit walks on the ground spike mechanism, it will be attacked by a 20 centimeters long ground spike. Friendly units and neutral units cannot trigger it. The trap covers a radius of 2 meters. This trap is good. Friendly and neutral enemies will not trigger it, so our family members will not be in danger. If it is laid on the road outside, then the enemy will fall to the ground immediately after taking 2 steps, right? Once stabbed, one will basically lose the ability to move, and when other natives see this, they will definitely not dare to come over and will stay away from here. It can not only capture prisoners, but also prevent the road from being damaged on a large scale by catapults, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Yu discovered the treasure and wondered whether he should set up the same trap around the wall. However, after reading the instructions carefully, he found that the trap was triggered by a mechanism and could only be placed where floor tiles were laid. There are no floor tiles yet in the circle outside the wall, so take your time. I looked at the types and found 3 types: iron, silver, and copper. All 3 have the same power. The iron ones are the cheapest. The copper ones are able to conduct electricity and are very effective when combined with lightning technology. But copper is too expensive, and copper is a scarce commodity at present, so we'll have to wait until we have it in the future. Iron stings can cause tetanus. Luo Yu wants prisoners. Treating tetanus costs a lot of herbs, and there's a high chance that it cannot be cured, which is not good for making money. As a lord, you have to consider everything. Silver is a bit expensive, but it is the most suitable at this stage. Silver automatic ground spike trap mechanism. Silver 5,000. Automatic technology is so expensive. Luo Yu first built one and buried it not far from the entrance of the mine, with a coverage range of 2 meters. That is to say, as long as the enemy enters the range of 2 meters, the ground spike will automatically move, shuttle through the stone bricks, and stab the enemy. Being expensive has its advantages. Otherwise, why would it be called an automatic machine ground spike? The distance from the base to the mine is about 1,500 meters. Luo Yu spent 50,000 silvers to build 10 mechanisms, burying one every 150 meters. The stuff is good, but with the base's current financial resources, this is all it can do. Wow, after all the spending, only 20,000 yuan is left. We are always short of money. He looked at the cow and found that its condition had recovered a lot recently. He decided to empty it again in 2 days. Thinking this in his mind, Luo Yu took a look at the base score. With a large number of floor tiles and traps, it has now reached 5,500. It's actually not bad. This wave doesn't add much. After a while, Luo Yu brought Xiaodai back to the basement of the villa, pointed at the pile of cotton, and said with a faint smile, "Xiaodai, I'll leave the sewing to you. Just make women's underwear. The fabrics are all here. You can use them as you see fit." Chapter 64 Event Critical Hit. Cat turns into King Sabaloo. Yeah, okay. Xiaodai nodded gently and said, "Master, I want to transplant some fluorescent flowers from the garden here to make this place more beautiful and provide lighting. The light from the torch hurts my eyes." Luo Yu nodded and said, "You reminded me of this. Well, I'll let you arrange the transplant as well. Do whatever you like. You just have to work here for a while, and then we can build a special workshop and fill it with flowers, okay?" Xiaodai chuckled and said, "I'll remember that. Master, you must not break your promise." Luo Yu nodded slightly, but took note of the lighting issue in his heart. The next day, Luo Yu used 2 critical strike opportunities in a row and sold 2 pieces of silver underwear. The 5 pieces of ordinary underwear made by Xiao Dai also sold very quickly, and she made a total profit of 75,000 yuan. It can be said that it was a huge profit. However, competitors have now appeared in the auction house. Seeing that underwear is selling so well, those who meet the skill requirements have also started selling it, but only 1 or 2 pieces appear occasionally. Making underwear requires materials. How many people currently have a fabric recycling station or a large amount of cotton? Overall, Luo Yu is still in a relatively monopolistic market position. After breakfast, Luo Yu did not cut stones as usual, but started to study lighting. The entire base was basically dark at night, and the same was true for the villa. The dim torch lighting made it like a haunted house, which was uncomfortable and not conducive to some work or activities at night. Electric lights definitely do not exist. If you use candles for lighting, there is no essential difference from torches. It is just a change of name, but not substance. After studying for a while, Luo Yu had a plan in mind. Unlocking the luminous plants is the right way. The fluorescent flowers given by the flower bed can also glow on their own, but its light is dim. What Luo Yu wants is the kind of light like fluorescent lamps. The amount required to unlock the luminous plant is 50,000 silvers. Fortunately, no special design drawings are required. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and chose to unlock it directly. The luminous plant technology tree has been unlocked. After checking again for a while, he found a plant called manhwa scorching light flower. This manhwa flower emits white light, and the light coverage area is basically 10 square meters, with a brightness of 60. This 60 brightness is much stronger than the 20 of fluorescent flowers, but not so bright that people can't open their eyes. The brightness is just right. The rooms in villas are very large, generally over 30 square meters, which means that 3 pots are enough in one room. Although the technology has been unlocked, the seeds of a vine flower cost 1,000 silver, which is quite expensive. Luo Yu spent some stone bricks to make a flower pot and bought a vine seed for 1,000 silver for experiment. Oh right, there's still 1 critical hit left. How about trying to induce labor? Will it not mutate into a carnivorous plant? Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but silently said a sentence. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly came. Announcement: a group of cats appeared in the nearby area. You could try to tame them. Hint: 15 cats are about to enter your territory. Ding, trying to crit for you. Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the prompt. I was going to critically attack Manluohua. What are you critting? What do you want to do? Ding, it is detected that this event is not a malicious event. The critical hit is successful, and your event has produced a critical hit effect. Just as Luo Yu was shocked, another prompt came. The 15 cats that were originally about to enter your territory felt the pressure and turned away, and a King Sabalu entered your territory. I'll go. Luo Yu rushed out of the villa quickly, jumped onto the city wall, and saw a woman over 1.8 meters tall, with blonde hair, wearing animal skins and fair skin walking towards him from a distance. Unlike human women, this tall woman had a pair of animal ears on her head, and the golden tail behind her was obviously a tiger's tail. Jin Sabel, young, diamond level, top intelligence strength 279, constitution 261, agility 308, humanoid beast girl, can transform into golden tiger form when necessary. Looking at this attribute introduction, Luo Yu felt his scalp tingling. When he heard a King Sabalu, Luo Yu thought there might be a monster, but when he saw the tall and plump tiger lady in the distance, Luo Yu was really shocked. Speaking of which, they're all beast girls. Compared with this guy, Xiaokong and Xiaodai at home have similar attributes. Cute. Lovely attributes. This is still a childhood. Luo Yu knows that some special races have a very long lifespan. Even 50 or 60 years old is considered childhood. I don't know how terrifying this guy will be when he grows up. On the other side, the group started communicating. Fang Yumeng, oh, there are 2 tabby cats at my base, so cute. Naker, hey, your base has a high rating. I have one coming right here, meow, but it's not as cute as me and my sister. Alice, I have one here too. Kittens can drive away snakes and rats in the house. This is a welfare event. Yoda, why do you all have it, but I don't? Elena, your base score is too low. Didn't you read the instructions? The lower the base score, the lower the chance of welfare events occurring. What may not be a welfare? It can only be called a welfare if the cat is tamed. Fang Yumeng, I've tamed it here, oh, so cute. Luo Yu, your score is high. How many have come? Luo Yu, Well, just one. Fangyameng, huh? This shouldn't be the case. Luo Yu, it's really a tigress. Elena, nonsense. Are the cats bigger over there? Luo Yu looked at the chest of the approaching tigress and replied, It's okay, after all, she is not an adult yet. Fangyameng, you're kidding again. After you tame the cat, remember to take a screenshot and let's pet the cat together online. I'm going to tame another kitten. No more chatting. Everyone want to tame the cats, but Luo Yu. Looking at the slowly approaching tiger mother, a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, Tiger Girl was not an attacking unit but a neutral unit and would not trigger the automatic defense weapon. She walked to the stone gate and seemed to want to jump onto the wall, but at this time, the stone gate opened. Luo Yu bravely went to meet him and said with a smile, I am the lord of this place. Lord Jinja Sabaru has come to my humble abode. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in. After looking at Luo Yu, Tigress said proudly, Your territory looks pretty good. I will reluctantly go in and take a look. Having said that, he walked straight into the stone gate. Looking at the woman's back, Luo Yu began to think in his mind. This kind of incident would usually last for 2 or 3 days. Should he keep her for a few days and send her away, or take the risk and capture her? Chapter 65. Take it down directly. Walking into the base, the fog of war in Tiger Girl's eyes dissipated. She looked at the beautiful floor tiles in front of her, the artistic oriental villa, and the beautiful flower beds, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, so beautiful. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, If you like, you can stay for a few days. Cough, cough, cough. Tigress quickly retracted her smile and coughed lightly. I said this out of politeness. It's just average. Sundara. Luo Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. Being Sundara is not a good character. When they reached the gate of the villa, Tigress was a little impatient to push it open, but after glancing at Luo Yu, she still said proudly, Open the door and show me your building. Luo Yu was secretly unhappy because he kept calling him this sir, but he couldn't afford to offend him now, so he just had to put up with it for the time being. After entering the villa, they found that the interior was not as luxurious as they had imagined, which made Tiger Girl look disappointed, and there was a hint of disdain in her eyes when she looked at Luo Yu. The only thing about your territory is the beautiful floor tiles. She sat on a wooden chair in the living room and said calmly, Human boy, go get some tribute. Tribute. Luo Yu was delighted and nodded. I just found some special ingredients here. You will definitely like them. Wait a moment. Oh, Tigress's eyes lit up with delight and she nodded. Go ahead. If it's delicious, I might leave something for you. Luo Yu snorted in his heart, turned around and walked out of the villa. In the cellar, Luo Yu took out the special milk that was left over from last time, poured it into a wooden cup, and then took out a small bottle from the storage ring. Returning origin liquid, colorless and tasteless, within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points and seal the grade and all special skills. A drop of Guiyuan liquid dripped into the milk, and Luo Yu chuckled. Diamond level, right? The attribute is over 300, right? Pretty proud, huh? Let's wait and see. After a moment, Tigress took the cup and sniffed it gently, her eyes becoming even happier. Special milk is very attractive to living things, and diamond grade is no exception. Well, it looks good. You have a collection too. Gulp gulp. She drank the entire cup of special milk, and after she let out a breath, a look of intoxication appeared on her face. It tastes great, very good. Go, bring some more. If you can make me happy, I will leave some of my hair for you. As she spoke, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. My power. The Guiyuan fluid takes effect. The target's attributes are reduced to 10. All skills are sealed, and the effect lasts for 2 hours. At this moment, Tigress stood up suddenly. With her top intelligence, she immediately understood what had happened. How dare you plot against me? She let out a tiger roar and pounced directly towards Luo Yu. Unfortunately, in Luo Yu's eyes, 10 points of agility were no different from slow motion. Luo Yu simply stretched out a hand and grabbed her neck on the spot. No matter how hard Tiger Girl struggled, she couldn't break free. But Luo Yu grinned and said, Why? Is this all you can do as a diamond-level beast girl? Fool! Tigress let out a low growl from her throat, revealing 2 small fangs on her lips. She gritted her teeth and said, Despicable human, don't think you have one. Transform. She wanted to transform into a golden tiger form. But there was no movement. Well, change. There was no movement at all. My talent is sealed. What did you make me eat? There was disbelief in Tigress's eyes. Her biggest trump card could not be used. Bang! Luo Yu threw Tiger Lady to the ground and tried to step on her face, but she instinctively rolled over to avoid it. After all, he is diamond level, and his instincts are still very strong. Luo Yu couldn't even hit it with his 90 points of agility. The more you resist, the more excited I become. No, the more I want to tame you. Luo Yu laughed strangely and said, "You think the soles of your shoes are dirty, right? Then I'll just take them off? Okay." The next moment, Luo Yu took off his shoes and stepped accurately on Tiger Lady's face. At this time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also came over. Dai and other animals all rushed into the big villa to help. Luo Yu said, "There's a saying in my hometown that a tiger in a plane is bullied by a dog. Have you seen the big dog in my house? It likes tender and delicate beast girls like you the most, right, Dai?" Ouch! Dai wagged his tail and shook his head very honestly, indicating that he only liked female wolves and not female tigers. "You fucking..." Luo Yu was irritated by the honest dog and shouted, "Where's the big bull? Let come over. My big bull is the one who likes beast girls the most. If you don't want to be tamed by me, don't blame my big bull for being rude to you. Why hasn't he come yet, big bull?" Xiao Dai looked at the stepped-on tigress with some fear and whispered, "Master, the big scorpion has blocked the gate of the villa, and the bull can't get in." "Huh? Who let it block the door? This idiotic scorpion." Luo Yu was furious. He stepped on Tiger Lady's head and said, "I don't want to waste my time talking nonsense. Do you want to surrender or not? Tell me." "Fool." Tigress gnashed her teeth and said, "Let me go if you can. If I'm in my best condition, I'm not afraid of all of you coming at me at once." "You're pretty tough." Luo Yu frowned slightly, because a critical hit can only have an effect on the same object once, and Tigress appeared because of a critical hit, so critical hit taming is no longer effective for her. This is also the reason why Luo Yu took action immediately instead of waiting until the number of critical hits was refreshed tomorrow. The drug is effective for 2 hours. If the animal cannot be tamed within 2 hours, you will have to kill it. Maybe killing the tigress will reveal a lot of stuff, but the benefits will definitely be far less than taming her. Given this tigress's temper, threats and beatings probably wouldn't work. With the mentality of giving a try, Luo Yu directly used the animal taming technique on the tiger girl. Beast taming failed, success rate 48. So high. Seeing this success rate, Luo Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed after he realized it. Yes, because the Guiyuan liquid also sealed the grade. If it was the original diamond grade, it would be almost impossible to tame it. But now the grade is sealed, which means it is at ordinary grade, not even at black iron. If it weren't for her top-notch intelligence and strong subjective resistance, the success rate would probably be over 80. Thinking of this, Luo Yu had an idea. 48, right? Then as long as we can make her enter a special state, such as panic or fear, the success rate will skyrocket. Chapter 66. Diamond Level Beast Girls Monster Attributes. Tigers are very majestic animals, and it would be difficult to scare them, but Luo Yu came up with an idea. A moment later, the beast girl was tied to a rectangular wooden table in a spread eagle position. Luo Yu said calmly, "I'll give you one last chance to tame it. Otherwise, you'll be miserable." Tigress seemed to blush a little when she was tied up in this position, but she still showed her 2 fangs very stubbornly and said coldly, "The poison you gave me must have a time limit, and the drug is so potent, so the time will definitely not be long. You scumbag. Either kill me or wait until I recover, and I will let you know the consequences of offending me. King Seberu, you still dare to be so stubborn." Luo Yu snorted coldly and directly tore off the animal skin coat on the woman. At this moment, she was only left with a simple animal skin bra and a short animal skin skirt. As if realizing something, Tigress burst into tears and roared, "I won't give in. Even so, the proud King Sabala won't give in. I will trample you under my feet and make you my slave for life." "Yeah." Luo Yu chuckled and said, "Then let me see how strong your feet are in terms of resistance." Luo Yu grabbed her little feet and started tickling them. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, no matter whether it is a human or an orc girl, they can't stand the crazy tickling of the soles of their feet. Tigress burst into laughter and struggled hard, but she was tied up tightly, and her struggle was in vain. "Stop ha, stop ha." She laughed so hard that tears came out, but Luo Yu didn't stop at all. He would not stop until there was an abnormal status warning. "Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, come and tickle her too." "As you wish, Cluck." Xiao Dai giggled and walked forward and pinched Tiger Mother's waist. For some people, the lethality of the waist is no less than the soles of the feet. Tiger Mother laughed even louder. The naive Shao Kong took out a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere and used it to gently tickle Tiger Mother's armpits. "Oh my God, this is going to kill me." Tigress laughed and screamed at the same time. This feeling was definitely extremely intense. After a while, a prompt finally came. King Seburu is in a state of collapse. Luo Yu was delighted and glanced at Tiger Mother, who was already rolling her eyes. "Tame!" With a light shout, a light appeared on Tigress's body. "You have tamed King Seburu with a 99 success rate." This success rate. What a state of collapse. Not bad. Next time there are beast girls who are stubborn, you can learn from today's experience. King Seburu. Child current hair, growth progress, 27. Special ability 1. Coercion. Pressure. All enemy units and neutral units whose grades are lower than King Sable will be oppressed by the momentum, and their comprehensive capabilities will be reduced by 10. Special skill 2. Tiger Roar. All enemy units and neutral units whose rank is lower than Kinja Sabalu will have a greater chance of entering a panic state after hearing the Tiger Roar. Special skill 3. A race favored by heaven. Land fertility within the territory plus 10. Aquatic products plus 10. Mineral vein limit plus 10. Life skills. Sowing LV3. Planting LV3. Mining LV8. Forging LV13. This, not to mention those terrifying statistics, just these talent characteristics and life skill levels are too terrifying. This tiger girl shouldn't be here at this time. Monster, a real monster. The base score is 5,500 points, and 100 times is 55W. This should appear at the score level of 550,000. Moreover, Luo Yu feels that it may not only be a 100-fold critical hit, but it may be a critical hit among critical hits with a very low probability, 200-fold critical hit, or even 300-fold. Restraining his excitement, Luo Yu looked at the bound tigress with a smile in his eyes. His attitude towards enemies and his own people is completely different. Since they have been tamed, they are his own little cuties. After untying the rope on Tigress, Luo Yu took the towel handed to her by Xiao Dai and wiped her tears and saliva from the corners of her mouth. He smiled and said, "Are you okay? Want some herbs?" Snort. "Asshole, I hate you." Tigress groaned weakly and passed out. Luo Yu laughed loudly and said to the beast girls and animals surrounding him, "Okay, it's okay. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong stay, and the others can go away." Dai, the giant scorpion, the silver-armored ladybug, the golden beetle, and other animals all left. Luo Yu picked up Tigress and said, "Let's go. She's all sweaty. Let's wash her together." Half a day later, Tiger Mother woke up slowly. She blinked her eyes and found herself lying on a comfortable big bed. She immediately reacted and sat up. She looked down and found that the animal skin she was wearing was gone, and now she was wearing a bra that she had never seen before. Women's underwear. Did he help me change my clothes? Tigress blushed, but thought of everything that had happened before and sighed softly. After hesitating for a moment, she got out of bed, put on the clothes Luo Yu prepared for her, and left the room. A moment later, Luo Yu was cutting stones in the open space inside the base. When he saw Tiger Mother coming over, a smile appeared in his eyes. When he got closer, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Are you awake? How are you? Are you okay?" Tigress said angrily, "Humph, despicable human. Even if you tame me, I will not obey." Bang! With a crisp sound, Luo Yu slapped her on the butt and said unhappily, "You have to call me master from now on, understand? It doesn't hurt at all." Tiger Girl blushed a little. After recovering her attribute points, she became thick-skinned and tough, and Luo Yu really couldn't beat her. "Call me master." Luo Yu gave the order, and Tiger Lady's body trembled. She said with great grievance, "Master, a pet cannot resist the orders of its owner, and will die if told to do so." "Very good." Luo Yu smiled and handed the Tiangong knife to Tiger Mother and said, "Come, the job of cutting stones will be left to you from now on." "No, who's going to work for you?" Luo Yu dragged out his tone, and under his gaze, Tiger Lady immediately became obedient and said hurriedly, "Don't make me do anything weird, just cut it." She started to take action, and it must be said that her efficiency was incredibly fast. It took Luo Yu about 20 seconds to cut a piece of stone into 10 units of stone bricks, while Hunyang only needed 5 seconds. He has great strength and manual skills, that's awesome. Finally, someone has taken over the stone cutting job. Chapter 67. Shining a manhwa flower. Luo Yu smiled and said, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao Jin. Be good and obedient, or I'll tie you up and tickle you again." "Don't." Xiao Jin waved his hands hastily, saying humiliatingly, "Please don't treat me like that. I will be obedient, master." Not only has the body been tamed, but it seems the heart has also been tamed. Luo Yu is in a really good mood today. After handing over the stone-cutting job to Xiao Jin, Luo Yu found himself relaxed. He returned to the villa and started to grow vines. Didn't you want to crit manhwa before? Now that the crit count has been updated, give it a try. In his room, Luo Yu muttered something in his heart and then watered the ivy seeds in the flower bed. 100 times critical hit trigger. The growth efficiency of the Rami flower has changed, and you get the Shining a manhwa flower. Shining a manhwa flower, gold level illumination range 100 square meters, greatly improves the beauty of the room, increases the chance of obtaining positive buffs, increases sleep and work efficiency, and the fruits of a manhwa flower can increase the planting level. Current fruit growth progress 1. Another gold grade item has been released. This is the benefit that the stable quality feature brings to Luo Yu. Now the chance of getting gold items is obviously higher than before. Looking at the beautiful, pure white flower in front of him, which was as pure as a lily, Luo Yu felt that his soul was healed. It was so beautiful. After reading the instructions carefully, I found out that this flower recognizes its owner. Not only can it glow, it can also actively adjust its brightness, and only Luo Yu can adjust it. Just gently touch the leaves and flowers. It is very convenient and much better than electric lights. I checked the rating of the base. It hasn't changed, and plants are not currently included in the rating calculation, which is good. This Shining a manhwa flower must be placed in the bedroom. After all, everyone sleeps in bed. The chance of obtaining buffs increases, and it can also improve work efficiency, right? Next, Luo Yu began to arrange ivy flowers throughout the villa. These flowers grow very fast and can sprout and bloom white flowers in 2 or 3 days, producing lighting effects. One flower costs 1,000 yuan, and one is placed in every room, including the corridor, living room, kitchen, toilet, bathroom, etc. Luo Yu spent a total of 24,000 silver and some stone materials to decorate the entire villa and then water it. Next, just wait 2 or 3 days to decorate the villa brightly. Unfortunately, the huge amount of money that we earned has now all been spent, and there are only 20,000 silvers left in the base. Let's keep working hard to make money. After lunch, Luo Yu inspected his territory and found that the growth of plants had indeed accelerated. Even the scented tree that had just been cut down began to grow again. The resource limit of the mine had increased. After communicating with the giant octopus and the giant snake, he learned that the aquatic products had also become much more abundant. After looking at the base data, the overall area of the base has increased by 10. The only regret is that these additional data are added to the original data without producing a cumulative effect, and the snowball does not roll as fast as expected. However, Luo Yu is still very satisfied. The changes that Xiao Jin's appearance brought to the entire territory were obvious. Now Luo Yu no longer had to cut stones. He stood on the watchtower and looked down at the entire base. His eyes finally settled on the vegetable field. Currently, the fertility of the entire territory has increased by 20, so we can plant a new crop and then build grape racks to make rational use of the space. When you walk into the vegetable garden, the grape trellis is easy to find. You can just use a simple wooden awning. Covering it with grapevines can also increase the rain protection effect. I opened the auction house and searched for grape seeds, but found nothing. No, I saw someone selling it in the world before. Luo Yu directly opened the world chat channel, and a human race, Anonymous, said, "Collecting grape seeds. Some have a price. Please chat privately." Someone immediately chatted with me privately. Water Tribe, Gall 1,000 seeds each. I have 3. Luo Yu, 500. These grapes have no grade, so they are worth 500. Gulb, 600. Really, bro? You can see it's not even available at the auction house. Luo Yu. That's because no one wants to grow grapes at this stage. They have no nutritional value. It's better to grow more vegetables if you have the energy. There is no market for grapes at present. 500, let's trade. Luo Yu directly put in 1,500 silver. Gorb knew that the other party was smart and did not bargain anymore. Transaction successful. You get 3 grape seeds. Gulp. Brother, since you're collecting grape seeds, it seems that you have no shortage of vegetables. I still have seeds of a special generation of plants here. Do you want them? Luo Yu. Oh, put it up and let's see. Red mushroom cloth seeds. Grow slowly. The soil fertility must reach more than 150, and you can get red mushroom cloth after harvesting. Luo Yu knew that red mushroom cloth was a high-grade cloth and one of the best materials for making high-quality clothing, but it required very high fertility of the soil. It actually requires 150 currently. Our own territory is only 120. Who can achieve this? Luo Yu replied. Red mushroom cloth is a good thing, but the cultivation conditions are too harsh and difficult to achieve. How do you plan to sell it? Gorb, I have a total of 30 seeds, 1,000 each. Red mushroom cloth can only be opened in boxes. It is a rare thing. If you miss it, it will be gone. 1,000. You might as well just go and rob it. Luo Yu replied. Well, I definitely won't give you money, but if you want to exchange it for something else, I can consider it. Gulb. What do you want to exchange for it? Luo Yu. What do you want? The other party thought about it and replied. Bricks. Do you have a lot of bricks? Hearing this reply, Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It can be said that stone bricks are most in need at this stage. Everyone is thinking about building walls, but stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house. They can only be shouted out to the world, which makes it difficult to set the price. Others are in short supply, but Luo Yu has so many. He put out a unit of stone bricks and said, Black spotted stone bricks, I will make money from you. 500 stone bricks in exchange for 1 seed. That's pretty conscientious, isn't it? The other party fell in a deep thought. To be honest, it was not cost-effective. After all, stone bricks were a renewable resource and this kind of seeds. But considering that there will be another attack in more than half a month, if the wall is not rebuilt properly, lives may be lost. Gulb gritted his teeth and said, Okay, deal. Luo Yu was delighted and directly placed 15,000 units of stone bricks on it. Chapter 68 Dear, try the food I made. Transaction successful. You get 30 red mushroom seeds. Gulb. Brother, where did you get so many bricks? Can you share your experience? Luo Yu. I said I like mining. Do you believe me? Gulb, excuse me by. After the conversation ended, Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. With Xiao Jin around, stone bricks can be cut out in an endless supply. Although red mushroom cloth cannot be planted now, Luo Yu believes that this thing will become his cash cow in the future. After putting the seeds into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu began to study how to increase the fertility of the soil. At this moment, Xiao Dai flew over. After landing, she smiled and handed a scroll to Luo Yu, saying, I just fished up a box. I opened it and found this scroll. I'm giving it to you. Cooking table production design drawing. Huh, not bad. Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. Now the meat was grilled and the vegetables were boiled. Although salt could be bought in the Tiandao World Mall, it still needed to be salty in the mouth. Besides, eating barbecue all the time is not good for your health. So finally there is a cooking table. Luo Yu smiled and said, Very good. As a reward, come here and let me kiss you. Huh, kiss? You? Kiss me if you want, I can't resist you. Xiaodia's blushing face was so cute. Luo Yu pinched her tender little face and said with a laugh, Go ahead, keep up the good work, and try to give me a few more designs. Xiaodai blushed. Seeing that Luo Yu's attention had shifted to the scroll, she couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Do you like me or the design? Touching the place where she was pinched, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again, and she flapped her wings and flew out of the vegetable garden. Cooking table production design. Iron ore 2,000, stone brick 2,000, silver 1,000. Fortunately, it's not very expensive. Luo Yu walked into the kitchen of the big villa. After a point of his finger, a beautiful cooking table appeared. There were 3 different pots on it, as well as various small equipment for convenient cooking. It was pretty good. Cooking table improves the nutritional value, cooking speed, taste, appearance, etc. of food, and consumes fuel. The fuel is wood. After taking a look, I found that the fuel consumption is quite high. Wood is always a very useful thing. The cooking station comes with its own recipe list. Simple cooking, basic ingredients 10, nutritional value, primary, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 20, attribute point acquisition rate 0. Fine cuisine, basic meat 10, basic vegetables 10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10, attribute point acquisition rate 2. Deluxe cuisine, basic meat 20, basic vegetables 20, basic dairy products, eggs 20, nutritional value, high level, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 0, attribute point acquisition rate 5. Marching food, basic meat 15, basic vegetables 15, basic dairy products, eggs 15, nutritional value, intermediate, unlimited shelf life, 0 chance of food being poisonous, 2 attribute point acquisition rate. There are all kinds of food, and the descriptions are quite detailed. The so-called nutritional value is actually very important. It is not just a question of whether you can eat enough, but also affect the acquisition of personal attribute values. After the attribute value reaches 100 points, it can no longer be increased by silver. At this time, increasing attribute points by eating high nutrition value dishes is a very good way. At first glance, the acquisition rate may not seem high, but you still eat it there every day. It is also introduced in the detailed description that high-grade food will affect a person's skin, appearance, etc. High-grade food can also add strange buffs when eaten. Nutrition is really important to every living creature. To make high-level dishes, not only do you need the ingredients, but you also need to have the right cooking skills, and it would be best if you have personal traits like a chef. Luo Yu's cooking level is LV1, the highest in the entire base. LV1 can only make simple dishes, and because of the low level, even simple dishes may cause food poisoning. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was the only serious person in the entire base, including Xiao Jin. Those 3 girls were essentially animals. The 3 of them used to live in the wild. Except for Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were probably carnivores who ate raw food. Of course, they have top-level intelligence and can learn, and their cooking level can be slowly improved. After thinking about it, Xiao Dai is mainly responsible for sewing and doesn't have much time. Xiao Kong is responsible for planting and fishing, and Xiao Jin is responsible for cutting bricks and forging. The 3 of them have their own things to do, so they can only do it themselves for now. After taking some ingredients, Luo Yu put all the ingredients into a big pot, operated the button on the cooking table, and like a sewing machine, it started working by itself. However, this process requires people to click continuously and cannot be left alone to cook automatically. Otherwise, it is easy to fail or produce poisonous food, wasting ingredients. The LV1 level is really not good, and the cooking speed is slow. It took Luo Yu an hour to make a simple dish. Looking at the square box of food on the stove, Luo Yu felt that it did not look very good, and he did not dare to eat it. Dum-dum. Woo-woo. Adai ran over quickly, and Luo Yu said with a smile, "Come, dear, I'll give you the food I made myself." Adai was overjoyed and started to eat. After a while, a prompt came. Unfortunately, your pet Adai got food poisoning after eating the simple dish. The movement speed will be reduced by 50 within 3 days. Seeing Adai rolling on the ground with stomachache, Luo Yu was afraid that it couldn't hold it in the kitchen, so he threw it out of the window. As expected, Adai went straight to the toilet. The stone toilet he had built before was already in use. What about the 20 chance of being poisonous? Is this the winning bid? I looked at my cooking experience bar and found that I had to cook at least 10 dishes if I wanted to reach LV2. It's a waste of time, and the product is actually poisonous. Who can stand this? At this moment, Luo Yu had an urge to give up. Wait a minute. I remember that the princess of the Scarsa tribe can make dishes with buffs. Her level must be very high. Luo Yu started thinking about the princess and began to think about how to get the chef. Looking at the beautiful cooking table in front of me, there is no choice but to get on with it. It would be nice to gain some experience. Luo Yu spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen. By dinner time, he finally prepared 4 dishes for everyone to eat together. Chapter 69, Key Technology, Water Cycle. The atmosphere at the dining table in the big villa was somewhat solemn. Xiao Jin said in a deep voice, "Master, we all saw what happened to the stupid dog during the day. This means that if we eat the food in front of us, we may also be poisoned, right?" "Woo." Xiao Kong cried out softly to show his fear, while Xiao Dai pushed the lunchbox in front of her away, making it clear that she didn't want to eat. Seeing the expressions of the 3 girls, Luo Yu snorted coldly. The probability of simple dishes being poisonous is 20. I made 5 portions in total. The poisonous one during the day was eaten by Adai. The remaining 4 portions are definitely not poisonous. Trust me, eat it, it's safe. Yeah. Xiao Jin said angrily. "It was because I trusted you that you tied me up and tortured me. Also, don't think I can't count. 20 means that each portion has a 20 chance. Not that if 1 out of 5 portions is poisonous, the other 4 will definitely not be poisonous." Luo Yu said angrily. "What attitude do you use to talk to your master?" "I humph." Xiao Jin snorted and didn't dare to refute. Luo Yu touched his chin and said, actually what Xiao Jin said is not unreasonable, but you don't eat it after it's made. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Dai said, Master, I have a way to test whether there is poison without harming the members of the territory. Oh, tell me about it. Luo Yu became interested, and Xiao Dai whispered, isn't there someone called Nyoda in your group? Pack a little for each person and let him try it first. If it's not poisoned, doesn't that mean it's safe to eat? Xiao Dai, where the hell are you from? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Although Xiao Dai looked innocent and cute, she was a girl with a bad temper. Food poisoning is no joke. Once attacked during the poisoning period, it is likely to cause relatively serious consequences. In the end, Luo Yu still caught the silver-armored ladybug. It's not very useful at this stage, and it doesn't matter if it's poisoned. After testing the 4 dishes for poison, it was found that Xiao Die's dish would cause food poisoning. The last 3 dishes were shared by the 4 of them. As for the silver-armored ladybug, it had a strong immunity and would be fine after resting for a day or 2. At night, in the misty bathroom, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing in the luxurious bathtub. Xiao Jin had a bad attitude just now and was punished to help Luo Yu massage his arms. At this moment, his face was red, and he was pinching his master's arm very reluctantly. As for Luo Yu, he fell into deep thought. Out of 5 portions of food, 2 are poisonous. This probability is a bit high. There must be something wrong. He carefully read the information on food poisoning and finally came to a conclusion. Not only the level of cooking and the cooking level will affect the chance of food poisoning, but the cleanliness of the kitchen and the cleanliness of the ingredients will also have an impact. Water. Luo Yu found the key. In the past, grilled meat was not clean, but high-temperature sterilization had never caused food poisoning. The vegetables were cooked thoroughly, and the boiled water was also very effective in killing viruses. However, cooking requires certain details, such as how well done the food is, how much additional ingredients to add, etc. It may taste good, but is not necessarily truly hygienic. Therefore, putting these uncleaned ingredients directly into the food will increase the chance of food poisoning. In addition, there is no dedicated person to clean the kitchen or even the entire villa, which will gradually lead to a decline in the hygiene score, and in turn affect the probability of food poisoning. The world of heaven is indeed interconnected. If there is a problem in any link, it will make survival difficult or even death. Just imagine, if a single player ate poisonous food at the beginning and then an attack came, the consequences would be disastrous. The chance of food poisoning must be minimized. Luo Yu thought about it again and again. At this stage, when there are only a few intelligent creatures in the base, it is impossible to send someone to clean. If he wants to significantly reduce the chance of food being poisonous, he needs a kitchen sink and a cleaning table. This requires unlocking another technology, the water circulation system. Speaking of which, apart from a hot water tank in the villa's bathroom, there is actually no water circulation in the base, and even that hot water tank requires Luo Yu to add water manually. Water cycle technology pre-unlock. Hydraulic cycle design. Silver, 5,000. Money is easy to talk about, but the design is... I clicked on the auction house and saw that there was 1 ticket for sale, priced at 200,000 silver. So expensive. Luo Yu frowned slightly, clicked it, and prepared to contact the seller, but found that there was no such person. This? He was surprised. Then he understood. The seller is dead and cannot be contacted, but his design is still listed at the auction house. In this case, the design drawing will exist until the end of the month. If you buy it, it will belong to you. If you don't buy it, it will be automatically deleted by the Tiandao world. This damn guy's gone. Why is he asking such a high price? Silver is not paper money. Luo Yu cursed inwardly, thinking that if he continued to shout in the world from time to time, he might be able to receive a low-priced ticket. Evening is everyone's bathing time, and it is also the most active time for several channels. Most of the world is hawking and collecting things, while the regional channels are just chatting. Now that everyone has small groups, the regional channels are mostly used for trading things. The group is quite lively right now. Elena, I can't believe a cat sold for 30,000 silver. Nyoda, of course, this is a companion pet. It adds 1 point of entertainment value. Nowadays, anything that can add entertainment value is very expensive in the world. Alice, it's like this. If the entertainment value of the territory is low, according to the heavenly Tao world, it will cause the mental and physical state of the trial taker to become depressed, and attribute values will be randomly deducted. On the contrary, high entertainment values can gain attribute points. We use silver to add points. 100 is the limit. We have to rely on other methods. Let's all start preparing for a rainy day. Nyoda, don't mention it. I lost a little agility the day before yesterday, but luckily I gained some strength when I was farming. It's so miserable. Fong Yamong, my 2 cute kittens are 1 male and 1 female. I hope they can have lots of kittens. Naker, Yuming's luck is always so good, but my sister and I are both cat girls. Cats don't increase the entertainment value of our territory, so we have to sell them. Fong Yamong, is there such a setting? It's quite reasonable. By the way, Luo Yu, didn't you say the tigers came? Is it done? Luo Yu glanced at the 40-point entertainment value of his base and felt a little proud. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin each added 10 points of entertainment value, plus the luxurious bathing pool also gave 10 points, so his number was definitely the highest. Chapter 70 Beast Tamer Certification, Earning Money in the Black Iron Field. Luo Yu glanced at Xiao Jin, who was giving him a massage, and replied, "It's done. He just has a bad temper and likes to quarrel with me." Fong Yameng, really? Your animal taming skills are also very high. By the way, I'm wondering if I should register to become a Beastmaster. This incident reminded Luo Yu that there are many benefits to registering as a beast tamer. After a brief exchange with everyone, Luo Yu opened the career certification page and clicked on the beast taming column. The advantage of registering as a beast tamer is that you can have one more chance to tame wild animals, and you can summon your own animals to your side at any time. Whether in the arena, on a mercenary mission, visiting a guest, or even in the territory, as long as the mind moves, you can immediately summon your pet. The prerequisite is that the summoned pet must be of a certain grade. Pets like Big Bull and Dai cannot be summoned. Is this a bit like Pokemon? Or maybe a summoner in a game, which is actually pretty cool. In addition, another benefit is that after becoming a certified beast tamer, you can go on missions like a mercenary and help others tame wild beasts to make money. There's a shortage of money everywhere now, and Luo, you will not miss any opportunity to make money. Certified Beast Tamer. Beast Taming level 6 or above has related traits for beast taming. 10,000 silver has tamed at least one graded animal. After Luo, you tamed King Sabaloo. His taming level was raised to level 6, and his tamer characteristics also increased from 1 star to 2 stars. Not to mention, he met all the requirements for certification. After clicking on the authentication, a Spirit Master badge appeared in front of Luo Yu. It was quite beautiful and purple. After putting the badge into the bracelet, Luo Yu sent a message. "I've done it." Fong Yumeng. Me too. With this badge, I feel closer to the animals. Alice. The tigress that Luo Yu tamed is a great animal. Yumeng. What is your great animal? Fong Yumeng. Little cat. Among the cats that came to the base before, there was a black iron-level female cat with enhanced reproductive ability. It's amazing, Cluck. I'll give you a little kitten later. Everyone, you are the real European emperor. Luo Yu was really broke this time, and he had just passed the certification as a beast tamer, so he planned to go to the arena to make some money first. Opening the arena, it was as lively as usual today. This time Luo Yu did not choose the normal arena, but directly entered the black iron-level arena. Because there are not enough bronze-level warriors now, the bronze field has not yet been opened, and the iron field is already the highest level. There are more powerful people and more spectators gathered here. Making money comes quickly. Some of the rooms at the front of the black iron field are occupied by powerful races, such as the Dragon Clan. These races severely discriminate against other races, and many of them block races that they consider to be inferior from entering the rooms. For example, some vampires block humans and subhumans, and some dragons even block vampires and elves. The contempt chain is serious. After Luo Yu flipped through a few pages, he decided not to compete this time, but to book a room and become the champion. Use room. Human race sincerely invite you to compete. 2,000 per hand. The price of 2,000 silver is actually just average in the black iron field. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in immediately. In the black iron field, there are very few races like humans who have weak bodies who would book a room. In everyone's eyes, these people are just giving away money by booking a room. The person who appeared in front of him was a man from the two-headed snake tribe. As the name suggests, he had a human body, but 2 snake heads. He held a machete in his hand and had a terrible tail behind him. He looked extremely ferocious. One of the heads laughed strangely and said, "This is the first time I've run into a human in the black iron field. I'm really lucky. Boy, Master Snake will swallow you and let you taste what it feels like to be in my stomach, ha ha." It's strange that Lao Ting is sarcastically saying that in this kind of fighting arena, no one will be polite and will definitely spare no effort to defeat the opponent. Luo Yu laughed and said, "You can swallow me, but I want to swallow the head on the left. He's more handsome." "What? You said he's more handsome than me?" The right head of the two-headed snake man was furious and roared. "Everyone says the one on the right is more handsome than the one on the left. Are you blind? Bullshit. The one on the left is more handsome than the one on the right. That's universally acknowledged. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight?" The two heads actually started quarreling, not knowing that the countdown had already ended. Luo Yu jumped up suddenly and cut the two-headed snake man in half with one knife. He chuckled and said, "Let's go back and fight. Whoever is stronger will be the most handsome." "Oh, cool. You defeated your opponent in 1.2 seconds. You get 2,000 silver. You can choose to take a 5-minute break before playing the next round. Sometimes, money is so easy to make." Through this game, Luo Yu also realized the truth. One brain is enough. Two brains seem quite stupid. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and this time, two people entered his room. Two male elves, one big and one small. The older one looked to be about 24 or 25, very handsome, and the younger one was probably about 16 or 17, very cute. Luo Yu frowned and asked, "One of you two is a beast tamer?" "Beast tamer." The cute male elf, who was about 16 or 17 years old, smiled and said, "This human brother, have you not read the instructions? The arena is also calculated according to the territory. If there are multiple trial participants in the same territory, one can come in or all can come in. There is such a thing. Two elves isn't this shameless?" Luo Yu frowned slightly, but when he thought about it carefully, it was true. The world of Tiandao was generally calculated according to the territory, so it seemed more cost-effective to open more people. The boy took out a bow and arrow, while the young elf took out a long sword. It seemed that one was for close combat and the other for range combat. "Human brother, both of us are at the black iron level individually. You have no chance of winning. How about you surrender? Come and kiss the back of my hand and surrender to me, and I'll take half of your money." Luo Yu said angrily, "Shut up, you little demon. I'd rather die than surrender." "Little human? She-male." The corner of the pretty boy's mouth twitched, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent also appeared in the young man's eyes. The pretty boy said coldly, "Very good. You have succeeded in provoking my anger, you lowly human. I will make you regret what you said just now. 3, 2, 1, start." Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind was heard, and an arrow at a very fast speed shot towards Luo Yu. Chapter 71 Attack. The tiger roars in the mountains, and all the beasts are frightened. Luo Yu swung the Tiangong knife in his hand directly to block the arrow, but almost at the same time, the male elf holding the long sword rushed over. Just when Luo Yu was trying to resist the sword-wielding elf, 2 more arrows flew towards him. 3 consecutive arrows. Luo Yu's eyes focused, and he immediately used the wild wind sword technique. The 2 arrows were blocked on the spot. At the same time, the long sword that the male elf stabbed at him was also deflected with a clang. The male elf took 3 steps back, his arms trembling slightly, and looked at Luo Yu with disbelief in his eyes. What a great strength! The man let out a light shout and was about to pounce again, but Luo Yu was faster. He dodged a flying arrow by moving sideways, and the next moment the Tiangong sword directly chopped towards the young elf. When there was another muffled sound, and the young elf barely blocked the knife. Before he could react, a black long knife suddenly appeared in Luo Yu's left hand, and he slashed back. Puff! The young elf was hit by the knife, and the breastplate on his chest could not block it at all, and was cut open directly. The black long knife left a horrible blood mark on his body. The man was shocked and said, "What grade of weapon is this?" As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Luo Yu's reply, the whole person disappeared. For a moment, the young elf and Luo Yu were the only ones left in the empty room. Whoosh! More arrows were shot at him, but no matter how many times, they were easily deflected by Luo Yu. The young elf looked at Luo Yu, who was walking slowly towards him, with fear in his eyes. "You don't come over here," he cried out in fear, but Luo Yu suddenly jumped up and grabbed his neck. Luo Yu gently patted his lower abdomen with the Tiangong knife and said with a faint smile, "Little handsome boy, your archery is good. Remember to challenge me next time. I like your silver." After saying that, He used his palm to twist the handsome boy's neck. Cool. You get 2,000 silver. In just 10 minutes, I earned 4,000 silver. Luo Yu thought that renting a room and fighting might make money faster. After a while, someone else came in. This time it was from the Bloodwolf clan. Cool. You get 2,000 silver. Tengu and Zerg were all KO'd. Reminder, you have reached the upper limit of your victories today and can no longer earn any benefits. This is the rule of the arena. You can lose as many times as you want every day, but you can only win 5 times. If you exceed the limit, you can continue to compete, but you cannot make money. In one night, Luo Yu earned 10,000 silver coins and wondered whether he should open a higher amount tomorrow. These guys claim to be at the Black Iron level, and they all claim to be a high-end race, but they can't even reveal their identity as Beastmasters. What a bunch of trash. Luo Yu thought this in his heart, but left the bathroom and went to bed. Now, besides myself, there are 3 little cuties on the big bed, but the bed is really big, so it's no big problem to squeeze a few more in. Nothing happened that night. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he ate breakfast while browsing the mall. Have eggs and milk in the morning, no need to worry about poisoning. As for browsing the mall, Luo Yu planned to buy a bow and arrow directly from the mall to enhance his combat effectiveness. Ordinary grade weapons are sold directly in the mall. With his current strength and archery proficiency, ordinary bows and arrows are actually a little inconvenient to use. But the best bow in the mall is the iron frame bow. What can we do? Just as he was thinking about buying it, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. The number of critical hits in the mall this month has been refreshed. You can use a critical hit to buy an iron frame bow. Just do it when you think of it, Luo Yu said to himself. You purchase an iron bow, 300 iron or 100 silver, 1 animal tendon. 100x critical hit triggered, you get weapon. Yanyu bow, gold level. Huh, another gold level 1. Luo Yu was delighted because he had gotten a gold prize from a critical hit before, and he thought it would be a silver prize this time, but unexpectedly, it was also a gold prize. It must be the feature of stable quality that plays a role. A red longbow appeared in his hand. He weighed it, pulled the bowstring, and found it felt perfect. He took out a feather arrow from the storage bracelet and shot it once. With a whoosh, the arrow's effective straight line range was 300 meters. This is comparable to a small sniper rifle. The effective straight line range of an ordinary bow and arrow is up to 100 meters. After all, it is gold grade. This bow and arrow combined with feather arrows is a powerful weapon for long-range sniping. After putting the milk into his storage bracelet, Luo Yu drank all the milk and prepared to build a house. Now that he had enough stones, he planned to build a workshop. Standing on the balcony of the villa, I was planning the location of the workshop when suddenly a prompt appeared. Alert! A mysterious force is sweeping through your area. The wolves in the nearby mountains are in a violent state and will attack your territory. The attack is coming. Luo Yu was not surprised, but a smile appeared in his eyes. The intensity of the animal attacks was far less than that of the tribal attacks, so he was not panicked at all. Alert! Wolves have entered your territory. Number 110, Wolf King. 1, Black Iron level. The number of wolves in the pack surprised Luo Yu. Sure enough, a large number of wolves appeared from the east. With a sharp howl from the Wolf King, all the wolves rushed towards the wall, howling. Even from a distance, Luo Yu could see the bloodthirsty light in the wolves' eyes. Fang Yumeng, wolves. 13 of them, oh my god. Naker, wolves can't jump over the wall, right? Probably not. Alice, everyone, focus on fighting the enemy, and don't let anything happen. I took a look at the group and saw that everyone had been attacked. Luo Yu stood on the lookout tower, as usual. At this moment, he saw Xiao Jin jumping onto the wall and roaring at the wolf pack. Roar! The roar of a tiger scares all the beasts in the mountains. This roar even scared Luo Yu. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl would make such a roar. Tiger roar skill activated. 69 wild wolves enter a state of panic. Pressure skill activated. The wolf pack's overall ability is reduced by 10. With a roar, most of the wolves rushing over from afar began to shrink back in place. Xiao Jin turned her head and glanced at Luo Yu on the watchtower. Seeing the hint of surprise in Luo Yu's eyes, a hint of pride appeared on her face. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Her body shape changed, her limbs became thicker, and hair began to grow on her face. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin turned into a golden tiger. A golden tiger that is almost the same size as an elephant. Roar! The tiger's roar sounded again, and Xiao Jin rushed down the wall as if he was going to kill someone. However, before he landed on the ground, his huge body began to shrink rapidly and disappeared the next moment. Chapter 72. Easily done, Wolf King's Gratitude. A golden light flashed on the watchtower, and Xiao Jin, who was naked, appeared beside Luo Yu. She hugged her chest with a red face and said angrily, "Master Yu, what are you doing? Why did you cancel my transformation?" After being certified as a spirit master, Luo Yu's control over his own animals became much stronger. Luo Yu could easily cancel Xiao Jin's transformation and summon him back. Looking at the angry Xiao Jin, Luo Yu said with a smile, "Your pressure is too great. The bloodthirsty aura in the Wolf King's eyes is gone. Do you know how much meat and skin I lost when the wolves ran away?" As he spoke, he took off his coat and put it on Xiao Jin. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Also, the clothes are too small." Xiao Jin snorted, and because her clothes were not enough to cover her, she instinctively hid behind Luo Yu to hide her shame. Luo Yu looked back and laughed in his heart that he was wearing nothing after his clothes exploded. He said unhappily, "Don't transform if you have nothing to do. Do you know how much a set of clothes costs now? It's so big, it takes a lot of fabric." "You humph." Xiao Jin snorted lightly and hid behind Luo Yu without saying anything. Because of the fog of war, the wolves could not see Xiao Jin on the watchtower. Although the coercive effect was still there, the fear effect had disappeared by more than half, and they pounced on him again. Several wild wolves rushed onto the stone road outside the wall and immediately triggered the ground spike mechanism. Puff! A spike popped out from the ground and pierced a bloody hole in the hind leg of a wild wolf. Puff, puff, puff. Several spikes on the ground kept stabbing out and contracting. 5 or 6 wild wolves lost their ability to move and lay on the ground howling. They were not stupid and immediately dared not approach the cobblestone road. The wild wolves in front were soon hit by the catapults, and stones were thrown at them one by one. The wild wolves reacted quickly and were quite agile, but although they could avoid the bombardment of stones, they could not avoid the flying pebbles. Many wild wolves were hit by small stones and lost their ability to move. But this is just the beginning. The real nightmare begins when you enter the shooting range of the arrow tower and crossbows. The arrow towers at the corners of the eastern wall opened fire first, and rows of arrows were shot out. In the fog of war, it was impossible to detect the arrows at the first sight, and 2 wild wolves were shot down immediately when they were caught off guard. The arrow tower's firing rate was much faster than that of the catapult. Another row of crossbow arrows knocked down 3 wild wolves, but the wolves became even more bloodthirsty and rushed even more fiercely. The wolves advanced 20 or 30 meters, and the crossbows on the city wall opened fire. Swish, swish, swish. Crossbows, arrow towers, and catapults were attacking. Arrows were flying and stones were exploding. Wild wolves fell down in large numbers. But they were wild animals after all. They were really fearless and would not retreat until the last moment. After moving forward a little further, the central arrow tower opened fire. Rows of arrows were shot out, and the wolves fell faster. Finally, after the remaining 30 or 40 wild wolves rushed into the range of 50 meters, the arrow towers in the southwest and northwest corners of the base opened fire. 50 meters was a death line, and it was really a rain of arrows. The wild wolves fell down in rows and could not move forward any further. Ouch! The last Wolf King howled toward the sky, unleashing his strongest potential. He rushed to the underside of the wall in the hail of arrows, and then suddenly jumped up. The fog of war finally dissipated in the eyes of the Wolf King. After struggling to jump onto the wall, the Wolf King saw clearly the human base in front of him. He saw the cows and hens in the wall and licked his lips. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tongue that was licking the corner of its mouth had not yet retracted when it was punched on the forehead by Shao Kong. The Xuanqiu Beast Girl was also very strong, and the punch made it see stars. The Wolf King, who was about to fight back, suddenly found a golden whip sweeping over and lashing him. Before it fell into coma, it saw a huge golden scorpion with its fangs and claws bared. The next moment, the Wolf King fell off the wall and fainted. You successfully defended your territory and eliminated the wolf pack's attack. Luo Yu didn't even have to do anything himself, and he got it done easily. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, Shao Kong, you separate these wild wolves and put the living ones together and the dead ones together. Luo Yu began to give orders, and the 3 of them immediately took action. However, before that, Xiao Jin went to the basement to find some clothes to wear. A moment later, at the base's training ground, Luo Yu was treating the Wolf King, applying herbs to its wounds. The Wolf King still has ranks and is much stronger than Adai, so it would be best if it could be tamed. You treat the Wolf King, your medical experience increases, and your medical level is raised to LV2. With continuous treatment, medical experience increases rapidly. Don't underestimate the medical level. If the level is high, the treatment effect will be greatly improved. And if you want to do any surgery, the medical level is also very important. At this moment, the Wolf King had woken up in a daze, but he had no strength in his body. He turned his head and looked at the man who was treating him, but he did not show much hostility. The attack is over. According to the instructions of the heavenly Tao world, the mysterious power that caused them to run wild has dissipated, and all the wild wolves have been transformed into neutral units. As he watched the wounds on his body being healed one by one, the Wolf King actually felt grateful to this man. Animals also have feelings. Hint: the Wolf King is grateful for your treatment and wants to join your territory. Do you accept? The sudden prompt made Luo Yu slightly stunned. He had wanted to tame it with a critical hit, but he didn't expect it to surrender on its own initiative. It is mentioned in the description of Tiandao world that when treating certain creatures, there is a chance that they will join in. The more times you treat, the better the effect, and the higher the level of taming, the greater the chance. Many times, when you encounter a powerful animal that is difficult to tame, you can beat it half to death first, then continue to treat it. If there is no trigger, beat it half to death again and treat it again. Use this method to tame it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can eat the animal steadily without killing it directly, and there must be enough herbs. After accepting it, a light flashed on the Wolf King's body, and he had become an animal of the territory. Iron Wolf King, Black Iron level, Adult Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28, Intermediate Intelligent Animal. Special skills. The Wolf King can control the wolf pack and increase the master's animal taming level. The Wolf King's master's animal taming +1, and the animal taming related personal characteristics +1 star. It's actually a support type special skill. Luo Yu looked at his skills and found that his beast taming had reached level 7, and his beast tamer characteristics had also reached 3 stars. Not bad. In fact, for a wolf, its attributes are quite good. Chapter 73. The Tiger's Roar all tamed. Unfortunately, the Wolf King is not like Shao Kong and Xiao Dai, who are beast girls with high intelligence and humanoid form. It has already reached its peak and has no room for growth. Luo Yu gently touched the Wolf King's head and said with a smile, "From now on, you will be called a Tai. Just rest and recover." Woo-woo. The Wolf King let out a howl, then lay down on the haystack again and fell into a deep sleep. There are new members in the base, and Luo Yu is very happy. He walked outside the wall, where there are wolves everywhere, both alive and dead, and they all need to be dealt with. In the open space outside the wall, Xiao Dai said, "Master, 36 wild wolves were killed and 74 survived. Sister Xiao Jin is treating them." Luo Yu looked at Xiao Jin and saw that she was using cloth and cotton to make a simple bandage. The treatment was very fast, and she was able to stop the bleeding simply. I took a look at her medical level. Wow, it's LV11. Medical levels above LV10 allow simple treatments to be performed with bare hands without the use of herbs. A moment later, all 74 surviving wild wolves were treated and transformed into neutral units, and some of them were even tamed. Walking up to Luo Yu, Xiao Jin said, "How are you going to deal with this?" Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Of course, we will tame them all and sell them for money. You watch over them first, and I will deal with these dead wolves." Xiao Jin nodded, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Luo Yu looked at her and laughed. "Xiao Jin, well done. Thank you for your hard work." Well, it's good that you know." Although she said this, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. No matter whether she admitted it or not, she was a pet after all, and a pet would be happy from the bottom of its heart when praised by its owner. Luo Yu saw her expression and laughed in his heart. Having said that, Xiao Jin was still very majestic. As long as she stood there, the group of wild wolves would tremble in their legs and dare not move at all. Next, Luo Yu got a minecart and took all the wolf carcasses to the lake for processing. The fur was peeled off, and the wolf meat was pulled back by the big bull. Naturally, Shao Kong and Xiao Dai carried it into the ice cellar. As for the internal organs, they're all eaten by the big octopus, big snakes, and big scorpions, so nothing is wasted. They love to eat this stuff. While dealing with it, I was chatting with everyone in the group. This small group is quite powerful. The wolves came down the mountain without causing any harm to anyone. Instead, it was more like a wave of benefits. The regional channel was filled with grief, many people were injured, and some are probably dead. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu, I haven't started taming it yet. I'm processing the wolf's body. Fang Yameng, thank you for your hard work. I have already tamed 3 wild wolves. There are still 6 unconscious ones. I will continue to tame them when they wake up. The combat effectiveness of the base will be greatly increased. Hee. You can see that she is very happy. Nyoda, can you afford to raise so many? These tamed animals can be sold at the auction house. The price of animals is very high now. Would you consider it? Fang Yameng, I don't want to sell them for now. I still have some meat left at home, so I can still afford to keep them. The more wolves there are, the more at ease we will feel. By the way, Luo Yu, what are you going to do? Luo Yu, we already have a tigress at home, so we should sell all the wolves that can be tamed. By the way, is there anyone in our group who needs them? We'll sell them at a low price. Naker, I'll order 2. Elena, yeah, I have 2 too. Alice, then I will too. Nyoda, I don't have any money. Luo Yu, if you sell the captives I gave you at half the price, wouldn't you have money? Nyoda, no, she cooperates with me. By the way, Luo Yu, when I mentioned you to her, she said she didn't remember anything about your territory. Luo Yu, when she was cooperating with you, did you mention me to her? Fang Yameng, what are you talking about? Alice, it's like this from the Heavenly Tao's instructions. Regardless of whether they are captives or animals, as long as they are not trial participants, once they are trafficked, all memories of their previous territory will be automatically erased. This is a confidentiality measure of the Heavenly Tao world. Luo Yu knew about this when he sold the prisoners before. While chatting with everyone, he worked and soon finished dealing with all the wolf carcasses. Another day passed, and the sun was setting. Luo Yu walked to the open space outside the wall, looked at the injured wolves in front of him, and prepared to tame them. Everyone's energy is limited, and using animal taming techniques to tame animals also consumes mental and physical energy. With so many wild wolves in front of him, it is unknown how long it would take Luo Yu to tame them all by himself. Neutral animals will leave the territory on their own, so it is better to tame them as soon as possible. He called Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong to his side. These 3 had good animal taming skills and could share Luo Yu's pressure. He also called the Wolf King. With the Wolf King around, the success rate of taming would be higher. Xiao Jin, roar like a tiger to put them into an abnormal state. Cute tiger. Xiao Jin called out and chuckled. Is that so? Luo Yu nodded repeatedly and said, cute, that's it, come on a few more times so I can hear it. I want to tease my master a little, but I didn't expect this guy to like me calling him that. Hey! Xiao Jin's face turned red, but he was too shy to bear it, so he chose to roar seriously. Sure enough, the group of wild wolves were so frightened that their legs and feet were shaking, and they all fell into a state of fear. The next step was to make it easy. They just had to tame them one by one. You have tamed the wolf with an 83 success rate. You have tamed the wolf with a 79 success rate. Your taming level has been increased to LV8. In 3 hours, all 74 wild wolves were tamed, not a single one missing. Wild wolves are not blue wolves like Adai, and their abilities are slightly weaker than Adai's. The price of animals with an attribute point of about 10 is around 2,500 at the auction house. However, because wild wolves have decent IQs and can do a lot of things after being domesticated, their prices fluctuate around 3,000. No doubt, sell it. Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bathtub. The luxurious bathtub was really awesome. He was originally dizzy due to too many times of taming, but after soaking in this bathtub, his fatigue was immediately recovered a lot. You get a buff when taking a bath. Fatigue is reduced by 100. Good boy. He was fully restored right away. If the wild wolves hadn't been tamed, he could have worked all night. The situation in the bathing pool was the same as yesterday. Some were playing in the water, some were shy. Luo Yu ignored the 3 beast girls and spoke in the group. I've tamed a lot of them. If you said you wanted to buy wild wolves before, click me to trade. Chapter 74, Water Cycle Unlocked, Build It. Naku Air was the first to pop up the trading box and put 6,000 silver coins on the table. She said, Luo Yu, I want a male and a female, okay? Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, if I give you all this price, can you still call me friends? 4,000 is fine. I'll give you a handsome male wolf and a beautiful female wolf. Naku said obediently. Thank you, my sister and I are grateful to you. Luo Yu, you're welcome. Next time we meet, can you let me pinch your ears? Naker, oh, you can only pinch the ears, not the tail. Is there any saying about the tail? Luo Yu laughed and clicked OK. Transaction successful. You get 4,000 silver. Afterwards, he sold 2 wolves, Alice and Elena, at the same price, 1 male and 1 female. Moreover, the ones sold to them were relatively healthy and had better attribute values. Fang Yameng was also envious. When she asked Luo Yu if he had any left, she also bought 2. It seemed that she had 11 in total, right? Her base is turning into a zoo. Nyota had no money, but Luo Yu was still very generous and gave him a male wolf. Although the wolf was a little lame, it would be fine if he took care of it. Good friends, you can take proper care of them. Nyota is not a person who would take advantage of others for nothing, so he gave Luo Yu some broccoli seeds. Now the variety of vegetables in the vegetable garden will be richer. There were 65 wild wolves left, and Luo Yu put them all up for auction, starting with a price of more than 3,000 each. Now everyone's animal taming level is not high, so pets are really easy to sell. But in just a moment, they were all sold out. 20 W silver. Luo Yu earned a total of 20 W silver in this wave, which made him very happy. He hugged Xiaokong and kissed him hard twice. The water cycle design drawing cost 200,000 yuan, and I just made the money now. Maybe this is God's will. Since it is God's will, don't wait any longer, just buy it. You spent 200,000 silvers to purchase a hydraulic cycle design one. After getting the things and unlocking the technology, many buildings were unlocked. Luo Yu was confused by the dazzling array of options in front of him. There are really a lot of things like water towers, water pumps, water pipes, cleaning tables, water discharge devices, etc., and you need to design the direction of the pipeline yourself. It looks very complicated, but fortunately, the required materials can basically be built with stone bricks. It's already very late today, and Luo Yu is a little sleepy. He doesn't plan to study anymore, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. I fell asleep in a daze while holding Xiaokong in my arms at night, and woke up the next morning feeling full of energy. You get buff when sleeping. Heat resistance, maximum comfortable temperature plus 10 degrees. With a faint smile, Luo Yu did not eat breakfast immediately today. Instead, he got up and practiced a set of Kuangfeng sword technique. Before going to bed yesterday, I happened to see someone in the world posting something, saying that martial arts can be upgraded to higher levels through continuous practice. Luo Yu's Gale sword skill is actually only at the first level now. He planned to take 15 minutes every morning to practice a set of moves, which would not only help him practice his martial arts, but also strengthen his body and allow him to get into the state faster. How come I didn't think of such a great activity before? After breakfast, we need to start building a water circulation system, and the first step is naturally the water source. This is simple. Just run a pipe directly from underground to the small lake. The water in the small lake is very clean and can be drunk directly. And because of Shao Jin and the use of the base core, the purity of Luo Yu's small lake is 120, so there will be fewer parasites. Quite good. With a water source, the second step is how to pump the water up. Clicking on the building page, Luo Yu studied several types of water pumps. Don't think about Thunder electric water pump for now. Although thermal water pumps are cheap and can pump a stable amount of water, they require burning wood, which is equivalent to burning money, so there is no need to consider them at this stage. Luo Yu fixed his eyes on the wind-powered water pump. Wind-powered water pump. Stone 10,000, silver 500, iron or 500, requires natural wind. After reading the instructions carefully, I found that the wind-powered water pump belongs to the human-grade water pump. When there is wind, the water pumping capacity reaches 1,000 liters per day, which is 1 ton. When there is no wind, the water pumping capacity is 0. Luo Yu had done the math before, including bathing, drinking, flushing toilets, etc., and now the base needs about 600 liters of water per day, not including irrigation. One wind-power water pump would definitely not work, so Luo Yu looked at his materials and decided to build 4 first. Walking to the edge of the small lake, he directly set up 4 wind-powered water pumps in the shallow water area of the lake. Just like a large windmill made of stone bricks, the 4 water pumps were already turning slowly. At first glance, Luo Yu discovered that the wind-powered water pump had another advantage. Although it was quite large, it was built directly in the lake and did not occupy any land area. I looked at the current water pumping capacity. Because the wind is weak now, each water pump can only pump 100 liters of water. After having the water pump, The next thing is the water storage device. Buckets and water tanks have limited water storage capacity, so Luo Yu plans to build water towers and underground water tanks. The water tower must be placed inside the base, and it is best to be far away from the toilet and the animal training ground to avoid accidental contamination. Choosing a location in the southwest corner of the base, Luo Yu first removed the high-quality floor tiles and began digging a hole, preparing to build a water tank. Underground water tank. Stone bricks, 50,000. Iron or 2,000. Silver 500. Water storage capacity, 32 tons. Luo Yu dug the pit quite deep and then surrounded it with high-grade defensive tiles. Although it is expensive, it can prevent excavation, and the floor tiles can also insulate against heat and cold, preventing water from deteriorating or freezing. After a series of operations and clicking on the construction button, a large water tank appeared in the beautiful pit. There was also a small staircase for walking up and down. The stone support columns were enough to support the weight from above. Luo Yu felt very satisfied. Another portion of stone was used to make a stone cover, which was fitted tightly over the pit, leaving a small door leading to the bottom. The work was completed. He relayed the high-quality floor tiles that had been transferred out before. No one would have thought that there would be a large water tank underneath. It is best to place such facilities underground to avoid affecting the overall appearance of the base. Next, Luo Yu started building water pipes. The water pipes are simple, especially the section inside the base, because the floor tiles have been laid. The advanced defense floor tiles are movable and unloadable, so you can just click and swipe to do it. The water pipes outside the base need to be dug and laid by yourself. It took some time to connect the water pipes to the 4 wind-powered water pumps. Luo Yu checked the status of the water tank and found that water was being injected. Chapter 75 Challenges brought by high temperature. This proves that the water circulation system he envisioned is correct and effective. Although I'm not a civil engineering major, I still understand some basic things. The materials such as stone bricks and iron, or that we have saved these days, are still enough. And we still have more than 10,000 silver, so we can keep going. There are many types of water towers: small, medium, large, beautiful, luxurious, and extravagant. Luo Yu naturally hopes to build a luxurious water tower, but buildings cannot be critically damned, so for now he'd better build an aesthetically pleasing one, which at least won't lower the overall tone of the base. Beautiful water tower. 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron, or 1,000 silver, 100 jade. Water storage capacity, 16 tons. After clicking OK, a silver water tower appeared in front of us. It was about 4 meters high. There were some jade carved patterns on the surface of the water tower, which looked pretty good. The water tower's pipes can be directly connected to the water tank below. Once the pipes are connected, water will start to fill up immediately. It happened that the wind was a little stronger at this time, and the water injection capacity of the 4 wind-powered water pumps reached 800 liters per day. With the water tank and the water tower, the base now has a total water storage capacity of 48 tons, which is enough for the time being. If it's not enough, just build a water tower. It doesn't take up much area anyway. After doing all this, Luo Yu immediately built water pipes to connect to the big villa. Of course, the water pipes to the kitchen and the toilet and bathroom were separated by valves. Beautiful water outlet valve. Iron or 300, silver 300, gold 10. The water outlet valve is something like a faucet. No need to worry about it. Just make it and you're done. Next is the kitchen sink and cleaning table that Luo Yu has been thinking about. The cleaning table is an automatic workbench. Placing it in the kitchen can automatically increase the cleanliness of the kitchen, and the sink is naturally needless to say. Beautiful kitchen sink. Iron or 500, stone brick 500, silver 500, gold 30, kitchen cleanliness plus 20, food poisoning probability reduced. Advanced kitchen cleaning table. Stone bricks 2,000, iron or 500, silver 500, gold 30, jade 50, kitchen cleanliness plus 50. The probability of food poisoning is reduced. After spending a lot of money on materials, I finally finished decorating the kitchen. This time, the chance of food being poisonous will be reduced a lot. After a series of operations, all the iron ore in the base was used up, most of the stone bricks were used up, and there was not much jade left. I did save a lot of gold last time, and there is still some stock. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the base score, 7,200, and the highest hygiene score reached 98 points. Because the hygiene score is always fluctuating, it is closely related to the cleanliness of the base. So many wolves were killed yesterday, and the score dropped suddenly, but it went back up after cleaning. Therefore, the hygiene score is generally calculated based on the highest value. The current highest value of the base is 98, and the current sanitation value is 80. Because no one has cleaned the base for a long time, there's dust and other things. In general, the hydraulic facilities still added a lot of scores, especially the beautiful type built by Luo Yu. Compared with the ordinary type, the score of the beautiful type is much higher. But it doesn't matter. If the base's score wasn't high, there wouldn't have been so many wolves coming yesterday, and he wouldn't have made so much money. As for scores, the more they are, the better, as they allow you to have confidence in defending against attacks. After half a day, the water circulation was finally settled. The kitchen, several toilets, bathrooms, and other key facilities in the villa have been installed with water valves, so we can rest assured. Of course, Luo Yu was not idle either. He was still studying various buildings related to water circulation. There are also automatic spraying devices for irrigating farmland, steam fans for adjusting temperature, and so on. There are quite a lot of equipment, and there is one thing among them that makes Luo Yu quite excited. Freezing condensation box. This thing can be used to make ice cubes, but requires unlocking another major category in water circulation technology, freezing technology. It's helpless without the blueprint. Take your time. After checking the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so we had a barbecue together. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cooking. After making 5 simple meals, Luo Yu's cooking level finally reached LV3. It's not easy. Luo Yu had great confidence in these 5 portions of food and asked Adai to test the poison one by one. Sure enough, none of them was poisonous. The cleanliness of the kitchen was greatly improved, and the effect was immediate. Adai wagged his tail when he saw it. He was so happy. Cooking food without poison is much more delicious than grilling. While we were having dinner, the originally dim restaurant suddenly lit up. It turned out that the iris flowers were finally ripe. The iris flowers in every room began to bloom, and the entire villa was lit up for a moment. Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties were so happy. Tip: flowers are blooming. Your territory is favored by nature. Plant growth progress this quarter plus 100. Plant natural mortality rate reduced by 100. Sure enough, hard work will eventually pay off, and here it comes. Good things happen one after another. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He couldn't express how happy he was. The next day, everyone continued to work hard. Luo Yu looked at the data. He had obtained 30,000 wolf meat and 10,000 wolf skins. These were really huge numbers, and the ice cellar was full again. It is summer now, and meat should not be stored. The current price of meat has fallen to 3 silver coins, which can be said to be the lowest in history. The temperature outside was already 34 degrees and was still rising. Luo Yu came to the ice cellar to check on the condition of the meat. Even though the high-grade floor tiles were insulated, the temperature in the ice cellar was gradually coming above 0 degrees. 0 degrees is the freezing point. Above 0 degrees, the ice will slowly melt. In a vicious cycle, the temperature of the cellar will gradually rise. Then, in such high-temperature weather, all the meat will rot within 3 days. Eating rotten meat will most likely cause food poisoning, and the stench will lower its hygiene value. It cannot be sold and cannot be eaten, and the loss is indescribable. Fortunately, there are high-grade floor tiles, otherwise I am afraid that the ice would have completely melted by now. According to the previous logic of base construction, after Luo Yu's score increased by building hydraulic buildings, he should have built defensive facilities to offset the threat brought by this part of the score, but now it is obviously not possible. Luo Yu estimated that, at this temperature, the cellar could last about 3 or 4 days. He had to find a way to lower the temperature of the cellar to below 0 degrees before the ice melted. The first thing is to block out direct sunlight. Luo Yu plans to build a large warehouse above the cellar to block the sunlight, and also to store some things. Chapter 76, Lord's Bracelet and Short-Haired Beast Girl. After looking at the building page, I found that warehouses are divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and extravagant categories. Deluxe warehouses are too expensive, so advanced warehouses are better. I can upgrade it later when I have money. Advanced warehouse. Stone bricks 150,000, iron or 5,000, silver 10,000, gold 200. Automatically classify items. Reduce the corrosion of stored items by 100. Increase heat and cold insulation effects by 20, and increase insect and rat prevention effects by 50. The iron ore is gone. It will take about 4 or 5 days to dig out 5,000 units of iron ore. There is no rush, so we might as well collect it. I looked at my silver and found that I had 15,000 left, which was just enough to buy 5,000 iron ore at the market price. After buying a wave of iron ore at the auction house, I was completely out of money. I don't have a penny left. I'm as poor as a ghost. So here comes the problem. There's enough iron ore, but no silver to build warehouses. Fortunately, there's a lot of stock at home, so Luo Yu directly put 10,000 wolf meat on the shelf, and the market price was 3 silver. Even if he had no money, he couldn't sell it at a low price. Luo Yu could sell some good things to his companions at a low price, but if he put them in the auction house, he would feel a loss if he lost a penny. It's so real. Yesterday and today, there are still 2 critical hit opportunities that have not been used. It just so happens that there are a lot of wolfskins at home, so Luo Yu plans to make 2 critical hit wolfskin clothes. When we arrived at the basement, there were vines and fluorescent flowers blooming, which was much more beautiful than before. Xiao Dai was making women's underwear, and had made more than a dozen pieces, all of which were placed in a basket on the side. Yes, I still have a lot of underwear that I haven't sold yet. As long as I have women's underwear in my hands, I won't be worried. All the women's underwear was put on the shelves, priced at around 2,500 to 3,000 silver coins according to quality. It was just put on the auction house, and Luo Yu hadn't even started advertising yet, but it was sold out immediately. Another 35,000 silver in hand, feeling good. Just when he was thinking about making women's underwear, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jin. After her clothes were exposed once, she found some clothes to wear, but they were the clothes left by a female prisoner who had been sold before. They were too small and torn. Thinking of this, Luo Yu decided to spend some more cotton and wolfskin to make a set of clothes for Xiao Jin. The 3 beast girls, Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong, already have their own underwear, so the women's underwear will be given to them first. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have their own clothes. So next, let's make a jacket for Xiao Jin. After sending Xiao Dai to go fishing, Luo Yu walked to the sewing table. The sewing table for clothes like pants and jackets came with built-in samples, so he just had to choose and be done. Muttering to himself, Luo Yu clicked on sewing. 100 times critical hit trigger. A moment later, the shipping port flashed, and a beautiful blue wolfskin jacket appeared. Silver level wolfskin jacket. Increased defense, heat insulation, and insulation. Your tailoring level has been upgraded to LV6. This time a silver item was produced, which is a bit of a pity, but the tailoring level has been raised again. The next thing he was planning to make was pants, but at this moment Xiao Kong suddenly rushed in, holding a box and whining at Luo Yu. Did you find another treasure chest? Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. The treasure chest had been opened. Inside was a black bracelet with many small slots on it. Lord Bracelet, gold level after wearing it. All resources of the territory belong to +5. It can be used to inlay various cores. After the core is inlaid, the quality of the buildings and items belonging to it will be improved by 5 for each technology core inlaid. The resources of the territory belong to it will be increased by 1. What the hell? Luo Yu opened his mouth, shock in his eyes. Xiao Kong's box actually gave him a top quality item. Indeed, Xiao Kong's description said that the better her mood, the higher the entertainment value of the territory and the greater the chance of finding a box. But it did not say that gold-level items could be obtained. And this bracelet is definitely the best among the gold grade. I quickly checked the overview of the base and found that the data on resources and fertility had increased from 120 to 125. This small 5 represents a huge number. In addition, the durability of walls and floor tiles, the power of arrow towers, crossbows, catapults, etc. have all been improved. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly put on the Lord Bracelet and took out the automatic defense core. As soon as it touched the bracelet, the core was automatically embedded in the bracelet. The territory resources increased from 125 to 126 on the spot. How amazing! Luo Yu currently has the Water Circulation Technology Core, Visitor Technology Core, and Mercenary Technology Core in his hands. He installed them on the spot. The current total number of base resources, 129. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu happily hugged Xiao Kong and kissed him hard. Woohoo! Xiao Kong also seemed very happy and naturally put his arms around Luo Yu's neck. This bracelet is like timely rain. There are only 30 of the original resources in the mine left. Now, with 9 more, the Scorpion King can be happy for a few more days. After hugging Xiao Kong for a while, Luo Yu found that Xiao Kong's hair had grown long again. He took a pair of scissors and cut Xiaokong's long hair into short hair that reached the shoulders. He smiled and said, "Short hair like this suits you better. You get 200 pieces of Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair. The higher the level of taming, the more hair you get for being a tamer." Woohoo! Xiaokong really liked her master giving her a haircut, and she held Luo Yu tightly and wouldn't let go. He sent her to go fishing again. Luo Yu thought about it, and Xiao Jin appeared in front of him. This was done by using the Beastmaster's summons to forcibly pull her over. "Xiao Jin, try this dress on." "Huh, silver-level equipment. Is that for me?" After Xiao Jin put it on, she turned around with joy in her eyes and seemed to like it very much. She looked at Luo Yu and chuckled. "You understand a lot. Not bad. I will temporarily acknowledge that you are my master. You admit it just because of a piece of clothing?" Luo Yu laughed loudly and made another pair of ordinary pants for her to wear. Xiao Jin's face was full of smiles, and she was obviously very happy. "Come here, your hair has grown long. Let me help you cut it." "Oh." Xiao Jin is a golden tiger. All cats like to be stroked by their owners, and she is no exception. What's more, Luo Yu is the master. Even if she doesn't admit it, deep down in her heart, she still wants to interact intimately with her master. You get King Saberu's hair 200. Before, they had received a buff that increased the progress of hair growth when they took a bath and slept. The growth progress had reached 200, and it would be a waste if they didn't gain more. Holding the long golden hair in his hand, Luo Yu discovered that Xiao Jin's hair had higher defense power than Xiaokong's, but its ability to insulate against heat and cold was a little worse. Chapter 77 Diamond Coat, an Advanced Warehouse. Luo Yu asked curiously, "Xiao Jin, don't beast girls like you produce milk? Why don't I get any notifications about the progress of milk production?" Produce milk. Xiao Jin's face immediately turned red, and she stammered, "How can I produce milk if I have no experience in this area?" "Asshole. Pornographic." "Yeah." Luo Yu smiled and said, "I thought your size should have this function. You have this ability." Xiao Jin blushed and stood up quickly, shouting, "Perverted master! I'm not going to pay attention to you." As he spoke, he ran out of the door. Luo Yu laughed out loud. It turned out that the saying that a cute pet adds 10 points of entertainment value is not an exaggeration. Occasionally teasing your own little cutie is also an entertainment activity, which makes you feel happy. After Xiao Jin left, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai again and harvested a wave of her hair as well. Xiao Dai's hair is black, and she does have special abilities. She can resist ordinary mental attacks. For example, the chirping sounds emitted by some special races are attack pollution. This function is actually quite useful. The same is 200 units. So Luo Yu already has 600 units of special hair. There is still one critical strike opportunity. It's time to make yourself a stylish coat. Luo Yu's plan is to fully equip his entire body from inside to outside, with special hairs day and night, starting from the outside first. The pants already had platinum pants with small empty hair. Luo Yu took a deep breath, put all 600 hairs into the sewing table, and started to work. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a moment, the discharge port was flashing with colorful light. Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the light. It was diamond level. Use the finest hair and 100 times the critical hit to make a diamond level coat. This is a purple coat with light gold patterns, pink outlines, and a black collar, which represents the colors of Xiao Jin, Xiaokong, and Xiao Dai. The style is very nice. Shining diamond jacket, defense increased, clothing comfort plus 100, maximum comfortable temperature plus 30 degrees, minimum comfortable temperature minus 30 degrees, 50 immunity to mental attacks, global working speed plus 100. Special ability, purple light barrier, forms a purple barrier around the body, resisting 3 attacks, and the charging time is 60 seconds. Your tailoring level has been raised to LV7. This property, Luo Yu was stunned. He knew that this dress could be perverted, but he didn't expect it to be this perverted. Not to mention the basic attributes. The purple light barrier is not that useful for now, but the global working speed plus 100, this is terrifying. Take mining, for example. Originally, under the influence of strength and mining LV, it took 3 seconds to produce a piece of ore, but now it takes 1.5 seconds. Cutting stones, planting, milking, sewing, etc., any work efficiency will be doubled. Horrible clothes. As soon as Luo Yu put on the coat, he immediately felt a lot more comfortable. At the same time, a purple halo appeared around him, which meant the shield took effect automatically. It is recorded in the description of the Tiandao world that shield-type props are generally belts, and they are very precious. I didn't expect that this piece of clothing also has its own shield, which means that if you get a shield belt in the future, you will have 2 layers of shield. Invincible, all right. The style of the clothes is nice, but the shield is too cool, and the whole person is emitting purple light. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to temporarily turn off the shield. If there is no danger, don't be so cool. Keep a low profile. Let's be low-key. Luo Yu left the basement and came to the stone-cutting site of the base. At this moment, Xiao Jin was cutting stones absent-mindedly. When he saw Luo Yu coming, he was stunned. When he got closer, Luo Yu asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me with such a straight face? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, "I just think you are prettier than before." Beast girl is honest. Luo Yu laughed loudly, took the Tiangong knife from Xiao Jin's hand, and started cutting the stone. Sure enough, the speed was twice as fast as before. Your clothes." Xiao Jin touched Luo Yu's clothes and said in shock, "My God, it's diamond grade. You made diamond quality clothing out of our hair." Luo Yu chuckled and said, "It's just luck." "Xiao Jin, you're also beautiful with short hair." Xiao Jin's eyes showed a hint of joy when he heard this, but he said nonchalantly, "Oh, isn't it because you sheared the sheep's, tiger's fur? You have to thank us. I want to eat yesterday's food tonight, and I want the milk from last time." "Okay, there's still some milk slices left. If you like them, just take them out." When Xiao Jin smiles, 2 sharp fangs are exposed, but this makes him look very cute. In the evening, everyone gathered together to eat the food cooked by Luo Yu. Food poisoning incidents had not occurred for 2 days. It seems that the effect of improving kitchen hygiene is quite significant. It was another morning, and the first thing Luo Yu did after getting up was to check the system prompts. Sure enough, the wolf meat sold yesterday has been almost sold out, and I got 30,000 silvers. Together with the money from selling the underwear, the base now has another 65,000 yuan. I took another look at the temperature forecast for today. It's above 35 degrees. He didn't have time to eat breakfast. After a simple wash, he prepared to build a warehouse. Advanced warehouse, stone bricks 150,000, iron or 5,000, silver 10,000, gold 200. Click the build button. A large amount of materials disappear, and instead an attic appears above the ice cellar. This is a high-end warehouse. Because it is high-end, it looks pretty good. From the outside, it doesn't look like a warehouse, but more like a house of a wealthy family. After entering the warehouse, it was empty. There was nothing on the upper and lower floors except for some built-in shelves. Luo Yu didn't have time to move the goods at this moment, but entered the cellar as soon as possible. Sure enough, the temperature in the cellar began to drop. The temperature in the cellar had originally reached 4 degrees, but once the warehouse was built, it completely blocked the sunlight, and coupled with its own heat insulation function, the temperature in the cellar soon dropped below 0 degrees. Lots of meat and vegetables saved. With a heavy sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the pile of frozen wolf meat in front of him and thought of another thing. I have seen before that someone in the world has opened a scroll of item stacking technology, which can stack item units. It is a bit similar to the technology of space folding. I don't know how many things are needed to unlock it. If I need stacking technology, then my cellar will definitely be enough. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu began to move the goods. Chapter 78, Revenge Attack. Clever Tactics of the Natives. The first thing was to put the large amount of wolf skins, cotton, and other fabrics piled up in the basement separately. Then there are metals such as iron, ore, silver, and jade, which are placed separately. Then there are all kinds of labor tools, all kinds of captured weapons, etc., which are put on the shelves and placed wherever they should be. All these things are needed to keep the warehouse in order. Only when the layout of the warehouse is planned well can the automatic sorting function of the warehouse be effective. The automatic sorting function of the advanced warehouse is actually very powerful. If it is an ordinary warehouse, you have to move the goods into the warehouse and put them away, but in the advanced warehouse, after you plan various storage areas, you can just throw the goods at the door and they will automatically fly to the corresponding storage area. Similarly, when you want to take out any goods, just click on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, and it will automatically fly out after confirmation. This saves manpower and labor costs, and is very convenient. In the world of Tiandao, each race has its own advantages, and the only fair thing is time. While you're tidying up the warehouse, others are planting a few more trees and making a little more money. That is an advantage. Over time, the gap emerged. Luo Yu understood this principle deeply, so he would never make manual things that could be done automatically. This is one of his codes of conduct. I looked at the current base rating, which is now at 7,600 points. The attack at the end of the month will be quite strong. Now that the freezing problem has been preliminarily solved, the next step is to strengthen the defense facilities to offset the threat posed by this part of the score. In the previous wolf attack, most of the wild wolves were shot to death on the way to charge. This was certainly due to Xiao Jin's pressure, but it must be said that the firepower of the base was already quite good. Instead, it was the Wolf King who actually jumped onto the wall at the last moment. This was not the first time a creature had climbed over the wall, which sounded an alarm for Luo Yu. There are 3 options now. The first is to find a way to build the wall, such as making iron spikes, but it will be difficult for me to move around. Second, raising the wall, which requires a large amount of stone stacking, and the setting of the Tiandao world requires several times the cost to strengthen it based on the original building. Whether it is strengthening the height of the wall or upgrading the intermediate wall to an advanced wall, it requires a lot of resources to support it. I am afraid that it will not be possible this month. The main reason is that there are not enough stones. Even if the mine produces all the stones, they may not be enough for stacking. Another point is that reinforced buildings cannot be upgraded in the future. If you want a high-end wall, you have to demolish it and rebuild it. This is a huge project, and it is not very convenient. The third option, which is also the one that Luo Yu prefers, is to lay floor tiles on the outer perimeter of the wall and place ground spike traps. Floor tiles consume fewer stones, while ground spike traps consume silver. This can also increase the aesthetics of the base without affecting the line of sight. In addition, floor tiles are fireproof, etc., which is better than raising the city wall. After careful consideration, Luo Yu thought it would be better to use fireproof floor tiles. Type fireproof paving tiles. Consumption per square. Stone 10, iron or 3, silver 1. There is no need to lay too many floor tiles outside the wall. 3 meters wide is enough for now. After some calculation, it turns out that a total of 120,000 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ores, and 12,000 silver will be needed, which is acceptable. Currently, the base is short of stone bricks and iron ore. Today is the 12th day of summer. We will try to complete this project before the 20th day. Thinking of this, Luo Yu was about to go to the mine to help when he suddenly received a prompt. Warning, the Scarsa tribe has launched a targeted attack on your territory in retaliation. Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the prompt. He looked at the group and regional channels and saw that everything was calm. It seems that he was the only one attacked. The hatred level in this tribe is high and there is revenge. The animals scattered outside were called back to the base as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, a large group of tribal soldiers were found in the east. The total number of people involved in the attack by the Scarsa tribe, 51 people, they seem to have adopted a smart tactic. This is an ordinary attack, which is far less severe than the one at the end of the month, but it will also cause some trouble. Such incidents are generally not directly fatal, but they will consume the base's defensive capabilities and create favorable conditions for a major attack at the end of the month to directly destroy the base. Of course, 51 people placed in someone else's territory is 4 or 5 times stronger than the big attack at the end of the month. Luo Yu's base is rated very high. On the watchtower, Luo Yu and the 3 beast girls looked into the distance. Xiao Jin said disdainfully, "Let me rush out. I can kill them all in less than half an hour." Luo Yu looked at the group of natives who were slowly advancing and said unhappily, "Don't try to show off. You can't do it. You are surrounded by a group of people, and there are archers. What if you get hurt? We are the defending party, so there is no need to worry." Oh, Xiao Jin nodded, knowing that he was being reckless. Indeed, the 300-plus value is very strong, but it is still unstoppable when being besieged. After observing for a while, Xiao Dai said hurriedly, "Master, they're digging a hole." Luo Yu looked carefully and found that the 2 natives were digging a pit at a rapid speed. That place was beyond the range of the catapult. It seemed that the people of the Scarsa tribe had a deep understanding of the catapult in Luo Yu's territory. Earth attack and digging. No wonder the prompt adopted a smart tactic. These natives are quite smart. A faint smile appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. If it was before, he might be panicked. It would be useless to dig directly into the wall of the base. Once someone appeared inside the base, so many arrow towers and crossbows would be shot toward the house. Although it could eliminate the enemy at home, there was a high possibility of accidental injuries. It will not only accidentally injure buildings, animals, etc., but will also attract all firepower and provide safety for enemies attacking from outside. However, he had laid down the defensive tiles before. In the distance, two natives with high mining skills were digging rapidly and grunting, and it seemed that they were digging very deep. They must be trying to dig into the base from under the moat bed. Moreover, there are very few restrictions on geotechnical excavation in the Tiandao world. The excavated soil disappears directly without any accumulation. It can be said that geotechnical excavation is a relatively conventional attack plan. There were 51 people on the opposite side. 2 were digging, and the rest were guarding the entrance of the cave, ready to fight against Luo Yu and others who might rush out. Generally speaking, if a lord sees someone trying to dig a tunnel to attack, he will definitely take the initiative to stop them. But Luo Yu is not in a hurry at all. He just watched their earth attack operations from the watchtower and had lunch with the 3 little cuties. Chapter 79, Large-Scale Transaction. Time passed minute by minute, until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when suddenly there was a noise from the floor tiles under the east corner of the base. Hint: the enemy is digging into your defensive tiles. The current durability of the tiles is 99, 98, 97. It's really possible to bypass the moat. The moat is still too shallow. As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, the durability of the floor tiles decreased little by little. However, at this rate, it would take more than half an hour to break through the floor tiles and get up. Luo Yu knew this, but the other party didn't know it would take so long. According to common sense, the floor tiles could be easily cleared, and the soldiers guarding the entrance began to drill into the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a smile in his eyes. He operated gently and started repairing the floor tiles. Current durability, 95. Current durability, 100. The speed of repair is much greater than the speed of destruction. These floor tiles are used to prevent holes. In other words, this group of people was trapped beneath their own territory. This is easy. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Jin beside him and said, "It's your turn. Go move some stones to block the hole over there." Xiao Jin immediately did as he was told. After jumping off the watchtower, he ran to the cave holding 2 large rocks and blocked the entrance on the spot. Now, the 51 people underground will face lack of oxygen. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the natives below the tiles started banging on them like crazy, but their speed of destruction was far slower than their speed of repair, so it was useless even if they went crazy. After about a minute, Luo Yu felt that there was no movement below. Xiao Jin on the other side stood on 2 large rocks blocking the hole and shouted loudly, "Master, they're all down there. Isn't he suffocating due to lack of oxygen?" Luo Yu laughed inwardly and replied loudly, "Coming." A moment later, Luo Yu, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, the big scorpion, and other animals came to the cave entrance, moved away the 2 stones blocking the door, and found that a large group of people were blocking the cave entrance and none of them moved. He passed out due to lack of oxygen. Luo Yu laughed and worked together with Xiao Jin, picking up and tying up one by one. Even if they woke up now, they would have no fighting power, so it was easy to deal with them. After tying up all the natives and throwing them onto the minecart, the system prompt came. "Congratulations on defeating the revenge of the Scarsa tribe. The Scarsa tribe's hatred towards you has increased. Because you captured all the attackers this time, the territory information will not be leaked." After all the prisoners were put into prison, another prompt came. Warning: due to too many prisoners in the prison and the low prison level, the threat of prison breakout has greatly increased. Looking at the captives lying on the ground in all directions, Luo Yu felt that once these people recovered, they would definitely go berserk immediately. After all, these people look weak now, but they are not missing any limbs. After checking their health status, I found that almost all of them were in a dizzy state, and the recovery time was about half a day. There is operating time. First things first, take off your clothes. It is a routine operation to strip the captives of their clothes, recycle what needs to be recycled, and sell what can be sold. Moreover, stripping the prisoners of their clothes can reduce the chances of escaping from prison. Luo Yu and the 3 beast girls worked together and spent 10 minutes stripping off everyone's clothes. As for the distinction between men and women, it does not exist in Luo Yu's eyes. Wow, after being stripped naked, more than 50 people were left without any clothes. It was a spectacular scene. Luo Yu took photos and screenshots continuously to save this spectacular scene. If he had the chance, he would send them to the new leader of the Scarsa tribe. At this time, the 3 beast girls, including the blue wolf Adai, the wolf king Atai, and other animals with decent intelligence began to carry clothes, weapons, and other trophies. Just throw it into the warehouse, and it will be sorted automatically. Luo Yu began to check their attributes one by one. Most of them were garbage. Among them, 2 men and 2 women had special personal characteristics and could be kept temporarily. The others would all be sold. World, anonymous human, a large number of captives with intact limbs and healthy bodies and minds are for sale. 20,000 per person, regardless of gender. Large quantities are enough. Come on if you are sincere about the deal, and don't bother me if you want to bargain or ask for the price. As soon as the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. The price of prisoners has been rising. 20,000 is indeed the market price, but it is not certain whether they are in good health. Many prisoners are captured in wars with injuries, which will affect their work speed. Some even have brain damage, which affects their intelligence. Intelligence is a very critical attribute. As soon as Luo Yu released this message, someone immediately sent a chat window to him, and many people were chatting with him privately. Luo Yu asked those in private chat to wait a moment, while the one in the trading window simply asked, "How many do you want? Male or female?" Elf, male anonymous, they're all natives, right? 2 men and 2 women, no older than 40. The natives are called the natives, an independent race. Although they are similar to humans and elves, their skin color and body structure are slightly different. Therefore, it is now recognized in the world that the natives do not belong to any of the trial races. They're called the natives, a branch of the subhumans. Most of the prisoners captured by Luo Yu this time were under 40 years old. Upon hearing this, he directly released 4 prisoners. The other party also simply put up 80,000 silvers. Transaction successful. You get silver, 80,000. The next trading partner is the Bear People. They also want 4 captives, but they need 3 females and 1 male. Luo Yu doesn't care what they want so many female captives for. He just needs to sell them, and that's it. His prisoner business was booming, and the transactions were done very quickly. He sold out all the prisoners in 10 minutes, leaving only the 4 prisoners with special personal characteristics. Just looking at silver, I made 940,000 yuan. Yes, he made a profit of 940,000 yuan in one go, not counting the clothes and various weapons taken from the prisoners. This is a huge profit. Consumption. Spent a lot. Luo Yu's first choice was to max out his attribute points and add them all to 100. Only then would the attribute points he obtained be most cost-effective. Now all 3 items have 90 points. Just click on plus, and all of them will reach 100. Even though the increase is huge, there is still 88 W silver. Luo Yu's second consumption item is ground spikes. The spikes on the stone brick road outside the base are relatively sparse, so Luo Yu chose to increase the density. If the opponent dares to walk onto the stone brick road, he will be immediately greeted by a barrage of spikes. The price of a silver ground spike was 5,000 each. Luo Yu bought 20 at once and placed them all on the tile road. Chapter 80: The Beast Girl Attacks. That was enough for now. The floor and the mines were completely safe. There are 78 W silver left. The next consumption item is to add attributes. But this time, it is not about adding your own attributes, but the attributes of Shao Kong and Shao Dai. Shao Jin's attributes cannot be changed, but the attributes of these 2 need to be changed. First, enhance the combat effectiveness of the base. Second, higher attributes mean higher work efficiency. Third, as a beast tamer, Luo Yu can summon them at any time. These 3 are almost Luo Yu's personal property. He can take them everywhere, and they can help Luo Yu fight at any time. How can he not make their attributes look better? The attribute values of the beast girls slowly increase as they age, which does not conflict with the attribute values that Luo Yu adds to them with silver. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 20, constitution 19, agility 31. Xiaokong's initial attribute of physical strength is 18 points. Now, after more than a month, his physical strength has increased by 1 point. Luo Yu is also very decisive. He spent 80,000 silvers to raise all her attribute values to 50. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 50, constitution 50, agility 50. Night Butterfly, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Xiaodia's basic attributes are even worse. Click on them. After spending 93,000 silvers, Xiaodia's attributes all became 50 points. If you want to click more, you need 2,000 clicks. Luo Yu is not rich enough for that. Owner. Feeling the changes in her body, Xiaodai rushed over and threw herself into Luo Yu's arms. Shao Kong also hugged his master excitedly. Hint. Night Butterfly's attributes have skyrocketed, and its bloodline has evolving into Charmed Butterfly. Xiaodia's body glowed, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her body curled up, wrapped in a butterfly cocoon. Luo Yu opened his mouth, but before he could come to his senses, the prompt came again. Hint: Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes have skyrocketed, her bloodline has evolved, and she has evolved into Zhenyue Beast Girl. There was a flickering light on Xiaokong's body. Unlike Xiaodai, she completed the evolution immediately. There was no change in appearance. Luo Yu hurriedly checked the attributes. Zhenyue Beast Girl, top wisdom strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50. Special abilities: treasure hunting, enhanced, slingshot mastery, combat mastery, mountain mineral resources in the territory +5. Current hair growth progress, 12. Wow, the intelligence has evolved to the top level. The strength has increased to 100, the treasure hunting skills have been enhanced, and there is also combat proficiency. The most amazing thing is that the mineral veins have been increased by 5. I can only describe it in one word: strong. Master Wu Wu. Xiao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm affectionately and rubbed his head against it. Although he still made a woohoo sound, at least he could say simple words. The master's name sounds very smooth and cute. Luo Yu had indeed seen relevant content when reading description of the heavenly Tao world before. Animals have a certain chance of evolving. The conditions for this kind of evolution are highly random and relatively harsh. He didn't expect that his two little cuties would succeed in one go. After a while, Xiaodai began to break out of the cocoon. With a bang, the white jade cocoon shattered and turned into light and dissipated. Xiaodai flapped her wings and flew around Luo Yu. She knelt down in front of him with a smile and said softly, "Thank you, Master, for spending a huge amount of money to help me evolve. Xiaodai will serve you wholeheartedly in the future and stay by your side forever." Charming Butterfly. Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70, Flight speed increased. Special ability, Group Charm. Charm Butterfly powder can have an effect on all enemies, reducing their mobility. Bright and attractive. Overall beauty of the territory +10. Entertainment value +10. Recruitment success rate. Animal taming success rate +10. Medical effect +10. If Xiaokong is a typical fighter, then Xiaodai is a support. The charm of a group is already quite strong, and the characteristic of being bright and beautiful is even more outrageous. Aesthetics and entertainment value affect the chance of obtaining positive buffs. Recruiting, taming, and medical treatment are also very good attributes. As long as Xiaodai goes to that station, there will be a small improvement to the entire base. Luo Yu happily picked up Xiaodai. Great, that's really great. 17W silver is not a small amount. But Luo Yu feels it's a huge profit. After interacting with them for a while, he sent them to continue their moving work. Luo Yu looked at the silver and found that there was still 61W left. It's still a huge sum of money. Luo Yu could choose to strengthen his martial arts, but then he thought he has 3 cute guards and can summon a giant scorpion, a giant octopus, and a giant python at any time. So what martial arts do he need? The proficiency of the Gale Sword technique can be accumulated slowly through daily morning exercises, so there is no need to increase it for the time being. What needs to be increased now is the level of the Beastmaster. Currently, his animal tamer level is 2 stars, and the upper limit of the grade of animals he can own is 10. The upper limit of 1 star and 2 stars is 10 each. The grades of animals owned by the base now include Mutant Native Chicken, Wolf King, Red Scale Python, Black Magic Octopus, Silver Armored Ladybug, Golden Beetle, Golden Scorpion King, Xiaokong, Xiaodai, and Xiaojin, a total of 10. The limit has been reached. If you want to increase this upper limit, you have to increase the level of the Beastmaster. 3 stars can increase the upper limit by 5 more. According to the description of the Heavenly Tao world, this upper limit is set to prevent animal tamers from owning too many high-quality animals, thereby disrupting the balance in the arena. To be honest, Luo Yu felt that he might, probably or perhaps, have already destroyed the balance. There are a lot of animals. The star level of personal characteristics can either be improved through constant repetition of actions over the years, or it can be achieved with money. 2 stars to 3 stars, 30W. Well, it's expensive. However, Luo Yu did not intend to recruit natives. Anyone who is judged as a human rather than an animal by the Heavenly Tao world should not be recruited unless their attribute values were really good. People always have emotions. The base's wealth is unevenly distributed, they're in a bad mood, their resistance is relatively weak, and there's a chance of rebellion. What if they rebel when they go out on a mercenary mission? Although the probability is very low, it is still troublesome. Moreover, people will covet wealth. Luo Yu possesses the magical skill of 100x critical strike, and he is not willing to let others know about it. And these troublesome animals will not exist. Whatever humans can do, top-level intelligent beast girls can do too, and they won't rebel. They have super strong immunity, are not affected by their moods, and don't care about the distribution of wealth. As long as their masters are around, they will always be happy. How nice! These companion animals were originally prepared by the Tiandao world for the Lone Ranger. Luo Yu possessed the magical skill of 100 times critical strike, but to be honest, he was not willing to let others know. Chapter 81. There are always more solutions than problems. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu simply chose to upgrade the Beast Tamer from 2 stars to 3 stars. You spend 30 W silver to upgrade your personal characteristics. Beast Tamer 3 stars. The upper limit of the grade of animals owned is increased to 15, and the output of all animals owned is increased by 30. Looking at the individual attributes, this 3-star tamer is actually not that strong. What is strong is the tamer's evolved feature, Beastmaster. The Beast King characteristic can increase the overall combat effectiveness of animals, which is outrageous. After the Beast King, there is the Beast God, which is even more outrageous and will be upgraded in an unknown time. A huge sum of money was spent, leaving 310,000 silvers, plus the previous savings of the base, a total of 365,000. Next, we will follow the previous plan and first build the floor tiles outside the wall, then lay the ground spikes, and then build various buildings. For example, the workshop needs to be built and the prison needs to be strengthened. Just now, the system prompted that there's a high probability of rampage, which scared Luo Yu so much that he sold all the prisoners on the spot. He originally planned to let them work for a few days, and cleaning is also good. Speaking of which, if there aren't enough stones now, let's go dig some. Luo Yu went directly to the mine. After being blessed with various things, the resource upper limit of the mine increased. The current upper limit has reached 134, so he can still dig for a while. Thinking that it had been a long time since he had used critical hits to mine, Luo Yu muttered to himself, then dug down with a pickaxe. 100 times critical hit trigger. Boom! A piece of white metal the size of a human face rolled out, and the Scorpion King next to it was about to pick it up and eat it, but Luo Yu was quick-witted and kicked the Scorpion King away, then picked up the piece of metal and took a look. Platinum 1000. This is a piece of platinum. No wonder the Scorpion King was so eager to eat it. It was of gold grade, and after eating platinum, there seemed to be a slight chance of evolving in a platinum grade. Platinum, like diamonds, is a luxury item and can be used to upgrade gold-level equipment through forging. Other equipment may not be upgraded, but the lore bracelet on Luo Yu's hand is no joke. It can be upgraded in one wave. Unfortunately, upgrading gold-level equipment requires a forging level of LV-15 or above. Even Xiao Jin is only LV-13, and an advanced forging table is required. Currently, the base has a primary forging table, which needs to be upgraded. Come to think of it, he hadn't unlocked the forging technology at all. Keep it, and we'll talk about it later. Luo Yu put the platinum into the bracelet and started the mining mode after a long absence. The Golden Scorpion King beside him seemed to be inspired as well. The man and the scorpion dug quickly, and all kinds of mineral resources kept rolling out. Iron ore 15, iron ore 20, iron ore 8, copper ore 6, black spot stone 1. Luo Yu discovered a problem. He had unknowingly reached LV7 in mining. Combined with his personal characteristics of miner, what he dug out was either iron or copper ore, and the number of stones became less. The Scorpion King beside him also encountered this problem. In other words, although the wealth from mining increased, the output of the most basic stones for base construction was not enough. That's a problem. If there is a problem, it must be solved. There is no solution by escaping. Luo Yu stopped mining and stroked his chin to think. If you want to increase rock output, the easiest way is to let bugs with low mining levels dig there. What they dig out are basically stones, but the total resources of the vein will still be consumed. The more stones you mine, the less other resources you have. The more other resources you mine, the less stones you have. In terms of returns, iron ore, copper mines, and silver mines definitely have higher returns. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu decided that getting stones outside the mine was the right thing to do. After browsing through the system interface, I finally found a solution. Quarry can continuously produce various types of stones without consuming mineral resources, but collecting stones is difficult, and there are various unknown risks. Although this building has many limitations, it can provide a preliminary solution to the dilemma of fewer and fewer stones until the core drilling technology is available in the future. The aesthetics of the quarry is greatly reduced, so it certainly cannot be built inside the base, so is built next to the mine. This building does not require basic construction materials and can be built directly with silver. 50,000 silver is still a little expensive, but don't worry, you have money. After Luo Yu clicked OK, a small hill appeared on the other side of the mine, which was even uglier than the ugly mine next to it. After entering the hill from a cave, I found that it was pitch black inside. In fact, it was hollow, and the quarry was supported by pillars. There's a square hole on the ground. This hole is the site for quarrying. We could just dig it. Luo Yu tried it and swung the pickaxe, but even with his mining level, the efficiency was still very slow. It took him 10 minutes to dig out a piece of black spot stone. This is the case when he has the global working speed plus 100 attribute. If someone else comes, it will probably take about half an hour to finish one stone. The efficiency is so low and the environment is so bad. Luo Yu muttered to himself, and suddenly a prompt came. Warning, due to the vibration caused by excavation, part of the top structure of the quarry fell off. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu hurriedly ran out of the cave. Sure enough, more than a dozen rocks fell down with a crash. If you were unlucky, you would be hit. Is this the unknown risk? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Is he trying to kill someone? He made up his mind that no normal person or animal would be allowed into the quarry, and he would let the bugs do the digging. At the command, 11 digging worms entered the quarry from the mine and started digging slowly. Luo Yu estimated the speed. One worm can dig out a stone in about an hour. Based on working 15 hours a day, it can earn 165 black spot stones for free in a day. These are not included in your consumption. According to Xiao Jin's stone cutting ability, one stone can be cut into 15 units of stone, and a total of 2,475 black spot stone bricks can be produced per day. If you calculate it this way, it's not bad. Of course, Luo Yu knew that all this was an ideal situation. Working in a quarry, one could suddenly die for no apparent reason. Thinking of this, Luo Yu told the Golden Scorpion King beside him, "Don't eat any of the bugs dug out from the mine, whether they are centipedes or digging worms. Catch them, okay? Let me tame them. If you dare to eat it again, I will fry you and eat you." The Golden Scorpion King felt the threat from his master and nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. After nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu stopped mining and returned to the villa to cook. Luo Yu had a great harvest today. He went to the arena to earn some money in the evening. He hugged Shao Kong and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 82 2 Features Obtained. It's another beautiful morning. Luo Yu looked at the rising sun outside the window and felt very happy. It's just a little hot. It seems like it hasn't rained in a while. He was thinking this in his mind and was about to get out of bed when suddenly a prompt came. Tip: there are flying objects flying towards your territory. Please be careful to avoid them. Types of flying objects you may encounter. Airdrop supply boxes. Oh, Luo Yu hurriedly called back all the animals outside. Sure enough, 1 minute later, an unidentified object fell from the sky. The speed was not very fast, but if it really hit a person or an animal, it would cause harm. Bang! With a dull thud, the box fell into the cotton field. The airdrop supply box caused a fire. Please put it out quickly. A fire started in the cotton field, and the giant octopus spit out a mouthful of water to put out the fire. Luo Yu and others hurried over to take a look and saw a metal box lying quietly in the pit. Unfortunately, there is only one. Luo Yu secretly thought it was a pity that the airdrop supply was not calculated based on the territory score. It all depended on luck. I just don't know what's inside. Luo Yu didn't use a critical hit. According to the nature of the Tiandao world, once this kind of welfare event occurs, he may be unlucky next. Or keep the critical hit. When he opened the iron box, he saw a scroll inside. Automatic catapult upgrade scroll. You're lucky. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he actually produced a usable one. At this moment, the world, regional chats and group chats have become lively. Nyokta, 2 dromedaries came to my territory. There's meat to eat. Fangyamong, I airdropped a box and inside it was a ball of platinum. Alice, I have a reminder of animal migration. You can hunt and tame them, or watch them leave. I'd better try to tame them. Naker, my land is rising again, and a lot of silver mines have appeared. Is it possible that the crust beneath my territory is moving more violently? Everyone, that's great. You become rich. Naker, probably maybe 50,000 silvers, then we can go to visitor technology and start. Elena, yes, have all your visitors been unlocked? The more I look at the big monster in the lake, the more I dislike it. Everyone started chatting, and Luo Yu also chatted with everyone in a haphazard manner. He learned that Fong Yameng and Elena had already unlocked the visitor technology. Naker should get some money soon. While chatting, he walked to the catapult and used the scroll. There was a flash of light, and the catapult in front of him began to change. It became smaller in size, but its various structures looked more exquisite. Automatic catapult. Enhanced edition, the speed of launching stones is increased by 3 times, and the stones produce an explosive effect, but a certain amount of stone bricks are consumed. The instructions are simple, but the content is rich. The catapult has 3 times the attack speed, which is equivalent to having 2 more catapults. In addition, the stones have an explosive effect, which greatly increases the power. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes stone bricks. After a careful look, I found that the consumption of stone bricks is not that much. 10 stone bricks are thrown out at a time. The catapult will automatically search for stone bricks within a range of 5 meters and load them. It will not continue shooting if there are no stone bricks. Originally, Luo, you might have been worried about the stone brick problem, but now that the quarry has appeared, there's no need to panic. The defense was slightly strengthened, but because the resources of the territory had reached a bottleneck again, Luo, you could not produce anything, so he simply did chores. The first step was to move the stone bricks to the side of the catapult, and then start cleaning. He cleaned the villa, warehouse, and other places, while the 4 prisoners with handcuffs and shackles cleaned the floor tiles and walls outside, taking advantage of the time to do a thorough cleaning to improve the hygiene score. Spring cleaning cannot be completed in one day. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the big bathtub and was about to enter the arena when he suddenly found a transaction information in the world. Leopard Tribe. Anonymous, 2 personal characteristic scrolls, exchanged for a piece of armor above silver level. Luo Yu's mind moved, and after sending the transaction box, he said, "What kind of armor do you want?" Leopard Tribe. Anonymous, as long as it is silver level or above, it will be fine. Luo Yu put on the golden soft armor. Is this gold grade 1 okay? Hey, it's gold grade. You actually have something this awesome. The man looked surprised, but then he noticed something and said, "The deceased clothes? Brother, wearing the clothes of the dead will bring disaster. Your clothes have lost their value." Luo Yu had already thought of this and replied, "Don't make it sound so serious. It's just that there may be a debuff occasionally. This suit can save your life at the critical moment. And as long as there is water of purification, it can be purified. After this round of airdrops, I think there must be a lot of water of purification. Think carefully about whether you want to trade or not." The Leopard Tribe was obviously tempted. The gold-level protective gear could really save lives. Seeing the attack approaching, staying alive was the most important thing. Besides, what this human said seemed to make sense. If he really received the purified water, he might even make a profit. After thinking for a while, the Leopard Tribe replied, "Okay, let's trade. Transaction successful. You get 2 personal characteristic transfer scrolls." After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. He already had a diamond jacket and currently did not need much armor. He also did not want to go through the trouble of getting the water of purification. The best thing to do was to directly exchange it for the scroll he urgently needed. I clicked on the prisoner page and saw that the 2 male prisoners had the characteristics of chef and brewer, respectively, and the chef was a 2-star one. No problem, just transfer directly. With a flash of light, the 2 scrolls disappeared, and Luo Yu gained 2 more characteristics. Chef, 2 stars, cooking speed plus 100, chance of food being poisonous reduced by 20, food taste plus 20, positive buff, chance of obtaining attribute points plus 20. Brewer, 1-star, brewing speed plus 50, success rate plus 50, positive buff, attribute point acquisition probability plus 10. Let's not talk about the winemaker for now. This chef trait is a good thing. Currently, Luo Yu is responsible for cooking in a base. It originally takes 1 hour to make a simple dish. Chef, the feature saves half the time, and the global working speed plus 100 saves another half the time. A dish only takes 15 minutes. Time is money. Now that the characteristics have been acquired, the two male captives are of no use anymore and are put on the shelves directly. But in just a moment, I sold on the spot and made 40,000 yuan, and the price of silver returned to 355,000 yuan. Luo Yu took a look at the prerequisite resources of Thunder Technology: copper 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000, but it was still not enough. Chapter 83: The Hidden Weapon is a Hen. Luo Yu was not worried about the silver and copper mines, but 20,000 gold was a huge sum of money. The Scorpion King would bring back 100 units of gold every 4 or 5 days, but the amount of gold requested was too much. I definitely won't buy gold. It's such a waste. He suddenly had an idea and thought of a feasible solution. Arena, Black Iron Arena. Use room. Human race don't care about life or death. Just fight if you don't agree. 100 gold for each hand. Come if you are brave. You don't have to bet silver in the arena. You can also bet on other things. 100 gold is equivalent to more than 10,000 silver, so the amount of money you bet is still very large. Luo Yu was not the first one to bet on gold. Many guys who dug up gold, or even platinum, also bet on it. This time, no one entered the room immediately. After Luo Yu waited for about 10 minutes, someone finally came. The person who appeared on the opposite side was a tall bear, who looked a bit like Thunder Roar from the previous League of Legends. He waved his claws and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I have seen a human dare to bet on gold." "Very good. You are very courageous. I have 500 gold here. Do you dare to raise the bet?" It seems that the special events during the day made many people rich. With the attributes of Luo Yu's equipment, he would not be afraid of betting 500, let alone 5,000. Of course, he can't be too aggressive, and he still has to play the pig to eat the tiger, and play the long game to catch the big fish. After pretending to hesitate for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 500 is 500. Tip: the bet in this room is changed to 500 gold. 500 gold is really a huge sum, and it immediately attracted a lot of spectators in the room. Everyone saw that the strong bear tribe was no problem, but the other side turned out to be a human. Is this human crazy? Betting 500 gold with Brother Xiong? That's normal. There are many people who want money and are crazy in the arena. Hey, I've heard of this person. He seems to be good at dealing with Zerd." Everyone was whispering for a while, and the bear man said coldly, "Thank you for giving me the money. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death, ha ha ha. 3, 2, 1, start." When the countdown ended, Luo Yu waved his hand immediately, and a huge wild wolf appeared in front of his eyes with a flash of light. "Hey, Beast Master. Wow, you're a beast tamer. No wonder you're so brave. But even if you're a beast master, it's useless to rely on just one wolf." The Wolf King, Atai, showed a ferocious look. The bear man laughed strangely and said, "Then I will kill this wild wolf first." He roared and rushed forward, and the Wolf King, Atai, also pounced on him with a howl. The man punched Atai. The bear's strength was no joke. In terms of attributes, even the Wolf King was far inferior to this bear man. Just as a punch was about to hit Atai's head, suddenly an arrow shot out. Almost instinctively, the bear man turned sideways when he heard the bowstring sound and barely avoided the flying arrow, but he didn't expect that after one arrow, 2 more would follow. Puff! With 2 dull thuds, the feather arrow directly pierced into the chest of the bear man. 3 arrows in a row. This human is also an archer. The audience was amazed, but this bear man was extremely ferocious. He pulled out the arrows from his body and rushed towards Luo Yu with a roar. But at this moment, Atai pounced from behind and bit his arm fiercely. The bear man pushed Atai away in pain, but the Wolf King's teeth were no joke. Even if he was thrown away, he still bit off 2 pieces of meat. Ah! The bear man grimaced in pain, and even though the arena wouldn't actually be hurt, the pain reaction was still the same. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows were fired in succession, and these 3 arrows pierced the man's back. This man was really fierce and rushed towards Luo Yu regardless of anything. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a smile in his eyes. He didn't use his full strength to shoot the arrow. Otherwise, with such high attribute values and the power of the Yanyu Bao, 1 arrow would be enough to kill him. What we want is a narrow victory. If it is a crushing victory, who will fight with him in the future? Act it out. Seeing the bear man's punch coming, Luo Yu rolled over to avoid it. The next moment, Atai pounced on him again, and this time knocked the bear man down. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and pierced the man's throat. The man opened his mouth and looked at Luo Yu with a hint of resentment, as if saying, You just wait. The next moment, he died suddenly and disappeared in the room. KO. You win in 1 minute and 21 seconds. You get 500 gold and 920 silver as spectator fee. This human kid actually won. Oh my god, the combination of a beastmaster and an archer is so powerful. Yes, this is a new school, and we have some ideas. Brother Yu is so handsome. Do you still remember me? I'm your little fangirl. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be relieved. He looks pretty dangerous. It's not like the Beastmaster can't be defeated. Luo Yu's expression caught everyone's eyes, and everyone came to a new conclusion. Sure enough, someone took the bait immediately. A woman from the Snow Leopard tribe entered the room and said coldly, "Others may be afraid of your wolves, but I am not. Still 500 gold. Let's get started." Luo Yu also sneered. Okay. 3.2.1 starts. When the countdown ended, the Snow Leopard woman suddenly pounced on him, so fast that even a Tai couldn't react. It seemed that her agility was at least over 60. But in Luo Yu's eyes, it wasn't that agile. 60 points of agility was a bit like slow motion. The moment the woman jumped up, he suddenly waved his hand and summoned her again. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a hen appeared. The Snow Leopard woman was sprinting at full speed when a hen suddenly flew in front of her. The distance was too close for her to react, and she bumped directly into the hen. The hen died suddenly and disappeared, but the Snow Leopard woman also stumbled and fell to the ground. A Tai, who was chasing her, pounced on her back and bit her neck hard. Luo Yu also took advantage of the situation and stabbed the woman in the ribs with a bow and arrow. Blood was flowing everywhere. Before disappearing, the Snow Leopard woman said miserably, "Do hens also have grades?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Yes, my hen lays eggs very well. In my eyes, it is beautiful. Beautiful. The chicken is beautiful." The Snow Leopard woman opened her mouth with a very unwilling look in her eyes, but she still disappeared. KO. You win. It takes 12 seconds. You get 500 gold and 1650 silver as spectator fee. The audience was all in an uproar. Chapter 84. General Luo Yu gets the flying axe launcher. Fuck, this guy actually has a top-grade hen. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Do you like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball? The one upstairs is a human, right? You've been exposed, haha. It turns out that a hen can be used as a hidden weapon. I've learned something. Although I won't get hurt in real life, will it really not affect my egg laying? Everyone was talking at once, and everyone had a new understanding of the beast tamer. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him. The stakes are too high, and the hen's hidden weapon is a little fierce. Luo Yu waited for more than 10 minutes, but no one came. He knew that the self-important races were unwilling to fight against him, the human race, and that similar races could not afford the money. So forget it. Let's stop here for today. It would be nice if I could earn 1,000 gold every day. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. After exiting the arena, he clicked on the warehouse overview and saw that he now had 3,500 gold. Continue our efforts tomorrow. In the misty bathtub, Xiao Dai came up and sat next to Luo Yu, blushing slightly, and said, "Master, you can take us with you when you go to the arena to fight. We can protect you too." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Besides, I can't bear to see you three little cuties fighting with others." As soon as these words came out, the three beast girls blushed. Xiao Dai suddenly thought of something and laughed. I still remember one day, someone shouted, "Xiao Dai, save me. Are you reluctant to part with it now?" Ha ha. Luo Yu let out an awkward laugh. How come Xiao Dai has such a good memory? In the early morning, the first thing Luo Yu did when he woke up was to check today's buff. As expected, with various buffs, today we have Action Frenzy buff and Rare Item Production Rate Increase buff. The second buff is good for fishing, so Luo Yu went fishing after breakfast. I haven't been fishing for a long time. When I sat on the blue stone by the lake, I immediately felt something. The sun was glaring and the temperature reached 36 degrees. It was very hot. Luo Yu was wearing heat-insulating clothes and pants, so he wasn't afraid of the heat, but Xiao Kong beside him. Turning around, I found that there were already beads of sweat on Xiao Kong's face. She had been fishing under the sun these days, so it must be very hot. Her originally tender skin has become a little darker, but she never has any complaints. Not only her, Xiao Dai also often comes to fish. The two of them are really good friends. If it were someone else, they would just throw in the towel and quit. Luo Yu secretly thought that he was careless and said softly, Shao Kong, I'm going fishing today. You go to the villa to clean up. Woo! Shao Kong was very obedient. After a gentle call, he ran to clean up. Luo Yu liked this little cutie more and more. At the same time, he thought to himself that this would not work. He had to let Shao Kong have a comfortable place to fish. He flipped through the building pages and finally locked onto 2 buildings. Advanced Fishing Pier. Fishing efficiency plus 30. Rare item acquisition rate plus 30. Entertainment value plus 5. Elegant Lake Pavilion. Fishing efficiency plus 10. Rare item acquisition rate plus 10. Overall base beauty increased. Entertainment value plus 5. These 2 buildings can be combined and stacked, which looks pretty good, and the building materials are the same. Stone brick 20,000, wood 10,000, silver 5,000, jade 200, gold 200. It's a bit expensive, and non-essential buildings like this will greatly increase the base's score, but Luo Yu thought of Shao Kong's sweaty look just now, so he still chose to build it. Not only Shao Kong, I will come here to fish often in the future. I don't want to get as black as charcoal. I have saved a lot of stone bricks these days, let's use them. Woodbye. After a flurry of operations, a light flashed before my eyes, and first a fishing pier extending into the lake appeared. It extended about 10 meters into the lake, and a beautiful pavilion appeared at the end of the pier. This is a typical oriental pavilion in the middle of a lake. There is stone furniture, such as stone tables and stone benches in the pavilion. Sitting in the pavilion on a hot day, you will feel cool. The sunshade effect is very good, quite good. Luo Yu took a look at the base rating. Wow, it directly reached 8,800. A building was given a score of 600, which is almost the same as a big villa. As expected, the score given for building this kind of unnecessary luxury building is too high. Cast a rod and fish. Luo Yu sat on a stone bench in the shade of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, fishing while thinking about how to offset the threat posed by this part of the score. I wanted to lay floor tiles with hidden spikes before, but the project is not completed yet. Now I have added another 1,200 points. Even if I have a reinforced catapult, I still have to find a way to strengthen my defense. How about spending money to build another arrow tower? As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, he suddenly realized that he had caught something. How long has it been? Just a minute. Is it so exciting after the fishing efficiency is increased? When I reeled in the rod, I saw it was a metal box. Yes, I have a buff. The acquisition of rare items is increased. The efficiency and buff are superimposed. And here comes the box. Before opening the box, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment. It seemed that no disaster occurred after the special event, so the critical hit must have been used. He muttered to himself, 100 times critical hit trigger. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu opened the box and saw that it was a scroll. Automatic flying axe catapult production diagram. Wood 2,000, stone brick 2,000, sinew of silver level or above animal 1, gold 200. It's a defensive weapon. Luo Yu was delighted because he happened to have these materials. After the golden scorpion king died, he left a golden tendon, which is still in the ice cellar. Luo Yu knew it would be useful sooner or later, so he kept it. Now it comes in handy. Just when I was thinking about strengthening my defense, the blueprints arrived. I just don't know how powerful this thing is. After clicking to build, a large stone crossbow appeared in front of my eyes with a flash of light. On the crossbow was not a crossbow arrow, but a small stone axe. Automatic axe catapult. A close-range killing defense building with strong power and high hit rate. Stone bricks need to be placed at the location to automatically generate stone axes for launch with a short range. Hint, because you use the tendons of a gold-level animal to build the flying axe launcher, the range of the flying axe is increased by 10 meters, and the killing power is increased. The current range is 20 meters. Please select the location. Wow, it turns out to be a killing-type defensive building. The original range of 10 meters is indeed a bit short, but 20 meters is not bad. Luo Yu looked at the stone axe above. Regardless of whether it was sharp or not, if someone was hit by this thing, they would die instantly, right? This is used to deal with shield soldiers. Arrow towers and crossbows are not good at dealing with shield soldiers, but flying axes can hit them accurately. Good stuff. Chapter 85, The Benefits of Spring Cleaning emerge. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to install it on the front wall, right in the center of the east wall. If you want stone bricks, just stack some and place them on the wall. The defense became stronger again, and the long-standing problem of shield soldiers was solved. Luo Yu felt much relieved. In fact, he also knew that he didn't need to worry too much. The base was not only defended by automatic weapons. The real powerful ones were himself and the animals. However, he always felt that it was a failure to have to engage in physical combat with the animals. When the attack comes, you sit in your villa, drink some wine, and rely on the automated defense of the base to easily defeat the attack. That is the upper-class life of a lord. Keep up the good work. After dinner, Luo Yu sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and fished. The air above the lake seemed to be slightly distorted, and it was definitely very hot. The human body's temperature tolerance is about 38 degrees. If you're exposed to the sun above this number, you will easily get heat stroke. Because of his clothes and pants, Luo Yu's comfortable temperature alone reaches 78 degrees. His temperature tolerance is above 85 degrees. He can't feel the heat, but it is really hot now. It hasn't rained for about 7 or 8 days, right? Luo Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart and said in the group, "It's so hot today. How is your work on heat stroke prevention going?" "Fanya Mom, don't mention it. There's nothing we can do. My sisters and I are hiding in the house and dare not go out. Other members of the base don't allow them to go out to work at noon. Alice, our treehouse is more heat resistant, so everyone should be prepared for the heat. Luo Yu, listen to me, although there's no system prompt. I feel something is wrong. There may be a risk of drought. Food storage, human heat dissipation, and vegetable garden irrigation will soon be a problem. I remind everyone to dig a cellar immediately and buy ice to keep out the heat." Naker, I agree. During the previous special event, hail fell in many areas. The current price of ice is not outrageous. Nyoda, I don't know if it's outrageous or not, but I have no money. Oh, I really want to kill the monsters in the lake so that I can soak in the water and avoid the summer comfortably. Luo Yu, indeed, this is also a solution. How is the technology unlocking of your visitors going? Fanyama, I got it done. Naker, I've got it done too. The last wave of special events made everyone make a lot of money. After asking, it turned out that everyone in the small group had managed it except Nyoda. Fanyamang, Luo Yu. After I entered your ID, it actually prompted that it would cost 10,000 silver to visit your territory. How high is your territory's rating? Luo Yu smiled secretly when he heard this. Visitor technology doesn't allow for casual visits. Even if the other party agrees, the party with a lower base score has to pay to visit the party with a higher base score. Because this is a visit and study, tuition fees are required. The specific tuition fees are divided into different levels. Luo Yu's territory score is definitely much higher than Yu Meng and the other three, so it will cost 10,000 silvers, and this is the upper limit. The actual gap may be far greater than the number 10,000. He smiled and replied, I like mining, so I make a lot of things. Everyone, is mining really that profitable? Everyone agreed to make preparations for 2 more days, and after the next wave of events was over, they would go to Fong Yuming's territory to meet, one by one. As for how to distribute the items after the boss battle, we will talk about it later. Now, according to Luo Yu's idea, let's buy ice cubes first. Luo Yu also started buying ice cubes. Because it was summer, even though hail had occurred in many places before, the price of ice cubes was still a little expensive. 300 silver per unit. Luo Yu was rich, so he bought 100 units of ice at once, spending 30,000 silver coins. He hurriedly put them into the ice cellar, and the temperature of the ice cellar plummeted, feeling like it was below -5 degrees. At this time, the friends also started to dig the cellar, and Luo Yu did not disturb them and continued fishing. Not to mention, after his fishing efficiency improved, it seemed that he got more boxes. Luo Yu got another box at sunset. After opening it, he found a palm-sized piece of gold. He was quite lucky. He looked at the amount of gold in the base, which was 3,800. He was quite satisfied with the increase in the number. Because the cooking speed is greatly increased now, dinner is ready in more than an hour. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone ends a busy day and sits at the table to eat. After taking a bite of tomato, Xiaodai reported, Master, I have stored 12 more women's underwear these days. You can sell them when you have time. Oh, I'll sell it right away. Luo Yu directly opened the warehouse and put the women's underwear on the shelves while eating. It was sold out within 5 minutes of being put on the shelves. He made another 36,000 silver coins. How great! While he was eating, he suddenly received a reminder. Due to the improvement of the territory's hygiene standards, you have been blessed by heaven and gained physical fitness +2. Here it comes. Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the prompt. The higher the values of hygiene, beauty, entertainment, etc., the more likely you are to get attribute points or buffs. Attribute points after 100 cannot be added with silver, which shows how precious these 2 points are. I checked the hygiene value. The highest value was 98, and now it is 95. The effect of cleaning in the past 2 days is evident. He looked at Xiao Kong and smiled as he picked up a piece of meat for her. Come on, little cutie, eat more. You will grow meat. Seeing this, Xiao Dai coughed lightly, said nothing, and pushed the food box towards Luo Yu. The expression on the little face was very clear. Master, I want one too. Luo Yu laughed out loud upon seeing this, and picked up a piece of meat for Xiao Dai and Xiao Jin respectively, saying that the bowl of water should be kept evenly distributed. After dinner, the 3 little cuties washed the dishes together, while Luo Yu went to take a shower first. As usual, enter the arena to make money. Let's bet on gold. Not much, just 100 gold. Those who are willing will take the bait. Not long after the room was opened, someone came in immediately. The one who came was a tall and strong bear man. He grinned and said, You, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yesterday, you cheated my brother out of 500 gold. Today, I want you to pay back double. 1,000 gold. Dare you gamble again? Wow, Big Bear shows up, and it turns out he's here to seek revenge. Luo Yu was overjoyed, but he looked embarrassed. He hesitated and said, I know what you mean, but I only have 1,500 gold in total. Isn't this 1,000 gold too big to bet on? Big? I'll give you a bigger one. The strong man from the bear tribe grinned and said, What a coincidence. I also have 1,500. Chapter 86 Old Actor. The bear tribe strong man grinned and said, Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to bet everything today and kick you out of the gold PK game directly to teach you to quit gambling. For a moment, the bears who came to the room to watch the fun cheered. Those who wanted to watch the fun did not mind making trouble, and other races also joined in the fun. The human race, on the other hand, advised Luo Yu not to be impulsive and that there was no need for such actions. What impulse? Luo Yu deliberately raised the stakes. Today he had made up his mind to help this bear brother pay some IQ tax. He pretended to be irritated and shouted, Well, let's see whether you kick me out of the gold bureau or I kick you out. Come on. Luo Yu raised the bet on the spot, which was exactly what the bear man wanted. Tip, the room bet is changed to 1,500 gold. For a moment, those who were watching the fun cheered, and a large number of spectators poured into the room. Not to mention the gold, the audience fees alone should not be underestimated. 3.2.1, let's get started. Without any nonsense, Big Bear rushed directly towards Luo Yu. This first step was started extremely quickly, and in terms of agility, he was far superior to the previous second bear. Atia! Luo Yu shouted softly, and the Wolf King, Atai, appeared and pounced on him on the spot. Brutal collision. Bang! With a dull thud, Xiongda's shoulder collided directly with Tai. The difference in strength knocked Atai away on the spot, while Xiongda rushed towards Luo Yu with all his strength. Luo Yu drew out the Yanyu bow and was about to shoot the arrow, but unexpectedly, Xiongda seemed to be prepared. Don't even think about it. He actually pulled out a small stone axe from his waist and smashed it at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu dodged, he had already lost the initiative. The next moment, Xiongda had already rushed his face. Country chicken. Luo Yu shouted again, and the country chicken hidden weapon came out again. The female country chicken spread its wings and flew towards Xiongda's face, trying to grab Xiongda's cheek. The chicken's speed was actually quite good. When it suddenly appeared, Big Bear was also startled. However, this man was extremely ferocious. Instead of instinctively dodging the chicken, he opened his big mouth and bit the chicken. The chicken's claws left scratches on his face, but it was also bitten to death. Go to hell. Big Bear punched Luo Yu hard. It was too late for the Wolf King to come to his rescue, and it was impossible for him to draw his bow and arrow at close range. Luo Yu was about to be hit by the punch, but at this moment, there was a flash of light. A big red snake suddenly appeared, and its tail swept across, colliding with Xiongda's fist. Bang! Big Bear was swept back half a step by the giant snake's tail, with shock in his eyes. Not only him, everyone was shocked. Bronze level. This guy has a bronze level snake, oh my god. Is this the Beastmaster's killer move? How terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiong Daming reacted and realized that the python in front of him was as thick as a bucket and at least 10 meters long. He knew what the consequences would be if he was entangled by the python, so he quickly backed away. But at this time, the Wolf King had already climbed up and bit Big Bear's arm fiercely. He shook it off violently but failed. The next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows were fired in succession, and 3 feather arrows pierced into Xiongda's chest. He pulled out the feather arrows in rage and bit Atai's neck as well. A wolf and a bear started biting each other, but there was also a big snake. The red-scaled python was of bronze level. It fiercely wrapped itself around Xiongda's waist and bit his neck. Big Xiong wanted to push the giant python away, but he couldn't. Despair appeared in his eyes. He looked at the human who was drawing his bow, an arrow not far away, his eyes full of resentment. Got fooled. This human has a trump card, deliberately provoking me and stealing my gold. This is an actor. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced his forehead. Xiongda opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "This matter is not over yet." As the voice fell, the man's body disappeared. KO. You defeated your opponent in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. You get 1,500 gold and 2,610 silver. Now gold has reached 5,300 and silver has reached 400,000. What a huge profit. The audience in the room stared at Luo Yu, feeling a chill in their hearts. They discovered that the most powerful thing about the beast tamer is that you never know what kind of monster he will summon. The human race, codenamed Yu below, actually has bronze-level ferocious beasts. You should know that the bronze field has not been opened yet. So scary. For a while, no one dared to fight him. Luo Yu waited for a long time and found that no one came to fight. It seemed that the deterrent power of the red-scaled python was too strong. Okay, let's go and hold our little cutie to sleep. Another morning has arrived. When Luo Yu wakes up, the first thing he does is check his status and last night's system prompts. Tip: the diamond level bed brings you a tribute improvement, your strength +1, currently 101. Hint: Xiaokong, Xiaodai, and Xiaojin's hair growth progress +50. After a good sleep, you will gain some strength, and you'll gain attributes just by lying down. The hair of the little cuties will grow longer again, and it will be comfortable. Today is another good day. After having breakfast, Luo Yu went out and found that the temperature had reached a terrifying 37 degrees early in the morning, and it was only a little after 7 o'clock in the morning. Under the direct sunlight, the space outside seemed to be distorted. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system prompt appeared. Warning: due to the interference of mysterious forces, the entire Tiandao world is invaded by a heat wave. The temperature will continue to rise. The heat wave will last for more than 10 days. At the same time, the summer will be extended. Please take precautions against heat stroke and cool down. Heat wave. Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, this is bad. After the special event, a crisis event indeed occurred. Within 5 minutes of the prompt appearing, the temperature soared to 40 degrees and continued to rise. The world is in mourning, and regional chats are also in chaos. 40 degrees. Any little outdoor work will result in heat stroke immediately. This temperature is a great threat to warm-blooded races, such as humans and orcs, not to mention some races that do not like high temperatures. For example, the water tribe, the beautiful ice tribe, the snow tribe, or other races that are less resistant to heat are simply deadly. The small group was also in an uproar. Naker, oh my god, the heat wave is killing me. Fong Yamong. Fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar. By the way, can the ice cellar withstand it? Elena, I think I can't bear it. I have to think of another way. Alice, may every living being be able to survive this catastrophe safely. Nyoda, I have thick skin and flesh, so I am not afraid of the sun, but I am afraid that the grass will die of drought. Chapter 87, The Terrifying Heat Wave, is coming. Luo Yu looked at the price of ice at the auction house, which instantly soared 20 times. He said in the group, even if you put ice in an ordinary cellar, it can't withstand such a high temperature. I'm telling you, we need to build a warehouse. Luo Yu shared his personal experience, and everyone expressed their opinions. Finally, it was concluded that not only the floor tiles and warehouses need to be insulated, but also an insulation layer needs to be laid. The best materials for this heat-insulating and sun-proof layer are actually cloth, fur, and the like. This small group reacted very quickly. They immediately made some purchases before prices of cloth and cotton increased. Luo Yu is not a stingy person. After the last bumper harvest, he had a lot of cotton in stock, so he sold some of it to them at the original price. This also includes wolf skins, which are very effective in providing insulation when laid on the roof. All of a sudden, everyone started to get ready. Luo Yu checked the situation in his own cellar. The temperature was slowly rising, so he still had to make preparations. In fact, for most people, the preparation process would involve the risk of heat stroke, But Luo Yu was not afraid. He quickly spread the wolf skins on the roof of the warehouse, and then, on a sudden inspiration, poured water on it with a wooden bucket. After the wolf skin absorbed moisture, its insulation effect became better, and the temperature in the cellar began to drop again. He nodded slightly, and at this moment, a prompt appeared. Warning! Your companion pet Xiaodai shows signs of mild heat stroke. Xiaodai was working in the basement at the moment, holding her forehead with her hand, and seemed a little dizzy. Luo Yu rushed over and supported her, asking with concern, How is it? Master, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. The butterfly is very cold resistant, but has poor heat resistance. Its highest comfortable temperature is actually only 36 degrees. Now the temperature outside has soared to 42 degrees. Although the villa has good insulation, the temperature inside is already 36 degrees. No wonder Xiaodai suffered from heat stroke. If you have heat stroke, taking herbs will be useless. It cannot be cured unless the temperature is lowered, and the condition will only get worse. Storehouse. Luo Yu ran directly into the warehouse, carrying Xiaodai. The temperature of the entire warehouse was now 25 degrees due to the insulation effect of the high-grade warehouse, the wet wolf skins covering the warehouse, and a slight cool air coming from the entrance of the cellar. After sitting there for a while, Xiaodai recovered a lot. She exhaled and said, Master, it's too hot today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to sleep on the floor in the warehouse. Indeed, this temperature is really not going anywhere. Luo Yu looked at the status bar of Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong. Xiao Jin's maximum comfortable temperature was 300 degrees. She could swim comfortably in boiling water. This kind of animal was the one that could take a lava bath. Don't worry about her. Xiao Kong's maximum comfort temperature is 65 degrees, and he is also an outrageous little cutie. He is now happily fishing in the pavilion again, so don't worry about it. It's a pity that the diamond clothes and platinum pants are bound to me. Xiao Kong can't wear them. Otherwise, if I take one off and give it to her, she can basically carry it for a long time. I looked at other animals again. The giant octopus and the big snake were fine in the water, but the bull and the cow, the two stupid wolves, the hen, and a large group of insects couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Luo Yu hurriedly gathered all the animals that could not bear the heat into the warehouse to cool them down before they got heat stroke. The animals gathered in the warehouse were obviously relieved, but another problem arose. There were too many animals, and they were not small in size. They would emit a lot of heat, and the temperature in the warehouse rose. It's almost 30 degrees again. At this moment, the temperature outside has reached a terrifying 45 degrees, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I checked the World Channel and the Regional Channel and saw widespread grief. Many people have already suffered from heat stroke. Some poor species might even become extinct in this heat wave. It's okay in a small group. After all, everyone has an ice cellar, and they can hide in it for a while if they can't hold it back. Fan Yameng, is everyone here? It's 45 degrees outside. This is not a solution. When I was browsing the building just now, I saw the recreation room. There's an indoor swimming pool inside. The swimming pool can cool down and escape the heat. People and animals can hide in the recreation room to avoid this disaster. Besides, the recreation room will have to be built sooner or later. I think it's feasible. Make your decision now, before construction materials like lumber go up in price. Seeing Fan Yuming's proposal, Luo Yu's mind flashed, and he clicked on the building page. Like other buildings, entertainment rooms are divided into many types. High-end entertainment rooms have swimming pools, but they require water circulation systems. Of course, it is possible to do without a water circulation system, but the swimming pool needs to be filled with water artificially, and the water is stagnant. Over time, the hygiene standards are lowered, and it is easy to get water poisoning when taking a bath. Advanced entertainment room. Building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, jade 200. This kind of thing is very expensive, and if the score is increased too high, it will lead to serious attacks. No one in the group was talking. Everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Elena was the first to not help, but Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice, well, Luo Yu, you decide. Unconsciously, this small group often revolves around Luo Yu. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu replied, building an entertainment room is indeed a feasible way to solve the threat of heat waves. If the swimming pool can be filled with water, with the special layout of the entertainment room, it is equivalent to a large evaporative cooling pool, which can effectively reduce the temperature. As for the water cycle, I don't think it's that important now. There's always a way to get water. Now, there are two questions. First, materials. Do you have enough materials? Secondly, making this kind of luxury building will greatly increase the score. I expect it to increase by 800 points. Based on last month's experience, there may be 40 more attack units by the end of the month. Are you confident that you can resist? Everyone fell silent for a while, and Alice said, according to the heavens, the summer will be extended, and the attack at the end of the month will come later this time. If we can survive this heat wave, it may not be a bad opportunity. I think there will be a way when the time comes. Fang Yameng, yes. Although I can't guarantee that we can survive the attack, the heat wave is right in front of us. If we can't protect the animals at home and the members of the base, we will die. We have no room for hesitation. Everyone agreed and finally came to the conclusion. Don't be afraid of attacks. The remaining issue is the building materials. Luo Yu said, stone bricks cannot be purchased directly at the auction house, but they can be exchanged for things. What can be purchased directly? As for the gold and emeralds, can you gather the numbers? Chapter 88, Meeting the girls in the group. Luo Yu had secretly planned to lend out some of the gold, but what he didn't expect was that everyone said that gold and jade were in stock. And the one with the most inventory is Nyoda. He listened to Luo Yu and mined all day long. His level went up and he produced a lot of rare metals, but because he didn't build anything, they were all stored. Luo Yu smiled and said, we are all rich people. If silver is not enough, I have a solution. The heat wave will subside a little at night, so we can use the nighttime to kill the monster in the lake and build an entertainment room based on what it explodes. Let's start tonight. What do you think? Everyone, that's it. First stop tonight, Fang Yuming's territory. It was still early in the evening. Luo Yu was not afraid of the heat, but the glaring sunlight still made it difficult for him to open his eyes. He ran to the sewing table and wove a bamboo hat so that he could work in the sun. Fang Yuming was right. The entertainment room still had to be built, and it had to be built well. Luo Yu decided to build the entertainment room next to the big villa. Advanced entertainment room. Building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, jade 200. The building materials are naturally stone bricks. 100,000 stone bricks are not enough at the moment, so let's prepare for a rainy day. The price of wood in the auction house was 1:2. Luo Yu spent 40,000 silvers to buy 20,000 pieces of wood, piled them in the warehouse, and then went to the mine. Now only Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong can act normally. Xiao Jin is still cutting stones, while Luo Yu takes Xiao Kong to the mine to dig. There are still some resources in the mine, and we may face more severe challenges in the future. Regardless of the considerations, we should accumulate resources as soon as possible. After a whole day of mining, Xiao Kong's level was low, so he got a lot of stones, while Luo Yu got mostly iron or copper and the like. Because his mining efficiency was so high, his experience point soared. Today, he upgraded the mining to LV8, got 2 digging bugs, tamed them all, and also got 1 point of increased strength. After Xiao Jin finished cutting all the stones, he looked at the stock and found that he had 80,000 of them. That would allow him to collect enough stone bricks for the high-end entertainment room tomorrow. There are only 18 of the mineral resources left. If it weren't for the continuous increase in resources before, it would have been mined out by now. In the evening, the temperature dropped slightly, but it was still a terrifying 42 degrees outside. The temperature inside the villa dropped to 33 degrees, which was finally warm enough to stay in. Everyone took a shower together, and Xiao Dai went to bed early. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Yu was thinking about activating the visitor function when the reminder came. Fang Yameng invites you to enter her territory. You don't need to pay any extra fees for this visit. Do you want to go? After Luo Yu chose to confirm, another prompt popped up. Please designate the temporary person in charge of the territory after you leave. Xiao Jin, I'll be back soon. I'll leave this to you. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Xiao Jin nodded and said, I understand. If you encounter any danger, just summon me. Only fools would come to attack during heat wave, so there's nothing to worry about. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and the next moment a light door appeared in front of him, and he walked straight in. The world was spinning before his eyes, and when Luo Yu came to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar base. Luo Yu, a pleasant female voice was heard, and when I looked closely, I saw a group of girls in front of me. Yes, a group. Although they had never met, Luo Yu knew who they were. The long-haired girl, standing in the middle, who looks to be around 20 years old and pure and pretty, must be Fang Yameng. The girl next to her, who was about 25 years old, should be the HR manager mentioned earlier, the girl who was recruiting individuals. The other girl with the ponytail looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was naturally another girl in their territory. The others are easier to identify. The pretty girl with cat ears and a cat tail is Naker, and the one with fair skin and long white hair, who is as beautiful as a goddess, must be Alice. The short-haired elf girl with slightly dark skin, pretty face, and heroic demeanor is undoubtedly Elena. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Everyone is here. As expected, everyone is a beautiful girl, just as I imagined. Regardless of the race of the woman, she would be happy to be praised for her beauty." The girls in front of her blushed slightly. Fang Yuming chuckled and said, "We were all guessing before, would a man who loves mining be a huge muscular man? I'll only know you are pretty when I meet you." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Is that so? I'm so sorry for being pretty and disappointing you." Disappointed? Fang Yuming's face flushed after she realized what was happening, and she quickly explained, "Nonsense. I didn't say I like muscular men." Her reaction made everyone chuckle. A joke brought them closer together. So many pretty girls smiled at the same time, like beautiful flowers blooming in the dark night. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Of course, it's pleasing to the eyes, but now we have real work to do. I checked the temperature, and even though it was past 7 in the evening, it was still very hot at 39 degrees. Fortunately, there was no direct sunlight, so he smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. Let's get started." Having said that, he walked forward first. When these girls passed by Luo Yu, they looked at his profile with different expressions. Alice had a gentle smile on her face. Nakoer blushed a little. Fang Yuming had a faint smile in her eyes, and Elena was surprised. "I didn't expect this stupid man to be good-looking." Alice beside him looked at Luo Yu's back and chuckled. "Is it just that he looks good?" Seeing Luo Yu in person, I feel relieved. "Are you relieved?" "Yes, humph." Elena snorted lightly, and seeing that Fang Yuming, Naker, and others had caught up with Luo Yu, she and Alice also walked forward. Luo Yu visited Fang Yuming's base along the way. It was a small high-rise building with a loft and a small garden in front of the door. The floor was paved with ordinary stone bricks, and the wall seemed to be an intermediate wall with a length of 50 meters. There are 6 automatic crossbows installed on the wall. At this moment, a large number of animals in the zoo are lying there motionless. It is too hot, and they will sweat all over if they move. The vegetable garden is outside the wall, and a huge orchard in the distance is very eye-catching. It can be said that it is a comfortable little base. It is quite remarkable that it has been developed into this in less than 2 months. Chapter 89. Team Up. The hunt begins. Nakoer wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed slightly. "Yuming, your house is so beautiful. What's the rating?" 1,600 points. Fang Yuming smiled faintly and said, "What about you guys?" Nakoer said enviously, "My family only has 1,000 points." Looking at the regional chat, everyone is hovering around 600 points. "You are really a little rich woman," Alice said softly. "Yuming's territory is developing very well. Elena and I both only have 1,200 points." The voice of this white-haired elf sister is really gentle, and she is incredibly beautiful. In Luo Yu's eyes, Fang Yuming is already a top-notch beauty, more beautiful than the stars on TV, and her beauty is pure, natural, and healthy. But compared with Sister Alice, it is still slightly inferior. To be honest, although everyone is of different races, there is no obstacle at all in communicating with each other. This is the magic of the world of heaven. Fang Yuming asked curiously, "Luo Yu, what is your territory score?" "I tried to visit your territory, but it prompted me to pay the highest visiting fee." Seeing that the eyes of these beautiful girls were all focused on him, Luo Yu smiled and said, "A score difference of 1,000 points will require a maximum fee of 10,000 silver coins." "Huh? So your rating is close to 3,000? Naker exclaimed slightly, and the other girls looked at Luo Yu with admiration. Even Elena, who had always been dissatisfied with Luo Yu, had a hint of admiration in her eyes. Luo Yu didn't respond, but laughed in his heart. "Should I tell you that my score is 8,800 points? What should I do if I scare the beauties?" He changed the subject, looked at Na Kur, and smiled faintly. "Kur, I think you promised to let me touch your ears before." Nakoer's body trembled when she heard that, and she blushed and said, "Meow? Here, now. At least not now, please. I'm all sweaty. Why does this sound weird?" Fang Yuming pulled Nakoer behind her, looked at Luo Yu, and said with a half-smile, "Oh? Luo Yu, what agreement did you make with Koer? Tell me about it. Pressure. Invisible pressure. This pressure not only comes from Fong Yumeng, but also from Alice and Elena. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want to touch Koner's furry ears?" When the girls heard this, they all looked towards Naker's ears, with a hint of interest in their eyes. "Meow, what are you doing?" Feeling threatened, Naker hurried to Luo Yu. After they looked at each other, they all laughed again. Although it was our first meeting, everyone seemed like friends who had known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was great. Chatting with friends along the way, it seemed that he could not feel the high temperature. When he arrived at the lake, Luo Yu restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, "We can't go any further." Everyone instinctively stopped. Alice walked to Luo Yu's side and said softly, "Luo Yu, you take charge." The girls all nodded. In this case, Luo Yu also took the lead and nodded. "Okay, but before that, we have to form a team first." I clicked on the team formation interface, and after some operation, a prompt appeared. "You have successfully formed a team with Fong Yumeng, Naker, Alice, and Elena. Tip: the maximum number of team members cannot exceed 10. Currently, there are 5 people in the team. As for the other 2 girls from Fong Yumeng's territory, they stayed in the house. Although they have improved their physical fitness, they have no combat power at this stage. The weather is so hot, so they should stay at home." After forming a team, you can see a brief description of the team members. Luo Yu's description is Beast Tamer. Fong Yumeng is also a Beast Tamer. Naker is described as Agile Warrior, and the 2 elf girls are Accurate Archers. It seemed that he only described the other party's best areas, without any specific attribute points or equipment. Fong Yumeng said, "My strength and agility are both 35 points, so I am a melee fighter. You don't have to treat me like a girl." Luo Yu nodded slightly and said, "Well, then I will treat you as a man." Fong Yumeng was stunned when she heard this, and rolled her eyes at Luo Yu. Luo Yu focused on the lake in front of him and said in a deep voice, "First, we need to lure the big black fish out." As soon as she finished speaking, Elena took out a herb and said, "This is what I planted before, but it mutated during the rainy day and became a beast-attracting herb. It's been tested before, and it works on the black fish monster in the lake. It can lead it to the shallow water area near the shore." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed joy on their faces. Luo Yu was still thinking of using special milk, but it seems that it is not necessary. He smiled and said, "Very good. The next step is to tie the big black fish to the shore and not let it escape easily." Seeing that the girls were all looking at him, Luo Yu knew that they had no other options, so he said calmly, "I'll take care of it. Yumeng, you can build a simple watchtower on the shore to tie up the black fish. You can dismantle it after use. It won't cost much material." "Good." Fong Yumeng nodded seriously and said, "I'll listen to you. Where should we build it?" Luo Yu simply said, "Right here. Let's start building." But in just a moment, a simple watchtower was built. Luo Yu took out the wisteria he had prepared in advance. In his own territory, he used the woven wisteria to tie the big black fish tightly. This is good stuff that has been tested in actual combat. Then he took out the modified hook claw spear and tied it to the watchtower with wisteria. He looked at the 2 elf girls and said, "Alice, Elena, when the big black fish appears, you 2 will each find a position to shoot arrows, one on the left and one on the right. Shoot its eyes first. Destroy the water monsters. You are the main output." Alice nodded seriously, and Elena moved her arms and said, "It seems that you have thought of everything, so let the killing begin quickly." The dark elves are indeed bloodthirsty. Luo Yu labeled the beautiful Elena in his heart, turned his head and looked at the cat girl and said, "Kuh. After trapping the big black fish, I will let you Meng build a simple floating platform on the water. Do you have the confidence to go up with me to kill the monster?" Naker giggled and said, "I spent a lot of money on agility, but it's almost level 50. I should be the one asking you this." Fong Yumeng raised her hand and said, "I'll go with you too." Luo Yu looked at Fong Yumeng and had to say, "What a brave girl." "Okay, together." After the distribution was completed, Luo Yu looked at Elena and said, "Give me the beast-attracting grass." Chapter 90. Chop off the fish head with 2 knives. Elena nodded, and after taking the precious animal-attracting grass from the elf girl, Luo Yu walked directly into the water to prepare for placement. He found that the lake water was a little hot. The temperature is so high that the surface temperature of the lake has risen. After placing the animal-attracting grass on a protruding bluestone on the shore, Luo Yu came back and said in a deep voice, Everyone hide. After saying that, he climbed directly up to the watchtower. For a moment, the lakeside became quiet and the air seemed a little tense. The animal-attracting grass was very effective. After a while, a huge black shadow emerged in the center of the lake in the distance, exactly the same as the big black fish in his territory before. But Luo Yu discovered something unusual. Now the black fish doesn't seem to be swimming as fast as the ones in its own territory, and the scales on its surface are no longer pure black, but slightly gray. Water temperature. He immediately understood the key. Because of the rising water temperature, the big black fish seems to be weakened. Then I thought of another thing. The heat wave seems to be a terrifying and high-risk event, but it also hides opportunities. It is a great opportunity to eliminate the monster in the lake. At this moment, the girls below were all breathing rapidly and looked a little nervous. They all knew that whether they could tie up the water monster in the first wave was the key to this battle. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yu, who was standing alone on the watchtower. At this moment, Luo Yu was holding a hook-claw spear and looking at the black shadow in the lake with a serious expression. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer to the shore, at a certain moment, its upper part finally emerged from the water. At this moment, Luo Yu's mind flashed with the shape of the skeleton when the big black fish corpse was decomposed. Then, he seized the opportunity and threw the spear down. Javelin mastery. With the addition of 102 points of strength, the spear spun at high speed and stabbed the big black fish. Puff! A ball of blood exploded from the back of the big black fish. Although he did not use a 100-fold critical hit, Luo Yu's strength today was definitely not comparable to that day. In addition, the scales of the big black fish were softened by the hot water. This time, the spear penetrated deeply into the body of the big black fish, and the barb hooked firmly on the fish bone. The big black fish struggled violently in pain, with blood spurting out of its mouth. This time it was seriously injured. The girls below were all a little dazed, shocked by the mad beast in front of them, and also shocked by Luo Yu's strength and throwing techniques. The high-speed spinning spear and the burst of blood shocked them. Don't just stand there. Alice and Elena shoot arrows. Yumeng, repair the watchtower immediately. Luo Yu's light shout woke everyone up from their dream. Fang Yumeng hurriedly clicked on the building page. After successfully clicking on the repair button, she saw that the durability of the watchtower was recovering, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the left and right. The 2 elves took action, and the arrows actually shot into the eyes of the big black fish at the same time. Blood spurted out again, and the big black fish rolled over with a scream, but the hook of the spear that had penetrated deep into its body had already hooked onto the fish bones, making it unable to break free. The big black fish is blind and can't break free. Luo Yu ignored the shaking of the watchtower and threw the javelin in his hand violently again. He had dissected the big black fish and knew its weakness. The javelin pierced into the side of the black fish's body, which was a hit on its weak point. Roar! The big black fish roared wildly. Blood spurted out of its mouth, and it struggled hard, and the durability of the watchtower dropped rapidly. Fang Yumeng shouted loudly. Luo Yu, the speed of repairing seems to be slower than the speed of destroying by the big black fish. What should we do? Luo Yu quickly climbed down the watchtower and shouted in the same loud voice. The big black fish is blind and has no target to attack. Yumeng, you immediately build a simple floating platform, and we will get close to kill it. Be careful not to get swept by its tail. Good. Fang Yumeng nodded repeatedly and immediately clicked on the construction page to start building a simple floating platform. The so-called simple floating platform is a platform floating on the water. It is more stable than a raft and is very cheap. At this time, Elena and Alice were still shooting arrows. The arrows they shot were accurate and powerful, and the gills and areas near the eyes of the big black fish, which had no scales, became the main targets of attention. The bows and arrows caused great damage to the black fish. In just a few seconds, a circle of floating platforms appeared in the waters around the big black fish. Nakor was the first to rush up and shouted, "Death to the monster!" The dagger in his hand slashed across the side of the big black fish, leaving a horrible blood mark on its body. As agreed before, don't be greedy for output and retreat directly after a hit. Nakor jumped from a floating platform to the safe platform behind, licked her lips, and a look of excitement appeared on her face. The reason why Luo Yu issued the close combat instruction was because the big black fish was blind and could not attack accurately. The weather is so hot, and repairing the watchtower costs money, so it's better to do it quickly. At this time, Fang Yuming also rushed up, jumped on the floating platforms, held the long sword in both hands, and chopped the big black fish's head with force. In terms of strength alone, she is stronger than Naker. This sword has great killing power, leaving a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone on the big black fish's face. The big black fish roared. Although it was blind, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth and bit Fang Yumeng. Luo Yu was startled and rushed over to rescue, but Fang Yumeng was very agile. She imitated Naker and jumped backwards and jumped onto the floating platform at the back, leaving the big black fish empty-handed and only splashing water. Wow, this girl has a talent for fighting. She's not simple. Roar! The furious big black fish struggled violently, but at this time, Luo Yu rushed up and chopped it out with the Tiandao knife in his hand. Puff! A ball of blood burst out, and this knife almost cut off half of the big black fish's head. This was not over yet. Luo Yu counterattacked again, and the power of 102 made the Tiangong knife come with a sound of breaking wind, and with a puff, it completely cut off the half of the fish head. The big black fish's body stiffened, and it stopped moving. He was hacked to death by Luo Yu. The whole place fell silent for a moment. The girls looked at the big black fish, then at Luo Yu, and they all opened their mouths with expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Seconds. Luo Yu chopped off the fish head with 2 knives. My God, what huge strength! Fang Yumeng beside him reacted and said in shock, Luo Yu, how much strength do you have? Luo Yu shook the Tiangong knife in his hand and said with a faint smile, it's a little taller than you guys, but it's okay. Higher, higher. Naker's mouth twitched, and she said strangely, at least 50, right? Almost twice as high. Chapter 91. Distribute rewards. Everyone gets what they need. Yeah, about the same. Luo Yu smiled faintly and didn't say much. Your team killed the black fish monster in the lake and received 40,000 silver. Beast Soul Core 2. Qing Feng Sword Technique 1. Silver Level Martial Arts. Team Technology. Shared Scroll 1. Silver Level Equipment Treasure Chest 2. Personal Characteristics Scroll 1. As the prompt appeared, the platform where Luo Yu and Fang Yumeng were standing began to light up, and various props appeared. Luo Yu knew that the rewards for killing monsters in a team would be higher than that for an individual, but he didn't expect to be given so much. Of course, these need to be divided, while single kills do not need to be divided, so there is still a difference in benefits. Victory! Victory! Nakoer stood on the platform and cheered. For a moment, everyone had smiles on their faces. After a while, everyone worked together to drag the body of the big black fish ashore. Luo Yu suggested that Fang Yumeng keep these things first, and they should work together to disassemble the big black fish and store it. The weather is too hot. If such a large body is left outside, it will rot in less than 2 hours. Everyone agreed with Luo Yu's proposal and began to divide the work. Having lived independently for so long, they are quite skilled at slaughtering animal carcasses. But when it comes to proficiency, Luo Yu is the fastest. The overall working speed was already plus 100, and the cooking level was also increased. The efficiency of slaughtering made the girls stare in amazement. Nakir asked curiously, Luo Yu, what did you do before? How come you know everything? Not only do they know how to do it, but they are all very good at it. Fang Yumeng added. Luo Yu kept working while smiling faintly. I can't say I'm great, but I've learned a little bit. Be modest. Fang Yumeng and Na Cooker said in unison. Luo Yu said with a smile. Why? Even if you say I'm awesome, you won't get any benefit. The girls all chuckled, the atmosphere became cheerful, and with a group of people working together, they finished the job in just 15 minutes. Although the cellar at Fang Yumeng's base is not as well insulated as the one at Luo Yu's house, at least there is no need to worry about the problem of rotting in a short period of time. After a while, everyone was sitting in the living room. The spoils were placed on the table. The girls' eyes were filled with joy. Fang Yumeng smiled and said, let's work out a plan. How do we divide it? After the words fell, everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, everyone's territory has a big monster. Silver, B-Soul cores, and a martial arts book should be fixed. How about this? These 3 items are given to the lord of each territory. The lord only takes these 3 items, and the remaining boxes and scrolls are distributed to those who come to help. How do you think? Naker was the first to raise her hand, followed by Fang Yumeng. Alice and Elena had no objections, so the distribution plan was decided. Fang Yumeng said, I will take one of the beast's soul cores, and you can share the other one. Everyone nodded. Indeed, it was possible for 1 or 2 beast soul cores to appear. This thing was not only used to unlock automatic core technology, but could also be inlaid and used in other buildings and equipment. In addition, for those with the tamer trait, you can use the beast soul core to greatly increase the experience value of the trait. Alice said, well, Luo Yu contributed the most this time, so you choose first. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, no hurry. Let's open the scrolls and boxes first and see what comes out before distributing them. Yumeng, you open it. Fang Yumeng nodded and whispered, you're getting more and more comfortable calling me Yumeng. As he spoke, he opened the technology scroll, and out came the technology shared by the team. Scroll for making sealed meat chunks. The most valuable thing in this round, besides the martial arts book, is the shared technology. According to the Tiandao world, this kind of shared technology scroll will only appear when you team up to fight monsters, and the chance of it dropping is very low. In addition, the technology given by shared technology scrolls is generally not very advanced, but mostly basic technology. But even so, it is still very valuable. Fang Yumeng clicked on the learning button, and everyone immediately possessed the sealed meat technology. This sealed meat block is actually canned meat, made of meat and iron ore. It can be made by hand or on a cooking table. He smiled and said, this technology comes at the right time. The weather is hot right now, and meat cannot be preserved effectively. As long as the heat wave continues for a few days, there will be a serious food shortage. Canned meat has a long shelf life and is a hot commodity in the market. We will definitely make a lot of money by then. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls all showed a look of realization on their faces. Naker clapped her hands happily, and the other 3 also smiled. Fang Yumeng chuckled and said, what a good business opportunity. You have a clear idea. No wonder your base is rated so highly. It looks like we'll have to work hard to make canned meat these days. She has the easiest job. With so many members in the territory, she could just assign anyone with a good cooking level. Luo Yu is also preparing to go back to making canned food and talk about it later. 2 treasure chests yielded 2 silver equipment, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of stockings. No one expected a pair of silver-grade white stockings. Naker, Alice, and Elena had never seen this thing before. The personal characteristic scroll is the miner's characteristic. Everything was here, and everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, I'll give you all the equipment, but just give me the beast's soul core. Well, everyone was slightly stunned, and Alice asked curiously, Luo Yu, don't you like mining? Why don't you choose a miner? Elena also frowned slightly and said, although I can't beat you for the time being, I'm not a woman who needs you to give in. Everyone knows that individuality is the most precious thing. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, I already have the miner's characteristics, and the silver equipment released is not suitable for me. It's not just Yumeng's family anyway, so just leave it at that. Make your choice quickly. Everyone thinks that Luo Yu suffered a loss, but in fact Luo Yu really didn't want anything. Besides, he chose the Beast Soul Core because he wanted to unlock the luxury menagerie building. At that time, a beast taming technology core would be generated, and it would be perfect to embed it in the Lord's bracelet. The result was that Naker chose the dagger, and Alice chose white stockings. This beautiful female elf must look good in stockings, right? What's annoying is that she's still wearing pants. She should be wearing a mini skirt. Send her one later? Luo Yu is looking forward to seeing Alice wearing stockings. The miner's characteristics were given to Elena. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to get rich by mining like Luo Yu. Everyone got what they wanted, and everyone was happy. Chapter 92. Familiar with the route, continuous sweep. At this time, Yoda and the group couldn't help but speak up. Luo Yu, what are you doing? Are you all alive? Why did I get a piece of technology for no reason? Everyone in the room looked at each other and smiled. It is 9 o'clock in the evening, and the temperature has dropped slightly, but still remains at 39 degrees. Luo Yu said, now we can't move normally during the day, and we can only go out a little at night. Do you still have the strength? How about going to Lao Nyo's place? Although I was already sweating profusely, I decided to keep going and try to catch a few more big black fish tonight. Nyo University does not have visitor technology and cannot invite people, but everyone can choose to visit on their own initiative. You choose to visit Nyoda's territory and are waiting for his consent. Soon the other party agreed, and with a flash of light in front of their eyes, they appeared in the Nyo family. Nyoda is a minotaur in the ordinary sense, the kind with a very strong bull head. When he saw the large group of beauties appearing before him, he was dumbfounded. Luo Yu said with a smile, "Lao, I know they are beautiful, but you don't have to write it all on their faces, right?" "Ha ha ha ha! Brother, I'm so glad to see you." Nyota laughed out loud and gave Luo Yu a big hug. "Brother, there's so many beauties in this group. We are so lucky." Fang Yameng and Elena rolled their eyes at the Minotaur. Naker spat softly, and Alice always had a gentle smile on her face. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Okay, it's very hot. Let's hurry up and work." Nyoda's territory was completely bare, with nothing but a stone house, a vegetable garden, and a female member. This female tribal captive was sent by Luo Yu, but she obviously had no memory of Luo Yu. The memory of the previous territory has been cleared. According to the previous distribution, everyone immediately went hunting by the lake. Fortunately, Nyota had some stocks in a mining company and was able to build the watchtower and floating platform. Otherwise, it would have been a bit troublesome. Sure enough, a big black fish appeared in a moment, and Luo Yu once again demonstrated his powerful javelin throwing skills, hitting the target with one shot. The big fish struggled violently in the lake, and everyone followed suit and easily caught the big black fish. Nyota is still quite impressive. This guy may have sold all the resources he obtained to buy attribute values. His physique has reached 50 points, and his strength has also increased a lot. Looking at his sturdy figure, he is a bit like a tank. In fact, this is also an idea. Now the characters can be locked and not counted in the base score, so all the resources can be concentrated on yourself. If the territory score is low, the attack intensity is also low, so it is naturally easier to survive. With Nyoda's current strength, I'm afraid that less than 10 natives would not be his match. After a while, everyone gathered on the shore to divide the things. It seems that the strength of Big Black Fish's shipments is also related to the rating of the territory. Nyoda's territory gives much less. Except for the must-have B-Soul core, he doesn't even give a single martial arts book. Not to mention shared technology and feature scrolls. There isn't even a thing. This is too poor. The only acceptable thing was that they were given 2 crystal stones, which could be used to upgrade the animal taming farm. Luo Yu and Fang Yameng were animal tamers, so they each got 1 crystal stone and the rest were divided randomly. The girls seemed to not want to stay in Nyoda's territory any longer. The environment was really bad, especially the sanitary conditions. They felt like they would get sick if they stayed there for a while longer. Luo Yu asked Nyoda to build the base well and that he could provide support if needed. Then everyone went to Nakor's territory together. At 11 o'clock in the evening, a group of people appeared in Kuer's territory. Kuer's territory looked much more comfortable. The general layout was the same as Fang Yameng's, but there were fewer vegetable fields and orchards and more fish ponds for aquaculture. After all, cats love to eat fish. Still use the old method. Build a watchtower and lure the beast away. Everyone was familiar with the route and killed the big black fish within 10 minutes of its appearance. Unfortunately, there's still no shared technology this time, but a martial arts book called Hidden Blade Sword Technique was given, which seems to be quite suitable for Kuer. The martial arts that this big black fish uses seem to be related to the attribute values of the territory lord. The higher the attribute value, the higher the martial arts that can be used. Everyone gradually understood one thing. The black fish was both a threat and a benefit to the initial development of the territory. It's time to divide the spoils again. Because Luo Yu and Fang Yameng took the most precious crystal stones in Yoda territory, they simply don't want the boxes this time. There were only some silver equipment, a cooking table design, and a chef characteristic scroll, which Luo Yu already had, and finally distributed them to Alice. After everything was done, it was already past 1 in the morning. Luo Yu didn't feel very tired, but the girls could no longer hold on. After all, they had been working and fighting continuously for 5 or 6 hours in high temperatures. Even if they had some physical strength, they could not bear it. She was sweating profusely, and Luo, you could see some cute outlines. I vaguely saw. Taking his eyes away from Alice, Luo Yu coughed and said, "That's it for tonight. Everyone go back and have a good rest. We'll gather at 7 p.m. tomorrow night." The girls all nodded. Although they looked tired, there was excitement in their eyes. It was an exhausting night, but the gains were also very obvious. Almost everyone had a piece of silver equipment and had unlocked technology. Fang Yameng, Naker, and Nyoda also earned their own B-Soul cores and a large amount of silver respectively. It's really a huge profit. That's it, let's disband. Everyone, have a good rest and avoid the heat during the day. After hearing Luo Yu's words, everyone nodded to show that they understood, then said goodbye to each other and went home. Indeed, everyone is tired. The world was spinning before his eyes again, and Luo Yu returned to his territory. It was quiet now, and everyone had fallen asleep. After checking the condition of the animals and finding that none of them had heat stroke, Luo Yu was satisfied and quickly walked towards the bathroom. After taking off his clothes and pants and soaking comfortably in the warm bath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with their territories, the environment at home is really comfortable. The luxurious bath can quickly relieve fatigue, and Luo Yu feels relaxed all over. But after taking off his clothes and pants, the insulating effect disappeared and he felt hot. It is very comfortable to wear clothes and pants, but it will be hot if you take them off. The world of Tiandao is really a magical place. I checked the world and regional channels and saw that some people are still complaining and many are suffering from heat stroke. If those who suffer from heat stroke don't find an effective way to cool down and don't have any physical fitness in the early stages, it will be difficult for them to survive the heat wave. Chapter 93. The temperature soars and the entertainment room is built. Although the girls in my group look delicate and pretty, they all have strong physiques, some with 20 points and some with more than 30 points, so they can fight in the high temperature at night. If his physical condition was less than 10 points at the beginning, he would have died long ago. With a slight sigh, Luo Yu summarized his gains for the night: a beast soul core, a crystal stone, and a canned meat technology. The market price of the beast soul core is 50,000, and the crystal stone is 80,000. Canned meat technology can be said to be a money-making technology at this stage, and its value is immeasurable. Huge profit. If you want to develop quickly, defeating bosses is the fastest way. When Luo Yu returned to the room, he found that Xiaodai was not there. He checked her status and found that she was sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature in the villa is around 30 degrees at night. She must be feeling uncomfortable. Luo Yu held Xiao Kong in his arms, thinking to himself that he would have to make temperature-insulating equipment for Xiaodai tomorrow. Thinking of this, he slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Luo Yu got up refreshed. Tip: you get a buff when you sleep. Efficient sleep. Sleep efficiency increased by 50. Thanks to the old workhorse buff, plus the fatigue-relieving effect of the big bed and luxurious bath, Luo Yu is still full of energy after sleeping for 4 hours. When I finished washing up, the sun had already risen. I looked at the temperature. It was 41 degrees early in the morning, and the temperature indoors was 37 degrees. How could I survive? The more Luo Yu washed, the more he sweated. Then he remembered that he was not wearing a jacket and pants, which had no heat insulation effect. He quickly put them on, and his whole body was warm. At this moment, Xiao Kong got up in a daze to wash. Her hair has a heat-isolating effect. She had her hair cut a few days ago, but because of the hair growth progress, her hair is longer than her shoulders again. While she was confused, Luo Yu took out a pair of scissors and skillfully cut her hair into a short style. You get 58 pieces of hair of the beast girl. Woohoo! Xiao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's arm affectionately with her short hair. She also felt that short hair was cool. Well, that must be it. The hair of 58 units of beast girls is enough. Now, there's no need to make clothes with all the beast girls' hair. Just a little bit of heat-insulating effect will be enough. He went to the basement and operated the sewing machine, reciting to himself, 100 times critical hit trigger. There was a flash of light at the delivery port, and a piece of underwear that fit Xiaodia's size appeared. Silver-level women's underwear. Clothing comfort is increased. The highest comfortable temperature is plus 10 degrees. The lowest comfortable temperature is minus 10 degrees, and the shaping effect is increased. There was no gold in this critical hit, but it was enough. After a while, Luo Yu woke up Xiaodai, who was sleeping on the floor in the warehouse. Looking at her dazed look, he said seriously, "Xiaodai, take off your clothes." What? Speaking of this, Xiaodai was no longer sleepy. She instinctively hugged her chest and said with a red face, "Master, please don't do it here, at least in the room." "What are you thinking? I asked you to put on this underwear." Xiaodai was stunned for a moment before she realized that her master had made thermal insulation underwear for her. She didn't really avoid Luo Yu, since she was used to seeing him while taking a bath. She just turned her back and put on her underwear. The heat insulation effect appeared. 10 degrees. The effect was immediate. Xiaodai exhaled slightly, smiled, and said, "Thank you, master. I feel much more comfortable. You can go back to the big bed tonight." Luo Yu nodded and said with a smile, "There is fat on your belly. Pay attention to exercise." Woo, I know. Xiao Dai blushed a little. She also wondered if she had eaten too much food recently. Getting back to the point, Luo Yu said, "Xiao Dai, since we are not afraid of the heat anymore, you should continue making clothes. I guess it's hot these days, so mini skirts and vests should be selling well. Come on." "Good," Xiao Dai said earnestly. "I will make a lot of beautiful clothes for the master to sell for money." She looks very motivated, so Beast Girls won't have too many negative emotions. They will do whatever you ask them to do and are always full of enthusiasm, which is good. Today's temperature is hotter than yesterday. After Luo Yu finishes his daily morning work, he has breakfast around 8 o'clock. By now, the temperature has reached a terrifying 44 degrees. It's still morning, it's fatal. The animals hid in the warehouse and couldn't move. Luo Yu knew that the temperature would continue to rise, so the entertainment room must be built as soon as possible and the animals could be transferred to the entertainment room. Without the body heat emitted by the animals, the temperature in the warehouse will drop so as not to threaten the safety of the ice cellar. In the morning, Xiao Kong and I went to the mine to mine. A large number of stones were pulled back by Luo Yu himself. In the afternoon, the number of stone bricks finally reached 10W. That's enough. Standing on an open space not far from the big villa, Luo Yu decided to build the entertainment room here. Advanced entertainment room. Building materials 100,000, wood 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, jade 200. Click on the building page and drag the virtual form of the entertainment room. After confirming, a large amount of materials in the warehouse disappear. A large blue-black 3-story building appears in front of your eyes with flashing lights. The overall size of the building was about the same as a large villa. Luo Yu excitedly pushed open the door and walked in. The first floor was indeed an indoor swimming pool. The floor tiles of the swimming pool were the same tight, defensive tiles as before. The original floor tiles have been transferred, and there is no need to rebuild them. Now the entire first floor only has the swimming pool, which is empty without even a chair. There is no water in the pool, and it needs to be filled with water through the water circulation system. When I went up to the second and third floors, I found that they were just bare houses with nothing in them, and I had to arrange the layout myself. Luo Yu had a plan in mind. He decided to manually make a pool table, chess table on the second floor to exercise his wisdom, and then make some dartboards to practice shooting skills, and then put some bookshelves and so on. There are sandbags on the third floor and some miscellaneous fitness equipment. It is mainly a place for training strength and martial arts. Of course, the ground is still rough now. First, it needs to be polished, and then carpets can be laid. Speaking of which, carpet technology has not been researched yet, so let's take it slow. Now all we have to do is fill the swimming pool with water. Click on the water circulation construction page. The water pipe is easy to build. Just pull a water pipe from the villa. But to keep the swimming pool with running water, there must be a drainage pipe leading out, and this pipe cannot be along the same line as the current pipe. If it is connected to the sewage pipe, it will be discharged directly outside the territory. The water for the swimming pool is still taken from the lake. Luo Yu does not want the water level of the lake to drop too quickly. It definitely won't work if it's connected to a domestic water pipe, as it's dirty. Chapter 94. Clear swimming pool, cool entertainment room. Finally, Luo Yu decided to connect the pipeline back to the lake and build a one-way valve. After figuring out the issues with the water pipes and valves, Luo Yu went outside and started to build them. The direction of the water pipes had to be taken into consideration, as well as the ups and downs and the location of the valves. All of them had to be designed carefully. If there was a problem in one place, the water might not flow. An hour later, the temperature in Luo Yu's area reached 46 degrees. The world channel was in an uproar. The temperature in some areas reached 50 degrees. Some people were already on the verge of heat stroke, especially those races whose body temperature could not be kept constant. Without sufficient physical support, they really could not bear it. The Snow Clan directly chooses to hibernate, digging a deep hole and burying themselves. The temperature underground is still lower, so developing territory is no longer important. Indeed, the heat wave brought a strong impact to the entire Tiandao world from the very beginning. The development of most territories has stagnated, and the situation will only get worse in the future. Humans performed quite well. Although they were not as strong as most races in terms of physical strength, they were not so easy to die because of their constant temperature. Humans also had a wealth of knowledge. For example, a simple cellar. Many races don't understand it and can't even think of digging a cellar to keep warm, but it seems very simple to humans. In addition, evaporative cooling is also an excellent method. Some people have even made simple cooling fans that rely on natural wind to drive water vapor to cool the room. Although there are people who suffer from heat stroke, they behave really well. This has slightly improved the position of mankind among all the races in the world, probably upgraded from a low-class race to a slightly higher-class race. At this moment, Luo Yu stood in front of the swimming pool, looking at the clear water flowing into the swimming pool quickly from the 4 outlets, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it done. The swimming pool in the high-end entertainment room is actually not that big, far less than that in the deluxe or luxury entertainment rooms. The water fills up quickly, and there is an outlet at the critical point of the water level control, so there is no need to worry about the water overflowing. The pressure at the water inlet is directly supplied by the wind-powered water pump in the small lake. As long as the water pump is working, water will be continuously injected into the swimming pool and then discharged back to the small lake through the outlet. It is a good water circulation system. Although it has not been disinfected, this living water is much cleaner than the water in most swimming pools on Earth. Sure enough, just as the description said, through the special structure of the high-end entertainment room, the swimming pool is similar to a large evaporative cooling pool, which has a certain cooling effect. I checked the temperature in the entertainment room, 27 degrees Celsius. You know, the temperature outside is now 46 degrees Celsius. The effect is very good. Luo Yu felt the water temperature and found it was in a comfortable range, so he directly called all the animals to come to the entertainment room to make their nest. The insects don't like water, so they stay on the second floor for the time being. Animals like the wolf king, Adai, the big bull, and the cow jumped directly into the swimming pool and swam comfortably in it. Among them, the big bull is the best at swimming and is a great diver. Why didn't we discover its potential before? Could it be a buffalo? Xiao Dai and the other two also ran over, put on their underwear and panties, and jumped into the swimming pool to play in the water. Unfortunately, there were no swimsuits prepared for them. Xiao Jin is a tiger, and her favorite thing is to stay in the water. I guess she spends most of her time soaking in the water except for cutting stones and sleeping. Luo Yu himself did not go into the water, as he felt embarrassed without swimming trunks. He estimated that during a heat wave, many races would choose to soak in water to resist the heat, so there should be a large market for swimsuits and swimming trunks, so he would get involved. I looked at the base score, and this wave directly reached 10,000 points. It was exactly 10,000, and the premium entertainment room directly gave it a score of 1,200. Tip: you're the first lord in this area to reach a score of 10,000, and you will receive an additional reward, 1 random scroll. Oh, there is such a benefit. Luo Yu's eyes flashed with light, and a scroll appeared. When he clicked it, the prompt appeared again. You get the design of the Drug Production Station 1. Drug Production Station can produce simple medical kits and other primary drugs, requires sterile materials 5,000, silver 50,000, gold 200. Huh? Where's sterile materials? Curiosity showed in his eyes, and after flipping through it carefully, he gained a preliminary understanding of this thing. Sterile materials are made up of silver and a certain basic material. For example, silver and stone bricks are made into sterile stone bricks, and silver plus iron are made into sterile iron blocks. This is something that greatly improves the hygiene value and slightly improves the quality. It is generally used to build medical rooms, sterile beds, sterile floors, etc., to increase the efficiency of disease recovery and surgical success. To make sterile materials, you have to unlock sterile technology first. The materials for unlocking sterile technology are easy to obtain, except for a bottle of purified water, which you will not consider for now. After Luo Yu put away the scroll, he looked at the happy animals in the swimming pool with a faint smile in his eyes. The swimming pool is full of living water, so you don't have to worry about the water getting dirty or anything. Just let them play happily and then work hard after the heat wave is over. He came to the warehouse, where the temperature had dropped below 28 degrees because the animals had left. The ice cellar was no longer a threat for the time being, so he took out some wolf meat and seafood from the ice cellar, put them into his storage bracelet, and went directly to the kitchen. Sealed meat can, basic meat 10, vegetables 5, iron or 2, primary nutritional value, shelf life of 1 year, food poisoning probability 20, attribute point acquisition rate 0. Sealed meat cans decay faster -300. Canned meat is a good thing. Although its nutritional value is as high as that of simple dishes, look at its shelf life and how quickly it spoils. This is simply the perfect answer to summer food storage. Luo Yu has every reason to believe that canned meat will sell very well. Get it done. He directly clicked on the cooking station page, put in the ingredients, and started cooking. Luo Yu's cooking level is now LV4. It takes 30 minutes to make a can of canned meat on the cooking table, but he has diamond clothes that increase the global working speed by 100, so it only takes 15 minutes. Coupled with the chef's characteristics, the cooking speed is increased by 100 and only takes 7.5 minutes to make a portion. Coincidentally, Luo Yu got an action frenzy buff while taking a bath or sleeping, and his work speed was increased by 50 within 3 days. The kitchen sink and cleaning table also have a slight cooking speed boosting effect. Chapter 95: The Cursed Vegetable Garden. It takes less than 4 minutes to make a canned meat. He moved a stool and started working directly. Soon the first can of meat came out. Now he didn't have to worry too much about food poisoning. He tasted it himself and found it was good. It's the chef's characteristics, after all. Only by increasing the palatability and good taste can we retain repeat customers. Luo Yu laughed and continued to operate. Luo Yu was still making canned meat until dinner time, and he made 105 cans of meat in one go. This continuous operation has already brought my cooking skills to level 5. Don't rush to sell now. Wait until the heat wave lasts another day or two and everyone's food has spoiled and rotted before selling it. That way you can make more money. At the dinner table, Luo Yu was chatting with the 3 little cuties while paying attention to the world channel and regional channels. Today's average temperature has reached 47 degrees, which is already a lethal temperature. The entire Tiandao world is filled with grief. Some people have discovered clues. It won't rain during heat wave, and the ground is cracked after being exposed to the sun for a long time. Drought is coming soon. This means that crops will not be able to withstand it. Summer is the best season for crops to grow. Without the wild growth in summer, there will be no harvest in autumn. Once there is drought in the summer and the temperature drops in the autumn with little harvest, the winter will be very difficult. Everyone has realized the importance of storing food and started to prepare for a rainy day. Luo Yu keenly realized that someone was trying to stir up trouble in the world and deliberately drive up food prices. Although the food crisis is a fact, the most important thing at the moment is to spend money on how to reduce the temperature, rather than thinking so far ahead. Even if there is a food crisis, it will happen in winter. There will be all kinds of events in the world of heaven. Maybe there will be some animal migration and so on. You can just hunt and they will be yours. There's always a way out. Maybe someone is setting the pace, or maybe it's a chain reaction caused by the heat wave. Luo Yu didn't care, and he felt that this rhythm was comfortable and laid the foundation for selling canned meat. Elena invites you to visit her territory. Do you agree? The gathering time had arrived, and after giving some instructions to Luo Yu and Xiao Jin, they headed directly to Elena's territory. His eyes went dark and then bright, and he appeared in an unfamiliar place. Fang Yameng and the others had arrived. After Luo Yu greeted them, they looked at Elena's territory together. The ordinary floor tiles, walls, and other things are similar to Fang Yameng's. The difference is that Elena lives in a tree house. There's a big tree in the center of her territory, and the house is on the tree. This tree was not planted but built. It is an integral part of the tree house, just like a villa. Just click on the construction page. As the group walked towards the lake, Fang Yameng looked at the dry and cracked ground and sighed. It's so hot, and the drought has started again. I don't know how many people will. Alas, Alice lowered her head and prayed softly. May the goddess of light bless every living being. Luo Yu's eyes fell on the vegetable field planted by Elena. The vegetable field also showed signs of drought, and the color of one piece of land seemed to be different. Elena, this black land seems quite special. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Elena explained, this is cursed black soil. Crops cannot be grown on it. Plants growing on black soil will mutate. My beast-attracting grass is a mutated one. Oh, Luo Yu became interested and walked to the cursed black soil with everyone. Looking at the row of black grass planted on it, he asked curiously, why does it look like poison? It's just poisonous weeds. Elena said helplessly, this is called heartbreak grass. I don't know what it mutated from, but according to the description, it is very poisonous. Visitors could not see the detailed information, so Luo Yu asked curiously, send me the information. Elena sent the instructions to everyone. Heartbroken grass. It is extremely toxic and can be made into poison, venom, and poison pills. One herb can instantly kill a creature with a physical fitness below 30. My goodness, it's extremely poisonous. Luo Yu smiled and said, this thing is very useful for dealing with attacks if used properly. Can you give me one of these little things? I'll take it back and plant it. Elena nodded and said, if you need one, dig one each. Be careful not to get poisoned. There were 30 or 40 plants of Gelsemium elegans here. Luo Yu took out his Tiandao knife and carefully dug out a few of them. He wrapped them in cloth and handed them to Fang Yameng, Nakoer, and Alice. I thought Alice wouldn't want this thing, but unexpectedly, she accepted it with pleasure. Alice is kind, but not pedantic. She uses bows and arrows to defend against attacks, and she also uses poisonous weeds to defend against attacks. She is not evil. She is just a tool. As they were talking, a woman's scream suddenly came from inside the wall. Everyone was startled. Elena sighed helplessly and said, one of the 2 members we recruited before accidentally ate the spirit leaf from the black soil and became addicted. Now that she has eaten all the spirit leaves, she sometimes becomes mentally unstable. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this. The spirit leaf is one of the medicinal herbs in the heavenly Tao world. It is used in combination with other medicines to relieve pain. If taken alone, it will be addictive. Fang Yameng said, I've read the instructions. Spiritual leaves can be used to stop taking them. Let's find a way to help her get through the withdrawal period. How to spend the day? Elena said helplessly, it's useless for me to tie her up. When she gets angry, she runs around and smashes things. But she'll be fine after venting for a while. Drugs are very harmful. Everyone was frowning for a moment and looked at Luo Yu instinctively. When encountering difficulties, it has become a habit for the small group to ask Luo Yu for solutions. Luo Yu looked at the screaming woman climbing up the wall in the distance and said seriously, it's actually quite simple. Just cut off her legs and she won't run around. Keep it in bed for now. Once the withdrawal reaction is over, you can get a wooden leg or a crutch. Once you unlock the advanced medical repair surgery, you could try to regenerate the broken limb. Cut off the legs. The girls all stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes. Although it sounded logical, they still felt something was wrong. Luo Yu pointed at the spirit leaf seedlings and said with a smile, Elena, do you mind if I get some spirit leaf seeds as well? Elena didn't hesitate and nodded. Dig it yourself. Speaking of which, Luo Yu, if I cut off her legs, won't she die from excessive blood loss? Luo Yu dug up a few seeds of spirit leaves and said, herbs can stop bleeding, but it's hot now and the wound will rot easily. Wait until the weather cools down before you do it. Good. Elena nodded and wanted to discuss medical issues with Luo Yu again, but Fang Yameng hurriedly said, stop. Chapter 96. I will punish you on behalf of black fish. Let's not discuss this anymore. I feel a chill down my spine, even on this hot day. We're at the lake. Let's get started. After hearing Fang Yameng's words, everyone turned their eyes to the lake. The hunt begins. 15 minutes later, looking at the big black fish corpse and a pile of messy boxes in front of them, Luo Yu and others showed excitement in their eyes. Your team killed the lake monster and triggered the burst reward with a 1 chance. Obtain silver 100,000. Obtain Beast Soul Core 4. Obtain Moon Chasing Arrow Technique 1, silver level martial arts. Psychic Storm Orb 1, silver level item. Team Technology Shared Scroll 2. Silver level equipment treasure chest 4. Personal characteristic scroll 2. This time was a huge hit. Gave a lot of things. Just as everyone was excited, the small lake in front of them suddenly surged, and then a prompt appeared. Warning, because your team has been hunting monsters in the lake continuously, it has aroused the anger of the Blue Crab King, and it will attack you on behalf of the Black Fish Ghost. Boom! A huge green crab suddenly emerged from the lake. It was as big as 2 rooms, and its terrifying claws looked extremely powerful. Blue Crab King, gold level, intermediate intelligent creature, hostile target. The huge Blue Crab King jumped directly onto the shore and rushed towards Luo Yu and others quickly. A gold-level boss suddenly appears and is going to kill you. The girls all gasped, and Luo Yu suddenly reacted and shouted, Quick, Elena, put away the things, let's retreat. Elena and the others were startled and quickly retreated. Alice drew her bow and arrow while retreating. Bang, bang, 2 arrows were shot out, aiming directly at the eyes of the Blue Crab King. Ding, ding. With 2 crisp sounds, the Blue Crab King's eyeballs retracted into the shell, and the arrow hit the shell without even a white dot left. Such high defense. Everyone's heart sank. Luo Yu shouted. Alice and Elena, spread out, occupy the high ground and shoot its eyes to hinder its movement. Yamun and Kuer, follow me. Under Luo Yu's command, the two elf girls quickly dispersed. Elena jumped onto the wall, and Alice jumped onto a small tree. They shot arrows at high speed, aiming only at the eyes. The Blue Crab King was able to retract his eyes, but his movements were still hindered. Luo Yu knew that Elena's territory did not have any powerful automatic weapons, so the team could only rely on themselves to kill the boss. He whispered, "You Ming and I will attract its attention head-on. You go behind the Blue Crab King and wait for the right moment to attack. Remember, don't attack its hard shell, attack its joints. Eating crabs frequently has given me experience that the joints are the weak points." Good. Naker took advantage of the Blue Crab King, shrinking its eyes, and nimbly went around its back. Luo Yu looked at Fang Yameng and said, "You take over the battle for me. I'll go first." Without waiting for Fang Yameng to answer, he rushed forward with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Try its outer armor with the Tiangong knife first. At this moment, the Blue Crab King suddenly sprayed out a stream of water. This boss can actually attack from a distance. Luo Yu, be careful. Fang Yameng screamed in shock, but at this moment, a circle of purple barriers suddenly appeared around Luo Yu, and the water column hit the barrier and was directly bounced away. Then, the purple barrier disappeared. The purple light barrier resists external attacks, remaining times 2. Regardless of the hint, Luo Yu's Tiangong knife chopped hard on the joint of the Blue Crab King's claws. With a crisp sound, the Tiangong knife cut a notch in the joint of the claws, revealing the white crab meat inside, but this did not cause much damage. The Blue Crab King was so angry that he clamped it with his pincers. Luo Yu was very agile and easily dodged the attack. He then used his Kuangfeng sword technique and slashed directly at the joints of the iron clamp. In an instant, the heavy sword lights actually suppressed the Blue Crab King. The friends looked at Luo Yu in shock. What a fast knife! What a strong man! Although it was suppressive, Luo Yu knew very well in his heart that the Tiangong sword could not actually penetrate armor. The Blue Crab King's attack methods may not be that great. Its pincers are swung slowly, and the power of the water column it sprays is just SOSO, but its defense is off the charts. My trump card, the Yang twin swords, is only of gold grade. They can break through defenses, but will definitely be damaged. Gold grade weapons require a huge amount of gold to repair. It's a huge loss. Even when we fight a boss, we have to be economical. Drink. Naker rushed forward and slashed the Blue Crab King's legs with her double silver swords, which were directly bounced back. She hasn't grown up as an assassin yet, and now she is only fit to give the boss a scratch. No, it's not even scraping, it's just scrubbing. After Luo Yu dodged the Blue Crab King's iron pincer attack, he shouted, "We can't fight head-on, retreat." After saying that, he turned around, grabbed Fang Yameng, and ran away. This running made the Blue Crab King a little confused. He waved his pincers and didn't know who to chase for a while. Luo Yu pulled Fang Yameng back and shouted loudly, "Elena, get some wood. Let's burn this crab to death." Good. There are two members in Elena's territory. One is going crazy, but the other is normal. After receiving the instructions, she immediately ran out of the wall with a pile of wood and started to make a fire in a panic. At this moment, the Blue Crab King seemed to have found the target and rushed directly towards Elena. Coming at me. Elena nimbly began to move in another direction, but the Blue Crab King was relentless and kept chasing her. Luo Yu thought that the Blue Crab King was very smart and would go in that direction to put out the fire, but he ignored the female member who started the fire and just chased after Elena. Is it possible that its primary target is the local lord? No. If that's the case, we should have chased after him from the beginning. After Luo Yu thought quickly, he suddenly thought of something. Beast attracting grass. It must have been attracted by the animal attracting grass on Elena. He let go of Fang Yuming's little hand, ran to the vegetable garden, and shouted, "Elena, hold on for a while. Alice, cover me. I have a way to deal with this boss." Elena nodded carefully upon hearing this, without saying a word, and relied on her agility to keep a safe distance. Of course, Alice's bow and arrows poking the eyes from time to time are also the key to being able to fly a kite. In the vegetable garden, Luo Yu wrapped his palms with cloth and started digging the heartbreak grass. Fang Yameng, who was chasing behind them, seemed to understand what was going on and took out a handkerchief to help dig. The two of them soon dug out 10 plants of heartbreak grass. Yumeng, give them all to me. Chapter 97. Huge Profits, Thermal Energy Technology Unlocked. Fan Yuming's pretty face was covered with beads of sweat. She carefully handed the heartbreak grass to Luo Yu and said with concern, "Be careful. Rest assured." Luo Yu smiled slightly, then ran towards the body of the big black fish by the lake. I thought I was going to stuff it directly into the boss mouth. You have a pretty good brain." Fan Yuming immediately understood Luo Yu's thoughts, with a faint smile in her eyes. Running to the big black fish, Luo Yu didn't care about anything and stuffed 10 stalks of heartbreak grass into the blackfish's mouth. He knew that crabs were very resistant to the poison from eating rotten meat, so in order to avoid not being killed by the poison, he silently said something in his mind. "You use the herb naphthalium on the corpse, and it is taking effect. 100x critical hit triggered, the toxicity of heartbreak grass increases 100 times. In just a few seconds, the huge body of the black fish became even darker, but because it was already very black, you couldn't see it unless you looked carefully. In fact, it has turned black and purple, and is highly poisonous." After doing all this, Luo Yu quickly ran to Elena and shouted, "Give me the beast-attracting grass. I know what to do. Watch me." Elena was a stubborn girl. She rushed to the body of the big black fish and accurately threw the animal-attracting grass into the black fish's mouth. The blue crab king chased after it madly and was attracted by the animal-attracting grass. He immediately reached into the big black fish's mouth with his big claws and ate it. The animal-attracting grass and a large amount of poisonous meat were eaten. The blue crab king's body stiffened, his eyes widened, and the next moment he fell to the ground and didn't move. Everyone received a prompt at the same time. Your team killed the blue crab king. Bang! A scroll fell out from the body of the blue crab king, and it was shipped again. Everyone looked at each other and walked to the front of the blue crab king. Fan Yumeng looked at the body of the blue crab king, which had begun to turn black, and whispered, "This heartbroken grass is so poisonous. Naker, it's terrible. He was poisoned to death in an instant. I didn't expect that." The girls all seemed to be a little frightened, while Luo Yu picked up the scroll and said with a smile, "Perhaps there is always someone who can defeat someone else. The bodies of the big black fish and the blue crab king must be dealt with as soon as possible. The meat is poisonous and it is better to burn it." The girls nodded and took the torches. Soon, the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. It would take a lot of time to burn such a huge corpse into ashes, so they just had to burn it slowly. A moment later, everyone gathered within the walls of Elena's territory and began distributing supplies. The big black fish produced a lot of goods, but the blue crab king only produced one scroll. Luo Yu opened the scroll and saw, "Unlocking Scroll of Thermal Energy Supply Technology, Shared." This turned out to be a shared technology scroll, and it was of the energy type. Unlocking energy-related technologies costs a huge amount of money. Just look at the Lightning Collection box, and you will know that the gold is calculated in tens of thousands of units. Luo Yu chose to use it on the spot, and everyone received a prompt at the same time. Thermal Energy Supply Technology Unlocked. Wow! Naker cheered, and Fan Yumeng and the others' eyes were filled with excitement. After a quick look at the technology tree, the first building that can be built is the Thermal Energy Collection Panel, which can collect heat and convert it into energy and can be used to generate kinetic energy instead of burning wood. This product has a wide range of uses and can be said to be a necessity in life. The cooking tables, forging tables, sewing tables, hot water tanks in the bathroom, etc. in the base all require wood to work. Now with this technology, we can save a lot of wood. Thermal energy collection panels can be laid on the roof like solar energy, or they can be placed on ground. Anyway, they can be laid anywhere where there is thermal energy. There are many ways to collect thermal energy, but the efficiency is different. Of course, the construction cost is a bit expensive. Naker chuckled and said, "Don't we have to burn a lot of bodies after we deal with the attack? Build an incinerator, and then lay the heat collection plates inside, and the heat will roll in." Everyone nodded. This way the corpse could also make use of its remaining energy. This was a good suggestion. As for morality, everyone may have some respect for people of the same race or fellow trial takers, but there is no such thing as morality or immorality towards these natives who come to attack. They just do whatever is profitable. Forget about other ethics and morals. Although the Blue Crab King only gave one thing, it was a scroll that unlocked advanced technology. It was truly 1 against 10, no, 1 against 20. The next step is to distribute the things produced by the big black fish. A lot of stuff was dropped, and the final distribution plan was Elena took 50,000 silvers, and the remaining 50,000 was divided among Luo Yu, Fong Yumeng, Alice, Naker, and Yoda, 10,000 each. Although Yoda didn't come, Luo Yu suggested that he still give him a share. Needless to say, Yoda expressed his gratitude repeatedly in the group. There were 4 beast soul cores. Since Luo Yu had already received one before, and he also wanted something else, he gave one to each of the 4 girls. The beast soul core is now quite expensive in the market, starting at 50,000. The moon-chasing arrow technique naturally belonged to Elena. As compensation for the beast soul core, the Mind Storm Orb was given to Luo Yu. Psychic Storm Orb. After use, it emits a Psychic Storm aura, which can drive all neutral creatures and hostile units near the territory crazy and then attack the territory. This is a type of raid summoner technology, an item that attracts raids indiscriminately. Luo Yu plans to do it when he has time and make a fortune. The 2 team technology scrolls were naturally used directly. You unlock technology, carpet laying. You unlock technology, wall construction. The 2 newly unlocked technologies made everyone smile. Luo Yu had wanted to lay carpet before, and now it was unlocked directly. Then city wall construction is also a very practical technology. Although it is also classified as low-level technology, the prerequisite for unlocking it is to build a high-level wall of more than 1,000 meters. Now you can skip the advanced wall step and try to build a city wall. This involves expanding the area of the base, which is a major project, so let's put it aside for now. Finally, there are 4 silver treasure chests and 2 feature scrolls, 1 for each person. Luo Yu asked for a characteristic scroll, and after using it, he found out that it was actually a characteristic upgrade scroll below LV3. No need to say, it is directly used in the chef feature. Your chef characteristics are upgraded to 3 stars. 3-star chef feature. Cooking speed increased by 150. The longer Luo Yu lived in the Tiandao world, the more he understood the importance of efficiency. Time is money. Anyway, before I knew it, I had become a cook. I am really multi-talented. Chapter 98. Keep up the good work and solve all the problems. The things that came out of the boss battle this time really made everyone make a lot of money. Although the girls were sweating profusely at this moment, their faces were slightly flushed with happiness and excitement. These beauties in front of me are really quite attractive, Air suggested. It's 10 o'clock in the evening now, why don't we continue our efforts? Everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked at the current temperature, 40 degrees. He groaned. Tomorrow's temperature should be even higher, so let's solve it as soon as possible. Let's go, let's keep going. Everyone nodded excitedly, and a moment later, the group appeared in Alice's territory. The overall layout of Alice's territory is similar to Elena's, but unlike Elena's territory, which has a slightly dark style, this place gives people a warm feeling. Alice is a very rare light elf among the elves. Now that he no longer had the beast-attracting grass, Luo Yu took out the milk tablets made from special milk and followed the same routine as before. Everyone was worried about whether the milk tablets would work, but it turned out that Luo Yu had never let them down. The big black fish was attracted by the milk tablets and swam over quickly. Following the previous routine, everyone quickly caught the big black fish. There was no big explosion this time, and the things that came out were similar to those in Fong Yumeng's territory. Just as everyone was preparing to distribute supplies, another reminder came. Because of the attraction of the special milk, and the fact that the team has continuously obtained a large number of item rewards, it has attracted the attention of a group of greedy badgers nearby, and they are about to attack the territory. Number of badgers, 62. Everyone who saw the prompt was slightly stunned, and then a large group of ground badgers the size of local dogs appeared in the east of the territory. Everyone climbed up the wall and looked at the ground badger running towards them. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, seeing the ground badger's claws, this thing should have strong digging ability. We can tame them and use them to dig moats or mine. We should try to capture them alive. Fong Yumeng asked curiously, what are you going to do? Luo Yu pointed at the gate of the wall and said, open the gate a little, knock out anyone that comes in, and that's it. With so many of us here, we are not afraid that the ground badgers will be able to cause trouble. The girls nodded one after another, and after going down the wall, they opened a gap in the gate. Sure enough, the ground badger immediately ran towards the gap. The first strong ground badger rushed into the gap, but was hit on the head by the wooden stick in Luo Yu's hand and fainted on the spot. Kuer and Fong Yumeng hurriedly threw the unconscious ground badger aside. The next moment, another ground badger rushed in, but this time it was knocked to the ground by Elena with a stick. These ground badgers had no idea of fear, and one rushed in head first. Unfortunately, its stubbornness was useless, and it was hit by 7 or 8 sticks within a second and fainted on the spot. These ground badgers look strong, and their fighting power is about the same as that of blue wolves, but they're the whole team of people here, and they're just here to deliver. 10 minutes later, all 62 ground badgers were knocked unconscious. Luo Yu and Fang Yameng, the animal trainers in the small group, began to tame them one by one, while Elena and the other 3 distributed the rewards that the big black fish dropped. This time, Luo Yu was given a silver-level treasure chest, and when he opened it, he found a pair of shoes. Silver flat shoes. Increased movement speed, increased comfort, reduced foot diseases, reduced knee wear rate. Not bad, more agile, and the size is automatically adjusted after putting it on. This time I have decent equipment from head to toe, and it's comfortable. 2 hours later, all the ground badgers were tamed, and Luo Yu's taming level reached LV8. With his own hands, the output of animals could be increased significantly. There were 62 ground badgers. Luo Yu, Fang Yameng, Elena, Alice, and Neko each received 12, and the remaining 2 were given to Nyoda. Earth Badger, Intermediate Intelligence, Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 15, Special Abilities, Digging, and Mining. The little thing looks ugly, but has good attributes. It seems to be quite heat-resistant to be able to attack on such a hot day. Good. Now the bugs can't move much due to the heat wave, and the quarry is empty, which is a perfect time for these little creatures to go up and dig. 15 points of agility is much higher than that of bugs, and it is not easy to be hit by stones falling from above. In this way, the big black fish in the territories of the small group have been dealt with, and everyone has obtained a large amount of silver and miscellaneous wealth. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a bloody profit. Finally, everyone clarified the plan and reached a consensus on cooling the entertainment room. It would be best to implement it immediately to avoid heat stroke. It's too hot. It was very late at this time, and everyone said goodbye and went home. Before leaving, they agreed to help each other, and if one side was in trouble, all sides would support it. It was already past 2 in the morning when he returned home. Luo Yu settled the 12 ground badgers and went to the bathroom to take a nice bath. The luxurious bathroom is great. All your fatigue will be gone after taking a bath. Reminder, your agility increases by +1 when you take a bath. When I returned to the room, Shao Kong and Shao Jin were already asleep, while Shao Dai was sleeping in the entertainment room. Luo Yu yawned while holding Shao Kong and slowly fell asleep. He was awakened by the heat in the early morning. While I looked at the temperature, it was already 45 degrees at 6 in the morning. How could we survive this? He quickly put on his clothes and pants and felt a little more comfortable after the heat insulation took effect. While washing up, Luo Yu was thinking about his next course of action. Now that there is an advanced entertainment room, the base score has skyrocketed. According to the previous plan, defense facilities should be built to buffer the threat brought by this part of the score, but the raw materials, such as stones for construction, are not enough. We have to wait for the badgers to dig. It would also be best to purchase a batch of wood and keep it for use as a spare arrow tower. Also, Luo Yu had made up his mind and planned to let the insects move when it was a little cooler at night. He felt really uncomfortable watching a bunch of bugs crawling around in the entertainment room, eating for free and doing nothing. Having said that, the biggest threat right now is the heat wave. Although the entertainment room has been built and people and animals are no longer threatened by the temperature, some crops cannot withstand it. Luo Yu walked onto the balcony and looked at his own vegetable garden. The air seemed a little distorted under the heat wave, and some of the leaves of the vegetables in the garden had turned yellow. Even though Shao Kong often waters the plants under the scorching sun, the water evaporates too quickly, and he can't water them every 10 minutes. If there is a problem, it must be solved. Luo Yu flipped through the buildings under the water circulation technology tree. When he saw the automatic irrigation device, a smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 99 Automatic Irrigator, a long-awaited rain. Automatic irrigation device. It can automatically detect the moisture content of the land. When a moisture content is lower than 30, it will automatically irrigate the area and improve the fertility of the land. Iron ore 500, silver 500, Beast Soul Core 1. Automatic coverage, 200 square meters. Many items with the word automatic can be constructed with the Beast Soul Core. This thing has a wide range of uses. The range of 200 square meters is not bad, and it can save a lot of irrigation time in Shao Kong, which is equivalent to saving valuable labor costs. It's decided to be you. The vegetable garden covers an area of 2,000 square meters, but the current effective planting area is only 800 square meters, and the rest of the land is empty. For beast soul cores are required. Luo Yu already has one in his hand now, and he just needs to buy the other 3. After checking the warehouse, I found that the base currently has 455,000 silver, which is still a lot of money. I clicked on the auction house because many people have realized this recently. If you want to withstand the heat wave, water is the key. Everyone is teaming up to kill the boss to unlock the ownership of the small lake. There are also many beast soul cores for sale, and the average price at the auction house is 50,000 silver per core. Luo Yu simply bought 3 of them. The 150,000 yuan was gone. A flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and 3 cores appeared. Wearing a bamboo hat, Luo Yu started building without even having breakfast. He first built 4 automatic irrigators, which looked like enlarged versions of sprinkler heads, but they were engraved with animal soul patterns. They looked pretty nice and were obviously high-end products. Click to place, and 4 irrigators will be installed in various places in the vegetable garden to ensure that all crops can be effectively irrigated. The next step is to lay pipes. The irrigation device can pump water automatically, but it needs water storage equipment. It cannot pump water directly from the lake, but has to pump water from a water tank. This is a pre-architectural concept. Luo Yu directly connected a pipe to the water tower. After the water was flowing, the automatic irrigation mechanism was immediately triggered. 4 irrigation devices began to spray water, and the water splashed 4 or 5 meters high, evenly irrigating every piece of land within the range. The originally dry land immediately became moist. This is what is called a long drought followed by downpour. Luo Yu vaguely saw a rainbow appearing in the water, which was very beautiful. A smile appeared on his face. Although it cost him a lot of money, he managed to save the vegetable field. He also sighed slightly in his heart. If he had not bought the extremely expensive water circulation technology map for 200,000 yuan without hesitation, he didn't know how much he would have lost in the face of this heat wave. Moreover, many people in the world are buying this design drawing now, and some are even offering 300,000 yuan. It would be a miracle if you can get it. Luo Yu felt that this design drawing was worth at least 500,000 yuan in the current environment. Tip: your vegetable garden score has greatly increased, and it has been blessed by a mysterious power. The growth rate of all crops in your territory is increased by 200, which lasts for 15 days. Wow, another growth speed buff. I got one before, and this one is double. Luo Yu looked at the growth progress of the crops. With the increase in soil fertility, the overall growth rate reached a terrifying 329, 3.3 times. Generally speaking, the growth rate of ordinary crops is 5 per day under sufficient sunlight, and that of medicinal herbs is 1. Now Luo Yu's family's vegetables grow 16.5 every day and can mature in 6 days. This speed is outrageous. The crops in front of us are almost mature and can be harvested the day after tomorrow. Luo Yu was in a good mood. This money was worth it. By the way, the prompt just now was about the vegetable garden score, right? Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the panel. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 12,000 points. Health value: upper limit 98, current 83. Entertainment value: 80. Strength: 102. Physical fitness: 102. Agility: 101. The changes in the panel are still very big. The entertainment value was originally only 30 points, and 10 points were added after Xiaodai evolved. The pier and the pavilion in the middle of the lake added a total of 10 points, and the advanced entertainment room added 30 points. An entertainment value of 80 points has reached the threshold for obtaining attributes. As for what buff you can get, it depends on luck. Speaking of which, the base's hygiene score has dropped again. There's no way around it. The animals have all left the zoo and made their nests in the recreation room. If Xiaodai hadn't cleaned the recreation room before going to bed every day, the score would have been even lower. These are all details. The key point is that the base score has reached 12,000. Without strengthening his defenses, Luo Yu always felt uneasy. There should be no attacks during the heat wave, so hurry up and make money, build arrow towers, and make crossbows. The more the better. Luo Yu sent 12 ground badgers to the quarry to dig stones, while he himself went to the mine to mine. After spending a morning in the mine and digging out a large amount of iron ore, copper, or in other ores, he went to the quarry to take a look. Sure enough, the digging efficiency of the ground badger was much higher than that of the digging worm. The efficiency is about 4 times, which means that 660 pieces of various hardstones can be produced every day. After Xiao Jin processes and cuts them into stone bricks, about 9,900 stone bricks can be obtained. 10,000 stone bricks. This accumulation speed is satisfactory. Now the problem is that the big bull is away for the summer, and no one is here to pull the minecart. Luo Yu called Xiao Jin over and told her to pull the minecart back to cut stones. Xiao Jin nodded obediently and walked back, pulling the minecart with one hand. After all, beast girls are animals, and animals don't have any negative emotions. Even though Xiao Jin is a top-level smart and diamond-level boss, she still pulls the cart without any emotion. Instead, she thinks that Luo Yu asking her to do more work is a sign of closeness. Animals just need to follow their owners. They will feel uneasy without their owners. Xiao Jin is much faster in pulling the cart than the big bull and can pull it back in 1 minute. So the problem of transporting mineral resources is solved. After lunch, I looked at the temperature and it was 50 degrees, scary. The world channel was filled with grief and fewer people were speaking on the regional channels. No one wanted to move in the hot temperature, and even communication became difficult. Fang Yameng, I used various methods to exchange the silver I got before for resources, and the entertainment room is built. The pool is a little shallower, but the temperature has dropped to 30 degrees, so I can escape the heat. I'm happy. She also attached a screenshot. The entertainment room in her house is exactly the same as Luo Yu's. Both are high-end entertainment rooms, but the water level of the swimming pool is very low, only about 20 centimeters. After all, there is no water circulation system, so it had to be filled bit by hand. Fortunately, she recruited a lot of laborers. At this moment, she and 2 other members of base were sitting in the swimming pool to escape the heat, while other members of the base and animals were lying by the pool to cool down. Chapter 100: Strengthening Base Defense. Speaking of swimming pools, the topic immediately opens up. Not only Fang Yameng, but also Nyoda, Alice, and the others have built a high-end entertainment room and attached screenshots. You all are very capable. Luo Yu, are you guys soaking in the water without wearing swimsuits? Fang Yameng, you have too many questions. Don't ask. Naker, what is a swimsuit? Fang Yameng, don't ask him. He is teasing us on purpose, Luo Yu, what do you mean by teasing? I just care about you. Can I design you a Band-Aid swimsuit later? Alina, what is a Band-Aid swimsuit? We have similar body shapes. Can we both wear it? Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, what are you talking about? Not wear. Okay, Luo Yu, are you going to give me some clothes to wear? I'm looking forward to it. Luo, you could already imagine Fang Yuming's blushing face and her embarrassed look on her face as she explained. Luo Yu, okay, I'll give each of you one later. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, if you dare to give me a Band-Aid swimsuit, I will beat you up. Luo Yu, ha ha ha. At this moment, Luo Yu also lay in the swimming pool to cool down from the heat. And by the way, he teased the girls in the group a little, and his life became happy. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started to meet in the kitchen again. He was always paying attention to the world channel. Some people's vegetable fields had withered on a large scale due to drought. Don't worry, wait a little longer. When the drought gets more serious, we will start selling canned meat. In one afternoon, I made another 120 canned meats. My cooking level is about to be improved. I feel great. While taking a bath at night, Luo Yu entered the arena to earn some gold, but found that there were not many people in the arena. Everyone was dealing with the heat wave, and even the PK was gone. I opened a gold gambling game and waited for more than 10 minutes, but no one came in. It was boring. After exiting the arena, Luo Yu found a prompt. You take a bath for fun and gain strength +2. This time it's given for entertainment value. 2 points of strength directly. So comfortable. After opening the auction house, Luo Yu began to buy wood, planning to build defensive equipment. Currently, there is an automatic axe thrower on the east side, which is the front. Luo Yu believes that the frontal defense is enough. There's a small lake in the north, with big octopuses and big snakes in it, so there's no need to worry for now. The west is the rear area. If you want to get to the west, you must go around it from the north or south. It is impossible to go around the north. In other words, as long as you strengthen the defense of the south, you can prevent the enemy from going around to the rear area from the south. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If you want to completely block the entire attack route on the south side of the base, the easiest way is to build a wall. A wall extends directly from the base to the edge of the base, and various defensive equipment is placed on the wall. In this way, we can basically resist the enemy's detour attack. Because now the territory has expanded by 29 with the blessing of various things. The distance from the base to the southern wall to the edge of the territory is 3.87 kilometers. At present, the entire wall of the square base is only more than 600 meters in total. This also includes the wall surrounding the vegetable garden. This would be too costly, and we can consider it later, but we definitely can't afford it now. How can we achieve perfect defense without consuming a lot of materials? Luo Yu pondered alone in the bathroom. After thinking it over, he came up with a solution. Build a bunker. The current bunker technology has not been unlocked yet, but you can use a small section of wall and place automatic crossbows on it to serve as a simple bunker. The effective coverage range of the southern arrow tower and automatic crossbows is 150 meters, which means that a section of the city wall can be built at a position of 140 meters and automatic crossbows can be placed on it. The best range of automatic crossbows is within 100 meters. You can build a wall every 100 meters and place crossbows on it, one by one, until you reach the edge of the territory. If the enemy wants to take a detour, they must pass through the range of the crossbow. If you attack to dismantle the automatic crossbow, you will be shot by the adjacent crossbow. If you don't dismantle it, you will also be shot. In this way, can't we block the entire south? The entire south side is blocked, and the north side is basically blocked by a small lake. The enemy is coming from the east, which means that the entire west side of the base will be in a very safe state. Part of the defense on the west side can be withdrawn, and then the large territory on the west side can be used to grow crops, trees, or graze, without the need for walls. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu showed joy on his face. He calculated again and found that the distance from the southern wall to the edge of the territory was 3.87 kilometers. In order to completely block it off, he needed to build 38 automatic crossbows. Automatically fire crossbow arrows, 500 rounds with 5,000, iron or 1,000, silver 500. A total of 190,000 wood, 38,000 iron ore, and 19,000 silver are needed. Currently, the territory has 305,000 silver and 23,000 iron ore. It is definitely not enough now, but it is not a project that can be completed overnight. Luo Yu plans to sell canned meat tomorrow to see how much he can earn. The night passed quickly. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he was sweating all over. The temperature had reached a terrifying 49 degrees. It's 49 degrees early in the morning. It's unbearable. After putting on his clothes and pants, he felt much more comfortable. He checked the World Channel, and it was still the same, complaining continuously. Many people said that they were on their deathbed, and before they died, they wanted to confess their love, curse the heaven, lament about life, and so on. The heat wave is really terrible, and I don't know how long it will last. Of course, these voices are nothing more than the wails of the weak. The mainstream voice of the World Channel is still about doing business, collecting this and that, all of which are things to deal with high temperatures. After breakfast in the morning, the group became active. Naker, I spent the whole day making 10 cans of meat. Can we sell them? Fan Yamong, I did some too. Elena, I checked the World Channel and the Regional Channel. The vegetable fields are basically withered now. If there is no place like an ice cellar to store the meat, it will basically rot. The canned meat we have now should sell well. The girls in the group had all listened to Luo Yu and bought ice cubes, and after the high-end entertainment room was built, they built it directly on top of the ice cellar. The food stored in the ice cellar was no longer threatened by high temperatures, and since they had killed a large black fish before, they had obtained a large amount of fish meat that could be used to make canned meat. Now, the time has come for this small group to get rich. Alice, is Luo Yu here? You decide when to sell it. Chapter 101 Luo Yu is a conscientious businessman. Luo Yu replied, I also think the time is ripe to make money. We must first come to a uniform price. At room temperature, food will spoil in 10 days. At the current high temperature, it will only spoil in 2 days. Right now, a simple dish with a shelf life of 2 days has been hyped up to 1,000 silver coins, and there is still no demand for it. Fang Yamvang sighed. Yes, the food crisis caused by the drought is too terrible. The price is already comparable to when we just entered the heavenly Dao world. Luo Yu, how much do our canned meats cost? Double. Luo Yu said straightforwardly. 2,500 silver per portion. The group fell silent for a moment. Nakir said cautiously, Luo Yu, are we too ruthless? 2,500 silver coins per serving. Why do I feel my hands shaking? Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think? Tell us in detail. Luo Yu, the nutritional value of one portion of our canned meat is the same as that of a simple dish. Eating it can last a whole day. Now hunger has begun to sweep across the Tiandao world. 2,500 silver can buy a hope of survival. I think for a person who could starve to death at any time, this is something that cannot be refused. We only charge 2,500 silver coins and save a life. We're not black-hearted at all. After some discussion, everyone felt that Luo Yu's proposal was very reasonable, and finally everyone agreed with this pricing. No need to say, put on the shelves directly. Luo Yu has a total of 235 cans of meat. Don't worry, just put 100 on the shelves first to test the waters. Fong Yameng. Has everyone put on the shelf? I'm here to spread the word. After receiving everyone's affirmative response, Fong Yameng first sent a world message. Human, anonymous, newly canned meat, with a shelf life of at least 15 days under the heat wave, has already been put on the auction house. Hurry up if you want to survive. As the news came out, it exploded instantly. Oh my God, someone is finally selling canned meat. I was thinking someone must have unlocked the relevant technology. Oh my God, 2,500 silver per serving. Is this dish made of gold? It's too expensive. I'd rather die of hunger than buy your canned food. If I don't buy it, will I starve to death? Can I eat silver? There are all kinds of things said in the world, but they are not important. What is important is that all the canned meat on the shelves were sold out within 10 seconds. Fuck, your hands are too fast. There's nothing here. Is the canned meat seller still there? Do you have any stock? PM me. Hungry, I'm so hungry. At the same time, Luo Yu got a prompt. You sold canned meat and received silver, 250,000. 25W silver. A wave of fat. A faint smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips, and the girls in the group were delighted. Naker, you got 25,000 silver. Ha, I feel good. Fong Yameng, I'm thinking of building an arrow tower. I have the money to build it now. Elena, the arrow tower does need to be set up, but now we should focus on making canned meat. Nyoda, I also made 2 cans of meat for 5,000 silver. This is the most money I've ever made. Alice, after becoming rich, everyone should pay more attention to their personal attributes and ensure their own strength. Luo Yu, great, Sister Alice has a clear mind. Personal strength is also very important in the world of heavenly Tao. I recommend balanced development. There was laughter in the group. Everyone had decided to mobilize all their efforts to produce canned meat and make a fortune by taking advantage of this wave. They are not afraid of heat either, as the temperature in the high-end entertainment room is guaranteed, so they can work during the day. Seeing the group members so happy, Luo Yu showed a smile from the heart. Small groups in the world of Tiandao are actually very important. When various events occur one after another, small groups can help each other and greatly improve their survival efficiency. Moreover, in the future, they can fight together against any boss that appears, and they can produce more goods. Luo Yu sincerely hopes that this group of people can become stronger. Everyone in the group sold out all the canned meat, but he still had 135 left. After taking a look at the auction house, I found that someone had followed suit and put canned meat on the shelves. It was not just Luo Yu and his small group who had unlocked the sealed meat production technology. Since they got it from the Black Fish boss, others could also get it. The main problem is that canned meat is made from meat, and do they have ice cellars to store the meat? Luo Yu can produce continuously. The price of the canned meat put on the auction house was directly marked up to 3,000 silver pieces. The world was full of criticism, but no matter how much criticism there was, people still wanted to buy it. Luo Yu knew the rules of the market. If the batch of canned meat he had was also marked at 3,000 silver coins, then the next batch of canned meat that followed suit might reach 3,500. Capital is always greedy and has no conscience when it can make more money. However, this will cause the market to lose balance. Vicious price inflation will lead to a backlash from consumers and will also exceed their price bottom line, making it impossible to sell the products. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu put 20 cans of meat on the shelf. The price was 2,500 silver. The world reacted immediately. That conscientious merchant of 2,500 is selling canned meat again. Conscience. The 20 cans of meat were sold out on the spot, and Luo Yu put 30 more cans of meat on the shelves in batches, all for 3,000 silver. Damn the profiteer. We won't buy the canned meat from the profiteer. Let's buy the 2,500 yuan from the conscientious merchant. Yes, we don't buy things from profiteers. You can keep them for yourself. Sure enough, the market responded immediately, which was a consumption rebound. But the conscientious merchant won't stock the product for 2,500 yuan. Luo Yu will not restock the canned meat until the 3,000 yuan price is sold out. He was continuously producing new canned meat in the kitchen while waiting for this batch of canned meat to be sold. I waited for more than an hour, and finally they were sold out. This time it took a bit longer, and it seems that the price of 3,000 is basically the limit. Looking at the auction house again, some people followed suit and sold it at a price of 3,500 silver. The world is filled with curses, and it is true that people, planets, and even the galaxies they once lived in are all cursed. Some people even started a map attack, and the Milky Way where the Earth is located was also affected, saying that all creatures in the Milky Way were hybrids. The veins on Luo Yu's forehead jumped, and he put another 30 canned meats on the shelf, this time for 2,500 yuan, and added a sentence in the product description. I'm selling the canned meats to you at a low price. I'm from Milky Way, so please don't insult our kind and lovely galactic creatures. Chapter 102. Blocking the South and Building Large-Scale Projects. The conscientious merchants in the galaxy have restocked their products. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have cursed the galaxy just now. Long live the Milky Way. Those creatures in Taurus are the real bastards. What the hell does this have to do with us Taurus? The boys in Milky Way are all very sweet, and the girls are all very beautiful. Looking for a team in the galaxy, we can also be partners with each other. I am a male, and I hope you are too. For a while, the World Channel was filled with voices praising the Milky Way. Amidst the praises, Luo Yu happily collected the money and then put another 3,000 cans of meat on the shelves. After a lot of back and forth, Luo Yu sold all the canned meat at an average price of 2,800. He made a total of 378,000 silver from 135 cans of meat. Adding the previous 250,000, the total profit from this trip was 628,000. The base now has 933,000 silver. Huge sum of money. A huge sum of money, close to 1 million. Luo Yu was so happy when he looked at the string of numbers in his account. Spend immediately. According to the previous plan, Luo Yu started buying wood to make automatic crossbows. Why a crossbow instead of an arrow tower? Because the arrow tower target is too large and easy to be destroyed. The current market price of wood is 2.5 silver for one wood. Building 38 crossbows requires 190,000 pieces of wood. Luo Yu was straightforward and bought 200,000 pieces of wood in one go. 500,000 silvers were gone in an instant. Wow, the money came quickly and went quickly. Next is iron ore. A total of 38,000 iron ore is needed. The base is 23,000, so 15,000 needs to be purchased. The price of iron ore did not increase, and the selling price was still 2:1. Luo Yu simply bought 20,000 iron ores, which was only 40,000 silver, not expensive. All the materials for making automatic crossbows were ready. Luo Yu put on a sun hat, walked out of the south gate, and began to build a wall every 100 meters. This section of the wall is 1 meter long and 5 meters high, which is just the right size for placing crossbows. Rather than a wall, it looks more like abrupt square stone pillars. The stone pillars extended all the way to the southern border of the territory. There were exactly 38 stone pillars, with 38 automatic crossbows placed on them, completely blocking the entire south. The total score increased by 1,900 points in this wave. Don't underestimate the increase. The crossbow actually has only 50 points of score, but the defensive effect it brings can at least offset 300 points of luxury goods score. The safest way to increase your score is to use defensive weapons. When all this was done, it was already night. Luo Yu stood on the watchtower, looking at the stone pillars in the south, and a sense of security arose. He actually wanted to launch an attack, now, to test the effect. After all, the crossbows could be loaded and unloaded. If they didn't work, he could just load them back on the wall. After having dinner with the three little cuties, they went to play in the water, while Luo Yu continued to make canned meat. Everyone in the group is working overnight now, and no one wants to miss this opportunity to make a lot of money. Luo Yu worked until midnight and produced 150 cans of meat overnight, making a big profit again. After taking a shower to get rid of his fatigue, he lay down on the big bed and a prompt appeared. You've gained Constitution +1. The diamond bed is so comfortable. I fell asleep slowly and woke up in the morning. Another prompt appeared. You get the Action Frenzy buff. Global work speed +50. Agility +5. Lasts for 3 days. Huh, this buff again. Luo Yu looked at his status bar. He had obtained Action Frenzy before. Now the two frenzy effects were superimposed. His overall working speed was plus 200, and his cooking efficiency was 300. This speed is so fast. Let's do it. But before starting work, Luo Yu first had to sell the canned meat that he had rushed to make overnight. Still following the previous operation, with an average price of 2,800, the 150 cans of meat were quickly sold out, earning another 420,000 silver. I spent so much money yesterday, and my balance is 82W. There's so many races and creatures in the universe, but there's still many rich people. After Luo Yu had breakfast, he started to make canned meat early in the morning. The girls in the group also started working enthusiastically. Unlike Luo Yu, there are at least 3 people in their territory. Although the efficiency is very slow, it takes more than an hour, almost 2 hours to manually make a can of meat, but there are a lot of people, and as your proficiency increases, your speed will be improved. As for the possibility of food poisoning due to insufficient cooking skills, it's not like I'm going to eat it myself, so at this point, I can only tuck my conscience under my armpits. No matter if you're poisoned or not, poisoning is better. Just lie in bed and don't move, and you will generate less heat. Everyone was working enthusiastically. Luo Yu did not ask the little cuties to help because there was no need at all. His efficiency was so high that he could produce 1 can of meat in 3 minutes and 20 cans in an hour, just like an assembly line. Luo Yu himself felt that his speed was a bit outrageous. At this time, Xiao Jin was pulling a mining cart outdoors to cut stones. Xiao Dai was afraid of the heat and could not do anything but soak in the swimming pool. Xiao Kong stopped fishing. She ran back and forth between the kitchen and the warehouse, helping Luo Yu prepare ingredients. The temperature outside today has reached 52 degrees. Because of the heat, the air outside has been distorted. Luo Yu is always paying attention to the system interface, staring at the temperature in the warehouse, cellar, and entertainment room. Fortunately, everything is still within the safety line, especially in the entertainment room. Even in such a situation, the temperature is still maintained below 30 degrees, which is very strong. In the kitchen, Luo Yu habitually went to take the food handed to him by Xiao Kong, but he touched something hard. "You get Xiao Kong's treasure chest one." Luo Yu was slightly stunned. Xiao Kong called out, "Woo," and rubbed Luo Yu's hand affectionately with his little head. "You said you tripped over something while walking, and when you looked down you saw it was a treasure chest." "Woo woo woo woo." Xiao Kong nodded happily. "My little cutie, you always come up with something new for me." Luo Yu picked her up and kissed her, but found that Xiao Kong's body was covered with sweat. Yes, Xiao Kong's maximum comfortable temperature is 60 degrees. It's 52 degrees outside now, and the sun is shining directly. Even she would be sweating profusely after running back and forth. Luo Yu gently wiped the sweat off her face and said softly, "Take a rest and go play in the water with your sister Xiao Dai." "Woo!" Xiao Kong shook his head and hugged Luo Yu's arm to indicate that he would not go and wanted to stay with his master. Oh, what a cutie! Luo Yu liked Xiao Kong more and more. He would open the box, first to see what the little cutie had brought him. There are still 3 critical hits left and used. Luo Yu muttered to himself and opened the box. Chapter 103, Beast Tide Attack at Extreme Difficulty. 100 times critical hit trigger. You get an attack summoner, animal, 1, gold level, 1-time item. Huh, is it an animal attack summoner? A smile appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He had been making canned meat like crazy during this period, and the meat was consumed very quickly. It was a good opportunity to try summoning some to replenish it. This is the hottest time of the afternoon. Even if you summon animals to attack you in such a high temperature, most animals don't have the strength to charge. After patting Xiao Kong's head and asking her to go play in the swimming pool, Luo Yu climbed up the watchtower with the attack summoner and began to click one by one, installing some of the automatic crossbows originally installed in the Southern Territory on the front wall. Animals are not tribes. They only attack from the front and strengthen the frontal defense. Seeing that it was almost ready, Luo Yu clicked to use it. You're using the raid summoner. Please select the difficulty of the raid. You can choose the difficulty of the raid summoner yourself. There are 6 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, extremely hard, king, and hell. If you choose the wrong one, the base may be destroyed. Luo Yu thought about it and chose the extremely difficult option. After all, in addition to a large number of defensive equipment, the base also has the boss Xiao Jin. This is mainly because only at extremely difficult levels will animals of various ecosystems appear, rather than a single species attacking. Different ecological animals may spawn beast girls together. It would be great if I could catch a beast girl. After clicking OK, A prompt immediately appears. Your territory has been attacked by various animals. Total number, 278. There is a calculation method for the number of attacks. Attacks outside the end of the month usually involve 1 unit for every 200 points. Luo Yu's base score is 13,900, so normally there will be 69.5 units in a normal attack. But now the extremely difficult mode has been selected, so the attack intensity is 4 times the original, which comes out to be 278. Luo Yu activated the Beast Tamer attribute and summoned Xiao Jin over here. She had just come out of the swimming pool, all wet. She said shyly, "Master, why did you call me suddenly? I haven't even wiped myself." Luo Yu looked Xiao Jin up and down and said with a chuckle, "I haven't paid attention to you for a few days. Xiao Jin, has your physical condition improved again? Your chest defense seems to have improved a bit." Chest defense. Xiao Jin was stunned at first. Then he quickly protected his chest with a red face and spat. "Hateful. Master is so lecherous." Luo Yu laughed out loud. The Beast Girls had all had their entertainment points added to them, so of course he had to entertain them. At this time, a large number of wild animals appeared on the edge of the territory. Upon closer inspection, there were tigers, leopards, jackals, rhinos, elephants, zebras, giraffes, centipedes, scorpions, and everything else, all rushing towards the base. Oops, animal attack. Xiao Jin took a deep breath and was about to roar like a tiger, but Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "No hurry. Let's see what's going on first." The cute tiger roared so hard that it almost reached the top of his throat. Xiao Jin almost couldn't catch his breath when he heard that. In the distance, a large number of animals rushed over with a rumble, and the earth was shaking. The momentum was very shocking. Luo Yu saw clearly that there were high-quality animals among them. There are elephants and rhinos that are iron grade. The group of animals rushed forward, but after only 200 or 300 meters, many of them fell to the ground and fainted. "It's too hot, I have heat stroke." Luo Yu laughed again when he saw this scene. It was the hottest time in the afternoon, with the temperature approaching 54 degrees. Except for some gifted animals, ordinary animals simply could not withstand such high temperatures. Every 200 or 300 meters, a group of animals fell down. By the time the herd of animals reached the range of the catapult, only about 100 were left. Boom! The catapult began to roar. The upgraded catapult's 2-shot burst had an explosive effect. The desert centipede that rushed the most violently was shot in the head by the 2-shot burst and was blown into several sections. It's so powerful. Luo Yu was also surprised at the power of the improved catapult. Bang bang! 2 more stone explosions knocked the desert scorpion, which was more heat-resistant, to the ground, where it was eventually trampled to death by the black iron-class rhinoceros that caught up from behind. Soon the herd of beasts rushed into the attack range of the arrow tower and automatic crossbows, and more than 100 beasts fell in rows under the rain of arrows. When they rushed into the distance of 50 meters, arrows were whizzing like rain, and most of the animals fell on the way of charging. Only the black iron-level rhinos and elephants were still able to fight. However, their bodies are also covered with various arrows, making them look like hedgehogs. As for the big tiger that Luo Yu had previously considered the biggest threat, judging by its thick fur, it should be a creature from extremely cold regions. It was too hot and fainted very early on. It is estimated that it has died of the heat by now. Different ecosystems are like this. Bang! With a dull thud, the automatic throwing axe launcher opened fire, and a stone axe spun and smashed towards the rhinoceros, hitting the rhinoceros directly on the forehead. The stone axe shattered, and the rhinoceros screamed and fell to the ground. Even the big rhinoceros was knocked down by one axe. The power of this stone axe made Luo Yu overjoyed. However, it was an iron-level animal after all, with thick skin and flesh. The rhinoceros shook its head and climbed up again, then jumped over the moat with a roar. Unfortunately, another flying axe came flying over and hit it, knocking it over again. Luo Yu was afraid that the rhinoceros and elephant would be crushed to death, so he said to Xiao Jin, "Go and capture them alive." Good. Xiao Jin jumped directly from the observation deck and landed in front of the black iron rhino. Originally, the rhino didn't know about Xiao Jin's existence in the fog of war. Now it suddenly saw the legendary king, Sabalu, and saw him so closely. It was so scared that it was shaking all over. Xiao Jin just punched him and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Then, she repeated the same trick and knocked over the iron-class elephants, dragging their legs into the enclosure. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Beast Tide's attack. Is this the end? A A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. It was not satisfying at all that more than 200 wild beasts failed to even touch the city wall. If I had known this, I would have chosen Hell Mode to increase the critical strike by 100 times. Of course, the most regrettable thing is that no beast girls participated in this beast tide. What a pity. The attack summoner orb in his hand had shattered. Luo Yu smiled faintly, got off the watchtower, and began to deal with the follow-up. The first thing, of course, is to tame these two black iron-level animals. With a 3-star tamer, LV9 taming level, the blessing of the taming field, and the fear state that Xiao Jin brought to the two animals, they were all tamed without difficulty. Chapter 104 Crisis, No Water. After treating them with herbs, Luo Yu checked their properties. Savage White Rhino, Black Iron, Male, Adult Strength 41, Constitution 49, Agility 23. Giant Elephant, Iron Grade, Male, Adult Strength 50, Constitution 56, Agility 21. The attributes of the two black iron-level animals are pretty good, and herbivores have relatively small food requirements. There's grass all over the ground, so they can eat slowly. In addition, because of their thick skin and flesh, they have some resistance to heat, allowing them to serve as porters during heat waves. Both elephants and rhinos can go to the lake to build nests and play in the water, which does not bring any health burden to the base, which is good. Luo Yu began to check if there were any living animals. After a thorough examination, most of them were found to be dead, and even those who were alive were only breathing their last breath and could not be saved. The weather is too hot, the animal mortality rate is extremely high, they have no grade, and their physical condition is weak. There is nothing we can do. Luo Yu had to slaughter more than 200 animals before they were completely rotten. He called Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong, who also had the ability to slaughter and could move in high temperatures. In addition, he asked the healed rhinos and elephants to carry the animal carcasses to the slaughter site at the lake. Now, they can only race against time against the heat wave to slaughter more meat. Fortunately, the sun will start to set soon. I have to say that Luo Yu's slaughtering efficiency is really amazing. The slaughtering efficiency is also linked to cooking. With an efficiency of 300, a strength of more than 100, and a sharp Tiandao knife, it is terrifying. In the end, it turned into Xiao Kong constantly carrying meat to the ice cellar, while Xiao Jin helped carry the animal carcasses to the lake, and Luo Yu was the only one who was slaughtering the animals. 2 hours later, the animals' bodies began to rot, and Luo Yu stopped slaughtering them. Not all of them were slaughtered, but the remaining ones were the carcasses of insects. After they began to rot, they were thrown directly into the incineration pit and burned. After this wave, we got 300,000 pieces of meat, and our warehouse was full. No need to worry about the raw materials for canned meat anymore. After doing all this, Luo Yu jumped into the lake for a swim, but was almost steamed. The water temperature on the surface of the small lake was a bit high due to the heat wave, and the giant octopus and the big snake had already hidden under the water. Finally washing off the smell of blood on his body, Luo Yu thought he could build an automatic slaughtering table that could automatically slaughter animals, but unfortunately, there were no design drawings. After having dinner with everyone in the evening, Luo Yu started to make canned meat without stopping. Before 12 o'clock, he put 100 cans of meat on the shelves, with an average price of 2,800, making a huge profit of 280,000 silver. Now the silver has reached 1.1 million. Wow, I'm really rich this time. After taking a shower and going to bed at night, Luo Yu lay on the bed, resisting the urge to sleep, and began to add attributes to Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai. Xiao Jin can no longer use silver to increase attributes, but the two of them can. The beast girls can be inseparable from Luo Yu, and their strength is also their own strength. Now that I have money at it, originally their attribute values were Jinyue, Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 50, Agility 50. Charm, Butterfly, Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70. Now it costs 2,000 silver to click on each time, and you need to click on these two little cuties 210 times in total to reach 100 of them. After a random order, plus, the total cost was 420,000 silvers, and the remaining silver in the base was 680,000. Jinyue, Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100. Charm, Butterfly, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100. Full. Their attributes have all reached 100. In addition to their own growth, they will rely on the buffs they get randomly to gain attribute points, just like Luo Yu. Of course, most of the buffs they get are about hair growth progress, mill production progress, etc., and they rarely get attribute points. It is worth mentioning that improving physical fitness can also increase the maximum and minimum comfortable temperatures. Although it is not so obvious, it is also effective. In a heat wave environment, it is still necessary to take some physical exercise. After the extra time was over, Luo Yu let out a long sigh and soon fell asleep. Wake up in the morning and check the reminders as usual. You gain physical fitness +1 when you sleep. After putting on his clothes and performing a set of Kuangfeng sword skills, Luo Yu was just thinking about preparing breakfast when another reminder came. Your Kuangfeng sword skills have been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the power has increased. Finally upgraded. Persistence is victory. Luo Yu is in a good mood and went to work. Today's temperature is the same as yesterday, 51 degrees in the morning. Although it did not drop, it did not rise either. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the temperature has reached its peak, and the heat wave will enter a stable and declining period. But it's also hard to endure. Luo Yu is still working at full capacity to make canned meat today, and the group is also very active. Everyone counted the money until their hands cramped. They were so motivated. Hint: someone in the mercenary square has hired you to eliminate the big black fish in the territory. The commission is 5,000. Do you accept it? No. Luo Yu directly refused, clicked on the mercenary square, and temporarily changed his information to do not accept any tasks during the heat wave. I'll make tens of millions a minute. Why would I go fishing with you for big black fish? Unless you're crazy. Luo Yu raised his lips and was about to continue making canned meat, but another reminder came. Your water storage is insufficient, the kitchen sink, cleaning table, and other items cannot continue to work. What? No water? He hurriedly checked the condition of the water tank, and sure enough, both the water tank and the water tower were empty, not even a drop of water left. Look at the working status of the water pump, 40 liters. A wind-powered water pump can now only extract 40 liters of water per day because there is no wind. The importance of water to a base is self-evident, especially a base like Luo Yu. Without water, many things cannot be done. After the automatic sprinkler was installed, the water consumption was too high and there was no natural wind during the heat wave. He hurriedly clicked on the hydraulic circulation technology to see if there was any way to solve the problem. The lightning water pump technology has not been unlocked, and there is no wind now, so we can only use the fire water pump. Fire-powered water pump uses energy to extract water, daily water extraction, 500 liters, daily energy consumption, 100. Materials, stone 2,000, silver 300, iron or 300. The cost is much cheaper than a wind-powered water pump, and the daily water pumping volume is also constant, but it requires burning wood. The current market price of 100 wood is 250 silver. Luo Yu started calculating in his mind. During a heat wave, the 4 sprinklers will spray 8 tons of water every day, plus the pumping volume required to keep the swimming pool running is about 2 tons, plus the current large amount of cooking, cleaning tables, and sinks requires 1 ton of water. Chapter 105 Energy Technology starts. Add in the water for the bath, toilet, and daily drinking, it's probably another 0.5 tons, a total of about 12 tons. No wonder all the water stored in the water tower was used up. There is no wind now, so the wind-powered water pump is just a decoration. To maintain automatic water supply, 24 thermal water pumps are needed. I looked at the stone bricks available in the territory. 37,000 stone bricks can make 18 fire-powered water pumps, but the wood burned every day is equivalent to 4,500 silver. Outrageous! Luo Yu is unwilling to burn wood in his heart. Difficulties arose again. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Luo Yu suddenly had an idea and thought of a solution. Oh, right, our small group has unlocked the technology of heat energy supply. With this money I can use to burn wood, I might as well build a heat collection panel. I hurriedly opened the technology tree. Thermal energy collection plate. Stone bricks 1,000, silver 1,000, copper or 1,000, beast soul, core 1. Heat energy absorption conversion rate. 0 to 1,000 energy units per day. The so-called energy unit is easy to understand. The energy generated by burning 1 unit of wood is 1 energy unit. That is to say, this energy collection board can convert up to 1,000 units of wood per day. Of course, just like a wind-powered water pump needs wind, this board absorbs heat energy and becomes hot. This thing is expensive, which is not so bad actually, but the fact that it requires a beast soul core as its material is outrageous. A piece of broken board actually needs a beast soul core. Is this some kind of high-tech thing? Luo Yu rolled his eyes, but thinking that this one-time energy plate seemed to be a very advanced thing, he was speechless for a moment. Okay, I need to revise my personal description in the mercenary square. Human anonymous. Iron level helped to destroy the big black fish for free, but a contract must be signed. After the destruction, the beast's soul core will belong to me. This price is a bit exaggerated, equivalent to an appearance fee of 50,000 yuan. It depends on whether the other party is willing. For now, it's better to spend money to buy the beast soul core. Clicking on the auction house, Luo Yu spent 100,000 yuan to buy 2 beast soul cores and then walked to the roof of the villa. He plans to install thermal panels on the roof to absorb heat just like solar energy. Before clicking to build, he tentatively said something in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. The heat collection plate you clicked to build has been upgraded and changed to powerful heat absorption platform. It actually worked. The thermal energy collection plates are not counted in the buildings, but are actually counted in the furniture. The furniture can be critically hit. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a large stone bowl appeared. Various wonderful runes were carved inside the stone bowl. It looked like a high-end product. I quickly checked the instructions. Powerful heat absorption platform. Heat absorption conversion rate 500 to 10,000 energy units per day. This thing isn't 100 times as effective as an energy plate. It may be the limit of thermal energy furniture that can produce a critical hit at this stage. But even if it isn't 100 times as effective, it's still ridiculously powerful. A minimum of 500 units of heat energy can be delivered every day, and the upper limit is 10,000. I looked at the current status of the thermal absorption platform. Heat output, 3,000. It is very powerful in heat wave conditions, and the daily heat output of 3,000 can support 30 thermal water pumps to operate simultaneously. When Luo Yu saw it, he was overjoyed. There is still a beast soul core. He hurriedly repeated this sentence in his mind again. Tip: energy-type furniture can only trigger a critical hit once a year. Failed. Energy furniture can only critically hit once a year, which is more restrictive than the critical hit limit in the mall. It makes sense that energy-related furniture that can critically hit infinitely will lead to an excess of energy in the base, and an excess of energy will attract very powerful higher-level beings to attack. It seems to be a restriction, but it is also a kind of protection. Then just make a normal energy collection board. With a tap of his fingertips, an ordinary black energy plate was successfully produced. It was a rectangular black stone slab with patterns carved on it, and it looked quite simple. Thermal energy collection board. Current output thermal energy 500. The power of 500 really can't be underestimated. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu looked at the territory's rating, which had skyrocketed by 2,400. Among them, the ordinary thermal energy collection plate has a score of 400, and the powerful absorption platform has a score of 2,000. 2,000. This is too horrible. Luo Yu's heart trembled slightly. We have to think positively. The intensity of the attack has increased, but the rewards after resisting it have also increased. At the end of the month, I will get an extra 20,000 silver coins. Well, it's a good deal. He comforted himself in this way and began to divert his attention. This is not the time to consider attacking, but we need to use the thermal energy as quickly as possible. It is best not to place a thermal water pump outdoors as it may break down easily in windy or rainy weather. He plans to build a water pump room. As for the location, build it near the water tower, as it is better to place the hydraulic facilities there. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu flipped through the workshop page and found the ideal building after a while. Hothouse resistant. The internal environment is rough and can effectively resist the heat emitted from the inside, so as not to cause the walls to melt and the building to collapse. Stone brick 5,000, silver 500, heat-resistant material 500. Copper and iron can all be considered heat-resistant materials, which means they just require a little more iron ore. Luo Yu directly chose to build them. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and an ordinary-looking stone bungalow appeared before my eyes. If the outside looks ordinary, the inside is really rough, just an unfinished house. Let's plant some flowers to increase the beauty. Now Luo Yu couldn't care less about so many things and started building a thermal water pump directly. After continuous clicks, a number of small boiler-like buildings appeared in front of him, arranged very neatly. Luo Yu built 16 thermal water pumps in one go. Firepower water pump. Daily water pumping volume, 500 liters. Current power 0. Of course, without fuel, the power is 0. Luo Yu first built a pipeline. A water pipe was passed from the pump room directly into the small lake. This pipeline is separate from the wind-powered water pump. Although it costs more stone, it avoids the territory being cut off from water supply after a water pipe is damaged. Then a water pipe was used from the pump room to the water tank and water tower next door, and in this way, the water was available. Next is energy. Energy pipeline per meter silver 10, iron or 10, copper or 10. Energy pipelines are quite expensive, but all energy can only go through energy pipelines, so let's build them. An energy pipeline runs directly from the roof of the villa through the wall, then into the underground, and finally to the pump room, connected to each thermal water pump. It took a lot of resources, but the energy was finally available. The moment the energy is connected, the thermal water pump starts working immediately. Chapter 106 Technology, Copy Scroll. Each one has a capacity of 500 liters at full power. In Luo, you can even hear the sound of water flowing from the water tower next door. Of course, the current water pumping capacity is still not enough for the base to use, mainly because there are no stone bricks to continue building thermal water pumps. Currently, badgers are digging frantically in the quarry during the day, bugs are digging there at night, and Xiao Jin is also cutting there frantically. About 15,000 stone bricks are produced every day, and it will be done tomorrow. The pumping problem was finally solved. Luo Yu took advantage of the fact that he didn't have to can meat and went to the vegetable field to harvest vegetables. With sufficient water irrigation, the vegetables mature faster and can be harvested today. Picking fruits and vegetables, harvesting rice and other crops when they should be harvested, and then sowing seeds after harvesting. We are busy until dark. He was the only one who could harvest the vegetables in such high temperatures. If it were someone else, he would have gotten heat stroke and fallen to the ground within 10 minutes. This wave, including all apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, greens, cabbage, tomatoes, etc., a total of 40,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested, which is basically the current maximum output of the vegetable garden. After putting everything into the ice cellar, Luo Yu discovered that the ice cellar was about to burst. The more things there are, the more heat will be generated, which will cause the overall temperature of the ice cellar to rise. Fortunately, the temperature is still at a safe level and the ice will not melt. Luo Yu also thought about taking some water and putting in the ice cellar to make ice cubes, but unfortunately, it could not be frozen. The freezing point of water is below 0 degrees, which refers to the temperature of the water rather than the temperature of the ice cellar. Luo Yu has roughly calculated that in order to freeze the water in the ice cellar, the temperature must be at least below -8 degrees. This is not possible at present. The freezing technology has not been unlocked yet, so this is all we can do for now. Standing in the ice cellar and thinking for a while, Luo Yu felt that the reason why the temperature of the ice cellar rose again was not only because there were more things, but also because of the frequent entry and exit, which led to the loss of cold air. Just like the refrigerator at home, it is difficult to keep it cool if it is turned on and off frequently. He began to think about the solution, and after thinking for a while, he actually found a solution. The ice cellar is under the warehouse. As long as the ice cellar is affiliated with the warehouse, can't we use the warehouse's automatic storage function to put or take goods? This way you don't have to go in and out of the ice cellar frequently. Just operate at the door. Opening the building page, Luo Yu quickly found a way to connect the buildings. Buildings built by the system and buildings built by himself can be easily integrated by spending only 10,000 silvers. Luo Yu just pointed his finger and the integration was immediately completed. From now on, Xiao Kong only needs to throw the meat into the warehouse, and it will automatically teleport to the ice cellar. Advanced warehouses are so convenient. I walked to the nameplate at the door of the warehouse and operated it, and found that the total capacity of the ice cellar was 30 W food units, and now it has reached 29 W. Among them, 240,000 are meat and 50,000 are vegetarian. We are really on the verge of a margin call and need to consume a wave as soon as possible, especially the meat. At present, the price of meat is still rising, from the original 2 silvers to the current 10 silvers. The reason why it is so different from canned meat is that it cannot be preserved. Looking at the time, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening, which is the most active trading time. Luo Yu asked himself that it is impossible to can all the meat before the heat wave is over, so he simply put 40,000 meats on the shelves to test the waters. It's the market price. It was time for him to enjoy a pleasant bath. An hour later, all the meat was sold out, and Luo Yu made a huge profit of 400,000 silver. For others, the heat wave is a disaster, but for Luo Yu, it is simply giving away money. It's so comfortable to soak in this big bath. Luo Yu leaned against the edge of the bathtub happily, looked at the two beast girls who were playing in the water, and said, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, come here and massage my arm." Woohoo! Xiao Kong immediately ran over, and Xiao Jin blushed and spat. Perverted master. Luo Yu was enjoying the massage service from the beast girl's little hands. He was feeling comfortable when a prompt came. You are doing entertainment activities. Because the entertainment value of the territory is high, your strength is +2. Currently, 106. Sure enough, the entertainment value of the beast girls is not added in vain. Giving them a massage is an entertainment activity. Just lie down and add attribute points. Speaking of which, the entertainment value plus attribute points is still a bit powerful. You can consider increasing the entertainment value a little bit more. While thinking this, Fan Yumeng spoke in the group. Fan Yumeng, I just got a box while fishing, and it opened a blank technology sharing scroll. She sent the screenshot. Team shared technology scroll. Blank team members can copy their own unlocked technology to the scroll. After using it, all team members will obtain the technology. The person who shares the technology has a 10 chance of inheriting certain attributes, life skills, personal characteristics, etc. from the team trialist. Luo Yu. Hey, this is a win-win situation. Alice. Luo Yu is right. If this is put on the auction house, it should be able to sell for a good price. Fan Yumeng. Have all the automatic defense technologies been unlocked? I don't think I have any technology to share with you. Nakuer. Luo Yu must have it. He is the best. Fan Yumeng. Come on, Luo Yu, let's trade. I'll give you the scroll. A transaction box came up directly. Fan Yumeng put the blank scroll on it and clicked OK, naturally. The market price of this scroll is at least 300,000 yuan. Is she giving it to me for free? Do you trust me so much? Luo Yu muttered to himself, but did not refuse and directly chose to confirm. Transaction successful. You get team shared technology scroll, blank. Elena. Luo Yu. Have you unlocked the mercenary technology? Alice. Luminous plant technology is more practical at this stage. Yoda, I want visitor technology. Everyone expressed their opinions. Luo Yu had a faint smile on his face. Since there was such a good opportunity, he would definitely copy the most practical technology. After all, his efforts are not in vain. There's a chance that he will get a reward. Luo Yu, let me copy a piece of technology. It's quite practical, but it's quite expensive. Fan Yumeng. Everyone has made a small fortune. I'm looking forward to it now that you say that. Luo Yu didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly clicked to proceed. You copied the hydraulic cycle technology onto the scroll. Are you sure? After clicking OK, Luo Yu directly chose to use it. Luo Yu used the team technology sharing scroll, and all team members obtained the hydraulic cycle technology. Everyone was stunned when they saw the prompt, and it took them 3 seconds to react. Fan Yumeng, oh my god, water recycling technology. Water recycling technology that even 500,000 people in the world can't get. Chapter 107. Make a fortune, walk on the carpet. Alice. Luo Yu. Thank you. The goddess of light will always bless you. Alina. Well, I admit that you are a pretty good man. Naker. As expected of you, my sister. My sister likes you so much. Nyoda. Brother, thank you so much. Luo Yu expected a reaction in the group. He smiled faintly and replied, What are you doing? Isn't it just a water-using technology? Don't get excited. It's no big deal. Everyone. Fan Yumeng. Damn it, he got it wrong. Luo Yu could imagine how excited the girls were now. Now, it was his turn to reap the benefits. He muttered to himself, You have shared technology and started to randomly acquire various abilities from team members. 100x critical hit triggers. Success rate of inheritance increases 100 times. You gain taming experience from Fan Yumeng, and your tamer's personal characteristics increase by 1 star. Your current characteristics are 4 stars, and the upper limit of the number of graded animals you own is increased to 20. You gain shooting experience and sewing experience from Alice. Shooting level +4, current shooting LV12. Sewing level +3, current tailoring level LV10. You gain combat experience from Elena and add a new personal feature. Fighter, current feature, 1 star. You gain jumping and running experience from Naker. Agility +10, current agility 111. You gain physical experience from Yoda. Physical fitness +4, current physical fitness, 108. All inherited successfully. Luo Yu was shocked by a series of system prompts. This time, all aspects of his performance had skyrocketed. I also got a fighter trait, which increased the power of all martial arts by 10. A real surge. And he essentially gave nothing. Huge profit. Fan Yumeng, Luo Yu. How much experience have you gained from us? Have your life skills been upgraded? Luo Yu. It's okay, I added a little bit. Not here. Luo Yu is so good to us. If my sister were a human girl, she would definitely marry him. Fan Yumeng. Who wants to marry him? He looks younger than me. Alice. Yumeng. Is Kur talking about her sister? Fan Yumeng, huh? Yes, it's her sister. I mean, Luo Yu looks younger. Luo Yu. I just look younger, but I'm not young at all. Fan Yumeng, huh? Why does it sound weird to me? Luo Yu. You're starting over again, right? Alina. Start what? What riddle are you talking about? Naker. I know. On Earth they call this starting to drive. Luo Yu. It's late at night. Is the midnight god of cars setting sail? Fan Yumeng. Hate it, just drive slowly, goose. It's always so pleasant to chat with everyone. Having just made a lot of money, Luo Yu is in a very good mood. He really didn't expect that a critical hit could be used to increase the success rate of inheritance. So comfortable. Late that night, the wind became stronger, and the wind-powered water pump, which had been moving as slowly as a turtle, finally started to turn. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu found that there was no buff today. After all, the base's various items were not very high, and it was impossible to have buffs every day. I looked at the temperature and found that the morning temperature had dropped a little compared to before, reaching 48 degrees. After 2 days of peak temperatures, the heat wave is showing signs of subsiding. Although it was just a glimmer of hope, everyone saw the light. Only with hope can we have the motivation to live, and canned meat sells better. After selling canned meat all morning, the base had 1.3 million silver. Luo Yu thought about adding entertainment equipment yesterday, so he walked towards the entertainment room. Now the animals in the entertainment room are playing in the water or sleeping, and it has become a barn. Luo Yu drove all the bugs to the first floor, and after spending some time with Xiao Dai cleaning the second floor, they prepare to lay the carpet. Carpets do not increase entertainment value, but they increase aesthetics and comfort. Currently, these two data are hidden data and have not been activated yet. If you want to activate them, you need to unlock the relevant technology. After activation, these two data will bring various benefits to the base, just like entertainment value and health value. To unlock the beauty level, you need 100,000 silver and a sapphire, and to unlock the comfort level, you need 100,000 silver and a ruby. Gems can only be mined or given in random boxes. Although it is not unlocked, we still have to do what needs to be done. Only after laying the carpet can we put things on it. After thoroughly cleaning the entire second floor, Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to clean the third floor, while he stood there and clicked on the furniture page. Carpets come in many varieties, and like everything else, they can be upgraded on the original basis. Luo Yu plans to create high-end carpets that can increase both beauty and comfort. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet per square meter varies for 90, cotton, cloth, 30, silver 30, gold 3. One word, expensive. Being expensive has its advantages. The more expensive it is, the higher the added values will be. The higher the values are, the higher the chance of getting a buff. I clicked on the high-end carpet column, chose blue as the color for the entertainment room carpet, and a simple plaid pattern. After clicking OK, a small piece of carpet appeared in front of me. This is 1 square. The entire second floor of the entertainment room is 300 square meters and a total of 27,000 furs, 9,000 cotton, 9,000 silver, and 900 gold are required. Originally, there definitely wasn't enough fur available, but a previous wave of animal attacks had provided a large amount of animal fur, especially the fur of huge animals like giraffes. There is silver and gold, but there is not enough cloth. Cotton is cloth, and the cotton harvested in the Tiandao world is presented in the form of cotton cloth. Xiao Dai had consumed a lot of cloth making underwear before, and Luo Yu was planning to sell swimsuits after selling canned meat, which would require a lot of cloth. By the way, the cotton I planted on the shore should be ripe by now, right? When we walked to the lake, we saw that the fruits were ripe and ready to be picked. This wave of cotton was planted around the lake, covering a large area. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong began to collect and sow. He worked very efficiently and finished everything in half a day. Including yesterday's planting activities, the current planting level has reached LV8. He has reached this level without realizing it. I collected 30,000 units of cloth in one go, so now I'm done. Even with high fertility, cotton will not mature until autumn. This is the last batch of fabric before autumn. Get the carpet ready. Chapter 108 High Entertainment Value is good. Back in the entertainment room, Luo Yu began to lay the carpet. This time he did not use critical strike. Carpets need to be laid 1 square meter at a time. There is not much point in using critical strike on 1 square meter of carpet. After a while, the carpet was laid, and the entire second floor of the entertainment room was completely renewed and looked much more beautiful. But compared with such a beautiful blue carpet, the bare-bones walls seem out of place. Since everything was already done, Luo, you might as well decorate the walls as well. Still on the furniture page, he took a fancy to the high-end wall interior. Beautiful wall interior, per square meter stone bricks 10, silver 10, jade 3, gold 1. The price is much cheaper than a carpet. After all, it is just a decoration and not a new addition. We have all the materials. Let's start decorating. After all the operations, the entire second floor wall was decorated with a new look. The newly decorated walls were beautiful and clean, and there were patterns on them, which looked beautiful no matter how you looked at them. This is more like a recreation room. When I looked at the base score, the carpets and walls were used for enjoyment, and the score was increased a lot, directly doing 1,700 points of the score. Now the overall score of the base has reached 19,000 points, while Fang Yameng and other friends are only around 2,000 points, so they're doing quite well. The average level in the universe is only 1,000 points, a difference of 19 times. Luo Yu is very satisfied with the development of his territory. After a while, Luo Yu, Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Dai all took off their shoes and stood on the carpet with bare feet. The 3 little cuties walked back and forth on the soft carpet, looking very happy. As animals with top-level intelligence, they can, like Luo Yu, gain attribute points from the increase of various values in the territory, so they are happy when the territory is beautiful. This is a joy that comes from the heart. At present, the entire second floor is beautifully decorated, but it seems a bit empty. Get set up quickly. First up is the dartboard. Flexible and beautiful dartboard. Building materials 200, cloth 200, iron or 100, animal feathers 100. You can improve your shooting level while having fun, and your entertainment value will be +5. All the materials were available, and Luo Yu directly chose jadeite for building materials. Jade is originally used for decoration, and a lot of it has been dug out from mines, so use it. Click OK, and a dartboard will appear on a wall, with a small table next to it filled with small darts. The 3 little cuties immediately started playing happily. Continue building entertainment furniture on the furniture page. Horseshoe nails, building materials 100, cloth 50, iron or 100, entertainment value +5. Horseshoe nails are played with rings. When I was a child, I wanted to play with small toys. When I grew up, I wanted to play with the female stall owner. Luo, you also build a chess table, a poker table, and a mahjong table. These all have an entertainment value of +5. Since they are all made of jade, they will increase the aesthetics and comfort. In fact, no one plays chess or mahjong with it. It is just used to increase various values. If one day Fang Yameng and the others are not afraid to spend money to visit us, we can set up a table with them. Finally, Luo, you built the jade pool table in the center of the entertainment room. This cost him a lot of resources, and his entertainment value increased by 10, which made him very happy. He looked at the panel and found that there have been some big changes recently. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score 20,000 points. Health value: upper limit 98, current 95. Entertainment value 115. Strength 106. Physical fitness 108. Agility 111. Life skills: shooting LV12, animal taming LV9. Martial arts: wind blade technique, level 2, stealth technique. Personal characteristics: Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. Miner, 1 star. Animal trainer, 4 stars. Chef, 3 stars. Brewer, 1 star. Fighter, 1 star. The entertainment value has reached 115 points, which means there is a high chance of getting a buff whenever you are entertaining. A bunch of entertainment facilities also brought the base's score to 20,000. Luo, you was just wondering if there would be any special reward for getting 20,000 points, and it actually came. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to reach a score of 20,000. Extra reward: personal characteristic upgrade scroll, below 3 stars, 1. Another scroll: Luo Yu directly chose to use it and upgraded his miner level to 2 stars, increasing the chance of shipping a wave of rare minerals. Xiao Dai excitedly ran to Luo Yu, took his arm and giggled, Master, Master, can we move the big bed here? It's beautiful and cool here. Sister Xiao Jin, Sister Xiao Kong, and I all like it here. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, If you like this, I will build some animal cushions for you to sleep on at night. No. Xiao Dai blushed slightly and said, We want to sleep with you. Looking at the shy and serious little appearance, Luo Yu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Dai is so cute. Luo Yu hugged her and said with a smile, Can you let me kiss you? Without waiting for Xiao Dai's consent, he kissed her little face, making Xiao Dai giggle and her face turn even redder. Tip: when you engage in recreational activities, you gain agility +1. PFFT. A kiss adds 1 point of agility. A high entertainment value is good. Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. After letting Xiao Dai go, he happily went to the kitchen. Interacting with the little beast girls is a pleasure, but making money is more important. While making canned meat, Luo Yu checked the condition of the water tank. Hey, the water storage capacity is 28 after the spraying? Was it windy last night? 28 of the water storage capacity is close to the safety line. Luo Yu originally wanted to build some more thermal water pumps, but now it seems that they are not needed for the time being. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Now Luo Yu no longer needs to concentrate on making canned meat. He could do other things at the same time. He is thinking about something at the moment. Xiao Dai's unintentional words just now did remind him. The entertainment room is so beautiful, but there is no decoration in the big villa, and there is no bedside table in my room. It's time to decorate it. Keeping this in mind, Luo Yu began to think about the defense of the base again. He felt that he had missed something, but suddenly he couldn't remember it. Time always flies by quickly when working. After lunch, Luo Yu put the 80 cans of meat he made in the morning on the shelves, and they were quickly sold out. 224,000 silvers were obtained, and the total amount of silver reached 1524,000, which is really a huge sum of money. What limits the development of the base now is not money, but stone bricks. Stone bricks cannot be listed on the auction house and cannot be traded for silver. Although stone bricks can still be obtained from other trial takers through barter, this method always has many limitations. Chapter 109 Rivals. There are many restrictions in the world of Heavenly Dao. This stone brick restriction clearly shows that they do not want certain powerful beings to develop too rapidly and deviate from the overall laws of the world of Heavenly Dao. There are always places where stone bricks are used in the territory. Luo Yu was thinking about how to increase the amount of stone bricks obtained. At this time, a prompt suddenly came. The Snow Leopard Tribe, woman, has signed your agreement and hired you to kill the big black fish. Do you accept it? No, because he already had a powerful thermal energy bowl. Luo Yu directly chose no. I make millions per minute. Why would I kill black fish with you? Go away. Unexpectedly, another prompt came. The other party is willing to add sapphire crystal. What? Luo Yu was shocked when he saw the prompt. He actually added this thing. Is he so rich? Sapphire can unlock beauty. Then, he thought of fact. In the current heat wave, there are very few mercenaries who can move freely, and there is nothing he can do since the other party has paid such a high price to hire him. How many mercenaries are capable of carrying out missions in temperatures approaching 60 degrees Celsius? Since he had the sapphire, Luo Yu chose to accept the task. A light door appeared in the kitchen. He did not rush in, but made some preparations. Just in case, he placed 2 small ice cubes in the storage bracelet to prevent heat stroke, and also placed 4 automatic crossbows to deal with emergencies. After finishing his preparations, he walked in. After the world spun before my eyes, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. 2 houses, a wall that is still under construction, and some simple vegetable gardens. This is the overall picture of this territory. It can't be said to be very bad, but there's a little gap compared to Feng Yameng and others. At this moment, Luo Yu exuded a light of invincibility for 5 seconds. In front of him was a woman with a white leopard head. This snow leopard girl was not the kind of leopard-eared beast girl as imagined, but a pure orc like Nyoda. Although her figure was very good, it did not meet Luo Yu's aesthetic standards. Compared to her, Naker is the type of orc that Luo Yu likes. But besides this snow leopard woman, there were 2 men with red hair who looked similar to humans. Fiery Martian? A mercenary too? Luo Yu frowned, and the other 2 were also slightly stunned when they saw Luo Yu. They looked at each other, and a ferocious look flashed in their eyes. After calming down, the long-haired young Martian man frowned and said, "Female leopard, do you know the consequences of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time?" Ah, the snow leopard woman seemed very anxious. She said anxiously, "Three big brothers from the human tribe and the fiery tribe. My brother has suffered from heat stroke and needs the cool water at the bottom of the lake to cool down. Please destroy the water monster as soon as possible. My brother can't hold on any longer, please." Luo Yu glanced at the snow leopard girl, then looked towards the bungalow. Through the window, he could indeed see a snow leopard boy lying on the bed. It seems that this woman is not lying. But the consequences of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time are very serious. Indeed, mercenaries cannot attack their employers, otherwise they will be judged as having failed the mission and teleported away on the spot. Their actions will also be recorded by the mercenary square, and they will become red-named mercenaries, who would hire a red name who attacks their employer in the future. Reputation is very important to mercenaries. However, mercenaries have no agreement with each other and can attack each other. If you kill other mercenaries in your employer's territory, they will not actually die, but their mission will be deemed to have failed, and there's a chance that the things they were carrying will explode. It's a bit like killing and robbing. Because of this advantage, it is very easy for two groups of mercenaries to engage in a fight if they collide. The employer's behavior of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time will also be recorded by the mercenary square, leading to conflicts. Who will dare to take on his tasks in the future? The snow leopard girl in front of me seems to be too anxious. She has spent everything she has just to be on the safe side and has ignored the consequences. Luo Yu retracted his gaze and looked at the two fiery Martians calmly. The long-haired fiery Martian man exchanged glances with the short-haired man beside him, then laughed and said, "Since we are here, my human mercenary friend, let's cooperate with each other. Here, I have beads that can lure big black fish. Let's get started now." The long-haired man took out a red bead. Seeing this, the snow leopard woman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, brothers. I am very grateful. Let's go." Luo Yu glanced at the red bead in the man's hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The four of them walked to the lakeside. The long-haired man placed the beads on a piece of bluestone, turned around, and looked at Luo Yu with a smile and said, "Friend, we are all black iron-level mercenaries. We can learn from each other's experience. What do you plan to do?" Luo Yu laughed and said, "That's easy. I'll teach you some experience now." He walked up with a smile, and suddenly he made a thunderous move, slashing the two Martian men horizontally and vertically with his Tiandao sword, knocking them to the ground. "Human Yu," shocked, both of them showed disbelief in their eyes. Luo Yu sneered, "What do you mean? You just want to pretend to be friendly and then attack suddenly. I can see from the first sight that you two are not good people. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Don't you Martians understand this principle? Human race, you wait for me." Not convinced. Luo Yu sneered. "A race like ants dares to steal my business? I'm waiting for you at the Black Iron Yard, room number 9527. Come if you're brave enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiangong knife chopped down the two men. Their bodies disappeared, but some things were left behind. You defeated a trial participant during a mercenary mission. The other party was also a mercenary. Your behavior will be recorded, but will not affect your reputation. However, as a punishment, you will not be able to accept any mercenary missions within 10 days. There is a punishment for killing people and stealing treasures, and the world of heaven does not encourage such uncivilized behavior. No, I can't take any missions for 10 days. Luo Yu ignored the prompt and picked up the things that the other party dropped. The short-haired man dropped a black iron-gray dagger, which was rubbish. What the long-haired man dropped? Core. Territory core. Luo Yu was shocked. This turned out to be a territory core, a good thing that could increase territory resources after use. It seems that what I thought was right. He walked quickly to the red gem he had placed before, picked it up, and took a look. Random attack summoner. Gold level can randomly attract attacks. Can be used in any territory. Number of uses, 2/3. This is a rare gold level raid summoner. Chapter 1, 10 second mercenary mission completed. This one looked a bit like the one he had used before, so Luo Yu's vigilance increased instantly, and he rushed out to kill without thinking twice. This thing can be used in other people's territories to summon attacks. Because of its random nature, if the attack is weak, it will just be a benefit to others, but if the attack is strong, it can take away other people's bases in one wave. When everything is converted into neutral resources, won't we be able to rob them as much as we want? Presumably, these two fiery Martians used this thing to destroy someone's territory, which allowed Luo Yu to obtain the core of the territory. Seeing that these two fiery Martians can accept mercenary missions again and come to the Snow Leopard Woman's territory, this behavior should not trigger the punishment mechanism. It's a good thing. Luo Yu happily put the beads into his bracelet, then looked at the Snow Leopard Woman. At this moment, the Snow Leopard Girl was staring at him in a daze. Luo Yu said calmly, "See, you hired two groups of people, and this is the consequence. But don't worry, now that I'm here, I will naturally help you with the work." Okay. Thank you, brother." The Snow Leopard Girl's voice was trembling. Luo Yu knew that she was afraid of him. He flipped his hand and threw a piece of ice from the bracelet to her. He waved his hand and said, "I don't need your help. Go back to the territory and take care of your brother." Ice. The Snow Leopard Woman was extremely surprised. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she knelt down and said gratefully, Thank you very much." Seeing Luo Yu nod, she ran towards the bungalow quickly. Luo Yu withdrew his gaze from the girl and looked at the calm lake in front of him. He did not take out the special milk to attract the monster, but just pointed with his fingertips. Boom! The giant octopus and the giant snake were summoned by Luo Yu. "Go, kill the monster in the lake for me." The giant octopus waved its tentacles, and the big snake roared and swam directly to the center of the lake. At the same time, the big black fish in the lake felt a huge threat and also faced the two monsters summoned by Luo Yu. There were huge waves in the lake, and the three water monsters started fighting fiercely, but they stopped after a while. The big black fish is of silver level, and although the giant octopus is a juvenile, it is also of diamond level. There is a huge level difference between the two sides, and with the giant snake assisting beside it, the big black fish has no chance of winning. There's not even the ability to hurt them. A moment later, the giant octopus threw the black fish's body onto the shore. Luo Yu waved his hand, and the two water monsters he raised disappeared. This is the advantage of being an animal tamer. Even if you are in a foreign place, you can summon your captive animals at any time, and you can also send them back to your territory at any time. After the big black fish was dealt with, Luo Yu packed up all his things and walked towards the bungalow. In the room, Luo Yu threw all the messy things that black fish had exploded onto the table and immediately received a system prompt. You have completed the mercenary mission and obtained 1 bee soul core and 1 sapphire crystal. Got the stuff. At this time, the Snow Leopard Woman placed her brother in a bathtub filled with cold water from the bottom of the lake. With Luo Yu's ice cubes on the boy's head, it seemed that the symptoms of heat stroke would be relieved a lot. "Thank you, human brother." The Snow Leopard Woman was grateful from the bottom of her heart, but Luo Yu asked curiously, "Where did you get this sapphire?" The Snow Leopard Girl explained, "The special event before the heat wave, the special event in my territory is the geological uplift, and this sapphire was found in the uplifted black spot stone hill." "Oh, a geological bulge?" Luo Yu asked curiously, "So, you should have a lot of stone bricks?" The Snow Leopard Woman nodded and said, "My brother and I cut a lot of bricks. My brother wanted to build the wall as quickly as possible, so he started working before the sun went down. As a result, he got a heat stroke. We currently have 180,000 stone bricks in our territory. If you need them, we can give you some. No need to send it." Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, 100,000 bricks are enough to build the wall. I will buy the remaining 80,000 bricks. Yes, it's acquisition. Stone bricks cannot be listed in the auction house, but can be traded on-site. Visitors, mercenaries, etc. can trade with the Lord. In addition to being grateful to Luo Yu, the Snow Leopard Woman was also a little afraid. Hearing Luo Yu say this, she didn't dare to disobey and could only nod in agreement. Luo Yu smiled and said, "I don't think silver is what you are in short supply of right now. Your bee soul core was also given to me as a reward, and I can't unlock the automatic defense core for a while. Well, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will exchange 80,000 stone bricks with 4 automatic crossbows." Yes. A hint of surprise flashed in the Snow Leopard Woman's eyes. Indeed, silver could not be converted into combat power immediately. Having 4 automatic crossbows would make people feel more at ease. These 4 automatic crossbows were also brought out by Luo Yu just in case. Now, they have become trading supplies. Now that he had everything he wanted, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Okay, it's almost time for me to leave. By the way, if your brother gets heat stroke again next year and you happen to have some rubies or something like that, you can come to me again." Bye-bye. The snow leopard woman didn't know what to say for a moment. When she saw the light gate appear, she bowed and said, "Goodbye, benefactor. If my brother and I are still alive next year, we will definitely come back to find you." Luo Yu smiled faintly and walked into the light gate. The next moment, he appeared in the kitchen of his own territory. "You have completed the mercenary mission. Current completion times, 2 times. Current success rate, 100. The number of times and the success rate are both guarantees of credibility." The first thing he did after coming back was to take a shower. The sanitary conditions in the territory of the snow leopard brother and sister can only be described as below average, so taking a shower would make things more clear. After stripping himself completely, Luo Yu was thinking of jumping into the bathtub, but then he changed his mind and decided that after returning from unfamiliar territory, it would be better to take a shower first to wash away the dirty bacteria and bugs on his body. The shower has not been built yet. There's a shower in the water circulation system. Just connect the water pipe and install a valve. The shower is just a small thing, and the high-end version of the shower is not expensive. After a simple operation, when he was about to confirm, Luo Yu silently said something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The shower you built is changed to colorful shower head. Colorful shower head diamond grade after use. It can wash away all the dirt on the body, greatly reduce the chance of infection, relieve fatigue, increase beauty, comfort, hygiene value. Another diamond grade nozzle is out. Luo Yu took a shower happily. It was nothing special, just because he felt comfortable. Looking at the ratings, a diamond grade shower head only has 500 points, which is acceptable. After a while, he soaked in the bathtub, opened the system interface, and used the territory core first. Chapter 111. A sign of the heat wave subsiding. After clicking OK, a prompt appears. You use the base core, your territory area increases by 10, the land fertility increases by 10, and the aquatic resources increase by 10. The area has expanded again. The current territory resources have reached 139, and the mineral resources have reached 144. Awesome. The core of this base is the most amazing thing. Luo Yu also has a random attack summoner. Next time when he goes on a mercenary mission, he can just use it on any lord he doesn't like. Next, Luo Yu opened the technology interface. Aesthetic value unlocked. Silver 100000, Sapphire Crystal 1. After clicking OK, a prompt indicating successful unlocking appears, and the aesthetics value appears on Luo Yu's panel. Base beauty, 188. Wow, the number is close to 200 as soon as it appears. Come to think of it, there may not be many buildings in his territory, but there are a lot of irises planted in the villa, entertainment room, and warehouse, and there is even a gold-grade manhwa flower in the bedroom. These flowers provide a lot of beauty. In addition to gardens, floor tiles, and various buildings, aesthetics were taken into consideration when they were constructed. There are also carpets, walls, jadeite, and entertainment facilities, which results in the aesthetics directly exceeding the entertainment value. Luo Yu took a detailed look at the aesthetics list and found that the value added for the buildings was not that high. The number of high-quality floor tiles laid in the base was large, so the value added was quite a lot. Then Amon Luo Hua added a wave. The fire-powered water pump room, the simple prison, the quarry, the mine, and the bugs crawling everywhere also reduced the aesthetics. It was not until he saw the end that Luo Yu understood why the territory was so beautiful. Still, because of the Beast Girls, Shao Kong and Shao Jin each added 20 points of beauty, and Shao Dai added 25 points. Just the 3 of them added 65 points of beauty, which made the territory so beautiful. Tip: because of the beauty of your territory, it has been blessed by a mysterious power. Your shooting level is +1, currently LV13, and your strength is +2, currently 108. What does aesthetics have to do with shooting? Give me some cooking levels instead. Luo Yu laughed out loud. So beast girls are really the best companion animals. It does not count towards a score, has no emotions, but adds to the entertainment value in aesthetics. Luo Yu estimates that after the comfort value is unlocked, it might even increase the comfort level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. I was more careful at that time. I should have chosen the Beast Tide of Hell difficulty. There will definitely be beast girls in Hell difficulty. After taking a shower, Luo Yu felt refreshed and started making cam meat again. He still had to make money. Another day passed, and when Luo Yu woke up in the early morning, he got a buff, carving inspiration. When carving works of art, it is possible to have a bonus in quality and This kind of inspiration is quite rare. It's a pity that he hasn't unlocked the art technology tree yet. So, it's of no use at all. I looked at the temperature, and it dropped to 46 degrees in the morning. It's finally getting cooler, and it looks like the heat wave is going to subside. The world was filled with joy, and regional chats became active. The heat wave has lasted for 7 or 8 days. If the temperature doesn't drop, everyone will die. Luo Yu knew that this was the last period of huge profits for canned meat. So he put 100 cans of meat on the shelves in the morning, still with an average price of 2,800. As a result, he had a hard time selling them this time. Everyone knows that the heat wave will soon subside and starvation will only last for a day or two. Once the temperature returns to below 40 degrees, meat can be preserved for a longer time and food will not be as scarce as it is now. In the afternoon, Luo Yu put another 100 cans of meat on the shelves. This time the average price was 2,500, but became increasingly difficult to sell them. At dinner time in the evening, there was a meeting in the group. Fang Yameng, canned meat has been making huge profits recently, and many people around the world are selling it. The price has dropped so much today, it seems that the price above 2,000 can no longer be sustained. Naker, yeah, it was hard selling today, but I can still make money. Alice, Luo Yu, what's your opinion? Luo Yu, I agree with you, Meng. Once the price collapses, those who have stocks will sell off in large quantities. The collapse will be like an avalanche, and the collapse will spread far and wide. The price is very likely to fall below 1,000, or even below 500. I think we should take action immediately while the price is still high and sell out all the canned meat we have. Nyoda, I agree. What Luo Yu said must be right. Fang Yameng, Naker, Alice, and Elena agree. They all voted in favor of Luo Yu's proposal and immediately sold the remaining canned meat. Elena, let's put it on a shelf now. How much is appropriate? Luo Yu, if we put too low now, it will accelerate the collapse. Let's put it on the shelves at 2,400. All of them. Everyone put all their canned meat on the shelves. Luo Yu also put the 100 cans of meat that he made in the afternoon on the shelves at a price of 2,400. After selling for a while, not a single item was sold and everyone was looking worried. Fang Yameng, are we asking too much? How about less than 2,000? The other girls also became worried. Luo Yu, don't worry, there is no race that is not greedy. Those who buy canned meat now are not necessarily hungry. Alice and the others didn't react for a while, but Fang Yameng understood something. Luo Yu, are you saying that some unscrupulous merchants will hoard goods and then fleece the sheep? Luo Yu, what a bloody history. The more droughts and food shortages there were in history, the more full the grain merchants' warehouses became. Greed is everyone's original sin. Food is rare in the world of heaven. If something can be traded a second time, who wouldn't want to make more money? Only if you know how to make choices can you go further. As if to confirm Luo Yu's words, all the canned meats listed at 2,400 in the small group were sold out at the same time. Looking at the prices of canned meats, the lowest price was marked as 2,500. Some big guys or some wealthy small groups don't want the price of canned meat to collapse right now, so they're buying up low-price goods. Not here, Luo Yu is right. This is the last chance to shear the sheep. No one wants to let it go. Elena, Luo Yu, why do you know all this? Alice, I wish there was more kindness and less greed in the world. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, you were not a capitalist before, right? Everyone was chatting in the group. Luo Yu took a look at his wealth. After selling the last wave of canned meat, he currently had a total of 202.6 W silver. Millionaire. This wave of profit is really a huge fortune. At night, it was Luo Yu's favorite bathing time again. The three little cuties took showers under diamond-level shower heads, which improved their hygiene a lot. Chapter 112, Heavy Rain. Actually, although beast girls look cute, their long hair, furry ears, and tails are breeding ground for bacteria. So you don't have to worry about them this time. Sure enough, when I held Xiaokong in my arms while sleeping at night, I could feel that her whole body was fragrant. Boom! In the middle of the night, Luo Yu was awakened by a thunder. Looking at the three beast girls sleeping beside him, he carefully got out of bed and walked to the balcony. During the heat wave, the sky was originally cloudless, but now it was covered with dark clouds. There's a hint of moisture in the air, and the wind blowing in your face brings a hint of coolness. Turning my head to look at the small lake, I saw the wind-powered water pump starting to turn rapidly. All these signs indicated one thing. It was going to rain. Boom! There was another loud thunder in the sky, and the first drop of rain fell on the dry earth, and was quickly absorbed by the soil. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the thunder sounded, raindrops as big as beans began to fall. It's raining. Luo Yu's first reaction was, fortunately, I sold all the canned meat during dinner. Those profiteers who hoarded goods at high prices should jump off the building. In an instant, the drizzle turned into a downpour, splashing all over the world. Luo, you could see the green smoke rising from the ground. That was the water vapor produced by the collision of the high-temperature ground and the cold rain. The heat wave is over. Looking at the world, it was so exciting. Many people ran into the rain to bathe in the blessing of heaven. Naker, luckily we sold the canned meat. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, can you tell fortunes? Luo Yu, yes, I observed the sky at night and found that this rain will have a devastating impact on the vegetable fields. You must protect your vegetable fields. Fang Yameng, vegetable garden? The vegetables I planted withered a long time ago. Elena, my vegetables are all wilting. I feel like the prices of vegetables will skyrocket soon. Alice, fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar to preserve a batch of vegetables. Knock here. Oh, let's talk about tomorrow. Today is a day worth celebrating. Luo Yu, aren't you driving? Fang Yameng, what? Kur, do you know what driving means? Neko, what does that mean? I've been paying attention to people's conversational skills, and it seems like everyone is very happy when they mention driving. Luo Yu, Midnight Car God has taken off. Kur is here to trade. I'll give you the Band-Aid swimsuit. Remember to put it on and take a screenshot for me to see. Fang Yameng, Kur, don't make a deal. Luo Yu, just tease the girls in the group, Due to the heavy rain, the chat atmosphere in the group was very lively, which also gave Luo Yu inspiration. Since we can meat, we can also can vegetables and even fruit juice. Everyone's vegetable gardens are withering, so you should want to supplement vitamins, right? The heavy rain continued to fall, and the Tiandao world fell into a carnival. Everyone was celebrating the decline of the heat wave, and at this moment, no one would think about what disaster was waiting for them ahead. The next morning, the heavy rain was still falling. After waking up, Luo Yu clicked on the prompt. Warning, the heavenly Dao world has fallen into a special climate. Heavy rain. After the heat wave ended, it rained heavily. Of course, the threat of heavy rain is much smaller than that of heat waves. Dry land and small lakes with dropped water levels will dilute the threat of heavy rain. At this stage, there will not be two major threat events occurring at the same time. Luo Yu walked onto the balcony and looked at his territory. The sky was gloomy and the rain, although not as heavy as last night, was still pouring down. The temperature has plummeted from 50 degrees to only 27 degrees, which is already a normal temperature in summer. The heat wave subsided so quickly that it was really unexpected. The price of canned meat at the auction house has dropped to 100 silver pieces, and no one is buying it. It can be said to be a plummet. The temperature has dropped, and many people form teams to kill big black fish during the heat wave. Now that everyone can get seafood, the price of meat will naturally plummet. Many people in the world were sneering at the unscrupulous merchants who hoarded goods, and Luo Yu was secretly happy about it. In this wave, some unscrupulous business groups may have lost hundreds of thousands or even millions of silver. This is what happens when you don't know when to advance or retreat. After closing the world channel, he turned his gaze towards the vegetable garden. A canopy had been built over the vegetable field before, and the drainage ditch and other facilities were also complete, so there were no problems. After checking the water storage situation in the territory, I found that the 4 wind power water pumps were already running at full speed, and the water pumped up basically filled the water tanks and half of the water tower. Luo Yu thought that now was the best time to store water. He clicked on the construction page and started building the water tower again. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. A large amount of stone bricks were purchased in a previous transaction. Click OK, and another water tower is completed. After construction was completed, the water tower immediately began to store water. This aesthetically pleasing water tower cost such a high price, and its aesthetics rating has increased by 2 points. In fact, it is difficult to improve the aesthetics, thanks to the fact that Luo Yu has many beast girls. Each of them is young and beautiful like a mobile vase. Speaking of animals, after the temperature drops, the animals no longer need to live in the recreation room. Luo Yu directly ordered that all animals except the beast girls are not allowed to enter the recreation room and can go wherever they want. Domestic animals such as cows, bulls, and hens returned to the animal farm, and the insects went to the quarry again, along with badgers to dig stones, and the giant scorpions also went to the mine to mine. The mineral veins have increased by 10, so you can start digging now. The rainstorm did not have much impact on these animals, and everything at the base began to return to normal. Warning: the water level in the small lake in the territory has reached the 90 warning line. A hint is coming. Luo Yu hurriedly looked towards the small lake. The wind-powered water pump was spinning rapidly at full power, and the water level of the small lake was clearly rising. If it was someone else's territory, the water would overflow and it wouldn't have much of an impact, but it was different in my own territory. If the water level spread, the cotton field would be flooded. If Luo Yu wants to prevent the lake from flooding, he has 3 options to choose from. First, dig ditches to drain the water out of the territory. Second, increase or deepen the overall volume of the small lake. Third, build dams. First of all, the first option is certainly safe, but according to the explanation of the heavenly Tao world, draining the water in the small lake will cause the loss of aquatic resources. There are big octopuses, big snakes, and many turtles in the lake, and more will be raised in the future. They all rely on aquatic resources, and Luo Yu will not allow the loss of them. The project to increase the area of the lake is ridiculously large and will encroach on land area. Chapter 113 Dam, Thermal Energy Storage Tank. As for deepening the lake, it is simply impossible. Luo Yu learned from the giant octopus that there was something like an air wall at the bottom of the small lake, making it impossible to dive to the deepest part. Although there seem to be 3 options, there is actually only one way for Luo Yu: building a dam. There is actually another benefit to building a dam. Simply surrounding the small lake can very effectively reduce soil erosion and will not reduce the overall fertility of the land in the territory. No problem, build it. Clicking on the building page, it was still the wall interface. Luo Yu planned to build a 20 centimeters high mini wall. This is to block water, not people. 20 centimeters is enough. If it is not enough, just fold it up higher. When choosing materials, he used stone bricks and iron ore together to reinforce the mini dam and prevent it from being washed away by waves. Click to build, and the mini wall began to spread along the shore of the lake. In just a moment, it surrounded the lake. Although the cost of building a mini fence is very low, it takes a lot of it. This time, 30,000 stone bricks and 10,000 iron ore were consumed. These bricks are consumed really quickly. Fortunately, the small flood control dam has been completed, so there is no need to worry about the water overflowing for the time being. I looked at the base score. The mini dam plus the beautiful water tower added another 1,000 points, and now the overall score has reached 21,500. Want to build defensive facilities? Luo Yu's eyes instinctively looked towards the south of the territory. In the wind and rain, simple fortresses stand firm, and automatic crossbows lie quietly on the top of the stone pillars, ready to fire at any time. The territory has grown in size, and the outermost edge of the territory is beyond the coverage of the crossbows. Luo Yu frowned slightly. The area of the territory would continue to expand. In order to consolidate the defense in the south, the crossbows would need to be continuously extended. The cost of the crossbows was still a bit expensive. He always felt that this was not a solution. Building bunkers as a defensive method seemed a bit stupid. Master, it's time to eat. Xiao Jin walked to the balcony and reminded Luo Yu that breakfast was eggs, milk, and tomatoes, which did not require cooking, so breakfast was now prepared by Xiao Jin. Luo Yu withdrew his thoughts, touched her head gently, and went to wash up and eat. In the morning, the rain did not show any signs of decreasing, but Luo Yu received another reminder. Your powerful heat absorption platform is not working. I hurried to the roof and took a look. Oh my God, the stone bowl was full of water. There was no way it could work. Luo Yu laughed and placed the stone bowl at an angle of 60 degrees. Most of the water inside flowed out, so as not to affect the heat supply. I looked at the power, thermal output, 1,000. The power of the thermal energy collection panel next to it is only 100. The thermal function is much less effective on rainy days, which will cause some of the thermal water pumps to stop working. This reminded Luo Yu. The amount of water the territory needs every day has been calculated. Now that the wind is strong, there may be no problem, but when there is no wind and the weather is relatively cold, the territory may be out of water again. This heat absorption device works like this. When the weather is hot, the power exceeds the limit, and when the weather is cold, there is no output. As the weather gets cooler, the problem arises again, and we have to find a way to solve it. After clicking on thermal energy technology and searching for a while, Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he found a solution. Thermal energy storage box. Thermal energy storage box design 1, copper or 10,000, gold 5,000, silver 100,000. This thing is a little cheaper than the Lightning Collection box, but it's still very expensive. But there is no other way. The thermal energy storage box is a necessary equipment for an automated base and is also one of the prerequisites for unlocking thermal energy weapons. After taking a look at the mineral resources of the territory, there are 20,000 copper ore and 7,000 gold. I have to say that the Golden Scorpion King is still awesome. He finds a gold brick every once in a while, and Luo Yu digs there sporadically. So much gold has been accumulated without realizing it. Now all that was missing was a design drawing. Luo Yu searched the auction house, but couldn't find it. He tried to shout out to the world. Terran, Anonymous, design drawings of thermal energy storage tanks, some with prices. I originally called out with the mentality of giving it a try, and someone actually sent me a trading box. Blackwater Tribe. Anonymous, you collect blueprints, right? I have one. What do you plan to exchange it for? Having said that, he put the design drawing on the transaction interface, and the product was genuine and priced right. Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. Of course I will exchange it for silver. How much is it? You name your price. Blackwater Tribe. I don't want silver, I want vegetarian food. 3,000 vegetarian meals, and I'll trade you the blueprints. Man, this is a win no matter how you look at it. Profit. Luo Yu replied with a sneer. The price of vegetarian food will skyrocket soon. No, it has already skyrocketed. I'm afraid 3,000 vegetarian food can only be sold for 300,000 silver. Do you think I'm a sucker? Besides, at this juncture, how many people do you think can come up with so many vegetarian dishes? Blackwater Tribe. You have a point. How do you propose a deal? Luo Yu. Well, I happen to have some stock here. I'll give you 1,500 vegetarian food, which is all I have, and then I'll give you 50,000 silver. That's all I can give you. Blackwater Tribe. Do you really have 1,500 vegetarian dishes? Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly put 1,500 vegetarian dishes on the table. How about it, buddy? All varieties have complete vitamins. Tiandao World has opened up secondary trading of food. You should know what the price of this batch of vegetarian dishes can be sold for, right? If it can be processed a little more, you are a smart person, you should understand. The Blackwater Tribe was silent for a moment, but still replied, Okay, since you have such a complete range of products, I will trade with you. But I have to remind you that you traded all the vegetarian food to me, so you should take care of yourself. Transaction successful. You obtained the thermal energy storage tank design. Got it. Luo Yu chuckled. This time collecting the maps went smoothly. He prepared to build a storage box. Moreover, once the blueprint is used, you will not need to collect blueprints again to make similar items in the future. So this deal is still very profitable. Click OK, and a light flashes before your eyes, and a square red box as tall as a person appears. Thermal energy storage box stores 50,000 units of thermal energy and escapes one of thermal energy every day. Placing it in a closed space can greatly slow down the escape of thermal energy. Just like a battery, if you leave it for a long time, current will leak out. The same is true for this box, but the escape rate is not very high, and there are ways to alleviate it. Chapter 114. Everyone has evolved from scrubbing to scraping. For such a large box, Luo Yu indeed needs to build a building specifically for storing energy. Hothouse resistant. The internal environment is rough and can effectively resist the heat emitted from the inside, so as not to cause the walls to melt and the building to collapse. It is better to choose a greenhouse. It is a bit ugly, but it is practical. This time the greenhouse is adjacent to the last water pump room. This is the purpose of Luo Yu's plan. Put the thermal energy storage box in the room with good heat resistance and connect the energy pipeline, and the project is completed. However, the current energy supply for water pumps is not enough, so this thing is just a decoration for the time being. After doing all this, Luo Yu opened the auction house and checked the price of vegetables. In just one day, the price had soared to 80 silver per unit. This price is about the same as when he first entered the Tiandao world, and Luo Yu estimated that it would go up again. The vegetable fields might be able to withstand the heavy rain, but the previous heat wave was too terrible. How many people can have automatic sprinklers like Luo Yu? Luo Yu's vegetarian food is now worth 50,000 yuan, and if he sells it now, he can get 4 million silver coins, which is a huge sum of money. However, Luo Yu did not choose to sell now, because the growth of vegetables is not a one-time thing. Unlike meat, where you can catch fish and shrimps immediately once the heat wave subsides. Prices will only get higher in the future, and Luo Yu plans to also sell vegetarian food, fruit juice, and other products in canned form to maximize profits. The directly unlocked sealing production technology can not only be used to make canned meat, but also canned vegetables. The principles are similar. Walking into the kitchen, Luo Yu's cooking level had reached LV6, and he began to make canned vegetables. This day was another day spent in the kitchen. As the sun set, Luo Yu made 200 canned vegetables, consuming 2,000 vegetarian units. When I opened the auction house again, the price of vegetarian food had risen to 90 silver coins, and people all over the world were calling for the purchase of vegetarian food. Of course, the price of vegetarian food will not be as outrageous as meat before. Meat can now fill people up, and not eating vegetables is nothing more than a lack of vitamins, which will not be fatal in the short term. Besides, some races don't have to eat vegetables. For example, the cat girl card doesn't like vegetables and can eat only meat, which makes her white and tender. Canned vegetables are already on the market. Luo Yu is not the only one who has discovered this business opportunity. The price is relatively stable at around 1,300 silver coins. Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth and priced his canned vegetables at 1,500 silver coins. He also added a sentence after the product information. This canned vegetable contains a mixture of various vegetarian ingredients and has high nutritional value. Most of the canned vegetables on the market are of a single type, and Luo Yu's mixed ones immediately attracted the attention of consumers. Soon, 200 cans of mixed vegetables were sold out, and Luo Yu made a profit of 300,000 yuan on the spot. He smiled secretly in his heart. He could make a lot of money and improve his cooking skills at the same time. How comfortable. Would you like to start trying to make juice tomorrow? Thinking this in his mind, he started to prepare dinner for today. I had dinner with the little cuties and looked at the weather outside. The rain had started to subside, but it looked like it would continue for another day or two. The warning water level of the small lake has reached 96, but Luo Yu is not in a hurry because there is still a mini dam above the warning water level. By now it was completely dark, and he was taking a bath in the bathtub, as usual. In the bath, he recalled that in his hometown, people said that people born in the year of the tiger would feel more comfortable when receiving a massage. Xiao Jin, come here and give me a shoulder massage. Oh. Xiao Jin wrapped a bath towel around herself, walked behind Luo Yu, and gently helped him massage. When you're doing entertainment activities, strength +1. The goal was achieved. Luo Yu smiled and said, Xiao Jin, why are you wearing a towel while taking a bath? Isn't that too polite? Xiao Jin's face turned red, and he said hastily, It's not that I'm being polite, it's... Oh, master, you are a pervert. Luo Yu laughed out loud. Although it was raining outside, he felt much better. At this moment, someone spoke in the group. Naker, how are you going to spend the silver you earned during the heat wave? Elena, of course I used all my silver to improve the attribute values. All 3 attributes have reached 100. Fang Yameng, I would like to call you a ruthless person. Alice, I also clicked on the attributes. Nyoda, me too. I'm working on my physique. Fang Yameng, hey, have you used them all to improve your attributes? How about you, Luo Yu? Luo Yu, I clicked on the attribute points of the small animals at home. Naker, yes, you are an animal tamer, and the strength of the graded animals is very important. Fang Yameng, that's true, but I think Luo Yu, you still need to add some personal attributes. Luo Yu, yes, we ordered it. It was fully ordered a long time ago. Unfortunately, it's hard to get silver now. Everyone, Fang Yameng, damn it, you've been so pretentious again. I want some attributes too. As a result, the 4 or 500,000 or 500,000 silvers that everyone earned in this wave were all used to upgrade their attributes. Wow. Everyone upgraded their attributes to 100 and their combat effectiveness was off the charts, but they also returned to a state of poverty again. Naker, I feel full of strength. Luo Yu, congratulations, Kura. You have advanced from a bath-scrubbing girl to a scraping girl. Nakuer, who wants to give you a bath? Hate it. Fang Yameng, Kura, you really misunderstood him this time. He said that your output was low before, but now it's a little bit higher. Goose, 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 goose. Elena, quite vivid. Knock here. Luo Yu, you bully me. Dare you come to the arena? I will give you a good scraping. Luo Yu, I would like to, but I'm in the iron rank. I'll be laughed at if I enter the normal rank. How about you come to the iron rank to find me? Naker, just wait and see how I beat you up. Elena, has Luo Yu already reached the iron rank? I have to work harder too. Fanyamang, yeah, I want to join PKC too. After the attributes were raised, everyone developed a strong interest in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the Black Iron Arena and started his gold gamble again. Same as always, 500 gold. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in. It turned out to be the two brothers Li Huaxing who were defeated by him that day. The long-haired man in a Taoist robe said coldly, "Room 9527, you despicable human are really here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Luo Yu was surprised and said, "Oh, you really dare to come?" "Nonsense. We, the fiery twins, are fearless, and there is nothing we dare not do." The short-haired man said coldly, "I'm not afraid to tell you that the two of us brothers have filled up our strength with silver. Today is the day you die." Chapter 115. If we don't break the defense, there's no point in fighting. Luo Yu showed a hint of sneer in his eyes when he heard this. Indeed, a wave of heat allowed some gifted races or smart guys to make a lot of money. Presumably, the attribute points of many people have reached 100. 100 is indeed very high, but it becomes very difficult to obtain attribute values above 100. 100 is just the beginning. Luo Yu said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense, 500 gold. Let's get started." Okay. Both brothers took out their long swords. 3.2.1, let's get started. The countdown ended, and the two flaming stars pounced towards Luo Yu from the left and right, slashing out fiercely with the long swords in their hands. This time, they used all their strength. Dang dang. There were two muffled sounds, and Luo Yu swung the Tiandao knife in his hand continuously, shocking the two men and making them take a step back. "You?" There was disbelief in the eyes of the two men. They used their full strength of 100 points, but the human in front of them actually pushed them back a step. This means that this person's strength exceeds 100, and it's not just 100, it's probably quite a distance beyond that. The long-haired man exclaimed in shock, "Why do you have such a powerful force?" Not only him, but everyone who came to the room to watch the fight also widened their eyes. Except for those terrifying races, 100 strength is the limit at this stage. Did this guy eat some kind of rare treasure? It's so terrifying. Luo Yu sneered. Why? Is this all the fiery twins are capable of? The two of them were furious when they heard this. The short-haired man said in shock, "So what if your strength is over 100? Watch this." The two brothers attacked again, swinging their swords continuously, and rolling sword lights swept towards Luo Yu. Dung dung dung. Luo Yu also chopped horizontally and vertically, performing the second level of the whirlwind sword technique. Not only was he not suppressed by the two brothers, but he overwhelmed them instead. Everyone watching could see that the owner of room 9527 not only had a strength exceeding 100, but also an agility exceeding 100. The two brothers had chosen strength, but not agility, so they were directly suppressed by speed. The key point is that this person seems to have martial arts, and quite powerful martial arts. He has the upper hand against two opponents at the same time. How awesome. Puff. With a dull sound, Luo Yu's Tiangong knife just brushed the long-haired man's shoulder and actually cut off his hand. The second level of Gale sword technique, plus the fighter characteristics, made Luo Yu's sword power much greater than before. At first glance, it seemed like just a scratch, but in reality, it had broken his arm. The long-haired man screamed and retreated repeatedly, but he had a good physique and did not disappear on the spot. He shouted, "No more hiding your abilities, show them." "Good." The short-haired man shouted loudly, and light appeared beside him. The next moment, 3 black snakes as thick as arms appeared beside him. This man was also a beast tamer. The black snake was very fast. It swam quickly and quickly went around Luo Yu's left and right and behind, and launched an attack at the same time. Attacks came from 3 directions, and Luo Yu could only move forward to dodge. He saw clearly that there was a green, poisonous snake hiding on the ground in front of him, harboring murderous intent. Brothers are all snake charmers. At this moment, feeling threats from 3 directions and seeing that there was only one way out, Luo Yu felt a flash of lightning in his mind, which actually solved the confusion in his heart. Yes, why would I spend so much money on such a big project in the south? The attack can only come from one direction. Madness. I was so stupid before. Luo Yu's mind suddenly became clear, and he started laughing. Then he turned around suddenly and chopped at the black snake behind him with his Tiangong knife. Puff! The black snake was split into two halves, but the black snakes attacking from both sides were about to bite him. Excitement showed in the eyes of the two brothers. Everyone watching the fight thought that Luo Yu had no chance of winning. But at the moment when the black snake bit Luo Yu, light suddenly appeared around Luo Yu. Bang! Bang! The two black snakes hit the purple light and were bounced back to the ground. Then Luo Yu killed them one by one with his sword. Light shield. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy actually has a light shield. Are there shield belts now? Outrageous. This is outrageous. The two brothers Li Huaxing's eyes almost popped out, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. The opponent has a shield and is immune to damage. So what's the point of fighting? Luo Yu sneered. You guys are playing with snakes in front of me? With a touch of his fingertips, a giant red-scaled python suddenly appeared and swept over with its tail while the two were stunned. Puff! The long-haired man, who already had a broken arm, was hit hard on the wound and died on the spot. The short-haired man reacted suddenly and dodged hurriedly, but suddenly heard a dull running sound. Looking up, he found a white rhino and a huge elephant rushing towards him. You fucking... Before he could finish his words, he was picked up by the rhinoceros and then hit on the head by the elephant's trunk, killing him instantly. KO. You defeated your opponent in 6 minutes and 27 seconds. You get 500 gold and 1080 silver. After getting 500 gold, Luo Yu waved his hand, put the animal away, and waited quietly for the next challenger. No one challenged. The strength displayed by Luo Yu at this moment was so strong that no one dared to attack him. In fact, everything else is fine, as everyone is a capable person. The main problem is that this shield is too outrageous. Who would dare to go up without breaking the defense? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Luo Yu found that no one came. So he had no choice but to leave the room. Suddenly, he discovered that Zerg 4444 had also opened a room, and it was Gold Field 200, which was now vacant. 4444 is an old acquaintance. Luo Yu clicked on it directly. The mantis man was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Yu, then laughed and said, Very good, you. You are here again. I maxed out my agility this time. You will definitely lose today. Luo Yu said nothing, looking at the mantis man like a lamb to be slaughtered. 3.2.1, let's get started. When the PK started, the two sides fought back and forth for a full 10 minutes before Luo Yu very difficultly killed the mantis man. You get gold 200. Sure enough, the mantis man immediately spent another 200 gold to enter the room. This time, Luo Yu's victory was more difficult than last time. You get gold 200. The mantis man gritted his teeth and said, I have found your weakness. I will use my last 500 gold to win back my money with interest. His words were full of resentment, but also revealed a key piece of information. He only had the last 500 gold left. The battle started again, and this time the stakes increased to 500 gold. 3.2.1, let's get started. KO. Luo Yu chopped the mantis man to the ground with one knife. Chapter 1, 16 Mosquitoes Bring Diseases. Luo Yu looked at the stunned mantis man and laughed. Since we have no money left, let's stop here today. Next time, get more gold, and I'll have fun with you again. Then he left the room. Having earned 1,400 gold tonight, Luo Yu happily left the arena. The next morning, the rain was still falling, but it was much lighter than before. The temperature on rainy days is very cool, currently only 21 degrees, which is a comfortable temperature. Luo Yu looked at the prompt and found that he had obtained a buff that improved mining efficiency. There's also a reminder from the Heavenly Dao world. The heat wave has ended. Due to the heat wave, summer will be extended by 5 days, and there are 9 days left until the end of the month. The heat wave is very unbearable, and the extended 5 days are very precious, which is valuable time for everyone to deploy defense facilities. Luo Yu also needs to improve his strength. It is difficult to improve one's own strength, but there are many high-quality animals in the territory, which can increase some attributes. Last night, in the PK field, it was obvious that everyone's strength was getting stronger. Many people died in this heat wave, and those who survived have become stronger to some extent. Luo Yu knew that the various values of his territory were relatively high, which would gradually widen the gap between him and the general public, but this would take time. At this stage, he should enhance the strength of the animals. When the animals become stronger, it would enhance the overall strength of himself and the territory. Currently, the animals in the territory that can enhance strength include the 3 attributes of the Wolf King, the strength and agility of the Golden Scorpion King, and 8 kinds of animals: native chickens, elephants, rhinos, golden beetles, silver-armored ladybugs, and red-scaled pythons. They all have grades. As for Adai and Big Bull, they have no grade and cannot be strengthened for the time being. Luo Yu calculated that to add them all to 100, a total of 610,000 silvers would be needed. Currently, there are 232.6 W silvers in the territory. Flour. If you don't spend it, just keep it and enjoy it. With a random click of plus, the strength of all grades of animals in the territory increased rapidly. After a moment, there was still 171.6 W silver in the territory, and the three-dimensional strength of all grades of animals reached 100. Today's elephants and rhinos can carry and pull goods better. The golden scorpion king can mine more efficiently. Hens can lay more eggs every day, and it can also serve as a better hidden weapon. Luo Yu felt that the defense of the golden scorpion king was sufficient now, and what he lacked most at this stage was stone bricks. He made up his mind and directly sent the Scorpion King to the quarry to mine. Such a powerful Scorpion King wouldn't be killed by falling rocks, right? The Scorpion King's mining speed is faster than that of the Badger and the Digger combined. Produce stone bricks quickly. Luo Yu has a big plan in mind. While making canned vegetables, Luo Yu began to study thermal defense technology. The previous thermal energy collection box technology unlocked part of the thermal energy defense technology. If you want to completely open this technology tree, you will need 20 W silver and 2 W gold. Gold has always been a long-standing problem for Luo Yu. Even though the current gold production is already quite a lot, it still feels like it will never be enough. Luo Yu opened the auction house and looked at the gold price. Gold is becoming more and more precious now. The ratio of gold to silver has reached 1 to 130. If you want to buy 20,000 gold, you need 2.6 million silver. My goodness, even if Luo Yu is rich, it's still not enough. A tall building starts from the ground. Work hard to make and save money. Another whole day was spent in the kitchen. This time, the canned vegetables sold totaled 400,000, and the silver recovered to the number of 211.6 W. I looked at the bricks in the evening. The bricks I cut today, plus those I had stored before, totaled 70,000. This number is not enough. Save it for another day. In addition, although the rock collapse in the quarry today did not cause any damage to the Golden Scorpion King, it killed 2 digging worms. Having lost a bug before, Luo Yu decided to buy a batch of digging bug for the sake of mining efficiency. Tamed animals can also be listed on the auction house. Of course, at this stage, only ordinary animals are on the shelves, and there are no premium animals. After searching, he found that there were quite a lot of digging worms for sale, and the price was 1,500 each. Luo Yu simply bought 20 worms, which could last him for a long time. The new bugs are directly sent to work in the quarry. Now they're divided into 2 groups. One group digs during the day and the other group digs at night, digging nonstop for 24 hours. During the evening bathing time, Luo Yu received another reward of 1 point of strength. The group was usually very lively at this time, but it was a bit quiet today. Everyone is happily fighting in the arena. Luo Yu also entered the arena. 2 hours later, he earned 1,000 gold and successfully completed today's gold-earning task. Speaking of which, I can be considered invincible in the Black Iron Arena, but I have not yet upgraded to the bronze level. Some guys from high-level races are already in the bronze level. Of course, the bronze field is not open yet, so there's not much difference, except that it is easier to take on bronze-level mercenary missions. Another day passed. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he looked out the window and found that the rain outside had stopped. The sky had cleared, and the temperature was 24 degrees. This was the feeling of a summer morning. Is it finally over? A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the bright sunshine made him feel even happier. Xiaodai on the bed, turned over lazily and put her little feet on Luo Yu's legs. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, grabbed her little feet, and tickled them gently. Xiaodai's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she woke up slowly. She found her feet were being held by her master, and her face turned red immediately. Master, you are awake. Look at her little appearance. So cute. Tip: you gain agility +2 when engaging in recreational activities. Luo Yu pinched her feet and said with a laugh, "Get up. Accompany me to wash up." Oh, Xiaodai is very well behaved now. In the morning, during breakfast, Luo Yu gave the swimsuit pattern to Xiaodai and asked her to make 10 pieces according to the sample to test the waters. Xiao Kong happily went fishing while Xiao Jin continued to cut stones. After walking out of the villa, Luo Yu discovered the problem. There are a lot of mosquitoes flying around inside the base, and even more so outside the walls. The continuous rainy weather has made the land very muddy. Although there are stone bricks and drainage ditches inside the base, the sanitation conditions outside the base are really very poor. There were many puddles of water and many flies and other flying insects, which made Luo Yu feel very uncomfortable. Tip: the continuous heavy rain has plunged the Tiandao world into a disease crisis. Various viruses have begun to spread. The weaker your physical fitness, the greater the risk of infection. Warning: your territory has been invaded by the Axa virus. 6 animals, including the digging worm and the ground badger, have been infected with Axa muscle syndrome. If they are not cured quickly, the virus will spread. Chapter 117 Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Luo Yu was slightly startled when he saw the prompt, and hurriedly checked the status of several animals. Sure enough, all showed unhealthy. Axa muscle syndrome, mobility -50, blood filtration -20, consciousness -20, cardiopulmonary function reduced by 10. This symptom looks scary, but it does not seem to be life-threatening, but it will greatly reduce work efficiency. And it's contagious, which is quite troublesome. After a while, Luo Yu gathered the 6 sick animals together. After reading carefully, Luo Yu found that this disease required long-term bed rest for treatment, starting from 2 months according to the physical condition, and consuming 3 herbs every day. Looking at the sickly insects and animals in front of him, Luo Yu sighed and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine soon." As soon as the voice fell, he raised his knife and killed them all. Just kidding, 3 herbs a day can be contagious, so I won't kill them and save them for the new year. Throwing the corpse into the incineration pit, Luo Yu resolved the incident safely. I looked at the health value of the territory. The highest value is 103, and the current value is 28. Hygiene value of 28. These mosquitoes flying everywhere are the source of the virus. If you don't have a healthy constitution, you will be infected. And even if you have a healthy constitution, there is still a possibility of infection. At this time, the world channel and regional channels were in an uproar again, and small groups began to complain. Fang Yameng, "Oh, my 2 wolves and my little cat are sick, they have the flu. Damn it, the hygiene value is so low. Naker, you are fine, but a member of the base I recruited before got Al-Aqsa muscle syndrome. What should I do? Alina, what should we do? This disease is contagious. Let's kill him. Naker, her attributes are very good. I can't bear to part with her. Luo Yu, if you can't bear it, just build a house to isolate them, but there is still a risk of infection. Kur, there are some things that cannot be helped. The attack will start at the end of the month, and there will be more captives with good attributes. Naker, okay, then I'll choose exile. Nyokda, the members of my territory are also sick, so I have no choice but to exile them. Exile is a method used by the Lord to clear out members of the territory. It can only be used on members and cannot be used to exile trial takers. Alternatively, animals can be released from their territories. Simply releasing people or animals with infectious diseases is not essentially the optimal solution and may cause infection on a larger scale. Of course, this is not necessarily the case in the world of heaven. Naker and Nyo still soften their hearts. Of course, no one said anything. Being kind is not a fault. Alice, may disease be kept away from every living being. Fang Yameng, I hope no one else gets sick. Everyone sighed for a while, and Luo Yu said, I think it's dangerous. Mosquitoes are one of the sources of disease transmission. Now is not the time to sigh. We must improve the sanitation value as soon as possible. Raising the sanitation value to above 60 can ensure the safety of the rest of the territory members. Everyone agreed that their small group had previously checked their physical fitness, and they were lucky that no trial taker fell ill. There are many trial participants in the World Channel saying that they are sick, which is quite troublesome. Nyoda, by the way, I was browsing the regional channel before and saw that Zhu Lai got a scroll of technology for repelling insects. Do you want to buy it? Luo Yu himself possesses the characteristic of being the Zerg nemesis and is immune to all insects, but other people in the territory do not have it, so insect repellent technology is still very necessary. Luo Yu, it will be best if you can buy it. Please contact him. Soon, Nyoda replied. Zhu Lai's small group also needs this technology scroll, but they are short of money. If we can offer 500,000 silver, he will be willing to help. Fang Yelmeng, Oh my god, 500,000 silvers. Why don't you go grab them? Nyoda, it's because he has a good relationship with our group. He wants to sell it on the market for 600,000 yuan. Alice, after buying this scroll, I have to find a way to get a shared technology scroll. Elena, I made some money in the arena these days, but the value of the insect repellent technology and shared scrolls added together is probably an astronomical figure. Luo Yu took a look at the auction house. Now the shared technology scroll was also on the shelves, but the price was 800,000, which was really an astronomical figure. This adds up to 140W. Alice, Luo Yu, what do you think? Luo Yu was silent for a while and then replied, I think it is not worth spending 1.4 million yuan just to increase the hygiene value and unlock the shared insect repellent technology. Whether you use this money to build a base or improve personal attributes, it's better than unlocking insect repellent technology. Let's use the money to improve the physical fitness of the rest of the base members. The higher the physical fitness, the lower the chance of infection. If there really is something infected, we will kill those who need to be killed, exile those who need to be exiled, and I will think of other ways later. Luo Yu is the core of this group, and everyone is a girl, so they almost instinctively choose to believe Luo Yu. The girls all agreed. As for Nyoda, he always trusted Luo Yu blindly. The road is made by people. It may seem that there is only one road, but even if it was once covered with thorns, it will become a road as you walk on it. Looking at the insects flying everywhere, Luo Yu fell into deep thought. How to get rid of these annoying bugs? After standing on the balcony of the villa and pondering for a long time, he had a vague idea. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Give it a try. Walking on a muddy ground, Luo Yu came to the edge of the territory and dug out a square hole with the Tiandao knife. He clicked on the floor page and laid a simple stone floor. Then Luo Yu threw a milk tablet made of special milk into the pit and then filled it with water. The milk tablets dissolved in the clear water, giving off a strange, fragrant smell. After standing there and waiting for a while, Luo Yu found that no insects flew over. He was a little disappointed. He turned around and saw a group of flies gathered not far away and flying around. These flies are as big as a thumb, and it is obvious that they are carrying a large number of pathogens. Huh? Is it because of me? Luo Yu, who possesses the Zerg nemesis, is here, and the bugs dare not approach. Sure enough, after he walked away a little, these bugs dared to fly over. I saw these disgusting flies flying around the small puddle, and some jumped into the water to lick the clean water. As the fragrance spread, more insects came in this direction and dived into the clear water. Although the power of the milk flakes is not as attractive to living creatures as a full portion of special milk and will not attract attacks, its attraction to insects should not be underestimated. A hint of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He found some wood nearby, lit on fire, and threw it next to the puddle. Chapter 1:18 Luo Yu is a clever little guy. Many flies were immediately engulfed by the flames. Watching a large number of flies turn into ashes, Luo Yu felt indescribably comfortable. I looked at the territory's sanitation value, and it increased by 1 point. No matter how much it increases, since it has increased, it proves that the method is effective. Looking at the burning flies, Luo Yu showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This fly meat is quite powerful. It is so burn-resistant that the flames take a long time to devour their bodies. After a while, Luo Yu found that the flies did not dare to come up. Life is instinctive, and not every animal has the courage to fly into the fire. After a group of flies died, the other flies started to circle in place and did not move forward. The hygiene value began to drop again. After Luo Yu pondered for a moment, he thought of a solution. Gelsemium elegans. These damn bugs know fire, but they don't know poison. Lick it. Try licking it again. Although the heartbreak grass in his territory has not yet matured, there are still a few heartbreak grasses that he had dug up in Elena's territory. Luo Yu dug a new hole, laid simple floor tiles in it, and then ran to the cowshed to milk the cows. 100 times critical hit trigger. Another half bucket of special milk was squeezed out. The cow felt her body was hollowed out and fell into a state of depression again. Luo Yu put most of the special milk into the ice cellar and scattered the rest into the pit. Because of the floor tiles, this special milk would not seep into the ground. Luo Yu put on gloves, broke off a small piece of heartbreak grass, and threw it into the milk. Soon, the poison of the heartbreak grass seeped into the milk, and the smell of the milk began to spread. Flies and various insects that smelled the odor flew over in swarms. No matter what kind of insect it would die instantly in the pit after licking the milk. At the same time, the dead flies also have the toxins of the heartbreak grass in their bodies, and are also tainted with a hint of special milk smell. These corpses are also very attractive to other insects. Word spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and all the insects that come over will die. Insects are very sensitive to smells. Soon, all the flies, spiders, centipedes, and the like in the entire territory swarmed towards this direction in terrifying swarms. There were no insects in other places. Luo Yu saw that the pit was about to fill up, so he threw a torch into it. Call! The flames burned fiercely. Countless insect corpses were burned, and the health value of the territory rose rapidly, but it recovered to above 60 in a moment. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He took a screenshot and told everyone about his experience. After understanding it, everyone was surprised and called Luo Yu a smart guy. Some of the special milk was distributed to everyone. Not much, just a little bit was enough. Elena also distributed the heartbreak grass to the people in the group. Everyone followed the same method, and sure enough, the hygiene value of the territory increased. An increase in hygiene values means a decrease in disease risk. We have found a solution to this sudden disease disaster. Looking at the blazing flames, Luo Yu showed a hint of pride on his face, thinking that he was truly a little genius. Just turn around and make money by canning vegetables. 2 hours later, Luo Yu came to the burning pit again and found that these flies were very resistant to burning. It had been 2 hours and they had not been burned out yet. It would probably take another hour. At the same time, because the Tiandao world as a whole was mired in mud, more insects flew in from outside the territory, and the sanitation value began to decline again. Luo Yu estimated that it would fall below 60 in 2 hours. This means that after the corpses in the pit are burned, the milk and heartbreak grass need to be rearranged to burn the insects, which happens about once every 3 hours. As for how long this repetition will last, it is unclear. It depends on when the sanitary conditions in the Tiandao world improve completely. 3 hours later, the sanitation value dropped below 60, and the insect corpses in the pit were burned to ashes. Luo Yu was ready to arrange it again, but just as he was doing so, he suddenly had an idea. The heat wave is over, and the power of my thermal energy collection board has dropped sharply. Flies are so resistant to burning. So, if I put a collection board here, wouldn't I be able to collect thermal energy continuously? Isn't this much better than wood? Thinking of this, Luo Yu showed a faint smile. He opened them all and spent some iron to buy an iron rack. He planned to put the collection plate on the iron rack to be influenced by the flames. The temperature of the upper part of the flame is much higher than that of the bottom, so placing it on top can maximize its function. Heat collection plate, stone bricks 1,000, silver 1,000, copper or 1,000, beast soul, core 1. Opening the auction house. The current price of the beast soul core is 60,000. Luo Yu simply bought 2. Now that he has money, it's okay to make one more board. After a series of operations, the 2 heat collection plates were placed on the shelf, and then the pits were arranged again. After a while, swarms of flies flew over again. Seeing that the corpses had accumulated almost enough, they lit a torch and the incineration pit started working again. Thermal energy collection board. Current power, 1,000. 1,000 power. The limit has been reached directly. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly built an energy pipeline leading to the thermal energy collection box. Why not the pump room? Because of the strong winds and heavy rains in the past few days, the wind-powered water pumps were working like crazy, filling up 2 water towers and a water tank. Now, there are only 6 thermal water pumps in operation, and there is no need to turn on more. The excess energy is sent directly into the energy storage tank for future use. Thermal energy storage tank, 3,000/50,000. Looking at the stored energy continuously increasing, Luo Yu felt happy, thinking that flies were not completely useless. After returning to the villa and washing up, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Jin, who was cutting stones, to watch over the incineration pit every 3 hours. Xiao Jin is the most efficient in everything she does, and she has an excellent physique, so there's basically no risk of contracting any disease. This job is most suitable for her. Xiao Jin nodded obediently and ran to the incineration pit to check. Luo Yu smiled faintly and started to can the vegetables. At dinner time, he put the 200 cans he made today on the auction house and earned another 300,000 silver. This money came so quickly. The arena time continued in the evening. There were much fewer people today than yesterday. After 5 competitions, he earned 800 gold. Luo Yu logged off and went to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was to check the hygiene value, 73 points. Maintained on the safety line. Watching the World Channel again, I found that more people were infected with diseases, all kinds of strange diseases, not fatal but disgusting. The small group was peaceful. After using Luo Yu's method, no one was infected with the disease again. This method really saved everyone a lot of money. Luo Yu and Elena were also generous and distributed some special milk and heartbreak grass to everyone, helping each other. Chapter 119, Strike Formation. Next to me, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have woken up and are getting dressed. Xiao Jin ran out every 3 hours last night to set up the incineration pit. She is still sleeping now, so I won't disturb her. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu checked the condition of the thermal energy storage tank. It had reached the level of 18,000/50,000 overnight. It was not bad, and it would be full in a few days. Early in the morning, Luo Yu cut all the stones that the earthworms and ground badgers had dug up last night. Adding the stock from yesterday, he now had 100,000 stone bricks. He could start to think about the plan in his mind. Strike formation. Yes, the previous battle with the fiery twins gave Luo Yu inspiration. He wanted to create a strike formation to completely eliminate the enemies coming from the east at the entrance. The design of the strike formation is complicated, but Luo Yu already has a detailed blueprint in his mind. He walked to the eastern edge of the territory, looking at the fog and the looming wall of air in front of him. Luo Yu determined his direction. Every attack comes from this position. All attacking units or neutral units entered from the area in front of them, and Luo Yu basically calculated that the intersection hidden in the fog should be about 5 meters wide. The strike formation must be built from here. First, Luo Yu had to build a corridor so that the attacking units had to enter the strike formation along the corridor he built. As for the 2 walls that make up this corridor, Luo Yu chose to make mechanical walls. This is an advanced wall that appears after the city wall technology is unlocked. Its hardness depends on the material. The reason why it is called a mechanical wall is that it can hide terrible things, such as automatic traps in the wall. Just like tightly sealed fireproof floor tiles can have spikes buried underground, mechanical walls can do the same. This was the wall that Luo Yu fell in love with at first sight. Mechanism wall, each section stone 200, iron or 20, silver 20, gold 2. Each section of the mechanism wall is 5 meters high, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide, so the cost is very high, and even gold is used. Luo Yu began to build the first section of the wall close to the air wall. The distance between the 2 mechanical walls was 6 meters, and they began to extend. The distance between them is 6 meters, close to the air wall, which ensures that all units coming in will be within the wall at the first moment. The 2 walls did not extend very far, and after 5 meters they immediately made a right-angle turn and began to extend to the left. The reason why there was a sudden turn instead of going straight to the position was because Luo Yu wanted the enemy to stay in the corridor as long as possible so that the mechanisms on both sides could kill more enemies. At the same time, turning and steering can also make more reasonable use of space. There is only one principle. The longer the enemy stays in your strike formation, the higher their mortality rate will be. The corridor extended 60 meters to the left and suddenly turned another corner and extended to the right. This time, it extended 120 meters to the right. If the entrance is the center point, then turning left for 60 meters and then right for 120 meters can balance the left and right. In this way, the total length of the strike array is 126 meters, which is also better looking. Why the number 126? Because Luo Yu will build arrow towers and automatic crossbows on both sides of the corridor, both on the left and right sides. The number 120 meters is the coverage range of the arrow towers and automatic crossbows. If the enemy enters the corridor, no matter which end they are at, they will be attacked by arrow rain from both sides, which is very difficult to defend. There is a corridor extending in a straight line from the entrance, then turning left for 60 meters and then right for 120 meters, and the first section of the striking corridor is laid out. Total cost: stone bricks 25,200, iron, ore, and silver 2520, gold 126. Everything else is fine, but the consumption of stone bricks is really huge. Luo Yu planned to build 3 sections of this serpentine corridor. After having the template for the first section, the next 2 sections became easy and were completed quickly. The total cost is 76,000 stone bricks, 7,600 iron ore and silver, and 380 gold. The first ring of the strike formation that Luo Yu envisioned was completed. The second ring is naturally to prevent attackers or other units from climbing over the wall from above. Luo Yu spent iron ore to buy a large number of iron spikes and install them on the top of the mechanism wall. These iron spikes are so densely packed that there's no space to hold on to or step on. If you are brave enough to try to climb over one, you will definitely be crippled. Only those who can fly or have super agility and can jump 5 or 6 meters high can jump out. If there really is such a method, it can only be done by Luo Yu himself. The construction of the iron spikes consumed a large amount of Luo Yu's iron ore, but he had stored a lot of iron ore these days, so it was still enough. Step 3. Arrow Tower. There must be an arrow tower at every corner, and there are 6 corners in total, which means 6 towers are needed. Automatic attack arrow tower. 3,000 pieces with 30,000. Iron or 5,000. Silver 2,500. Building 6 arrow towers requires 180,000 pieces of wood and 30,000 pieces of iron ore. There is indeed some iron ore in stock, but Luo Yu is not willing to use up all of it. Anyway, the price of iron ore in a market has not fluctuated much, so he can just buy all of it. 18W of wood, currently priced at 1 minute and 2.5 seconds, is 45W. 30,000 iron ores can be purchased with 60,000 silvers, plus the 15,000 silvers consumed by 6 arrow towers. The total is only 525,000 silvers. The base currently has 252.6W silver, and only a fraction of it was spent. Having money really can do whatever you want. Click on the auction house to buy. After a burst of buying, all kinds of supplies are piled up like mountains behind him. Luo Yu directly clicks to build, and in just a moment, 6 arrow towers stand outside the wall. The shooting range of the 6 arrow towers almost covered the entire corridor, but Luo Yu knew that this was not a killer weapon. After all, the enemy entered the corridor, and there were walls on both sides of the corridor, so it would be considered good if the rain of arrows could hit the target halfway. Luo Yu's real trump card is to build a dense firepower strike array at the exit of the corridor. It is also the real core of this formation. This will require the use of the 38 automatic crossbows built previously. In order to defend the south, Luo Yu spent a lot of money to build 38 automatic crossbows. He traded 4 of them with others, and there were 34 left, which could all be placed on the firepower array. If they're placed on both sides, every enemy coming out of the corridor will be shot at by 34 crossbows, and he will probably be shot into a sieve on the spot. The corridor is so wide that not too many people can rush out at once, which means that everyone who comes out will die. However, how to arrange it also requires some considerations. Luo Yu started to build the wall again. This time it was not a mechanical wall, but a high-end wall that was much cheaper. Chapter 1. 20. Do you recognize this formation? The high-level wall extends out from the connecting corridor and is built in a square with a length and width of 100 meters, with a wide opening on the front of the square. 100 meters was also calculated, which is exactly the crossfire range of the crossbow. The advanced wall was built quickly. Luo Yu removed all the automatic crossbows on the south side and installed them on the walls on the left and right sides of the square strike formation. There are exactly 17 automatic crossbows on one side. Such an arrangement can not only carry out crossfire attacks on enemies coming out of the corridor, but also provide fire coverage for enemies escaping outside the strike formation. There are 17 crossbows on each side, and a volley of fire can really be fatal. In this way, the strike formation is basically completed. The strike formation cannot be completely closed. Coming out of the corridor, there's an open space in front, which is also the direction leading to the territory. Luo Yu will not block this road. So should I still go on? Moreover, completely blocking the area with a wall would not be conducive to subsequent construction or firepower from within the territory. After that, we plan to build high-performance defensive weapons such as lightning towers and flamethrower towers, which are extremely accurate and have a very long range. Therefore, the front cannot be completely blocked by a wall. But such an open front was not acceptable, so Luo Yu clicked on the defensive building and built wooden chevaux de frise. A row of wooden barricades directly blocked the front, but not completely. There were 2 2-meter small openings at both ends of the wooden barricades connected to the high-level wall for people to pass through. These 2 small openings allow animals to carry corpses, and it is also convenient for Luo Yu to collect spoils. Of course, the opponent could also break out of the attack formation through these 2 small openings, But how could Luo Yu leave such an obvious flaw? He built a row of half-person-high sandbags behind a row of wooden barricades. He, Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong could hide behind the sandbags and shoot with bows and slingshots, which was equivalent to a row of shelters. Attack those guys who may break out of the strike formation first. In this way, you and the animals can also participate in the defense. It is a little difficult to obtain attribute points now, and the chance of obtaining attribute points by participating in the battle is greater. After the sandbags are built, the striking array is truly completed. But Luo Yu is still worried, so he built 2 automatic crossbows at the 2 exits behind the sandbags. These 2 crossbows could not attack the enemy head-on due to the angle, but once someone really rushed out of the strike formation from the small intersection, they would be shot from behind by the hidden crossbows. A sneak attack from behind is often fatal. If the strike formation really cannot stop the enemy, these 2 crossbows can also take some time for the enemy to destroy them, so that Luo Yu and the little cuties behind the sandbags have time to retreat back to the wall of the main base and launch a second round of defense. Perfect. Looking at the winding yet majestic strike formation in front of him, Luo Yu felt invincible. Luo Yu felt that his attack formation was even more powerful than the Bagua formation. As I said, practice is the only way to test the truth. Luo Yu is happy and prepared to summon a wave of attacks. Because there are too many flies now, if he uses special milk to summon an attack, the flies will eat it all first. So he decided to use the random attack summoner. Randomly attack summoner, current number of times, February 3rd. Wait a minute, if I use it with 100x critical hit, will it increase the strength of the attack by 100 times? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea, but he suppressed it the moment it came out. This is too terrifying. If a large-scale attack of tens of thousands of people is really summoned, the current strike formation may not be able to withstand it. In order to better observe the operation of the strike formation, Luo Yu built a watchtower behind a row of sandbags. He stood on a watchtower and chose to use the random attack summoner. You're using the random attack summoner, and the random difficulty is being selected for you. Unfortunately, you have drawn an extremely difficult attack, which is 4 times more difficult than a normal attack. Tip: the Prince of Escarsa tribe is leading a large number of tribal warriors to attack you in order to retaliate against you. The attack will arrive in 2 hours. Please be prepared. It will take 2 hours to get there, no rush. Luo Yu took advantage of this time to make canned vegetables. The price of canned vegetables has not shown a downward trend in the past few days. Just as previously speculated, vegetables cannot be grown overnight, and this high price will continue for some time. In 2 hours, 60 canned vegetables were made and put directly on the auction house. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu took the 3 little cuties to the strike formation. As soon as I got to the watchtower, I received a prompt. The Scarsa tribe has arrived at your territory. The attack begins. Attacking units, 480 people. 480 people came in one go at the extremely difficult level. The territory's current score is 23,000. In non-month-end attacks, the ratio is 200 to 1, which means there is 1 attack unit for every 200 points. In normal attacks, there should be 115 people. But this is an extremely difficult level, 4 times the normal level, which translates to 460 people. And because the hatred between the Scarsa tribe and the Luo Yu territory is relatively high, the difficulty is increased by 20 people again, and the result after conversion is 480 people. This scale is basically equivalent to the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. Not long after, a large number of attackers appeared at the place where the east corridor connected to the air wall. The leader was the prince who was previously captured by Luo Yu and then sold for money. He should be the chief of the tribe now. Luo Yu estimated that there were more than 100 people crowded in the corridor, and even more people had not come in yet. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as this group of people appeared, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Shouldn't they appear on grassland? What the hell is this place? The wall? Inside the city? Did the lord of this place get kicked in the head by a donkey? He built the city at the very edge of his territory? The tribesmen had never encountered such a situation before, and everyone was confused. But at this moment, the 6 arrow towers opened fire directly. 6 rows of arrows fell rapidly, killing 8 people on the spot. What's going on? The attacking tribesmen immediately panicked, and they all ran for cover, but there were walls all around them, and arrows were being shot at them from all directions, so they could not avoid the rain of arrows at all. Whoosh! Another row of arrows rained down, knocking down 6 more men. The young chief roared, "Shields! Quick! Shield!" Shields appeared, and the soldiers hid behind them one by one, which alleviated the rain of arrows a little. But the rain of arrows was still falling, and they moved slowly under the shields and were shot at randomly. A large number of tribesmen crowded at the corner of the entrance, and more people had not yet come in. This had never happened before. Chapter 121 Death Corridor. In the midst of the panic, a chieftain shouted angrily, "Evil Lord, even these crooked buildings of yours cannot stop the progress of our warriors." Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, "Six Prince, we meet again. Don't be so confident. Do you recognize this formation? Come and try if you dare." "Pooh," the young chief shouted. "What's the use of formations? Today I will destroy your territory and avenge my father. Forward! Charge!" Tip. The soldiers of the Scarsa tribe are encouraged, and their overall attack power increases by 5. He is the chief after all. It's interesting that he can buff everyone with just a few words. The group of soldiers who received the buff began to charge forward fiercely, but there was only a corridor in front of them, and they could only move forward along the routes set by the strike formation. Someone tried to climb over the wall, but was immediately stabbed to death by the iron spikes on the wall. Luo Yu had already figured out, unless ordinary soldiers were extremely agile, it would be impossible for them to climb over the wall. Braving waves of arrows, the soldiers rushed through the first bend. They thought there would be grassland after the corner, but unexpectedly, there was a corridor in front of them. The first corridor they rushed through was 60 meters long, and they had already lost the lives of 30 or 40 warriors, but the corridor before them was twice as long as the previous one. This kind of spiritual shock made many soldiers hesitate. Needless to say, I don't know how many bodies would be left behind just to walk through this corridor. Rush! Charge! For your king! For your dead companions! Charge! The charge cry was made by a woman. Luo Yu, who was on the watchtower, looked closely and found that it was a beautiful female warrior wearing simple armor. Tip. Encouraged by the queen, the movement speed of all soldiers of the Scarsa tribe increases by 5. Oh, and a queen. Luo Yu showed interest in his eyes. Sure enough, under the encouragement of the queen, the soldiers moved significantly faster. But this is not enough. Arrows rained down, and each arrow tower fired a row of arrows. The crossfire of the 6 arrow towers gathered in this not-so-spacious place. Even if some of the arrows hit the wall, it would still be fatal. The soldiers charged fiercely, but fell in rows, as not everyone had a shield. Soldiers without shields were in trouble. Luo Yu took a spear, cut off the tip of the spear, and said to Xiao Jin beside him, "I will knock the queen unconscious, and you jump on her and capture her alive. Do you have the confidence to do it?" Xiao Jin laughed and said, "It's a piece of cake. If you hadn't restricted my ability, I could have killed them all by myself." "Boast." Luo Yu laughed and threw the wooden stick in his hand directly. The stick spun and hit the beautiful queen, hitting her chest with a bang. Puff! Although he was wearing simple armor and a breastplate, he was still hit and spurted out blood, then fell to the ground. "Queen!" The young chief not far away screamed and hurried to rescue. But suddenly a golden figure jumped in from outside the wall, killed the 2 female soldiers around the queen with 1 punch each, and jumped out of the wall, carrying the unconscious queen. "Oh no! The queen has been captured. Chief, your wife has been captured. The lord of this territory loves to take off women's clothes. The queen will be raped. What should we do?" "Shut the fuck up." The soldiers who saw this scene screamed in pain. The young chief roared, and his face turned ashen. He stared at Luo Yu on the watchtower angrily. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The opponent's movement speed buff disappears. Xiao Jin carried the queen to the watchtower. Luo Yu tied her up and asked Xiao Dai to carry her down and put her on the wildebeest back. The wildebeest immediately ran back to the base. The operation went smoothly, and a prisoner was captured. "Kill! Kill this bastard!" The young chief roared, but the roar was of no use. The rain of arrows continued to fall from the sky. Nearly 100 people had fallen to the ground, either dead or unable to fight. This is a veritable corridor of death. Go! Once you pass the corner ahead, you'll find the grassland. Let's rush to the watchtower and cut this lord into pieces. Everyone was inspired again and rushed forward roaring, but the reality is often cruel. There is no love around the corner, only pure love warriors. No, there's just another corridor. The chief and the elite soldiers around him, who were the first to rush around the corner, were stunned when they saw the identical corridor in front of them. The long corridor, the familiar corner at the end of the corridor. This time, the heroic young chief was unable to determine whether there was another corridor behind the corner at the end of the corridor. The rain of arrows is still falling from the sky, and the arrow tower never gets tired and keeps shooting. The warrior beside him smiled bitterly while holding his shield. Chief Dorno, this territory is too evil. Let's withdraw first and make a long-term plan after returning, shall we? No, young Dorno gritted his teeth and said, this bastard caught Malin. We still have a lot of soldiers. We must rescue my wife, otherwise she will. No charge. The heroic chief actually charged forward waving his dagger. Seeing this, the soldiers were inspired again and followed Dorno to charge forward one by one. The death corridor ruthlessly harvested lives. This 120-meter corridor caused more than 100 warriors to die or be injured. Finally, they rushed through this corridor at the risk of serious casualties and saw that what was in front of them was still a corridor. A long, 120-meter corridor. Luo Yu strike formation has a total of 6 corners and 4 death corridors leading to the real strike formation. The one in front of them is the 3rd corridor. Confused, looking at the identical corridor in front of them, the warriors showed confusion in their eyes. Does this corridor really have an end? Could it be something like a maze? Dorno gritted his teeth and was about to launch another attack, but was held back by the warrior beside him. Chief, the casualties are too great. Next time we should bring more shields, better armor, and better diggers. No, Dorno roared, one last push. I want to save my wife. Rush. The chief had already charged, and the soldiers had no way to retreat. They could only bite the bullet and follow him for a distance. After another huge loss of life, there was another corridor before them. This time, they went from confusion to despair. Chapter 122, Powerful Strike Formation, a tour of the luxurious prison. The corridor of death was renamed the corridor of despair in their minds. Luo Yu on the watchtower laughed and said, What's wrong, Dorno? Is that all the courage you have? Maybe if we rush through this corridor, we will see the vast grassland. Dorno stared at the shield and roared, I know your name is Luo Yu. Evil man, God will punish you. The end of the month is coming soon. With the blessing of the great gods, I will bring you the final judgment. Walk. Dorno said a few harsh words and turned around and left. Hint, the attack of the Scarsa tribe was repelled by you, and the other side is running away. You get battle reward. Free attribute points +8. Luo Yu smiled when he saw the prompt. After the super-threatening heat wave event was over, the Tiandao world opened up new functions. There will be attribute points rewarded at the end of the battle. The specific reward number is related to the scale of the battle. Luo Yu's extremely difficult attack gave 8 attribute points. This matter has already been discussed in the world and in small groups, because some people have now reached the maximum attribute points of 100, and the next step is a watershed. Whether to focus on strength, physique, or agility, this is the choice for warriors, tanks, assassins, and archers. Luo Yu doesn't have this worry. These attribute points are extremely precious to others, but they are nothing to him. You can increase your ability points by interacting and having fun with the little cuties. Just add them as you like. Luo Yu allocated 8 free attribute points to 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 2 agility respectively, and looked at the fleeing soldiers. You want to run away now? Can you really run away? If you want to go, you have to pass through the death corridor. The arrow tower will not care whether you're running away or not. Any hostile unit within its sensing range will be attacked by rain of arrows. And if you turn around and run, the bodies of your dead companions will become roadblocks. A terrible rain of arrows fell from the sky, and most of the nearly 200 soldiers who turned around and fled stayed behind, with only about 20 people actually running away. Those who were able to escape were true warriors who were well-equipped and holding shields. After 2 hours, this extremely difficult attack was over. The enemy was completely wiped out before they even saw the real strike formation. This efficiency was something Luo Yu had not expected. Just a few corridors and 6 arrow towers repelled the attack of 480 people. The real output is actually only the arrow tower, and its attack efficiency is almost 4 times that of before. No, Luo Yu felt that it was more than 4 times. The attack efficiency might be 6 times. If the original 4-sided defense method of the wall was used, 30 arrow towers would be enough to repel an attack of this scale in the same amount of time. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu was very satisfied with the strike formation he designed. Next comes the joyful part of counting the spoils. The first thing to do is to rescue the prisoners and the location is in the open space of the frontal strike position. Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai continued to carry the surviving captives over, while Luo Yu and Xiao Jin used herbs, cloth, and other bandages to treat them. Prisoners are all money, and they can also help improve your medical level. So why not do it? It's just that the herbs are consumed a little quickly, but the territory is now fertile enough, and with the previous harvest blessing, there are enough herbs. Now is a time when diseases are rampant, and wounds are easily infected due to poor hygiene conditions. Luo Yu and Xiao Jin are racing against time with death. It took 2 hours to fight and 4 hours to rescue people. It took half a day to treat all the living prisoners. A total of 37 prisoners were captured, including 21 men and 16 women. There were also 18 people who could not survive the bleeding state or whose wounds were infected, and Luo Yu gave up on treating them. 18 people also cost money. It's a pity that they couldn't be treated in time. This is because Luo Yu has a 200 bonus to the global working speed. One person is doing the medical work of 3 people, but this still cannot save them all. For the first time, he felt that there were not enough doctors in the territory. Of course, a few people were infected because the quality of treatment was too poor. There was nothing he could do as his medical level was only LV3, so he could only do his best. However, after all the treatment, Luo Yu's medical level reached LV4, and he was finally able to improve the quality of treatment. Escort all the captives back to the prison, and you will immediately get a prompt. Your prison level is insufficient. The captives will escape after they are all awake. Wow, isn't this a 100 jailbreak? These injured and unconscious prisoners were taken to the market and sold at half the price, making them worthless. Who would buy some injured prisoners? It also increases the risk of a prison break riot. Although there are still many things to deal with now, Luo Yu still decided to build a wave of prisons first. Advanced prison, building materials 200,000, silver 20,000, iron or 10,000. The high-end prison was what he had chosen before, but now Luo Yu no longer likes it and wants a luxurious prison. With the strike formation, he is not afraid of increasing his score. He will do whatever it takes to improve his score. Luxury prison, building materials 250,000, silver 50,000, iron or 25,000, gold 2,000, jade 2,000. Most of the materials needed to build a luxurious prison are available, except for the bricks. In order to build the strike array, all the 100,000 stone bricks that were previously stored were used up. How long will it take to dig them out? Stone bricks cannot be put up for auction. After much thought, Luo Yu had no other choice but to sell them to the world through barter. Even though his territory has a high rating, there are not many that can actually be used in exchange for stone bricks. After pondering for a moment, he sent a world message. Human, anonymous vegetables for stone bricks, ratio 130, fixed price, large quantity please. Vegetables are the most scarce thing now. Luo Yu believed that only vegetables could be exchanged for stone bricks in a short period of time, although he was obviously losing money. Things like stone bricks can be found by digging, but vegetables are the most scarce items at this stage. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, a lot of trading boxes popped up. Because the conditions had been announced before, and it was this ratio, everyone traded very quickly. Luo Yu traded with 20 people in succession and finally collected 250,000 stone bricks, all of which were black spot stone and granite gray bricks. He didn't want ordinary ones. Of course, I also sold 8,000 yuan worth of vegetables in the market, which amounted to nearly 800,000 yuan. After all the materials were gathered, Luo Yu began to choose the location of the luxurious prison. The location of a prison must be chosen with care. Even in a luxurious prison, there is still the possibility of riots, so the location must be chosen carefully. Chapter 123. The Spoils of War, a Big Gain. Luo Yu needs to build the prison in a relatively safe location. Finally, he decided to build it not far from the menagerie and have the gate face the menagerie. This place is where the animals sleep. Strong animals such as the wolf king, elephants, and rhinos are all here. Once they riot, they will run into the high-quality animals raised by Luo Yu if they go out. How could a few unarmed captives be their match? Luo Yu was very satisfied with his choice of location. Click to build, and a beautiful prison will be built. When I walked in, I saw that they were all single cells, and each cell was well decorated, with a separate bathroom, wash basin, single bed, as well as furniture such as bookshelves. If this is carpeted, it will be like a bachelor apartment. The environment inside the luxury prison is very good. There is no disgusting smell like in low-level prisons. The air is fresh, the sun is bright, and the patterns on the walls are also very beautiful. The prison has 3 floors, with 20 such cells on each floor, as well as evil places such as interrogation rooms and torture rooms. In addition, the 3rd floor is the essence of the prison, with 3 large rooms beautifully decorated and fully furnished. It is the best choice for detaining important prisoners or prisoners that you want to recruit. After all, the better the environment, the greater the chance of recruitment. Luxury prison. Reduce the risk of jailbreak by 90. Increase the success rate of recruitment by 50. Improve the comfort of prisoners. Improve hygiene. Improve recognition. And improve work efficiency. Take a look at the panel. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 24,200 points. Health value: maximum 113 points, current 21. Entertainment value: 120 points. Beauty: 200. Strength: 113. Physical fitness: 111. Agility: 116. Life skills: shooting LV13, taming LV9, cooking LV7, medical LV4, mining LV9, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Personal characteristics: Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars. The luxury prison was given a score of 1200, with the highest hygiene value increased by 10 points, the aesthetics increased by 10 points, and 5 points of entertainment value. By the way, what the hell is 5 points of entertainment value? Do some entertaining shows with the captives? Some evil thoughts flashed through Luo Yu's mind, but it was unknown whether his thoughts were consistent with those of most people. He nodded contentedly and began to imprison all the captives in the luxurious prison. The queen was naturally entertained in the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, but she was dizzy now and there was nothing to talk about. Sure enough, after changing the environment, the expressions on the faces of those awake prisoners were much more relaxed. Reminder: the risk of jailbreak in your territory has disappeared. With a faint smile, Luo Yu did not immediately check the prisoner's personal attribute status. There were still many things to do, so there was no rush. After walking out of the luxurious prison, he first connected the water pipes to supply water to the prison, and then demolished the original old prison. After the demolition, the hygiene value increased a little bit, which is pretty good. Then, he turned his gaze towards a striking formation. The first step in post-war processing: strip all the clothes off the corpses and collect them. At this time, the 3 little cuties had gathered all the corpses in the open space of the strike formation. Luo Yu was thinking about taking off the clothes of the corpses himself, when he suddenly remembered that 10 of the captives were only slightly injured. Let them do it. Immediately, Luo Yu called these people out of the prison and ordered them to take off their clothes while still handcuffed and shackled. The luxurious prison made these people much more obedient, and they started to work immediately after hearing the orders. They were asked to take off all their clothes and throw all the bodies into the incineration pit. These were originally the jobs of Luo Yu and the little cuties, but the captives did it all. Comfortable. At this moment, the 3 little cuties are holding the pipes and flushing the water. The formation was covered in blood, and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. The sanitation value was pitifully low. Luo Yu directly connected a pipe to the strike formation, and then separated out 3 pipes, asking each of them to hold a stone brick pipe and flush the water there. Anyway, there's plenty of water in the tank, so just flush it and you're done. As the bodies began to be thrown into the incineration pit, the blood on the ground was cleaned and the hygiene value began to improve. Luo Yu walked to the incineration pit, which was not far from the strike array. It was a building-type incineration pit that Luo Yu had modified before. It was large and deep and could hold more than 1,000 corpses. There is an iron heat-resistant cover on top, which locks in the temperature inside to the maximum extent and prevents ashes from flying everywhere. It was paved with heat-resistant floor tiles and had a pipe connected to the sewage outlet, which could discharge all the mess in the incineration pit out of the territory. The water flow valve is located 20 meters away from the incineration pit. After the incineration is completed, you only need to open the valve to release the water. The current will wash away everything and drain it outside the territory. At this moment, all the corpses have been thrown in. A special torch was thrown into the incineration pit by Luo Yu. Sensing the heat transfer, the gap in the heat-resistant iron cover above automatically closed with a bang. The inside was already burning fiercely, but the outside was normal. The sanitation value of the territory is still rising. At the same time, with the high temperature, The iron cover is faintly turning red. Needless to say, the cover must be very hot now. Luo Yu directly purchased 2 beast soul cores, and then made 2 heat collection plates and threw them on the iron cover. Thermal energy harvesting plate, 1000 power. Sure enough, the power is full. The corpse also needs to glow and give off heat. An energy pipeline led to the thermal energy storage tank. Luo Yu turned and walked towards the 3 little cuties. Wouldn't it be more interesting to play in the water with them than facing the incineration pit? Reminder, when you engage in recreational activities, you gain +1 physical fitness. Dealing with corpses, collecting clothes, collecting spoils, putting the clothes of the dead into the clothing recycling station, entertaining with the beast girls, etc. After doing all this, it was already dusk. After a big battle today, Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties didn't eat first, but took a bath. You use the colorful shower head to wash away the filth and fatigue of war, maintain your purity, and reduce the risk of disease. The system prompt appeared. The diamond-level shower head was really comfortable. He and the 3 little cuties took a shower together and walked into the big pool in good health. Soaking in the warm pool water, Luo Yu felt relaxed all over and began to count the spoils of this battle. Captives, 37. Recycling of all types of leather, 9,638 units. Various iron weapons, swords, guns, bows, and arrows, 421. Silver, 159,660. Gold, 980. Emerald, 1,733. Herbs, 203. The gains from this battle were still very huge, and it was considered a big fortune. In particular, the gains from gold and jade made Luo Yu overjoyed. However, many things were useless to Luo Yu, so it would be better to cash them in. Chapter 1, 24 women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. All swords, spears, swords, and halberds are put on the auction house, with an average price of 200 each, which is very cheap. Luo Yu didn't want any of the leather. He had a lot of cotton cloth and beast girl's hair. These leathers were not needed for the time being, so he decided to sell them. After all the operations, I made some money and felt very happy. Of course, the most valuable things are these captives. After earning 1,200 gold for today from the arena, Luo Yu began to check the attributes of the captives. First of all, there is the queen. Upon first glance, her attributes are quite good. Measurements are 50, 55, 48, and there are 2 more personal characteristics. Movement incentive can inspire nearby friendly units to increase their movement speed. Handsome, appearance +10, recruitment success rate +10, taming success rate +10. Both personalities are pretty good. However, Luo Yu saw a special note on the character interface. This character is a core member of the tribe, will not lose his memory, and his personal characteristics cannot be transferred through scrolls. This discovery surprised Luo Yu. Is this a special person? I hurriedly and carefully read the records about this type of people in description of the heavenly Tao world, and found that the personal characteristics of special people cannot be lost, but can be copied. This requires the use of personal characteristic copy scrolls. After clicking on the auction house to check, Luo Yu actually found this kind of scroll, and the price was not expensive, 200,000 each. People nowadays still don't understand what great use this scroll has. It is used as a transfer scroll. Little do people know that truly powerful personal characteristics can only be copied and cannot be transferred. Luo Yu decided to go all out and bought 4 tickets, 2 for his own use and 2 for storage. 80W was spent, but the scroll was obtained. Luo Yu was very straightforward. He directly chose to copy Mayleen's 2 personal characteristics and then use them himself. You obtain personal characteristics, handsome, 1 star. You get personal characteristics, mobile incentive, 1 star. The handsome personality trait is very suitable for Luo Yu. Add in the animal training and good looks, and he feels comfortable now. Tip: when the beauty of your territory exceeds 200, you gain agility +2. After letting out a long sigh, Luo Yu took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up and got a buff, Action Frenzy. This buff is actually very powerful and it never stops, which is quite outrageous. He checked the prison conditions and found that everyone was in good condition. The luxurious prison also had a slight effect on the prisoners' injuries. In total, 27 of whom were awake. After Luo Yu gave them a simple meal, he immediately sent them to work. Some people cleaned the territory thoroughly, while others went to the quarry to mine. These days, Luo Yu summed up a pattern. The quarry will collapse every once in a while, but it will be safe for at least 1 day after the collapse. It collapsed last night, crushing a bug to death. Today, the prisoners are asked to dig stones. If he's really unlucky and gets a few people crushed to death, Luo, you will just have to accept it. Among this group of prisoners, there are several whose mining skills are above level 6. With the addition of so many prisoners, the efficiency of stone mining has been greatly improved. In addition, the sanitation value of the territory will slowly improve. It has been a long time since we did a thorough cleaning. While the captives are here, clean it up inside and out. After breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the situation in the incineration pit. All the corpses had been burned overnight, but the pit for burning insects on the other side was still burning. This wave of mosquito invasion is not over yet. The thermal energy storage tank is in good condition and more than half of the storage capacity has been completed. I checked the World Channel and saw more people getting sick. In the regional chat, a few familiar faces were also saying their last words. It seemed they had given up on treatment. Luo, you could only say with everyone, have a pleasant journey. However, the small group was fine after using Luo Yu's method. Luo Yu was just thinking about attacking the formation when a prompt came. Your important captive Maylin has awakened and is currently in a weak state. Woke up. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu showed a faint smile and turned to walk towards the luxurious prison. A moment later, on the 3rd floor of the luxury prison, Maylin sat on the big bed with an indifferent expression, looking at Luo Yu coldly. The woman was still very beautiful, but her complexion did not look good at the moment. She was pale, and her weak condition made her look sickly. Is the wound infected? Luo Yu walked forward to check her wound, but Maylin hugged her chest and said angrily, "Kill me. I will never obey you even if I die." Bang! Maylin was pushed directly onto the bed by Luo Yu, and then Luo Yu tore off her outer clothes, revealing her white skin underneath. You! Maylin's face flushed with humiliation as she looked at the man in front of her, while Luo Yu stared at her chest and frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's infected. Why is it so troublesome? He directly picked Maylin up, handcuffed her hands, and tied them behind her back to facilitate his treatment. But Maylin thought Luo Yu was going to do something, and tears fell. This reaction was much more real than that of other indigenous women. After all, she is the queen, a special person. Luo Yu had no time to care about these trivial matters. In his eyes, Maylin was a cash cow, and he was waiting for Dorno to redeem his beloved wife. If they get infected and die, it would be a huge loss. Luo Yu Medical at least reached LV4. After carefully observing the wound, they found that it was only a slight infection. Fortunately, it was okay. He took out the herbs and treated Maylin again. It shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing this woman staring at him with red ears and tears in her eyes, Luo Yu touched her slightly swollen face and said softly, "It hurts. Be honest, I won't do anything to you, but if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Maylin turned her head away in humiliation, tears dripping down her face again. Her every move did not seem like that of a native, but rather like that of a captured rich girl. Luo Yu felt like he was a villain now. Okay, let her be a villain, whether she's a young lady or a native queen. It's all the same to Luo Yu. Interests are the most important. In his own words, women will only affect the speed of my knife drawing. But the beast girl won't. Just when I was wondering whether the young chief would redeem his beloved wife, I actually received a hint. The chief of the Scala tribe wants to trade prisoners with you. Trialists can trade with indigenous forces. If they have a good relationship with the tribe, there will even be caravans coming to the territory to trade. Chapter 125, I have a Minotaur brother. You will be responsible for the consequences. According to the Tiandao world, the natives do not have such a thing as a system, but they can communicate with the trial takers through the tribal wizards. In terms of communication, the wizard is able to seamlessly connect with the trial taker system. He is quite an amazing wizard. After clicking OK, a transaction box pops up immediately. Dorno, you despicable lord, give me back my wife. Luo Yu, very good. You finally came to me on your own initiative. I can give it back to you, but it depends on your sincerity. Dorno, whatever you want, whatever you want. Luo Yu smiled and calmly stated his conditions. 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, and 50,000 jade. Dorno, wishful thinking. Our tribe doesn't have so many resources. Luo Yu, really? Looking at Maylin, who was disheveled and holding her chest, Luo Yu took a screenshot of her posture and attached it to the transaction box. Dorno, I just took off Maylin's top now. If you can't take out these things, I will take off her pants next. To tell you the truth, Maylin is quite beautiful. I am very interested in her. Moreover, one of my Minotaur brothers is also coveting your wife's beauty. You should know the consequences." While saying this, he also sent over a photo of Nyoda, a strong Minotaur wearing animal skins and holding an axe. Dorno immediately sent a message. "Evil. You scumbag. Don't hurt my wife. I don't have these things, but I have something else to replace them." An object was placed on the transaction box. Luo Yu took a closer look, and his eyes almost popped out. The core of the territory. Yes, the Scala tribe not only attacked my territory, but also other territories in nearby areas. Luo Yu figured it out. Some trial participants who failed to withstand the attacks of the natives were killed by them, and the core of the territory fell into the hands of the tribesmen. After figuring out the key points, Luo Yu pretended to be righteous and said, "How hateful. Your evil tribe has killed our friends in the universe, and you are the public enemy of us trial takers. 1 core is not enough, 10. Give me 10 cores, and I'll let your beautiful wife go home." "Then," Dorno quickly replied, "Evil Lord, you are too greedy. Our tribe cannot provide so many territory cores." Luo Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Why? Didn't your tribe even destroy 10 territories?" Dorno, "We did destroy a lot of territories, but the core of the territory was handed over to the wizard priest, which would bring more resources to our tribe. We have already used them before. This is the only one that can be traded with you at the moment." "Yeah." Luo Yu showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes and replied, "Stupid. If it's not enough, won't you launch an attack? I'll give you 3 days. Once you have collected 10 territory cores, come and trade with me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Dorno, "No, the wizard has not received any guidance from heaven. We cannot attack without authorization, otherwise we will be punished by heaven. I am willing to meet your previous requirements, plus give you this territory core." "This?" Luo Yu touched his chin. It seemed that the day of the attack from the Tiandao world had not yet arrived, so he could not force these natives. He directly put the clothes that Maylin had just torn off into the transaction box. "Forget it. I'm a reasonable person. I will give you 1 day to collect the gold and other resources I need. I will return your wife's clothes to you first, and you can trade the territory core to me now. It will be considered as a deposit between us." My wife's clothes. One can imagine how angry Dorno on the other side was, but there was nothing he could do. Luo Yu left him with a very ferocious impression, and that Minotaur brother made him feel even more creepy. If you anger this evil lord, he might do something unpredictable. He had no choice but to make sure. Transaction successful. You get 1 territory core. Luo Yu was overjoyed and closed the chat window directly. He walked to Maylin and touched her face, then laughed and said, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. What I said just now was just to scare your husband. How could I bear to do something cruel to you? By the way, you must be hungry. Have lunch right away." At this moment, Merlin is like a real cash cow in Luo Yu's eyes. He should be trustworthy and treat the queen well. With a hearty laugh, he walked out of the room and slammed the door behind him. When he reached the first floor, he had already used the newly acquired territory core, but what surprised him was that this core was different from the previous one. It only increased all territory resources by 5. Logically speaking, it should be 10. Standing at the stairs and reading the instructions carefully, Luo Yu understood. The territory core is also divided into different levels. Although it is generally 10, some poorly developed territories have only 5, while very well-developed territories may have 20 or even 30. Therefore, for the tribe, conquering those territories with very good development will bring great benefits. Maylin's clothes only changed 5, which was a loss. Directly choose to use it. The resources of Liu territory reached 144, and the mineral resources reached 149. Thinking of this, he had already walked to the first floor, but found that the wounds of 2 prisoners were slightly infected. Luo Yu treated them as well and gained some medical experience points. Just as he was about to leave the prison, an idea suddenly struck him. Isn't there a shortage of doctors in the territory? Isn't it enough for Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and I to improve our medical skills? There are so many prisoners in front of you. You can just drag them out and beat them up, inflict minor injuries, and then heal them. After they are healed, continue beating them, and repeatedly beat and treat them to improve your medical level, right? Then, Luo Yu thought of the 5 points of entertainment value added by the high-level prison. An idea came to my mind. Let's talk about it tonight. Let's get to work now. He walked to the watchtower in front of the strike formation, looked at the strike formation in front of him, began to summarize the gains and losses of the previous battle, and planned to improve the strike formation. Even though the opponent didn't even pass the death corridor, Luo Yu still found a problem. The corridor was too easy to walk through. Apart from the arrow tower, there was nothing else that hindered them. It was very easy to walk along the corridor. Apart from the arrow tower, there was nothing else blocking their way. If it weren't for the fierce firepower and the fact that the enemy didn't bring many shield soldiers in this attack, we would still be able to walk out of the death corridor. Chapter 126. Collect the ransom and unlock key technology. The purpose of the corridor is twofold. First, to slow down the opponent's movement speed. Second, kill the enemy. At present, the arrow tower is very effective in killing the enemy, so we need to slow down the movement speed as much as possible. Luo Yu fell into deep thought, and when he looked at the burning incinerator, where insects were constantly being burned to death, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. I'm not talking about setting fire. If I do that, I won't be able to capture any prisoners. I'll just make a profit by burning everything. If fire doesn't work, you can use water. Use water to make the land muddy, but this requires some skill. If used improperly, it will destroy your own strike formation, but if used properly, it can effectively slow down the opponent's movement speed. Just imagine if the ground within the strike formation became completely muddy, the kind that is difficult to get up after stepping on it. Wouldn't the opponent's movement speed be greatly slowed down? At this time, we have to use another very practical technology, terrain transformation. This is a more advanced geological technology that can only be unlocked after unlocking carpet technology. Terrain transformation. Silver 50,000, Beast Soul, Core 2. The price of unlocking technology cannot be underestimated, but for Luo Yu, who now has a huge sum of more than 2 million yuan, it is just a moderate amount. Directly choose to unlock. After clicking on the relevant interface, Luo Yu discovered various methods of terrain transformation. The transformation is also divided into levels: low, medium, and high. To unlock the medium-level transformation, the land fertility base must reach more than 200, which is not yet achievable. However, there is no need for intermediate transformation, as it is already included in the low-level transformation. Slowing swamp. Movement speed reduced by 70, health value reduced. Wow, the deceleration effect is really outrageous, and the cost is also very cheap, but lowering the health value is something Luo Yu doesn't want to see. The health value is actually a very critical value and cannot be lowered on its own. After some research, Luo Yu fixed his sights on a special type of ground. Speed bump. Movement speed reduced by 50. This type of speed bump does not reduce the aesthetics and hygiene value, but your feet will get stuck when you step on it, which can be fatal. Although the speed bumps will stick to both friend and foe, Luo Yu himself will not enter the corridor. Of course, it will indeed affect Luo Yu's time to collect spoils, but this little time is not a big deal, so let's build it. The cost of each square meter of the speed bump is 50 stone bricks, 20 iron ore, and 20 silver. In fact, the cost is still quite expensive, but in order to enable the strike formation to attack the enemy more effectively, Luo Yu still decided to make it. As for stone bricks, since the production capacity has increased, we can barely support it. Just start building them, and someone will deliver the stone bricks soon. After dinner, Luo Yu finally received Dorno's trade request. What an infatuated man he was. He sent the ransom so quickly. After clicking OK, Dorno put all the supplies on the transaction interface, and Luo Yu redeemed the queen as agreed. He sent a message with a smile. That's it then. Happy trading. By the way, the end of the month is almost here. Bring your warriors and make a few more attacks. I'll be waiting for you. Dorno was already so angry that his scalp was numb. Without saying a word, he clicked OK and directly closed the transaction interface. Transaction successful. You get silver 500,000, stone brick 500,000, gold 50,000, jade 50,000. Your hatred with the Scarsa tribe increases. Get rich. What huge profit. The gold is enough to unlock lightning technology and thermal defense technology, and the stone bricks are enough to support the territory construction for a period of time. Wonderful. Luo Yu discovered a way to get rich quick. Capture the chief's woman. If he was able to leave the territory, he would have taken the 3 little cuties to rob the tribe right on the spot. This is so cool. But even after receiving such a huge sum of money, Luo Yu still kept a clear head. He immediately clicked on a mercenary square and changed his personal description. Top mercenaries will help you resist attacks for free, provided that there are special people such as the queen, the chief's fiancée, daughter, or the chief himself in the attacking unit. After the battle, you only need to send the special people to me as a reward. After modifying his personal description, Luo Yu happily put all the things into the warehouse, and then opened the warehouse to check the various resources he currently had. Silver, 291,3000. Wood, 1,721. Iron ore, 16328. Stone bricks, 509,208. Copper mine, 10308. Jade, 52,376. Gold, 55,700. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. Huge sum of money, really huge sum of money. Luo, you prepare to unlock the Thunder technology as soon as possible. Lightning storage box, blueprint 1, copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 1,000,000. There was enough gold, but he was still short of 10,000 copper ore. Luo, you simply chose to go to the market to buy it. Nowadays, people's mining level has also improved, and there are still many people selling copper ore. The price is 150, which is a bit expensive. Luo Yu is very rich now, so he could just buy it. After spending 500,000 silvers to purchase enough copper, or choose to unlock directly, you have unlocked Thunder technology. What appeared in front of him was a golden box, about the same size as a thermal energy collection box, but obviously much more expensive. This was the lightning storage box, and it was also a prerequisite for unlocking all lightning technologies. Lightning storage box, 0/50,000. There is currently no electricity, so naturally the storage is 0. Luo Yu suppressed his excitement, carried the lightning box back to the base, and placed the box in the temperature-insulated room, leaving it there for the time being. He clicked on the relevant technology page. The entire lightning technology tree was very complicated. Most of it was dark, and there were only a few buildings that were lit. Thunder storage box, copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 1,000,000. No blueprints were needed to build the box the second time, and Luo Yu did not need to build the box again, at least not for the time being. Lightning rod, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, beast soul core 1. Lightning rods are used to attract lightning. Even in weather without lightning, they can absorb free lightning elements in the air and slowly increase lightning energy reserves. But this price, as expected, just like the thermal energy plate, it requires a beast soul core. Continue reading below. Electric fence, per meter copper or 500, gold 50, silver 1,000. The function of the electric fence is the same as that of the Earth's power grid. It is a lightning defense device. Luo, you can use it to make an electric fence, or it can be arranged on the corridor of the strike array for defense. Chapter 127. Entertainment with the captives. However, there are also disadvantages. The power of this primary electric fence is limited. It can only paralyze a person for a few seconds, and it consumes a lot of electricity. Luo Yu finally fixed his gaze on the electroshock tower that he had been thinking about. Electric strike tower, primary copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 5,000,000. This price is so expensive. What does 50,000 gold mean? However, the description of this electroshock tower is mouth-watering. Electric strike tower, attack range 5,000 meters, including air defense. Accuracy 100, attack interval 20 seconds, power, instant kill for those with less than 100 physique. What made Luo Yu happiest was that this thing did not belong to the building category, but the furniture category, which meant that it could be critically hit. However, judging from the description, the consumption of lightning storage is very high. Currently, there is still a shortage of 15,000 gold, so Luo Yu will not build anything for now. He plans to build a lightning rod. Lightning rods are naturally built on the roof of a building. Judging from the description, they are absolutely safe things, but Luo Yu still does not plan to install a lightning rod on the roof of his villa. Just in case, it can be placed in warehouses or prisons. Lightning rod, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, beast soul core 1. First build 3 lightning rods, then buy the beast soul core and click to build, then place 2 on the roof of the warehouse and 1 on the roof of the luxury prison. Then use the energy pipeline to connect to the lightning storage box, and everything is done. I took a look at the situation of the lightning rods. On days without lightning, the rated lightning absorption capacity is only 300 per day. 3 rods are 900, and it will take a long time to store up enough lightning. At this moment, he hoped it would rain and blow. By the way, critical strike has not been used in the past few days. Now that the mineral resources have increased, Luo Yu plans to try his luck and see if he can dig out large pieces of gold. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Luo Yu went to the mine and stood in front of the rock wall, preparing to use his pickaxe when he suddenly discovered that the golden scorpion king, who was mining at the same time, narrowed his eyes and seemed to be groping for something in the rock wall. This expression was like the man touching something soft through the curtains, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Luo Yu looked at the big scorpion beside him strangely, as if he understood something. He muttered to himself, 100 times critical hit trigger. The prompt appeared, and the next moment, the Scorpion King clamped a large yellow stone out of the rock wall. A huge nugget of gold. Just as Luo Yu thought, the Golden Scorpion King was able to find a piece of gold every once in a while. It was always a small piece before, but he just tried it and succeeded in a critical hit. The animals belonged to him, and in certain circumstances, the animal's behavior can be critical. For example, cows produce milk, beast girls produce hair, and scorpion kings dig gold. You get gold 10,000. 10,000 gold. Wow, I earned 10,000 gold in one go. This is so cool. Luo Yu was so excited that he wanted to hug the Scorpion King and kiss him. Hurry, keep digging. Luo Yu asked the Scorpion King to keep up the good work. Encouraged by his master, the Scorpion King pushed his pincers into the rock wall again. Luo Yu stopped mining and stared at the Scorpion King's expression with wide eyes. Pieces of iron, ore, and copper were dug out, but the Scorpion King never showed that expression of enjoyment again. Luo Yu waited for half an hour and had no choice but to give up. The randomness was too strong. He couldn't keep an eye on the scorpion for 24 hours, right? The key is that even if you watch it 24 hours a day, it may not be able to dig up gold nuggets in a day. Shaking his head, Luo Yu put away the gold and started mining himself. He planned to accompany the Scorpion King to dig today and, at the same time, pay attention to the Scorpion King's expression. Whenever he showed that kind of enjoyment again, he would strike back immediately. What if you're lucky enough to run into it? Until the time for dinner, the Scorpion King no longer showed that greasy uncle's lecherous expression. Luo Yu was disappointed and touched its head before leaving the mine. This time of mining has fully demonstrated my fast working speed. The mining efficiency is more than 5 times faster than when I just entered the Tiandao world. There is only 6 of the mineral resources left, which is on the verge of depletion. We can probably still mine for another day. After dinner, Luo Yu took the 3 little cuties into the prison. At this time, everyone in the prison had finished their meal and were lying lazily on their beds after a day's work. The environment of this luxurious prison is so good. Apart from working, there is no survival pressure like in the tribe. After only 2 days of living there, everyone's obedience has reached over 60. Life is pretty comfortable. Luo Yu gathered all the prisoners, gave each of them a wooden stick, and formed a circle. He stood in the circle, holding a wooden stick, and pointed at several standing prisoners and said, You, and you all. 10 people come up together and practice with me. The people who were called out looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the men knelt down and cried, My lord, my king, please don't kill us. Who wants to kill you? Luo Yu said angrily. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Use the sticks in your hands to fight me. Hit them hard. If anyone dares to not work hard, I will kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, the captives dared not disobey, even if they were unwilling, and they immediately rushed towards Luo Yu one by one. There was a lot of fighting going on. How could 10 people be enough for Luo Yu to defeat? All of them were knocked to the ground by him, and each of them suffered some minor injuries. Luo Yu also received a prompt. You participate in entertainment activities and gain strength +1. Entertainment. You call this entertainment? Luo Yu complained in his heart, but it was fine as long as the attributes were added. Shao Kong and Shao Dai. Take the injured away for treatment. Don't delay tomorrow's work. The 2 little cuties started practicing their medical skills right there, while Luo Yu pointed at the dozen or so female captives and hooked his finger, saying, Come on, all of you. If you hate me, then do your best to kill me. A female captive in her early 20s said seriously, Lord, we don't hate you. This place is so beautiful. We eat vegetables and meat, and we drink milk, and you are so beautiful. We are all very grateful to you and admire you. We don't hate you at all. You dare not hate me. Luo Yu was furious and said, Asshole, Do you think you don't need to practice with me just because you flatter me? For a moment, the sound of fighting was heard again in the prison. An hour later, Luo Yu, sweating all over, left the prison with the little cuties feeling relaxed, leaving behind a group of captives who were knocked to the ground in a mess. Chapter 128. Luo Yu is harder to defeat than the boss. Luo Yu fought very skillfully. The prisoners were in better physical condition than ordinary people. Their minor injuries could heal after a day of sleep, even without treatment. After treatment, you can recover overnight, and it won't affect your ability to go to the quarry to play during the day. After this meal, entertainment activities increased my strength by 2, my agility by 1, and also gave me a lot of medical treatment, which made me feel more comfortable. Sure enough, the attributes increase quite quickly through fighting, provided that there is support from the entertainment value. In the evening, Luo Yu soaked happily in the bathtub. Shao Kong was the most obedient and ran to give his master a shoulder massage. You engage in recreational activities and gain Constitution +1. Hammering the shoulders adds 1 point of physical fitness. Sometimes this happens when the entertainment value is high. This is also the busiest time in the group. Maker, Yumeng, see you in the arena today. I don't believe I can't beat you. Fang Yumeng, hee little girl, you're still not convinced, right? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Elena, which room are you in? I'll come too. Nyoda, I'll join in too. Alice, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Why don't we find a room and chat together? Luo Yu, are you coming? Luo Yu, okay. Arena, ordinary room 4396. This is the room built by Fang Yumeng. When Luo Yu entered the room, everyone was there. Brother, you're here. Nyoda laughed and gave Luo Yu a hug, and Luo Yu was also very enthusiastic. I need to make friends with my brother Nyoda. The reputation of the Minotaur is not to be underestimated. Fang Yumeng beside him said in surprise, You? Oh my God. I was wondering if you, one of the most famous masters in the human race, had any relationship with you. I didn't expect it to be you. Seeing the girls showing surprised expressions, Luo Yu smiled and said, It's just luck. Yumeng, have you changed your hairstyle? Short hair suits you very well. Fang Yumeng's face flushed slightly, with a charming curve at the corner of her mouth, and she said playfully, I thought you wouldn't notice, you straight man. Of course he could find out. Luo Yu had developed a habit of observing the hair growth of the beast girls frequently. When meeting a girl, first check whether her hair is long or not. Not to mention Fang Yumeng has a short haircut. Even if it is slightly shorter, Luo Yu can still spot it. Seeing Luo Yu looking at her with a faint smile, Fang Mingyu's face turned redder and she suddenly snorted, Well, today I want to challenge you first. The stakes will be 1 silver. But, to be fair, you let me have 1 hand and 1 leg. Luo Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this and said with a smile, You are so fair. Okay, I accept your challenge, but how about we switch the stakes? The loser has to satisfy one of the winner's conditions. Fang Yumeng blushed immediately, and she said tentatively, Let me ask you, if you win, what do you want me to do? Put on some clothes. Luo Yu smiled and said, Band-Aid swimming. Shut up, you pervert. Oh, who wants to wear such a perverted swimsuit in front of you? Hate it. Look at me, I'm going to beat you up. Fang Yumeng's face flushed, and after a light shout, he took out an iron sword, and the battle began. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive sword strikes, Luo Yu stood still, while Fang Yumeng was knocked back a little. She chuckled and said, Very impressive. I'm going to use my martial arts. You promised to let me use 1 hand. She rushed forward again, this time using her martial art Qing Feng sword technique. I have to say, Fang Yumeng is actually very powerful. Her strength has reached 100 points. Each of her swords is so powerful that ordinary people cannot withstand a few of her swords. But Luo Yu's strength was 115 points, and he was able to completely block the Qing Feng sword technique with just 1 hand holding the sword. Moreover, because the Kuangfeng sword technique was the 2nd level, coupled with the characteristics of a fighter, its power was much stronger than the Qing Feng sword technique. After more than a dozen moves, Fang Yumeng could no longer hold on. Luo Yu said with a smile, You guys can come along too, so we can practice teamwork. Good. Naker immediately took out the dagger. Elena and Alice looked at each other. Since Captain Luo Yu said that they should practice team coordination, they should practice it well. The 2 women took out their bows and arrows, and Yoda also took out his axe and chopped towards Luo Yu. In this situation, Luo Yu would naturally not give up a hand. The people in his team were not weak, and this would be a good opportunity to enhance his actual combat ability. He cheered up and fought against many people alone, and even managed to tie with everyone for a while. If it weren't for Elena and Alice's tricky bows and arrows, he might even have the upper hand. His attribute points are indeed higher, 115 strength, 119 agility, and these attribute points added to him are not as simple as numbers. For example, Elena's bow and arrow can hit a person with 100 agility, but 101 agility exceeds her hit rate. It seems that the difference of 1 agility will result in a significant difference in hit rate. Luo Yu has an agility of 119. Even for an elf who is good at archery, it is difficult to hit Luo Yu. Bang! With a dull thud, Nyoto was hit by a knife. Because it was a training mode, he would not leave the room, but he would not be able to join the battle in a short time. Then Naker was also stabbed and watched. Now Fang Yumeng was the only one left in the close combat. She was obviously panicked, and the fight was ended with one sword. The next moment, Elena gave up the bow, an arrow, and rushed forward. Her melee weapon was a dagger. It must be said that Elena was better than Yumeng and Kuer in close combat. She could be called a melee archer and an old archer. After fighting with Luo Yu for more than 10 rounds, he was hit on the neck by a knife and fell to the ground, where he died. Alice was still drawing her bow and arrow, but unfortunately this beautiful light elf was already unable to stand on her own. Luo Yu approached her. Sister Alice with long silver hair held the bow and arrow in panic and tried to resist, but Luo Yu lightly tapped her forehead. KO. After a round of training, none of the 5 men could beat Luo Yu alone. Nyoto looked at Luo Yu with admiration, while the girls were surprised and admired him. There was already a hint of admiration in Naker's beautiful eyes. Everyone knows that Luo Yu is powerful, but no one expected him to be this powerful. Fang Yumeng exclaimed, "You are really strong. It feels harder to beat than the boss. Luckily, you're not the enemy." With a faint smile in Alice's eyes, Elena looked at Luo Yu and said, "Come again. I won't let you in so easily this time." Nakir whispered, "Yumeng, why did Luo Yu use a knife to attack us, but was so gentle to Sister Alice?" Chapter 129, Challenge from a Full Team. Fang Yumeng rolled her eyes at Luo Yu and whispered back, "He's good in every way except that he loves to bully us, and he's also obsessed with looks." At this moment, Luo Yu made a summary. He smiled faintly and said, "In fact, everyone is not weak, but there is no coordination and synchronization. It feels like they're fighting on their own, so I could defeat them one by one. What we are practicing is a coordinated operation, but we can't practice blindly. We need to summarize methods and practice scientifically and effectively." Everyone nodded, being calm and composed despite the victory. At this moment, Luo Yu made the girls feel safe. Nakoer felt her heart beating fast as she looked at Luo Yu. Although Fang Yumeng had said before that Luo Yu was obsessed with looks, her bright eyes sparkled slightly as she looked at him. Nyoto laughed and said, "Luo Yu, you are right. We will practice whatever you tell us to do." We discussed together, and everyone was very happy to be able to get together and chat in our busy lives. But at this moment, Fang Yumeng frowned slightly and said, "There is a prompt. Someone wants to enter our room for a team battle." Team battle, another mode of the arena. This mode will not increase your rank, but because there are many people and the stakes are high, and good performance can improve your status in the team, and at the same time train the team's collaborative combat effectiveness, etc., this mode is very popular. Especially after the heat wave ended, everyone realized the various benefits of teaming up to fight boss, and this mode became more and more popular. The number of people fighting in teams in ordinary fields has exceeded the proportion of people fighting alone. It is worth mentioning that there will be boss events in the Tiandao world. If the boss appears in someone's territory, a team will be needed to eliminate it. If there is no team, the only option is to hire mercenaries. Unless you can defeat the boss with the powerful defense of your territory. Now, because Luo Yu's team consists mostly of girls, everyone has just entered the arena, and the team members have not yet had enough time to get used to each other. If we have a PK with other teams, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Well, theoretically, it's more likely to be bad. Everyone looked at Luo Yu, who smiled faintly and said, "Agree, it's okay." Fang Yumeng nodded carefully and agreed. Then a light flashed at the other end of the room, and 10 people appeared. 10 people make a full team. Luo Yu saw clearly that among the team of 10, there were 3 people from the Golden Lion clan, and they should be warriors. The 2 Wing tribe members should be assassins. The 2 Tree tribe monsters are definitely tank types, and there are 3 Water tribe members with blue hair holding bows and arrows. Except for the absence of characters like doctors, the cast can be said to be very complete, and they're all male, giving people a very fierce feeling. The leading sturdy man from the Golden Lion tribe had a bronze emblem on his chest, indicating that he was a bronze level figure. Bronze level. Although Luo Yu has the strength of bronze level, because he only has a few PK matches every day, the number of matches is not enough. So his certification is still black iron level and has not been upgraded to bronze. This strong man from the Golden Lion tribe is actually at the bronze level. In addition, except for the strong man who is at the bronze level, a man from the Water tribe and a man from the Wing tribe are also at the black iron level. This team is extremely powerful. Coming here, obviously to bully the weak. Luo Yu and others were looking at each other, and the other party was also looking at Luo Yu and others. After seeing clearly, more than half of the 10 people showed sarcasm in their eyes. The strong man from the Golden Lion tribe stepped forward and sneered. Black iron level is rare among humans. Your team looks vulnerable. But since you are here, we will teach you how to conduct team combat. A winged clan man beside him chuckled and said, Captain, did you see that? This team has rare dark elves and light elves. I've seen so many elf girls, but their race is the rarest and most beautiful. Another person also laughed strangely and said, that human girl and cat girl are also rare and excellent. This is an excellent team. Yeah. A gloomy-looking man from the Water tribe said in surprise. I think this human man is quite good. Everyone opened their mouths, and the 2 team members beside him instinctively moved away. Luo Yu also felt a chill. Oh my god, he turns out to be a pervert. At this moment, Nyoda on our side had an ugly look on his face and seemed a little at a loss. Fang Yameng and Naker instinctively hid behind Luo Yu. Alice frowned, and Elena had an angry expression on her face. Luo Yu took a step forward and said calmly, You guys came here to bully the weak, right? Good. The strong man of the Golden Lion tribe snorted coldly. I will take a few team members to slaughter you trash and gain some experience in the arena so that I can upgrade to black iron. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Luo Yu said calmly. You can use us to gain experience, but you have to have the ability to do so. Well, since we've bumped into each other, let's have some fun. The stakes are 1 million silver coins. Hiss. Naker and Fang Yameng gasped. Alice and the others widened their eyes, and the group of people opposite also looked shocked. 1 million. Even if we count them as a team, this is still a huge number. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly paid 1 million silver coins and placed them in his own betting column. He looked at the man from the Golden Lion clan and sneered, Come here if you want to gain experience points. You can't even take out 1 million, right? Everyone was shocked, both at Luo Yu's courage and his wealth. In this era where 10,000 is considered a huge sum of money, Luo Yu can easily take out 1 million silver coins as gambling money, which shows how rich he is. You, the man from the Golden Lion tribe, gritted his teeth. Now, there was no longer a question of experience or not, but a question of face. Because of the $1 million bet, there are already spectators in the room. If I back down, how can I be the boss in the future? Moreover, the enemy team only has 6 people, while we have 10. The strongest one on the enemy team is iron, while we are bronze. No matter how you look at it, you can't lose. Beside him, the Wing Clan man whispered, Boss, the other side is relying on their wealth to scare us away. Let's all gather a little. It should be enough. The sturdy man from the Golden Lion tribe glanced at the team members. Seeing everyone nodding, he gritted his teeth and took out all his belongings of 300,000 yuan. The other 9 opponents also took out their wealth with a grin, and the 1 million was complete. This, Fang Yameng and others suddenly became nervous, and at this moment more and more people came to watch the game in the room. $1 million bets are rare. The golden-haired man said in a deep voice, Let's get started. Okay, come on then. Luo Yu had a calm expression. Chapter 130 Luo Yu, a man who destroys the balance. 3.2.1, let's get started. The moment the countdown ended, arrows from the opposite side were shot over. At the same time, 2 tree tanks walked in the front, and 3 warriors followed the tree tribe and approached Luo Yu. In addition, their assassin had already left the team, and the 2 archers hid in a corner where they were less likely to be shot. Arrows flying from the front are usually borne by the tank character in the front or blocked by the soldiers. It was obvious that the opponent had already been well-trained and possessed very skilled fighting skills. In addition, the opponent was obviously strong, but did not rush up rashly. A team battle is not a one-on-one duel. Rushing in fast will not only do no good, but you will immediately be besieged by the opponent, which is equivalent to giving up. Dang dang. Luo Yu waved the Tiangong knife to block the 2 flying arrows. Then he nodded to the 2 elf girls. The 2 girls understood what he meant and immediately stepped back while drawing their bows and arrows. The arrows shot directly at the 2 tree tribe men opposite. In order to avoid being shot by the opponent's archers, archers usually hide outside each other's shooting range. It depends on who has the better bow and who has greater strength. Obviously, both sides are now using iron-rimmed bows with 100 strength. Leaving aside their archery skills, judging from their apparent strength, neither archer can hope to hit each other, as they are all aiming at the opponent's front row tanks. Swoosh! One of the 2 elves' arrows was blocked by the tree man's shield, and the other hit the tree man's leg. The tree man frowned and pulled out the arrow from his leg. It was just a frown, and it didn't seem to cause any substantial harm. Luo Yu looked indifferent. He waved his hand, and a light flashed in front of his eyes. He summoned his own animal. The rhinoceros, elephant, red-scaled python, and wolf king all have attribute values of 100. Beast tamer. They are all black iron-level animals. Oh my god, why does he have so many black iron-level animals? Some people in the audience gasped. No wonder the other side dared to fight 10 people with 6 people. It turned out that there was a beast tamer. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuming hurriedly summoned her cat. She said it was a kitten, but what appeared was a black iron-level big cat, which looked a bit like a lynx and looked quite ferocious. It's a giant lynx. There are actually 2 beast tamers. This team is incredible. The audience's eyes widened, and the people on the opposing team all looked grim. The other party looked like a pushover, but I didn't expect he had such means. Luo Yu glanced at the large lynx that was roaring in a low voice, and without any further ado, he simply waved his hand, and the rhinoceros and elephant rushed over with a rumble. These are rhinos and elephants with all their attribute points maxed out. I heard that your tanks are quite tough, right? Come, let's have another competition. Swoosh! The opponent's arrows hit the white rhinoceros rushing in the front, but failed to break through the defense. Bang! The next moment, the aggressive white rhinoceros crashed into one of the opponent's tree men, who was knocked back repeatedly and had one of his legs broken. Immediately afterwards, the elephant rushed forward. Its impact force was even greater than that of the rhinoceros, and it knocked the other tree man directly away. The opponent's formation was broken on the spot. Luo Yu seized the opportunity, took out the Yangyu bow, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Yangyu's bow was a gold-grade bow. The power of this arrow was greater than the arrows shot by Alice and Elena. This arrow suddenly pierced a man from the Golden Lion clan. The man was pierced through the chest by an arrow and disappeared on the spot. The other side has lost some men. This super beast tamer is also a top archer. Everyone exclaimed in surprise again. Even Alice and other members of his team were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Luo Yu to be so powerful. But now is not the time to be amazed. The next moment, the Wolf King and the red-scaled python have swept over, and a melee broke out between the 2 sides. Luo Yu, who was not far away, whispered, Yameng, did you see those 2 sneaky assassins? Keep an eye on them and don't let them get close to attack Alice and Elena. I can definitely do it. The 2 girls were a little panicked at first, but when they heard Luo Yu's words, they calmed down and tightened their weapons. At least they know what they should do. And Luo Yu shot another arrow. Puff! It was another chilling moment as Luo Yu shot and killed another opponent. What a powerful arrow. Gold grade, definitely a gold grade bow, and arrow. If we don't deal with this super beastmaster, no matter how many people we have, they won't be enough for him to kill. How do we solve this? 5 animals have entangled the soldiers and tanks of the Golden Lion group. Tell me how to solve this. More and more spectators came to watch the game, and everyone was talking about it. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided situation, and now it is indeed one-sided, but in the opposite direction. The situation became one-sided towards Luo Yu, and this reversal caught everyone off guard. In the field, the opponent's 2 assassins were closely watched by Fang Yumeng and Naker, and had no chance to burst out with agility to kill anyone instantly, while the 5 animals entangled all the opponent's melee personnel. 2 of the 10 members of the Golden Lion team were killed suddenly, and the only ones who were able to act freely were 2 archers. But it was obvious that they didn't dare to move forward at all. The range and power of Luo Yu's bow and arrow were much stronger than theirs. They could never get within Luo Yu's range, and could only attack the animals from a distance. At such a long distance, elephants, Rhinos and red-scale pythons are not afraid of bows and arrows at all. They're just afraid of scraping. The large lynx is extremely agile, and the wolf king also has maxed out attributes. If the enemy archers can't hit it, they're useless. Luo Yu's presence completely destroyed the balance of the battlefield. How can we fight? His Yang Yu Bao shot one arrow at a time, and if he killed one more person, the battle would be irreversible. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this key point, and the golden-haired man was also well aware of it. When he saw Luo Yu drawing his bow and arrow, he suddenly burst out with all his strength and slashed at the Wolf King, who was entangled with him with a sword. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes. Knowing the power of the sword, he retreated to one side, and the golden-haired man took advantage of this gap and rushed towards Luo Yu with a roar. After all, this person is a bronze-level master with reaction, speed, and other abilities far superior to ordinary people. He has to rush in front of Luo Yu before he draws his bow and solve the problem in close combat. The golden-haired man was very fast. Seeing this, Luo Yu gave up his bow and arrow and took out the Tiandao knife. Everyone stared at this scene with eyes wide open. Everyone knew that victory or defeat depended on this one move. At the moment when metal and iron collided, Luo Yu muttered something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The next moment, the sword in the golden-haired man's hand and Luo Yu's Tiangong sword suddenly collided with each other. Chapter 131, Killed in Seconds. Puff. There was no suspense at all. Under the 100-fold critical strike, the strong man from the Golden Lion tribe was split into two halves along with his sword. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everyone was stunned. It was not until the golden-haired man's body disappeared that everyone reacted. All the audience in the room were in an uproar. This knife is shocking. What a style it is. Voss. The water tribe man screamed and was hit to death by the rhino, while the elephant rushed towards an archer the other side. A moment later, the entire team of Golden Lion men was wiped out. KO, your team wins. It took 14 minutes and 37 seconds. You get gambling money and room audience income. 17W. The gambling money is automatically distributed equally to each member of the team. At this moment, the battle was over. Everyone looked at Luo Yu with admiration. Nak here even hugged his arm excitedly and giggled, "So awesome! You actually killed a bronze master in one blow. Oh my god, Luo Yu, I admire you so much." Fang Yumeng also looked at Luo Yu excitedly, while Nyoda just pretended to stand in front of the two elf girls to help block the arrows, which meant that he got a huge sum of money for nothing without doing anything. He admired Luo Yu so much that he considered himself Luo Yu's most loyal brother. Seeing everyone looking at him so excitedly, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Maybe my knife is better than his. I'm just lucky." Here it comes, Luo Yu's catchphrase, "Good luck." Can you consider it lucky if you kill someone with one blow? The girls all chuckled. They were all used to Luo Yu's humble words and admired him even more. Be calm and composed when you win. What a handsome man. Next, Luo Yu practiced team combat with everyone. Seeing that the time was almost up, everyone left the arena and it was time to go to bed. When he opened his eyes in the morning, it was another morning. Luo Yu had breakfast as usual and arranged today's work. There's still some mineral resources. Let's go to the mine and dig them all out today. The right thing to do is to collect all the gold as soon as possible. On the way to the mine, Luo Yu suddenly remembered something and went to the warehouse instead. I clicked on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, and, at a glance, I found what I wanted, and a smile appeared on my face. Thermal Technology Core. Right in Technology Core. There are these two cores in the warehouse. After unlocking a major category of technology, you will be given a core. After you have a warehouse, the core will automatically appear in the warehouse. Luo Yu had forgotten about it before, but now that he remembered it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly took out the two cores and installed them on his lore bracelet. Each core can increase the quality of buildings by 5 and territory resources by 1. This means that the power of defensive equipment, such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows, has increased by 10, and all kinds of resources have increased by 2. Now, the mine resources have recovered to 8, which is great. A moment later, Luo Yu stood in front of the rock wall of the mine. He muttered something in his heart, and then swung his pickaxe down. 100 times critical hit trigger. You get Jade 6,000. I fainted. This wave of critical hits gave me a lot of Jade. I'll go back and make Jade bedside tables. Well, there is still one chance for 100 times critical hit, but Luo Yu will not use it again. This critical hit is kept as a backup. Just like last night, The enemy can be killed instantly at the critical moment. The bronze-level Golden Lion Tribe expert last night was indeed powerful. Luo Yu knew that he could not defeat him in a few rounds, so he got angry and used a critical strike to kill him instantly. Where's the 1 million gambling money? What's the big deal? Just a critical hit and it's done instantly. After a whole morning of mining, Luo Yu and the little cuties had lunch in the afternoon and then took a walk on the grassland. The weather has been quite cool these days, with temperatures around 24 degrees Celsius. Walking on the grassland, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing, and Xiao Jin beside them said, "Master, the muddy situation has improved a lot in the past few days, and the mosquitoes have almost been eliminated. Does the thermal energy collection panel need to be removed? Well, you can go and dismantle it later and put it on the roof." "Good." Xiao Jin nodded obediently. Luo Yu touched her tiger ears absent-mindedly, but his eyes were looking at the striking formation in the distance. He had a dream last night. He dreamed that when the Scarsa tribe came to attack, everyone was looking up at him, which made him feel like he had become a sitting duck. When I woke up in the morning, I was thinking, what if a sharpshooter came to the tribe and I was standing on the watchtower and I was shot down by someone with a continuous bow and arrows? The shield can only block 2 attacks. We can't just expose ourselves to the enemy like this. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, and after pondering for a moment, he came up with an idea. The fog of war. Wouldn't it be enough to just let the fog of war cover the strike formation? This not only blocks the enemy's sight, but also keeps them trapped in the death corridor for a longer time. Isn't it wonderful? Once you figure out the key points, the next step will be easy. Why not just create another one? War fog diffusion box. Iron or 10,000, silver 10,000, gold 500, jade 500. Rebuilding no longer requires a design drawing, and this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Luo Yu now. He directly chose to build, and a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and the fog box appeared. "Xiao Dai, take the mist box to the strike formation and place it behind the sandbags." "Good." Xiao Dai responded, picked up the box, spread her wings, and flew over. In this way, the strike formation was also hidden in the fog of war, and the defense of the territory was strengthened again. Luo Yu was satisfied and was about to end his walk. As he was walking, Xiao Kong suddenly fell to the ground with a whimper. "Woo!" Xiao Kong cried out in grievance, and Luo Yu immediately went forward and picked her up. Just as he was about to complain, he discovered that half of the box was exposed on the ground, and the other half was still buried in the soil. "You get Xiao Kong's treasure chest one." Wow! It turns out that he wasn't walking unsteadily, but Xiao Kong's passive ability was triggered, and he was finding different ways to give the box to him. After opening it, Luo Yu saw that there was a scroll inside, not anything else, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. "You get a scroll of weather change in the territory, random, 1. Is there any such thing?" After reading the instructions, Luo Yu showed an amused look on his face. This scroll can instantly change the weather in the territory. Whether it is windy, rainy, hail, lightning, or sunny and warm with spring flowers is all random. As long as you are lucky enough, you can even get effects such as Blessing of Harvest and Holy Light. Chapter 132, Critical Hit. Top-level electric shock tower. Luo Yu didn't know why the Blessing of Harvest was included in the weather, and he didn't want to know, but it would bloom anyway. He smiled faintly. This is a good thing. What if we encounter extreme weather, such as a heat wave? Wouldn't it be a huge profit if we have hail? Thinking of this, he put away the scroll of weather changes, touched Xiao Kong's face, and said, "It's not a bad fall. When we get back, I'll help you take a bath." "Woo!" Xiao Kong called out sweetly and immediately hugged Luo Yu's arm. What else can I say? Cute. In the afternoon, Luo Yu went to make canned vegetables, and Xiao Dai had finished making all the swimsuits she had been making during this period. Luo Yu put the captives and all kinds of miscellaneous spoils on the shelves, ready to make a fortune. He set the price of the swimsuit at 5,000 silver. Luo Yu had calculated this price. Rich people who know how to enjoy life don't care about the 5,000 silvers, but poor people won't buy it even if you bid 1,000. Swimsuits are for designated groups of people. World Channel, Human Race, anonymous high-end swimsuits are now on the shelves. Please check for detailed instructions yourself. Summer is coming to an end, and there are not many opportunities to play in the water. Hurry and buy now. After Luo Yu sent this message, he didn't care about anything else. Compared to the profit from a swimsuit, he valued the captives more. The reason why he put the captives on the shelves so early was that he found that these 36 captives consumed about 3,000 silver pieces of his food every day. Vegetables are very valuable nowadays. If you keep them, you will end up digging stones. That's not profitable. I checked the market price of prisoners and found that they're becoming more expensive as it is near the end of the month. Many people buy prisoners to recruit them, to strengthen the territory and resist the attacks at the end of the month. At this stage, the price of prisoners has risen to 30,000 yuan, the same for men and women. Luo Yu had looked at the attributes of these captives and found that none of them had any good personal characteristics. Logically, they should be priced at 30,000 each, but Luo Yu listed them at 40,000 each. After refreshing the auction house several times, he found that the prisoners were traded very quickly and were basically sold out shortly after being put on the market. This proves that the market demand is greater than the supply. Luo Yu is not in a hurry to make a move. With a luxurious prison, he does not have to worry about prisoners escaping like others. Sell it slowly, and you will definitely be able to sell it before the end of the month. Even if I can't sell it, I can still have some fun by boxing with the prisoners. Luo Yu spent the whole afternoon making canned vegetables. The price of canned vegetables has dropped a little now, but it still remains above 1,000 silver coins. It is very profitable. Who would complain that they have too much money? In the evening, Luo Yu checked the silver. He made a total of 270,000 yuan today by selling canned vegetables, various trophies, leather, and other things. I looked at the gold again. Unfortunately, I didn't dig much gold today. The mineral resources are really going to be exhausted this time, and they will definitely be gone tomorrow. It is impossible to collect so much gold by the end of the month by relying on the mineral resources and PK in the arena to make money. Alas, what are you going to do with all that silver? Spend it. To build the electroshock tower, there is still a shortage of 14,000 gold. Luo Yu opened the auction house and looked at the current gold price, which is 1:150. In other words, to buy all the missing gold, you need 210W of silver. Purchase. Luo Yu made up his mind and started to clear out all the gold reserves in the auction house. He bought all of them in just a few moments. I have made a lot of money recently, but even so, after this wave of spending, I only have 900,000 silvers left. Electric strike tower, primary copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. The gold is all there, but the copper ore is not yet sufficient. Because everyone's mining level has been raised, the prices of iron ore and copper ore in the auction house have fallen recently. The ratio of copper ore is 1:10. If you're short of 40,000 copper ores, you will need to spend 400,000 silver. Purchase. My goodness, the remaining 500,000 is exactly the cost of infrastructure construction. After all this spending, the family is really out of money. Money can always be earned, but the defense of the territory is the most important thing. Luo Yu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and walked out of the room. He decided to place the electric shock tower on the side of the flower bed at the back of the villa. As for the 5-kilometer range radius, as long as it is placed at the center point, no matter from which angle the attack comes, the range can cover it. Before clicking OK, Luo Yu muttered to himself, 100 times critical hit trigger. The electric strike tower you built has changed, upgraded from the original primary to the top level. Top level electric strike tower. Attack range 50,000 meters including air defense. Accuracy 100. Attack interval 5 seconds. Power instant kill below 500 physique adjustable. Each lightning release consumes 100 lightning energy reserves. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and the electric shock tower appeared. The appearance of the top-level electric tower is somewhat similar to the electric tower in the previous game Red Alert, but it looks obviously much more beautiful. After all, it is top-level, and in addition to copper, it also costs a lot of gold and silver. When I looked at the territory's rating, it increased by 2,000 points. This is a defensive weapon, and its rating has increased so much. That's awesome. Compared with the primary level, the range is increased by 10 times. The attack interval is reduced by 4 times. The maximum instant kill power reaches less than 500 physical fitness, and it can also be adjusted. If Luo Yu takes a fancy to a certain attacking unit, he can just manually adjust it to stun it. Wonderful. The electric shock tower was finally built. Now, we don't have to worry about the attack at the end of the month. Strike array plus electric shock tower. All I have to do is sit there and watch, right? In addition, this top-level electric shock tower not only increases the score, but also improves the aesthetics, adding 20 points in one go. The beauty of the territory has now reached 230 points. Sure enough, a prompt came. When you're looking at the scenery, your physical fitness is +1 due to the beauty of the territory. Huh? Does it count as looking at the scenery if I just stand there? Luo Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. He felt indescribably happy at the moment. A big thing was done, and all the money in the family was spent. Make money, make money. Luo Yu continued his efforts and ran to the kitchen to can vegetables. Put the products on the shelves as soon as they are made without hesitation. When I came out of the arena at night, I made a total of 150,000 silver and 600 gold by selling prisoners, canned vegetables, swimsuits, etc. Finally, I recovered a little blood. The next few days were like the calm before the storm, and everything was calm. Luo Yu sold swimsuits, canned food, and prisoners, stored stones, and went to the arena at night, living his life as usual. Chapter 133, Ancient Flying Boat. Threats and opportunities coexist. During this period, the number of critical hits were 2 swimsuits, 1 silver level and 1 gold level, and a total of 480,000 silver were sold. Adding in the money from other miscellaneous items sold, the amount of silver in the territory recovered to 970,000. Of course, this is because canned vegetables are still priced high and captives are also expensive, so it is impossible to make money this efficiently under normal circumstances. Then there was a critical hit from mining, which produced a large amount of copper ore. The copper ore resources in the territory were restored to 1W. However, after this critical hit, the ore veins were completely exhausted, and now all the units that can mine are working in the quarry. I did cut a lot of stones, almost 100,000 in total. A critical hit is used to store special milk, which is a good thing. Every time the cow's condition is completely restored, Luo Yu will use a critical hit to milk the cow and save the special milk. This is good stuff. Even if you don't use it to lure monsters, you can add buffs by drinking it yourself. At present, he still has a critical hit saved, but has not used it, so he keeps it. There are still 3 days left before the attack at the end of the month. Early in the morning of this day, Luo Yu had just finished breakfast when a reminder suddenly appeared. Warning, ancient threat event. Some ancient flying boats have floated over this area. The flying boats will randomly land in the territories of some trialists. The ancient creatures sleeping in the flying boats are hostile units. After waking them up, they will attack the territories of the trialists they are in. Tip: you can also choose not to wake them up. The flying boat will stay for 2 to 5 days and then leave on its own. Luo Yu was slightly stunned when he saw the prompt. This time, an ancient threat event actually appeared. According to Tiandao's explanation, this kind of event is very dangerous. I checked the World Channel and saw that everyone was talking about ancient events. It seems that everyone is talking about the same event this time. Luo Yu was just thinking about talking in the group when another prompt came. Tip: an ancient flying boat is about to land in your territory. It will definitely land in a non-core area of the base. Please be prepared. Oh my god, there's a ship coming to my territory. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu ran out of the villa to observe immediately. Wow! A huge and tattered wooden boat slowly descended and landed with a bang on a large open space on the west side of the territory. Luo Yu ran over immediately, and Xiao Jin and other little cuties hurried to follow. Tip: if you get within 30 meters of the ancient flying boat, the sleeping ancient creatures in the boat will be awakened. Luo Yu received the prompt before he got close and stopped on the spot. Looking closely, the shabby flying boat in front of me was about 30 meters long and looked a bit eerie. Waves of cold air were slowly emanating from the flying boat. Under the influence of the cold air, the surrounding grass and trees were withering little by little. Withered flying boat. The withered smell emitted by the flying boat will cause the plants to wither, but will have no effect on humans and animals. There are unknown ancient creatures inside the flying boat. As soon as he read the introduction of this flying boat, Luo Yu's heart sank. This kind of flying boat is the type that must be fought against. The withered smell it emits will destroy your vegetable and cotton fields. Luo Yu knew that the intensity of this kind of special event was also linked to the territory score. His own territory score was so high, who knew what was sleeping inside? Looking inside through the dilapidated deck, I found that the creatures sleeping inside the cabin seemed to be quite large, but I couldn't see clearly what it was. We landed half dead in the west, the weakest defense point. How miserable! At this time, the regional channel was in an uproar. Some people's territories had also won the bid, and the flying boat landed directly on them. Some are attributeless flying boats, which are better, but some are withered flying boats like Luo Yu's, and even worse are the spiritual flying boats. This flying boat would release mind shock waves at regular intervals, driving a certain animal species around the territory crazy and then attacking the territory. If by chance you happen to have such animals that are swept by the mental shockwave in your territory, then congratulations, you have won the jackpot. A strong fortress is often breached from within. Regional channel, a water tribe man. Fuck, the flying boat that fell on my house released a mental shockwave, and all the dogs went crazy. It's over, my 12 dogs are going crazy. Please don't bite me. Someone, remember to save some dog meat for me when you eat it tonight. Triple X. Brother, I won't say anything else. Have a good journey. May there be no flying boats or dogs in heaven. Everyone started to wish this unlucky guy well. And at this moment, someone in the group also spoke up. Neko, oh my. A huge flying boat has arrived in my territory. But it has no attributes. As he spoke, he also took a screenshot. Luo Yu took a look and found that the size of the flying boat was the same as his own, but it had no attributes and was not a threat. He just needed to wait for it to fly away by itself after a while. Fong Yumeng. It's okay. I hope nothing happens to anyone in our group. Alice. May the goddess of light bless my friends. Elena. I think this is an opportunity. Activate the flying boat and kill the boss to get the equipment. Luo Yu, what do you think? Luo Yu also took a screenshot of his own flying boat and uploaded it. My fucking flying boat is withered. The plants at home are in trouble. The girls immediately became worried, and Yoda said on the spot, Boss, I have also activated the visitor technology. I will help you. Fong Yumeng, I'll come too. Naku Air. Luo Yu's territory score is ridiculously high. We have to pay a lot of money to go to his territory. Alice, don't worry about that. Shall we gather at Liu territory? Luo Yu, don't be nervous. Don't you know my strength yet? I can handle it myself. Everyone listen to me. I think this is an opportunity. Ancient creatures will definitely produce good things. Those of you who haven't registered as mercenaries should go and register. There will definitely be a lot of business this time. Let's go on missions as a team to make money. Good. Fong Yumeng, we believe you, but Luo Yu, you have to trust us too. If you can't handle it, be sure to tell us at any time. We are a team, and no matter how much money we pay, nothing will happen to you. Knock here. Luo Yu, please don't be in trouble. Luo Yu knew that everyone was sincere, so he smiled faintly and replied, Don't worry, I'll test the waters first to see what this ancient creature is capable of. After finishing the team call, Luo Yu began to ponder whether he should transfer all the crossbows in the strike formation here. Beside him, Xiao Jin whispered, Master, I sense a hint of danger. The monster sleeping inside should be quite powerful. Don't be careless. Chapter 134. Humans once again remember the fear of being dominated by giants. Luo Yu nodded cautiously upon hearing this. Even the proud Xiao Jin said that the monsters inside were powerful. It seemed that they were really fierce. After pondering for a while, Luo Yu decided to spend some money. The maximum distance that monsters can sense is 30 meters. Luo Yu began to build a wall around the ancient flying boat with a boundary of 50 meters. First surround it and load it with crossbows, which will at least stop the monsters for a while. But I have an electric shock tower, which shoots lightning every 5 seconds. If I can block it for a while, I can shock you more times. I looked at the lightning reserves, lightning storage box, 1800/50,000. With the current lightning reserves, the electric shock tower could be used 18 times. Luo Yu feels that this should be enough. Build it. A moment later, a circle of intermediate walls with automatic crossbows on them, and the first layer of defense equipment was built. Luo Yu spent some more money to build a watchtower. He put 50 javelins in his bracelet and went up to the watchtower. There were 3 little cuties around. Xiao Dai was a little nervous, while Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin looked excited. As cute as they are, they actually like fighting. Luo Yu said in a deep voice, Ready to start. Xiao Jin used his skills immediately. Oh, the hunting time has begun. Xiao Jin seemed even more excited, and the next moment, Luo Yu held a javelin and threw it hard towards the ancient flying boat. The javelin spun and hit the flying boat. It was so powerful that it directly penetrated the hull. Hint, your actions have awakened the sleeping creatures in the ancient flying boat. A terrible roar came from the flying boat, as if some ferocious creature was about to be born. Boom! With a loud bang, the deck of the flying boat exploded and a giant jumped out from it. Roar! The giant let out a long roar towards the sky, and the sound was heard for hundreds of miles. This is a male giant wearing animal skins and holding a stone stick. He is over 7 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body and a scruffy beard. He looks very fierce. Titan giants, ancient race, unknown information. The Titan giant's eyes looked towards Luo Yu, who was on the observation deck 50 meters away. His huge eyes were full of murderous ferocity. These eyes really made Luo Yu feel cold in his heart. That day, humans once again remembered the fear of being dominated by giants. This line popped up in his mind. The automatic weapons in the territory responded immediately, attacking the lightning tower first. Zzzz! A blue lightning bolt shot out from the orb on top of the lightning tower and exploded on the Titan giant with a bang, instantly blasting a bloody hole in his chest. Lightning is so fast that there is no way to dodge it. Roar! The Titan, who had just awakened, was severely injured. Bleeding continued from the hole in his chest, and his huge body began to retreat. At the same time, the crossbows installed on the wall fired rapidly, and one arrow after another hit the Titan and pierced into the flesh. Although it's scraping, but with so many arrows scraping together, it still has some power. Ouch! Xiao Jin's tiger roar burst out, just like a tiger roaring in the mountains. The Titan looked at Xiao Jin on the watchtower, seeming to be a little afraid. Tip: the tiger roar skill takes effect, reducing all the opponent's attributes by 10. A prompt appeared, but Luo Yu frowned. Although it was effective, he did not fall into a panic state. It only reduced the opponent's attributes by 10. Xiao Jin is still in his infancy and cannot exert his full power. Roar! The ancient giant also roared, pulled out a few crossbow arrows from his body, and rushed directly towards the wall on the side. Bang! With a loud bang, large cracks appeared on the section of the wall that was hit. Wall destroyed, current durability, 30. 70 of the durability was knocked off in one go. Luo Yu chose to repair it immediately, and the durability of the wall began to recover immediately. The next moment, another javelin shot out from his hand. Whoosh! The spinning javelin was at an incredibly fast speed, aiming directly at the giant's throat. The giant seemed to know that the javelin was powerful, so he stopped gathering strength to hit the wall and instead swept the stone stick in his hand horizontally, accurately knocking the javelin away. With just this one move, his agility value is definitely higher than Luo Yu. This is a flexible giant. However, although this attack did not hit the giant, it prevented the giant from destroying the wall immediately and restored some of the durability of the wall, which was valuable. Zzzz! The electric tower released another bolt of lightning, accurately hitting one of the giant's arms. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the giant's arm was blown into a bloody mess by the terrible electric arc. A top-level electric shock tower with an attack interval of 5 seconds, which can instantly kill any creature with a physical fitness below 500. The giant was hit twice and suffered heavy damage. The giant roared in pain and hit the wall with the stone stick in his other hand. Boom! This furious blow caused the wall to collapse, but before the giant could step out of the wall, Luo Yu's javelin shot out again. This time the javelin was thrown while the giant was exerting his strength. The giant had no time to resist. The javelin pierced the giant's neck fiercely, and a pool of blood spurted out from his neck on the spot. The giant roared in pain and violently pulled out the spear from his neck. Blood flowed everywhere, but he did not fall down. He looked at Luo Yu with even more hatred. This giant has such a tall physique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The automatic crossbows on the wall were still shooting, and a large number of arrows pierced the giant's body. Although they did not cause much damage, they made him bleed profusely. The giant's body was covered with wounds, and he looked extremely miserable. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept out. The giant had just stepped out of the wall when he smelled the fragrant breeze and almost staggered. Charm skill takes effect, power reduced, reduces opponent's action power by 5. Like Tiger Roar, although it cannot be fully effective, it still reduces the opponent's ability value. The giant was charmed for a moment, and after standing firm, he instinctively looked at Xiao Dai with a hint of desire in his eyes, but a flying stone hit the giant's eye hard. Roar! The giant roared in pain and instinctively covered his left eye, but blood still flowed out. He was shot in the eye by Xiao Kong's slingshot. After Xiao Kong evolved, the range and power of her slingshot increased a lot. Her stones specifically hit people's soft parts, especially round things, which are her primary targets, like eyes or something else. Zzzz! Before one wave of lightning came, the electric tower's cooling time was over and another bolt of lightning struck the giant. Boom! The fatal explosion hit the giant's already injured chest, directly blowing it apart. Chapter 135, 100 times critical hit, legendary personal characteristics. Under such a blow, the giant fell to his knees with a bang, letting out a desperate roar. Whoosh whoosh. The automatic crossbow was still firing arrows frantically. The giant was supported on the ground with stone pillars. Blood was constantly dripping from his body. He was seriously injured. After maintaining this shape for 5 seconds, the shock tower opened fire again. The lightning blew the giant's head directly, and the entire head was blown into a bloody mess. Then green smoke rose, and it was burnt. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang and could not get up again. From the time the giant jumped out of the deck to the time he fell to the ground with a loud bang, it took no more than 20 seconds. The top-level electric tower is too powerful. Who can withstand it? Seeing that the giant had not yet died completely, Luo Yu turned off the automatic attack function of the electric shock tower and continued to operate it to turn off the automatic crossbow as well. He jumped off the watchtower, holding the moon and sun swords, and walked slowly towards the giant. The giant was dying. Looking at Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and others who were walking slowly towards him with despair. When he got close, Luo Yu tentatively released the animal taming technique. Tip: ancient creatures cannot be tamed using the same method as taming animals. It's not that it cannot be tamed, it's that it cannot be tamed in the way of taming animals. Luo Yu doesn't know the specific method, and it's unclear whether this function is open. Looking at the dying giant, Luo Yu said calmly, "Can you speak? Any last words?" The giant opened his mouth and spoke weakly. "The great God will punish you." "Hi." Before he could finish his words, Luo Yu plunged his knife directly into the giant's charred head, killing him on the spot. "Are you going to say something harsh again?" "There is no difference between saying such last words and not saying them at all. I don't want to listen to them." "Congratulations on killing the ancient Titan giant." A prompt appeared, and then the giant's body slowly dissipated. These ancient creatures leave no corpses after their death. But in a moment, the giant's body completely disappeared, leaving only a huge stone stick and a huge animal skin garment. Luo Yu pulled the animal skin clothes aside, and underneath the clothes were many boxes. "It's shipped." Luo Yu hurriedly recited to himself. 100x critical hit triggered. One of the rewards has a critical hit. The effect is increased 100 times. I thought all the rewards were critical hits. The greedy snake swallows the elephant is exactly what Luo Yu is like at this moment. I checked the harvest, and it was pretty good. You get silver 2,000,000. You get the territory core 10. You obtain martial arts, body skills, Zaya 1. You get 1 flying boat energy core. You get props, tracking chestnuts 10. You get a personal characteristic scroll 1. First of all, it was the territory core. This giant actually gave me a territory core, and it was 10. In the eyes of someone like Luo Yu who can consume all the territory resources every month, the territory core is the most valuable thing. Nothing else. Use it on the spot. You use the territory core. The territory area increases current territory resources. 156, mineral resources, 161. Luo Yu only felt a flash before his eyes, and the area of the entire territory expanded again. It's good that the area is large, and the construction area and planning area will also be larger in the future. However, if he wanted to strike the formation, he would have to set up a new death corridor and attach it closely to the air wall at the edge of the territory. He had already planned these things before. Zaya Yu body skill. Increases evasion chance after practicing. Don't hesitate, just use it. You have learned the Zaya body movement, current body movement. First level. This is Luo Yu's second martial art. His body movements are quite good, and his body becomes agile, making him a Miss Monster and an all-round warrior. After learning the body movements, he turned his gaze to the energy core of the flying boat, which was a square crystal with various runes engraved on it. It was very beautiful. Flying boat energy core. Stable output of 1,000 units of energy per day. The output energy can be converted into any form of energy unit. Wonderful. Luo Yu finally understood why the ancient flying boat could fly and fly for so long. It turned out to be because of this energy core, a stable output of 1,000 units of energy every day. Currently, the territory has enough thermal energy, but lightning energy is very scarce. When the time comes, we can just connect a pipe to the lightning storage tank, and we'll be done. If other elemental energy systems are unlocked in the future, they can still be converted. Powerful. Luo Yu thinks this core is amazing. I looked at the tracking hairy chestnut again. This strange prop looks a bit like a lychee, is the size of a ping pong ball, and is an automatic attack hidden weapon. Tracking Malizi, a one-time item. After using it on a target, it will stun the target with a high probability. Good stuff. In the future, if a beast girl or other person or animal you like enters your territory, use them directly. After knocking them unconscious, tame them if necessary, or imprison them if necessary. Not bad, I'll take it. After putting the chestnut into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu looked at the last scroll that popped out. Personal characteristics scroll. Hero, legendary personal characteristics. Above diamond is Grandmaster. Above Grandmaster is King. Above King is Legend. Above Legend is Epic, and he actually has a legendary personal trait. This time the critical hit was quite fierce. No, that's too cruel. Hero characteristics, 1-star maximum comfort temperature plus 10, minimum comfort temperature minus 10, global working speed plus 20, global success rate plus 20, personal aesthetics plus 10, global attack speed plus 20. Looking at the introduction of this personal characteristic, Luo Yu was stunned. This feature can only be summed up in one word: strong. Is this so strong with only 1 star? We have already experienced the heat wave, and it goes without saying how important the upper and lower limits of comfortable temperature are. The key is that this is not added by equipment, but a direct improvement of the body. Such enhancement is even more valuable. Attributes, such as increasing work speed and success rate, are also very powerful. Not to mention the aesthetics, the most powerful thing is the attack speed. All abilities in the Tiandao world can be displayed in the form of data. With the same level of martial arts and the same strength, if others can only chop once, Luo Yu can chop 1.2 times. Others can shoot 1 arrow, but Luo Yu can shoot 1.2. Everyone who plays games knows that attack speed is very important for ADC, and warriors also need attack speed. Luo Yu had never heard of anything that could increase attack speed, but today he saw it. Invincible. This feature is simply unbeatable. Luo Yu chose to use it on the spot. His whole body flashed with light, and he could feel that he was strengthened by a mysterious force. He wanted to use silver to upgrade his characteristics, but was told that to upgrade personal characteristics above diamond level, he needed to purchase special upgrade coupons in a mall. What kind of online game routine is this? Tiandao is also an old operator. Chapter 136, Gathering for a Team Fight. Luo Yu complained in his mind, opened the mall, and after searching for a while, his eyes almost popped out. Legendary feature upgrade scroll, 10 million silver. 10 million. Luo Yu closed them all on the spot. What about 8 digits? What kind of cosmic joke is this? No money. We don't do these fancy things. After studying everything that exploded thoroughly, Luo Yu looked at the stone stick left by the giant. Compressed stone stick, made of compressed stones, can be purchased in the system mall to restore the decompression spirit liquid. Luo Yu showed curiosity when he saw the introduction. From a description, this compressed stone stick was obviously not for trial takers. He opened the system mall and spent 2,000 silver to buy the decompressed spiritual liquid. There was a drop of spiritual liquid in a small bottle. After Luo Yu dropped the spiritual liquid on the stick in front of him immediately lit up and then began to slowly expand. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly stepped back. After waiting for a moment, the iron rod expanded by 20 to 30 times its size and turned into a giant stick that could hold up the sky. Compressed stone stick has been restored to granite stick. Looking at the huge stick in front of him, Luo Yu suddenly realized that this was what the stick originally looked like. It was compressed by a mysterious ancient power into a form that was convenient for giants to use. Its density and power were increased. Now that it has been decompressed, it has returned to its original appearance. This stick could probably cut out hundreds of thousands of bricks, right? Luo Yu handed the Tiangong knife to Xiao Jin beside him and said, "Xiao Jin, cut it a few times when you have time. Let's try to cut this stick into bricks before the end of the month." Xiao Jin nodded seriously and said, "Master, it doesn't take until the end of the month. I can cut it in 2 days. Luo Yu smiled and nodded, looking at the large piece of animal skin clothing. Sure enough, it was also made of compressed material. After being decompressed with spiritual fluid, it simply formed a roll of leopard skin, a full 50,000 units of leopard skin, and it was prompted that it was a brand new leopard skin. These leopard skins can be used to lay carpets, make sofas, etc. to increase comfort and beauty. This wave is so comfortable. Good person. Titans are such a good guy. A moment later, Luo Yu, holding two swords, walked into the ancient flying boat with the three little cuties. The flying boat was much cleaner than imagined, and there were no other living creatures. Luo Yu discovered that there were some simple furniture and other things inside the flying boat, but they were all ancient items and would reduce the aesthetics if placed in the territory. The materials of the entire flying boat and all the furniture are compressed materials and can be decomposed. After Luo Yu left the flying boat, he decisively bought 10 bottles of spiritual liquid and dropped them all on the flying boat. Immediately, light began to flicker in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared, replaced by a pile of raw materials. Wood 200,000, iron or 50,000, copper or 30,000, silver 10,000, jade 5,000, gold 3,000, platinum 50. Wow, I made a lot of money this time. Especially timber, because the trees in most people's territories have been cut down. The price has skyrocketed to 1:5. 20 W of wood is equal to 100 W of silver. It turns out that the flying boat itself is a huge fortune. Awesome. Ancient events are amazing. Hint, you have disassembled the ancient spaceship. The event is over. You get the battle reward. Free attribute points plus 10. Wow, 10 points of attribute. More than even the extremely difficult raids give. In fact, I think it should be so. First, Luo Yu's territory score is higher. Second, the Titans are actually very powerful. If it weren't for the Lightning Tower, it would cost a lot to deal with them. Of the 10 attribute points, Luo Yu added 4 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 agility. One look at the panel shows that it has changed a lot recently. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 26,000 points. Health value: 113 points, currently 74 points. Entertainment value: 120 points. Aesthetics: 240. Strength: 119. Physical fitness: 115. Agility: 122. Personal characteristics: Hero Legendary, 1 star. Mobile Inspiration, 1 star. Handsome, 1 star. Martial Arts: Zayu. Luo Yu is satisfied with his increased strength. He ordered the elephant and other animals to move all the resources back to the warehouse, while he started watching the World Channel. As expected, the World Channel is severely polarized. Some people felt that they were unlucky to have run into an ancient spaceship, while some people whose territories had no spaceships landed also thought that they were unlucky to have missed such a good thing. I checked the team channel, and everyone was waiting for news that Luo Yu was safe. Luo Yu, I've fixed it. There's only a hole in the wall, no other damage. Fanyama, great. Naker, I knew you would be safe. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Yu smiled and said, lucky, he was killed by my defense facilities. By the way, the things from the ancient flying boat are pretty good. Do we want to gather in the territory? Fanyama, okay, let's gather and fight. A moment later, in Naker's territory, outside the wall of her base, an ancient flying boat lay quietly on the grassland. Everyone was there, watching from afar. Luo Yu said, if you get within 30 meters of the flying boat, the ancient creatures will be awakened. We don't know what is sleeping inside yet. To be on the safe side, let's build a wall first. Kur, do you have enough bricks? Enough. Naker nodded vigorously and said, I was thinking of building a warehouse. There should be enough stone bricks. Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded, saying, use the spaceship as the center of a circle and build a wall with a radius of 40 meters. Just tear it down after defeating the boss. The loss of bricks won't be that big. Naker did as she was told and built the wall in just a few moments. Everyone climbed up the wall, and Luo Yu said seriously, we will stand separately and shoot with bows and arrows. Whether it will be a close combat or something else, it depends on the specific situation. For this tactic, everyone should stand apart. Everyone in the small group followed Luo Yu's command and began to stand apart. Luo Yu held a spear in his hand and looked at all directions of the wall. After seeing the team members nod, he shouted, 3, 2, 1. Let's start the group. As the voice fell, the javelin in Luo Yu's hand shot out and pierced fiercely into the flying boat. Roar! There was a loud roar, and then the deck exploded, revealing a huge body. Reminder, your team has activated the ancient creature, Asperger. What appeared before my eyes with a huge black caterpillar with a huge mouth part at the front end. Chapter 137, Easy Solution. The caterpillar is about 3 or 4 meters long and as thick as a water tank. It looks quite ferocious. As soon as this strange insect appeared, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of green liquid, which went straight towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu reacted very quickly and jumped away immediately, shouting, "The strange insect can spray venom. Attack immediately." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone started shooting arrows from their bows. Fang Yameng, Naker, and Niu Da's shooting skills were limited. Their arrows were powerful but not accurate. The bows and arrows of the two ADCs, Elena and Alice, were both powerful and accurate. With two PU-PU sounds, the two arrows pierced into the body of the monster insect, causing green plasma to burst out of its body. At the same time, before the dodged Luo Yu could stand firm, a javelin was shot out. Puff! With a dull thud, the javelin pierced directly through the body of the monster insect and nailed it to the ground. But the strange insect twisted its body and broke the javelin. It ignored the wounds on its body and opened its mouth to spray out green venom. The target is still Luo Yu. Obviously, it also knows that Luo Yu is the biggest threat here. Luo Yu dodged in a hurry, but he didn't expect that the strange insect could spray venom at a very fast speed, thump, thump, thump continuously. Luo Yu's agility came in handy at this time, as he dodged all the attacks continuously, but he didn't have time to throw the javelin for a while. It's just that the strange insect was attacking Luo Yu crazily, and the other team members were also attacking it crazily, especially the two archers. The strange insect was simply a sitting target. Arrows flew out, and blood mist continued to burst out of the monster insect's body. It finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned its head, and opened its mouth to spit venom at Elena, who had the most severe output. In terms of combat power alone, Elena is second only to Luo Yu in the team, and her agility is also 100 points. Elena dodged the venom by turning sideways. Luo Yu shouted, "Whoever the monster insect is targeting should jump off the wall to take shelter and come up and shoot when it targets someone else." It was not difficult to go up and down the wall with 100 points of agility, and everyone did the same. For a while, the venom of the strange insect could only spray on the wall to corrode the stone bricks, and could not hurt anyone at all. Using this method, even the least agile cow in the team will not be hurt. Speaking of which, Nyota got 170,000 silvers for no reason before, and he boosted his attributes. Now all aspects of his attributes have improved, and he looks like a tank. Finally, I've caught up with the main group. After dodging the shots 3 or 5 times, the strange insect was already covered in wounds, but its agility seemed limited and it had no ability to jump out of the wall. At a certain moment, Luo Yu seized the opportunity, threw the javelin in his hand with force, and it directly pierced the open mouth of the strange insect. Puff! Green blood splattered. The strange insect wailed in pain. Then its body stiffened and fell to the ground with a bang. Hint! Your team killed the Asper worm. Kill him now. Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to be so easy. On second thought, Cooper's territory score was only 3,000, while his own was almost 30,000, a 10-fold difference. Naturally, the intensity of the event would also be much different, so he was able to win easily. The corpses of the strange insects in front of them began to disappear. Nakor cheered, and the girls all showed beautiful smiles on their faces. A moment later, in the kitchen of Nakor's base, everyone was busy cooking, preparing to have a meal together to celebrate and discuss the spoils. Fang Yameng handed a tomato to Luo Yu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to get so many supplies by decompressing the spacecraft. Is this a welfare event before the attacks at the end of the month?" Luo Yu took the tomato and started cutting it, then shook his head and smiled faintly. "Not really. It's mainly because we are too strong. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to deal with this bug." Nakor added more wood to the stove and chuckled. "Of course I am strong. I feel like I am getting stronger. Hey, Captain, let's quickly distribute the spoils." Luo Yu looked at everyone and saw that everyone was looking forward to it. He smiled and said, "Well, let's divide all the raw materials of wood and iron or equally. A territory core with 5 of the resources should be left to Kerr. After all, this is an event for her territory." Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, "I will use the shared technology scroll right away. Sterile technology is still quite important. We won't sell it. We don't need that little bit of money." "Agree," Elena said. "These technology scrolls and other things can often not be bought with silver." Everyone nodded in agreement. and Luo Yu directly chose to use the shared scroll. You use the shared technology scroll to unlock technology, sterile technology. Seeing the system prompt, Luo Yu showed a faint smile in his eyes. He was about to unlock the sterile technology, but was stuck on the item of purified water. Now the scroll came out directly. He was very happy. When you go back, you can build a medicine workbench and then a hospital. All of these require sterile technology. Everyone smiled. Luo Yu said, "We are lucky. We still have a low-level shared technology scroll. Do you have any basic technology to share?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Low-level basic technology is actually very easy to unlock, and there is nothing good to share. Luo Yu asked curiously, "Have you unlocked all the sewing table technologies?" "I do have one. How about sharing this?" "Good." Fang Yuming chuckled and said, "It just so happens that the cotton in the territory is ripe and autumn is coming, so we can consider making some clothes." Everyone had no objection, and after agreeing, Luo Yu shared his sewing table technology. You have shared technology and started to randomly acquire various abilities from team members. You have inherited the beast taming experience from Fang Yumeng, and your beast taming level has been raised to LV10. You failed to inherit Alice's ability. You inherit, because the number of critical hits has been used up. This time the shared inheritance is the original version. I inherited some experience from Yumeng, upgraded the beast taming level, and inherited 2 points of physique from Yoda. These attribute points and experience points are basically free, which is pretty good. In this way, everything was distributed. Naker asked curiously, "It reminds me that I solved the incident and gave me 2 free attributes. What should I order?" "Agile," everyone said almost in unison. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "As an assassin, your 100 points of strength are enough for now. First, increase your agility." "Oh." Naker obediently clicked on agility. After a while, everyone at the table looked at Luo Yu in surprise. Fang Yumeng said in astonishment, "Luo Yu, your cooking skills? Were you a cook before?" Seeing everyone looking at him like this, Luo Yu laughed and said, "Your cooking level has improved. You like it? I'll make more next time." Chapter 138, Yuling Cottage Mercenary Group. I love it very much. Nyoda was wolfing down a chicken leg, and the girls all chuckled at this. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Let's get down to business. Have you unlocked the mercenary technology?" "That's right, I had planned it before. This time we will go on a mercenary mission as a team to fight the boss." Everyone had been spending a lot of time in the arena during this period, and with the previous victory over the Golden Lion team, their experience points had skyrocketed, and they had all been upgraded to the Black Iron level. You can become a mercenary if you reach the Black Iron level. Now people all over the world are asking mercenaries to help solve the boss in their homes. Luo Yu and others naturally don't want to miss this opportunity. After asking, everyone has unlocked the mercenary technology. Even Nyoda has unlocked it. After all, people's mining level has improved now, and crystal stones are not so rare anymore. There are not many organized mercenary teams like Luo Yu and his team now. Once they arrive at the mercenary square, they will definitely fight for it. Even if they make excessive demands, I'm afraid someone will agree to it. Luo Yu smiled and said, "What kind of compensation do you think is appropriate for us to ask for when we go on a mercenary mission?" Fang Yumeng, "I want money. Lots of money." Elena, "There are 6 of us in total, so we need 60,000 silvers from him, right?" Naker said, "No, there are so few mercenaries now. We have to ask for at least 120,000 of them." Alice, "Luo Yu, what do you think?" Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Those who can come up with so much money must be quite capable. People may not be willing to hire mercenaries. Those without the ability can't come up with that much money. My offer is free." Everyone looked at Luo Yu one by one, and Yoda laughed dryly and said, "Boss, is this free? Let's discuss it again." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Our mercenary group's label will say we will help solve the ancient threat for free, but all the profits from the ancient flying boat will belong to us." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they all reacted. Fang Yuming chuckled and said, "Smart. The profit from the flying boat is far greater than silver." "Agree." Naker immediately raised her hand, and Alice and the others also smiled. "Alice, Luo Yu, you are the captain. You set it up." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. After clicking on the mercenary square, he first registered the mercenary group and then filled in the mercenary information. Yuling Xiaozhu Mercenary Group. free help to resolve the ancient flying boat in the territory. All profits belong to this mercenary group. Click if you are willing. As soon as the mercenary group's information was posted on the wall, business started coming in. Everyone received a prompt. Someone has signed an agreement to hire your mercenary group and is waiting for the group leader's confirmation. Everyone looked at Luo Yu, who smiled and asked, "Are you full? Shall we go?" "Everyone, let's go." After the choice was made, a light gate appeared in front of everyone. Luo Yu led the group in, and Yoda immediately followed. The girls held hands and stepped into the light gate together. This was their first collective mission, and thus a great mercenary group was born. When he came out of the light gate, a man from the Black Wolf clan stood in front of him to greet him. He was not surprised at why the Yuling Xiaozhu mercenary group had so many beauties. At this moment, he said anxiously, "My fellow bosses, the one in my territory is the withered flying boat. If the withered aura continues to spread, my vegetable garden will be ruined. Please help me." Luo Yu looked around the territory and found that it was surrounded by a wall, which was good. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't panic. Since we are here, we will naturally solve it. But we will guide the monsters to the wall so that they can be killed more easily. It may damage your wall. Is that okay?" At this point, what else could there be? The man nodded repeatedly. A moment later, Luo Yu and others stood at different positions of the wall, but saw Luo Yu throwing a javelin. Although the distance was a bit far, the javelin still hit the ancient flying boat. Ancient creatures awakened. A giant spider appeared in this territory and headed straight for the wall as soon as it appeared. It had not run far when a spear pierced its body, and then an arrow pierced its skin. The spider began to spurt blood, and it looked like it was even worse than the weird insect garbage in Nakor's territory. Kuder's territory score is naturally not comparable to Luo Yu's, but it is still much stronger than that of ordinary trial takers. This giant spider is a bit difficult to defend on its own, but it is not enough in front of the mercenary group. Luo Yu thought this was an opportunity to practice coordination, increase combat experience, and courage. He shouted, "Yamak and Yoda, the four of us will go up and fight, while Elena and Alice will provide cover with bows and arrows." Hearing Luo Yu's words, the three of them immediately went down the city wall together. Luo Yu was not holding the Yang double swords, but an ordinary long sword. He was the most agile and was the first to rush forward and chop at the spider, cutting off one of its legs. Then, Kur, Yamang, and Yoda all launched their attacks. 10 minutes later, the giant spider let out a desperate hiss and fell to the ground, indicating its death. The battle is over. You get a reward from this battle. Attribute point +1. They were given 1 attribute point. Luo Yu put it on physique, and Yumeng and the others also got +1 attribute point. It is better to have it than nothing. When the Black Wolf tribe's trialist saw that the spider was dead, he breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Luo Yu and others repeatedly. After Luo Yu exchanged a few polite words with him on behalf of the mercenary group, he began to collect the spoils and disassemble the ancient flying boat without any hesitation. The spider gave me 2 fangs, which was nice, and a lot of other odds and ends. The mission is over. According to the agreement, all the spoils will be carried back to where Luo Yu and others started, which is Kuder's territory. For a while, a large pile of spoils was piled up in Kuder's territory, and according to the previous agreement, everyone shared it equally. This time, 5 of the territory core was given to Luo Yu, and the 200-power flying boat energy core was given to Alice. This is not just a one-time mission. Everyone will have a share in the future, so everyone will be happy. After Luo Yu used the territory core, he looked at the data and found that the fertility and other resources had reached 161, the mines 166, and now the mineral veins have recovered to 15 of the resources. It's time to mine again. In fact, this mission took less than an hour, and everyone thought we should keep trying. Luo Yu also hopes to take this opportunity to make more money. There are a lot of resources after the ancient flying boat is unpacked. Even if 6 people share it equally, it will be a huge sum of money. Actually, if he brings all the animals in his territory, he can fight the ancient creatures alone. However, to take on such ancient missions alone, one needs a silver-level mercenary or above. Chapter 139, Diamond Level Set with Betting. Now in the entire Tiandao world, the highest level is bronze. It's a good opportunity to make money with everyone, so why not do it? Everyone just drank a glass of water, and another business came in. Luo Yu stood up and said, "Let's go." Oh. Everyone walked into the light gate excitedly. On this day, everyone went out on missions together and did not return home until 9 o'clock in the evening. They completed a total of 6 mercenary missions. After using the diamond shower head in the evening, Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub, and all his fatigue was swept away, feeling relaxed all over. Hint: you gain strength +1 when taking a bath. Oh, there are still 5 attributes that haven't been added. This time, Luo Yu directly added 5 points to his physique, so his physique reached 120 points. All 3 attributes are over 120, which looks comfortable. After these mercenary missions, although the team occupied all the resources of the ancient spaceship, they did not actually produce any special technology or props worthy of attention, and the things that were dropped were far inferior to those in their own territory. Other people's territory scores are too low, and the intensity of the attack is unbearable to watch. Instead, a lot of various miscellaneous resources were obtained. To be honest, the ancient flying boat itself is the biggest benefit. Various types of wood and iron are too important for the construction of the base. At present, Luo Yu is too lazy to count because the ancient flying boat will exist for 3 to 5 days, and everyone has agreed to go out on mercenary missions in the next 3 days. We'll do the statistics together then. The group is quite quiet at the moment. It seems that everyone is tired. Not everyone can wash away fatigue by taking a bath and washing their hair like Luo Yu. Taking advantage of this time, he entered the arena to earn gold. In one night, he had elephants, rhinos, and other animals join together to beat up other trial participants and earn another 500 gold. There are really a lot of gamblers. There are always people who don't believe in evil and enter his gold field, which is simply giving away money. After that, we worked nonstop on mercenary missions for 3 consecutive days. In total, we completed 25 missions over 4 days, all of which were completed successfully and no one was injured. In the past few days, everyone has accumulated valuable practical experience, fully honed their skills, gained a lot of attribute points, and countless materials of all kinds. It can be said that it was a great harvest. After taking a shower in the evening, Luo Yu lay on the bed, opened the warehouse, and made a careful summary. Silver, 148,9032. Wood, 380,000. Iron ore, 120000. Stone bricks, 907000. Copper, 80,000. Jade, 70,000. Gold, 8,000. Platinum, 1,150. Diamonds, 0. Fur cloth, 8W. It can be said that there has been a huge profit in the past few days. All kinds of resources in the territory are very abundant because the mineral veins have increased. Xiao Jin is busy cutting various stones produced by the mineral veins, and he hasn't even finished cutting the big stone pillar. Don't worry about stone bricks. You can consider construction. In addition, there are 18 points of free attributes. Luo Yu has exactly 6 points for each attribute. After a series of operations, the panel changes as follows. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 26,200 points. Health value: 113 points, currently 90 points. Entertainment value: 120 points. Aesthetics: 240. Strength: 126. Constitution: 126. Agility: 128. Luo Yu yawned and thought to himself, I will build the bedside table tomorrow. Thinking this, I slowly fell asleep. Boom! Luo Yu was awakened by a thunder and lightning in the middle of the night. It was raining heavily from the sky. Luo Yu had just walked out to the balcony to observe when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck directly on the lightning rod in the warehouse. One look at the lightning box, and the lightning reserve increased by 2,000. A faint smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. If he wanted to store lightning quickly, he would have to be struck by lightning directly. Tip: when you watch a thunderstorm, you will be affected by the beauty and gain agility +1. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu revealed a faint smile and reminded himself to prepare for the change of seasons. Then he went to bed, hugged Shao Kong, and slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, the sunlight shone through the curtains into the room. When Luo Yu woke up, he felt a hint of coolness. Autumn was already at hand. Tip: you get a buff through sleep. Cost calculation: you save 10 of the cost when building items, shopping in the system mall, etc. What a buff! The buff given every morning would make Luo Yu happy. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked to his room. According to the plan, he would improve the decoration of the villa today. The first is the bedside table. Luxury bedside table. Building materials 500, gold 200, silver 1,000. Directly import building materials and click to build. Affected by the cost calculation buff, construction costs are saved by 10. Luo Yu saw the right opportunity and said something silently in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The luxury bedside table you built changes. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Bedside Table. Diamond level beauty plus 10. Comfort increased. Entertainment value plus 1. Hygiene value plus 1. When connected to a bed, improves rest efficiency by 10. Positive buff acquisition probability plus 10. Wow, it's directly matched with a big bed. Both are diamond grade. Looking at the colorful bedside table in front of him, Luo Yu felt the luxury and extravagance. This is what a room is. Affected by the beauty, you gain physical strength plus 1. He started adding attributes randomly again. Luo Yu had already considered building a dressing table in addition to the bedside table. The dressing table is for girls. There are 3 little cuties sleeping together in a room. Letting them dress up and put on makeup after getting up every day will increase the beauty of the room. Aesthetics is the attribute value. No doubt, use the critical hit. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Dressing Table. Diamond level beauty plus 15. Comfort increased. Entertainment value plus 5. Hygiene value plus 3. There is a high probability of obtaining a beauty increase buff when dressing up. What appeared before my eyes was a very beautiful dressing table, decorated with white jade and gold, with a large mirror. There were also various rouge and powder on the dressing table, all of which were women's products. Luo Yu called the 3 little cuties over. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were not very interested in the dressing table, but Xiao Dai liked it very much. Tip: after dressing up, Xiao Dai gets a buff, beauty plus 5 one day. Under Luo Yu's coercion, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin also dressed up, and indeed their beauty increased by 5 points. To be honest, the 3 of them did look much prettier after putting on lipstick and rouge. As soon as I saw the beauty of the territory, I gave it a score of 280. Cool. Looking at the territory's rating, it skyrocketed by 3,000. Although the king-size bed is diamond grade, it is a necessity and the added score is acceptable, but the dressing table and bedside table are luxury items and cost directly 1,500 each. Chapter 140. Unbelievable Bedroom. Well, there's a lightning tower, so don't be afraid. So there was some furniture in the room, but it was not enough. Missing wardrobe. There are still 2 critical hit opportunities. Luo Yu decides to go all out and builds a jade wardrobe directly. After another round of operations, a beautiful wardrobe appeared at the edge of the room. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Wardrobe. Diamond level beauty plus 10. Comfort increased. When storing clothes in the wardrobe, the clothes will be slowly and automatically repaired. Wow, it can be repaired automatically, which is simply a bug-like property. People in the world have long said that some silver clothes are too expensive to repair after they are torn, and the sewing level required is also high. The key is that they will also be worn out when you wear them. Now it can be repaired automatically. Every night, Luo Yu just needs to put his clothes and pants in the closet to offset the wear and tear. Won't they be brand new when he comes out the next day? Awesome. If you want to talk about practicality, then it has to be a wardrobe. Now that I have a wardrobe, dressing table, and bedside tables, the next step is the curtains. There is no need to critically hit curtains, murals, and other decorations because they are measured in meters, so there's no need to critically hit 1 meter. Luo Yu started right away. Beautiful jade pendant curtains. Per square meter cloth 100, silver 50, jade 100, gold 3. Once the curtains were installed, the whole room became much more beautiful. Then there are carpet and tile. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet per square meter varies for 90, cotton, cloth 30, silver 30, gold 3. As for the color of the carpet, it is better to distinguish it from the color of the entertainment room, and it is better to choose a warm green for the room. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and it was all done. Now looking at my bedroom, it is so beautiful and comfortable. The 3 little cuties are all very happy. Who doesn't want a place they live in to be clean and beautiful? Having said that, the little beast girl at home has a lot of hair, which sometimes sticks to the carpet, which will reduce the hygiene value of the room over time. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to change the floor tiles. Replace the floor tiles with sterile floor tiles and then lay carpets on top, which provides double hygiene, double comfort, and double enjoyment. Get it done. Sterile floor tiles per square stone bricks 100, silver 100, iron or 50, gold 5. Just choose to lay all of them. Even through the carpet, Luo, you can see the light flashing. Lifting up a corner of the carpet, The pure, white sterile floor tiles may not look very beautiful, but the hygiene value will increase a lot, thus improving the overall hygiene of the room. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, another prompt suddenly came. Reminder, overall evaluation of your bedroom. Incredible, you get plus 5 free attribute points and an additional 5 free attribute points at the end of each month. Done. Luo Yu laughed loudly. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, once the beauty, comfort, wealth, hygiene, etc. of places such as bedrooms, entertainment rooms, and workshops reach a certain level, it will trigger a system evaluation. When the evaluation reaches the standards of incredible, extraordinary, paradise on earth, etc., there will be different rewards, and this reward is permanent. There will be a wave at the end of every month. Cool. This wave is really comfortable. Save up your critical hits in the future, and critically hit the carpets, curtains, wall hangings, etc. one square at a time, and then you'll have a bedroom that is like a paradise on earth. Luo Yu was having a great dream about the spring and autumn period, and he was in a really good mood. My room has been decorated like this for the time being. There are many rooms in the villa, including the living room, guest room, kitchen, etc., which are not decorated yet. Just in time for the buff of cost calculation and enough materials, I could decorate them all. But before that, Luo Yu first added the 5 attribute points he got, adding strength to them. You choose to increase your strength by 5 points, current strength, 131. Some attributes have reached 130, which is actually far away from the standard value of 100. After that, Luo Yu began to decorate each room in the villa. The floor tiles in the entire villa are all sterile tiles, which greatly increases the hygiene value. Aesthetic carpets are laid on top of the sterile floor tiles, with green carpets in the rooms, red carpets in the corridors, and dark gray carpets in the basement. Except for the kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and other places where water is needed, all other places in the villa are covered with carpets. The curtains are all made of jade pendants. Luo Yu also placed luxurious bedside tables, dressing tables, and wardrobes in each guest room. These decorations are not for people to live in, but to increase various values. He hopes that one day he can raise the evaluation of the entire villa to an incredible level. This wave cost Luo Yu a lot of stone bricks, iron, ore, fur cloth, and other basic materials. Similarly, because of the actuarial buff, he also saved a lot of raw materials. I took a look at the warehouse inventory and didn't worry, there was still plenty. After a busy morning in the villa, the hint came. The ancient flying boat was guided by a mysterious force, left the landing place, and wandered into the starry sky again. The ancient events are over. Looking at the world, it can be said that some are happy while others are sad. Those who are capable can make a fortune, while those who are not capable can only stare blankly or have been eliminated. To sum up, the threat posed by ancient events is not as great as that of heat waves. At present, the biggest threat to the Tiandao world is still various extreme weather conditions, which are too terrifying. It's lunchtime now, and the group is getting active. Alice, the attack is about to start at the end of the month. Everyone should build some defensive facilities in the next few days, just in case. Fan Yameng, yes, the arrow tower is already being built. We have a lot of materials now. Naker, I want to build an arrow tower too. People in the world say that arrow towers are the most powerful. Elena, the arrow tower is powerful, but don't fall behind in your own practice. Nyoda, I finally built the wall. Boss, your territory score is high, so you must be careful and safe. Luo Yu, don't worry, I'm still somewhat confident that we can survive this month's attacks. Fan Yameng, just a little bit? Luo Yu, I suspect you have already unlocked the thermal energy weapon, right? Luo Yu, not yet. Let's do some other construction first. Fan Yameng, if you have money, thermal energy weapons are more powerful. I am saving money to build a thermal energy collection box. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He hadn't made the thermal energy weapon yet, but he had unlocked the lightning energy. Luo Yu, indeed, energy technology is the general trend. While the price of B soul cores has not skyrocketed, I think we can buy a large number of them and prepare to build thermal energy collection panels. Chapter 141 Magical Flowers, Defense Upgrade. In addition, not only thermal energy, but also other energy items require beast soul cores to build. Naker, oh, I was confused. Now I have an idea for construction. Everyone agreed that Luo Yu's words provided them with ideas for territory construction. If someone in a team develops very quickly, that is a natural advantage. Luo Yu is essentially paving the way for them. With someone like Luo Yu around, they would be able to avoid many detours. Everyone was eating lunch and chatting. Naker wanted to visit Luo Yu's territory, but everyone found out that to visit Luo Yu's territory, they needed to pay a visiting fee of 30,000 yuan. Outrageous. The admission fees were getting more and more outrageous, which completely discouraged them from doing so. After dinner, Luo Yu looked at the panel. With all the luxurious and beautiful carpets, sterile materials, etc., the territory score directly reached 31,000 points. The aesthetics also reached 305, and the hygiene value soared to 187. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to achieve a score of 30,000 or more. You will receive rewards, 3,000 gold and 3,000 jade as encouragement. Tip: you are the first trialist in this area to reach a beauty level of 300 or above. You will receive rewards, 1 potted plant upgrade scroll, 3 free attribute points as an encouragement. Pot upgrade scroll? Curiosity showed in Luo Yu's eyes. After checking, he found that it meant literally upgrading the quality of a potted plant. He first put 3 points into Constitution, increased it to 130 points, and then prepared to use the reward coupon. Wash the dishes after you 3 finish eating. Good. The 3 little cuties all nodded, and Luo Yu went to his room. There's a pot of shining manhwa flowers in the room. There's still one last chance for a critical hit, so let's go all out and use it. After Luo Yu muttered to himself, he chose to use the upgrade scroll on this beautiful flower. The flowers began to shine, making people feel very comfortable. You use the upgrade scroll on the shining manhwa flower, and it advances to Holy manhwa flower, Grandmaster level. Holy manhwa flower, beauty plus 30, hygiene plus 30, global work speed plus 20 within the light coverage, sleep efficiency plus 20, disease block plus 20, block filthy demons, block mosquitoes and insects. Special function: 1 drop of purified water can be produced every month. Wow, he was directly promoted to the Grandmaster level. This effect is too cruel. Luo Yu showed shock in his eyes. Although the score increased by 2,000, it was worth it. Huge profit. I still have a piece of gold-grade soft armor that needs purifying water. Now that it's almost the end of the month, it's just the right time to use it. Under the cover of this holy light, Luo Yu felt very comfortable. It would be a waste to just keep this thing in the bedroom. You can carry it with you when you work in the future. Anyway, you have the storage bracelet, so you can take it wherever you go. It won't get damaged if you handle it with care. Besides, how can a master-level flower die just like that? Today, all kinds of numerical values rose too sharply, and Luo Yu felt a little worried again. Now that the base score has increased so much, and there are still a lot of materials, let's build a wave of defense facilities. After a moment, he walked to the front of the striking formation alone and fell into deep thought. There are 2 options now. The first is to build more arrow towers. This is the simplest and most brutal way, and the effect is immediate. The second solution is more complicated. First, upgrade the arrow tower, and then unlock the firepower enhancement effect in the thermal energy application. Connect the upgraded arrow tower to the thermal energy storage tank. Then the arrows released by the arrow tower will carry thermal energy, increasing the power. Third, directly build a thermal energy bunker and stick it in the strike formation. Luo Yu first checked the instructions of the thermal bunker. Thermal bunker releases thermal fireballs to bombard enemy units. There is a splash effect after the explosion, and the thermal energy consumption is large. The required materials are thermal bunker, compressed thermal conductive material 50,000, iron or 10,000, copper or 5,000, silver 100,000. The most striking thing about this cost is that it is expensive. The thermal conductive material technology needs to be unlocked. The price of unlocking it is 50,000 silver, which is not expensive, but the cost of the material itself is too expensive. A thermal conductive stone brick requires 5 ordinary stone bricks, 5 copper, ore, and 5 silver. In other words, to gather all these materials, you need a total of 250,000 stone bricks, 250,000 copper, ore, and 250,000 silver. Although it doesn't require gold, the cost is really outrageous. In addition, after Luo Yu carefully read the instructions, he found that the bunker could not defend against air attacks. After experiencing the ancient flying boat incident, Luo Yu knew very well that the enemies might not necessarily come from the ground, but could also appear from the sky. Air defense was already on his agenda. Arrow towers and lightning towers can provide air defense, but bunkers cannot, so it is more cost-effective to upgrade arrow towers at this stage. Luo Yu is not the kind of person who would drag his feet. Now that he has made the decision, he might as well get started. Arrow tower upgrade. Stone brick 30,000, silver 30,000, gold 500. There are a total of 12 arrow towers in the territory, 6 of which are in the strike formation and 6 are around the base wall. Luo Yu upgraded them all with just one click. You choose to upgrade 12 arrow towers, total cost. Stone bricks 360000, silver 360000, gold 6,000. Are you sure? Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to confirm. Upgrade successful. As the prompt appeared, all the arrow towers flickered and the original wooden arrow towers turned into stone arrow towers. Arrow tower, 2 stars range, 250 meters, shoots 10 arrows in a single attack, can be connected to elemental blessing. The range of a 2-star arrow tower has increased by 50 meters, and it can shoot 4 more arrows at a time. But judging from these 2 attributes, the firepower of the upgraded arrow tower is basically equivalent to 1.5 unupgraded arrow towers. The key is to be able to use elements to enhance attacks, which is what Luo Yu wants. Clicking on the thermal energy technology interface, Luo Yu chose to unlock the thermal energy enhancement technology, spending 50,000 silvers in one go. After unlocking the technology, it is now possible to add thermal energy to some building facilities. This can not only be added to defensive facilities such as arrow towers, but also to other buildings, provided that the quality of the building is above high. For example, a large villa is high-end. After heating, the walls and floors will heat up. Isn't it autumn soon? Heating the walls is a good choice to resist the cold. Of course, this type of building thermal energy consumption is very large. We'll talk about these later. First, let's strengthen the arrow tower. Chapter 142. Drain all the aquatic resources. He directly pulled a new energy pipeline out of the thermal energy storage tank. First connected it to the arrow tower in the territory, and then a straight line led to the strike formation and connected it to the 6 2-star arrow towers. The reason for pulling a new pipeline is simple. Luo Yu wants to connect a valve, which will be closed at ordinary times and opened only when needed to provide thermal energy. Arrow heat energy attachment. After hitting the target, the heat energy will invade the wound, causing the wound to worsen and the pain to increase. There is a certain chance that the opponent will enter a state of heat stroke. Puff! Can you still get heat stroke? Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. You got a heat stroke after being shot by an arrow. What a magical function. But it's a good thing this way. If you have heat stroke, you will fall to the ground and faint. After fainting, you will no longer be the target of the arrow tower, which may greatly increase the capture rate of prisoners. Pretty good. The thermal arrow tower has been fixed. Automatic crossbows, throwing axes, and the like are all furniture that can be loaded and unloaded. They cannot be connected to thermal energy pipes. Let's leave it like this for now. Luo Yu still has one thing to do, which is to expand the strike formation. Because the area of the territory has increased, the strike array cannot reach the edge after the edge of the territory has expanded, so a corridor must be added. As more corridors are added, more arrow towers must also be added to ensure complete fire coverage. After a series of operations, the strike formation was connected to the edge of the territory's air wall again. At the same time, 2 2-star arrow towers were erected and speed bumps were laid on the ground. Everything was completed. Looking at the enhanced strike formation, Luo Yu felt a lot more relieved. At this time, Shao Kong was fishing, Xiao Jin was cutting stones, Xiao Dai was making a swimsuit. The captives were digging frantically in the quarry. The animals were carrying things, patrolling, sleeping. They were doing all kinds of things. Luo Yu found that he was the only idle person. He walked to the warehouse and looked at the consumption of various resources. After this wave of large-scale construction, the resources were consumed very rapidly. Basically, 2/3 of them were consumed. In addition, Luo Yu was surprised to find that he didn't have much meat left. Yes, the meat has been sold several times, and there are so many captives and insects in the territory recently. In addition, after the rhinos, elephants, wolf kings, and other animals have been upgraded, they also need to eat meat, and their appetite is much larger than before. It is not a lot for large animals to eat 20 units of meat a day. Small animals and insects like odd dai and ground badgers also eat 10 units of meat a day, which is considered a small amount. Then there is Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties and so many captives. The entire base consumes more than 800 units of meat a day. There are only about 4,000 pieces of meat left in the territory, and it seems like it won't last long. In fact, Luo Yu has nothing to worry about, because the fertility of the territory is very high now, which causes crops to grow very quickly. The crops will mature before the meat is eaten up, so there is no such thing as famine. After some consideration, Luo Yu decided to prepare for a rainy day and store more meat resources. I walked to the lake and looked at its aquatic resources. There was still 122 left. You don't know until you see it. It's outrageous. It's almost the end of the month, and the reserves of aquatic resources are actually higher than the initial state. The giant octopus, the giant python, and so many turtles ate it for almost a month, and the fish ate more and more, which was quite outrageous. After next month, the aquatic resources will be reset. No matter if you have consumed them to zero or have not eaten any fish, they will be reset to the highest value, just like the effect of mineral veins. It would be a waste to keep so many resources. We have to find a way to catch the seafood and solve the problem of meat shortage. We can even sell the excess. In his spare time before, Luo Yu had woven a fishing net with wisteria, but it was undoubtedly impossible to catch all the aquatic resources with just one fishing net. At this time, you need to use your brain. Luo Yu walked into the pavilion, touched Xiaokong's little head, and then had an idea in his mind. After a moment, he took the fishing net in his hand, hung a tablet of special milk on the fishhook, and then extended the fishing rod. The milk slices are not put into the water, but are placed about 3 meters above the water surface to lure fish. Tick-tock. The milk flakes slowly began to melt under the sunlight, and a drop of liquid dripped into the small lake below. The fragrance spread, immediately attracting a large number of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu cast his net directly and caught dozens of kilograms of fish on the spot. These fish and shrimps were still alive and kicking. Luo Yu quickly sent a message to the world. Fresh seafood just out of the water has been put on the auction house. Friends who like fresh seafood should hurry up and buy it. The current market price of a unit of aquatic products is around 5 silver coins, which is quite cheap. Luo Yu believes that it is fresh goods, so he puts it on the shelf for 6 silver coins and marks it as fresh aquatic products. There are so many people in the universe, and it's not just the people on Earth who like fresh fish. Everyone likes it. And the price is not expensive. It was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. Luo Yu kept up the good work, catching and selling the fish as he went along, using up the excess aquatic resources to make money. He found this kind of work particularly exciting. I fished until the sun went down and earned 350,000 silver in one go. But when I looked at the aquatic resources, I found that 50 of them were consumed in one afternoon. If the price of seafood continues to remain at this level, that is to say, Luo Yu can sell about 1.2 million silver coins from seafood every month. What a huge sum of money. This is the benefit of increasing territory resources. That night, everyone entered the arena, but Luo Yu, who was taking a bath, did not participate. In his words, I am too strong. If you can't learn anything by following me to gain experience, you could try to form a team without me. It seems to make sense at first glance, but in fact, Luo Yu just doesn't want to play house with them. Yes, they are good-looking, but making gold is obviously more attractive than hanging out with women all day. Luo Yu was not there, and Elena also said that she would act alone. Nyoto was very tactful and said that he wanted to train alone. Finally, Yu Ming, Kuer, and Alice formed a team together. This will be the norm going forward. On that day, Luo Yu encountered a Zerg who was taken advantage of in the black iron field and made a huge profit of 1,200 gold, which made him feel good. I looked at the experience bar. I still have about 10 wins to reach bronze level, so I should be able to upgrade before the attack at the end of the month. In the next 2 days, Luo Yu basically caught all the aquatic products, leaving only some small fish and shrimps for the giant octopus and other animals to eat. As for whether they could catch them, it depended on their own abilities. One night before the attack, Luo Yu upgraded his rank to bronze, and his personal suffix in the mercenary square was finally bronze-level mercenary. Bronze-level mercenaries are coming out. No, their appearance fees are much higher, and they're also more likely to receive their favorite mercenary missions. Chapter 143 Chief. Our soldiers have suffered from heat stroke. All the critical hits he had in the past few days were used up, and they were all used for mining. Luo Yu had mined all the ore veins, and there was not a single piece of ore left. All the critical hits produced platinum, and the platinum in the territory has reached 3,000, which is pretty good. In the morning, Luo Yu got up in high spirits. The day of the attack had finally arrived. The attack at the end of the month is like a big test for all trial participants. Those who can survive it will develop better, while those who can't will be doomed. I checked the buff out habit. I was lucky this morning. I was given a shooting accuracy buff, which increased the hit rate of all shooting actions by 50. Luo Yu currently has 3 buffs. One is fatigue recovery, 2 days. One is action frenzy, 7 days. And one is increased shooting accuracy, 1 day. Luo Yu, who was standing on the balcony drinking milk in the morning, got a buff for viewing the scenery. All attributes +1. This is all thanks to the dressing table. After the 3 little cuties put on makeup, their appearance immediately improved. As a result, all attributes were given +1 this time. How comfortable. In the world and regional channels this morning, everyone was praying and wishing each other well, hoping to get through this disaster safely. Every time there is a major threat like this, there are many people saying their last words and confessing their love on the World Channel, which is very exciting. When a person is about to die, he will talk a lot. There are endless revelations, such as he is the best at sex. The best at sex. He used to peek at girls taking baths. He actually has an illegitimate child outside. He used to date his ex-boyfriend when his husband was away on business, etc. A whole truth or dare show. Luo Yu watched with great interest. The group is also very active, and everyone is gearing up to prepare for the attack. Just after finishing breakfast, the system prompt appeared. A mysterious force swept across the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Will this be the first wave of attacks again? As if to confirm Luo Yu's thoughts, the prompt appeared again. Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will attack immediately. Please be prepared. The first wave. This area is once again the first to be attacked in a wave, and just like last month, new warnings are coming. Soldiers from the nearby Scarsa tribe begin to attack your territory. They seem to have adopted a clever tactic. The Scarsa tribe again? At Luo Yu's call, the animals immediately acted according to the plan he had set long ago. The Wolf King, Rhino, and Elephant followed Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties to the attack formation, while the other animals huddled inside the fence and waited for orders. The 3 animals stood behind the sandbags, ready to attack any enemy that broke out of the strike formation at any time, while Luo Yu and others went up to the watchtower. After waiting for less than half a minute, a large number of Scarsa tribe soldiers appeared at the entrance of the strike formation. Luo Yu took a look at the attack summary and found that there were a total of 660 attacking units this time. The number of people who actually came to attack must be more than 660, because if the soldiers have mounts, the mounts and the soldiers are counted as one unit. Looking over there, I saw that some soldiers were riding mounts like wild boars and bison, and some were riding spiders, which was very cool. The entrance to the strike formation could not accommodate so many soldiers at the same time, and a large number of them had not yet come in. Luo Yu discovered that each soldier seemed to be carrying a shield. Some were made of iron, some were made of wood, and some of them also carried a bag, but no one knew what was inside. Whoosh! Arrows rained down directly, knocking down more than a dozen people on the spot. Because of the fog of war, the soldiers had to wait until the arrows were very close before they could react, so it was difficult to defend effectively in the first place. Dorno, the young chief of the Scarsa tribe, shouted, "Damn it! It's the fog of war. This evil lord has upgraded his position again. Put up your shields." Everyone instinctively put their shields on their heads, and a rain of arrows fell. This time, only 7 or 8 people were knocked down, and the effect was much worse. "Warriors, forward!" With a loud shout from the young chief, the tribal soldiers began to advance with shields in hand, howling. Tip: the soldiers of the Scarsa tribe are encouraged by the chief, and their overall attack power increases by 5. Reminder: the soldiers of the Scarsa tribe are inspired by the queen, and their overall movement speed increases by 5. 2 buffs were put on the soldiers' heads. Although they were screaming, they found that they were not running fast. The ground beneath their feet seemed to be sticky, seriously slowing down their progress. Arrows rained down from overhead, and although the shields were very effective, people were still shot to the ground. Oops, it's a speed bump. The beautiful queen beside Dorno gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, the fog of war makes it difficult for the warriors to see the direction, and the speed bumps make it difficult for the warriors to move. Even with shields, they will suffer heavy losses. Let's execute the first step of the plan immediately." Good. Dorno followed his wife's advice and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Pass the order. Let the mounts charge." The order was passed down quickly, and a large number of animals rushed out of the other side's crowd, including wild boars and wild dogs, rushing forward recklessly, and in the front was a big rhinoceros. Arrows fell on it, but did not stop it from moving forward. Suddenly, there was a sound of electric arc, and blue lightning cut through the fog of war. The rhino rushing in the front was electrocuted and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. The electric tower takes action. No one can see the situation clearly in the fog of war. It doesn't matter whether the rhino is dead or alive. The most important thing is to charge. A large number of animals rushed forward, and Luo Yu, standing on the watchtower, had a clear view of everything. I have to say, this is a good tactic. The animals have thick skin and tough flesh, which attracted a large part of the arrow tower's firepower, making the warriors behind them safer. And if there are any traps or something like that, the animals can clear them first. It seems that Dorno did his homework well after returning. But this is far from enough. They have just entered the corridor of death, and there is still a long way to go. Swish, swish, swish. Most of the arrows went towards the animals, but some also landed on the heads of the tribal soldiers, who blocked them with their shields. It was fine for those using iron shields, but some soldiers did not have enough strength, and those using wooden shields found something wrong. My shield is smoking. Fire! Fire! Someone screamed, and the wooden shield was on fire. At the same time, someone shouted, "Chief Queen, our soldiers have sunstroke after being shot by arrows." What? Dorno roared. Bullshit, if you're hit by an arrow, you'll just bleed. You won't get a heat stroke. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will feed you to the pigs. Chapter 144. Smart Tactics 1. The soldier immediately fell silent. Merlin, who was beside him, glanced around and found that the wooden shields were indeed burning. Some soldiers had thrown their shields away in fear. But in this situation, throwing away the shield is equivalent to exposing oneself to the rain of arrows. Malin thought of something and frowned as she said, "Husband, I heard from the wizard that some of these outsiders may have elemental blessings. The arrows of these bows have thermal energy blessings. Elemental weapons?" Dorno shook his head repeatedly and said, "Impossible. The great wizard has given instructions. These outsiders are very weak and cannot possibly possess elemental weapons." Malin, let's not think too much. Warriors just need to move forward bravely. He once again gave a voice of encouragement, and the soldiers charged forward, despite the obstacles of speed bumps and the fog of war, and under the rain of thermal energy arrows. Time passed minute by minute, and after a large number of animals were killed, they finally rushed through the first death corridor. Go ahead. Victory is just ahead. The soldiers crawled over the animal carcasses and advanced. Easy. Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the soldier who shouted the loudest was hit by the lightning and fell directly to the ground. On the watchtower, Xiao Jin asked curiously, "Master, do you need me to roar like a tiger?" Luo Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? If a problem can be solved with a defensive formation, we don't have to fight it ourselves." Xiao Jin nodded as if he understood, and at this moment Luo Yu watched all this calmly. They had only walked through the first of the 7 death corridors. It's not the time for me to take action yet. Now all the attacking units have entered the death corridor. Luo Yu did some calculations in his mind and realized that at the current attack efficiency, it would be difficult for this group of people to pass through the 4 corridors, even with shields. It now seems that the thermal energy blessing is still very effective. The chance of heat stroke is quite high. Not only the soldiers who were hit by arrows suffered from heat stroke, but some of the animals who were hit by arrows also suffered from heat stroke. These animals can be tamed and kept for oneself, or they can be sold, which is better than selling them for meat. In addition, the effects of speed bumps and fog of war are very good. Luo Yu roughly compared it with the last time, and found that the opponent's speed was more than twice slower. The 8 2-star arrow towers are very powerful. These arrow towers are hidden in the fog of war. Perhaps the people of the Scarsa tribe cannot see them, but Luo Yu can see them clearly. The arrows are shot out in rows, which is so powerful. The firepower is indeed twice as strong as before. If this continues, this group of people in the tribe will be completely vulnerable. Luo Yu opened the energy interface and looked at the lightning and thermal energy reserves. Lightning storage box 14500/50,000. Thermal energy storage tank 37080/50,000. The energy reserves are sufficient, and the electric shock tower can still strike out 145 lightning bolts. The heat energy consumption rate is not fast. At the current consumption rate, it can last for more than 5 hours. Let alone 5 hours. Luo Yu felt that it was a miracle that this group of people could hold on for an hour. He operated it and reduced the power of the electric tower. Now it can kill instantly those with a physical fitness below 500. After some adjustments, it will be enough to kill instantly those with a physical fitness below 20. It doesn't need to be that powerful, and stunning is more economical than electrocution. However, no matter how powerful it is, the amount of electricity consumed each time is the same, which is quite unscientific. Zizi. Another arc of electricity struck out, and a female archer who was rushing in the front suddenly froze. Her body began to twitch violently for a few times, and then she fell to the ground and fell into a coma. This is a prisoner captured. Luo Yu showed a smile and glanced at the chat box in the group. No one was talking at the moment, and everyone was concentrating on facing the attack. The regional channel was a bit tragic, as someone's wall had been breached and it looked like they were doomed. This summer, there have been quite a few natural disasters such as heat waves, mosquito pests, and diseases, and many people do not have the energy to arrange defensive measures. After exiting the area chat, Luo Yu looked down again. The soldiers who had rushed through the first death corridor were still struggling to move forward. Suddenly, Luo Yu discovered that Dorno and Mei Lin were discussing something. Wait, it seems the number of people is not 660. Luo Yu felt something. Yes, the hint is that the other party used a clever tactic, and it seems that they have a backup plan. Sure enough, Luo Yu's idea was soon confirmed. Air raid alert. A group of soldiers from the Scarsa tribe are attacking your territory by airborne. Airborne. Luo Yu was startled and looked around, and found a black spot in the eastern sky. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a soldier wearing a fur glider, gliding towards him from the sky. I guess he jumped directly from the mountain and glided all the way into the territory. How awesome! Looking at the gliding soldiers swooping down quickly, Luo Yu's eyes showed curiosity. How could they stop at such a fast speed? Wouldn't this lead to a head-on collision with a wall? As he was thinking this, the gliding soldier had already rushed to the sky within 500 meters from the core of the base. Sizzle. The shock tower opened fire, knocking one person to the ground. He lost his grip on the hang glider and fell directly from the sky, smashing to pieces. Sizzle. Electric arcs were continuously fired into the air, and the enemy's air force was destroyed one by one. But the enemy had only 60 people, and there was only one electric shock tower, so it was difficult to wipe out all the enemies. Whoosh whoosh. When approaching the base, the arrow tower opened fire, and arrows kept flying into the sky. Although the power was reduced when shooting upwards, these arrows carried heat energy. The attack doesn't need to cause much damage. As long as the arrow is inserted into the glider, it will ignite immediately. The soldier who was originally diving towards the base turned into a fireball in mid-air, flew around for a while, and then fell directly, setting fire to a grassland. Luo Yu saw it clearly. These soldiers seemed to want to rely on diving over the wall and directly enter the core area, but they did not seem to expect that the arrow tower could ignite the glider. I was foresight enough to upgrade all the arrow towers, including the thermal energy, otherwise there would be no such effect. At this time, the catapults were also throwing stones into the sky. Although the hit rate was touching, it was very oppressive. If you continue to insist on landing inside the wall, I am afraid that everyone will be shot to death by the arrow tower before they land. The key is that you can't see the specific landing location because the entire core area is shrouded in the fog of war. What if I fall into the crossbow arrow and am dying? Wouldn't I die on the spot? Therefore, this group of elite gliding soldiers decided to land far away and not attack the core area inside the wall, but to attack the strike formation from the rear after landing. Chapter 145 Airstrike and Self-Destruction. Get behind enemy lines. Primitive tribes also fight guerrilla warfare. Puff, 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 puff. After the remaining glider soldiers circled in the air, cloth packages appeared on both sides of the glider. The cloth packages swelled up under the action of the air. At the same time, they folded the glider and floated down. Is this the primitive paratrooper? This is unscientific. Luo Yu opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. It is hard to imagine that a primitive tribe has such elite paratroopers. But think about it, there is nothing strange about it. I can even shoot someone with one arrow and make him suffer from heat stroke. Can't the tribe have an air force? Of the 60 paratroopers, 10 were killed in the sky. After the remaining 50 landed on the ground, they rushed directly towards the strike formation under the command of the captain. They were lucky to land in a location that was just out of the attack range of the catapults. As a result, the longest-range defensive weapons in the core area of the territory could not reach them, so they could be said to have a smooth journey forward. Looking at the paratroopers rushing towards him, Luo Yu sneered and sent out animals to fight. The giant rhinoceros, the elephant, the wolf king, and the red-scaled python rushed forward. The giant rhinoceros rushed the fastest and knocked over a soldier as soon as it came up. These are all high-quality animals, and their attributes have been raised to 100 by Luo Yu. Even though these paratroopers are elite, their average attribute is only around 20. How can they possibly be a match for the animals? The long swords in their hands couldn't even break the skin defense of the rhinos and elephants. But in terms of lethality, the Wolf King is the most ruthless, giving people the feeling of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there are, they cannot defeat a tiger. That's the situation. Sizzle. The electric tower was still discharging electricity, taking away a lucky person every 5 seconds. This group of paratroopers had high-quality animals in front of them and the base's defense array behind them, so they were doomed. In fact, they were doomed from the moment they entered the base. Luo Yu remembered one thing, that animals without grades have a chance to evolve through continuous fighting. Thinking of this, Luo Yu directly sent out all the animals in the territory to besiege the group of paratroopers. Adai rushed the fastest, followed by the silver-armored ladybug, the ground badger, the bugs, and so on, all of whom rushed out madly. There was only to look at this group of paratroopers, as they were doomed. Luo Yu looked at the fierce battle with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he was startled by a loud explosion. He turned around quickly and saw a cloud of green smoke rising from the strike array. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The explosions occurred continuously. Luo Yu saw it clearly. Rats with bulges on their backs, as if they were carrying humps, kept jumping out and would explode once attacked. Oops, it's an exploding rat. Xiao Dai exclaimed softly. Master, this kind of rat will explode once attacked, and the power is not small. Luo Yu understood everything without her saying anything. Did she mean for me to stop attacking the mice? The key arrow tower is not under my control. Luo Yu looked at the rats jumping out of the soldiers' backpacks below and frowned slightly. He never thought that there were such creatures as self-destructing rats. They were simply a breath of fresh air in the world of evolution. Dorno showed a ferocious smile and said sternly, Quick, dig the bombed wall. Shield cover. Under the protection of shields, soldiers with high mining skills began to dig the mechanism wall frantically. Some walls whose durability was greatly reduced by the explosion were now being excavated, and their durability dropped rapidly. It turns out that the function of the explosive rat is to blow up walls. With both the airdrop and the explosion, Dorno really put in a lot of effort. Under the cover of shields, several walls were dug frantically, although the rain of arrows was still killing the opposite side. Once the wall was dug through, the arrow tower would be exposed to the attack range of the enemy soldiers. Even a 2-star arrow tower cannot withstand the siege of so many soldiers. This is all made of money. Luo Yu knew that he had to take action, so he first clicked on repair, and the durability of the mechanism wall recovered rapidly. Then, a javelin appeared in his hand, and he threw it out directly. Under the huge force, the javelin pierced through the shield on the spot and penetrated into the digger's body. Whoosh! Swoosh! 2 more javelins were thrown out, and the other 2 excavators were also stabbed to death on the spot. Why is this guy throwing so fast? Merlin's face turned pale. They had information that Luo Yu was powerful with his javelin and bow and arrow, but they did not expect his attack frequency to be so fast. Whoosh! Another javelin was thrown out, and the soldier who was trying to fill the position and dig was stabbed to death on the spot. Luo Yu would stab anyone who dared to dig the wall with his javelin, specifically targeting the enemy's engineers. In the corridor of death, the explosive rats were still charging and arrows were raining down from the sky, but the excavation operation had stopped. Malin gritted her teeth and said, Husband, the Lord's javelin here is very powerful. I'm afraid our plan to drill through the wall will fail. Charge! There are still animals clearing the way. There is still a chance. Dorno looked around when he heard this. Because of the fog of war, he didn't even know where Luo Yu was standing to throw the javelin. This feeling of unknown made him feel uneasy. Hesitation will lead to failure, and when the time comes, you will not be able to care about so many things. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Rush, let's defeat this demon head-on." The chief shouted again, and the soldiers' morale, which had been declining, rose again, and they advanced forward one by one. Seeing that this group of people stopped digging holes in the wall, Luo Yu smiled. After all, repairing the mechanical wall is very expensive. Dorno has made great progress and can even force himself to take action. Unfortunately, they had just passed the second corridor of death, and they still had a long way to go to break through the strike formation. The arrow tower was still firing thermal arrows tirelessly. The paratroopers on the grassland had been almost killed by the animals and the lightning tower. Although some animals were injured and even some insects and badgers were killed, it didn't matter. The injured can be treated and their medical skills can be improved. The dead can be considered to have died gloriously, so just buy another batch. Don't worry if you have money. Half an hour had passed since the attack began, and Luo Yu felt that it was nearing its end. He looked at Dorno and Merlin in the crowd below and found that the two were supporting each other and seemed to have a very good relationship. The couple has such a good relationship. If one of them is caught, the other will definitely not abandon or give up, right? It's really enviable. Luo Yu took out a chestnut, determined the target, and clicked to use it. Whoosh! Tracking Mao Lizi flew directly downwards, aiming directly at Meilin. Chapter 146, easily passed. It is obvious that Luo Yu is going to use the same old trick again and capture Meilin to threaten Dorno. Just as the chestnut was about to hit Merlin, Merlin suddenly slipped and staggered, just avoiding the attack of the chestnut. As a result, the chestnut hit Dorno directly on the forehead. Boom! With a muffled sound, Dorno opened his mouth and fell on his back. Husband, Master Chief, the people nearby immediately became a mess. Luo Yu realized that he had hit the wrong person, but he didn't care and immediately said, Xiao Jin, follow me. Let's catch him alive. The next moment, Luo Yu and Xiao Jin went down from the watchtower and rushed towards the corridor of death at high speed. Luo Yu jumped over the 5-meter-high wall in one leap and slashed vertically and horizontally with the Yang swords in his hands, knocking down several confused soldiers on the spot. The same was true for Xiao Jin beside her. No one could stop her for a single round while she swung the Tiandao sword. The master and servant acted like they were in an empty space. In just a few moments, they had chopped down more than a dozen soldiers and rushed to Merlin and Dorno. It's you. Meilin suddenly drew out the long sword from her waist and slashed towards Luo Yu. With a clang, the long sword was blocked by Ye Yang's double swords and broke directly due to the difference in quality. Didn't father say that my sword was the best sword in the village? It broke in an instant. Meilin muttered to herself in annoyance, but Luo Yu laughed when he heard it and said, It turns out that it's the village sword. There's always something fishy going on. As he said that, he pushed Meilin to the ground, snatched the unconscious Dorno from her arms, and said with a faint smile, Meilin, if you want to save your husband, bring the resources here. He was about to leave, and seeing this, Meilin screamed, They're trying to kidnap the chief. Quick, surround them. At once, a large number of soldiers rushed over. Xiao Jin led the way with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Anyone who was hit was cut in half. The power of more than 300 was too terrifying. Luo Yu waved his hand to deflect 2 arrows that were accidentally shot at him, and laughed. Meilin, keep in touch. After saying that, he jumped up suddenly and jumped out of the death corridor. At the same time, Xiao Jin also jumped up and jumped out directly. This is the agility gap. Asshole! Meilin screamed in despair. Bastard lord, I must kill you with my own hands. Charge! Get out of the death corridor and rescue the chief. When the warriors heard the queen scream, they were encouraged again and began to charge forward madly. However, speed bumps are disgusting. The 50 speed reduction doesn't matter whether your morale is high or not. It just slows you down. Arrows rained down from the sky with no sign of stopping. On the other side, the group of paratroopers had all been wiped out on the grassland, and the electric shock tower shifted its attack target back to the soldiers in the death corridor. Sizzle, sizzle. It takes 5 seconds to stably stun a lucky person. Being stunned is better than dying in battle. A moment later, Luo Yu stood on the watchtower, looking at the soldiers slowly advancing below, and knew that the outcome was decided. Of the original 600-plus people, only 100 are still holding on. They're doing pretty well and have already reached the 4th corridor of death. After turning a corner, the soldiers found that there was fog and corridors ahead. Even the bravest warriors could not stand it. Someone immediately advised, "Queen, our warriors have been almost exhausted. Going on will only increase the losses. Retreat quickly." Merlin was obviously not as capable as Dorno in command. Being in the attack formation, it was difficult for him to retreat because he still had to walk through the corridor of death, and the ground was covered with fallen soldiers, making it even more difficult. The really smart thing to do would be for some of the warriors to continue charging forward, while she herself would run away with a small group of elite troops. At this moment, hearing the suggestions of the warriors around him, Merlin was at a loss and hurriedly gave the order to retreat. The defeat was like a landslide. Just as mentioned before, there was no way to retreat, and the remaining 100 or so soldiers were almost all shot down in a short while. Only a few truly elite warriors protected Merlin and escaped from the corridor of death. At a certain moment, the arrow towers stopped whistling and the noisy sounds of various wars ended. Congratulations on successfully resisting the month-end attack. Rewards will be distributed at the end of the month. You will receive the following rewards: 330,000 silver, 33,000 iron, or 33,000 wood, 33,000 stone bricks, 33,000 copper, or 3,000 gold, 3,000 jade, 1 silver-level treasure chest. You captured the tribal chief and received an extra reward, 1 technology treasure chest. You get free attribute points plus 10. Because the opponent has adopted airstrikes, explosions, and other attack methods, you get an additional battle reward. Mall coupon discount coupon, 30 off, 1. The chieftain of the Scarsa tribe has been captured by you. Queen Merlin will temporarily take over the position of chieftain. The hatred between you and the tribe has increased. A series of prompts appeared. Although the attack was very intense, it was still relatively easy to resolve. Luo Yu glanced at the situation in the group. No one was talking. They must be concentrating on dealing with the attack. The next step is to deal with post-war affairs. A moment later, looking at a large group of prisoners on the open space of the strike formation, Luo Yu's face was full of smiles. This time, a total of 97 prisoners were captured. Most of them fainted from heat stroke or electric shock, and they didn't have serious injuries. They were treated one by one, and those who could not be cured were redeemed at a low price. Because Luo Yu worked very quickly, it only took half an hour to treat all the captives. There are 85 people in total. All of them should be thrown into the luxurious prison. Now there are exactly 100 people in the prison, including the 15 prisoners who were not sold before. The first and second floors of the luxury prison can hold a total of 200 prisoners, with no risk of overcrowding. As for Dorno, he was thrown into the VIP prisoner room on the 3rd floor, the same room where his wife had been imprisoned before. Even though the lover is gone, her fragrance remains. Luo Yu still takes good care of the couple. I haven't had time to check the attributes of these prisoners yet. I'll check them carefully when I have time. After looking at the situation in the prison, even though it holds so many prisoners, the risk of jailbreak is still very low. After all, it is a luxury prison. Feeling at home. After taking care of the prisoners, the next thing to do is deal with the bodies. The 15 captives who were not sold out last time were called out. They carried the bodies, stripped off the clothes, and then threw the bodies into the incineration pit together with the animals. They were very skilled at these operations. Because there were many animals capable of carrying them, the carcasses were disposed of quickly. On the other side, 3 cute little guys, Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin, are collecting the spoils. Chapter 147: Saving Animals and Discovering Business Opportunities. Every soldier carried something with him, the most common of which were herbs, pemmican, and silver. Some wealthy soldiers would also produce rare minerals such as gold and jade. In addition, the large number of weapons left behind by the tribal soldiers is also a wealth, so let them collect them slowly. Luo Yu continued his treatment work. Now that the captives have been treated, it's time to treat the animals. There were more than 100 mount animals in this attack. Because they charged so fiercely, most of them died, but some of them were lucky enough to survive. The first thing Luo Yu rescued was a black iron-level gibbon. He didn't know which bastard used a gibbon as a mount, but it didn't matter. Gibbons can use tools and are much smarter than ordinary animals. Although they are far inferior to beast girls, they are also pretty good. This black iron-level gibbon was shot in multiple places by arrows and was bleeding all over, but fortunately it managed to survive. Luo Yu began to treat the animal quickly. There was a chance that the animal could be tamed directly during the treatment. He was now a 4-star beastmaster with a taming level of LV10, so the chance was not small. Sure enough, After treating the last wound of the gibbon, a prompt appeared. You tamed the gibbon directly during the treatment process. Gibbon, iron grade, high intelligence, adult male, strength 29, constitution 28, agility 35. This small attribute is considered acceptable among the black iron level, and the advanced wisdom is very good. Luo Yu is rich now, so he simply raised all its attributes to 100. After spending 358,000 silvers, the gibbon became full of energy on the spot. This injury would have kept an animal with a physical fitness of 28 points lying down for 7 or 8 days. But for an animal with a physical fitness of 100 points, it would be nothing. The gibbon rubbed Luo Yu affectionately, jumping around him lively. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Go and help the 3 beast ladies collect the spoils." Ho ho ho! The gibbon cried out twice and then ran happily to help, while Luo Yu continued to treat the animals. There is only one quality animal. And as for the other wild boars, wild cattle, etc., we will save them if we can, and eat their meat if we can't. After a series of operations, 12 animals were rescued, all of which were large animals that could be ridden. Luo Yu simply tamed them all. These animals of no quality were of little help to him, so he could sell them or give them away depending on the situation. It's a pity that no explosive rat survived, otherwise they could have been thrown out as grenades. What a pity. Your medical level has been upgraded to LV6. Your taming level has been increased to LV11. Life skills have been upgraded again. Especially the improvement of medical skills makes Luo Yu very happy. Now with 10 free attribute points, Luo Yu still adds them in a balanced way. For strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution. There is no rush to open the treasure chest, but Luo Yu is more tempted by a 30 discount coupon from them all. Originally, it cost 1,000 W silver to purchase a legendary feature upgrade scroll, but after using it, it became 300 W, and this number does not seem so out of reach. When throwing the javelin before, Luo Yu had clearly felt how significant the increase in attack speed was to his all-around improvement. Don't be in a hurry, accumulate slowly. At this time, Xiao Kong ran over with a bag. Woohoo! She called out happily. Luo Yu took it, opened it, and asked in surprise, "Is this a cigarette?" What was in his hand was something rolled up with yellow leaves, similar to a cigarette. After checking its properties, he found that it was indeed tobacco. Oolong leaf cigarettes. Cigarettes made from dried oolong leaves and oolong silk, a psychoactive drug. Long-term, smoking will cause damage to organs, such as the lungs and throat. People with a physical fitness of more than 100 will suffer from immune damage. If addiction cannot be relieved, it will lead to a mental state. Withdrawal reaction. Small. Threat. Small. Isn't this just a cigarette? Luo Yu showed an amused look on his face. He looked into the bag and saw a pile of cigarettes, flints, tinders, and even oolong leaf seeds. You could tell at first glance that he is an old smoker. Luo Yu himself doesn't smoke, but this is an opportunity to make money. The territory is expanding rapidly now, and Luo Yu is thinking about expanding the planting area. Well, let's leave a piece of land to grow tobacco. Seeing Xiao Kong standing in front of him obediently, Luo Yu wanted to touch her head, but found that his hands were dirty, so he half knelt down and kissed the little cutie on the cheek, making Xiao Kong giggle. You gain strength +1 by performing entertainment. Puff! Luo Yu couldn't help laughing out loud, feeling happy, and continued to work. More than an hour later, Naker was the first to speak in the group. Is everyone okay? Luo Yu, I have no problem here. How about you? Now that the topic was opened up, everyone had actually overcome the crisis. Even Nyo De relied on his own martial arts skills to kill the tribal soldiers who came to attack. However, no one spoke first for fear of affecting others. Elena, I had 60 people here, but they all died under the city wall. Fang Yameng, are they all dead? Did you smear the juice of the heartbreak grass on the arrow? Elena, yes, I thought it would be a fierce battle. Everyone, you are cruel. After a chat, they found out that the scale of attack was roughly 60 units in most cases, and Fang Yameng had the most with 100 units. There were actually a lot of people attacking at this point, but we had obtained a large amount of raw materials from the previous mercenary mission, and everyone listened to Sister Alice and used them to strengthen the base's defense. With arrow towers and automatic crossbows flying everywhere, plus their already strong strength, it doesn't seem that difficult for them to survive the attack at the end of the month. Of course, they all took part in the battle themselves, unlike Luo Yu who just watched the whole battle. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, there must be a lot of people attacking your territory, right? How are the animals? Luo Yu, well, a little more than you. The rhinos and elephants at home have thick skin and flesh, so they're fine. By the way, I caught some pigs and cows. I'll give each of you one. You can use them to transport goods. Fang Yameng, no need to give them to me. I've tamed a bunch of them and was thinking of giving them to you. Who wants a big wild boar? This thing gives me the trepidation of the heart. Alice, I have cured it a little bit, but unfortunately my taming level is not high, so it is a little difficult to tame it. Fang Yameng, Sister Alice, I'll help you tame it. Not Kair. And me, Luo Yu. Come and help me tame a giraffe, okay? Luo Yu, sure, just patting your little ears will be your reward. Naker, oh, you can touch me, but you can only touch me, not my sister. Chapter 148, Mercenary Mission of the Same Clan. Elena, Fang Yameng, I can help too. Can you let me touch Kunner's ears too? Alice, do you humans like cat girls? Fang Yameng, I like it. Kur is super cute, but I think my likes are different from some people, right Luo Yu? Luo Yu, Yameng, are you prejudiced against me? I am not what you think. Fang Yameng, what's that like? Goose 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 goose. Nyoda, boss, I have captured 2 female prisoners and I have no way to recruit them. Please help me. Luo Yu, if you sell the captives and buy 2 more, isn't that the same as recruiting them directly? Attributes are not important to you, right? Nyoda, huh? Boss, you are such a genius. While everyone was chatting and dealing with the aftermath, Luo Yu took a look at the regional channel and found that the situation was far from as optimistic as in his own small group. The intensity of this attack is greater than the one in the spring. It's not that the ratio of the number of people has changed, but the methods of attack are more diverse. Some were digging tunnels, some were diving, and some were as unlucky as Luo Yu and encountered air raids. It can be said that all aspects of land, sea, and air have been challenged. Everyone in the regional channels has suffered heavy casualties and is complaining. Those who complain are considered good, but some don't even have the chance to complain. Luo Yu sighed softly. His life was easy and comfortable, but the overall environment was still very cruel. According to the previous experience, the first wave of attacks will last for 4 hours, and we have to wait until this wave of attacks is over to go out on mercenary missions. Let's work together while we still have time. Luo Yu stuffed the clothes of various dead people into the fabric recycling table. After more than 3 hours, everything was almost done, and Luo Yu checked the various items that had been added in this wave. Weapons of all kinds, 428. Silver, 5.6W. Herbs, 903. Gold, 2030. Emerald, for 1,903. All kinds of cloth and fur, 3W. At present, all the corpses have been thrown into the incineration pit, and the heat absorption plates have been installed again. They should be able to replenish all the consumed heat energy with some left over. What surprised Luo Yu was that after the battle, although Ah Dai was covered in wounds, it was promoted to a higher grade. This stupid dog finally evolved into a black iron stupid dog. Luo Yu has maxed out all of its attributes. The originally injured Ah Dai is now full of energy and is happily helping to carry supplies. Among the old faces in the base, there are still big bulls, cows, and wildebeests that have not evolved. Luo Yu has a plan in his mind, but there is no rush. I once again summarized my current territory supplies. Silver, 120W. Wood, 33W. Ironore, 90W. Stone brick, 89W. Copper ore, 7W. Jade, 8W. Gold, 10,000. Platinum, 3,000. Diamonds, 0. Fur cloth, 6.5W. The supplies are still very abundant. Luo Yu is going to build a large workshop and hospital next, which requires a large amount of supplies. As soon as he came out of the warehouse, Luo Yu saw the prompt. The first wave of attacks this month ended. Survival rate, 43.1. Luo Yu sighed secretly when he saw the prompt. Sure enough, the survival rate was lower than last month. This wave of attacks is being discussed on global and regional channels, with some sharing their experiences, some showing off, and some crying miserably. There's also a heated discussion in the group, and everyone got a lot of trophies. It seemed like another wave of takeoff was coming. By now, everyone has finished their work and is ready to take on tasks. Elena said she wanted to take on mercenary missions on her own, and so did Luo Yu. They both liked to be alone. The 3 girls, Kura, Yameng, and Alice, formed a team to take on the mission, while Nyoda was still counting the spoils. At this moment, Luo Yu was eating lunch, quietly waiting for business to come. His personal description is that he only accepts mercenary missions involving special people. After all, only by capturing special people can one be qualified to negotiate. After eating and taking a shower, an hour passed and still no business came. He was already a bronze-level mercenary. How much did he look down on the human race? Luo Yu was just thinking about whether to change the instructions when he suddenly received a reminder. The human race, female, has signed an agreement to hire you. Do you accept it? Oh, a human female? This was the first time that Luo Yu received a mission from his fellow tribesmen. He quickly dried his body, dressed neatly, and then chose to confirm. A light gate appeared. Luo Yu stepped in, and after the world spun before his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. At this moment, Luo Yu was inside a wall with several automatic crossbows on it, and several small houses inside the wall, relatively ordinary territory. There were 3 girls standing in front of me. All of them were from Earth. They were all dressed quite nicely, with necklaces, earrings, bracelets, etc. However, their attire did not seem to match this territory. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is that Luo Yu has seen them. You are RTN. The most beautiful girl, standing in the middle, nodded quickly and said, "Yes, are you our fan?" Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Now is not the time to talk about fans or not. Let's go up the wall first." Having said that, they walked straight towards the wall. The 3 idol girls looked at each other and nodded, as if they had communicated something. RTN Group was a popular idol girl group in the past. The most famous member of the group, Guan Xiaoyan, was sweet-looking and very popular. With the overwhelming publicity, even people like Luo Yu who didn't care about entertainment knew them. Walking up the wall, Luo Yu looked at the 40 or 50 people rushing towards him, and his eyes immediately locked on a woman in red armor. Few people in the tribe wear armor, so it seems that this young woman is a special person. Around them, the 3 idols climbed up the wall. Guan Xiaoyan moved closer to Luo Yu and said timidly, "The attackers this time are the natives of the Alpha tribe. The woman in red armor is the princess. Mr. Mercenary, you will protect us, right?" Luo Yu laughed and said, "My job is to drive away the attackers for you. Of course I will take action." After saying that, he didn't waste any more words, just took out the javelin and threw it out on the spot. Whoosh! The javelin accurately pierced a shield soldier, and the huge force pierced the shield directly, nailing the man to death on the spot. This move made the 3 beautiful idols stunned. The shield soldier seemed to be 200 meters away from the city wall. What a huge amount of strength this requires. And he hit the target in 1 shot. Mr. Mercenary has great shooting skills. The other 2 girls tugged at the corner of Guan Xiaoyan's clothes. Guan Xiaoyan nodded slightly, her eyes shining as she looked at Luo Yu. Chapter 149, Titanium Straight Man. It goes without saying that this handsome young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is definitely a strong man. The most powerful person among the human race. She gently played with her long hair, revealed a confident and charming smile, and said softly, "Good trick. Mr. Mercenary, your strength should be about 100 points, right?" Luo Yu nodded casually, took out another javelin, and threw it out with a whoosh. Puff! Another shield soldier was ruthlessly pierced by the javelin. Shield soldiers are Luo Yu's primary target. Only when the shield soldiers are eliminated can the automatic crossbows play their advantage. Whoosh whoosh! The javelin in Luo Yu's hand never missed its target. He shot one by one, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed 6 shield soldiers. So strong. There was admiration in the eyes of the 3 female stars. Not to mention his strength. In fact, Luo Yu's outfit looks ordinary, but you can find clues upon closer inspection. The Lord bracelet on his left hand and the storage bracelet on his right hand are finely crafted and are obviously good things at first glance. The purple clothes also have various patterns and colors. Under the sunlight, they faintly emit a hint of purple light. Even though Luo Yu has hidden his purple light shield, one can still see a little bit of his outline if one looks closely. This gives Luo Yu a hazy and mysterious feeling. Luo Yu's shoes were also trimmed with a silver border, and they were obviously silver grade. The 3 girls are all stars, and stars observe these outfits more carefully. After one look, they basically confirmed one thing. Luo Yu is not only powerful, but also very rich. Most importantly, he is young and handsome. He is simply the perfect candidate for a lover. Guan Xiaoyan looked at Luo Yu more eagerly. At this moment, the attack from the tribe below had already rushed to the range of 100 meters. 3 automatic crossbows began to release arrows. Luo Yu took out the golden Yan Yu bow in a flip of his hand. He shot the arrow without missing a single shot. With one arrow, he knocked an enemy to the ground. Gold level bow and arrow. Can you easily hit a running target from 100 meters away? Guan Xiaoyan covered her mouth gently. After the 3 of them came to the Tiandao world, they lived a good life relying on their beauty and communication skills, as well as the fans they had accumulated before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many jewelry gifts on me. If several big fans who were doing well were not facing the threat of attack this time, they would not have wanted to hire mercenaries. For various reasons, they happened to find a bronze-level human mercenary who met the requirements, which made them interested. Life in the world of heaven is hard. Who doesn't want to be supported by others? The Luo Yu in front of them met all their psychological expectations. Guan Xiaoyan felt that those big fans who admired her and the men who claimed to be strong were like a jackdaw compared to the man in front of her. It's impossible not to be moved when facing such an outstanding man. Watching the targets being shot down by Luo Yu one by one, Guan Xiaoyan winked at the girl next to her. The girl named Xiaotong immediately moved closer and asked with a smile, "Mr. Mercenary, you are so powerful. There must be a lot of girls who like you, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" This is when the investigation began. Luo Yu shot down another archer and said with a smile, "Miss Xiaotong, when you opened your mouth, why do I smell the fragrance of tea?" I guess the final summary of the topic is, your girlfriend is really terrible. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Geijai, right? Ah. An expert can tell whether something is right or not with just one move. Luo Yu's words directly blocked what she wanted to say next. You titanium straight man. Xiaodong's face turned red with anger. Guan Xiaoyan and another girl also looked unhappy. From just these few words, they could tell that this man didn't take them seriously at all. Their confident looks and figures are not even worth the attention of this man. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Yu continued to shoot arrows from the bow and every arrow hit its target. People kept falling down. In the awkward atmosphere, the 3 beautiful idols discovered that every arrow Luo Yu shot did not hit the vital points. All those who were shot down by him can be captured and taken prisoner. Although the 3 stars were annoyed at Luo Yu's lack of understanding of romance, they were also shocked by his abilities. At the same time, they were secretly grateful that the man held back. These captives are a great treasure. This man is really strong. He looks like a straight man, but he has a gentle side. Although Luo Yu mocked them, Guan Xiaoyan became more curious about Luo Yu, and her mood became even more enthusiastic. After the 3 exchanged glances, they all understood each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. We must take down this man. At this moment, the attacking natives from below had already rushed to a range of 50 meters. 20 of the 40 people were shot down by Luo Yu, and it seemed that they could not hold on any longer. Luo Yu took out a hairy chestnut, clicked on it, and it hit the woman in red armor like a precision-guided missile. She screamed and was knocked unconscious on the spot. "Princess!" The surrounding soldiers gathered together, and Luo Yu jumped off the wall directly. With a wave of his hand, the giant rhino, the elephant Adai, Atai, and the gibbon appeared at the same time and rushed forward roaring. Bang, bang, bang. 5 animals with 100 attribute points rushed forward collectively and knocked down all the soldiers who were protecting the princess. Finally, Adai ran to Luo Yu with the princess in his mouth, wagging his tail continuously. "The one who understands me is Adai. You have successfully assisted the Lord here to repel the tribal attack, and the mercenary mission is completed." The princess was captured and the opponent ran away. Luo Yu completed the task easily, and a smile appeared on his face. The 3 female stars on the wall looked at Luo Yu's back with shock in their eyes, and there was even a hint of admiration and worship in Guan Xiaoyan's eyes. This man is not only an archer, but also a beastmaster. What a strong man! A moment later, in the open space inside the wall, Luo Yu threw the princess onto the back of the rhinoceros. According to the agreement, the princess was now his captive. Just as he was about to leave, Guan Xiaoyan beside him hurriedly said, "Mr. Mercenary, thank you for protecting us. If you don't mind, stay and have a cup of tea before leaving." Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "No need. The mission is completed. I will leave first. You guys can do whatever you want." "Wait a moment." Xiaotong called out to Luo Yu again. "Mr. Mercenary, we were so obvious. Didn't you feel anything at all? We are all human. As long as you give us a nod, the 3 of us are willing to live in your territory." Chapter 150, Please Don't Hurt My Daughter. Oh my god, what kind of nerdy straight guy would ignore us like this? Xiaodong seemed to find it difficult to understand Luo Yu's thoughts, and Luo Yu also had an expression of confusion on his face. He was surprised and said, Go live in my territory? Yes, it seems that the heavenly Dao world does have this function. But why do you want to give up your territory? Don't you want to become stronger? Guan Xiaoyan asked seriously, Is it possible to become stronger by going to your territory? Mr. Mercenary, don't you like us? You support us, protect us, and we take care of you. Isn't that good? Or are you afraid that you can't afford to support us? Don't worry, we are not that delicate. Looking at the self-conscious expressions of the three girls in front of him, Luo Yu laughed. He said, We are all children who grew up under the red flag. The textbooks teach us to be self-reliant and work hard. Did you go to elementary school properly? Although I don't have any special abilities, I have my own hands and feet, so I don't need anyone to take care of me. By the way, I see you have all your limbs intact. Why do you need to be raised? Women hold up half the sky, but the three of you together can't hold up this small piece of sky. As far as I know, pets need to be taken care of by people. Are you pets? You? These words left the three beautiful idols speechless, including Guan Xiaoyan, who all looked at Luo Yu awkwardly. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Okay, you can talk to me about business, but don't talk to me about topics like love. You all know that I'm a straight man. Three beauties by... Stop. Before Guan Xiaoyan wanted to say something, Luo Yu had already stepped into the light gate. The three beautiful idols all looked unhappy. They were annoyed by what Luo Yu had said before, and also very upset that such a good man had run away. At the same time, I feel a little ashamed. Sometimes, simple truths are written in elementary school textbooks. The world of heaven is so cruel, and it is so rare to meet such an outstanding man like Luo Yu, who is also of the same race. It would be a pity to miss it. Guan Xiaoyan looked at the system prompts and found that the other party's name and number were all anonymous. She had never had a private chat with him, and there was no chat record. She would not be able to find this man in the future. Just as she was feeling frustrated, another girl beside her who had been silent thought of something and said, Although the face of the man in the arena is blurred, his figure is really similar. He seems to be you, one of the top 100 masters of our Earth. Real. Guan Xiaoyan showed a hint of surprise on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked on the arena and searched for this information. Sure enough, she found that the body shape and clothing were almost the same. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she chuckled and said, No man has ever been able to escape from my palm. You right? Wait. After returning to the base, Luo Yu had forgotten about the three female stars. In the past, Luo Yu might have thought that the three idols were very beautiful. But after frequently spending time with the two beauties, Feng Yumeng and Alice, he found that Naker's cuteness and Elena's coolness were incomparable to them. There is no harm without comparison. I have so many beauties in my harem, I don't want to keep a few idle people. He shamelessly called the beauties in the team his harem. After boasting about himself, he walked into the prison and threw the princess into it. When they reached the third floor, Dorno woke up. He looked at Luo Yu angrily and said, Evil Lord, I want to duel with you. Do you dare to duel with me? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Dorno was kicked to the ground. Luo Yu pointed at his clothes and said, Duel with me. See my clothes? They're glowing. I'm standing here for you to hit me. Can you break through my defense? Stay still, or I'll beat you to a pulp. After being kicked, Dorno understood her current position. She lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. It's not that I was hurt, but I felt a little sad. What a comfortable carpet. It's more comfortable than my bed. I really want to sleep here. This was his real thought at the moment, and then he realized that his thought was too shameful, so he quickly stood up and sat on the sofa on the side. What a comfortable sofa. I want to sleep so badly. Luo Yu naturally had no time to care about this stupid princess, because at this moment he received a prompt. The chief of the Alpha tribe wants to talk to you to discuss the princess's ransom. Malin didn't show up, but the other side came first. As soon as the dialogue box was opened, information popped up immediately. Alpha, my lord, please return my child to me. I will agree to anything you ask for. Luo Yu thought to himself that the chief was quite polite, but when it came to interests, he would not be polite at all, and replied directly, 10 territory cores, and I will ensure that your daughter is safe. As he said this, he sent a screenshot of the princess. Alpha, oh, what rich carpet. This rich lord the wise prophet of the tribe told me that at most 2 territory cores can be traded at a time. Your request is too much. Luo Yu. Really? Then let's trade a few more times. In this way, you give me a territory core first, and I will return your daughter's socks to you. Alpha, my lord, the prophet means that you can only trade 2 cores with the same trading partner at most. Otherwise, the supreme god will punish you. Luo Yu frowned when he heard this, replied with a wait a moment, and then carefully read the various instructions of the Tiandao world regarding transactions with the tribe. The maximum amount for each transaction is 2 territory cores. Once this amount is exceeded, you cannot put in even 1 piece of silver. This is a means to balance the entire world, and there is nothing we can do about it. After Luo Yu confirmed this, he said, in that case, then 2 10 territory cores. The other party was very straightforward and directly put 2 territory cores on the trading box. Luo Yu took a look and found that they were indeed 2 10 cores. Wonderful. He laughed, walked up to the unconscious princess, and stripped off all her clothes. After taking it off, I found that the armor was actually silver grade, and the lining and pants were black iron grade. She is truly the daughter of a wealthy family. Putting the princess's image on the shelf made Alpha slightly stunned. Rich lord, why do you treat my princess like this? Please don't hurt her, don't take screenshots, and don't post related photos among your trial participants. Please trade immediately. Chapter 151 Ransom for cores. Alpha quickly clicked on the transaction, and Luo Yu replied with a smile. Don't be offended, Chief. I'm just asking for money. Who made your daughter dress so well? Don't worry, I'm not interested in building a weird welfare website, so I won't take screenshots. Having said that, he clicked OK. Transaction successful. You get 2 territory cores. Done. A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. He had checked the attributes of his princess before. She was a special person indeed, but she did not have any good personal characteristics. There was nothing to worry about when doing business with her. With a flash of light, the princess disappeared and the core of the territory was obtained. Seeing that Dorno was still looking at the place where the princess disappeared, he said with a smile, Is it so beautiful? In my opinion, this princess is not in as good a shape as Maylin. Dorno was furious when he heard this. You really did something terrible to Maylin. She still said no. Bastard lord, I want to duel with you. Luo Yu laughed and said, I just pushed her, I didn't do anything else. You have to trust your wife. Snort. Dorno snorted lightly, and his originally ugly expression eased a lot. It seems that he still believes what Luo Yu said. Indeed, given the current positions of both parties, there is no need to lie. Dorno was secretly grateful to Luo Yu for not doing anything evil to his wife. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Although the Alpha tribe is far away from here, I heard that this tribe is very powerful. The chief of the tribe is a man who protects his own shortcomings and is also a smiling tiger. You stripped the princess naked. I don't think he will let you go. Oh, Luo Yu asked curiously, do your tribes still interact with each other? There's one more thing I'm curious about. What does the red dot next to your Scarsa tribe on the map represent? Is it another tribe or some ferocious beast? Dorno shook his head and said, I can't tell you this information. After becoming a prisoner, some of the knowledge about this world has been sealed by the great gods. Luo Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. As expected, it was impossible to understand this world through captives. It was mainly through exploring on one's own. He asked curiously, according to what you said, the Alpha tribe will attack me? Dorno shook his head and said, the distance is too far, and they probably won't make the long journey, but they will hire tribes near your territory to attack you, and they will even hire you trial takers to attack. There is such a saying. Luo Yu was surprised and was about to ask a question when a prompt appeared. New information released. When the relationship between the trial taker's territory and the indigenous forces reaches a certain level, you can participate in the indigenous attacks and play your own role. When the territory is attacked, you can also call on the indigenous forces with whom you have a good relationship to come to the rescue. The new intelligence information surprised Luo Yu again. It meant that he could join the natives in attacking other trial takers' territories. This is a bit cruel. It is completely an act of plundering other people's resources and the core of their territory. Once this information is made public, it will probably cause a bloody storm, and Luo Yu feels that he is definitely not the first person to know this information. Hint, are you willing to share this information with your team? Luo Yu chose to share. Although we don't have this need for the time being, the information still needs to be made known to everyone as a reminder. Sure enough, The group immediately became active. Fang Yameng and Naker felt it was a bit scary. Elena thought they should take the initiative, and everyone had their own ideas. Luo Yu told everyone not to leak the information for the time being. While I was talking, another prompt came. The acting chief of the Scarsa tribe wants to talk to you to discuss the ransom for Dorno. Here it comes. Luo Yu nodded with a smile. Meilin, evil guy, let my husband go immediately. Luo Yu, Meilin, can you change your temper? If I get angry, your husband will be the one in trouble. Meilin, humph. If you don't hurt my husband, I'll be nicer to you. Luo Yu doesn't care about the attitude. He only cares about the ransom. Luo Yu, old rules, 2 territory cores. I guarantee your husband is safe. Well, you must have attacked a lot of territory cores this time, right? Just 2 cores are easy for you. Meilin, impossible. The wizard said that the hatred between us is too high. Giving the core of the territory to you is like digging my own grave. I can give you a lot of resources, but you can't get the core of the territory. Luo Yu, really? That's good. Your husband has a delicate complexion and doesn't look like a native. My Minotaur brother has long been interested in him. You should know that my brother doesn't mind meat. If you dare to say no again, I will give Dorno to him immediately. You should know the consequences, right? While saying this, he also sent over a photo of Nyoda. Same photo, same couple, same threat method. You devil. Don't give my husband to that monster. Trade him now. Meilin seemed very excited and directly placed 2 tin territory cores on the transaction box. Didn't the wizard say that the territory core cannot be traded? Is this all right? It seems that Nyoda's deterrent power is very strong. I'm determined to make friends with this brother. He looked at Dorno and said, You are free. You and Meilin are welcome to attack us at any time. Dorno said strangely, What did you talk about with Meilin? She is a woman with her own opinions. She shouldn't agree to your conditions so easily. Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, She has her own opinion. She may be brave, but she has no brains. It seems you don't know your wife very well. Okay, bye. After saying that, he dragged Dorno's image onto the trading box. Transaction successful. You get 2 territory cores. Your hatred with the Scarsa tribe increases. 2 more. A deep smile appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. No need to say anything, just use it. You choose to use 4 territory cores. Current territory resources, 201. Current mineral resources, 206. It's over 200. Some technologies can be unlocked. The attack was the key to Luo Yu's wealth, and he left the prison satisfied. The prison door was slammed shut. Luo Yu looked back and wondered if there were too many people in prison there. This time, the half-yearly rating mechanism update will not include prisoners in the rating, right? Moreover, there will be a food crisis. Speaking of the food crisis, he reacted immediately. Many carcasses of killed animals were piled together and slaughtered quickly. Chapter 152 Score Update. Core Significance. A moment later, he came to the lake and began to slaughter the animal carcasses at a rapid speed. All kinds of internal organs were thrown into the minecart and taken to the incinerator pit to be burned. He was unwilling to throw these things into the lake and lower the hygiene value of the entire territory. There were 60 or 70 animals killed, and even with Luo Yu's cooking level and overall work speed, it was a huge workload. In fact, he could have asked the prisoners to slaughter the animals, but for reasons of food hygiene and safety, he did not do so and instead did it himself. It is better to be safe than sorry. He was really afraid that the prisoners would poison him. In this way, he slaughtered the animal carcasses while waiting for new mercenary missions to come. As a result, no one hired him anymore when the sun went down, because the conditions he proposed were too strange, and everyone chose to trust some mercenaries who wanted money. After all the animals were slaughtered, the meat was carried back to the warehouse by Adai and Atai and automatically put into the ice cellar. Because they were all riding animals, they earned 40,000 pieces of meat in this wave, so there was no need to worry about the meat crisis. After returning to the villa, Luo Yu took a bath with a diamond shower head. After washing away the dirt and traces of war, the diamond shower head really gave him a cleansed and comfortable feeling. A moment later, he was soaking in a bathtub, enjoying the shoulder and back massage services from the little cuties while chatting with everyone when the prompt came. This month-end attack is over. Overall survival rate, 41.08. The data is out, and indeed the losses are greater than last month. Behind the coal numbers are the lives lost. The world of heaven is cruel. It is a place that tests all personal qualities such as courage, wisdom, and strength. The strong will become stronger, while the weak can only struggle to survive and become stronger. Of course, even if so many trial takers died, there are still more than trillions of living beings in the heavens and myriad worlds. There is still a large number of trial takers in the entire Tiandao world. After the test of time, some weak races have been eliminated. Luo Yu knows that as time goes by, the challenges they will face will only become more severe. He liked this feeling, and compared to his previous comfortable life, he preferred the present days. I just miss my sister sometimes. He tried many times to find his sister in the world, but there was no response. I searched for my sister's name using visitor technology, and thousands of results came up at the same time, and most of them were too far away to access. His sister is the only trial taker he hopes to live with. Luo Yu had a feeling that his sister must still be alive, maybe even living well. He believed that as long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually find her. Early the next morning, an autumn breeze blew the jade curtains. When Luo Yu woke up, he heard the clear and pleasant sound of jade pendants jingling against each other. The three little cuties still huddled around him as usual. They seemed to feel the coolness of autumn and hugged him even tighter. It's a pity that beast girls are of different species after all. Even if they look like humans, although Luo Yu likes them very much, the feelings he has for them are mostly like a master treats his pets, and he really doesn't have much desire for them. Of course, although there are no big desires, small desires are constant. Occasionally teasing and bullying them can also make people happy physically and mentally. It is said that you should not touch a tiger's butt. In order to exercise his courage, Luo Yu would occasionally try it. When you engage in recreational activities, gain strength +1. Sure enough, he gained the favor of the god of courage and was blessed with strength. Seeing Xiao Jin hugging him tighter, he chuckled and continued to read the prompts. Autumn is coming. Territory resources are restored to full value. Tip: the territory scoring mechanism has been updated. All trial participants and territory members will be forced to calculate their scores. This tip surprised Luo Yu. I quickly checked the territory score, and it came to 36,225. I checked the panel again and found that there were indeed changes. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 36,225 points. Personal score: 3225. Health value: 187 points, currently 74 points. Entertainment value: 121 points. Aesthetics: 335. Strength: 138. Constitution: 134. Agility: 133. Personal characteristics: Hero, 1 star. You gave me so much in personal rating. Luo Yu opened his mouth, vaguely remembering that his previous personal score was only 70 or 80, but now it has reached a terrifying 3,000. He hurriedly checked the formula for personal scoring. Each attribute point is equal to 1 score. For all life skills above LV3, each additional LV1 is equal to 10 scores. All personal characteristics, regardless of level or star rating, are each scored 100 points. All martial arts are each scored 500 points. All in all, Luo Yu's attribute value scored 405, life skill scored 420, personal characteristics scored 900, and martial arts skills scored 1500, which is exactly 3225. I looked at the data again, and now the average personal score in the Tiandao world is 175 points. Luo Yu knew that the score of 175 was inflated, and the actual average should be much lower than this number. Just like the per capita income on Earth in the past, if he, an ordinary person, averaged his assets with those of the capitalists, would also be worth hundreds of billions. What truly reflects the data is the median value, but the Tiandao world has not announced this number. Luo Yu estimated that the median should be around 130 or even less. In addition, my own rating is also inflated. The territory scoring mechanism is updated every 6 months. This update only calculates personal ability, but not equipment. Luo Yu asked himself whether this outfit was more valuable than himself. In addition, each attribute point counts as 1 point, which is a very rough algorithm. Here's a very simple example. An ordinary person's strength is 10 points, while a strong man's strength is 15 points. Although there's only a 5-point difference in scores, when an ordinary person meets a strong man, he will be killed instantly. Under the formula algorithm of the heavenly Tao world, the higher the attributes of a creature, the higher the value of the attributes it will gain later. This is a cost-effective attribute point. Relatively speaking, the lower the basic attribute points of a creature, the lower the cost-effectiveness of its own attribute values. The real algorithm should be a very complex formula. Such a rough algorithm in the world of heaven is equivalent to allowing the strong to take greater advantages. Just like Luo Yu, with a higher value in disguised thinking, it means less score added, and the lower the score, the smaller the attack intensity and the higher the survival rate. The more people there are in the territory and the more low-level members there are, the more low-cost attributes there are, which in turn increases the intensity of the attack. The same goes for life skills and personal traits. Chapter 153 Autumn is here, the advantage of fertility. Upgrading from LV11 to LV12 increases the score by 10 points, and upgrading from LV3 to LV4 also increases the score by 10 points. So, do they have the same meaning? Luo Yu's hero characteristics added 100 points to the score, and the minor characteristics also added 100 points, which are completely two different concepts. It is obvious that the Tiandao world hopes that the trial participants in the territory will become stronger and stronger, rather than having more and more territory members. Luo Yu immediately understood the core meaning of this crude algorithm. Looking around the world, everyone is talking about personal ratings. I raised my rating by 5,000 in one go. Are there any scumbags in the galaxy with a higher rating than me? Is 5,000 awesome? I have dozens of people in my territory, and my rating increased by 8,000 in one go. Do you want to compete with me? Sorry, I increased my price by 12,000, and the Milky Way and Taurus are both garbage. I am an Earthling from the solar system. My territory has suddenly gained a 1.5 rating. Are you comparing yourself to me? I am the eternal god of the Milky Way. Everyone is competing with each other and showing off, but few people mention the problems with the core algorithms. Right now, the average score of the Tiandao world is less than 3,000. With so much added at once, can it withstand the attack? Some guys just don't use their brains. Seeing the chat content on the World Channel and Regional Channel, Luo Yu shook his head and stopped paying attention. It doesn't matter. He is the beneficiary of this algorithm anyway, a huge beneficiary. At the same time, he was secretly glad that this algorithm update did not take animals into account in the scoring, nor did it include territory resources and captives. Otherwise, he would be really panicked. Luo Yu got up and stretched to greet the new day. I looked at the temperature. It was 14 degrees in the early morning, which was actually a little chilly. This day, things really change in an instant. After washing up and having breakfast as usual, the three little cuties at the table were munching on meat patties in a daze. Xiaodai eats nectar every morning, which she collects herself. Looking at her enjoying expression, Luo Yu feels very strange. Nectar is not honey, so it seems that it doesn't taste good. Xiao Jin eats the same simple meals as Luo Yu. With his high attribute points, his appetite is also large. The portion he eats in the morning is enough for Luo Yu's previous lunch. Xiao Kongfonet. She always liked to secretly pick out the tomatoes and other vegetables that Luo Yu put in the lunchbox. However, when she saw Luo Yu looking at her, she would show an aggrieved expression as if she had done something wrong and endure the pain to eat the vegetables. This little look is so cute. They have developed a habit of going to the dressing table to put on makeup after breakfast to increase their appearance. Look, Luo Yu was walking on the grassland, feeling the coming of autumn, and the reminder came. Affected by the beauty, your agility when appreciating the scenery, +1. At this time, the friends in the group have all woken up, and after reading the updated content, everyone has different reactions. Nyoda and Kuer obviously didn't think too much about it. Elena and Alice seemed to be thinking, and Fang Yumeng directly raised the questions in her mind. Fang Yumeng, this rating update feels wrong. Why do I feel so malicious from the update? Is Luo Yu here? What do you think? In addition to the 3 trial takers in Fang Yumeng's territory, the most female members were recruited, and her score was increased by more than 5,000 in one go. This smart girl was a little panicked. Luo Yu smiled secretly in her heart. Before, while so many members of their territory were helping with the work, the 3 of them were just lying on the armchairs, enjoying the scenery comfortably. Now you know you were panicking. Luo Yu spoke out all his thoughts and speculations, which caused an uproar. Among the 6 people in the group, except Luo Yu and Elena, the territories of the other few have recruited a lot of members. Especially after the attack yesterday, the prisoner market has been very active. Everyone had made a lot of money before, and one by one, they bought the prisoners they needed, and the number of members increased greatly. Now, in Luo Yu's words, these are all low cost-effective ratings. Not air. Luo Yu, what should we do now? Should we sell again? Luo Yu, look at the price of prisoners now. Upon hearing this, everyone searched for the price of the captives and were shocked when they saw it. Any slight disturbance will be reflected in the market immediately. Compared to yesterday's average price of 18,000, the price of the prisoners is now only 9,000. Smart people are already selling the prisoners. Make her this. I just bought 10 female archers yesterday. What loss? Luo Yu, I've already bought them, so this is the only way for now. Let's improve the cost-effectiveness of the points and upgrade their attributes. Well, the premise is that loyalty must be high. Fang Yameng. Indeed, the tactic of using more people is now at a disadvantage. The price of prisoners with average attributes will plummet, while the price of prisoners with strong personal characteristics will soar. Everyone has to take the route of less but better. During the chat, the group basically reached a consensus that in the next period of time, the cost-effectiveness of the territory members should be improved, and improving their attributes is a top priority. Of course, even if the attributes of the members are raised to 100, the cost-effectiveness is still far from that of the trial taker with 120 attributes. Under this rule, the more powerful the individual creature is, the higher the cost-effectiveness of the various added abilities. While walking and talking, Luo Yu went to the vegetable field and began to open up a new planting area. The score update actually has little to do with him, it's just that the prisoners are cheaper. The Lone Ranger route he took at the beginning was obviously the right one. In terms of cost-effectiveness, animals now have a higher cost-effectiveness. After all, animals are not included in the ratings. However, according to the nature of updating every 6 months, it will have to be taken into account sooner or later. Luo Yu has already started preparing for a rainy day. Now, he plans to open up an area for growing oolong leaves and make money by selling cigarettes in the future. The current fertility of the territory is 201, which means that the planting cycle will be shortened by half. But due to the drop in temperature, most crops show unsatisfactory growth progress, growth rate -10. The current temperature is not low. When the temperature drops, this value will continue to change until the growth stops. The growth cycle of oolong leaves is 20 days. At the current growth rate of 191, it will be almost mature in 10 days. Luo Yu hopes to harvest the first wave of oolong leaves during these 10 days in early autumn. This time, the planting area opened up by Oolong Yi is very large. Luo Yu works at a high speed overall, and the planting level has also improved. Now the planting speed is very fast, and it can be done in just 1 hour. Thinking about the shortage of everything in winter, he plans to plant more crops and harvest them before the temperature drops completely. So he wants to expand the planting area. The area has doubled, and the location is where the west wall extends. Chapter 154, Building a Fighting Arena. The current resources are sufficient. Luo Yu simply clicks to build a wall. After doubling the area, he began to sow seeds in the new planting area and finished all the work in just one morning. Next, Luo Yu connected the pipes, purchased the beast soul cores, built automatic sprinklers, and so on. Everything was done. Only Luo Yu dared to add a new planting area in the fall because his territory was highly fertile. If it were someone else's territory, it would be a waste of effort. It was already afternoon. Xiao Dai flew to the vegetable field with a lunchbox in her arms. After handing the lunchbox to Luo Yu, she said with some concern, "Master, there are too many captives and new animals in our territory. They can consume 2,000 units of food a day. Even though we have a lot of reserves, we won't be able to hold out if this continues." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. He had naturally thought of this problem. Now the price of prisoners was low, and it was not easy to sell them. It was obviously not cost-effective to support such a large group of people just to mine and clean the house. He was about to construct a sinister structure, a fighting arena. A fighting arena, also known as a coliseum, is a building where captives, wild beasts, and other creatures fight for entertainment. The fighting arena will increase a lot of entertainment value. Not only will it increase the entertainment value, but the trial takers will also be able to enter the system's dedicated fighting arena channel and register to become a fighting arena owner. After successful registration, the virtual image of the fighting arena in your territory will be projected into the room of the channel, which is equivalent to a live broadcast, presenting the fighting and beast fighting process in front of the audience. This is an entertainment activity. Audiences watching the fights have a chance to gain attribute points, increase their combat experience, and satisfy their own entertainment needs. As a master, you can get a lot of money and also have a chance to get attribute points. There's no one in the fighting arena channel right now, so Luo Yu plans to give it a try. He estimates that after the ratings are updated this time, there will definitely be people who will start a fighting arena business like him. Although the Tiandao world has an anti-monopoly mechanism, competition is inevitable, so either don't do it or do it in a big fighting arena. Luxurious fighting arena. Stone bricks 1 million, wood 500,000, silver 1 million, cloth 100,000, gold 10,000, jade 10,000, platinum 3,000. This building material is horrible. Luo Yu had already taken the miscellaneous spoils to the auction house and sold a lot of them. He looked at the existing resources in his territory and knew that there was definitely enough silver. Although it would cost 1 million stone bricks, he could actually afford it. After all, the big stone pillar has not been cut yet. There is currently a shortage of 17W of the 50W worth of wood, but it can be purchased. The fighting arena needs 100,000 pieces of cloth. We had 60,000 before, plus the 10,000 pieces of cloth from slaughtering animals, so we still need 30,000 pieces. The cotton will be ripe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so it won't be a big problem. 10,000 gold, 10,000 jades, and 3,000 platinum are all available at the base. After this summary, Luo Yu realized that he would be able to build a luxurious arena in a few days. A smile appeared on his face, and he climbed up the watchtower and began to observe where the luxurious Colosseum should be located. The 100,100 meter core area certainly cannot accommodate the prison. The luxury prison occupies a large area in the core area. In addition, the workshop and medical room will definitely be built in the core area. Therefore, expanding the territory has become a top priority. After observing from the watchtower, Luo Yu had already determined the basic development route for this month. 4 territory buildings, expand the base area, build a fighting arena and a workshop, and for defense, add an electric shock tower. This requires a lot of stone brick resource support. Xiao Dai beside him asked curiously, "Master, have you sold the swimsuit from last time? Are we still making swimsuits?" Luo Yu smiled and shook his head. "Keep all the furs and cloth for the future. Xiao Dai, you and Xiao Kong can go fishing together." "Good." Xiao Dai showed a beautiful smile on her face, flapped her wings, flew out of the watchtower, and flew towards the pavilion. Luo Yu went to the mine to mine. "There's 204 of the mineral vein. Let's dig it up." Luo Yu spent the next 2 days mining. His overall work speed was too fast, and, coupled with the characteristics of a miner, he was simply a mining maniac. He and the Golden Scorpion King were digging like crazy, and they could dig out 20 of the mineral resources in a day. I have to say that the Golden Scorpion King is also outrageous. Its mining level can be upgraded, and as the level increases, its mining efficiency becomes faster and faster. Various iron ores and copper ores have been produced in large quantities, but the shipment rate of stone bricks has become very low. But it doesn't matter. The bugs and badgers in the quarry work 24 hours a day, so there is enough stone supply. Of course, the more stones there are, the more insects will be crushed to death. However, due to the update of mineral resources, the probability of insects appearing has also been updated. Dig out one and tame it. The rate of insects decreasing in the quarry is not fast. If there are really not enough, just buy them. In addition, the critical hits in the past 2 days were also used for mining, producing 1,000 units of platinum and 1 crystal stone at a time. This is a great thing for unlocking technology. Keep it. Over the past 2 days, Luo Yu's mining level has reached LV10. Various resources in the territory are piled up in large quantities. Luo Yu can already build a fighting arena at a glance. On the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Yu habitually checked World Chat while eating breakfast. Sure enough, the wind direction in the world has changed. The original comparison and showing off are gone, and everyone is worrying about how to offset these newly added scores. Most people realize that a territory does not have to have as many people as possible, but rather has to have as many elite people as possible. The price of captives has already started to plummet from 9,000 to 6,000 now, while the price of animals has increased from an average of 3,000 to 6,000. All of this was within Luo Yu's expectations. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked out of the west gate of the wall. The fighting arena was built here, but because the luxurious fighting arena occupied a large area, the moat needed to be filled. Luo Yu had thought about it carefully before. With the strike array, the moat seemed no longer needed. It was time for it to exit the stage of history. If it was needed again in the future, he could just dig it out. What we need to do today is to fill the moat. Drainage is simple. Just block the water inlet connecting the small lake to the moat, and then dig a thick pipe to the outside of the territory. The main reason is that the amount of silt-filling work is huge. Luo Yu alone would have to work for several days, but he had so many prisoners. After calling out all the prisoners, Luo Yu directly gave the order to fill up the moat. Let's get started. Chapter 155, Galaxy Coliseum. First they released the water, then filled it with mud, sand, and stones. It took a full day for 100 people to finally fill the moat. After taking all the prisoners back, Luo Yu came to the open space in the west and clicked on the building page. He simply clicked build. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a beautiful circular building gradually appeared in front of me. The overall style of the fighting arena is similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, but of course it is not that big, only about 6,060 meters. The audience will watch online, and there is no need to accommodate so many people, so this area is just right. Luxury fighting arena. A place to hold captives, animals, etc. for fighting, beauty +10, hygiene +10, entertainment +20. Tip: you are qualified to register as a host of the Fighting Arena channel. Tip: you build a large entertainment facility, which is affected by the entertainment value. All your attributes are +2. Looking at the luxurious fighting arena in front of him, Luo Yu was very satisfied. He was not in a hurry to read the instructions carefully. Now the whole fighting arena was exposed outside the wall, so he would add more walls first. There were still some stone bricks left, and after some operation, the wall extended again from the west, enveloping the entire luxurious fighting arena. Luo Yu dismantled 4 automatic crossbows from the strike position and installed them on the wall to increase defense. Done. Walking into the fighting arena, Luo Yu felt a wave of brutal and fierce aura, and his blood boiled, wanting to find someone to fight. This is the feeling I want. Luxury fighting arena. Every time you fight, you have a 30 chance of gaining attribute points, a 0.3 chance of gaining personal characteristics, and a 5 chance of gaining attribute points when watching a fight. When fighting in the fighting arena, the owner of the fighting arena has a chance to gain attribute points no matter where he is or what work he is doing. The chance of gaining attribute points is 60. This is the advantage of the luxury fighting arena. Generally speaking, a 2 chance of gaining attribute points from watching a fight is already good, while the luxury fighting arena is 5. Moreover, as the master, Luo Yu has a 60 chance of getting points as long as there is a fight in the fighting arena, which is a very high probability. Attribute points are something like that. 1 or 2 points at a time, they add up to a lot. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu prepared to start working tonight. After dinner, he clicked into the system Fighting Arena interface. Registration of Fighting Arena host. You need to have a fighting arena building in your territory. Your personal arena rank must be Black Iron or above, and you must pay 100,000 silver coins. You meet all the requirements. Do you want to pay the silver registration? Luo Yu chose to confirm, and a prompt immediately appeared. Please select the name of your fighting arena. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu named it Galaxy Coliseum. The name should be simple and straightforward. We won't do anything fancy, and we'll just go straight to the Coliseum. World News. The human race, Anonymous, has established the Galaxy Coliseum. Trialists can go to the Fighting Arena channel to watch. There is a chance to gain attribute points and enhance entertainment value when watching. This is a world news pushed by the system. It is much more effective than shouting in the world, and it immediately sparked a topic. Everyone started to pour into the room. The room is actually a projection of the luxurious Coliseum of the entire Luo Yu base. After everyone enters the room, they have their own seat, and these virtual seats are quite high. The upper limit of the number of seats in the luxurious fighting arena is 10,000. 10,000 creatures were watching the battle in the stands at the same time, and the amazing thing was that although everyone was in different places, some high and some low, the visual presentation was the same. Immediately, the entire fighting arena became bustling with activity. The people of the Tiandao world gathered in small teams, and there were not many opportunities for such a large-scale gathering. Wow, which rich guy built this luxurious fighting arena? It's so beautiful. Where's the rich man? I want to meet him. Judging from the name, this rich man must be from our Milky Way. Don't worry about this or that. Why don't you have any show? Put on a show. Let's do it. The 10,000 seats were filled in an instant. Luo Yu did not expect the crowd to gather so quickly and was a little caught off guard for a moment. The fighting arena you run is full, and you get a reward. Free attribute points +2, daily limit reached. Looking at the 10,000 people in his room, Luo Yu knew what to do. He looked at Xiao Jin beside him and said, "Go, capture a male prisoner and throw him into the fighting arena." Xiao Jin chuckled and said, "Is it finally starting?" "Master, I want to fight too. Can the animals send me to fight?" Luo Yu rolled her eyes. She was quite self-aware and thought she was an animal. "But you don't think so? And how could he possibly let the beast girl next to him engage in hand-to-hand combat?" Putting aside other things, there were so many people in the room, and with Xiao Jin's pretty face, she would definitely be swearing before the fight even started, and would even mock Luo Yu. "Just for some money, not that bad," he said unhappily. "Just don't get on, go ahead." "Oh," Xiao Jin responded and walked quickly towards the prison. A moment later, the door of the fighting arena was slowly opened, and a native who looked relatively strong walked in slowly with a hint of fear on his face. As soon as he appeared, the room exploded. Everyone cheered, and many of them urged them to get on the animals and start fighting quickly. Luo Yu also knew that there was no point in dragging things out, so he went straight for a wild boar that he had tamed before. The wild boar in the fighting arena let out a low roar. Under normal circumstances, tamed animals will not actively attack their captives, but the fighting arena is a special building. All creatures in this type of building will become warlike, and the wildness of some animals below intermediate intelligence will be aroused, and they may even attack their owners. Look, the wild boar's roar became even deeper, and although the male prisoner was frightened, he was an indigenous warrior after all, and he often fought life-and-death battles, so he immediately got into the state. Roar! The big wild boar roared and rushed forward, and the male prisoner also shouted loudly and refused to retreat or give in. Bang! The big wild boar crashed into the prisoner, and the male prisoner punched the wild boar hard on the head. If it were on Earth, it would be impossible for an adult male with bare hands to defeat such a huge wild boar, but in the world of heaven, everything depends on attribute values. As long as you have high attributes, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old can kill an elephant with one punch. The male prisoner's strength seemed to be about the same as that of a wild boar. Although he was knocked away by the wild boar, this punch almost knocked the wild boar unconscious. "Okay, go, go, go. Punch with your fists. This wild boar is so stupid. Bite him and nudge his butt." Chapter 156. Make small money. "Oh, this male warrior has such well-developed muscles. I like him so much. Is the owner here? Please sell this male captive to me for a high price." The scene immediately became lively. Everyone had been holding back in the Tiandao world for so long, and in such an atmosphere, they all shouted and cheered to their heart's content. Every time flesh collides with flesh, cheers break out, the audience's entertainment level begins to rise, and naturally their fatigue level decreases. My waist is no longer sore, my legs no longer hurt, and my eyes are no longer blurry. Seeing the lively scene, Luo Yu thought of another function. Start a gambling game. However, the gambling games in the fighting arena are not as complicated as those in the previous bookmakers. It's just a simple and crude bet on the outcome. The winner of the bet will split the money of the loser equally. The more you bet, the more you win. The less you bet, the less you win. The specific system will calculate it. There is no banker in this kind of gambling, and Luo Yu himself does not make any money. He just earns popularity. When the popularity was high, just now, it was given 2 attribute points. As everyone was cheering, a horizontal gambling bar appeared in the air above the fighting arena. Big wild boar versus warrior. Everyone was in high spirits and started betting right away. Naturally, the wild boar had an overwhelming advantage. The bets on both sides are 460W, 1970W. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He spent 100,000 silvers to buy the male warrior to win. Others cannot view the properties, but Luo Yu can. The male warrior's strength and the wild boar's strength are both 24 points, but the male warrior's agility is 27, while the wild boar's agility is only 15. It's clear who wins and who loses. If the betting limit was not 100,000, Luo Yu would dare to bet 1 million. As long as he operates properly, Luo Yu will definitely win the gambling game. In the fighting arena, a man and a beast were fighting each other, but since they could only fight with their bare hands, there was not the bloody and flying scene as one might imagine. However, such hormone-fueled programs are really popular. Look, more and more people are pouring into the fighting arena, but now the fighting arena only has one room, the Galaxy Coliseum, and it is full so no one can get in. This has caused many people in the world to curse and jump up and down, scratching their heads in anxiety. Luo Yu naturally saw all of this, and he had a vague idea. 15 minutes later, The male warrior won as the wild boar was knocked over by a punch. Boom! The iron gate opened. The male soldier let out a long sigh and walked into the iron gate, while two thinner captives ran out and dragged the wild boar down. Even though the wild boar is unconscious, some injuries from punches and kicks are actually nothing. You get 12W silver. A prompt appeared. Luo Yu bet 100,000 and won 20,000. Sometimes money is so easy to make. Those who win money in the fighting arena are even more excited, while those who lose money want to make up for the loss and shout to start the next round quickly. Luo Yu was not in a hurry at all. He had something to do now. In a room on the second floor of the fighting arena, Luo Yu personally treated the wound of the male warrior named Banan, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Not bad. Add an egg to your 3 meals starting tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord." Banan was flattered, seemed very happy, and hurried to express his gratitude. "Is this an egg thing?" "No. This is a matter of face. There are so many people imprisoned in the prison, and everyone eats the same dry meat pie. If I have an extra egg, it's called beef pie, and it's just face. You can speak louder." After Luo Yu treated Banan, he treated the wild boar. He worked quickly and could heal the external injuries in just a few minutes. Just as imagined, although he was beaten badly, the injuries were actually not too serious, and he would be fine after resting for a day or two. Your medical experience increases, and your medical level is upgraded to LV7. The experience bar was about to be upgraded, and now it has been upgraded directly. Make money and practice medicine at the same time, without interfering with either. In fact, it is just past dinner time, which is when everyone is the most free. This second show must be held, but it must be done well. The first thing is the tickets. We are counting on collecting money from the tickets. The maximum price of a ticket to the luxury fighting arena is 20 silver coins, but because it is luxurious, it comes with 20 VIP rooms and 200 VIP seats. Luo Yu certainly would not waste this opportunity to make money. He simply set the ticket price for the fighting arena at 20 silver per person, the VIP seat at 20 gold per person, and the VIP room for the night at 200 gold. Taking advantage of the fact that you are the only fighting arena on the market, raise the price. Tip: the owner of this fighting arena room has set an entrance fee. You must pay the entrance fee before watching. The audience who were originally shouting were kicked out of the room in an instant, and for a while they started cursing in the public channel of the big room of the system fighting arena. But no matter how much you curse, you still have to pay. Because everyone has discovered that the fighting arena has a very good entertainment effect. It can improve one's entertainment mood, reduce the threat of negative emotions, and a good mood can also improve work efficiency. 20 silver, not expensive. Ordinary people paid 20 silver coins, but some people noticed that there were VIP seats and VIP rooms, which made the situation different. With so many people watching together, how prestigious would it be to sit in the VIP seat? The VIP room is even more prestigious. Bring your own woman or a group of women and sit in the VIP room. It is such a comfortable thing. Sure enough, the place was packed before the second game even started, including the VIP seats and VIP rooms, which were all booked. There are so many races in the world, and there must be a lot of rich people. When Luo Yu looked at his income, he found that he had earned nearly 200,000 silvers and 8,000 golds from tickets. Wow, this is 8,000 gold. Get rich. Luo Yu was so excited that he almost cheered. The second game would be arranged immediately. This time, Luo Yu found a female warrior to fight against 4 ground badgers. Female warriors are still popular, and Luo Yu deliberately asked her to dress sexier. The whole audience immediately whistled and cheered, and the atmosphere was lifted a lot again. Luo Yu naturally started gambling again. He knew the accurate 3-dimensional attributes of this female warrior, so he was sure to win every time he bet. While everyone was watching the fight, Luo Yu began to arrange the programs for the next 3 days and made a schedule. What about the big wild boar vs 3 wild wolves, Banan vs the devil muscle man, the strong man vs 3 female warriors? Anyway, do whatever is interesting and attracts the audience. Why only 3 days? That's because the Tiandao world adopts a balancing mechanism, and projects like fighting arenas, which are easy to form monopolies and have relatively low costs, have many restrictions. Luo Yu's luxury fighting arena is also limited to operating for only 4 days each month. To lift this restriction, it is necessary to purchase a business extension coupon in the system mall. Chapter 157. This is the effect of packaging promotion. The permanent day coupons from fishing boxes are better, but no matter which one, it is very difficult to obtain. In other words, the resources Luo you can harvest from the fighting arena every month are easy to calculate. Similarly, the stores opened by the trial participants themselves, such as the weapon shop and prop room that will be opened in the future, will have many restrictions. This is a powerful anti-monopoly mechanism. Although the world of heaven is cruel, it is relatively fair. The Colosseum has 4 days of opening every month, and Luo Yu plans to open it once every 10 days on average, and open it twice in a row at the end of the month to make steady profits. Influenced by this business opportunity, some people in the world have begun to collect materials to build their own fighting arenas. Also, due to the anti-monopoly mechanism, the competition is not that fierce. After arranging the time, Luo Yu entered the arena to fight. Watching a fight scene is just for fun, but if you want to increase your combat power and gain combat experience, you have to go to the arena. Luo Yu now basically plays 5 PKs every day, rain or shine, and has never lost a single game. He could be called the Dugu Chiobai of the Black Iron Field. After earning another 500 gold in the arena, Luo Yu took a bath and slept peacefully while holding his little cuties. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he got a visual buff, eyesight plus 100. The world in front of me suddenly became clear. It was a whole new experience. If he had this vision before, he would be able to clearly see the room of the beautiful sister in the building next door from his balcony. Unfortunately, the elder sister is nowhere to be found now, so he cannot use her strengths. After breakfast, Luo Yu opened the fighting arena and took a quick look at what the audience had left in the guest book yesterday. After flipping through them, he found that most of the messages were meaningless, but there was also some information that he liked. Is the owner of Galaxy Coliseum here? Do you want to sell Banan? I like him very much. The price is negotiable. My ID, Aquarium 66551. Is the boss here? I want to buy the female warrior from yesterday. She is so sexy. Also, do you have those sexy clothes for sale as a set? My ID. Many people left messages wanting to buy the captives that appeared yesterday, which made Luo Yu smile. Why is the price of prisoners so low? That's because there is no publicity and no packaging. Before becoming stars, celebrities are just a group of ordinary people. After being packaged by the agency, they immediately become handsome men and beautiful women. There is no doubt that after yesterday's few games, the several captives who appeared on the stage have become little stars. Especially Banan, with his strong muscles, sparse stubble, and determined eyes, it goes without saying that he is definitely the type that women of all races like. Luo Yu opened the transaction interface and sent a transaction box to Shuizu 66551. Water Tribe, female Mizuka, huh? Are you the owner of the Galaxy Coliseum? Human, anonymous, yes. I heard you want to buy my Banan, right? Shui Xiang, great. I dreamed about Banan yesterday. Sell him to me now. Just name your price. Luo Yu laughed secretly in his heart. How can you do business like this? Isn't it obvious that you're getting ripped off? He specially selected a photo of Banan's muscles and dragged it to the trading box. Banan is the star of our Coliseum. I like him very much, but out of conscience, I hope he can have a good home. Since you really want to buy it, then 100,000? He tentatively offered price. The market price of captives is falling again and again. Even if the Banan looks good, it can only be sold for 10,000 yuan at most. Luo Yu directly made a tentative offer of 10 times the price. Shui Xiang, Jishinchv. Boss, I won't allow you to insult Banan. He's worth at least 200,000. I'll pay 300,000. Sell him to me immediately. I don't want him to suffer at the hands of a lord who doesn't know the value of his property. Is this what a fan is? Love it, love it. Luo Yu, I'm sorry, I was careless. What the girl said really enlightened me. I decided to change my ways and pay more attention to Banan. 400,000. My Banan is definitely worth this price. Shui Xiang, is that so? You finally understand. The young lady who was obsessed with Banan directly put down 400,000 silver coins and clicked OK. Luo Yu was afraid that she would go back on her word, so he used his hand speed to the extreme and clicked OK at the speed of light. Transaction successful. You get 40 W silver. After receiving the huge sum of money, Luo Yu directly put the girl from the Water Tribe into the blacklist. Love can easily make people lose their minds, but after calming down, she will find out that she's an idiot. What if she asks for a refund? Just block him and be done with it. However, after the transaction was successful, Luo Yu's conscience was condemned. I just promised Banan yesterday to give him an extra egg every day, but he sold it after just eating one meal, so I didn't have time to nourish him properly. It will definitely be very hard when you get there. Come on, Banan. See you again if possible. Luo Yu thought so in his heart and clicked on another person's transaction box. Luo Yu spent the whole morning talking about business and sold 7 prisoners. Of course, not every guy is like Shui Xiang. Most of them are normal. The 7 captives were sold for a total of 600,000 yuan. If it is sold at the current market price, 50,000 yuan would be considered pretty good. What's this? This is packaging and exposure. No matter who they are, after being packaged and promoted, they will be treated as treasures by some people who will pay for them without blinking an eye. In just one day, Luo Yu had already made back his investment in building the fighting arena. Sometimes being the first person to eat the cake feels so comfortable. However, I used up a lot of materials yesterday to build the fighting arena, so I still need to summarize it. Silver, 90W. Wood, 0.8W. Iron ore, 70W. Stone brick, 1.7W. Copper ore, 8W. Zaid, 6W. Gold, 9,000. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. Verklaaf, 1W. A lot of silver was earned back. Iron ore and copper mines were not consumed much, and everything else was almost sharply reduced. Especially the stone bricks, they're gone again. Next, Luo Yu plans to build a workshop and a hospital. There is no other way. He has to accumulate them slowly. Fortunately, there's still a little bit of the big stone pillar that has not been cut completely. Although big things cannot be built, it is still enough to do some repairs. In the afternoon, Luo Yu went mining again. The Golden Scorpion King and I dug a piece of iron, or while each other dug a piece of copper ore. Watching the mineral resources being consumed, Luo Yu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It's just like doing daily tasks in games before. If the resources are not used up every month, I always feel like I'm losing out, and I have to use them up before I can feel comfortable. I was happily mining when I heard Xiaokong's chirping voice from behind. Woohoo, master, look. Xiaokong handed the box in her arms to Luo Yu. It was indeed her exclusive box. Chapter 158 Beast Girl's Illustrated Book of Contracts. Since its evolution, Xiaokong has gradually learned to speak, and the probability of him dropping boxes has increased. Luo Yu thought that there were still some critical hits that were useless, so he started. He muttered to himself and opened the box. 100 times critical hit trigger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Beast Girl's Illustrated Book of Contracts. Beast Girl's Illustrated Book of Contracts. This book contains all the Beast Girl's illustrated books in the current Tiandao world. Each time you light up an illustrated book, there will be a related attribute bonus. Is it possible to drive something like this? There was a strong curiosity in Luo Yu's eyes. I flipped through this thick illustrated book and found that almost all of the illustrated books were dark. The unlit illustrated books only had a black outline of the picture. Only the 5 illustrated books of Night Butterfly, Charm Butterfly, Xuanqiu Beast Girl, Jinyue Beast Girl, and King Sable were lit. Night Butterfly illustration light up feedback, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +2, taming level +1. Feedback on the charming butterfly illustration, strength +2, constitution +2, agility +5, mental strength increased, personal beauty +5. Feedback on the Xuanqiu Beast Girl's illustrated book, strength +2, constitution +1, agility +2, luck +5. You activate hidden attribute. Lucky. Feedback on the Jinyue Beast Girl's illustrated book. Strength +5, constitution +5, agility +5, luck +10. There are many hidden attributes in the Tiandao world. Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the panel and found that the attribute column of luck appeared in the column below agility. The initial luck value is 0, and the current luck value is 15 points, all given by Xiaokong. Luck affects quite a lot of things, such as you'll get more when harvesting crops, the quality of milk will be better when milking, you'll be less likely to suffer fatal injuries when attacked, your hit rate will be higher when shooting at others, and so on. Luck is everywhere. 15 points of luck is equivalent to 15 of fortune, which is a very powerful attribute. Looking at the cute Xiaokong in front of him, Luo Yu hugged her and kissed her twice, making Xiaokong giggle with a red face. Ginger Saburu's illustration light up feedback. Strength +20, constitution +20, agility +18, luck +10, all melee personal characteristics +1 star, medical LV +2. Wow, the attributes that Xiao Jin provides alone are more than those of Xiaokong and Xiao Dai combined. She's a diamond level tigress after all. Awesome. Luo Yu was so excited that he checked his panel immediately. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 39,225 points. Personal rating: 3387. Health value: 207 points. Current 155 points. Entertainment value: 151 points. Aesthetics: 380. Strength: 170. Physical fitness: 165. Agility: 1,168. Luck: 25. Life skills: shooting LV13, taming LV12, cooking LV7, medical LV8, mining LV10, planting LV8, tailoring LV10. Martial arts: wind blade skill, 2nd level. Free and easy wandering, 1st level. Concealment, 1st level. Personal characteristics: hero, 2 stars. Zerg nemesis, 5 stars. Miner, 2 stars. Tamer, 4 stars. Chef, 3 stars. Brewer, 1 star. Fighter, 2 stars. Handsome, 1 star. Mobile incentive, 1 star. The panel has changed a lot. The base score has increased by 3,000, which is given by the fighting arena. Attribute points, life skills, and personal characteristics have all increased, but what shocked Luo Yu the most was the hero characteristic. 2 stars. The hero's characteristics are 2 stars. This feature is counted as a melee feature, and Xiao Jin's illustrated collection adds 1 star to this feature. Oh my god, this is a super feature that requires 1,000 W silver to upgrade once. Awesome. Invincible. Luo Yu hurriedly looked at the characteristics. Hero features: 2 stars, maximum comfort temperature plus 20, minimum comfort temperature minus 20, global working speed plus 40, global success rate plus 40, personal beauty plus 20, global attack speed plus 40. Wow, all attributes have doubled, and the attack speed is 40 faster. Luo Yu took out the Yanyu bow, drew the bow, put the arrow on it, and shot 3 arrows in succession. As expected, the speed of raising his hand increased the speed of shooting arrows. I was shocked. It turns out that I was the ADC. He laughed heartily and was in a very good mood indeed. Tip: affected by the beauty, you gain strength plus 1 when appreciating the scenery. Now Luo Yu's attributes have far exceeded the limit of 100. He doesn't know what the attributes of powerful races like the Dragon Clan are, but he knows that he can easily kill a black iron level master in seconds. I'm afraid even a bronze level player wouldn't be able to hold me back for 3 rounds. After moving around on the spot for a while and adjusting to his newfound strength, Luo Yu kissed Shao Kahn again and started mining. At present, with the help of various buffs and clothes, his global working speed has reached 300. His mining efficiency is so terrifying that he can be called a human excavator. Iron ore, copper ore, and other materials were dug out in large quantities, and the resources in the mineral veins were also decreasing rapidly. Finish digging early and finish work early, just do it. While mining, Luo Yu's thoughts also wandered. This newly acquired Beast Girl encyclopedia was extremely powerful. At present, it was the most valuable thing in his territory. I'm afraid the clothes I'm wearing are far less valuable than this illustrated book. We have to find a way to collect Beast Girls. In fact, he has always had this idea. With the continuous development of the territory, he and the 3 little cuties are a bit too busy to handle it alone. If they have captives, they can only do some rough work. Where can I catch the Beast Girl? That night, Luo Yu had a dream while sleeping. He dreamed that his big bed was filled with all kinds of cute little Beast Girls. His collecting habit was satisfied, and he planned to double the size of the bed. But when he wanted to check the resources of the territory, he found that it was all fur. All the resources are gone, and only the furs are left. Where's my gold? Where's my jade? Luo Yu woke up suddenly and found that it was Xiao Kong's tail on his face. His face was covered with hair. No wonder he had a nightmare. Xiao Kong's sleeping posture was hard to describe. After Luo Yu laid her down, he looked out the window. His eyesight increased by twice as much, allowing him to see things clearly at night. The moonlight outside was beautiful, and the big birds flying in the sky were also very beautiful. Wait a minute, big bird. Luo Yu was startled and quickly looked at the prompt, only to find that there was a prompt. The scouts of the Black Wind Pirates are investigating the terrain of your territory. Warning, you have discovered his whereabouts, and the scout has become a hostile unit. This type of prompt requires you to discover it first before the prompt will be given, which is different from ordinary attacks. Chapter 159, Threat from Pirates. Sizzle. The moment it turned into a hostile unit, the lightning tower attacked instantly, and a bolt of lightning hit the Black Hawk flying 600 or 700 meters high in the sky. Ah! There was a scream from the back of Black Hawk, and the man and the eagle spiraled down and crashed into the small lake with a bang. The lake was splashing with water. Luo Yu finally came to senses, jumped up from the bed, woke Xiao Dai up, and said, "Hurry, hold me. Just hug me. Oh, my master is so annoying." Xiao Dai, who was wearing pajamas, had a blushing face and a shy expression. "No, I mean carry me to the lake." "Huh? Oh." Xiao Dai immediately hugged Luo Yu and didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She spread her wings and flew towards the lake with her master in her arms. But it was too late. When they arrived at the small lake, the man and the eagle were eaten by a giant octopus. By the small lake, the giant octopus blinked its big eyes and looked at Luo Yu innocently. The big snake beside it was obviously very annoyed that its delicious food was snatched away by the octopus, but it dare not say anything. Looking at the innocent giant octopus and the annoyed red-scaled python, Luo Yu sighed in his heart. After all, they only have intermediate intelligence, and their actions are based on their nature. In their minds, why don't they eat the hostile units and keep them for the new year? To be honest, Luo Yu felt that the giant octopus might not even have intermediate intelligence. It was probably the intermediate intelligence rating that the diamond rating forced on it. Where do these black wind pirates come from? Luo Yu frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of what Donor had said before. Could it be that the Alpha tribe had really hired some messy forces to deal with them? There are even scouts, so they should not be underestimated. If I hadn't woken up right away and had a vision buff, I wouldn't have noticed it. Maybe this is luck. They can ride on big birds? Are they all in the Air Force? Luo Yu was thinking about it in his mind, but Xiao Dai beside him asked curiously, "Master, the big octopus's expression is not right." Luo Yu was stunned when he heard this, and found that the giant octopus's expression twisted, and then it spit out a black thing, and then showed a comfortable expression after spitting out. Xiao Dai immediately fished the black thing out of the water and handed it to Luo Yu. "Master, this seems to be a crossbow." Luo Yu nodded. This was indeed a crossbow, but not a simple crossbow. Heavy handheld crossbow, range 100 meters, great power, high accuracy, can easily kill creatures below 50 physique. Judging from this description, this heavy crossbow is quite powerful. Luo Yu once again raised the danger level of the black wind pirates in his mind, and they must be on guard against them. An autumn wind blew by, and the autumn night wind was already a little cold. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Go back to your room and sleep. In the morning, Luo Yu woke up early. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu said in the group, "Did you see the prompts? Were there any special prompts last night?" Fan Yameng, "No, what happened to you?" Alice, "Luo Yu, do you need our help?" Luo Yu, "It's okay, there was just a little thief who came and I got rid of him." Elena, "Is it a theft? I encountered it once before. It was really stupid to steal from the Dark Elves' territory in the dark." Luo Yu chatted with them for a while, then checked the regional channel and was sure that the Black Wind Pirates were only targeting him. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to arrange defenses. "I originally planned to build the luxurious workshop first, but now it seems that it is better to build the air defense equipment first." After searching on various pages, Luo Yu still felt that the best air defense effect was the electric tower. Electric strike tower, primary copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 50,000. Once again, 50,000 gold became a stumbling block, but this time, Luo Yu is not panicked at all. He has many other resources that can be exchanged for gold. As everyone's mining level improves and mineral resources recover, gold production has increased. At this time of the month, the price ratio of gold is 1 to 110. If I only use silver to buy it, I definitely won't be able to afford it in a short period of time, but Luo, you can exchange it for other things. Bartering is more cost-effective than auctioning. World, anonymous human, collect gold and exchange it with various minerals, meat, animals, and furs. Some are traded. Immediately, many trading boxes popped up. In fact, people's demand for gold is not as great as Luo Yu's. Luo Yu wants to make everything luxurious, so he consumes a large amount of gold. At this stage, the consumption of iron, ore, and stone is the greatest when building ordinary and sturdy buildings. I clicked on a trade box, and the other party was a Wind Tribe girl. She sent a cute emoticon. "Human brother, I have 5,000 gold. Do you have any copper ore? Can you trade with me?" Luo Yu, the Wind Tribe girl is so cute. "Do you have a photo? Give me a photo, and I'll give you 50 copper or for free. Okay?" The Wind Tribe girl said, "No, you're such a bad guy, human brother. Hey, do you want to trade or not?" Luo Yu chuckled and liked to tease some cute girls. However, no matter how cute they were, it was impossible to get more money from them. According to the auction house's ratio, 5,000 gold can be exchanged for 15,000 copper ore. Luo Yu put 13,000 copper ore on it and said, "Sister, you are so cute. I'll give you another set of clothes." "Really? That's great." The Wind Clan girl is cute, but not stupid. The demand for copper ore is obviously greater than that for gold now. Although it is true that the ratio is 1 to 3, they also need to have a large amount of goods. Now that the other party can take out so much copper ore at once, the transaction is still not a loss. The key is that my cuteness worked, and I even gave her clothes as a gift. After clicking OK, she said excitedly, "Thank you, little brother. I like this dress very much." "Wait, what's a Band-Aid swimsuit? It looks like there's so little fabric. How should I wear this?" Luo Yu, everyone is in a difficult situation in the Tiandao world, so save as much fabric as possible. You can wear it by just clicking. You could try it. Send me a screenshot after you try it out. I have other colors available. Oh, I'll try. After this test. Hate it, little brother, you pervert. Room 76598 of the arena. If you want to see it, come and see. I will beat you to death. That's it. The other party deleted the transaction box. Luo Yu laughed inwardly. Does this count as a date with a beautiful woman? He silently memorized the room number and prepared to find some time to have some fun. Then, he clicked on another transaction box, and this time he met a man from the Barbarian Pig Tribe. Chapter 160, the world's #1 martial arts conference. Wild Pig Tribe, male, anonymous, 3,000 gold for 150,000 iron ore. Okowo. Luo Yu straightforwardly made a deal with him. A large amount of iron ore had been dug up recently, and the total amount of iron ore in the base exceeded 1 million. It's nice to use some of it up. In the following time, Luo Yu kept clicking on the trading box, exchanging iron ore, copper ore, jade, fur, and even animals and captives for gold. After a whole day of trading, he finally collected 50,000 gold. Of course, this also consumed a lot of his resources, especially mineral resources. After checking, there were only 3,000 iron ore left and 50,000 copper ore. This was the copper ore that Luo Yu had deliberately saved. Now the demand for copper ore had really increased. This wave of exchange can be said to be a huge loss, but it doesn't matter. The mineral resources have been mined for several days, and there are still 150, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Build the Lightning Tower. Walking outside the villa, Luo Yu took a quick look and decided to build the Lightning Tower in the garden of the front door. Electric Strike Tower, primary copper ore 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 50,000. While building, Luo Yu muttered something in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. Top level Electric Strike Tower. Attack range 50,000 meters, including air defense. Accuracy 100. Attack interval 5 seconds. Power. Instant kill below 500. Physique adjustable. Sure enough, the top level electric tower was hit again. As the light flashed before his eyes, the top level electric shock tower appeared. Now, the anti-air power was greatly enhanced. The defense of the entire base has become much stronger, and Luo Yu can rest assured. Tip: you're the first trialist in the nearby area to achieve a score of 40,000 or above, and you will receive rewards. Gold 5,000, Jade 5,000, Wood 5,000. Giving out a wave of small rewards made Luo Yu smile happily. Now that the defense of the territory has been strengthened again, he can consider building new buildings. Luxury Workshop. Stone 3,000, silver 50,000, iron ore 50,000, copper ore 50,000, gold 5,000, jade 5,000. Wow, this price is much more expensive than a big villa. At present, except for the gold and jade that have just been given, everything is in short supply, especially stone. There is always a shortage of stone. Luo Yu is preparing for a ruthless attack. After a moment, he gathered all the captives in front of the quarry and said in a deep voice, "All of you, go into the quarry and mine stones for me. As you know, the quarry could collapse at any time. I am training your agility and courage. Whoever collects more stones will have the priority opportunity to fight next time the fighting arena opens." These words ignited the passion of the prisoners. Although the food and accommodation here are good, they're still captives after all. Once they are bought at a high price, they immediately become members of the territory. If you're lucky enough to meet a gentle and normal lord, then you will have a bright future. The premise of all this is to have a good performance in the fighting arena. The higher the price you are sold at, the more the buyer will value you. This is a simple logic. Set off. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, the group of people rushed directly into the quarry and started working in a hurry. Luo Yu asked Xiao Dai to be responsible for record keeping. People should be trustworthy, so who dug how many stones should be recorded. Of course, the quarry is really dangerous, and they might get injured or crushed to death from time to time. It all depends on their luck. At this time, Xiao Jin was busy. Stones were continuously pulled over by elephants and rhinos. Xiao Jin waved the Tiangong knife and cut wildly. Stacks of stone bricks continued to appear. Looking at the jumping numbers on the stone bricks in the base, Luo Yu was very satisfied. I checked Xiao Jin's forging level and found that it had reached LV14 without me noticing. Although stone cutting is not considered forging, it is at least a kind of handicraft, and it will slowly increase the forging experience. Once the workshop is built, Xiao Jin can be responsible for forging. Then it would be nice to open a weapon shop in the system shopping street to make money. I checked the stone bricks in the evening. Originally, we could produce about 30,000 stone bricks a day, but today we produced 100,000 stone bricks in one day. This energy capacity even surprised Luo Yu. But it also came at a certain price. 9 captives were injured by stones, and 2 of them were seriously injured by headshots. After treatment, they were sold back to the Scarsa tribe by Luo Yu for 2,000 yuan each. Not to mention, treating the wounded also increases the medical level, which is quite good to train. According to the current accumulation progress of stone bricks, we can build a workshop in 3 or 4 days. After dinner, Luo Yu was taking a bath and chatting comfortably. Sure enough, a prompt came. Affected by the hygiene value, your physical fitness +1. I took a look at the fighting arena channel and saw that dozens of fighting arenas appeared at the same time today, 2 of which were of luxurious specifications. There's still many rich people, and people immediately come to compete. Of course, Luo Yu is not too worried because under the anti-monopoly mechanism, competition will not be so fierce. He entered the arena, as usual, in the evening and earned 400 gold today. However, as his fame grew, fewer people sought him out for competition. 5 PK matches were over, and I was preparing for the arena. I suddenly received a system prompt. Reminder: the total number of matches in the Tiandao World Arena has exceeded 10 billion, activating the world's #1 martial arts competition. The world's #1 martial arts tournament. Starting from the first day of winter, participants can register through the regional arena, and the winner will receive generous prizes. As the news came out, the entire Tiandao world was in an uproar. Luo Yu carefully read the instructions of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. In fact, the rules are quite simple. You just need to draw lots for PK within the area, and the top 10 will advance. It's that simple. The prizes have not been announced yet, and will be made public when the competition begins on the first day of winter. For a moment, the entire Tiandao world became excited, and everyone was gearing up for the martial arts competition. But there are also clear-headed people who first have to get through this long autumn before they are eligible to participate in the martial arts conference. There's also a lively discussion in the group at this time. The girls all want to participate in the martial arts competition. Everyone should practice martial arts well this month and strive to get a good ranking next month. Luo Yu reminded them that no matter what happened, the first priority was to survive and to resist the invasion of various disasters. Only when you ensure your absolute safety does it make sense to think about other things. Chapter 161: Black Wind Pirates. Disasters always strike when people let their guard down, and the same is true for attacks. At dawn, Luo Yu, who was sleeping, suddenly received a prompt. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates are attacking your territory and are expected to arrive in 1 minute. 1 minute? Luo Yu frowned slightly, put on his clothes, walked to the balcony, and looked at the sky calmly. At this moment, the sky just began to turn red, and black dots were flying towards the territory under the morning sun. Alert! The Black Wind Pirates have arrived. They will attack immediately. The prompt sound appeared again. Because of his improved eyesight, Luo Yu saw clearly that 40 black eagles appeared in the sky east of the territory. On the back of the Black Hawk rode pirates wearing light armor and holding crossbows. They looked very strong. It's the Air Force. Woo! A one-eyed pirate shouted. This territory is great. There's also fog of war. No wonder the brothers who came to investigate were killed here. The money given by the Alpha tribe is not enough. We need to ask them to pay more. What do you think, Chief? The one-eyed pirate looked at the burly leader who was carrying a big knife beside him. The leader laughed and said, "The money will definitely be increased, but this territory looks very rich. Brothers, we are blessed. Rush!" The leader shouted and began to dive, intending to rush directly into the fog of war. He seemed to have absolute confidence in himself. The pirates all shouted and laughed, following their leader's flight path and killing them. Sizzle! An arc of electricity suddenly shot out from the fog of war and instantly struck the leader in the front. Bang! With a loud bang, the leader and his eagle were blown into a bloody mist by the electric arc. "Leader!" The pirates all screamed. The leader's 200 physique was electrocuted to death in one go. It was an electric shock tower. It is definitely a very high-grade electric shock tower. Sizzle! Another bolt of lightning rushed out from the fog of war, electrocuting another pirate riding a black eagle into a ball of bloody mist. For a moment, the pirates were stunned by the electric shock, and the Black Hawk was frightened and flew around in the sky. Some of them did not dare to approach. Luo Yu stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky calmly with a smile on his lips. "Master, it's cold outside. Put on some clothes." Xiao Dai gently put a coat on Luo Yu and said softly, "Shall I warm a glass of milk for you?" "Well, go ahead." Luo Yu smiled faintly and nodded. If we talk about understanding people, it has to be Xiao Dai. She was the only one who woke up at this time. Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong were the type who could sleep very well. As long as you didn't wake them up, they wouldn't wake up even if there was thunder outside. Did I increase the power of the lightning tower too high? Luo Yu thought this in his mind, but lowered the power a little. The original 300 physical strength instant kill has been adjusted to 200 physical strength instant kill. I hope someone can survive such a blow. In the sky, after the initial panic, the pirates immediately elected a new captain and dived towards the base. These pirates are very powerful and have strong adaptability. However, some things cannot be solved by just making adjustments. Sizzle! The two lightning towers discharged electricity again. Bang! There were two loud explosions, and two more pirates exploded. However, this time, they did not explode into a bloody mist directly, but were blown into a bloody mess. Both the people and the birds would definitely not survive, but the things they carried with them might be able to be preserved. Why is the interval between attacks so short? Does this territory have 4 electric shock towers? Impossible! The one-eyed dragon cried out in surprise. They are still 3 kilometers away from the core of the territory. Even if the Black Hawk flies very fast, it will still take several minutes. Wasn't there 5 seconds between the attacks just now? A sense of fear rose in the heart of the one-eyed dragon. In the past, he had always been successful in robbing other territories or tribes, but this time, he hit a wall. Sizzle! 2 more lightning bolts took away 2 pirates steadily. As the newly elected leader, he roared, "Quick! Full speed ahead!" The Black Hawks flapped their wings and dived to speed up, which required them to lower their altitude. Although this speed was a little faster, they were within the range of the arrow tower. Whoosh whoosh! There were a total of 8 arrow towers in the strike formation hidden in the fog of war. The moment the group of pirates flew low, they started shooting. These are all 2-star arrow towers that can fire 80 arrows in one breath, and they're the kind with thermal energy. Be careful with the arrows. The pirates reacted extremely quickly, and Black Hawk was very agile, dodging the arrows by dodging in the air. However, there are always unlucky ones who don't have time to dodge and are hit by the arrows directly. The Black Hawk, the mount of the female companion of the one-eyed dragon, was shot. He asked with concern, "White Snake, are you okay?" Snort! The woman called White Snake sneered and said, "How can a black eagle be injured by a few bows and arrows? Even a 2-star arrow tower can't easily stop us." Wait a minute. Black Hawk, what's wrong with you? Before she finished her words, she discovered something unusual. The black eagle under her suddenly lost its strength, and after flapping its wings a few times, it began to fall. "I have heat stroke." The temperature at night is only 12 degrees. Why did you get heat stroke in autumn? "White Snake!" The one-eyed dragon exclaimed, and the White Snake screamed. She and the Black Hawk spiraled down and fell to the ground. Black Hawk fell to death on the spot, and she happened to fall on Black Hawk. Although she did not die, she was also badly injured. But she was an elite member of the pirate group after all, with a physical fitness of over 100, and she was able to barely stand up in such a situation. He had just stood firm when he was attacked. Whoosh! An arrow pierced her shoulder. A heat energy was transmitted from the arrow. She opened her mouth and fell to her knees. This arrow has fire poison. As the voice fell, he fainted on the spot. Not good. These are thermal arrows. Don't get hit. The one-eyed man shouted loudly, and the pirates were frightened. Where did the lords here come from? How come they have lightning and thermal weapons so quickly? It's very likely that he is a trial taker from the legendary Fire Phoenix clan. Everyone be careful. The flames may burst out at any time. Don't get burned. The pirates chatted loudly, avoiding the fog of war that enveloped the strike formation. But because it was a 2-star arrow tower, its range was longer than before, and it fired another batch of arrows before they could avoid it, killing 3 pirates. Chapter 162. You won't give me a way out, right? Rush! The one-eyed dragon roared loudly. The enemy's arrow towers are all at the entrance, and the real core area is weakly defended. Go! As long as we break into the fog, we will win. The roar of the one-eyed man inspired everyone. The pirates made strange noises again, and the Black Hawk also made crisp cries, which greatly boosted morale. Sizzle. 2 more bolts of lightning appeared, killing 2 pirates. The direct fighting hasn't even started yet, and almost 10 people have died. This is something they could never have imagined before. You know, pirates are all top-notch fighters, and their attributes are basically around 100. At this stage, the combat effectiveness of ordinary pirates is stronger than the average level of trial takers. With 40 pirates and an air force, they would be almost invincible if they were to plunder other people's territory. Glancing at the 2 companions who were electrocuted, the one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth and said, "The chief of the Alpha tribe actually asked us to attack such a territory. More money, more money. Rush!" The black eagles spread their wings and rushed to the core area of the territory at their fastest speed. The pirates were eager to know what the territory hidden in the fog looked like. Just as they were charging, suddenly, everyone heard the sound of breaking wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A hail of arrows came towards them, catching the pirates off guard and knocking down 4 of them. What the hell, one-eyed dragon? Didn't you say there was no arrow tower? What is this? At least 10 arrow towers are firing at the same time. One-eyed dragon. Shit. How did I know this lord was so rich? This is weird. Didn't this guy build anything but the arrow tower? Can the arrow tower of Grandma Sally be eaten as food? The pirates were all cursing as the rain of arrows coming towards them came one after another. Sizzle. 2 more bolts of lightning struck. Every time the pirates heard the sound of electric arcs, they were frightened because they didn't know whether the electric tower would target them this time. The sound of electric arc is like walking through the gates of hell. It is so terrifying that many people will wet their pants when they hear the sound of electric arc. Bang! 2 explosions sounded, and the 2 lucky ones were taken away on the spot. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Brothers, these 10 arrow towers of the other side are the last defense. Rush! There are 150 meters left. Charge!" Before he could finish his words, a row of arrows came towards him, and his 3 companions were shot down again. This also made the other pirates breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the arrow tower also has a cooling time. With this last distance, they only need to block 2 more waves of arrows, and they will be able to rush into the fog. Now is the time between attacks from the arrow tower and the shock tower. Rush! Every pirate was slapping the Black Hawks, making them burst out at their fastest speed. Take advantage of this interval and charge. Whoosh, whoosh. Coming towards him was a row of arrows. Attack interval? There were indeed gaps between the arrow towers, but the pirates had rushed into the automatic crossbow shooting range. 6 automatic crossbows opened fire, and there was no interval. Puff! The 2 pirates in the front were caught off guard and were hit directly by the automatic crossbow arrows. Fortunately, the crossbow arrows did not carry heat energy, so they only felt severe pain but did not suffer from heat stroke. Lord here, I'll kill your whole family. Can you feed them by building so many defense facilities? You don't want to give us pirates a chance to survive, right? 1 pirate collapsed, but collapse could not save him, and he was greeted by a stone. Yes, rocks. Before, the distance was too far and the catapult was flying, so Luo Yu did not let the automatic catapult fire. Now that the distance is closer and it is flying in a straight line, it is time to fire. Bang! The stone collided with the fast-flying Black Hawk and smashed it into a meat patty. Catapult! Damn it, you always give me some new tricks and give me cannons and crossbows to serve me. The one-eyed man roared, and the pirates took out their cannons and crossbows while charging, now within their firing range. The power of the cannon crossbow is stronger than that of the automatic crossbow. The crossbow strings sounded bang, 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 and one thick cannon crossbow after another shot into the fog of war. These pirates are all experts. Although they cannot see the target, they can attack in the direction where the arrows are coming from. There was a loud crackling sound, and the 2 arrow towers were attacked. Unfortunately, this is a 2-star arrow tower, no longer made of wood, but a mixed structure of wood and bricks. Although it lost a little durability after being attacked by the cannon and crossbow, it only lost a little durability. Whoosh whoosh, sizzle, boom. The sounds of arrow towers, automatic crossbows, electric shock towers, and catapults complemented each other, and when the pirates rushed into the last 40 meters, only 18 people were left. At the final distance, the remaining pirates all had ferocious looks on their faces. The one-eyed dragon roared, "Destroy the electric tower first." Just as he finished his words, there was a sound of breaking wind in the fog ahead, followed by a black shadow shooting out. He instinctively tilted his head to avoid the black shadow, but a female pirate behind him was not so lucky. With a scream, the female pirate was hit on the face by the stone axe, and her head was split in half. Fuck, it's a throwing axe launcher. Alpha Tribe, you guys are actually trying to trick us. We will destroy your tribe when we get back. He secretly congratulated himself for his quick reaction, and at the same time cursed the chief of the Alpha Tribe in his heart. But just as this thought came to his mind, he smelled a fragrant breeze. What nice smell is that pollen? At a certain moment, confusion appeared in his only remaining eye, and then he suddenly woke up. Not good. This is poison powder. Hold your breath and don't inhale it. But by the time the pirates realized it, it was already too late. Both the pirates and the Black Hawk under them had already inhaled Xiaodi's pollen. After Xiaodai evolves, the power of the charm pollen is incomparable. No matter how elite these pirates are, or how ferocious Black Hawk is, after suddenly inhaling it, their mobility will be reduced by at least 30. The Black Hawk's speed suddenly slowed down. The last bit of distance can be said to be a matter of life and death. If you slow down a little, you may die. Sizzle. 2 arcs of electricity struck out again, taking away the 2 lucky ones. At the same time, a rain of arrows shot out. This time, because of the pollen of the charmed butterfly, Black Hawk's mobility was greatly reduced, resulting in failure to avoid this wave. Puff, puff, puff. There were continuous sounds of arrows hitting flesh, and a row of arrows actually knocked down 8 people. The pirates only have 9 men left. Shit. It's Night Butterfly. This lord has kept Night Butterfly Beast Girl in captivity. Once I break through the territory, I will definitely ravage all the night butterflies. Chapter 163 Victory. The powerful attributes of the pirate captives. The one-eyed man spoke fiercely. The last 20 meters. The last 9 pirates even felt that they had entered the fog. Victory was just around the corner when suddenly a strong sound of breaking wind was heard in the fog. Whoosh! A high-speed spinning javelin flew out and directly pierced a black eagle, and the pirate on the black eagle was also pierced. After killing 2 creatures, the javelin still rushed towards the sky with its remaining momentum. Seeing the power of this javelin, the remaining 8 pirates felt a chill in their hearts. Was this thrown by a human? Even if the dead ghost leader has 150 points of strength, he can't throw a javelin like this, right? Do we still need to attack? Is there any point? Fear spread in everyone's heart, and just before they rushed into the fog, they instinctively controlled the Black Hawk to change direction and fly upwards. They no longer dared to rush into the fog, as they did not have the courage to face the being that could hurl such ferocious javelins. Fear often makes people lose their reason, thus accelerating their own destruction. Choosing to fly upwards is equivalent to exposing the Black Hawk's belly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrows came, and all the remaining black eagles were pierced by arrows. The thermal energy arrows and the pollen of the charmed butterfly finally made the Black Hawks unable to bear it, and they began to fall. Bang, 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 bang. Finally, the Black Hawks and pirates all fell down and hit the ground. Add more money. You have to pay more. The one-eyed man screamed, and just as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead by a stone axe. Tip: the pirate group has been completely wiped out. Congratulations on resisting this attack. Hint, you killed the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, and the hatred between the pirates and you has increased. You get battle reward. Free attribute points plus 15 points. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu sighed softly. The defense of the territory was still not strong enough. If he hadn't taken action at the last moment to scare the pirates, this group of people would have rushed into the fog. This was something he didn't want to see. He hoped that all attacking units would not even be able to break into the fog. Xiao Dai, wake up Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin. Let's go down and take a look. Good. Xiao Dai responded sweetly, and Luo Yu jumped directly from the balcony and walked slowly towards the stone gate. By the way, add the newly acquired attribute points. 15 attribute points, exactly one attribute, is added with 3 points. As for the attribute of luck, it cannot be allocated with attribute points and can only be increased in various special ways. The next period of time was naturally spent on treating the captives and the Black Hawks that were not yet dead, collecting the spoils, throwing the pirate corpses into the incineration pit, and slaughtering and eating the animal corpses. Luo Yu was busy from dawn when the attack occurred until noon. He took a shower and had a comfortable lunch. It must be said that the richness of the spoils this time was beyond his expectations. The 40-man raiding unit received a total of 10,000 gold, 14,000 jade, 50,000 silver, 20 small accessories of various types, 40 ordinary cold weapons, and 32 cannons and crossbows. Pirates are rich. So rich. 6 pirates were captured alive, 3 men and 3 women. What surprised Luo Yu was their attribute values. The 3 attribute values of these 6 captives are basically 100 points. One of them is a female pirate named White Snake, with strength of 130, agility of 135, and constitution of 136. It is worth mentioning that the one-eyed dragon did not die. Although there was a hole in his head, his vitality was very strong, and he was rescued by Luo Yu. The attributes of this one-eyed dragon are even stronger than those of the White Snake, with strength of 147, agility of 120, and constitution of 155. To be honest, the attributes of these elite pirates are quite terrifying. Just one person can destroy a base with a score of around 4,000 when attacking. A prisoner with this kind of attribute would definitely sell for a sky-high price. Even if not sold, he could definitely become a star by making money in the fighting arena. Pirates, what an outstanding group. After lunch, Luo Yu walked towards the zoo. At this moment, a wounded black eagle was lying on the haystack. Looking at the black eagle as big as a calf, Luo Yu's eyes showed admiration. This is the only surviving black eagle, and it must be tamed no matter what. He walked up to Black Hawk and held out his hand. You used the taming skill. You have successfully tamed the Black Hawk with a 68 chance. It succeeded in one go, combining his own appearance, luck, taming level, animal tamer, etc. He tamed a black iron level animal in one go. Black Hawk, adult male, intermediate intelligence, strength 31, constitution 35, agility 48. The attributes are pretty good, especially its ability to carry people. It is a rare flying pet and will be very useful in future mercenary missions. The tame Black Hawk stood up with difficulty and wanted to rub Luo Yu's arm affectionately, but he was seriously injured and grimaced in pain every time he moved. Luo Yu smiled faintly and touched the Black Hawk's head and named it Air Force One, or Air Force One for short. Kong, he was very happy with his name. Luo Yu clicked on its attribute panel and began to add points to it with silver. After a bit of operation, Air Force One, strength 100, agility 100, constitution 100. Immediately, Kong became active again, flapping his wings and flying around, and his original serious injury became a minor injury that was insignificant. Kong, from now on you will patrol the sky when you have nothing to do, and see if there are any big fish, rabbits, or other animals hunting in the territory. Understand? Kong called out twice crisply, and immediately began to faithfully carry out the order. Animals with intermediate intelligence have little ability to make proactive judgments, but they have no problem executing mechanical commands. Luo Yu smiled faintly and was about to go to the mine when he suddenly received a prompt. Tip: because there are prisoners with high attributes being held, the risk of jailbreak in the luxury prison has increased. Current jailbreak risk, 50. The 50 risk of jailbreak surprised Luo Yu. Indeed, the attributes of these pirates were quite impressive. There may be pirate attacks in the future, and the risk of jailbreaking will become a norm. Luo Yu is not worried about the security issues caused by jailbreaking, but is afraid of losing money. Once they escape from prison, The prisoners will be killed by the arrow tower and electric shock tower immediately, which is a huge loss. After seeing the prompt, Luo Yu pondered. It is definitely unrealistic to build a luxury prison now. It is too expensive, and it will only reduce the risk of jailbreak by 20. It may be possible to upgrade the prison in the future, but not now. Treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. We have to consider it from other aspects. How can we reduce the risk of jailbreaking? After clicking on the construction page and flipping through it, Luo Yu saw a small thing and his eyes lit up. Chapter 164 Transaction. Gardener Characteristics. Barbed wire. Installed in prisons reduces the risk of jailbreak by 3. Reducing the risk by 3 is actually nothing, but the barbed wire can be modified. The effect of direct power supply should be much stronger. Luo Yu did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly pulled a circle of wire on the wall of the luxurious prison, and then an energy pipeline ran through the wall and reached the top of the wire circle. You build a wire fence, reducing the risk of jailbreak by 10. The current risk of jailbreak is 40. Is there still 40? Luo Yu touched his chin and started thinking again. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to build an arrow tower inside the prison. Yes, building defensive facilities such as arrow towers inside the prison will greatly enhance the deterrent effect and reduce the risk of jailbreak. In addition, the pirate attack in the middle of the night also sounded a huge alarm for Luo Yu. The base needed more anti-aircraft firepower. Although the firepower of the arrow tower is far less powerful than that of the shock tower, it is better to have it than not. Arrow Tower 2. Wood 30,000, stone brick 30,000, silver 32500, gold 500, iron or 5,000. To be honest, it's quite expensive, but there's nothing we can do about it. Resources have to be used. Resources spent on defense are more worthwhile. Now there are enough other building materials, but not enough wood. Luo Yu looked at the circle of fragrant leaf forest beside the small lake. The original maturity period of the bay leaf tree is about 60 days, but due to the high fertility of the territory, the growth cycle is shortened by half. And because the hygiene value of the territory occasionally gets a buff that improves the growth progress of the plants. Now, the forest is basically mature. It can be cut down. Luo Yu calculated in his mind that if he cut down the trees now, they should be able to mature before winter sets in. It would be a waste if he didn't cut them down. Moreover, the weather is getting cooler, and the price of wood in the auction house started to rise a few days ago. It has now risen to 1:4. It is not suitable to buy wood to build an arrow tower. Let's chop some wood. But before that, we have to take a good look at the individual characteristics of these prisoners to see if there are any outstanding characteristics that can be copied. After checking them one by one, he was a little disappointed to find that the one-eyed dragon and the white snake, who he had originally placed high hopes on, had no personal characteristics. It wasn't until he saw the last bald man that Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This guy has the characteristics of a gardener. Are you Baldy Chong? Gardener. 1-star planting speed plus 20, crop yield plus 20, poison resistance plus 20. This feature is pretty good. I checked the auction house and found that the personal characteristic transfer scroll was being sold for 600,000 yuan each. This price is obviously too high, so I won't suffer this loss. World Channel, Human Anonymous. Receive personal characteristic transfer scrolls. Personal characteristic copy scrolls can be exchanged for things. Some are traded. After waiting for a while, the trading box was sent to me. On the other side was a member of the Wood Tribe from Jupiter in Virgo. He directly placed a scroll in the trading box and said, "Brother, do you have any gold? I won't cheat you. 5,000 gold and the scroll are yours to take." 5,000 gold is currently worth 550,000 silver. Luo Yu was annoyed and said, "You haven't cheated me yet? Do you think I can't count this?" The Mu people asked hurriedly, "Then how much do you plan to give?" Luo Yu, 3,000 gold is the most. This scroll can only turn low-level features. You don't think a low-level feature can be worth more than 500,000, right? The Wood Tribe member, 3,000 is too few for 1,000. 4,000 gold transaction. The two negotiated for a long time, and Luo Yu insisted on the price of 3,000 gold. The people of the Mu tribe did not want the scroll to rot in their hands. After all, the price of scrolls was high now. Finally, the deal was done for 3,000 gold and a crossbow. The other party was about to close the dialogue box, but Luo Yu asked, "Wooden man, you are good at plants. Do you have any interesting plant seeds to sell to me?" "Oh." The other party became interested and asked, "Which type do you want?" Luo Yu, fruits that can increase attribute points when eaten, or tree seeds that grow faster and have a large yield, etc. Do you have any? The Wood Tribe member. The fruit you're talking about is a natural treasure. The worst natural treasure requires a fertility level of over 300. Are you kidding me? I don't have any trees with a large yield, but I did cultivate a red thunderwood seed before, which can be used to make furniture. Do you want it? Luo Yu, put it up here for me to see. The other party put the seeds on the transaction box, and Luo Yu immediately became interested when he saw it. Red thunderwood. It grows slowly, but can absorb lightning to accelerate its growth. When it matures, the texture of red thunderwood is excellent. It can improve the appearance and comfort of furniture, etc. It is also one of the materials for making props, such as thunderbombs. Improving the aesthetics was already in line with Luo Yu's requirements, and the fact that it could also be used to make a thunderbomb immediately aroused Luo Yu's interest. He had read the information about the thunderbomb. If he was lucky, one thunderbomb could knock down more than a dozen attacking units at the same time. Luo Yu, how do you want to sell it? The Wood Tribe member said, do you really want it? Brother, it's autumn now. If you plant it, it will stop growing soon. There is rarely lightning in autumn and winter. If you want to harvest, you have to wait until the year after next. I advise you to focus on developing your defense and not do these fancy things. Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, you are a real person, but I certainly have my uses. Well, in consideration of your kind words, I'll give you 100 gold to buy this seed. Although the red thunderwood is good, its growing conditions are a bit harsh, and 100 gold for one seed is indeed a very high price. Wood Tribe member, deal. Virgo and the Milky Way have a long-lasting friendship. Transaction successful. You get one red thunderwood seed. After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu first used the characteristic transfer scroll. Immediately, the Bald Brothers Gardener characteristics were transferred to the scroll. Luo Yu clicked to use it, and a prompt came. You obtained the Gardener feature, 1 star. Tip. Your characteristics have reached 10, and you cannot obtain new characteristics. You can choose to forget the characteristics or go to the mall to exchange personal characteristic slots before you can continue to increase characteristics. Are there 10 types now? Take a look at the feature panel. Hero, Zerg Nemesis, Miner, Tamer, Chef, Brewer, Fighter, Handsome, Mobile Incentive, Gardener. It really has all 10 features. Most of them are very practical, except that the Brewer and Mobile incentives are a bit fancy, but it is impossible for Luo Yu to choose to forget them. Over. Chapter 165. Plant 5,000 trees. I opened a store and looked at my personal trait slots. One trait slot can add 5 trait slots, but the redemption conditions are Personal characteristic slot, Crystal Stone 5, Hyolite 5, Moonstone 5, Pure Yang Stone 5, Obsidian 5. Although these can be mined, the probability, Luo Yu has been mining for such a long time, but has only produced 1 crystal stone. He needs to collect 25 stones in total. Okay, you are so cruel. Luo Yu directly closed the interface without saying anything else and went to chop down trees first. With his overall working speed and strength, he could chop wood very quickly. In just 2 swipes, he chopped down a bay leaf tree to the ground. You get what 100 fragrant leaf tree seeds for. The chopped-off scented tree simply disappeared, turning into a pile of wood and 3 seeds. The initial amount of wood obtained from the bay leaf tree is 60. Luo Yu planted 500 bay leaf trees in the previous wave and 1,000 bay leaf trees in the second wave. That is to say, after all the trees in this batch are cut down, 60,000 wood can be obtained. However, due to the influence of luck, planting, and gardener characteristic level, this value is directly pulled to around 100. After 2 hours of chopping wood, Luo Yu had chopped down all the wood. In total, he had 100,000 pieces of wood, enough to build 3 arrow towers. Arriving at the prison, Luo Yu began to operate. After a while, light flickered around the prison and 3 2-star arrow towers appeared one after another. After looking at the current jailbreak risk, a 2-star arrow tower reduces it by 10. So the jailbreak risk is only 10 now. The remaining 10 will remain like this for now. We will wait until we have enough resources to build another arrow tower or think of other ways. I looked at the time. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The prisoners were currently working in the quarry. Xiao Jin was cutting stones, Xiao Kong was fishing, and Xiao Dai was making bedding and the like. Everyone had their own things to do, and Luo Yu went to the lake again to start planting trees. There are currently 18,000 pieces of wood left in the territory, which is almost enough to replenish defensive facilities such as arrow towers and automatic crossbows, but it is not enough to build anything else. This time, Luo Yu decided to expand the planting area of the fragrant leaf forest to 5,000. Solve the problem of wood shortage in the territory in one fell swoop, and see if you can make some money in the winter. This is a big project. Luo Yu's current planting level is LV8. Combined with strength and other data, the gardener's characteristics, and the global working speed of 350, it only takes 1 minute to plant a tree. You can plant 60 trees in an hour. Keep working on it. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the lake, saw her owner planting trees quickly, so she threw away her fishing rod and ran over to help. As the sun sets, Xiao Dai finds that her master has not prepared dinner. She walks out of the house and sees the two guys working hard. They were smart enough to select some captives with high planting levels to help with planting. She also helped her master with the work, and finally even Xiao Jin came over. The family wanted to be neat and tidy. This time the speed is much faster. On this day, Luo Yu and others ate something casually, worked from the afternoon until late at night, and planted all 5,000 trees. The planting level soared to LV10, and Xiaokong's planting level even reached LV11. Xiaokong is good at planting. He gets a lot of experience for planting a tree. Maybe this is his talent. The captives were so exhausted that they went to bed early. In the big bathroom, Luo Yu washed off the dust and fatigue, enjoying the massage from the little beast girl's hands, and fell asleep unknowingly. When Luo Yu woke up in the early morning, he found himself sleeping in a warm big bed with 3 little cuties around him. He was too tired yesterday and guessed that it was Xiao Jin who carried him back to the room last night. With a faint smile, he got up and started a new day of work. The family had breakfast one after another. Luo Yu walked to the west side of the territory, built a small wall, and planted red thunderwood. This is the red thunderwood planting area that Luo Yu plans to open up. Because this plant absorbs lightning, Luo Yu planted it farther away to prevent lightning from harming his own forest. At the moment of planting, he silently said something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. Red thunderwood growth progress critical hit. As soon as the prompt sounded, the planted seedlings quickly grew up. In just a moment, it turned into a small red tree. The branches and leaves of the small tree were all red, and it looked very beautiful. Red thunderwood. Current maturity progress 70. This wood grows slowly, and even when it is hit hard, it is not fully mature. Luo Yu still has 2 critical hits left, but he doesn't plan to use them for the time being. Naturally, he has his own way. Doesn't red thunderwood absorb lightning? Okay, arrange the lightning rod. Lightning rod, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, beast soul core 1. The cost of a lightning rod is around 210,000 silver, which is actually very expensive. Luo Yu wants to try whether it has any effect on the growth of red lightning wood. It would be best if it works, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Just connect an energy line directly to the lightning storage box, and it will be done. Just in time for the new electric tower to be added. The more lightning, the better. I bought the beast soul core from the auction house and clicked to build it. Then a golden lightning rod appeared on the top of the small tree. A lightning rod can stably absorb 300 lightning energies every day. We'll check it later to see how effective it is. After doing all this, Luo Yu went to the mine and started mining. Luo Yu dug for 6 hours, and his mining level reached LV11. Feeling a little mentally exhausted, he ended today's mining trip. Yes, mentally exhausted rather than physically exhausted. Doing the same thing over and over again at a high intensity for 6 hours in a row would make anyone tired. At this time, you need to relax and have some entertainment to restore your spirit. If there are no proper recreational facilities in the territory, it will be impossible to effectively relieve mental fatigue. In such a situation, it is easy to get sick in a few days, so the entertainment value is actually very important for a territory. Luo Yu's territory's entertainment value is naturally sufficient, and the entertainment method he chose today is swimming. Swimming with the little cuties. Normally, swimming in autumn will cause a cold, but because Luo Yu has heroic characteristics, the lowest comfortable temperature is -20 degrees. The lower limit of humans' comfortable temperature is about 15 degrees. Due to his characteristics, even if Luo Yu is not wearing anything, his comfortable temperature is -5 degrees, and he can swim in ice water without blinking. The 3 little cuties were playing in the water wearing the swimsuits that Luo Yu prepared for them. Looking at them playing together, Luo Yu felt more relaxed. Chapter 166, Double Happiness. When you engage in recreational activities, your physical fitness increases by 1. Xiao Jin, go get my juice. Ouch. Xiao Jin jumped out of the water and went to get some juice in her swimsuit. Now all the captives were locked up in prison, so she was not afraid of being seen and could just walk away gracefully. After a while, Luo Yu happily drank a sip of apple juice and felt refreshed. He touched Xiao Jin's wet tail and said with a smile, Xiao Jin, when you were wandering outside, did you meet other beast girls? Woo. Xiao Jin blushed immediately, drooped his ears and whispered, No, don't touch the tail, it will itch. When you're doing entertainment activities, strength +1. You won't let me catch you, but I'll touch your tail. Luo Yu laughed in his heart, playing with Xiao Jin's tail, and said with a smile, Have you ever encountered this? Yes, yes. Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, In my limited memory, I vaguely remember that there was a pair of beast girl sisters in the nearby mountains. One has green hair, and the other has pink hair. I can't remember their exact breeds. Oh. Luo Yu immediately perked up and started asking questions carefully. But unfortunately, Xiao Jin had lost a lot of memories after being tamed. From her vague description, he could tell that the rank of this pair of beast sisters should not be low. According to the descriptions on the Beast Girl Encyclopedia, there are generally only 3 or fewer types of beast girls in one area. Xiao Kong, who existed in this area, was already by his side. Xiao Dai was captured during a mission, and Xiao Jin was not counted as a wanderer. It was very likely that this pair of sisters were the last 2 beast girls nearby. You have to find a way to lure her over. If something random happens and she gets caught one day, it would be a huge loss. The base is currently very short of manpower. Once Xiao Jin is made in the workshop, he will need to forge it. Xiao Kong will be responsible for fishing and planting. Xiao Dai will be responsible for sewing. And there is also a lack of people who can cut stones, clean, and cook. These are rigid needs. In addition, there are people who are responsible for animal training, fishing, long-range shooting, etc. The more beast girls, the better. Luo Yu wishes there were 100 beast girls in the territory now. Then he could really rest easy. Before going to bed, Luo Yu want to check on a red thunderwood. The original growth progress was 70, but now it has reached 75. Wow, this growth is so fast. Since 1 lightning rod is effective, wouldn't 2 double the joy? The money was originally used to develop the base, so Luo Yu decided to go all out and directly made another lightning rod, installed it on the red lightning wood, and then went back to his room to sleep. In the early morning, he came to the red thunder tree first. After taking a look, he was doubly happy. The growth progress was directly 100. After cutting down the trees with the Yang double swords, I got 150 red thunderwood and 3 red thunderwood seeds. It takes 1,000 units to make a dining table made of red mulberry wood. Keep up the good work. Luo Yu planted 3 saplings of red thunderwood, and then installed lightning rods on the 3 red thunderwoods. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. Maybe one day this place will become a forest of red pampas grass, and that'll be nice. However, after making 3 red thunderwood seeds in succession, the family's money was also spent a lot, and after all the miscellaneous expenses, only 200,000 silvers were left. A moment later, in the basement, Xiao Dai seemed a little bored while operating the sewing machine. Luo Yu gave her the task of making bedding and storing it for sale during the winter. Seeing her master coming, Xiao Dai perked up immediately and took Luo Yu's arm affectionately and said, Master, I have made 70 quilts. When are you going to sell it? No pity. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, First, make 100 quilts, and then make cotton-padded clothes and trousers according to the drawings I gave you. Our chance to make money will come soon. Xiao Dai nodded happily. She thought of something and said, Master, the furs and cloths are almost all used up. Then I looked at our food this morning. Because there are too many captives, the meat and vegetables are consumed very quickly. You have to find a way to open source it. Luo Yu naturally knew about this matter, and nodded and said, Okay, I'll find a way. Don't work too hard. You can swim or play billiards when you have nothing to do. Got it. Yes. Thank you for your concern, Master. I have already gained attribute points by swimming. Xiaodia's little face was flushed, and there was obvious admiration in her eyes when she looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu naturally knew that his little cutie admired him, so that was it. It was good. He also checked Xiaodia's attributes. Strength 102, Constitution 104, Agility 103. The various values of the base not only affect the trial takers, but also the beast girls with top-level intelligence are also beneficiaries. After all, they can also participate in entertainment activities, etc. Except for being classified as animals, they're almost the same as the trial takers in other aspects. On this day, Luo Yu did not go to the mine, but rode on Air Force One and took off. Oh my goodness, they flew up to a height of 1,000 meters. Luo Yu felt a little panicked. What if Air Force One was unstable? I guess I would be the first trial taker to fall to his death from the sky. Fortunately, all three attributes of Air Force One reached 100, and it seemed to sense the concern of its owner, so it flew steadily. Luo Yu looked down at the earth. From the sky, he found that the territory below was not as prosperous as he had imagined. There were not enough buildings. Except for the impregnable defense on the east side, the defense on the other three sides was still very flawed. Looking further away, there was still fog. Even with a vision buff, Luo Yu could not penetrate the fog and see the things in the fog. His plan to find the exact location of the two beast girls from the sky failed. Of course, he didn't plan to succeed. The airspace limit of the territory is 5,000 meters. If you go higher, you will encounter an air wall. After getting familiar with takeoff for a while, Luo Yu basically mastered how to ride the Black Hawk. His animal training level is high, and this natural advantage enables him to master animal-related matters more quickly. A moment later, the Black Eagle hovered 50 meters above the territory. Luo Yu took out the special milk from the storage and let the Black Eagle hold it. He lay on the Black Eagle's back, looking at the blue sky, quietly waiting for the attack to come. Meat, furs, etc. were in short supply, and he needed a wave of animal attacks to enrich the resources of his territory. Affected by beauty, when you look up at the sky, your agility is +2. Time passed minute by minute, and as the Black Eagle circled, the scent of the special milk had covered the entire territory. After waiting for a while, a prompt appeared. Warning, a group of buck-toothed beasts are attracted by special milk and are attacking your territory. Chapter 167. Cutting in line with 1 billion people in one go. The attack is coming. A moment later, a group of beasts the size of calves, with big buck teeth and 6 legs, rushed into the attack formation from the east. This was an ordinary attack. The territory score was high now, so even if it was an ordinary attack, 200 units came at once. Luo Yu rode on the back of the Black Eagle and looked down. This group of ferocious buck-toothed beasts rushed directly into the corridor of death, rushing forward desperately. Sizzle. The electric tower began to attack, and the arrow tower sprayed arrows into the death corridor, all of which were arrows carrying thermal energy. The buck-toothed beast isn't even at the black iron level, and its attributes are barely over 20. How could it possibly pass through the corridor of death? The entire army was wiped out after just 2 stops. Luo Yu got off the Black Hawk and called on all the prisoners to come and help. It's still the same as always. Slaughter the dead ones, heal and tame the living ones, and then put them in the auction house. Leave a few for the fighting arena business, and that's it. An industrial chain has already been formed in Luo Yu's mind. Animals are selling well nowadays. First of all, more and more fighting arenas are opening, and everyone needs animals to support the scene. In addition, now that the weather has turned cold, everyone wants to keep some animals in captivity so that they can kill them and eat the meat when winter comes. It is always better than starving. This time, 50 buck-toothed beasts were sold at an average price of 4,000, making a profit of 200,000 in one go. 3 strong ones were left behind to fight in the fighting arena and earn money. A lot of buck-toothed beast meat was produced, totaling 100,000 pieces of meat. Even if the territory consumed 5,000 pieces of meat every day, it could last for 20 days. Luo Yu didn't have much demand for meat before winter. The buck-toothed beast produces ordinary fur, which costs 20,000 in total. The fur consumption of a quilt is about 500, which means it can make 40 quilts, a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, the beast girl was not lured over. After looking at the special milk, its current effectiveness has evaporated by 70. Basically, the special milk produced by a cow at one time can only attract 1 wave of attacks. And after the cow produces a wave, it needs 7 or 8 days to recover. While the special milk still had some effect, Luo Yu drank it directly. You take special milk, physical fitness +2. During lunch, Luo Yu saw Adai and Atai fighting outside the house. 2 black iron-level animals were fighting each other. Both of them had an attribute value of 100 and neither could do anything to the other. It was just a dog-eat-dog fight. After the fight, he found that both of these guys had increased their physical fitness by 1 point, which gave Luo Yu an inspiration. Yes, you can let cows fight with other animals. If I can be promoted to black iron level, then can I improve my attributes? If you click on the attribute, the interval between milk production may be shortened. Thinking of this, he immediately started the experiment. In the fighting arena, a cow and a bull were surrounded by 4 insects, and the two sides began to fight each other. Luo Yu in the stands saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the 4 bugs were defeated. After Luo Yu treated the animals and gained some experience, he felt that the bugs were too rubbish and could not withstand the attack, so he decided not to use them anymore. This time we're using captives for training. After a while, 2 captives were thrown into the fighting arena. Luo Yu chose a man and a woman this time. The attributes of these 2 captives were similar to those of bulls and cows, so there would be a greater chance of advancement in the fight. There was a lot of fighting, and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Luo Yu treated both cows again. Now, both cows were exhausted, so Luo Yu let them go and would continue tomorrow. I still don't believe I can't get promoted. As for the 2 prisoners, they will continue to go to the quarry after treatment. The base will not keep idle people. Luo Yu was waiting for the 6 pirates with super attributes to recover. These 6 guys were definitely good at digging stones, and they had strong physiques, so they would not necessarily be crushed to death if the quarry collapsed. The one-eyed dragon survived being shot in the head by a stone axe. Are you kidding me? At night, while eating at the table, Xiao Jin suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, I gained a little strength. The meal the master cooked today is so delicious." Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He cooked every day, but he had never observed the specific cooking level. He took a look and found that his cooking level was LV8. In fact, you can make exquisite dishes at level 6. Fine cuisine. Basic meat 10, basic vegetables 10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10, attribute point acquisition rate 2. The chance of obtaining attribute points by making exquisite dishes is obviously higher, so let's start making exquisite dishes from tomorrow. In the evening, Luo Yu carried out his usual entertainment activities and entered the arena while taking a bath. As soon as you enter the arena, there will be a prompt. The warm-up event for the world's #1 martial arts tournament has begun. If you win 5 games in a row in the exclusive channel, you can participate in the lottery and have a chance to win diamonds, platinum equipment, and other items. Still warming up the event? Did Tiandao hire a planner for this? Luo Yu laughed and entered the exclusive channel. Wow, there were too many people and he had to queue. You are currently in the queue. 1,038,210,272nd place. Because your territory score is higher than most people, you can jump a queue. You are currently in the queue, number 17. Wipe. This time, we have joined a team of 1 billion trial takers. Luo Yu opened his mouth. The benefit of having a high score finally came. He could cut in line with 1 billion people at a time. By the way, there are actually 17 people ahead of me. Who the hell are they? Their territory scores are higher than mine? There really is always someone better than you, right? The group chat became lively at this moment. Fang Yumeng said, "Oh my god, there are more than 30,000 people in line. How about you?" Naker, my number is over 70,000, but it seems like the number is jumping pretty fast. Alice, I read the instructions. If you lose a battle, you will be kicked out of the channel. All battles are randomly arranged. You may meet an opponent or a team. Nyoda, then should we form a team now? Alina, if you form a team, the ranking will be calculated based on the last person in the team. Laonyo, what's your rank? Nuda, I am 50.732.818. Luo Yu, more than 50 million? I'm about to enter the channel. How about the ones with similar scores form a group first? Neko, wow, we're holding Luo Yu back. I'm so sad. Fang Yumeng, this is not called holding back. We are just a small pendant on his legs. Goose, goose, goose. Nyoda, hold on tight to the boss's big, thick legs. Elena, I won't team up with you guys anymore. I want to test my own strength alone. Alice, okay, let's stick with the original arrangement. Luo Yu and Elena will act alone, and I will be with Ko-Er and Yumeng. Chapter 168, Fighting Chickens Among Hens. Luo Yu sent a smiling emoji. Strive for consecutive wins and get a regional seed. Nyoda, Goddess Alice, have you forgotten something? While chatting with everyone, Luo Yu's eyes blurred, and he entered an unfamiliar environment. You enter the warm-up arena, current competitive map, Stone Forest. Your opponent, T-Turtle Team, 10 people. Luo Yu was slightly surprised. This was not a fight in a room like the arena, but a fight in an open stone forest. Looking around, There is a grassland with stone pillars standing on the grassland. The air wall surrounds this area. It looks like a circular area with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. In other words, Luo Yu needs to defeat his opponent in this circular stone forest. If the arena is a head-on battle of strength, then here it's not just about strength, it also requires wisdom, tactics, and so on. The warm-up for the world's #1 martial arts tournament is actually in this format. It seems that the real competition will also be carried out in the form of a map like this. Having said that, it's quite outrageous that it's 1v10 at the beginning. Luo Yu hid behind a stone pillar at the first moment. After looking around, he found several opponents. The opponents seemed to have discovered him as well and hid themselves immediately. For a moment, the entire stone forest was silent. After a moment of silence, a hen suddenly flew out from the stone forest. In this state of high mental concentration, any movement will stimulate the shooter's shooting instinct. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the darkness and hit the hen directly. What was unexpected was that the hen dodged the arrow by dodging in the air. This hen is so agile. Both archers had this thought, but the next moment, an arrow shot out from the shadows and pierced the male archer's throat with a puff. What an accurate arrow! The man opened his mouth, fell to his knees, and died instantly. After killing one person, Luo Yu smiled and commanded the hen to fly onto a stone pillar again. After the hen flew up, it moved its head a few times, as if it had found its target. It flapped its wings in one direction, calling and jumping. Oh! Luo Yu immediately turned sideways and threw a javelin out. The javelin made a sound of breaking wind and spun at high speed, actually shattering the stone pillar. A Martian holding a long sword fled in a panic, but was pierced through the throat by an arrow the next moment. No, this guy is an expert at playing with chickens. Kill the hen first, and then kill him. A loud shout was heard not far away, and a strong man jumped out from behind a stone pillar where he was hiding and chopped the hen on the stone pillar with the axe in his hand. It wasn't just him. Almost at the same time, 6 or 7 people, some holding spears, some holding swords, and some holding shields, suddenly rushed towards the hen. Luo Yu's hen looks like a hen, but because its attributes are maxed out, it is a fighting chicken among hens. It actually flew into the air, dodged the weapons that were coming at it very flexibly, and turned into a beam of light that flew past a man holding a sword. 3 chicken claw marks appeared in the man's throat. He covered his throat and turned his head to look at the hen flying away in disbelief. What kind of chicken is this? As the voice fell, the body disappeared. The next moment, several arrows were shot continuously, and several members of the T-Turtle team were hit by arrows. They looked at the man who was drawing the bow, an arrow not far away, and they were also shocked. Before disappearing, a thought flashed through their minds. Isn't the shooting speed of this archer a bit fast? Damn human die! The sturdy man roared and rushed towards Luo Yu with an axe in hand. Almost at the same time, a black light suddenly shot out from the ground. A black poisonous snake suddenly appeared near Luo Yu and attacked him. This is the method of the animal trainer. But at this moment, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. He swung the moon blade in his left hand horizontally, splitting the poisonous snake in half on the spot, and swung the yang blade in his right hand back, splitting the strong man and the axe in half on the spot. The strong man disappeared without even saying a word. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the team of 10. A female archer, a male beastmaster, and a girl holding a dagger and carrying a box on her back, who should be a medical herbalist. Looking at the 3 pale-faced people not far away, Luo Yu brandished the Yang double swords and smiled as he walked forward. You are a team with excellent personnel configuration. But unfortunately, it's still not good enough in my eyes. What do you think? Do you want to withdraw on your own, or do you want me to do it? The female archer of the fiery tribe shouted angrily. You can defeat us, but you cannot trample on our honor. Before he could finish his words, a hen flew over from behind and hit him on the neck. You cheated! Bang! The female archer's body shattered and disappeared, and almost at the same time, the double swords in Luo Yu's hands were thrown out by him. One of the methods in the second level of Kuangfeng's sword technique, Lishido. The 2 swords flew out, spun around the 2 of them, and then flew back into Luo Yu's hands. The male beastmaster and the female herbalist covered their necks at the same time, but their throats were cut. Luo Yu took the 2 swords and said calmly, Honor is important, but victory is more desirable. Remember, always pay attention to what's behind you. Honor without victory is nothing but a joke. Bang bang. The figures of the two began to disappear, and they looked at Luo Yu with a hint of shock in their eyes. Today's battle left a deep impression on them, and the image of this young man will remain in their hearts forever. KO. You defeated the T-Turtle squad and won your first victory. Your progress to receiving the Easter egg is 1/5. You have 5 minutes to rest. After 5 minutes, the system will automatically match you with an opponent. After showing off, Luo Yu touched the hen's head with a smile. Everything in the world of heaven cannot be calculated by common sense. Who could have thought that a harmless hen has 100 strength and agility? With a chuckle, Luo Yu simply stopped waiting and chose to enter the next game directly. After clicking OK, the world in front of his eyes started spinning, and Luo Yu appeared in a completely new environment. You enter the warm-up arena, current competition map, Island Beach. Your opponent, Aquatic Anonymous, 1 person. In front of him was a beach, and on the other side of the beach stood a tall man with blue skin and a harpoon in his hand. This was Luo Yu's opponent, a member of the Water Tribe. Chapter 169, A Sudden Disaster. Speaking of which, the aquatic creatures look very similar to humans, while the sea creatures are the strange-looking shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After confirming that Luo Yu was a human, the man from the Water Tribe grinned fiercely and threw the harpoon in his hand towards Luo Yu. With a muffled sound, Luo Yu did not retreat or evade, but stood where he was. When the harpoon got close to Luo Yu, it was directly bounced away by the invisible light curtain. The purple light shield activates automatically, and diamond-level clothing still needs to be activated occasionally. It makes me feel like a master. So cool. Fuck shield. The waterman was shocked and jumped directly into the sea. He quickly swam to a very far distance and threw out another small harpoon. Bang! The harpoon was blocked by the shield again. The man from the Water Tribe laughed and said, "Human, I want to see how many times you can activate the shield. Come down and fuck me if you can." The veins on Luo Yu's forehead jumped, and he just waved his hand. Boom! A giant octopus appeared in the air and fell into the sea with a bang. The next moment, it pounced directly towards the man from the Water Tribe. What the hell? Fuck you, seafood guy. That's a huge octopus. The aquatic man cried out in surprise. But the next moment, he was hit on the forehead by the octopus's huge tentacle. Bang! With a loud bang, the waterman disappeared on the spot. You're not qualified enough to fly my kite. Luo Yu took the giant octopus back with a wave of his hand, and a prompt appeared at the same time. KO. You defeated your opponent and won your second victory. Your progress to receiving the Easter egg is February 5th. After winning another game easily, Luo Yu waited for a while to let the purple light shield charge up, and then played the third game again. In the next half hour, Luo Yu played 3 games in a row, all of which were against the Mavericks, and all of them were crushing victories. Maybe if he encounters a strong team, it will cause him some trouble, but the Mavericks, unless it is a high-level race, it is really not good enough. After winning all 5 games, Luo Yu was teleported to an empty room. There was a golden egg in the room and a silver hammer next to the golden egg. You win 5 games in a row and get rewards. 8,000 silver and a chance to crack a golden egg one. In this warm-up room, you can get 500 silvers for winning 1 game, 1,000 for winning 2 games, 2,000 for winning 3 games, and so on. It is also a way to make money, provided that you can win. Buying Luo Yu didn't care much. He walked to the golden egg and hesitated when he picked up the hammer. According to the instructions, after breaking the golden egg, there is a high probability of getting some rare metals, such as a pile of gold and jade. If you're lucky, it will be good to get a piece of platinum. The delivery rate of various stones, such as diamonds and crystal stones, is very low. In the best-case scenario, you can get powerful pet eggs. According to probability, the probability of getting pet eggs is probably less than 1 in 100,000. Luo Yu muttered to himself before smashing it down. 100 times critical hit trigger. Can this also be a critical hit? Luo Yu was so overjoyed that he smashed it hard. Crack! The golden egg broke into 2 halves, and 2 pieces of stone emitting soft moonlight appeared. Moonstone, a rare and precious material that can be used to unlock advanced technology in exchange for various high-end items, gave 2 moonstones at once. There was surprise in Luo Yu's eyes. He had expected that a critical hit would 100 produce a special stone, but this time, 2 pieces appeared. He was really overjoyed. After all, there are 25 points of luck added, and your luck will get better. After smashing the golden egg, A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Luo Yu's consciousness returned to his body. In the bathtub, he took out 2 moonstones. The stones looked even more beautiful under the moonlight. Placing these stones in the room as embellishments could increase the beauty of the room. After taking a shower, the little cuties were combing each other's hair. Their hair was quite long, so they would shave it in a couple of days. Thinking this, Luo Yu returned to the room and placed the 2 moonstones on the bedside table. As soon as I saw the aesthetics, I added 10 points. Affected by the beauty, when you appreciate the stone, your strength is +2. The aesthetics are getting better and better now, and the chance of giving 2 attributes is getting bigger. Just when I was thinking about going to sleep, the group started to get lively. Nyoda, oh my god, I met a small team in the first round, and I was eliminated directly. Elena, I also met the team, but I eliminated them. Nyoda, Elena, I have tolerated you for a long time. Fan Yumeng, Elena is amazing. The 3 of us are in the 3rd round now, but we are surrounded and feel dangerous. Naker, Yumeng, stop chatting. Go ahead, and I'll flank the opposing archer first. Fan Yumeng, oh, I feel like the other side will cut me off first. They were still piking, and the topic ended here. Luo Yu smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. In the morning, it's another beautiful day. After checking the condition of the stone bricks, I see that we are still a little short of completing the construction of the luxurious workshop. I estimate that it will be almost done by tomorrow. I was having breakfast when it suddenly started raining outside. The autumn rain was drizzling down. Luo Yu looked at the temperature and found that it was only about 10 degrees Celsius. The weather is getting cold really fast. By noon, Luo Yu felt something was wrong. The rain was getting heavier. It was drizzling in the morning, but now it was raining heavily. I glanced at the small lake and saw that the wind-powered water pumps were spinning rapidly and the wind outside was very strong. Tip: affected by mysterious forces, a typhoon has hit the Tiandao world. Please be prepared for flood control. Typhoon. Luo Yu frowned and cursed in his heart. You didn't send a typhoon during the summer heat wave, but you sent a typhoon when the weather gets cooler in the fall. Are you trying to torture people to death? The world immediately started cursing, and people in the group also spoke up. Just when Luo Yu wanted to say something, another prompt suddenly appeared. Blessed by the mysterious power, all crops in the Tiandao world have entered the maturity stage. Huh? Harvest blessing. Luo Yu was stunned again, then he reacted. Luo Yu, everyone, all the crops are ripe. We must harvest them all before the typhoon reaches its peak, otherwise there will be nothing to harvest in the whole autumn. Nyoda, what kind of bullshit blessing is this? It's pushing people into a dead end. Fan Yumeng, everyone, please be safe and don't get sick. Elena, there's no point in talking anymore, just go and harvest the crops. Alice, may you all be safe. Call. Under the reminder of the blessing of harvest, the typhoon became even stronger, the sky was dark, and the strong wind blowing in the face was at least level 12. When I opened the map interface and looked at the wind speed, I was shocked to find it was already level 12. Chapter 170 Storm. Tiandao also said that we should be prepared for flood prevention and control, but after just a few words, the wind is already this strong. Prepare? Allow you? Luo Yu originally wanted to mobilize the captives to help, but now the wind is definitely not strong enough. Letting them go out in this situation would be tantamount to suicide. The entire territory was now in a storm. At the gate of the villa, Xiao Jin shouted, Master, which crops shall we harvest first? Cut down the tree first. Luo Yu shouted in the rainstorm. The planting area is blocked by drainage ditches and walls. There is no great danger for the time being. Let's cut down the trees first. Yes. Xiao Jin also responded loudly and rushed directly into the wind and rain. After all, she is a diamond-level beast girl with 3 dimensions over 300. Heavy rain and typhoons can't do anything to her. Woohoo! Shao Kahn also jumped into the wind and rain and rushed over to Xiao Jin. Although her attributes were far inferior to Xiao Jin's, the characteristics of the mountain beast girl were there, and she was not very afraid of wind and rain. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, although her strength was also over 100, was delicate and weak. Seeing that she was about to rush out, Luo Yu grabbed her and shouted, Xiao Dai, stay at home and sew a raincoat. Don't want. Xiao Dai couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears on her face. She shook her head vigorously and said, I want to be with you. Don't hide at home alone. Fool. Raincoats are definitely selling well right now, and you're the most important. Go quickly. Make a few for us first. Otherwise we'll get sick. Luo Yu's voice seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. Xiao Dai wiped the water droplets on her face after hearing that, nodded vigorously, turned around, and ran towards the basement. Looking at her back, Luo Yu showed a gentle smile. The next moment, he also rushed into the wind and rain. He rushed out this time and almost lost his balance under the sudden impact of the typhoon. My goodness, with my strength of 179 and physique of 174, I almost couldn't stand steadily. I was afraid that the typhoon had reached above level 15 while I was talking. Luo Yu rushed directly into the prison. The prisoners were originally lying leisurely on the beds, but when the door opened, the strong wind blew and frightened them so much that they jumped up. Bang! After closing the door, Luo Yu went straight to the second floor. One-Eye Dragon, White Snake, the rest of you come with me to cut down trees. The One-Eyed Dragon laughed awkwardly and said, My lord, there is such a strong typhoon outside. We have just recovered. I am afraid. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground. Luo Yu said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Seeing that Luo Yu had a bad look on his face, the pirates fell silent and followed him into the wind and rain. The storm was so violent that even people with a strength of around 80 might not be able to stand firm. Fortunately, Luo Yu had strong attributes, and those pirates were the elites among the elites. Under the influence of the blessing of harvest, the fragrant leaf forest that had just been planted has all matured. A full 5,000 trees are being toppled over in the strong wind, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were already cutting wood. The two girls were very efficient, especially Xiao Jin, who was really amazing. Her planning level may not be as high as Xiao Kong's, but her strength is too strong, and she has a global work speed buff, so she works too fast. Luo Yu stuffed swords into the hands of several pirates and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Get to work. The moment the pirates got the swords in their hands, their hearts skipped a beat and a hint of ferocity appeared in their eyes. Reminder, some prisoners have weapons, and the risk of escaping prison increases by 50. The 6 pirates had just exchanged glances when they suddenly saw the golden figure in the wind and rain. King Seberu. The pirates were all startled and immediately stopped their attack. Hint, the prisoner has discovered an invincible existence. The risk of escaping the prison is reduced by 60 current risk. 0. Shocked, the warden is right next to me. Luo Yu glanced at the 6 pirates who were desperately chopping trees, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. The storm showed no sign of stopping. If the men chopping down the trees didn't all have a strength of over 100, they would have been unable to withstand it. Luo Yu felt the pain of the rain hitting his face, and guessing that the wind was getting stronger, he shouted, Xiao Jin, you continue to cut trees with the prisoners, Xiao Kong, and I will go to collect cotton first. Good, master, rest assured, I will take good care of them. Xiao Jin responded loudly, and Luo Yu pulled Xiao Kong and rushed into the cotton field at a rapid speed. The cotton fields were planted in the inner circle, and the outer circle was the scented forest. The cotton fields were fine because the dense forest blocked most of the strong winds. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong started collecting cotton without saying a word. Luo Yu even bought 2 sealed metal trucks in the mall for this purpose. Both of them worked very quickly, especially Luo Yu. His efficiency in harvesting cotton was several times faster than that of a machine, and he filled a truck in no time. Rhinoceros, elephants, gibbons, come here. The animal tamer's characteristics were activated, and the rhinoceros and elephant that were hiding from the wind and rain in the training field appeared directly in front of him. Pull the car to the warehouse. Gibbon, you're responsible for opening and closing the door. Remember, don't let the wind and rain get the things in the warehouse wet. The 2 large animals nodded, and the gibbon jumped around on the spot to show that it understood. It was highly intelligent, and apart from being unable to speak, it could basically clearly interpret the commands given by its master. The transportation and warehousing were all arranged, and Luo Yu and Xiao Kong were collecting the cotton at a rapid speed. When people are faced with adversity, they either collapse completely or burst out with great potential. Luo Yu is the latter. At this moment, he felt that the speed at which he was harvesting cotton had exceeded his maximum working speed. It was so fast. Tip: when you work, you gain +1 physical fitness. In just over 10 minutes, all the cotton was harvested, and all that could not be moved in time was stuffed into Luo Yu's storage bracelet. Turning his head to look at Xiao Kong, her whole body was completely wet in the wind and rain, but her eyes were firm without any fear. Looking at her attributes, her strength and physique had been trained, and her cultivation level had reached LV12. Come on, follow me to the vegetable garden. Luo Yu picked up Shao Kong and ran straight to the vegetable field. At this moment, the ground was a little muddy. He glanced at the sanitation value and saw that it was dropping rapidly. We can't take care of so many things now. We should save the vegetables first. Rushing into the vegetable field, the vegetables were indeed blown all over the place, but it was not as messy as imagined. The entire planting area is not exposed, but is surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. The 5-meter height can effectively block strong winds. Chapter 171. A friend in need is a friend indeed. At this moment, all the vegetables have matured under the influence of the harvest blessing. Luo Yu said nothing and started harvesting again with Shao Kong. It is much easier to harvest these vegetables than cotton. Just pull them out and stuff them into the metal cart, and you're done. After working all afternoon until after 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Yu and others finally finished all the work. All the bay trees have been cut down, and crops such as cotton and vegetables have been successfully stored in the warehouse. As for sowing, it is definitely not possible now. Wait until the weather is better before trying to sow. Reminder, due to the impact of the typhoon, the risk of disease in the territory has increased. After receiving the reminder, Luo Yu took the little cuties to take a shower in a hurry. After taking off the wet clothes, he rinsed himself comfortably with the diamond shower head. The warm water really made his whole body feel comfortable. Tip: when you use a diamond nozzle, the risk of disease is greatly reduced. With the diamond nozzle, it's hard to get sick. Soaking comfortably in the bathtub, Luo Yu immediately opened the panel to check the overview of the base. The animals were all hiding in the animal training grounds. In fact, the low-level animal training grounds were not well ventilated. Luo Yu was not too worried about the quality of the animals, but was more worried about the unquality burrowing beasts, zerg and the like. There are also no grades for bulls and cows. Even if animals have strong immunity, they will still get sick if they are exposed to strong winds and rain for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the virtual map of the territory, clicked on the construction page, and built a corridor between the low-level taming arena and the entertainment room. The wind and rain outside were too strong, and ordinary animals would be blown away as soon as they left the zoo. There was no choice but to build a corridor and transfer the animals to the entertainment room first. Since there was no carpet on the first floor of the recreation room anyway, the animals could live there temporarily, and a luxurious menagerie would be built later. There are now a lot of stone bricks. After clicking to build, a corridor formed by 2 walls appears in the base. In the Tiandao world, it is often not necessary to command the animals personally. Luo Yu clicked on the area interface and divided the entertainment room into an animal activity area. Then click on the animal interface and divide all non-grade animals into this animal activity area. Immediately, the animals that received the order began to leave the arena and walk along the corridor into the entertainment room. They generally would not leave the designated area without orders. Tip: reduced risk of animal diseases. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing his work. They are all luxurious buildings, so they are not afraid of being blown down by the typhoon. All they have to do next is drink juice and play with the beast girls in the villa and wait for the disaster to pass. I watched the World Channel, and it was horrible. Damn it, Heavenly Tao. If you want me dead, there's no need to resort to all this nonsense. I'll die right now to show you. Wind, please continue to blow away the fog of this world, and blow away the confusion in my heart. I'll buy the raincoats for a high price. There are people swearing, being immature, doing business, and all kinds of things, but the overall tone is a bit tragic. The situation on regional channels is similar. Many people have given up on treatment and are just hiding in their houses waiting for the typhoon to pass. No one spoke in the small group at this moment. Luo Yu thought that everyone was busy. To be honest, Luo Yu was quite worried about them and didn't even have the heart to go to the arena. Under such extreme weather conditions, ordinary base members and animals are of no help at all. Fang Yameng and the others may have maxed out their attributes, but it would be a bit difficult for just a few of them to minimize the losses. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to lend a helping hand. He said in the group, "How are you guys?" Fang Yameng, "Don't mention it. We are still saving the vegetable fields. Let's not talk about it for now." Naker, "Meow. I'm chopping trees and the wind is so strong." Everyone was indeed rescuing people. And just as Luo Yu thought, only they as trial takers had the ability to withstand the terrible weather in their territory and ordinary base members were completely useless. Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "If you want to reduce losses and prevent diseases, you must upgrade the attributes of all members of the territory to 100. At least the strength and physique must be maxed out. Naker, there's not enough money, so let's leave it like this for now. Luo Yu, if you don't have enough money, come to me. If you don't have enough people, come to me. I have money and prisoners. I can lend them to you first. Just return them to me when the time comes." Nako? Ah, great. Luo Yu, lend me 20W quickly. I will improve their physical fitness first. Fang Yameng. Then I won't be polite either, Luo Yu. Just lend me 150,000 yuan. Elena, I need 250,000 yuan, and I will pay you double that amount when the time comes. Alice, I also have 250,000. I will definitely return it to you. Nyoda, boss, I don't need it anymore, because everything that can be blown away has been blown away. Luo Yu, okay, wait a moment. Luo Yu currently does not have enough money in stock, but he has a lot of things that can be sold quickly, such as bedding. We originally planned to sell in winter, but in such extreme weather, the prices of things that can keep out the cold, such as quilts, have skyrocketed. Luo Yu set the price of a quilt at 30,000 yuan. At this time, raising the price several times is really nothing. World, Anonymous, the quilts are now available at the auction house. If you need them, hurry up and buy them. They will be out of stock after the expiration date. The 30 quilts on the shelf were sold out instantly, and 900,000 silver coins were added on the spot. In the group chat, Luo Yu first clicked on Fang Yameng's transaction and directly put 150,000 silver coins on it. Fang Yameng, thank you. Let's talk later. Luo Yu, if you need help, just tell me. Fang Yameng, yes. Thank you. Then he traded with Naker and others and lent out all the money. Even Nyoda lent him 200,000 yuan and asked him to use it well. It was a time when a friend in need was a friend indeed. Although there was a storm outside, everyone's hearts were warm. Fang Yameng and the others immediately upgraded the attributes of the territory members who had not yet maxed out. Only with 100 strength and 100 physique could they work in the storm. 2 hours later, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the team members finally completed the harvest of the crops. Although there were losses, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the losses were controlled to a relatively small extent. Nyoda was so tired that he went straight to bed. The girls were soaking in their bathtubs and tubs, chatting comfortably. Knock here. Luo Yu, thanks to you. My sister, and I like you more and more. Luo Yu, word are not enough. Send me a screenshot to let me see if you really like it. Neko, meow. You knew we were taking a bath, but you still want to see the screenshots. I won't show them to you. Chapter 172, Sheephorn Greenbud, Sheephorn Redbud. Luo Yu, no? Kur, is this how you talk to a creditor? If you send me a screenshot now, I can consider not charging you interest. Nakor, you are so annoying. You are bullying me again. I am blushing. If you have the guts, come and collect the debt now. Ha ha. Luo Yu also made a laughing expression. He loved teasing Kur the most. Alice, thank you, Luo Yu. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. Luo Yu, Sister Alice, you are too kind. We are all on the same team, and it is only natural for us to help each other. You can pay the money back anytime, or not at all. Fang Yameng and Nakir spoke almost at the same time. Then I am not bad either? Luo Yu, no. When the weather is good, you guys should return the money to me quickly. Fang Yameng, Naker, and Elena. Luo Yu, you are obsessed with looks. Everyone was chatting happily. Alice thought of something and brought up a topic. I saw a paragraph when I was reading the instructions of Tiandao before. In extreme weather, animals in nearby areas have a chance to wander into the territory to seek shelter. The prerequisite is that there must be a wildlife shelter. If you have extra stone, you can try to build one. Maybe some strange animals will come to seek shelter. Fang Yameng, I have a professional mining team and have found a lot of stones. Thank you, Sister Alice, for the reminder. Luo Yu also had an idea. He might not have a professional mining team, but he had a professional quarry death squad. Aren't the bricks rolling in? He quickly clicked on the building page and actually found the animal shelter building in the corner. Like other buildings, they are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant levels. The higher the level of the shelter, the better the shelter effect. Luo Yu was thinking about the two little beast girls. After thinking for a moment, he prepared a luxurious shelter. Just as they were about to start construction, Fang Yameng said in the group, Huh? Not long after I finished building it, it seems like some animals came over. It's a group of sheep. He also posted a screenshot. So soon. Miss, don't you even read the instructions? Luo Yu was complaining in his heart when the sharp-eyed Nakir said, Yu Ming, the color of your screenshot is wrong. There are pink and cyan sheep in the flock. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu's heart moved, and he hurriedly looked at it carefully. After taking a closer look, he really discovered it. Could it be the two beast girls that Xiao Ji mentioned? Fang Yameng, yeah. I checked the territory summary, and now there are two beast girls in the wild animal column. One is called Yang Jiao Fiya. The other is called Yang Jiao Qingya. They're sisters. Wow, their attributes are so high. I can't do anything with them. Nako Air. Let Luo Yu go, he's awesome. Alice, Luo Yu, if you have time, you can help Yu Ming. Fang Yameng, Luo Yu, come quickly. Fang Yameng immediately sent a visitor invitation, and Luo Yu naturally wanted it very much. He burst out with 174 points of agility, dried his body at the speed of light, put on his clothes and pants, and clicked OK. A light gate opened. Luo Yu stepped in, and as the world spun around, he finally appeared in Fang Yuming's territory. There were 3 girls screaming. When I looked closely, I was actually teleported to the bathroom of Fang Yuming's house. Amid the mist, Fang Yuming and the other 2 girls in the family were in the bathtub. The 3 girls squatted down almost at the same time and hid their bodies in the bathtub. The HR manager blushed with embarrassment, while the younger sister looked at Luo Yu shyly. Fang Yuming held her chest and stammered, You, how did you come so fast? Luo Yu stared at Fang Yuming and said calmly, Who would have thought that you set the teleportation point in the bathroom? It's okay, I'll close the door for you. As he said this, he actually closed the bathroom door, then walked directly to the bathroom window and looked through the gap. Because of the buff of vision, he could clearly see the 2 beast girls hiding in a flock of sheep in the distance, even through the storm. That's great, Yumeng. It's really the beast girl. Good for you. Fang Yumeng hid her body in the water, her face flushed as she said, Luo Yu, go out first. After we put on our clothes, we'll find a way to capture the beast girl. It's okay, just put it on, don't worry about me. Luo Yu stared at the beast girl outside the window and pretended to be calm and said, Yumeng, Sister Lan, Zaya doubting, we're all old friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Puff. The girl called Zaya doubting couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked at Luo Yu with admiration and a little shyness. Sister Lan gently covered her hot face, wanting to laugh but feeling embarrassed. Fang Yumeng said angrily, How polite. It's so awkward. Luo Yu, get out. Well, seeing Yu Ming getting mad, Luo Yu quickly opened the window and jumped out. Fang Yumeng looked at the window that was shaking in the wind, blushed and gritted her teeth and said, This bastard has no gentlemanly manners at all. Sometimes I really want to stab him to death. The little bean chuckled and said, Sister Yumeng, didn't you praise Luo Yu for being responsible and a man before? Now you're a scumbag again? I think Brother Luo Yu is pretty good. Sister Lan also chuckled and nodded. Well, he's good in every way except that he loves to tease Yu Ming. Both girls laughed. Yu Ming spat softly. Her little face flushed. It was unclear whether she was angry or shy. After a while, Sister Lan and Xiao, doubting, went to make a midnight snack together, while Fang Yumeng and Luo Yu were in the living room of the villa, lying by the window with a crack opened, observing the 2 beast girls in the distance. As a lord, Fang Yumeng was able to view their attributes, and after sharing, Luo Yu also saw it clearly. Sheephorn Green Sprout, Platinum level, Juvenile Strength 201, Constitution 188, Agility 155. Sheephorn Sprout, Platinum, Juvenile Strength 159, Constitution 190, Agility 200. The attributes of the 2 beast girls are terrifying, and one is a strength type and the other is an agility type. Luo, you carefully read the description of the beast sisters. Although their attributes were very high, the description showed that they were quite timid and would run away immediately if frightened. They would only become brave after being tamed. Moreover, not only do the hair of these 2 beast girls grow faster than that of ordinary beast girls, their tears are also very rare items. Chapter 173. Green buds of goat horns, red buds of goat horns too. The tears of Qingya and Fiya can stimulate the birth of plants and make them grow quickly. To be honest, this passive ability is almost comparable to Xiaokong's Lucky Box. Fang Yumeng beside him whispered, Luo Yu, what should we do? This attribute is too powerful and we can't beat it. Luo Yu felt that Fang Yumeng was a little close to him, and the faint fragrance on her body made him somewhat distracted. Luo Yu, Fang Yumeng saw that Luo Yu had nothing to say and immediately understood something. She blushed slightly and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? Don't recall it. Just be as forgetful as a chicken. Hurry up and find a way to tame the beast girl." Luo Yu said with a smile. "Okay, forgetful then. It's not easy to tame these two beast girls. Look at the instructions. They will run away if they are frightened. It will be difficult for us to catch up with him if he's so agile." Fang Yumeng was a smart girl. She whispered, "You mean we should lure them here and lock them up in a certain building, and then we can capture them in one fell swoop? This young man is teachable. Do you have a better place to trap people?" "Have." Fang Yumeng pointed down and said, "There is a basement in the small villa, which can temporarily trap them there. But the entrance is inside the villa. How can we lure them in?" A smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. The special milk was something that even Xiao Jin could be tempted by, and he happened to have 2 drops of Guiyuan liquid. "It looks like I have to go back to my old ways." However, it was windy and rainy outside, and the smell of the milk flakes was difficult to spread all at once, so it was necessary to slowly approach the 2 little goat-horned beast girls. "Watch me." Luo Yu was about to go out, but was stopped by Fang Yumeng. "Luo Yu, the opponent's agility is so high that he will be discovered in no time. If they go berserk, even if you're fighting 2 of them alone." She was concerned about Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have my own way. Then we'll each have a little cutie. I want Fia." "Puff." Fang Yumeng chuckled and said, "Do you like pink little girls? Macho color?" "No," Luo Yu said seriously. "The power of Qingya is high, and it will be of greater help to you." "Ah." Fang Yumeng was stunned for a moment, but Luo Yu had already jumped out of the window. Looking at his back, Fang Yumeng gently touched her cheek and found it was a little hot. "This guy, why did he suddenly say something like that?" She whispered to herself, but her face turned even redder. At this moment, Luo Yu had no time to pay attention to what Fang Yumeng was thinking. The stealth skills he acquired that day finally came in handy at this moment. In the dark night, amidst the violent storm, Luo Yu seemed to have merged into the darkness, slowly approaching the flock of sheep and the 2 beast girls. The other party was under the awning of the shelter and didn't notice anything. 20 meters away from the shelter, Luo Yu gently put down a milk tablet made of special milk and then quietly retreated. The milk flakes melt slowly, and even the impact of rain can hardly wash away all the fragrance. After a while, the beast girl with a keen sense of smell smelled the aroma of milk slices. Qingya and Fia walked out of the awning together and headed towards the direction of the milk slices. Walking closer, Fia picked up some melted milk flakes on the ground, sniffed them, and licked them gently, with a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "Sister, this is delicious." The innocent Qingya took the milk slice handed to her by her sister, licked it with her little tongue, and then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. There are more. After all, Fei was more agile and had sharper observation skills, so she discovered a piece of milk not far away. In the rain, she ran over happily, picked up the milk slice, licked it a few times, and ate it directly, and a look of enjoyment immediately appeared on her face. "Oh, it's delicious." The pink-haired Fia is slurping the milk slice. So cute. These milk slices do not contain Guiyuan liquid. After all, they're outside the base. God knows how fast these 2 little guys can run. If they find out that there is poison and run away, and disappear before the Guiyuan liquid takes effect, they will be doomed. They absolutely cannot be missed. So Luo Yu would rather waste more milk slices and try to keep them close to the center area. Fortunately, I had saved a lot before, so it was enough for consumption. Besides, Fia took her sister's hand and ran over happily. She picked up a milk tablet and handed it to Qingya, saying, "Sister, this one is for you." Qingya nodded happily, and it seemed that the 2 sisters had a very good relationship. The 2 little cuties were looking for milk slices along the way. They had unknowingly entered the fence. At this time, Qingya found that they had entered someone else's territory. Fear appeared on her face. She pulled Fia and said, "Sister, we have crossed the line." Fia also showed a look of worry on her face. She looked around and found that the door of the villa was open and 2 pieces of milk rolled on the steps leading to the basement, which put her in a dilemma. Even though they have top-level intelligence, they are still animals after all, and these milk tablets are too attractive to them. After hesitating for a while, Fia bit her tongue and said in a low voice, "Sister, the Lord here should be out for something. We will eat his food and leave our hair as compensation to him when we leave. Let's go." As he spoke, he took Qingya's hand and walked towards the door. After walking through the door, the two beast girls stood on the steps of the basement. Qingya picked up a milk slice and handed one to her sister. The two little cuties immediately sat on the steps and started eating happily. At this moment, the cover above their heads slammed shut. Qingya and Fia were so frightened that their whole bodies shuddered, and they immediately tried to push the cover open. But it was too late. These two milk tablets contained Guiyuan liquid. Returning origin liquid, colorless and tasteless. It can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points within 2 hours after taking it, and seal the level and all special skills. The original attribute value of 200 became 10 points, and they were completely transformed into weak little cuties. Qingya pushed the iron door above her head with all her strength, but it didn't move. Fia heard footsteps and a glimmer of candlelight in the darkness below. She was so scared that tears came out, and she hugged her sister. Qingya was also very frightened and hugged her sister as well. Walking closer, Luo Yu and Fang Yameng looked at the two beast girls who were hugging each other, looking at them in horror with tears in their eyes, and joy appeared in their eyes. Fang Yameng walked up to them and said softly, "Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. From now on, you guys will be with your brothers and sisters, okay?" Fang Yameng was very friendly. After all, she was a natural beast tamer and a level 3 beast trainer. After hearing these few words, the two beast girls actually stopped crying. Chapter 174 Beast Girls Tears. You tricked us into a scam. Bad people. Xiao Fia said this with some anger and fear. Fang Yameng said softly, "I'm sorry, brother and sister shouldn't treat you like this. As compensation, I will take good care of you in the future. From now on, stay with us, okay?" Looking at Fang Yameng's beautiful face and feeling the kindness coming from her, Qingya and Fia looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and nodded slightly. You agree now?" Looking at the smiling Fang Yameng, Luo Yu was a little surprised. Yuming's method of taming animals is completely different from my own style. Luo Yu is rather rough when training animals, either by knocking them out or intimidating them, or simply threatening them by stepping on their faces. The most typical case is the Xiaojin tragedy. Just tie them up and tame them. Whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Different methods, but the results are the same. Fang Yameng chuckled and said, "Luo Yu, you go first." "Good." Luo Yu stepped forward and grabbed Feiya's hand, smiling faintly. "Don't be afraid. Close your eyes." Feiya closed her eyes very obediently. The next moment, a light flashed on her body and she had been tamed. You have tamed the Sheephorn Scarlet Bud with a 98 success rate. Sheephorn Scarlet Bud, Platinum, Juvenile Strength 159, Constitution 190, Agility 200, currently all 10, Territory Beauty plus 10, Owner's Luck plus 5, Current Hair Growth Progress 100. Planting LV8, Sowing LV6, Cooking LV3, Medical LV11. The tears of the goat horn bud can increase the growth progress of crops, 3,000, lasting for 1 day. Courage. After Fia becomes a pet, courage increases greatly, and overall working speed increases by 50. Companion Aura Shield. Fia is a companion pet. When accompanying its owner, it will produce a pink aura to resist one attack from flying objects. Rocket Headbutt. Fia's horn impact is extremely powerful. Star Combo. Fia will throw darts continuously, hitting objects within a 50-meter range. Looking at this attribute, Luo Yu was a little stunned. I won't mention the beauty of the basic attributes. First of all, the number 3,000 scared Luo Yu. A 30-fold birth-inducing effect in 1 day is so powerful. Of course, this presupposes that you have the ability to collect Fia's tears. The shield aura can block a sneak attack, but the key is that Fei Yu is actually a long-range attacker. Xiaokong's slingshot and Fia's darts can both form a firepower network. By the way, what's up with this courage affix? Not easily scared at tears. I don't need Fei Yu's courage at all. This is deliberately increasing the difficulty. After being successfully tamed, Fei Yu immediately became different from before. One of the characteristics of a companion pet is that it is clingy. Fei Yu wiped her tears, stood up, and took the initiative to hug Luo Yu's arm, staring at Luo Yu with eyes full of admiration. Now I can't even see my sister. I can only see my master. On the other side, Fang Yameng also tamed Qingya. Qingya also hugged Fang Yameng's arm, while Fang Yameng stood there in a daze. Oh my god! Luo Yu, the attribute of Greenbud. Is this the beast girl? She stared at the little girl beside her in amazement, her face full of disbelief. Luo Yu was used to big scenes, and said with a smile, "Okay, look at what you have accomplished. We still have work to do." Fan Yuming came back to her senses and asked curiously, "Is there something you want to do?" "This. What else do we have to do?" "To tame the sheep. See those sheep? Their wool is almost dragging on the ground." "Right, wool." Fan Yuming chuckled excitedly. At this time, Qingya said, "Master sister, Fia and I can bring the sheep here." Fia nodded and said, "Master brother, just let me and my sister go over." Fan Yuming was about to nod, but Luo Yu shook his head and said, "No. It's stormy outside. How can Yumeng and I bear to let you go out?" "Of course, Yumeng and I will do such a dangerous thing. Isn't that right, Yumeng?" Seeing Luo Yu blinking at her, Fan Yumeng reacted and nodded repeatedly. "Ah, yes. I can't bear to part with yours." "Owner." Fia and Qingyao were so moved that their eyes were filled with tears. Seeing this, Luo Yu was delighted and said again, "You are all my and Yuming's little darlings. With us here, we will not let you suffer." "Woo, master." Fia and Qingya's tears immediately flowed down, and Luo Yu hurriedly took out the cup he used to drink milk to collect their tears. "Luo Yu." Fan Yuming looked at Luo Yu at this moment and couldn't help laughing out loud. This smile was like a blooming lily, so beautiful. After a while, the two little beast girls stopped crying and hugged their masters tighter. Luo Yu put the cup of tears into his storage bracelet and blinked at Fan Yumeng, as if to say, "It's mine now." Fan Yumeng had a bright smile on her face and nodded slightly to show her approval, while secretly giving him a thumbs up. The next step is to tame the flock of sheep. With Feiya and Qingya, taming is easy. The problem is that once they leave the shelter, the sheep will be blown away by the strong wind. Finally, it was Luo Yu who came up with a solution. He asked Fan Yumeng to buy an iron cart from the mall and immediately load each tamed animal into the cart. When there was no more room, the cart would be transported back to the animal training ground. Fan Yuming's animal training arena is of intermediate level, one level higher than Luo Yu's, and can block wind and rain. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, all 54 sheep were finally tamed and brought back. By this time, it was already late at night. Except for Nyota, no one else in the group had gone to bed yet. Fan Yumeng suggested dividing the sheep group into 6, with 9 sheep per family. Luo Yu also agreed to this proposal, but Nakor, Alice, and Elena objected. They thought it was like receiving something for nothing, and they would have to pay even if they were given something. But her objection was futile. Fan Yumeng insisted on giving it to the recipient, saying that they were all family and it would be awkward if she didn't accept it. As a result, each person had 9 sheep for males and 5 females. Luo Yu felt a little tired when he returned to the territory. After taking a bath with Xiao Fia, he carried her to the big bed and slowly fell asleep. Feiya seemed a little surprised that her master had so many beast girls as companions, and even a king sable, but these were no longer important to her. Now she was just like Shao Kong and the others, and only had her master Luo Yu in her eyes. Luo Yu was very satisfied with getting a beast girl, and he slept particularly soundly. Chapter 175, Lake Flooding. When I woke up in the morning, the 4 little beast girls were all clinging to me. Although I was very happy, I also had troubles. The originally spacious bed seemed a little crowded. There are 2 ways to expand a diamond-grade bed. The first is to expand it at a high price, and the second is to create another diamond bed. Putting the 2 beds together will automatically merge into one. If you want to separate, just click disassembly. It's easy. Luo Yu prefers the latter because the expansion materials are fixed, but if he wants to build another big bed, he can use critical strike. The prerequisite is to be able to critically hit the diamond bed. Although the number of critical hits has been refreshed, now is not the time to make a bed, so just squeeze in. Luo Yu doesn't mind squeezing together with the little cuties. Tip: you get buff when you sleep. Action frenzy. I opened the curtains. Although it was already early morning, it was still dark outside and heavy rain was still falling. Woo! Shao Kong rubbed his eyes and sat up. After looking at the sky outside the window, he said dazedly, "Master, it's raining today. Shao Kong won't go fishing." "Well, how about going mining with me today?" "Good." Shao Kong likes to be with his master the most. Shao Kong came closer affectionately, and Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly pushed Shao Kong away, jumped up from the bed, and rushed to the balcony. At first glance, the water level of the lake was indeed full. It seemed to have just overflowed not long ago. Reminder, the lake is flooding, and the current loss of aquatic resources is 1. Fortunately, only 1 was lost, and the aquatic production limit was not damaged. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, abnormal situations such as the flooding of small lakes or the discharge of lake water outside the territory will lead to the loss of aquatic resources. Maybe you can't see a few fish and shrimps flooding out, but they just disappeared. If the situation continues to be serious, the upper limit will be lowered, which is the most fatal thing. The upper limit has been lowered, and even when resources are updated at the beginning of the second month, it cannot be restored. This is a permanent loss. Luo Yu didn't even have time to wash his face or brush his teeth. He hurriedly clicked on the construction page and started building the dam. The 20-centimeter mini wall built before was definitely not enough. After checking that there were enough bricks, Luo Yu planned to build a flood control dam in earnest. Flood control dams are divided into simple, solid, beautiful, luxurious, and other grades. After Luo Yu took a general look, he decided to build one of the beautiful grade. It's already built, so please give it a higher score if it looks better. Beautiful flood control dam. Per meter stone bricks 50, iron or 50, gold 1, jade 1. The cost is a little different from that of a wall. The dam consumes more iron or to ensure that it is more solid. After clicking OK, Luo Yu stood on the balcony, and a beautiful dam immediately appeared where his finger pointed. The dams are all 1 meter high and 30 centimeters thick. Not to mention, the various patterns on them are quite beautiful. Now is not the time to appreciate it. Luo Yu drew a circle around the lake with his finger. The original mini wall was replaced by a beautiful dam. Please select the flood discharge location. The dam naturally has a flood discharge point, which is not used under normal circumstances. However, if the water level is high one day and an attack happens to come from the north and it is difficult to resist, Luo Yu can choose to discharge the flood to kill those bastards. Of course, it will definitely cause great losses to yourself. The flood discharge point is actually a few sluice gates built on the dam. Luo Yu opened a sluice gate each in the southeast, northwest, and northeast of this circle of dams. After everything is built, the beautiful dam is completed. Sure enough, the flooding of the lake stopped on the spot, and water resources stopped being lost. However, this consumed a large amount of Luo Yu's stone bricks. At a glance, there were only 3,000 bricks left of the original large number. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes, so this is all we can do. I watched the World Channel, and it was filled with resentment. Heavenly Tao, fuck you, seafood boss. Why do you have to do this? You spent so much effort to create a Heavenly Tao world just to torture us, right? Let me tell you a secret. Tiandao is my son, and I am the Lord of Tiandao, or Tianai for short. You are the Lord of Heaven, and I am the ancestor of Heaven. What should we do if it floods? Will it flood our home soon? Please, some kind person, please take me away. I don't want to work hard anymore. The world is miserable, but there is some nutritional content in the regional channel. Portino, Centaur, gentlemen, I think we should dig ditches. It is better to lose the aquatic resources than to drown them. Lu Chongwei, human on Earth, you make it sound easy. It's raining heavily. How many people do you have to dig ditches? What if someone gets sick? Terry, Zentry, buy prisoners. Take advantage of a low price to buy a batch of them to dig ditches. It's the only way to avoid disaster. Okamoto Hikawa, yo, why don't we have man-made dams? Simple dams are not expensive to build. Luo Yu, brother Okamoto, what did you do in the past? Okamoto Hikawa, brother Luo Yu, your Japanese is at the level of a colonel. Lu Chongwei, Luo Yu, and I want Hua girl to do some work. He Qian, human from Earth, can you 3 speak human language? Zhu Lai, don't speak your planet's dialect on the regional channel. Find a solution quickly. Dio, Cobalt, I have a solution. I'll build a dam to surround my home, so I don't have to worry about sleeping in the water. Everyone in the regional channel spoke enthusiastically and summarized 2 solutions, which are nothing more than building dams and digging ditches. In the group, Fong Yumming asked curiously, what do you think? A simple dam or a ditch? Elena, build a dam. Alice, I also think that if we build a dam, the overall aquatic resources will be compressed when winter comes. If we dig ditches now and cause a large amount of aquatic resources to be lost, it will make winter particularly difficult. Nyoda, I have stones. I have a lot of stones. I love mining. If you don't have enough stones, come to me. Naker, I haven't mined all the bricks from the last crustal movement. I saved some of them before. If you don't have enough, come and ask me for them. Luo Yu. The simple dam is not very good. We don't know when the rain will stop. If the water level is too high and the dam breaks, all our efforts will be in vain. My opinion is to build a second type of dam that is strong enough. You see, a solid dam can adjust the proportion of iron ore and bricks by itself. You don't have enough stone bricks, so you can use iron ore instead. I have plenty of iron ore here, so if you don't have enough, ask me for it. Fang Yumeng. I agree to build the dam. Naker agreed. Nyoda. I agree too. Chapter 176. Dealing with Disasters. Alice and Elena both agreed with the solid dam plan. Luo Yu. Everyone, let's get started right away. If you have any difficulties, please tell us in the group, and we will definitely help if we can. Everyone in the group was busy, but Luo Yu keenly captured the business opportunity. How many people have the ability to build a dam? To survive this flood of the small lake, most people would probably choose to dig ditches. So the question is, digging ditches requires a large number of people. Where do these people come from? Captives and animals that can dig. The price of captives, which had hit rock bottom, will surely rebound. The market is always the first to react. When I went to the auction house, I saw that the price of the captive had returned to 6,000. I'm afraid it was already rising last night. Luo Yu has more than 100 captives in his hands, and he will definitely not sell those pirates. As for the others, we are not in a hurry. Let the prisoners dig stones first, because he thinks the price of prisoners will definitely go up. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu organized all the captives to go to the quarry and dig stones crazily regardless of wind or rain outside. There's no such thing as humanitarianism. Anyway, I'm planning to sell them, so let me use them to my advantage before I do. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Although the strong wind was not as severe as yesterday, it was still at least level 11. It was blowing so hard that it hurt when it hit my face. Well, at this time the quarry is not blown by the wind or hit by the rain, so it is actually not that cruel. By the afternoon, the price of prisoners had begun to soar, and everyone found that there was not enough labor to dig the ditches on their own. If you need to dig, you have to dig a big ditch to release the water. A small ditch is of no use at all. Luo Yu discovered that the water level of the small lake was rising rapidly and had exceeded the flood level by 50 centimeters. In other words, the water level is at 0.5 of the height of the Meijing Dam. The current height of the dam is 1 meter, which is a bit dangerous. Have to keep raising it. This requires more stone bricks. For the first time, Luo Yu felt that building an aesthetically pleasing dam was not a good choice. The cost of raising it was 4 times that of a solid dam. Now, the price of prisoners in the market has soared to 12,000. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu released a batch of 20 prisoners, 10 men and 10 women, all of whom had the worst attribute points. The price was set directly at 2W. It is certain that no one will buy it now, but that may not be the case after a while. At this moment, he could no longer sit still and had to do something. Xiao Dai, continue making the quilts. Xiao Jin, you continue cutting the stones. Xiao Kong and Fia, follow me. He led the 2 little cuties into the mine. Both of them were strong. Luo Yu gave each of them a pickaxe and said, "Get to work. Work hard at mining, and I'll treat you to milk later." Oh, Fia and Xiao Kong both cheered and started working without saying anything. Fia's mining level is LV4, Xiao Kong's level is slightly higher at LV6, but they both sleep in big beds and have the buff of Action Frenzy, so their mining speed is very fast. The clanging sound of the hammers was like a symphony. But in terms of mining speed, Luo Yu is faster. If the 2 of them mining is like a symphony, then Luo Yu's mining is like a rapper chanting. That digging is faster than a rapper can spout lyrics. Various iron ores, copper ores, silver ores, and stones rolled out, and the rhinos, elephants, gibbons, and golden beetles behind them had no time to carry them. As for another mining expert, the Golden Scorpion King, he was sent to the quarry to dig stones. Its speed in digging stones is also amazing, and its thick skin and flesh make it not afraid of being hit. Time passed slowly. After 3 hours, the 2 little cuties were still mining vigorously, while Luo Yu was a little tired. It's not a problem of attribute values, but mental fatigue. In this respect, he is not as good as the beast girl. There is no such thing as mental fatigue for animals. As long as they have strength left, they will work happily until they collapse. But the trial takers or territory members do not have such stamina and need to have some entertainment and relaxation in between. With a sigh of relief, Luo Yu stretched his body while looking at the prompts. You know what? There's a surprise. Tip. The captive you listed has been purchased. In one afternoon, all the captives priced at 20,000 yuan were sold out in an instant, making a profit of 400,000 yuan in one go. He was short of money at the moment, so this money came in handy. This time he put 20 more captives on the shelves, who also had the worst attributes among the remaining batch, 15 men and 5 women. The price this time is 30,000. If I can sell it, I will sell it. If I can't sell it, I will lose some deposit. It doesn't matter. The captives have just been put on the shelves, and the prompt is here. Warning, the water level in your territory is high and will soon flood. The dam built this morning is about to flood now. Luo Yu was startled and rushed out of the mine. He found that the small lake in the strong wind was like a bowl of water that was about to be overturned and spilled. Looking at the stone bricks in the territory, he found that 50,000 of them had been cut in a day, and there was still a lot of iron ore. Luo Yu chose to raise the dam without saying a word. Raising a dam is not like building a dam directly. The materials required are relatively less, and the amount of material consumed is proportional to the height of the dam. This time, Luo Yu increased the height by 20 centimeters, using up all the bricks, and finally stabilized the water level. Looking at the rain outside, it was slowly easing, but Luo Yu knew that the easing was only temporary. The typhoon is still there, the low pressure is still there, so heavy rain may fall again at any time. We need to keep up the good work. After working for another hour, the prisoners could no longer work, so Luo Yu had no choice but to let them return to prison for the time being. There is hot water in the prison. You can take a shower or eat there. You don't have to worry about it for now. Shao Kong and Fei Yu were full of energy, especially Fei Yu, whose physical strength was outrageous. The mining speed did not slow down at all. Just looking at the level, he found that he had upgraded one mining level in one afternoon. Shao Kong also upgraded to a mining level, and she is also a physical monster. After doing physical work for an afternoon, the strength and physical fitness of the two little beast girls have increased a little, which is not bad. After dinner, the heavy rain outside turned into moderate rain, and the water situation finally eased a little. Just as I was about to take a bath, a reminder suddenly appeared. The risk of jailbreak in your prison has increased. Please pay attention. Didn't we just build 4 arrow towers? Luo Yu frowned and walked towards the prison angrily. Bang! Luo Yu kicked the door open and was about to get angry, but the scene in front of him stunned him. Although they were all locked up in the cell, at this moment the male and female prisoners were accusing and quarreling with each other. After understanding the situation, Luo Yu showed a helpless look on his face. Chapter 177. Balancing Methods, the Emperor's Mindset. It turned out that the first thing everyone did after returning was to take a shower. Luo Yu did not separate the barracks for the male and female prisoners, so they were seen taking a shower, which made the prisoners angry. It's time to replan the area. In fact, it was Luo Yu's own negligence before. This luxurious prison has 3 floors in total. The 3rd floor is for holding special persons. Can't the 1st and 2nd floors be used to hold male and female prisoners respectively? Bang! After closing the prison gate, Luo Yu operated it, and all the cell door locks opened automatically. Everyone come out. Luo Yu shouted loudly, and no one dared to disobey, and they came out one by one. Female captives are okay, as they know to wear clothes to cover their modesty. But it is quite outrageous that many men come out shirtless. Go back and put on your clothes, or I'll castrate you. Luo Yu shouted angrily, and the male prisoners fell silent and ran back on spot. After a moment, Luo Yu began to distribute. From now on, the 2nd floor will hold female prisoners, and the 1st floor will hold male prisoners. Do you hear me? I heard it. Everyone said in unison that there was nothing they could do. In the Tiandao world, there were no humanitarian provisions, such as prisoner management regulations. Once the Lord was in a bad mood, killing a few prisoners was just a matter of words, right? Luo Yu looked at the one-eyed dragon. His head was chopped off by an axe, and he had to sew 70 stitches to save his life. Now the scar looked like a giant centipede lying on his head, very ugly. No wonder the aesthetics of the prison has declined recently. What's the point of talking about aesthetics with him around? Luo Yu said unhappily, one-eyed dragon, find a rag and cover the scar on your forehead for me. It makes me sick to see it. Yes, I will follow your orders. Luo Yu got back to the point and said, from now on, all the male prisoners on the 1st floor will be in your charge. Manage them well. If a situation like today happens again, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Don't worry, Lord. I will take good care of all the male prisoners. The one-eyed dragon stood at attention, and a look of excitement appeared in his remaining eye. This is an official position. People always strive for higher positions. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Hmm? That sounds nice. Luo Yu said calmly. How are you going to prove it to me? This. The one-eyed man was stunned at first. Then he understood something. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slapped another male pirate companion next to him to the ground. He stepped on his face and said, My lord, this green ghost is the one who started the trouble. He was the first one to peek at a female prisoner taking a bath, and he whistled at her and said she had a great body or something like that. Yeah, Luo Yu said in a deep voice. This must be investigated thoroughly. Which female prisoner did he say has a great figure? Let this female prisoner come out and prove it. The one-eyed dragon immediately shouted. Did you hear that? The Lord wants to check whether your bodies are as good as the green ghost said. Why don't you stand out? The female captives were intimidated by the Lord's majesty and stood up. Luo Yu's forehead vein jumped when he saw this. What's the matter? You all think you have a great body, right? He waved his hand and said, all right, this won't happen again. That green ghost, I should have killed you for starting the commotion, but considering that you performed well in digging the rocks just now, I'll let it go. From now on, you'll be the deputy captain of the male prisoners and assist the one-eyed dragon in management. Qinggue didn't expect that he would not only not be killed, but also get a small official position. He jumped up, knelt down, and kowtowed, saying, Thank you for your appreciation, Lord. I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. He turned his head and glanced at the one-eyed dragon with a hint of complacency in his eyes. But the one-eyed dragon looked at him with a slightly frown, obviously intending to plot against him or tell on him. The expressions of these two people caught Luo Yu's eyes and made him secretly happy. The superior cannot allow any of his subordinates to dominate at any time. He needs someone to check and balance them so that he can keep everyone under control. This is the emperor's mindset and cannot be known to outsiders. Although Luo Yu had never been an emperor, he more or less understood this principle. Similarly, he also set up a captain and a deputy captain for the female prisoners. The captain is naturally White Snake, and the deputy captain is Red Spider, also a female pirate, a three-dimensional figure of over 100. Come to think of it, whether it's pirates or people from the tribe, their names are all quite strange. The prison was tidied up, and in order to reward the prisoners, Luo Yu announced on the spot that each of them would be given a can of vegetables the next morning. All the captives cheered, and each of them thought that the Lord was a good man, giving them such a good place to live and canned food. He is simply a living bodhisattva. This is the method used by certain groups. They beat you with a stick and then give you a sweet reward. They sell you out, and you have to help them count the money. When leaving the prison, Luo Yu checked the risk of jailbreak. 0. There is no risk at all. Luo Yu felt that this was related to his good management of prisoners in the prison. Previously, physical methods were used to reduce risks, but it seemed that he had to be more flexible and diverse. He reminded himself in his heart and walked back to the villa. A moment later, Luo Yu and the four little cuties were soaking in the warm bathtub, and it was time for some pleasant entertainment again. By the way, Fia, I see that the milk production of those ewes is almost 100. How is your progress? My progress. Fia instinctively looked down, then reacted, hugged her chest, and squatted in the water, blushing and spat. You are the one producing milk. Master is a pervert, disgusting. Affected by the entertainment value, you gain +2 physical fitness when you are entertained. Luo Yu laughed loudly, and his mood suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Xiaodai, go get me a glass of juice. Oh. Xiaodai stood up, and Luo Yu entered the arena, the exclusive warm-up channel for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Tip: due to the bad weather, all channels in the arena are closed and will be reopened after the typhoon passes. This reminder was a bit unexpected. What does a typhoon have to do with a virtual channel of yours? Could it be that the network cable was broken by the typhoon? Luo Yu complained in his heart. He was still thinking about collecting all the rare stones as soon as possible. After a moment, Luo Yu took a sip of the juice handed to him by Xiaodai, then began to browse the world channel. As usual, a lot of scolding. The world channel has been completely devoid of nutrition lately. It's all about cursing the way of heaven. It seems like everyone is being tortured enough. Regional channel. Hiqian, is Yumeng here? Does your team need any bricks? Hiqian, Lu Chongwei, Brother Okamoto, and others are in the same team. There's also a fiery Martian and a Zenithian in their team. Chapter 178. One person owes me 300,000. Fang Yumeng. Bricks are never enough. Qian, do you have much? Qian. Yes. During a special event before, I got a lot of stone bricks, and there are enough for the team. If you need any, you can exchange with me. Qian. Is Luo Yu here? Luo Yu. Looking at it. Qian, what do you want? Qian. We want to build some defensive equipment like arrow towers. Zhu Lai. Qian, you are going too far. Do you know what the price of wood is now? It's 1:6 now, and winter is coming. You're exchanging stones for wood now. Isn't that taking advantage of the situation? Qian. You stupid pig, it's none of your business. Fang Yumeng. Qian, this one is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We don't have enough. Do you want anything else? Qian. Can we exchange it for some meat and vegetables? Zhu Lai. Now that the loss of aquaculture is so serious, you want meat, right? Luo Yu. That's fine. Zhu Lai. Luo Yu, do you have a lot of meat? Luo Yu. It's not bad. I was lucky enough to get some before. Qian, trade with me. In fact, Qian is quite smart. There have been no large-scale animal attacks since autumn, and the strong winds and rainstorms have destroyed many people's vegetable gardens and aquatic resources. The prices of these two things will definitely increase in the future. Vegetables, in particular, are becoming a necessity again. Stone bricks, however, are something that can be produced continuously. There's a great demand for them now, but there will be no demand for them after the typhoon. We should take advantage of this wave to make some money. The reason why Luo Yu agreed was because he had a lot of meat and seafood, and his special milk could attract monsters, so he was not afraid of running out of meat. Luo Yu, the ratio of meat to bricks is 1:10, and vegetables is 1:15. What do you think? Qian. Okay, we are real fellow villagers, it's easy to talk. Of course it's easy to say. I'm afraid this ratio will change a lot in the future. She may be making a small loss now, but she will definitely make a lot of money in the future. She directly put 25 W stone bricks up and said, 1 W meat, 1 W vegetables, do you have any? Seeing her being so straightforward, Luo Yu was even more straightforward and put in 20,000 meat and 20,000 vegetables. Seeing that you have a lot of stone bricks, I will trade this batch first, and you can rearrange it. Qian. Okay. After a while, a prompt came. Transaction successful, you get 50 W stone bricks. 20,000 meat and vegetables is not a particularly large number for Luo Yu. Just yesterday, he collected nearly 70,000 vegetables. There was a pile of stone bricks on the open space in front of him. Luo Yu immediately raised the beautiful embankment by 1 meter. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the water level in the territory overview was no longer above the warning line. I spent 250,000 on stone bricks in one go, and there is no need to rush to use the remaining 250,000. Because the urgent situation has been alleviated now, stones will continue to be produced in large quantities in the future, and the dam can be continuously raised depending on the situation, so the situation will not be as tense as before. Luo Yu clicked on the transactions one by one. Fang Yumeng, Nakoer, Alice, and Alina each gave them 50,000 stone bricks. However, Nyota didn't need any because he had given up on treatment. Luo Yu, including the silver you owe me from the last wave, each of you owes me at least 300,000. Ladies, is there anything wrong with this account? Luo Yu sent them an IOU and asked them to sign it, including Alice. Being obsessed with white hair and being obsessed with looks are just talk. You still have to collect the money. The 4 girls signed the IOU very straightforwardly. This was a common IOU in the Tiandao world. If the payment was not made within the deadline, it would be offset with other materials in the base. For example, if you have no money, when the due date comes, your house, walls, and other buildings will be automatically demolished and exchanged for bricks, silver, and the like, and automatically returned to the creditor. It is so violent. Unless the creditor agrees to an extension. Nakir, 321,173 shilfer. Luo Yu, you calculated it very clearly. Fang Yumeng, hey, there's no interest. Luo Yu, how much money do you have? I'll borrow it all. Luo Yu, I unilaterally declare that Fang Yumeng's interest rate is 10 per day, and there is no upper limit on the compound interest. Fang Yumeng, who cares about you, goose, goose, goose. Alice, Luo Yu, I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Luo Yu, no need, Sister Alice, you can return it any time you want. Elena, what about me? Luo Yu, give it back to me as soon as possible. Alina, damn man, Knock here, Fangyum, Nyoda, boss. I owe you money too. Why can't I write an IOU? Luo Yu. I was just about to say this. I used your photo to scare people before, so just consider that money as a portrait fee. Take 2 more brutal photos from me later. Your photos are pretty scary. Nyoda. Okay. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Luo Yu was happily chatting with everyone, and now he was completely relaxed. The violent storm cannot destroy his territory, and with this wave of stone bricks, my friends can get through it safely. Peace of mind. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu still looked at the prompts out of habit. Affected by the entertainment value, you gain strength +2 when performing entertainment activities. It's so early in the morning, and I don't have any entertainment. Luo Yu looked at the cute little ones crowded around him, and immediately understood why the system thought he was entertaining. I opened the curtains and saw that it was still raining outside. The rain was probably moderate. It rained on and off last night. It seemed that this typhoon would not pass for a while. The current water level is maintained at 75, so there's no need to worry about overflowing for the time being, but we still need to work hard to cut stones today. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Yu's first thing was to cut the beast girl's hair. The little cutie's hair is quite long. It's not convenient to work with long hair, and it gets dirty easily. It's a good time to collect some of the beast girl's hair. I helped them cut their hair into shoulder-length pieces and got 700 units of beast girl hair in one go. Originally, the 4 beast girls should have been worth 400, but due to Luo Yu's beast taming level and other factors, the amount was nearly doubled. After accumulating for so long, the beast girl's hair has accumulated to 3,000 units, which is finally enough to make sheets and quilts. The sheets, pillowcases, and quilts made of beast girl's hair are very beautiful and comfortable. These bedding items are related to the acquisition of your own attribute values, so of course you have to get the best. The number of critical hits is sufficient at the moment, so do it when you have time. After the haircut, the little cutie went to work in high spirits. The prisoners, led by their respective captains, also went to the quarry to mine in an orderly manner. Chapter 179, Gold Soft Armor for Scrolls. Luo Yu took some time to look at the situation of the prisoners. There was a huge difference between having someone under management and having no one under management. Although the original group of prisoners were also digging stones, their efficiency was really not satisfactory. But now, because there are captain and deputy captains supervising them, and the captain and deputy captain seem to be competing with each other, their voices are louder than each other. This speeds up work efficiency and produces more stones. Luo Yu smiled faintly, returned to the room, and began to observe the pot of flowers. The holy Amanro flower produces a drop of purifying water every month. Luo Yu had forgotten about it before, but now he remembered it. After observing it carefully, he found a drop of crystal clear water on a petal. Purifying water washes away all impurities, can be used to purify equipment, make advanced medicines, etc. Luo Yu carefully collected the purifying water, then took out the golden soft armor from the bracelet and dripped the purifying water on it. A circle of light appeared on the golden soft armor, and the next moment, a prompt came. The purifying water has purified the golden soft armor, and it is no longer the clothes of the dead. Done. A look of joy appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He didn't need any protective gear, but he could sell it. You can also exchange for various things. Gold-level defensive items are actually more expensive than gold-level weapons. World, Human Anonymous, Golden Soft Armor can be exchanged for characteristic upgrade scrolls. If you have any, please send me a private message. The characteristic upgrade scroll is worth 10 million in the mall. Are you crazy? You want to exchange it for gold-level armor? Brother, you don't understand this. No one will buy it for 10 million. Upgrading it to LV1 won't improve its characteristics much. Gold armor can save your life at a critical moment. I don't have an upgrade scroll, but I have a transfer scroll. Would you like to exchange it? Personal characteristic copy scrolls in exchange for a large amount of stone bricks? What a trade. Luo Yu was waiting for business to come to him, when he suddenly saw someone using his personal characteristic copy scroll to exchange for stone bricks. This could not be missed. He directly sent a transaction box, but the other party seemed to have entered the transaction state. It seems that there are many people who want to take advantage of the opportunity. At this time, a transaction box was sent to Luo Yu. After he confirmed it, the other party actually directly put up a feature upgrade scroll. Troll, Anonymous, give me the golden soft armor quickly. Troll Tribe, this is a relatively high-level race. Why are you in such a hurry? Luo Yu asked tentatively. Brother, why are you so anxious? What happened? Trolls. Nonsense, you ant-like human. Trade the golden soft armor immediately. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Oh, although Luo Yu wanted the golden soft armor very much, he was also very curious. He replied, if you don't explain it clearly, I will feel uneasy. Tell me, do you have a feeling what's going to happen? The trolls were silent for a while and seemed a little impatient, but they looked at the soft armor and said, heavy rain will wash out the unclean things. You're a low-level race with a low score. It has nothing to do with you. Trade immediately. There is nothing wrong with what he said. The territory scores of races, such as trolls and blood demons, are at least over 20,000. Luo Yu didn't say much and clicked on the transaction. Transaction successful. You get a personal characteristic upgrade scroll. Unlimited. Got the stuff. Although he cared a lot about what the trolls said, Luo Yu's excitement was beyond words at the moment, and he directly chose to use the scroll. He used the personal characteristic upgrade scroll, unlimited, to upgrade the hero's characteristics to 3 stars. Hero characteristics, 3 stars, maximum comfort temperature plus 30, minimum comfort temperature minus 30, global working speed plus 60, global attack speed plus 60, global success rate plus 60, personal beauty plus 30, luck value plus 30. Wow, the attributes have been comprehensively improved, and 30 points of luck have been newly activated. Attack speed 60, and now your luck value is 60 points. Awesome. I exchange a piece of gold soft armor I robbed for this 1000 W scroll. What a huge profit. This wave of improvement gave Luo Yu full confidence that he could make good use of the world's #1 martial arts competition in winter. However, what the troll said just now made Luo Yu vaguely concerned. What unclean thing. After I built a beautiful dam, the score of my territory reached 43,225 points. If I really had to attack based on the score, it would definitely be my turn. Luo Yu wondered if he should strengthen the defense of his territory. As he was thinking this, a transaction box suddenly popped up in front of him. It turned out that the guy who had just exchanged the stone brick for the characteristic copy scroll had clicked on his own transaction. Moonlight Tribe. Anonymous, this scroll can be exchanged for 500,000 stone bricks or food of equal value. When Luo Yu saw it, he just XED the transaction box. 50W, what a cosmic joke. He left the room and went down to the basement. Although it was a rainy day, it didn't seem damp at all because the entire villa was paved with sterile floor tiles. The flowers in the basement were in full bloom, which was actually quite beautiful. The automatic sewing machine was working, and Xiaodai was sitting on a small stool beside it, operating it happily. Seeing Luo Yu coming, she immediately stood up and ran to Luo Yu, holding Luo Yu's arm, and said, Master, you are here. Affected by beauty, you gain agility +2 when viewing beautiful women. After all, the aesthetics level is 395, so the attribute points were given quite suddenly. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Well, I missed you, so I came to see you. Master is so nice. Xiaodia's face was flushed, and she had an intimate expression on her face. After talking with Xiaodai for a while, a blue quilt appeared at the outlet of the sewing machine. Wolfskin quilt, bedding, insulation. Xiaodai was about to put new cloth and fur into the sewing machine, but Luo Yu smiled and said, Let's do something else. I'll do it. Oh. Under Xiaodia's gaze, Luo Yu put in 300 units of beast girl hair, clicked on the pillowcase production, and said something silently in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. But within a moment, colorful light came out from the discharge port, and a pillowcase appeared. Colorful auspicious cloud pillowcase diamond level. Rest efficiency increased by 15. Disease recovery increased by 15. Positive buff increased by 15. Aesthetics +20. Territory score +200. Comfort improved. Wow. Diamond grade. Master is awesome. Xiaodai seemed very happy, and Luo Yu was also smiling. Most pillowcases were of silver attributes, and only the diamond grade ones could add some extra attributes. After all, it's just a pillowcase. Tip. You are the first trialist whose territory beauty exceeds 400 in the nearby area, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 1,000 jade. Chapter 180 Humans, the Gods Among Ants. Another extra reward. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and then remembered something. My own big bed, bedside tables, and now pillowcases all seem to improve my rest efficiency. A look at the properties shows that the rest efficiency has increased by 85. This means that fatigue can be recovered in almost half the sleep time. No wonder I woke up at 3 or 4 in the middle of the night recently, and I was so energetic that I had to count sheep in bed for a while before I could fall asleep. It turns out this is the culprit. Luo Yu was thinking whether he should go to the arena in the middle of the night and participate in some midnight activities in the future, while he stuffed 1,200 units of Beast Girl hair into the sewing machine. This time I chose to make a quilt cover. 100 times critical hit trigger. Next, Luo Yu attacked the quilt cover and bedsheet as planned. Although the sizes were different, their properties were almost the same as those of the pillowcase. They're all colorful diamond level. This time the rest efficiency has reached 105. Are there any insomniacs at midnight? In the midnight arena, the battle will last until dawn. After doing all this, Luo Yu touched Xiaodia's little head, turned around, and left the basement under her admiring gaze. Having made diamond-grade bedding 3 times in a row, Xiaodia's admiration for her master is like a torrent of water. In the following time, Luo Yu continued to mine, but he kept thinking about what the troll had just said. Dirty things will attack high-scoring territories? Can I stop it? What defensive equipment is most effective against dirty things? While digging frantically and thinking about his troubles, suddenly he heard a crisp sound of metal clashing, and Shao Kong fell to the ground with a cry. Luo Yu looked carefully and found that Shao Kong had dug up an exclusive treasure chest while mining. He hurriedly picked up the treasure chest. There was still one last chance for a critical hit, so he might as well use it. Seeing that Luo Yu was about to open the box, Shao Kong and Fia both leaned over, blinking their beautiful eyes with anticipation. 100 times critical hit trigger. When the treasure chest was opened, the golden light inside was dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fist-sized piece of gold. Fia picked up the gold nugget, bit it with her teeth, and said excitedly, "Master, it's Gengjin." "What is Gengjin?" Shao Kong was quite curious, but Fei stuffed the gold nugget into Luo Yu's hand, hugged Shao Kong, and giggled. "Shao Kong is amazing. Gengjin is a good thing." "Oh, my hands are so dirty. I made you dirty too." "Woo." Luo Yu naturally didn't care about the 2 beast girls. Now he only had eyes for this gold brick. Gengjin, 500 units materials for making and upgrading high-level weapons. Can also be used as construction materials instead of gold. Ratio: 1 Gengjin equals 100 gold. After reading the instructions carefully, I found that Gengjin is generally the material used to make weapons and protective gear above the Grandmaster level, and it can greatly increase the sharpness. Now it is enough for Luo Yu's Ye-Yang double swords. He didn't have the ability to make such a thing, so he just used it for construction. 500 units of Gengjin are equal to 50,000 gold, which seems to be able to be used to build an electric shock tower. But the critical hit chance is gone. I will build it again tomorrow. After putting the Gengjin into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu continued digging frantically. Various minerals such as iron, ore, copper, or silver, etc. are continuously produced. As the level has been raised, gold can occasionally be dug up. Compared to Luo Yu, the 2 little cuties around him are much worse. They usually dig out stones. That's fine. Stones are quite important now. It takes time to upgrade the mining level, and the mineral resources consumed by them now should be regarded as an investment. It is said that after so many days of frantic mining, the mineral resources in this vein were consumed very quickly, and only 110 was left. It was mainly dug by Luo Yu, whose overall working speed was outrageous. Okay, let's finish digging early and complete the task early. The rain fell on and off throughout the day. By evening, Luo Yu had raised the Meixiang Dam to 3 meters, using up all the stones that had been left behind and those that had been dug today. This won't leak out now, right? I took a bath at night and gained 2 points of strength as soon as I lay on the bed. The new bedding is so awesome. The little cuties also fell asleep comfortably. They didn't need pillows or anything because Luo Yu's arms and legs were their pillows. Another beautiful morning has arrived. Hint: you get Action Frenzy 2 days. The Action Frenzy buffs have accumulated over nearly a month. Luo Yu looked at the water level immediately. It was 2 meters overflowing and the dam was 3 meters high. Fortunately, it was okay. Today, the rain outside is much lighter, but the wind is still howling. The clouds in the sky have been squeezed dry, but the wind is still so noisy. The world of heaven is indeed a magical place. The captives that were previously on sale for 30,000 have been sold out. There's a shortage of people everywhere due to flood control and rescue efforts, and it's not easy for everyone. While eating breakfast, Luo Yu was browsing the World Channel. I didn't know until I saw it. I was shocked. My aquaculture limit has been reduced by 30 inch. 30 is pretty good. I dug a big ditch to drain the water, and it dropped by 40. Look at the price of meat. I estimate that on average, the entire Tiandao world loses more than 30 of its aquatic resources per person. I watched helplessly as a treasure chest slipped away. I, the demon lord, have lost 70 of my power. You are nothing. Luo Yu smiled secretly and posted a message. I built a 3-meter-high dam and not a drop of water leaked out. Grass. Depend on. Go to hell. Damn the anonymity of the human race. Humans are the gods among ants. People in the regional channel were also complaining that a lot of their aquatic resources had been lost. However, in their own small groups, everyone was smiling happily. Naker, I want to tell the world loudly that I didn't let any fish escape. Fong Yumeng, Luo Yu's bricks have been a great help. I always feel that I owe him something. Luo Yu, is there anything we can help you with? Elena, he wanted us to wear Band-Aid swimsuits. Alice, excuse me. What exactly is a Band-Aid swimsuit? Luo Yu, Elena, you know me well. But this time, Lao Nyo and I had a private chat and came up with a new style, a hemp rope swimsuit. Do you dare to wear it? Fong Yumeng. Luo Yu, you really don't want to hide your identity as a LSP, right? Knocker, haha. Luo Yu is good in everything except that he likes to tease us. But I don't hate him. Nyoda, boss, when did you discuss this with me? Luo Yu, you have no vision at all. I don't have a little brother like you. Chapter 181. Flash floods. Ancient creatures attack. Nyoda, I remember now, the boss did discuss this with me before, and it was me who suggested the hemp rope swimsuit. Look at my poor memory. Fong Yumeng, I thought of a word to describe Neo University. Luo Yu, I know what you're going to say, ha ha ha. This girl definitely wants to say licking a dog. No, it should be licking a cow. The time chatting with everyone is always so happy. After breakfast, today's schedule is the same as before. The little beast girls did what they were supposed to do, and the captives went to the quarry to dig stones. However, because the captives were constantly being sold, several leaders showed a hint of sadness in their eyes. The team is getting smaller and smaller. Luo Yu walked into the garden and prepared to build an electric shock tower. Electric strike tower, primary copper or 50,000, gold 50,000, silver 500,000. There's just enough copper ore. If there's not enough gold, we can use Gengjin to replace it. As for money, we made a lot of money by selling prisoners, and we have enough silver. Let's get started. After clicking to build, Luo Yu muttered something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. Top-level electric strike tower. Attack range 50,000 meters, including air defense. Accuracy 100. Attack interval 5 seconds. Power. Instant kill below. 500 physique. Adjustable. Another top-level electric shock tower was erected in the territory, and, as usual, it was built near the villa. The big villa is Luo Yu's lair, so the defense is naturally the most strict. Previously, the villa had a main door and a back door, but now a side door is built on the left. Luo Yu nodded secretly. He learned from watching TV and reading novels before that lightning is most lethal to things like filth. Now, there are 3 electric shock towers in the territory. Come over, any monsters or demons. I am not afraid of you. The newly built electric shock tower gave him unlimited courage. As he walked towards the mine, he checked the resource overview of the territory. Silver, 50W. Wood, 12W. Iron ore, for W. Stone bricks, 1050. Copper, 1,500. Jade, 65,000. Gold, 1,200. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. Faircloth, 7,1. Meat, 11. Vegetables, 6,5. What we lack now are stone bricks and copper, but everything else is fine. Having said that, there are a lot of jade, so it's time to consider increasing the aesthetics. In the morning, Luo Yu was mining in a mine when he suddenly saw a prompt. Geological mutation occurred in the quarry. He hurried over to take a look, only to see a tragic scene. Suddenly, stone spikes appeared on the ground of the quarry, and some of the suicide squad who were mining were stabbed to death. Excessive logging can lead to dangerous incidents. The captives were smart and ran away as soon as they saw something unusual on the ground. The death of 2 was acceptable, but all the insects died. All the earthworms were stabbed to death. However, the ground badgers reacted quickly and only 4 of them died. Intermediate wisdom is still much better than low-level wisdom. Looking at the one-eyed dragon and others standing in front of him, Luo Yu sighed softly. It is hard for a clay pot to break when it is out of the well, and it is inevitable for a general to die in battle. Rest in peace, my dead brothers. After a fake sigh, Luo Yu said, One-eyed dragon, organize the people to throw all the bodies into the incineration pit, and the other brothers immediately cut off all the protruding stone spikes and send them to Lord Jinjisu. Yes, the prisoners started working immediately. It was impossible for another geological mutation to happen immediately, right? The death of 2 prisoners and some bugs is nothing. We are a suicide squad, so there will be casualties. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. These numerous protruding stone spikes are ready-made stone bricks, and Xiao Jin just needs to cut them directly. In just 2 hours, 150,000 stone bricks were cut out. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu looked up at the sky and saw that all the clouds had been squeezed dry. The water level was considered to be under control. Luo Yu plans to use these bricks to build a water tower and some wind-powered water pumps. First, we can take advantage of the current strong wind. Second, it can also alleviate some of the surging lake water, of course, only a little bit. The main thing is to store more water in case of emergency. God knows what kind of strange disaster will happen next. Wind-powered water pump. Stone 10,000, silver 500, iron or 500, requires natural wind. Beautiful water tower. 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron or 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. This time, Luo Yu directly built 3 beautiful water towers and 5 wind-powered water pumps, using the newly acquired stones. A row of wind-driven water pumps were spinning rapidly in the small lake. Luo Yu heard the clean water continuously being poured into the water tower, and a smile appeared in his eyes. By dinner time, the rain had finally stopped, and the howling winds were gradually weakening. The whole world was celebrating the end of the disaster with joy. The people in the group were also chatting excitedly. No one had lost any aquatic resources, and they were like winners. At night, Luo Yu had just finished taking a shower and was about to go to bed when he suddenly received a reminder. Alert! The typhoon caused flash floods. There are some ancient creatures hidden in the flash floods. They will control the flash floods to impact territories with a score of more than 30,000 points, seize resources and territory cores. Please be prepared. Everyone received this notification at the first moment and was stunned. The world channel and regional channels immediately became lively. Oh no, ancient creatures are attacking. This is a flash flood. Want to destroy the base. It's ruined. Stupid X. Didn't you see that the rating is over 30,000? Are you worthy of being hit by a flash flood? Oh, it has to be more than 30,000. It turns out I'm not worthy of it. That's fine. The bosses above 30,000 are so powerful that they can easily deal with flash floods. Right, bosses? It's a punishment from heaven. It's the way of heaven to maintain balance. It's your fault for making you develop so fast. You deserve it. Everyone in the channel was making sarcastic remarks, and Luo Yu had already heard the rumbling sound of a flash flood coming from all directions. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The muddy mountain torrent rushed into the strike formation for the eastern entrance. It was a mudslide. Under the impact of such a terrible mudslide, the durability of the walls of the strike array dropped rapidly. Luo Yu chose to repair them without saying a word. Wall durability, 38, under repair. Wall durability, 71, 42. The durability of the mechanism wall is higher than that of the surrounding wall, and the repair speed is also faster, but the silver consumption is very high. The rolling mudslide surged past the first corner and rushed into the second death corridor, madly consuming the durability of all the mechanism walls along the way. Fortunately, it was a mechanical wall, so the repair speed was fast enough. If it was any other wall, it would have been washed away. Chapter 182, Tentacle Monster. The dirty stuff is coming. The mudslide rushed through 3 bends along the way, but stopped at the 4th bend. A large amount of rocks and other things were accumulated at the corner, finally preventing the mudslide from destroying the entire strike formation from the front. The mudslide cannot move forward, but it still keeps pouring in from the outside. It looks like it can't move forward, but it's about to overflow. At a certain moment, a rolling mudslide overflowed directly from the top of the strike array wall and spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of the mudslide was heard coming from all directions, and it seemed that it all gathered at the east entrance. This once again confirmed his idea. The air wall at the bottom in other directions not only blocked Luo Yu from going out to explore, but also blocked everything outside from coming in. As for the upper part, it seems that the air wall cannot stop the flying birds at present. To the east, the mudslide quickly overflowed outward, and the arrow tower began to be impacted. But fortunately, it was a 2-star arrow tower, mostly made of stone and was relatively solid, so it could be repaired quickly. Luo Yu clicked on all the repairs in a hurry. In just a short while, he had already consumed nearly 50,000 silvers in repair fees. How can you describe how expensive it is? The flash flood lasted for about 10 minutes. The overflowing mudslide was not as lethal as a direct rush-in. Moreover, Luo Yu's territory was very large, and a lot of mudslides overflowed, but only in the east direction. Watching the mudslide gradually calm down, Luo Yu began to become alert. Sure enough, a tentacle stretched out from the rolling mud and rocks within the strike array. Black tentacles. More and more tentacles began to appear, and then a large number of black tentacle monsters that looked somewhat similar to squids jumped out from the mudslides everywhere. There were a total of 20 of them. The largest of them was a tentacle monster as big as an elephant and even had a human face, looking extremely ferocious. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the tentacle monsters appeared, the arrow tower immediately started shooting. But what surprised Luo Yu was that the bodies of these tentacle monsters were very elastic, and all the arrows hitting them were bounced back. Stupid, low-level creature. Do you think a few bows and arrows can do anything to us? The tentacle monster with a human face actually spoke. The voice was very harsh and loud, making people feel dizzy when they heard it. As the voice fell, the human-faced tentacle monster screamed again. The harsh sound waves rolled over, and Luo Yu felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. Ancient evil tentacle creatures let out a mental roar, affecting all trialists and territory members. Mental attack. He shook his head and looked at the little cuties around him, but didn't react at all. They are animals, not trialists or members. Xiao Jin. Oh, Xiao Jin immediately understood what Luo Yu meant and let out a deafening tiger roar. Roar! An even more powerful sound wave swept out, directly suppressing the scream. King Sebaru. There are such things in the land of vile and inferior creatures. The expression of the human-faced tentacle monster became even more distorted and hideous. It actually opened its mouth and spit out a black round bead, which shattered with a bang, forming billowing black smoke. The black smoke gradually turned into a ghost face, which made people feel scared when they saw it. Owner. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong looked at the ghost face in the sky with horror. Even Xiao Jin looked uneasy, and they all hid behind Luo Yu. The only exception was Fei Ye, who stood in front of Luo Yu and was very courageous. Fearful ghost face. All creatures that see the ghost face will fall into a state of fear, except for those with special abilities. This exception includes Fei Ye and Luo Yu. Fei Ye has the skill of courage and is not afraid of any enemy. Luo Yu has heroic traits and is immune to fear. He sneered and said, "If this is all you have, then you can go die." Sizzle. 3 bolts of lightning burst out and hit the 3 tentacle monsters on the spot. The 3 little tentacle monsters were struck by lightning and black smoke came out of their bodies. But what surprised Luo Yu was that they did not die. Lightning Tower. The human-faced tentacle monster let out another shrill scream, which sounded like a charge. It ignored the shooting from the arrow tower and rushed directly towards the territory. Their speed was originally very fast, but this time the impact was much slower. The tentacle monsters found that their bodies were slightly hot and they had difficulty moving. Thermal arrow. Despicable race die. The human-faced tentacle monster opened its mouth again, and this time it spewed out a cloud of black mist. The black fog was about the size of a room and floated directly towards Luo Yu. It was obvious that the fog of war could not block the monster's vision. This black fog is obviously a very filthy thing. Who knows how many viruses and bacteria it contains. Once hit by it, you will probably get sick and bleed from all 7 orifices on the spot. The dirty thing that the trolls said would attack us now seems to be really dirty. Luo Yu was still standing on the balcony at this moment. Seeing the black fog coming, he rushed into the room quickly and carried out the holy Amon Luo Hua. This holy flower can keep away filth and evil spirits. The holy Amanro flower is a master-level flower. The light covers a large area. The light spreads out with the balcony of the villa as the center. When the black fog touches the light, a scream comes out from the black fog and dissipates on the spot. Complete defeat. The black fog is no match for the holy light. Holy flower. You actually have such a thing. We must destroy it. We must destroy everything that is pure. Kill, kill, kill. The horrible face of the human-faced tentacle monster was completely twisted together, and dozens of tentacles were swinging wildly, at a speed a little faster than before, rushing towards the base. Boom! Boom, boom! The catapult was launched and smashed towards the little tentacle monster. After being attacked by the heat energy, the speed of these little tentacle monsters slowed down a lot, and they were unable to dodge for a while. A stone hit one of the little tentacle monsters. Bang! With a loud bang, the little tentacle monster was smashed and sprayed out a ball of black water, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. But the terrifying thing is that the tentacle monster, with half of its body smashed off, is still rushing forward and is not dead at all. What monster? Luo Yu was really surprised. These ancient creatures always come up with new tricks. He decided to go all out and directly adjusted the power of the 3 top-level lightning towers to the maximum value. Instant kill for those with less than 500 physique. Sizzle. 3 arcs of electricity struck out again, directly smashing the 3 tentacle monsters into pieces. Chapter 183, Electric Tower, the Eternal God. All the exploded flesh and blood was emitting black smoke, as if the soul was being burned by lightning. After letting out terrible screams, it stopped moving. Completely died suddenly. Good. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. After seeing this scene, the human-faced tentacle monster kept screaming, urging the tentacle monsters to move forward quickly, while using mental attacks to try to scare the trial takers in this territory into idiots. If it were any other territory, this screaming tactic might really work, but unfortunately, there was only one trial taker in Luo Yu's territory, and he had heroic characteristics. As for the prisoners not being able to hear anything, the luxury prison was designed so that the wardens could do shameful things like torture in it, and the sound insulation effect was so strong. The mental attack effect is invalid. Sizzle. 3 more full-strength lightning bolts struck, killing 3 tentacle monsters. Under the continuous lightning bolts, only 10 tentacle monsters were left. Sizzle. The arc flashed, and only 7 were left. But it must be said that even with the thermal energy attack, these tentacle monsters are still very fast, and are now only about 150 meters away from the city wall. You despicable creature, once we rush in, we will make sure you die without a burial place. The human-faced tentacle monster let out a sharp cry, but was greeted by arrows. A large number of thermal energy arrows fell from the sky and shot at them densely. Because a new 2-star arrow tower was built to prevent prison escape, plus the ones built before, there are 10 2-star arrow towers inside Luo Yu territory, and 1 wave of shooting is 100 arrows. The thermal energy arrows fell down with a crackling sound and hit the tentacle monsters, especially the human-faced tentacle monster that was rushing the fastest. Although the dense arrows shot at it and were bounced back by its flexible skin, the force was mutual. The arrow was bounced back, but the human-faced tentacle monster was also knocked back by the force of the arrow. Even it retreated, not to mention those little tentacle monsters. At the same time, the tentacle monsters felt their body temperature rising continuously, as if they were melting from the inside. The arrows were bounced back, but the arrowheads were very hot. Even if one arrow only transmitted a trace of heat poison, one can imagine the impact of so many arrows being shot at in an overwhelming manner. Sizzle. After retreating continuously, 3 more tentacle monsters were taken away by the electric tower. At the same time, the internal temperature of one of the tentacle monsters was too high, and it suffered from heat stroke and died instantly. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the tentacle monster being forced back by arrows. With the help of counterattacks, it seems these tentacle monsters are doomed. He had seen it before. Every time a tentacle monster died, something seemed to fall out like some metal stuff. Sizzle. Including the human-faced tentacle monster, the remaining 3 tentacle monsters were hit by the electric arc again. The 2 small tentacle monsters exploded directly, and the human-faced tentacle monster was also smoking from the electric arc. It seemed that it was seriously injured. All the arrows in the sky are now shot at the human-faced tentacle monster, and it is the only one left. Under such intensive arrow shooting, the human-faced tentacle monster was knocked more than 10 meters away, even though it was very powerful. At the same time, Its originally black skin turned into a fiery red. It seemed to realize that it was about to die, and it let out a sharp, long howl again. I want to curse you to be filled with endless fear. Sizzle. Before he could finish his curse, he was concentrated by 3 500-watt lightning bolts and exploded on the spot. Curse is invalid. This is the attack speed. Hint. You killed all the ancient creatures and successfully survived this flash flood. You get battle reward. Free attribute points plus 10. You have attracted the attention of the ancient crypt kingdom in the nearby area, and you have been listed as a target for attack. Bang! Various things exploded from the human-faced tentacle monster and scattered on the ground. Luo Yu laughed, got out of the villa, and walked out slowly. As for whether it's a kingdom or not, if you dare to come, you will die. Is the electric tower kidding you? Electric tower, forever the god. After a moment, looking at the spoils in front of him, his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations on obtaining the item, Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll. Congratulations on winning Silver 20W. Congratulations on winning Gold 1W, Jade 1W, Platinum 2000. Congratulations on receiving Dishio Spirit Liquid 1. Congratulations on obtaining the Personal Attribute Scroll, Sharp as the Wind, Platinum level. Congratulations on obtaining the DUN Fruit Seeds. The human-faced tentacle monster dropped a lot of things that made Luo Yu overjoyed, and they were obviously very valuable things. Collect them all. We need to deal with the aftermath first. We will study these spoils carefully later. The world is still full of ambiguity at this moment, but the higher-level races have also spoken. Dragon Clan, Anonymous, what are these things? They're difficult and disgusting, even more disgusting than the vampires. Blood Clan, Anonymous, Earthworm, please speak more clearly, or I'll skin you alive. But having said that, it's true that these tentacle monsters are disgusting and difficult to deal with. Demon, Anonymous, the mental attack is quite interesting. It drove more than a dozen of my maids crazy. I will remember this. Angel, Anonymous, are you a demon who is not crazy? That's a shame. In the past, it was rare to see this group of races speaking in the world. Once the truly high-level races spoke, those who were originally sarcastic immediately dared not speak anymore, and the entire world channel felt refreshed. In the regional channel, an angel girl also spoke up, but she only said, "Alas, ancient creatures are not easy to deal with. Has anyone been attacked like me?" No one dared to speak. Legend has it that angels are not only beautiful, but also a very powerful race, which is somewhat racially suppressed. In the small group, Fong Yumeng asked tentatively, "Luo Yu, you won't be attacked?" Luo Yu, "Lucky, I got a pot of flowers that can control filth." As he said this, he took a screenshot of the holy Amanro flower and posted it in the group channel. Fong Yumeng, "Oh my god, you've really been attacked. The 30,000 rated boss is right next to me." At the same time, when the girls saw the holy Amanro flower, they were all amazed. Elena, Luo Yu, you actually raised the holy flower. Are you determined to stand on Alice's side? Alice, Luo Yu, this flower is so holy. You are the one blessed by the goddess of light. I am very happy. Naker, so beautiful. You are so lucky. Fong Yumeng, is this luminous plant technology? It's so beautiful, but why is there no such flower on my technology tree? Chapter 184, Outrageous Technology. While Luo Yu was chatting with everyone, he looked at the large amount of flesh and blood formed after the explosion of a human-faced tentacle monster. Contaminated, filthy meat. Eating it will infect you with various diseases. Burying in the ground will gradually transform the soil in the area into cursed soil, accelerating the growth of some special plants. Oh, these meats are interesting. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. These filthy meats could also transform the land. He had seen cursed soil in Elena's territory before. It was very suitable for the growth of strange plants such as heartbreak grass and poisonous mushrooms. It's not just this piece of filthy meat. Every tentacle monster has the same effect and can cover a certain area. These corpses are useful for more than just their meat. Luo Yu discovered the secret that they can bounce back arrows. Tentacle monster skin, elastic, absorbs damage and removes force, can be used as a material for making some weapons and clothing. In addition to useful skin and meat, every small tentacle monster will drop some materials after death, mostly copper or gold and the like. These tentacle monsters are so disgusting. Luo Yu is not willing to let the little cuties deal with the corpses, so he lets the captives do it. After a moment, Looking at the prisoners standing in 2 rows in front of him, Luo Yu said loudly, "I know everyone is very tired from working during the day, but we must display the spirit of continuous fighting and hard struggle. No one should sleep tonight. Let's deal with the spoils and corpses and dig out all the mud and rocks that poured into the strike formation. Okay." "Good." The one-eyed man and 4 other minor officials responded immediately, but the other captives were listless. Luo Yu naturally didn't care about that. As long as he was still alive, he had to work. By late night, the captives had collected all the spoils. The foul flesh of the monsters was gathered in a corner on the west side of the territory, forming a cursed soil area of approximately 300 square meters. The captives are now clearing the mudslides in the strike array. Under the moonlight, Luo Yu walked alone to the cursed soil area and carefully transplanted the heartbreak grass. After transplanting one by one, the growth rate of Gastrodia elata increased from 200 to 600. On the cursed soil, the growth rate of the heartbreak grass is 3 times that of the outside. But Luo Yu also discovered that the cursed soil is polluting and will gradually pollute the surrounding land over time. You should know that ordinary crops cannot be grown on cursed soil. After transplanting the heartbreak grass, Luo Yu tried to transplant the ulan leaves, and it was also effective, reaching a growth rate of 600. Cursed soil also has a speed-up effect on spiritual crops. A smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. The next step was to find a way to frame this area to prevent the cursed soil from polluting other places. This is actually very simple. Just build a sterile wall and sterile floor tiles under the soil to completely block it. Now, there is still silver. Let's build it. After a series of operations, the cursed soil in front of him turned into an evil vegetable garden, specializing in growing all kinds of strange things. At this time, the one-eyed dragon ran over and said respectfully, "Lord, the rocks carried by the mudslide are all black spot stones. Should we ask the brothers to clean them and send them to Lord Shao Jin?" "Oh, when it comes to stone bricks," Luo Yu becomes excited. "How many are there?" "At present, we can cut out at least 200,000 or 300,000 stone bricks." "Very good." Luo Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Do as you say." As he said this, he took out a rattan whip and said, "One-eyed dragon, you've been doing well recently, so I'll give you this whip. Beat anyone you don't like. Remember, this whip represents me. It is the imperial sword. I think you should understand its meaning." "Clear." The one-eyed dragon's remaining eye was full of excitement. He knelt on the ground, took the whip, and went to work happily. Luo Yu smiled faintly and went to take a shower as soon as he returned to the villa. You use the diamond shower head to wash away all the dirt on your body and gain physical fitness +1. The little cuties had already fallen asleep, so Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bathtub alone and began to study his spoils. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll grants attributes to weapons of gold grade and above, allowing them to have additional effects when attacking. After reading it carefully, Luo Yu found out that this was a bit like a special effect. After unlocking the technology, after placing the Yang twin swords on the thermal energy storage box for a period of time, the Yang twin swords would absorb and store thermal energy and release it when fighting with the enemy. In other words, if Luo Yu slashed you, not only would you bleed, you would also get heat stroke. It's quite outrageous. The same is true for the lightning box. When Yang's double swords collide with other people's weapons, if the opponent's weapon is conductive, the opponent will be electrocuted. An even more outrageous attribute. There are all some weird technologies. Luo Yu laughed and clicked on the relevant technology page. Weapon Empowerment Technology. Weapon Empowerment Technology Scroll 1. Gold 50,000, Jade 50,000, Silver 50,000. My goodness, look at the cost. The cost of this outrageous technology is also outrageous. Luo Yu discovered that after unlocking this technology tree, not only weapons can be empowered, but also armor can be empowered. It is very likely that if someone cuts you, you'll get an electric shock or heat stroke. Who can stand this? At present, gold is far from enough, but jade is enough. I have just produced a wave of sterile materials with silver, and I need to accumulate some more. The big problem is still gold. There is never enough. Thinking about how he had previously built a lightning strike tower with Genjin, Luo Yu felt that it was hasty. This cost is not fair. Earth Beauty Liquid, one of the natural treasures after taking it, physical fitness +20, planning skills +LV3, individual permanent immunity +20, blood circulation +20, personal appearance +5. This natural treasure is much better than the previous Zhulong fruit. Luo Yu simply poured the small bottle out, and a drop of pure white liquid entered his mouth. Then, the vial also disappeared. You're taking Dixieling liquid, and it is producing effects. Luo Yu felt his whole body slightly warm, with an indescribable feeling of comfort from inside to outside. This is a feeling of joy that comes from the heart. It is the cells cheering as life evolves. After a few moments, the effect was fully effective. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 43,835 points. Personal rating: 3397. Health value: 207 points, currently 71 points. Entertainment value: 151 points. Beauty: 450. Strength: 183. Physical fitness: 195. Agility: 176. Luck: 60. Blood circulation efficiency: 120. Immunity: 120. Life skills: planting LV13. Chapter 185. Sharp as the wind. 2 new affixes, blood circulation and immunity, have been added to the personal panel. It seems that these hidden affixes need to be unlocked slowly. By the way, why is there no such affix as personal aesthetics? I also want to see how attractive I am. After reading the instructions of Tiandao, I learned that the beauty added by individual life forms is counted towards the overall beauty of the territory. Because each race has different aesthetic values, there is no need for the charm value attribute. Luo Yu knew that he had become more handsome. He might be considered a handsome young man in the eyes of humans or races with similar aesthetic standards to humans, but in the eyes of some other races, he might be considered an ugly man or even food. Keep looking at the spoils. Sharp as the wind, platinum movement ability plus 20, overall working speed plus 20, immunity plus 20, immune to all slowing effects. This personal characteristic is awesome. It is a platinum level characteristic after all. Apart from anything else, the fact that he is immune to all slowing effects is already very awesome. Speaking of which, his current hero characteristics increase global working speed by 60, vigorous as the wind by 20, diamond clothes by 100, plus the long-standing action fanatic that increases working speed by 50. This data has reached 230. If you add in bonuses for doing certain specific jobs and some weird buffs, it would be incredible. Having said that, if your personal characteristics are full, it means you need to give up one characteristic. Among so many of my characteristics, the winemaker characteristic is relatively useless, or not very useful for the time being. So that's you? Of course, he wouldn't really abandon it completely. He had to find a way to preserve this feature in other ways. You can either copy the scroll or transfer the scroll of personal characteristics. I searched the auction house and found that the transfer scroll was not for sale, but the copy scroll was priced at 800,000. So expensive. Luo, you remember the guy who wanted to exchange the copy scroll for stone bricks before and send him a private message tentatively. Do you still have that copy scroll? Moonlight Tribe, still in my hand. If you want it, bring food in exchange. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. Now that the rain had basically stopped, the demand for stone bricks was no longer so great, and food became the top priority. Luo Yu. Okay, but the food prices are so high in the market now, I can only give you 15,000 pieces of meat at most. Moonlight Tribe. Then let's make a deal. This time, this guy was very straightforward. The meat and vegetables were easy to sell, and he could even resell them for silver. Transaction successful. You get a copy scroll of your personal characteristics. Luo Yu smiled faintly. You can get meat by just using a fishing net, but this scroll is really hard to come by. He first tried to use the scroll to copy the hero's super characteristic, but failed, and was prompted that ordinary copy scrolls could only copy life-related characteristics. Even the Zerg Nemesis can't be copied. Okay, Luo, you copied the winemaker's characteristics onto the scroll according to the original plan. You choose to give up the winemaker characteristics, are you sure? After confirmation, the brewer's characteristics were gone, and there was an extra empty space in his characteristics column. You have chosen to use the Jinrui Rufeng Platinum feature, are you sure? Click OK. A light will flash, and it will take effect immediately. This time, all aspects of the attributes were strengthened again. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning, but Luo Yu was not very sleepy. When you open the map, you will see that the white dots on the map are still moving, which proves that the prisoners are still working. Since you have set up a prisoner leader, you no longer have to worry about the prisoners slacking off. Continue digesting the spoils. Earth fruit seeds, natural treasures, require unlocking special crop sowing technology, sowing soil fertility of more than 350. After taking a look, I just XED out the description box. The territory's fertility is only 206. It's still early. As for other resources, Luo Yu took a look at the summary. This time he got 5,000 gold, 7,000 jade, 500 platinum, and 10,000 copper ore. Not bad. The drop rate of these ancient monsters is actually quite good. After a while, he lay down on the big bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Luo Yu woke up at dawn the next day. Although he had only slept for more than 3 hours, his sleeping efficiency was too high. He woke up naturally after getting enough sleep. After washing up, Luo Yu strolled towards the east of the territory. The strike array has been completely cleared, and the various stones cleared have been piled up at Shao Jin's stone-cutting site, and the cleared soil has been piled into a small hill. The prisoners were lying on the ground in a mess, looking extremely exhausted. Luo Yu woke up all the captives and asked the women to stay inside the wall of the strike formation first, while he ordered the men to take off their clothes and stand in a row. A water pipe was directly connected. Luo Yu held the pipe and used the rushing water to wash the male prisoners one by one. The prisoners were very dirty. If they walked into the prison like this, who knows if they would bring in some germs. Although the method was a bit rough, the water was hot, which came from a new pipe that Luo Yu had connected from the bathroom. Many captives looked at Luo Yu with a touch of emotion in their eyes. The Lord here provided them with good food, good accommodation, and hot water for bathing. It was simply just like a kind father. After washing, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "One-eyed dragon, take the man back to the prison. Have a good rest after breakfast. You're given a day off today." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone was moved and knelt down. Seeing this, Luo Yu was annoyed and said, "Why are you kneeling? I just washed you clean. Put on your shoes and get out of here." Yes, no one even dared to take their clothes. They just covered themselves a little and ran to the prison. A moment later, it was the female prisoner's turn. Luo Yu always treated everyone equally. He asked them to take off all their clothes and stand in front of him, and then he washed them one by one with warm water. This time, Luo Yu took a long time to wash them clean. Shao Kong brought all the fragrant leaves over. To these female prisoners, Luo Yu's tone became much gentler. He said, "You can't wear these clothes anymore. Use the fragrant leaves to cover them temporarily. We will give you new prison uniforms later. Attention, everyone must cover up. If anyone does not cover up or deliberately makes a coquettish gesture in front of the male prisoners and causes chaos, I will give her to my Minotaur brother." As soon as these words were spoken, the female captives' faces, which had originally turned red, showed signs of fear. "White Snake, let them cover themselves up before you go back. Take these fragrant leaves back and give them to the one-eyed dragon when you return." Yes, as the leader of the female prisoners, Baishi naturally has some abilities. Chapter 186, Paying Debts. Yes, as the leader of the female prisoners, Baishi naturally has some abilities. After a while, the female prisoners also left, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his heart beating violently. To be honest, the scene just now was very nice for the eyes. Well, the female captives usually hunt in the mountains and have great figures. The key is that these natives look like mixed-race people, which is in line with the aesthetic taste of Earthlings. Luo Yu feels very happy seeing them. Tip: affected by the aesthetics, your physical fitness will increase by 2 when you engage in recreational activities. After giving 2 points of physical fitness, my chi and blood became more abundant. Well, we can hold more group bathing events like this in the future. Luo Yu smiled secretly after receiving the reminder. The water used to wash the prisoners comes from a pipe connected to the diamond nozzle, which directly washes away the filth on these people, so you can rest assured. Then, he asked Gibbon to collect all the clothes taken off by the prisoners, wash them with water sprayed from the diamond nozzle, and then load them onto the truck and transport them back. Finally, I removed the water pipe, and everything was settled. It is no longer raining, and the wind is much weaker than before. It seems that the typhoon is about to pass. I looked at the temperature. It is currently 7 degrees, which is quite cold. The autumn rain brings a chill, and the weather changes in an instant. A moment later, Luo Yu threw all the prisoners' old clothes into the fabric recycling table. Various materials appeared, and together with a large amount of cotton cloth rescued before, he planned to make prison uniforms. Prison uniforms do not need to be of very high quality, as long as they can cover the body and keep warm. There are about 60 prisoners now, so we will make 60 sets of prison uniforms first. The amount of cloth required to make a set of prisoner uniforms was set at 800 pieces, which would cost a total of 48,000 pieces of cloth and would take some time. The weather hasn't gotten completely cold yet, so there's no rush. That night, a reminder appeared. The storm is over. Please prepare for the aftermath of the disaster. The World Channel and the Regional Channel were all cheering and celebrating the end of the disaster. Everyone in the small group was relieved and said that if the rain continued for a few more days, there might not be enough bricks. While everyone was chatting, the prompt appeared again. Affected by the previous typhoon, a large number of ancient flying boats floating in the sky were destroyed. Now all kinds of wreckage will be scattered. Please be prepared. Naker, ancient flying boat. Those ancient monsters are about to appear. Everyone be careful. Everyone's reaction was the same as Naker's when they received the prompt. Luo Yu hurried to the balcony and looked up at the sky, only to see a meteor shower falling from the sky, with a large number of light spots falling towards here. Luo Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. If it fell down, wouldn't the entire territory be razed to the ground? He rushed into the room immediately, picked up Shao Kong and Shao Dai in one hand each, and shouted, "Shao Jin, take Fia and follow me." Oh! Shao Jin immediately hugged Feiya, and the five of them jumped directly from the balcony and rushed into the ice cellar under the warehouse at the fastest speed. This ice cellar can be used as an air raid shelter at critical moments. In the ice cellar, Luo Yu nervously waited for the moment of destruction to come, but there was no explosion or shock wave for a long time, and at the same time a prompt appeared. The wreckage of the ancient flying boat has fallen into your territory. Falling? You scared your dad to death. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after leaving the ice cellar, he climbed up the watchtower and saw a piece of spaceship wreckage in the south of the territory. It is hard to imagine that this pile of wood is falling from the sky, which violates the law of gravity. Maybe this is the world of heaven. Bringing the four little cuties closer, we found a total of 5 spaceship wreckages. There were no ancient creatures in the wreckage, but there were quite a few other resources. Luo Yu very decisively used the decompressed spiritual liquid and dropped it on the wreckage, which immediately turned into various piled-up resources. Wood 150000, silver 150000, gold 15,000, jade 15000, flying boat energy core 1, random item box 1. After decomposition, a lot of resources are given. As expected, the world is saying that no one has ever been attacked by the ancient creatures, and this is a pure welfare event. Welfare after a major disaster? Fan Yumeng, 30,000 wood and silver, 3,000 gold and jade. How about you? Elena, me too, we gave the same thing. Naker, huh? Me too. Nyoda, why am I only 1/3 of yours? Alice, it seems that the rewards are given according to the territory score. People all over the world are talking about it. About 10,000 scores are 1 level. Fanyama, huh? Didn't Luo Yu give 3 times the resources? Luo Yu, well, about the same. It's almost strange. He gave 5 times the resources and 2 special items. Fanyamang, by the way, Luo Yu, please trade with me and I will return your money to you. Then she sent a transaction box over. After Luo Yu confirmed it, she put in 3,100 gold and said, "Here, all the gold is yours. We're done." Luo Yu, Yu Ming is very trustworthy. Girls who keep their word are the most beautiful. Come to me next time if you have any difficulties. Just ask. Fan Yameng, oh, what if I don't pay? Luo Yu, it's okay, it's okay. I can pay it back in other ways. I have my own way. Fan Yameng, am I thinking the wrong thing? I always feel that you're talking about weird things. You just like to bully me. I hate it. Transaction successful. You get 3,100 gold. Luo Yu directly chose to destroy the loan note, and the account was cleared. Alice, Luo Yu, please trade with me. I will return the gold to you, just like Yu Ming. Good. In the following time, Luo Yu traded with everyone, and his friends paid off all the money they owed to Luo Yu. Even Nyo De gave his 1,000 gold to Luo Yu. Luo Yu didn't want it first, but Nyo Dating insisted, so Luo Yu just let it go. After all, too many rejections will hurt feelings. In this wave, I got 17,000 gold in one go, plus my own 15,000 and the savings before, a total of 49,000 gold. Silver also made a lot of money, so wouldn't this be enough to unlock weapon-enabling technology? It feels comfortable. But before that, Luo Yu had to do the cleanup work first. The animals moved the resources into the warehouse, and Luo Yu installed the energy core in the energy room, providing a constant 1,000 energy per day. In the long run, this thing is very valuable. There's still a treasure chest. Use your critical hits to open it tomorrow morning. Chapter 187 Territory War. Only one person's territory. Luo Yu returned to the villa and took a bath while paying attention to the information on various channels. Tip: the typhoon is over, the warm-up channel for the world's #1 martial arts tournament is open, and the new mode is updated at the same time. Territory Battle Mode. One of the 4 PK modes of the martial arts competition. The territories of the two opponents will be projected on the same map. All kinds of weapons and equipment, trialists, members, animals, etc. in the territory will be comprehensively fought. Reminder: this mode is an important mode of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and the rewards will be even more generous. This hint directly detonated the entire Tiandao world. Wow, a new mode is out. The first mode, Individual Battle. The second mode, Team Battle. The third mode, Territory War. The fourth mode, Unlimited Chaos. The World Channel went viral first. The Territorial War is open. You despicable races, you are finished. My territory score is 15,000. I want to see how many people are better than me. It's time to show your real skills. Go to the Territory Wars channel. I'll marry whoever has the highest territory score. I'm from a succubus clan. Hey, aren't the succubi one of the most powerful races in the universe? Do you still need to get married? The regional channel was also buzzing with excitement. Brother Okamoto, Hichien, Zhulai, and others all seemed very excited. In the group, Fang Yumeng spoke first. Friends, the territory war is open. I will not form a team tonight. Naker, go to the channel quickly. There will be a lot of people queuing up soon. Elena, I prefer individual battles. Alice, opening a territory war should be the most beneficial to Luo Yu, right? His territory has a score of 30,000. Nyoda, it's the most disadvantageous to me. Luo Yu also replied with a smile. I don't know the specific operation mode yet. Let's go into the channel and take a look. He clicked on the warm-up channel and chose the territory battle. In the queue, your current position, 50894527839196. The unit of this queue number is trillion. It is detected that your territory score is high, allowing queue jumping. Current position, 135th. Oh, there are a lot of people with higher scores than me, right? While waiting in line, Luo Yu checked the instructions for the territory war. After a moment, he entered the channel, but did not enter the battle mode immediately. The first time he entered the channel, he was allowed 5 minutes to familiarize himself with the rules and various settings. Tip: it is detected that there are 2 unconnected positions in your territory. Only one position can be displayed in the territory battle. You can move the defense facilities of the other position. This means that your strike formation is quite far away from the main base and cannot appear in the territory war at the same time. This is easy. Luo Yu just needs to place all the 2-star arrow towers and automatic crossbows in the main base. Then he familiarized himself with the various settings and rules of the territory war, and the time was about up. Luo Yu felt as if the world was spinning before his eyes, and he found himself in a completely new area. This is a plain with a 10-meter wide river in the middle. My base is 150 meters away from the central river, and there's also a base 150 meters away from the other side of the river. This should be the territory that I need to fight against. The territory of the human race, Anonymous, score 43835, vs the territory of the snow race, Snowman, score 20171. Tip: the game will start in 1 minute. Please set the location of your base, the placement of defense facilities, territory members, the attack positions of territory animals, etc. Wow, this is a bit like playing chess. Is this river in the middle of the boundary between Chu and Han? You now have 1 minute to freely place your defenses, just like placing chess pieces. Luo Yu took a look and found that all the animals were there. Even the giant octopus and the big snake were in the zoo. The entire territory was projected, and it was real-time projection. The animals were sleeping in the training arena, while he and the beast girls were bathing in the bath. The war is coming up, and taking a bath with the little cuties is quite embarrassing. It's already soaked, so let it be. Luo Yu calculated in his mind that 150 meters was the limit for the placement of defensive facilities such as arrow towers and crossbows. If he wanted to rely on arrows to blow up the opponent's territory, it would be better to place them close to the riverbank. However, the opponent will definitely place their arrows close to the riverbank, which may result in a situation where the arrow towers of both sides shoot at each other as soon as the battle starts. In addition, the entire territory can be moved, and the farthest it can move is to the edge of the air wall, which is about 2 kilometers away from the middle of the river. Recently, you can move directly to the river, but you cannot cross the river. Luo Yu immediately understood that in this mode, whoever has longer arms has the advantage. Speaking of arm length, the shock tower has a range of 5 kilometers, which is longer than the entire grassland. Who dares to be taller than me? He acted decisively and moved his territory directly to the edge of the air wall. On the other side, there were 4 people standing on the wall. The handsome man among them should be the Lord Xuan'an, and there was a beautiful snow girl beside him, who is also a trial taker. She should be the snowman's wife or relative or something. The Snow Clan is actually quite powerful. They must have come to him for surrender later, or the 2 territories must have merged. There were 2 other men who were members of the territory, and they were probably captives who joined. The 4 of them stood on the wall, and the snow girl was surprised and said, "The human race's territory has a score of over 40,000. Husband, it seems that we are no match for them. Should we just give up?" Hearing this, Xuan'an said helplessly, "We haven't fought yet. It's not like that. Promise me that you will only surrender to me. Okay?" "Oh." The snow girl blushed. The snowman looked into the distance and said proudly, "So what if it's 40,000? Haven't we seen human territories before when we were on mercenary missions? Most of the territories of this greedy race are flashy and just inflated." See? He ran directly to the air wall. I guess he wanted to drag out the 1-hour battle. But the snow girl looked ahead and said hesitantly, "It's the fog of war." "Husband, the other side has something called the fog of war, which is very disadvantageous to us." As he was talking, a reminder floated in the sky. The human race, anonymous, proposed to bet 100,000 silver coins in this game. Do you accept it? If you do not accept, you will be automatically judged as the loser. Xuan'an took a look at the basic overview of the other party's territory and found that there was only 1 trial taker and 0 territory members. There's only 1 person in the entire territory. Bang! After seeing this, Xuan'an punched the wall and said angrily, "There's only 1 person in this territory, and you dare to bet money. This is too much. Come on." He ignored his wife's advice and directly bet 100,000 yuan. Tip: the game will start in 10 seconds. Chapter 188. Bloodbath. Each one more perverted than the other. 1098321. Start. At the beginning, the snowman shouted, 30 members and all animals in the territory, charge forward. Yes. The 2 territory members behind him shouted and immediately prepared to charge. But just as he finished his words, there were a few flashes in the fog of war in the distance, and then 3 arcs of electricity shot out and hit the wall. Boom! Boom, boom! The terrible lightning exploded on the wall, directly blasting out 3 huge gaps. White smoke was rising from the bombed areas, and it looked very terrifying. Is this lightning? The beautiful snow girl opened her mouth into an O shape, and the snow boy beside her almost popped his eyes out. There's discharge happening a few kilometers away. The enemy may have lightning that can hit the tower, so rush up while the lightning is on cooldown. The snowman roared, and as soon as he finished speaking, 3 more lightning bolts struck him. Boom, boom, boom. A section of the city wall collapsed directly, and an automatic crossbow on the territory exploded. Zzzz, boom, boom, boom. Fired once every 5 seconds, the lightning's firing rate was ridiculous, and the lightning that kept shooting out almost blinded the opponent. The entire base was in chaos, and the defense facilities became sitting ducks. The territory members wanted to rush out, but didn't dare to. They hid behind the walls, hoping not to be electrocuted. The snow girl said anxiously, "My husband, I can't bear it anymore. Just surrender and don't be tortured like this." Sizzle. Before she could finish her words, a bolt of lightning struck her, and the beautiful woman exploded. When Xuan'an saw his wife explode in front of him, he was stunned. He looked towards the human base shrouded in the fog of war in the distance, with despair in his eyes. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence can make the territory score so exaggerated by its own efforts. And there is such an exaggerated defense equipment. On the other side, Luo Yu was lying in the bathroom, looking out the window at the enemy base that was constantly bombarded, with a faint smile on his lips. Electric Tower, forever the god. Hint, The opponent chooses to give up the competition, and you have won this territory battle. You get 10W silver. Originally, Luo, you only had 100,000 silvers left, but now it has reached 200,000. As soon as the prompt appeared, his eyes were spinning, and he appeared in an empty room with a golden egg in it. The territory war can only be held once a day, and the winner will have one chance to smash the eggs. This time, Luo Yu did not choose a critical hit, but directly smashed it to see his luck. Bang! The hammer falls, and a prompt appears. You get the item. Fertilizer cultivation box, gold level 1. Fertility cultivation box, 1 square fertility increased by 1 times. A wooden box appeared in front of me as the light flashed. It was empty inside. I'll study it later. After Luo Yu opened the golden egg, his consciousness returned to his body. He first took a look at the territory overview. The arrow towers and automatic crossbows that had been moved from the strike formation were still in the strike formation. The territory battle was just a virtual battle projecting various things in the territory and would not affect anything in reality. Even if the snow girl was blown into a ball of blood mist, she would just be kicked out of the channel, and there would be no problem in reality. Luo Yu discovered that the territory battle mode was entirely about defense equipment. Long-range, high-precision defense facilities such as electric shock towers were very effective, but he also knew that electric shock towers were not invincible. If the opponent has lightning rods or electromagnetic gravity guidance related equipment, the power will be greatly reduced. If you want to be invincible, you need to develop comprehensively. Not only do we need electric shock towers, we also need to develop and research strange defensive equipment such as thermal bombardment cannons and wind blade launch towers. In fact, Luo Yu is still looking forward to getting a good ranking in the world's #1 martial arts competition. It was not necessary for him to be in the top 100 in the entire Tiandao world. No matter how conceited he was, he knew that he was no match for those super races. Those monsters with a 3-dimensional power of over 1,000 will be beaten to a pulp. He hopes to be among the top 10 in the region. In addition to rewards, the top 10 in the region can obtain some official positions granted by heaven and receive more settlement funds every month, commonly known as salary. In addition, holding an official position can bring more benefits. The specific rewards have not been announced yet, but these are what Luo Yu is looking forward to. At this time, everyone who had finished the first round of territory PK had come out, and everyone started discussing it on the World Channel and Regional Channel. Damn it, I met a guy from the Vampire Clan with a territory score of 50,000, and I killed him in 1 second. I used a row of automatic crossbows across the river to kill the enemy. The Zerg's territory looks like a giant ant nest. The Zerg is worthy of its reputation. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Taurus is a bunch of garbage. What a bullshit territory. I want to report the Knoll tribe for cheating. Are you a pack of wild dogs on the grassland? You keep merging territories. I encountered a territory with a score of 100,000 and more than 70 Knoll trialists. What the hell is this? Brother, what's that? There was only one human trialist in the territory I met. He was the only one in his territory, but his score was over 40,000. He first fired 3 lightning bolts at me and even killed my wife. What the hell? A person with a score of 40,000, you must have met a Superman among the human race, right? Brother, those are lightning strike towers, 3 of them. You are so unlucky to encounter such a weird thing. He is also unlucky? I have encountered the Sky Demon clan. You're more unlucky. Are you okay? Dude, you're in bad luck. There's a lot of discussion on the World Channel, but Luo Yu looked for a while and didn't find any particularly interesting topics. There was no technical speech on how to place the defense settings. Everyone was talking about Superman's electric tower or something like that. They were all praising me. It was so boring. He entered the individual battle and team battle channels in the martial arts tournament warm-up area again, preparing to win a few more games to get a golden egg. It turned out that I couldn't get in. I could only get 1 golden egg every day, and after that I could no longer enter any warm-up channel. Okay, let's go to the arena, play a few games, and then sleep. Early the next morning, warm sunlight poured in through the curtains. The wind and rain had completely stopped, and the sun came out again. This muddy land can finally be improved. There's a lot to do today, the first of which is to plant a variety of crops. After arriving at the vegetable garden, Luo Yu first studied the fertility enhancement box he got yesterday. Chapter 189, Luxurious Workshop. Luo Yu filled the box with soil, and after reading the instructions, he found that the fertility of the soil in the box reached 412. It turned out to be twice as strong as before. The seeds of the earth element fruit require a fertility level of over 350. Isn't this enough? Luo Yu was overjoyed and buried the seeds of the Yuan fruit directly, while muttering something in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. The seeds buried in the box began to germinate immediately and grew vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, they grew into a small seedling. The Yuan fruit shrub, current growth progress, 33.33. One critical hit can ripen 1/3 of the fruits, and they can be harvested in 3 days, which is great. In order to prevent the precious fruit from being eaten by passing birds, Luo Yu directly moved the box to the balcony and let the silver-armored ladybug lie on the balcony to bask in the sun, closely protecting this rare treasure. After doing all this, Luo Yu started sowing seeds. All kinds of vegetables, fruit trees, cotton, bay leaf trees, red mulberry trees, etc. had all matured and been harvested under the blessing of the harvest, and are now being planted one by one. This was a big project, so he, Shao Kong, and Fia started working on it first. The prisoners still went to the quarry to mine. The new prison uniforms had not been made yet, so they continued to work covered with leaves. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, men and women worked in batches. The male prisoners mined stones in the morning and cleaned in the afternoon, doing miscellaneous tasks such as tidying up the various weeds in the entire territory, removing insects, and leveling out uneven surfaces. The female prisoners quarry stones in the afternoon and do odd jobs in the morning. The division of labor is clear, so isn't it fine if they don't see each other? Xiao Dai was busy making prison uniforms, while Xiao Jin was cutting stones, as usual. 3 days passed in peace like this. All the vegetables and fruits were planted, 5,000 bay trees were also planted, and the prison uniforms were made, so the prisoners had new clothes to wear. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Now it seems that this group of prisoners is much more pleasing to the eye. On the balcony, Luo Yu looked at the ripe Diyuan fruit and picked it carefully. You get 1 Diyuan fruit and 1 Diyuan fruit seed. Your planting skills are improved, current level, LV14. After picking the Diyuan fruit, the bush disappeared, and a pale yellow fruit and seed fell into Luo Yu's hands. After burying the seeds, Luo Yu looked at the fruit in his palm with joy in his eyes. Earth element fruit, strength +20, agility +20, constitution +20, blood circulation efficiency +10. Wow, it's much better than the Zhulong fruit. Before Luo Yu ate it, the urge to critically attack appeared in his mind again, but he suppressed it as soon as it appeared. A critical hit might earn you a large number of points, but it is equivalent to eating 100 earth fruits at the same time. There is a high probability that you will explode and die. This point is mentioned in the critical hit description. Luo Yu dares to do anything, but he dares not risk his own body. He should just stack attributes honestly. After taking the Yuan fruit, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, and Luo Yu felt relaxed all over his body, indescribably comfortable. A look at the panel reveals that there have indeed been significant changes. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 43,895 points. Current territory resources: 201. Current mineral resources: 206. Personal rating: 3457. Health value: 207 points, currently 188 points. Entertainment value: 151 points. Beauty: 450. Strength: 195. Physical fitness: 217. Agility: 199. Luck: 60. Blood circulation efficiency: 140. Immunity: 140. Global working speed: 230. Attack speed +60. I have accumulated a lot of stones in the past few days. Maybe I was lucky when I smashed the eggs before, and I was given a large piece of gold. It's time to build a luxurious workshop. Luxury workshop. Stone 300,000, silver 50,000, iron or 50,000, copper or 50,000, gold 5,000, jade 5,000. The workshop is built on the open space between the villa and the warehouse. You can go back to the villa after work, and you can go directly to the warehouse to get materials when you need them. It is very convenient. No problem, just build it. After clicking OK, a beautiful 3-story building appeared before my eyes. This was the workshop. For the overall appearance of the workshop, Luo Yu chose a technological dark gray color, implying the continuous advancement of technology in the future. The overall area is about the same as the entertainment room, and the interior is the same as the original entertainment room, with nothing inside, just a rough house. Currently, the workbenches in the territory include automatic sewing, fabric recycling, and forging tables, and the cooking table is in the kitchen. In other words, one layer is enough, and the second and third layers are not needed for the time being. It's still the same as before: carpets, walls, sterile floor tiles, illuminated flowers, and other things that increase the aesthetics and hygiene value are built. Comfortable and beautiful high-end carpet per square meter varies for 90, cotton, cloth, 30, silver 30, gold 3. Beautiful wall interior per square meter stone bricks 10, silver 10, jade 3, gold 1. Sterile floor tiles per square stone bricks 100, silver 100, iron or 50, gold 5. After a quick flurry of work, the entire first floor of the workshop became very beautiful. Luo Yu moved all the workbenches over, and the first floor of the luxurious workshop was completed. Now all the little cuties have arrived, walking on the carpet with their bare feet, looking so happy. Especially Xiaodai. She works indoors for a long time and needs a beautiful environment the most. And it's not just beautiful, the luxurious workshop also increases the global working speed by 50 otherwise. Can it still be called luxurious? Tip: affected by the beauty, your strength +2. Tip: affected by the entertainment value, your agility +1. Looking at the excitement of the little beast girls, Luo Yu also showed a faint smile on his face. He clicked on the furniture page and prepared to build a sofa. Comfortable luxury sofa. Fur cloth 2,000, gold 500, jade 500, silver 10,000. Improve rest efficiency, improve beauty, improve comfort. Luo Yu directly built 3 independent sofas so that it would be more comfortable to sit and work. 3 luxurious sofas appeared in front of her eyes. Xiaodai sat on them excitedly and giggled. They are so soft and comfortable. The little cuties all sat on it, except Xiao Jin, who kept his status as a man and stood beside Luo Yu, watching everything with a faint smile. I took a look at the territory score. Wow. After all these operations, the territory score went directly to 49,556, which is a huge increase. Chapter 1, 90 Oolong cigarettes. Luo Yu knew that it was not the luxury of the workshop that added so many points, but the carpet, walls, and sofa. These luxury goods were given higher points. I took another look at the current resources in the territory. Silver, 5W. Wood, 11.8W. Iron ore, 3,000. Stone brick, 5,000. Copper, 1,500. Jade, 60,000. Gold, 0. Platinum, 1,500. Diamonds, 0. Fur cloth, 1.4W. This wave of killing made them extremely poor, with only jade left. Take jadeite, for example. It is as precious as gold, but its uses are not as wide as gold. Therefore, the ratio of jadeite sold in the market is about 1 hour, 70 minutes. Luo Yu thinks this price is not very good. The exchange rate of gold is 1:120. Even though the preciousness of the two is the same, the price difference is huge. Luo Yu was thinking about selling seafood in the afternoon to make money. Xiao Jin beside him said, "Master, I remember to put a toolbox next to the workbench to speed up the work. Also, can you build a stone cutting table next to the quarry and mine to improve efficiency?" Okay, that's a good suggestion. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed an animal with top intelligence. Sometimes it is even smarter than me. He chuckled and said, "You know what? There are quite a lot of things to build." The captives all went to work, and the little cuties also did what they had to do. Luo Yu stood on the balcony of the big villa, took out the random treasure chest he had obtained before, and said something silently in his heart. 100 times critical hit trigger. Congratulations on getting the item. Invisibility cloak. Invisibility cloak, a one-time item. After use, you will be invulnerable for 30 seconds. Luo Yu read the instructions carefully and had to say that this was a magical garment for saving lives. After using it, the opponent would not be able to attack him, but he could attack others. Unfortunately, he did not become a transparent person directly, as Luo Yu imagined. If he could become transparent, he would have many more uses. With a hearty laugh, Luo Yu put the invisibility cloak into the storage bracelet and started his own money-making plan. Now the territory only has 50,000 silvers, and the score is even more than the amount of silver, which makes Luo Yu feel quite poor. I had already thought of a way to make money, selling cigarettes. The previous harvest blessing has ripened the ulan leaves that have just been planted. A total of 20,000 units of ulan leaves and rhizomes can be used to make cigarettes after being dried over fire. Drying requires fire, and using fire can cause risks. If a strong wind blows, the territory might be burned down. He built a separate wall outside the base, with an area of about 50 square meters, and at the same time built a circle of fireproof floor tiles outside the wall, thus basically eliminating the possibility of wildfire spreading. First, he used iron ore to build some racks, put the ulan leaves and ulan rhizomes on them, then took some wood to lay them out, lit a fire, and billowing flames immediately began to burn. Maybe there are other ways to make cigarettes on Earth, but Luo Yu looked at the instructions and found that this is how ulan leaves are made. After watching for a while and seeing that the originally damp ulan leaves were being dried, he smiled faintly and went to the mine of mine. At the same time, he asked Shao Kong to keep an eye on the fire to prevent it from being completely burnt. It was afternoon, and Luo Yu went to the tobacco curing area. After extinguishing the flame, he collected the dried ulan leaves and rhizomes. He put a new batch on board, said a few words to Shao Kong, and went to the workshop. He first cut the rhizome into tobacco, and then slowly began to roll it. This is a delicate job, but Luo Yu works very quickly and can roll a ulan cigarette in 30 seconds. After rolling cigarettes for a whole afternoon, Luo Yu stopped working when he felt a little tired. He looked at the pile of yellow ulan cigarettes in front of him. He had rolled 500 cigarettes in the whole afternoon. He lit one and took a puff and found that it tasted quite good. Even for a non-smoker like him, he didn't feel the choking or irritation in the throat. After taking a few puffs, Luo Yu threw the cigarette away. People who don't smoke should not smoke, as it does no good at all. When cigarettes with a chance of increasing attribute values are developed, I can hold them in my mouth for fun. Ulan cigarettes, mellow taste, addictive, withdrawal time, 1 hour, withdrawal reaction mild, causes slight damage to the body after smoking, immune to 100 plus physique, no entertainment value. The 1 hour withdrawal time means that after becoming addicted, you need to smoke 1 cigarette every hour, otherwise you will experience withdrawal symptoms. What surprised Luo Yu was that smoking didn't even have any entertainment effect. In other words, smoking was meaningless except for wasting money. If there is any real meaning to it, it is to satisfy my smoking addiction, nothing more. There are no such things as cigarette boxes nowadays, so you can just put them on the auction house, and that's it. The cigarette market is now completely blank. Luo Yu believes that cigarettes should not be sold too cheaply and should be turned into a luxury product. It is the same method that capitalists on Earth use to reap money, light luxury. The price is very particular. We want you to be able to afford it, but you might end up eating instant noodles with it for more than half a month. It's a light luxury product that you can take out with you and give you a little face. He priced a stick of ulan cigarette at 100 silvers. Now that people's mining level is higher and there are more members in the territory, the output of silver has increased. 100 silvers? No big deal. He put all 499 ulan cigarettes on the shelf, and then sent a message to the world. Human race, anonymous. Ulan cigarettes have been put on the auction house. Those who need them can buy them. Smoking is harmful to health, so please be careful when buying. Fuck cigarettes. Ulan cigarettes are great cigarettes. I've been holding back for half a year. Buy them. Buy them now. A cigarette after dinner makes you feel as happy as a god. I would like to ask my human friends, what are cigarettes? It's a specialty of the Milky Way, and it makes people feel very comfortable. This small advertisement immediately caused a sensation, and the ulan cigarettes on the shelves were sold out within 3 minutes. Luo, you made 50,000 silver coins on the spot. Huh, it feels good. This is the smell of cigarettes. Not bad. It feels better than Lacoon. In the past, it would have cost 100 yuan a pack. How much advertising fee did Lacoon give you? I will pay double that to Golden Leaf. This specialty of the Milky Way is really good. Is the brother selling cigarettes here? Keep putting them on the shelf. You're selling hundreds of them now. Are you kidding me? Brother who sells cigarettes, do you have any women's cigarettes? Feedback about the new product immediately appeared in the world. They were all old smokers, and they praised it rave reviews. At the same time, Luo Yu received many transaction applications from people who wanted to buy cigarettes individually. Chapter 191 Powerful Pirate Attack. Of course, Luo, you can't sell it individually. Scarcity makes things valuable. If it is supplied in large quantities, the price of this cigarette can't be maintained. By 9 o'clock in the evening, All the oolong leaves and rhizomes have been smoked and roasted and stored in the warehouse. Cigarette rolling is a delicate job, and prisoners are not allowed to do delicate work. They can only do rough work. There are 4 little cuties in the territory. One is cutting stones, one is making bedding, and one is fishing. Currently, only Fia has some free time occasionally. Her task was to clean places like the villa and the entertainment room. The prisoners were not allowed to enter these buildings, so she had to clean and maintain a relatively high level of hygiene. There is no other way. As for making cigarettes, it is better for Luo Yu to do it for now. He can teach Feiya occasionally. That night, Luo Yu entered the territory war channel as usual and joined a team of N people. After entering the game, it was still the same map. This time we were facing a centaur trialist. Its base was quite simple, with just a few defensive crossbows and a group of base members and animals. The opponent surrendered after just 2 shocks from the electric tower, and Luo Yu was directly teleported into the egg-smashing room. Bang! This time, when I smashed the eggs, I got a large piece of gold. I was so happy. On the second day, Luo Yu spent the morning mining and the afternoon making cigarettes to earn a steady 50,000 silver coins. In the evening, he entered the territory war channel, as usual, to smash eggs. This time, he used 100 times critical strike. This critical hit smashed out 2 pieces of lapis lazuli with a bang. How wonderful! With this warm-up channel, you will have hope of collecting and opening your own personal characteristic slots. It was another morning. After Luo Yu had breakfast, he looked at the brick reserves, which amounted to 300,000 bricks. He walked to the side of the mine and prepared to build a small workshop, mainly for cutting stones. In this way, the stones produced from quarries and mines can be directly cut into finished products and pulled back at once, reducing some of the time for transportation on the road. At the same time, since there is no need to cut stones inside the base, the hygiene value is also improved to a certain extent, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although it is a small workshop, it cannot be too shabby. As usual, a luxurious workshop is just several times smaller in area. After a series of clicks, a beautiful little house appeared in front of him. When he walked inside, he saw that the area was about 150 square meters. Luo Yu spent some resources to decorate it, and it immediately became much more beautiful. Reminder, your territory score has reached 50,302. It is detected that you are the first trialist in this area to reach a score of 50,000. Extra reward, gold 10,000. Pretty. Luo Yu smiled when he saw the prompt. This small workshop made a profit, and a big profit. But before Luo Yu could finish his joy, another reminder appeared. Warning, the wealth of your territory has attracted the attention of the nearby indigenous forces, and the Black Wind pirates will attack you. Oh, Luo Yu was not surprised, but happy. If the reward of 10,000 gold was a big profit, then the attack of the Black Wind pirates was a huge profit. These pirates are all characters with explosive attributes. A moment later, Luo Yu returned to the villa and took back all the animals. However, after waiting for a while, a whistling sound was heard from the east sky. Warning, 50 pirates invaded your territory. 50 people, more than before. The joy in Luo Yu's eyes became even brighter. Small black dots appeared on the horizon and were approaching rapidly. In the next moment, the electric tower took action. Sizzle. 3 lightning bolts shot out at the same time, but the female pirate leading the other side actually threw out a silver needle. Sizzle. 2 lightning bolts were attracted and struck the silver needle directly, while the other lightning bolt struck a pirate and knocked him down. During the pirate attack, Luo Yu adjusted the attack power of the lightning tower from 500 attacks to 100 attacks, trying to capture more people. But this time, the other party actually threw out a lightning rod. It seems that the other party has already thought of ways to deal with lightning. Rush! Kill all the creatures in the territory and loot everything. Save my brother. This time the pirates were led by a young woman who looked very heroic. Sizzle. 3 more lightning bolts struck, and this time one of them was attracted and struck the ground at the location where the lightning rod fell. It blew a hole with a bang, and sparks came out, igniting a grassland. At the same time, 2 other lightning bolts struck 2 pirates, who spiraled downward, their lives or deaths unknown. The scene in front of him made Luo Yu frown. The lightning rod was indeed something he had not expected. In other words, as long as he threw out the lightning rod a certain distance, he could offset the attack of his lightning tower. Whoosh! In the distant sky, a group of pirates were rushing towards here at an extremely fast speed. Just as Luo Yu guessed, the female leader threw out another lightning rod. This time she was lucky and attracted 2 more lightning bolts, resulting in the loss of only 1 pirate member. 3 lightning towers. The female leader frowned slightly. There was more to it than what was reported in the intelligence, but why couldn't the lightning rod completely avoid the lightning strike? She also had doubts in her mind. Beside him, the scarred pirate shouted, "Chief, the lightning rod cannot completely avoid lightning. That lord must have too much luck." Lucky value. The female leader suddenly realized that the lightning rod has a high probability of drawing away the lightning that strikes the tower. But if the opponent's luck value is high, then this probability will be suppressed by the opponent's luck value. This results in it not being able to fully function. Thinking of this, the female leader showed anger on her face. Lightning rods are very expensive, but they were suppressed by her luck value, which made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. Rush. Charge at full speed into the fog of war. On the other hand, Luo Yu also basically understood that it was his luck that had an effect. Whoosh whoosh. The 2-star arrow tower below continuously shot out heat energy arrows, and another pirate was hit by the arrows and started to suffer from heat stroke. These losses were all expected. This time, the pirates seemed determined to rush into the fog of war and eliminate the enemy Luo Yu. Another lightning rod was thrown out, and 2 lightning bolts were attracted to it. Looking at the pirates rushing towards him and the burning grassland, Luo Yu's originally relaxed expression became a little solemn. They are pirates indeed, so we still have to deal with them seriously. He took out the prop, a hairy chestnut. Click to use, and with a whoosh sound, the tracking hairy chestnut rushed out quickly and hit the female leader at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 192, Powerful Pirate Attack. 2. What the hell? The female leader seemed to be very agile. She instinctively retracted her head and avoided the attack. Unfortunately, this is not an arrow, but a prop with built-in tracking. After being dodged, the hairy chestnut spun in midair, then turned around and smashed back. This time, it hit the black eagle under the female leader. Bang! With a muffled sound, Black Hawk fell into a coma on the spot and fell straight down. Leader! The pirates all cried out in shock, watching as their female leader was about to fall to the ground and be shattered together with Black Hawk. But at the moment of falling, the female leader suddenly jumped up from Black Hawk. Bang! The Black Hawk was smashed into several pieces, but the female leader managed to land steadily on the ground under such circumstances. She took out another lightning rod from the cloth bag on her waist and threw it forward with force. Sizzle! 2 bolts of lightning struck the lightning rod. Seeing this, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Brother, I will definitely rescue you. After muttering this to himself, he actually rushed towards the fog of war ahead on foot. Oh, this woman is quite fierce. Luo Yu looked at the female leader rushing towards him, with a hint of shock in his eyes. But it was just a slight shock, and he was not too worried. Even if it could weaken the lightning tower, it was just the beginning. The group of pirates in the sky were charging very fast and were several hundred meters away from the fog of war. At this moment, the arrow tower showed its power. Different from before, this time 4 2-star arrow towers were added. The moment they came into range, an overwhelming rain of arrows shot out, directly knocking down 7 or 8 pirates. Charge! The female leader, who was also charging below, roared, and the group of pirates above seemed to be encouraged, and they charged forward one by one in the rain of arrows with gritted teeth. After losing a dozen pirates, they had rushed to about 50 meters away from the fog of war. Victory is at hand, but suddenly, the sound of a tiger's roar rang out. Roar! When the tiger roars in the mountains, all the beasts submit. When the roar is heard, all the black eagles are frightened, and they circle in the air, not daring to fly forward. 2 of the black eagles are even frightened and fall down on the spot. Without exception, all the Black Hawks fell into a state of fear. What a powerful tiger roar! The female leader used the long knife in her hand to split a stone that was thrown at her into 2 halves, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect there would be such a ferocious creature in this territory. Looking up, the Black Hawks were circling and dared not move forward, and the place where they were circling was within the range of the rain of arrows. Under the rain of arrows, they became sitting ducks. Sizzle! 3 more bolts of lightning blasted out, and this time they steadily took away 3 pirates. The electric tower prioritizes attacking targets close to it. The last lightning rod thrown landed at a distance of 150 meters, while the pirates had already rushed to about 50 meters. The lightning was almost greeting him in the face. Seeing the rapid losses of the pirates, the female leader made a prompt decision and shouted loudly, "Everyone jump off the Black Hawk and charge in on foot." Each of the pirates is a ruthless person, otherwise they wouldn't be able to be pirates. Upon hearing this, they began to let the Black Hawk fly lower and jump directly from a height of more than 10 meters. They were basically fine when they landed on the ground. "Chief, we are here." The remaining 20 or so pirates rushed to the female leader. She pushed aside the rain of arrows and shouted, "Go in, find the prison first, and rescue my brother One-Eyed Dragon." "Rush!" The pirates roared and rushed forward. This group of people were really powerful. They attacked very quickly. The long swords in their hands could deflect arrows. They were also very agile and difficult to hit. Of course, even if they are powerful, they will occasionally hit. These arrows are different from ordinary arrows. Once they hit, they will get fever and heat stroke. Even if they have a strong physique, their ability to move will be impaired. When mobility is impaired, you will be hit by more arrows. It's a vicious cycle. A moment later, 4 pirates were shot in the hands and feet and fell to the ground dizzy. Luo Yu, standing on the balcony, looked at the pirates charging hard below and sighed slightly. The 2-star arrow tower has limited killing power against these pirates with too many attribute values. Xiao Jin nodded and said, "Yes, master." Compared with ordinary arrow towers, these 2-star arrow towers only increase the number and range of arrows fired. The speed of arrows has not increased. You can dodge them with an agility of about 120 points. Beside him, Xiao Dai said, "Master, these pirates are very close. Do you need me to cast Charming Butterfly Powder?" Xiao Dai's Butterfly Powder is also a range attack, which can greatly reduce the opponent's mobility. Once it is used, this group of pirates will probably be dead. Luo Yu asked curiously, "How long will it take for your butterfly powder to accumulate completely?" 3 days. After getting the answer, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Then save it first and use it when you can't bear it anymore." As he spoke, he looked at Shao Kong and Fia and said, "The distance from the balcony to the enemy is about 90 meters. Is it within your range?" "I can. So can I." The 2 little cuties raised their hands excitedly. Shao Kong took out a slingshot, took out a small black stone from his waist, and shot it out with a whoosh. A male pirate had just dodged a row of arrows when he suddenly felt something and tried to dodge to the side, but the stone was flying too fast, and he was hit before he could fully move. Bang! The stone hit the pirate on the forehead. He opened his mouth, fell to the ground, and became dizzy. Swoosh! 2 more stones hit a pirate, knocking him to the ground again. What kind of defensive weapon is this? Looking at her companion, lying behind her, the female leader showed shock in her eyes, but soon her shock turned into shock. More than a dozen darts flew out from the fog of war in front, and all of them were aimed at him. Ding, ding, ding. After blocking several darts in succession, she let out a light cry and looked down. She found that her pants were cut by a dart, and a trace of blood was revealed on her snow-white thigh. Turning around, he saw 2 of his companions who were unable to dodge and were stabbed by this wave of darts and died instantly. Their physical fitness is above 120. Who threw this dart? The power must be over 150. The female leader gritted her teeth and in anger grabbed a pirate's corpse and used it as a shield. When everyone saw this, they followed suit and used the corpses as shields. On the balcony, Feiya once again grabbed a bunch of darts from the small bag on her waist, shouted softly, and threw them out with force. Chapter 193, Offering a Sister. This time, at least 20 missiles were thrown out, and they were all very powerful. Luo Yu looked at Feiya strangely. He originally thought that little Feiya threw darts one by one, but it turned out that they were thrown out in waves. Is this a cute little sheep? It's like a human shotgun turret. Who can stand it? Whoosh whoosh. The rain of arrows was accompanied by powerful darts and stones. The pirates around him kept falling down. The last 30 meters had become a place of death. There was a hint of despair in the female leader's eyes. Suddenly, there was a strong sound of breaking wind in the front. The female leader instinctively turned her head and saw that her right-hand man, a middle-aged pirate man, was hit hard by a javelin and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yes, hit rather than pierce. The head of the javelin was wrapped in a thick layer of cloth, as if the person who threw it intended to spare the person's life. Want to live? Seeing this, the female leader gnashed her teeth and roared, "Despicable lord, kill us if you want. We will not be taken prisoners." As the voice spread, the other pirates around looked at each other, with a trace of panic on their faces. Even ants try to survive. We are all pirates, bad guys, not righteous heroes. Being a prisoner is better than dying, right? This, leader, if it's really not possible, should we retreat first? Another female pirate beside her whispered, but was glared at by the leader and retreated with her neck shrunk. For a moment, the pirate's fighting spirit plummeted. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the fog of war ahead. Little sister, don't go any further. The Lord here wants to kill me. Surrender now. Elder brother. Hearing the familiar voice of the one-eyed dragon, the female leader was shocked, but at this moment, a hairy chestnut flew out and hit her on the forehead with a bang. A sneak attack, a despicable lord. The female leader only felt stars in her eyes. After holding on for 3 seconds, she fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. After a moment, the attack was over. Hint: you have successfully resisted the pirate attack. The Black Wind Pirate's hatred towards you has increased. You gain free attribute points plus 12. Luo Yu smiled when he saw the prompt. Adding the 10 points given last time, he now has 22 attributes. Let's use it. Luo Yu added 8 points to strength, 7 to agility, and 7 to constitution. Strength, 206. Physical fitness, 214. Agility, 208. Come on, follow me to catch him. I worked until the evening and captured 19 pirates with high attributes and 23 Black Eagles. Apart from anything else, this wave can be said to be a great achievement. Among them, the female leader has the strongest attribute value. The female leader is called Hongli, with strength of 170, agility of 209, and constitution of 166. In addition, this woman has a personal characteristic, agility, dodge rate plus 30. No wonder she was able to dodge Mao Lizi's attack in the first instant. This feature combined with her high agility is actually very powerful. Look at this attribute. It is much stronger than his brother One-Eyed Dragon. Not to mention the innate skills, this attribute is almost comparable to Feiya. When seeing such fierce attributes, Luo Yu felt a little moved and wanted to recruit her. The other pirate attributes also fluctuate around an average of 125 points. It is conceivable that if this group of people were to be sold on the market, they would definitely be sold at a sky-high price. In addition to the captives, there were 40 manual crossbows. Together with the ones left over from last time, there were a total of 71 crossbows. I saw before that these crossbows were being sold on the market for 10,000 silver each, which was almost the same price as the prisoners. In addition, these Black Wind Pirates are extremely wealthy, and they collect all kinds of gold, jade, and copper mines to supplement their territory. Luo Yu treated the injuries of these pirates and so on, and the medical level was also improved a lot. In short, although the intensity of the pirate attacks was high, the benefits were much greater than that of the tribe. Luo Yu placed the 3 lightning rods separately. Although the score was increased, he no longer had to worry about the lightning reserves. How comfortable. Take a shower and go to bed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up as usual and looked at the prompt and got 2 strength. After breakfast, he went to the luxurious prison alone. As a very humane lord, Luo Yu allowed the one-eyed man to take care of his sister. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, the one-eyed dragon saw Luo Yu coming and knelt down hurriedly and said, "Your Excellency, thank you for not killing my sister." Luo Yu snorted and ignored the one-eyed dragon. He walked in front of Hongli and saw the beautiful woman staring at him angrily. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Not convinced. Hongli snorted coldly. "Humph, despicable lord, if I hadn't cared about my brother's safety, I wouldn't have lost to you." Luo Yu sneered at the words and said, "The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. What's the point of saying this now? Hongli, you're different from your brother. You are a special person. If I let you go back, some situations in the territory will be exposed. But for the sake of the one-eyed dragon, I don't want to kill you. What do you think I should do? Sleep with her." The one-eyed dragon said seriously, "My lord, my sister is born with outstanding strength and doesn't like ordinary men, so she is still very pure and will not defile you. If you accept her, she can become your powerful assistant." After hearing this, Luo Yu was stunned. "Good man, you are quite an interesting brother. You're going to offer your sister to me directly, right?" Hongli's face flushed, but she didn't say anything. In the world of Tiandao, once you become a prisoner, you cannot rebel against the Lord unless there's an incident like a prison break or a riot. In other words, she could only be treated as she pleased by this man. "Take her in." Luo Yu looked at Hong Li, not knowing whether she was angry or shy. At this moment, her face was flushed, and she turned her head away from him. Indeed, Hong Li is very beautiful, and her expression of shame and anger is just right. At a certain moment, Luo Yu felt a little impulse in his heart. But soon, this impulse was suppressed by reason. In the world of heaven, prisoners can indeed be dealt with at will. But this is like a hole. Once it is opened, it will be out of control. If he can ask Hong Li to serve him today, he can ask other female captives to do the same tomorrow. Given the size and power of his territory, if he keeps doing different things every day, he will probably lose the mentality of a strong man in the end. What's this? This is both enjoyment and degradation. How can you talk about development if you spend a lot of time hanging out with women every day? In this world of heaven, degeneration is the beginning of destruction. Only by constantly climbing can you become the strongest self in your heart. Luo Yu is determined to become the best man in the world. Chapter 194, Cruel Warden. Luo Yu already had a standard in his mind regarding matters between men and women. He was not a monk, so it was difficult for him to escape from the worldly standards. But if I really want to find a partner, I'd look for someone who's a trial taker of the same status as me, and a woman who shares the same ideals but won't hold me back. The one who can move forward side by side with us is not a vase to be kept at home. For example, those people in the small group, Luo Yu feels it's great to be with them. Of course, he thinks it's a good idea, but the problem is that other people don't want to do it. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Luo Yu stared at Hong Li. He came here not to chat, but to increase the hatred. I have carefully read the relevant content about the hatred degree of indigenous forces in the description of the Tiandao world. After capturing the opponent's special characters, you can use various humiliations to increase the hatred degree. Especially if you humiliate the leader and make him hate you, he will continue to attack you once he returns. Pirates are characters with explosive attributes, not to mention the benefits of attacking. Luo Yu likes pirates the most. Looking at the fair and beautiful Hong Li in front of him, Luo Yu said, "Forget it. For the sake of One-Eyed Dragon, I will let you go back." As soon as these words came out, both One-Eyed Dragon and Hong Li showed joy in their eyes. But then Luo Yu said in a deep voice, "But before that, I must let you know how powerful I am. Lest you be ignorant of the current situation and come to harass my territory again. Take it off. Take off your clothes and pants." Hong Li seemed to realize something, and her whole body began to tremble. The One-Eyed Dragon's eyes lit up. Since the Lord was going to take action, at least his sister would be relatively safe. Moreover, once his sister is able to take the position, his voice in this powerful territory will surely increase greatly. This is called a brother status, depends on his sister. He said hurriedly, "This, Lord, please enjoy it slowly. I will withdraw first. Little sister, serve the Lord well." As he spoke, he left the room. Luo Yu looked at the one-eyed man strangely. "Your sister came to save you at all costs, and this is how you treat her." This one-eyed guy is becoming more and more likable. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, but his face was unfriendly as he asked, "Why? You don't want to. Your brother offended a lot of people when he was my prisoner leader. Do you think that if I remove him from his position, will the prisoners who were persecuted by him seek revenge on him in the dead of night?" "You?" Hong Li glared at Luo Yu angrily. Her face flushed, but she couldn't speak. Hint. Hong Li's hatred towards you has increased because she is the pirate leader, and the Black Wind Pirates' hatred towards you has increased. Under Luo Yu's sharp gaze, Hong Li took off her clothes humiliatingly, and her body was completely exposed in front of Luo Yu. To be honest, although she is a good figure, there are many scars and sword wounds on her body, both new and old. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu not only did not feel embarrassed, but he felt a little favorable towards Hong Li in his heart. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Scars are the medals of a warrior. Hong Li, you are an outstanding female warrior. Hint. It is detected that you have forced 200 prisoners to take off their clothes, special character 110, and you have obtained the personal characteristic, Cruel Warden, 1 star. Cruel Warden, 1 star reduces the risk of jailbreak within the jurisdiction by 10, and increases the work efficiency of prisoners by 10. Tip. Your personal characteristics are full, and you can no longer obtain them. Please give up a certain characteristic within 3 days, or purchase a blank scroll to replicate the characteristic." This. Luo Yu's mouth twitched when he saw the prompt. He didn't expect to get another feature, but now it is full, so he will replicate it first. Looking at Hong Li, who was hugging her chest and trembling slightly with her head tilted, Luo Yu said calmly, "Kneel down." "You?" Asshole, either you kill me, or I will make you pay the price. Hong Li gritted her teeth, but still knelt in front of Luo Yu. Hint. Hong Li's hatred towards you increases. Although he had a good feeling towards her, Luo Yu wanted to increase his hatred for her, the higher the better, so he would naturally not let this woman go easily. He stretched out his hand and said calmly, "How do you natives show your submission?" "Ah, you made me." Hong Li was so angry that tears came to her eyes, but under Luo Yu's gaze, she still held Luo Yu's hands with both hands, opened her mouth gently, and pressed her lips against the back of Luo Yu's hands. Kissing the back of the victor's hand is the native's way of expressing submission. He felt a warm touch on the back of his hand, and at the same time Luo, you could feel her body trembling slightly. It must be very embarrassing to kneel on the ground naked and do such a thing, right? Tip. Hong Li's hatred towards you is rising rapidly. The effect is here. You'll feel ashamed for a while. Luo Yu stretched out one hand to enjoy the treatment of a winner while operating the system with the other hand. I opened the auction house and searched but found no blank scrolls for sale. There is no other choice but to make acquisitions around the world. World, Terran Anonymous. Receive a blank trait replica scroll. It didn't take long before someone sent a trading box. Elf, Anonymous, I have the scroll you want. I need a powerful bow that can attack from distance. Do you have it? Luo Yu, you really found the right person. Do you want the crossbow? As he said that, he put a crossbow on the trading box. The other party took a look and said, "How many crossbows like this do you have? If you have 10 of them, I'll trade them." This request surprised Luo Yu. It seemed that he had underestimated the price of the crossbow. You know, blank scrolls were not sold in the auction house, so it should be worth at least 300,000, right? He simply placed 10 crossbows on it and immediately put the blank scroll on it. Transaction successful. You get a blank feature replica scroll 1. This type of blank scroll has no transfer or copy function and can only copy new features that have nowhere to go. And after it is copied, it cannot be traded. Luo Yu simply replicated the warden's characteristics, put into the bracelet, and then looked at Hong Li in front of him. A glance at the prompt. Hong Li's hatred towards you is rising rapidly. In just a short moment, 5 hatred prompts appeared. Is it really that shameful? Luo Yu gently lifted Hong Li's face with 2 fingers, brushed her slightly sexy red lips, and smiled faintly. Very good. I received your sincerity. Put on your clothes, cover your eyes, and follow me. Hong Li felt her heart was about to jump out when he touched her red lips. She touched her lips instinctively and looked at Luo Yu with even more hatred in her eyes. But his brother was in his hands, and he himself was a prisoner, so he shouldn't resist for now. Chapter 195 The Taste of Distressed Gigi. When I get back, I will gather people and destroy this damn lord. There was a gleam in her eyes. She put on her clothes silently and covered her eyes obediently with the cloth given by Luo Yu. The next moment, she felt herself being held under the armpit by the lord with one hand and left the prison. A moment later, when she took off the blindfold, she was already at the entrance of the strike formation, which was the edge of the Eastern Territory. Luo Yu slapped her butt and laughed. Don't do it again. If you get caught next time, it won't be as simple as just taking off your clothes and kissing your back. Go away. After saying that, he threw Hong Li out of the territory. Done. I don't know what the hatred value is, but it must be very high. Looking at the air wall in front of him, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Brave female warrior, come again. If you can bring down 10 waves of pirate attacks, and if you're still a virgin by then, maybe I will accept you as my wife." After muttering this to himself, Luo Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. Then he jumped out of the strike formation and walked slowly towards the base. Speaking of which, the system has been prompting that the degree of hatred has increased, but there is no specific value. Luo Yu flipped through the instructions and found out that he needed to unlock a related technology before the specific values could be displayed. Checking the technology interface, I found that there was indeed a numerical display of indigenous power. This technology is the prerequisite for all communication technology with the indigenous people. At first glance, I found that it actually requires 10,000 gold to unlock it. The reward I just received was thrown away. How annoying. You have unlocked technology. Sure enough, a power interface appeared. Scarsa Tribe, Iron Level Faction, Hatred 78. Black Wind Pirates, Silver Level Hatred 80. Ancient Crypt Kingdom, Silver Level Hatred Level 16. Alpha Tribe, Bronze Level Hatred Level 37. It was now clear at a glance. Luo Yu was very satisfied that the Black Wind pirates hated him so much. Of course, Luo Yu can also choose to establish good relations with these indigenous forces. For example, releasing some ordinary captives is a good option. After the relationship is established, he can trade with them, which is still a good idea. But it's far inferior to fighting a war. Considering that he now has 24 pirates with high attributes, Luo Yu no longer has such a great demand for ordinary captives. He immediately put most of the captives of the Scarsa tribe on the auction house. The 2 men and 2 women who remain are in better shape and can be used to fight animals to make money. Luo Yu estimated that captives would be worthless in winter, so he took advantage of this opportunity to sell them at an average price of 30,000. More than 50 prisoners were all sold out in less than half an hour, and Luo Yu made a huge profit of 1.68 W. Take a look at the current silver price. It has reached 1.9 million. In this way, the food burden of the territory was also reduced a lot, and Luo Yu calculated that the output of stones would not be much less, because the basic attributes of the pirates were high, and their efficiency in stone mining was much higher than that of ordinary prisoners. Luo Yu's money-making plan has not yet ended. After washing his hands, he walked into the workshop and started making cigarettes, while putting various items on the shelves. The first is the pirates' own cannons and crossbows. He had previously found someone selling a cannon and a crossbow for 10,000 yuan, but now he couldn't find it anymore. Luo Yu thought that the higher races must have put the items on the auction house after repelling the pirates, and they were immediately sold out. The reason why there's nothing to sell now is that few people can encounter pirates at this stage. If they really encounter them, Luo Yu thinks that their chances of survival are not high. Previously, 10 cannon crossbows were exchanged for 1 scroll. Luo Yu thought that this thing should be easy to sell, so he put on a shelf for 25,000 yuan each and put 10 of them on the shelf first to test the waters. The world speech has been used, and now Luo Yu is advertising in the regional channel. Luo Yu, I've put 10 handheld crossbows up for auction. Go buy the ones you want. Dong. Luo Yu, you are so strong that you can even sell crossbows. We need you. Are you interested in joining our 007 Tiandao men's group? Fang Yameng, Vinci, Luo Yu is our leader. What do you mean? Davenden. Please call me Davenden. Fang Yameng. Okay, Vinci. Dong. Fang Yameng, I have tolerated you for a long time. Do you dare to challenge me in the arena? Elena, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Davenden, oh, it's Lady Elena. That's fine. Our 007 boys group and Yuling Xiaozhu are friends forever. Okamoto Hikawa, Yoshi, a man who knows the times, is a hero. Your country's famous saying is fully reflected in Brother Vinci. Brother Luo Yu is the harem of the women in Yuling Xiaozhu. Even I dare not touch them. You are too bold. Luo Yu, Okamoto Rikawa, tell me clearly who is whose harem, and I will stab you to death with a knife. Ai Amamiya. I always think that the name Gizi is cute like Shavka. Okamoto Hikawa, Ai-chan, do you want a crossbow? I'll buy it for you. Anyaksuong, Dugliker. Okamoto Hikawa, so you are Han Sang from the Universe Kingdom. Are you going to declare sovereignty over the heavenly Tao world? There are many friends from former neighboring countries on this regional channel. They brought the custom of verbal abuse to the Tiandao world and started trash-talking each other again. Hichien, there really is a crossbow. Luo Yu, you are really good. Can you sell it for 20,000 yuan a piece? Luo Yu, this is not good. I just need the money from the sale to build a few arrow towers. Hichien, okay. Luo Yu, how about we add each other as friends? Several girls in our group also want to meet you. Before Luo Yu replied, she received a friend request from Ichien. She was willing to pay 1,000 silver coins for each friend spot. They're all from the same hometown. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yu finally decided to confirm. Ichien private chat, wow. Luo Yu, your territory score has 5 question marks, strong. It is inaccessible, so strong. Yameng and the others are so lucky to have met you in advance. Luo Yu, private chat. Hichien, your remarks made me smell a pity for Gigi. Hichien. Ha! Luo Yu, you really are just like what Yu Meng and the others said, a straight man. I'm even more curious about you, but I guess Yu Meng wants to chat with you privately now, so I won't say any more, that's all. Hichien ended the private chat, and Luo Yu showed a funny expression on his face. This woman's level is a little high. As she said, Fang Yameng spoke up in the small group. Luo Yu, are you quite popular recently? Neikoer, that's right. Even Xiaoro from my tribe wants to meet him. Chapter 196 Mall Critical Hit, Double Happiness. Luo Yu. It's not me who is popular, it's my crossbow. Fang Yumuft. You really know it very well. By the way, I want your ballista too. Sell it to me. Luo Yu. Okay, let's do an event in our group. 30,000 for each. Buy a 2 get 1 free. How about that? Yes. The girls spoke almost at the same time. Luo Yu smiled faintly and pointed out the transactions one by one. We are all family, so there's nothing wrong with selling it at a lower price. You know what? None of the 4 girls refused to pay their debts. I don't know how they made money, but they didn't seem to feel any pain at all. I can only say that everyone has their own little tricks. As for Nyoda, he was simply ignored. There was no way he could afford it. He made 240,000 yuan by selling 12 crossbows in one go. When he looked at the auction house, he found that the crossbow he had put on the shelf was also sold, and he got 300,000 yuan. This money comes fast. Luo Yu simply put all the remaining crossbows on the auction house, priced at 30,000 each, and anyone who wanted to buy them could do so. Anyway, he was the only commander on his side and had no use for these things. This crossbow sold very well. By the evening, all the crossbows were sold out. Together with the cigarettes he made in the afternoon, Luo Yu looked at his assets, and it directly reached 4.3 million. Wow, now I'm rich. The feature upgrade scrolls that were previously out of reach can now be purchased. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Luo Yu opened them all and clicked on the feature upgrade coupon, Unlimited. You choose to purchase a mall feature upgrade coupon, which costs 1,000 W silver. It is detected that you have a mall discount coupon. After using it, you only need 300 W silver to purchase it. Are you sure? Sure. Luo Yu excitedly pressed the OK button. At the moment he pressed the OK button, Luo Yu tried to say something silently. 100 times, critical hit successful. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and 2 ancient scrolls appeared. Oh my god, it worked! The mall critical hits this quarter have been useless, and Luo Yu has been waiting for this moment. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. Even though it was just 1 extra ticket, this is worth 1,000 W each. Invincible. I opened 2 of them and took a look. They were full of wonderful runes and were constantly flowing. They were obviously high-end products. You choose to use the feature upgrade scroll for the hero's features. Are you sure? After clicking OK again, he felt his whole body glowing and he felt comfortable from the inside out. Hero features: 4 stars maximum comfort temperature plus 40, minimum comfort temperature minus 40, global working speed plus 80, global attack speed plus 80, global success rate plus 80, personal beauty plus 40, luck value plus 40. For star hero characteristics, you choose to use the characteristic upgrade scroll for the hero's characteristics. Are you sure? Hero features: 5 stars maximum comfort temperature plus 50, minimum comfort temperature minus 50, global working speed plus 100, global attack speed plus 100, global success rate plus 100, personal beauty plus 50, luck value plus 50. Tip: Grandmaster level and above characteristics can be upgraded to 10 stars. Luo Yu is simply overjoyed at this moment. The maximum and minimum comfortable temperatures of a 5-star hero's characteristics are already a bit abnormal. Based on these data, you won't feel cold even if you wear a short-sleeved shirt in winter. Not to mention the success rate and attack speed. The luck value is also increased by 20 points. I found out that the luck value is really useful when fighting with pirates before. If it weren't for my luck that crushed this group of pirates, the effect of the lightning tower would have been halved. Unfortunately, there are no discount coupons now, so it is quite a long way to go to upgrade the characteristics to 6 stars. Moreover, the characteristics above the Grandmaster level can be upgraded to LV10. It can only be said that it is just around the corner. Anyway, today was a very profitable and comfortable day. The sun had already set. Luo Yu was taking happy steps to go back to cook. On the way, he saw the Golden Scorpion King carrying a gibbon on his back, and the gibbon was walking towards the warehouse with a cloth bag on its back. He was slightly stunned and walked over. When he got closer and opened the cloth bag, he was almost blinded by the glittering gold. A bag full of gold. Luo Yu was still wondering why the Golden Scorpion King produced so little gold during this period. It turned out that all the gold was collected by the gibbons. Luo Yu didn't know why the gorilla wanted to accumulate gold, and he didn't intend to understand the gorilla's behavior. He just told it to put it directly into the warehouse in the future and not to do anything weird. I opened the bag and saw that there were 20,000 units. Luo Yu thought that the pirates would attack again in the near future, so the best thing to do was to build another electric shock tower. Look, The fighting arena opens today. Let's get started. After dinner, Luo Yu want to take a bath immediately, clicked to enter the fighting arena channel, and started business directly. Everyone has been very nervous during this typhoon period, and with all the PK in the warm-up channel, everyone needs to relax for a while. The Galactic Coliseum is open. Hey, is it open? I want to go see the Muscle Man. I prefer sexy fighting beauties. Everyone poured into the Coliseum, and it was packed in a short moment. Even the VIP seats and VIP rooms were full. Although there are many Coliseums in the Tiandao world, there are only a few luxury-level Coliseums. Luxury-level Coliseums can accumulate entertainment effects faster and have a greater chance of obtaining attribute points, so they are of course more popular. Moreover, the Galaxy Coliseum has a very good reputation. Sometimes the show effects are explosive, and everyone has been looking forward to its opening soon. It hasn't even started yet, but the ticket money of 200,000 silver and 8,000 gold has been paid. In the huge virtual arena, everyone was shouting and cheering, and Luo Yu's voice, amplified in times, rang out. Hello everyone, I'm the owner of the Galaxy Coliseum. Banan, who was previously loved by everyone, was spotted by a rich woman and bought at a high price. Here, I hope that every fan of Banan will send him blessings. I hope he doesn't get too tired. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, there was laughter at the scene. By the way, are there any serious people coming to see the Coliseum? Those who understand will understand. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions loudly. There's a saying in our Milky Way galaxy that goes, if you work hard enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Banan is obviously a very determined person, so maybe he can really grind it into a needle. My goodness, do you have such wonderful idioms in your galaxy? Why is it sharpened into a needle? Do you look down on me, a toothpick? Toothpicks are good. They can pick locks. You don't need to bring tools to escape from prison. Maybe one day Banan will run away from that rich woman. Everyone spoke up. The whole audience burst into laughter, and the entertainment effect increased rapidly. Chapter 197. Single-handedly challenged the Zerg squad. At this time, someone shouted loudly. I heard that the rich woman who bought the Banan is a female vampire. You scums are so outspoken. Don't you want to live? Vampire. The whole audience fell silent. Luo Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw this. What kind of people are these? They only bully the weak and fear the strong. His voice rang out again. Although Banan is gone, we have also received many new warriors in the Coliseum during this period. But first we have to welcome my beloved general. Come out, great general in golden armor. The iron gate opened with a bang, and the golden beetle slowly crawled out. Everyone cheered as soon as they saw it. Golden beetles are insects with extremely strong defenses. Great stuff. The boss has opened the function of checking basic attributes. Look at the attributes of this insect. All 3 dimensions are 100. It should not be underestimated. This boss is really kind-hearted. He actually disclosed the attributes. However, if you don't know the characteristics, you can't immediately judge the strength or weakness. Golden beetle charge. Tear the prisoners into pieces for me. The atmosphere became lively again, and the iron door on the other side opened with a bang, and this time a young girl came out. Everyone was stunned when they saw the girl, and then their eyes showed shock. Although this girl is dressed sexy, her 3-dimensional attributes are over 100. Fuck, she's dressed like a legendary pirate. Oh my god, pirate girl, she's so pretty. Who is this boss? How could he catch pirates? The boss is a human. I can't believe that humans can run a business like this. Everyone was talking about it, and a payout bar appeared in the sky, indicating that it was time to place bets. Even though they knew the attribute points, everyone became even more hesitant. Judging from the attributes of the girl and the golden beetle, it seems that the pirate girl has the advantage, but the golden beetle can defend against explosions and fly with its wings spread. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Luo Yu looked at all this, and a smile appeared on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. If there are topics, there will be traffic, and if there is traffic, the ticket money can be guaranteed. As for who wins or loses, he doesn't care at all, as long as the money is in hand. A moment later, the battle began, and Luo Yu already knew the outcome of the battle without having to watch. Of course the girl won. How could she gain popularity if she didn't win? With popularity and some packaging, he can immediately become an idol-level figure, just like mass production on an assembly line, providing Luo Yu with a steady stream of money. With a faint smile, he stopped paying attention to the Coliseum and entered the warm-up channel. I am not participating in the territory war this time, mainly because the territories of the opponents I encountered were too rubbish. They surrendered after a few blows. It was meaningless. It is better to fight one-on-one or one-on-many, so that you can hone your martial arts and prepare for the upcoming world's #1 martial arts tournament. Luo Yu easily defeated his opponents in the first 4 matches, and if he wins the 5th match, he can enter the Golden Egg Room. The world was spinning in front of his eyes, and he appeared on the wide prototype arena, while on the other side, there was a flash of light and 10 people appeared. To be exact, there are 10 Zergs. 2 Beetle Tank Zergs, 2 Mantis Assassins, 2 Centipede Warrior Zergs, and 4 Spider Archers. To be honest, these Zergs look somewhat similar to humans. The Beetle Zerg carries a beetle shell on its back, the Mantis Zerg has mantis knives on its arms, the Centipede Zerg has 6 arms, and the Spider Zerg has a human-like upper body and a spider-like lower body. Overall, it's not disgusting, but rather cute. Human race? And just one person. The Beetle Man sneered and was about to make some sarcastic remarks when the Spider Woman beside him suddenly said, "You? Are you the you from the human race? Oh, is it the guy who is known as our Zerg nemesis?" The expressions of this group of Zerg suddenly changed, and each of them showed a ferocious look on their face, but Luo Yu had a calm expression. He took out the Yang double swords and sent a bet. The original bet was 10,000 gold, but it turned out that the other small group only had 5,000 gold in total, so he decided to bet 5,000 gold. When the other group of bugs saw that Luo Yu dared to bet 5,000 gold, their faces immediately changed. If they don't accept, they will be judged as losers, and they only need to win one more game to enter the Golden Egg Room. Come on, you. Today we're going to beat you up and make you stay away from the PK field forever. The Beetle Man spoke fiercely, and at this time, the countdown had already begun. 3.2.1, let's begin. At the beginning moment, the 4 Spider Archers immediately shot arrows, and a Mantis Assassin rushed towards Luo Yu. Their speed was fast, but Luo Yu was even faster. With just a tap of his toes, he almost floated backwards. Zai used his skills and immediately created some distance between them. At the same time, the Yang twin swords that were originally used to conceal the attack disappeared and were replaced by the Yanyu Bao. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Yu fired 3 arrows in succession, targeting a Mantis Assassin. The Mantis Assassin obviously didn't expect Luo Yu to suddenly shoot an arrow. Unprepared, he could only block it with his Mantis arm. However, how could such a mere defense be able to block Luo Yu's golden longbow and a strength of more than 200? And it also has the 5-star Zerg Nemesis feature, which makes it impossible to defeat it. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 muffled thuds, the Mantis Assassin was shot dead on the spot. Quick, suppress him with arrows. Another Mantis Assassin shouted loudly, but as soon as the voice sounded, Luo Yu fired 3 arrows in a row. Seeing the arrows rushing towards him, the Mantis Assassin was stunned. His 4 archers were relatively good, but they hadn't shot the second arrow yet. How could this you shoot 2 or 3 arrows in a row? What kind of shooting frequency is this? His eyes widened, and the next moment, 3 arrows pierced his body, killing him instantly. The Mantis Assassin's body dissipated, and at this time, the Spider Archer shot the second arrow. However, because Luo Yu's speed was too fast and beyond their range, these 4 arrows could not hit him at all. Oh no, this guy's attack speed is ridiculous. Get behind me. The Beetle Men shouted loudly, and they spread their hard beetle wings to protect themselves, while also protecting the Spider Archers and Centipede Warriors behind them. After preparing their defenses, they quickly chased after Luo Yu. Puff, puff, puff. 3 more muffled sounds were heard, and 3 arrows hit the outstretched wings of a Beetle Man. The man groaned as if he was injured, but he did not fall to the ground immediately. He continued to cover everyone as they rushed towards Luo Yu. Chapter 198, it's time to show your true luck. Not bad, the defense is okay. Luo Yu put away the Yanyu Bao and took out a javelin. Whoosh! The javelin stabbed forward with a strong rotation, and with a puff it pierced through the hard-winged shell of the Zerg that was protecting its body, and at the same time pierced into the chest of the Beetle Man. Good. What a strong force. The Beetle Man opened his mouth, fell to the ground with a bang, and his body gradually dissipated. Less than half a minute after the start of the game, Luo Yu had already killed 3 people in a row. We can't go on like this. Rush up quickly. A Centipede Warrior shouted loudly, but unexpectedly, Luo Yu did the opposite and rushed over directly. The Yang double swords in his hands, chopped horizontally and vertically, and the power of 208 combined with the second level of the Gale Sword technique and the Zerg Nemesis feature directly split the other Beetle Man into two halves. A tank was killed instantly by Luo Yu. Fuck, I'll kill you. The big swords on the 6 arms of the Centipede Warrior slashed towards Luo Yu at the same time. But before he could make a move, Luo Yu took a step first and slashed horizontally with the long sword in his right hand. Puff! The Centipede Man was cut in half and disappeared on the spot. What attack speed! Why is the knife so fast? Several Zergs cried out in surprise. At this moment, another Centipede Warrior chopped towards Luo Yu with his sword. Unfortunately, even though Luo Yu could not change his moves with his sword, Xiaoyu was extremely agile and dodged with just a tap of his toes. Martial arts. This is definitely a physical martial arts technique. The Centipede Man slashed the air with a knife, with horror in his eyes. Sword skills are martial arts. Body skills are also martial arts. This Yu possesses 2 martial arts. When this thought came to mind, the group of insects all looked terrified. The martial arts dropped by the big black fish cannot be traded. The martial arts that can be traded can only be opened in the treasure chest. The martial arts opened in this type of treasure chest have appeared in the auction house, and the price is 8 figures. It is normal to have 1 martial art, but it is rare to have 2 martial arts. After dodging the Centipede Warrior's broadsword, Luo Yu floated to one side. The 4 spider archers reacted suddenly and drew their bows and arrows at the same time, but Luo Yu's attack speed had an overwhelming advantage at close range. He simply threw the 2 swords in his hands out. The 2 swords spun at high speed, circled quickly, killed 2 spider archers on the spot, and then flew back to Luo Yu's hands. The knife left his hand. This is a skill that comes with the Quangfeng sword technique. The long sword flies out from a close distance, suddenly attacks, and then flies back. It's very cool. Luo Yu likes this skill very much. Swoosh! The remaining 2 spider archers shot arrows at Luo Yu. At such a close distance, Luo Yu used his freehand knife again. Even with his agility, he only had time to dodge 1 arrow, and the other arrow hit his back. Bang! The arrow was bounced away by the light curtain emanating from Luo Yu's body. Several Zergs could vaguely see that Luo Yu's whole body was covered with a layer of purple light, and the purple light disappeared in a flash. Shield light shield. Oh my god! The remaining 2 spider archers and centipede warriors felt their scalps tingling. If the 2 martial arts were already the best of the best, then the shield was simply a bug for the trial takers at this stage. There is no more fighting. Call! The double swords flew out of their hands again and circled around the 2 spider archers. The heads of the 2 Spider-Men, a man and a woman, moved at the same time and their bodies dissipated. There was only 1 centipede warrior left. He looked at Luo Yu in horror, and for a moment he didn't even have the courage to resist. Puff! With a dull thud, Luo Yu cut the centipede warrior in half with 1 knife, and the battle ended. KO! You defeated the Zerg Beetle Squad and received 5,000 gold. Progress to receiving the Egg Smash, 5 out of 5. A prompt appeared, and Luo Yu was teleported into the familiar egg smashing room. The critical hit has been used. It's time to show your real luck. With a bang, the golden egg cracked and a crystal stone appeared. Luo Yu was overjoyed. The 80 points of luck value had an effect. This was equivalent to a small critical hit. Currently, I have 3 crystal stones, 2 moonstones, and 2 cordiorite, which brings me 1 step closer to my goal. After leaving the warm-up channel, Luo Yu looked at the fighting arena. It was still going on. It was a show of 7 burrowing beasts fighting against a male pirate. Everyone liked to watch this kind of brutal match. Luo Yu smiled faintly and chatted with everyone in the small group for a while. He learned that Elena was the first person in the team to hit the golden egg besides himself. Yu Meng and her friends currently have the best record of 4 out of 5 in comprehensive battles, and they are only 1 step away from hitting the golden egg. In territory battles, they have already hit the golden egg. I also looked at the proportion of people who can smash the golden eggs. According to statistics during this period, only 1 in 780 million people can smash the golden eggs through fighting. The territory war is 1/2, and you can destroy it if you win. The difference in these numbers is outrageous, which shows that in the world of Tiandao, the main goal is to develop territory. On the second morning, after having breakfast, Luo Yu treated the prisoners and animals that were injured yesterday to gain some medical experience. I took a look at the message board of the fighting arena. The pirate girl who fought yesterday was very popular and many people were asking for the price. The other pirates who appeared also received rave reviews. Some wealthy groups offered prices of around 1 million yuan, hoping to purchase these pirate captives. In addition, big bulls are also very popular and many people want to buy them. It's impossible to sell animals, but pirates can be sold. But he didn't sell silver, he sold gold. He still needed 12,000 gold to build an electric tower. Arriving at the zoo and looking at this shabby place, Luo Yu felt that it was time to build a luxurious zoo, but before that he would erect an electric shock tower. After shaving all the wool off the 9 tamed sheep at the zoo and collecting the eggs, Luo Yu returned to the villa kitchen. After washing his hands, he casually made lunch while contacting the person who wanted to buy the pirate captives yesterday. Human Galactic Coliseum owner, you want to buy my Degwayne, right? Zentradi, Rashi, it's the boss. I've heard a lot about you. Boss, I'm the captain of the Roche team. May I ask if you would like to sell that blueberry? Yu is the pirate girl who appeared on stage at the beginning yesterday. She is pretty, with a good three-dimensional figure. Except for some freckles on her face, she is very good-looking and was the most dazzling star yesterday. Luo Yu replied, I'm sorry, the bilberry is not for sale now. If your team is interested, you can wait for the comprehensive auction in the middle of the month. I will put it on the shelf then. Chapter 199 Luxurious Animal Taming Field. Roche. Okay, but the competition at the auction is too fierce. It looks like we have no hope. The mid-month auction is also known as the autumn auction. Like the World Martial Arts Tournament, it is held once a year and is a grand event. The auction will start in 5 days. Roche, boss, we want to buy Degwayne and Kagwanin. Is 1.5W okay? Luo Yu smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, You can sell these two now, but I only accept gold. 15,000 gold. You can take these two away. Roche, boss, the gold ratio is 1 to 120 now, and your price is already 1.8 million. Degwayne and his stats are only around 110 points. Can you give me a discount? Luo Yu said straightforwardly. It's already the cheapest. Now if you buy an ordinary prisoner and give them full attributes, it will cost hundreds of thousands. And you also know how big the difference is between 100 points and 110 points. This, after hesitating for a while, the other party said, Okay, wait a moment. We will go and exchange gold. Luo Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this. These two Degwayne were the two with the worst attributes among so many male pirate captives, and they were easily sold at high price. Just like Luo Yu said, the basic attributes of today's rich people are hovering around 100 points. With 10 points more in each of the 3 dimensions, they can almost crush each other in a battle. With 2 more members with 110 attributes in the territory war, the advantage immediately soars. This price may seem expensive, but it is actually reasonable. A moment later, the transaction was successful, and Luo Yu got 15,000 gold. With the gold he had saved before, he still had some gold left for building the electric tower. As for metals such as copper and iron, ore, the veins have already been able to guarantee output. Build it. After a series of operations, Luo Yu's territory once again built a top-level lightning tower. He looked at the situation of the lightning reserve box, which was currently 30,000,050,000, which was enough. Although a lot of resources were consumed, the territory's defenses were strengthened again, and we can now consider building some other buildings. Luxury Menagerie, building materials 300,000 with 30,000, iron or 30,000, copper or 10,000, gold 10,000, jade 10,000, silver 100,000. After taking a look at it, it seems that all other materials are sufficient, except for gold. Gold is now a huge problem. Luo Yu thought for a while and said in the regional channel, Emerald for gold. The ratio is 3 to 2. Large quantities, please come and trade. Nyoda, boss, I have gold, let's trade. Nyoda is a good brother. He directly traded all the 2,000 gold to Luo Yu. Luo Yu naturally would not let him suffer any loss, and even gave him 500 extra jades. When the people in the small group saw that Luo Yu needed gold, they all traded with Luo Yu. Although the amount was not as much as Nyoda's, Luo Yu got a total of 5,000 gold. To be honest, Luo Yu was a little touched, so he gave him more jadeite. He would never let himself suffer any loss. The number of territories in this area is at least 6 digits, so there's still a certain amount of trading capital. In a short while, Luo Yu really managed to collect 10,000 gold. Luo Yu first drove all the animals out of the base. This ordinary animal training ground was no longer acceptable. Not only did it occupy a large area, it was also ugly. Just remove it. This time, he did not choose to build a luxurious animal training ground on the spot. Instead, he planned to open up a large new area outside the base, which would serve as both an animal training ground and a pasture for grazing, thus reducing food pressure. This pasture area is built on the west side, far away from the main battlefield. It is about 200,200 in size. Considering the current fertility of the territory, it is enough for the time being. Of course, it cannot be built next to the base, because Luo Yu is going to build a city wall to turn the base into a small city, and the ranch will naturally be built outside the city. After choosing the location, Luo Yu first built a wall. If he was going to graze the cattle, a mid-level wall would suffice. After a series of operations, a square area with doors on all four sides was completed. Then Luo Yu built a luxurious zoo in the center of the entire area. Click to build, and a beautiful zoo will be built with flashing lights before your eyes. All kinds of animal sheds are like small single rooms, equipped with troughs and feeding troughs, and there are beautiful patterns on them. The most eye-catching thing is the emerald orb on the top of the menagerie, which is very beautiful. Luxury animal taming field. Overall animal taming success rate in the territory plus 30, animal evolution probability plus 3, territory hygiene value plus 20, aesthetics plus 20, animal injury recovery rate plus 30, fatigue recovery plus 30. A series of attributes all prove the power of the luxury zoo. Luo Yu carefully read the concept of animal evolution, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Animal evolution refers to the direct advancement of animals, from ordinary to black iron, and from black iron to bronze. Once a month, the light of advancement shines out from the luxury menagerie, which is emitted from the emerald orb on the roof. The selected animal has a 3 chance of advancing to the next level. From a probabilistic point of view, 300 months is enough for an animal to steadily advance. After looking at the overview, the next time the light of advancement shines will be in 24 hours, which is this time tomorrow. Tip: affected by the health value, your physical strength plus 1. All the animals were moved to the luxurious menagerie again, with each animal having a small room. They looked quite happy to have moved to their new home. Next, Luo Yu connected the water pipes, set up sewage pipes, drainage ditches, etc., and was busy until noon when he finally finished. His eyes turned to the 23 black eagles that had been tamed before. These are all black iron-level animals, all of which have been tamed by Luo Yu. If they were sold, they would be a huge asset. Luo Yu originally did not intend to sell them, but the Black Hawk was too big and had an astonishing appetite. Air Force One consumes nearly 400 units of meat every day. Based on the current price of meat, this is equivalent to about 3,000 silver dollars a day. And this is just one. The 23 of them have to eat 7,000 silver coins worth of food every day, which is too much. They can't eat grass like cattle and sheep. If they're allowed to eat fish, it won't take long for all the fish in the lake to be eaten up by them. By then, the giant octopus and the big snake will be hungry. The key point is that these Black Hawks can't do much work in normal times, and keeping a group of them is simply a burden. It's not the case that the more animals there are, the better. Luo Yu planned to keep about 7 of them, 1 mount each for himself and the little cuties, and 2 more as backups, and deal with the rest as he could. Chapter 200 Luo Yu is just a little bit richer than us. Black Hawk is still recovering from his injury, and the autumn auction is coming soon. If he is sold together then, it should be very popular. I took a look at the territory score, and it has reached 59,309 unknowingly. I will get rewards if I add a few hundred more. Luo Yu is thinking of building a big diamond bed. The current bed can only accommodate 5 people and is really crowded. But now I don't have any critical hits left, so I have to endure it for 2 more days. In the afternoon, Luo Yu was rolling a cigarette when suddenly the ground shook. Hint: affected by mysterious forces, geological movement occurs in the Tiandao world. Oh! Luo Yu's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Geological movements are generally benign events. It's a blessing. He immediately ran to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the workshop. He took a look and found that the southern side of the territory had indeed changed. Stone pillars were rising one after another, and in the blink of an eye, an area of 200 or 300 square meters had been turned into a stone forest. Tip: a granite forest has appeared in your territory. The granite forest will be crushed in 2 days. After being crushed, it will not produce stones. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Granite. Luo Yu's eyes showed even more joy, and he walked over immediately. The little cuties also followed Luo Yu towards the stone forest. When they got close, a group of monkeys suddenly jumped out from the stone forest. Underground rock monkey, berserk, a fierce carnivore that will actively attack trialists and livestock. There are still small-scale attacks like this hidden in the stone forest. Recently, a large amount of meat is needed to feed the black eagle. So this is what happened. Kill these monkeys. Whoosh whoosh. A dart flew out, and Fia shot and killed 7 or 8 monkeys on the spot. Shao Kahn also fired continuously with a slingshot, hitting them all in the head. All of a sudden, the rock monkeys that rushed out fell down one after another. Roar! A rock monkey king who was more than 2 meters tall rushed out with a roar. Xiao Jin rushed up and slapped him with his tiger claws, leaving 3 bloody marks on his chest. He was so bloody that it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Rocket headbutt! Feiya rushed forward and slammed her horns into the rock monkey king. Her small body burst out with huge power, and the monkey king was knocked flying and died on the spot. Luo Yu waved his hand, and rhinos, elephants, gibbons, and other carrying animals came over to deal with the corpse directly. Fei was also taken by Xiao Dai to take a bath. Her little head was now covered in monkey blood. These berserk animals cannot be tamed. Even if you knock them out, you have to find a way to cure their berserk state before you can tame them. And treating berserk state requires surgery, which requires high-level medical care and an operating room. There is nothing left but to kill them all and eat their meat. Of course, the meat is perfectly safe. Rabies is not contagious, and after killing the animal, the meat is the same as any other animal. In fact, this symptom is like being trapped in a debuff, all caused by the damn mysterious power. Luo Yu walked slowly into the stone forest with Shao Kahn and Xiao Jin. Looking at the protruding stone pillars around them, he was very satisfied. These are all top-quality stones. They're just right for building city walls, where we need large quantities of bricks. However, these 59 stone pillars need to be cut within 2 days, otherwise they will be crushed. He patted these stone pillars, and they were very hard. He couldn't cut them open if he didn't have enough strength. Luo Yu felt that many people would be powerless even if a stone forest appeared in their territory. Even if there are benefits in the world of heaven, you still need to have the ability to get them. How much you can get depends entirely on your ability. Shao Kahn, let the one-eyed dragon bring all the prisoners here. Woo! Shao Kahn called out softly and went there immediately. A moment later, the one-eyed dragon came with all the pirate captives. As soon as they saw Luo Yu, they knelt down and kowtowed. This is the latest popular form of kowtow in prison, and it's obvious that it was invented by the one-eyed man. Looking at the group of pirates in prison uniforms, Luo Yu waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get up." After a series of clinking sounds, a large pile of shovels, pickaxes, and other work tools appeared on the ground. Luo Yu said calmly, "These new tools are given to you as a reward. Within 2 days, break all the stone pillars or dig them into stones. Then Master Xiao Jin will cut them. If you can do it well, I can let you eat an extra 0.5 eggs every day. If you can't finish it, then everyone's meals will be reduced by half and you'll have to get up an hour earlier every day to go to the quarry. Do you hear me?" The captives were angry but dared not speak out. There was nothing they could do. The Lord here was too cruel, and there were also the one-eyed dragon, the white snake, and his lackeys, so they could not resist. And everyone knows that although the work is a bit harder, the living conditions in the luxury prison are really good. Start. The one-eyed man gave a shout, and the prisoners immediately started working very enthusiastically. It's hard to imagine that these people were such vicious pirates before. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and took Xiao Jin back to the workshop. After washing his hands, he rolled some tobacco while watching various chat channels. There's been geological movement in everyone's territory, and the time limit is 2 days. Now everyone is busy digging rocks, so fewer people are speaking. Fang Yameng, 10 stone pillars appeared in my territory. They're all very hard. It seems that there is no end to digging them out. Elena, I also have 10. These are all granite. It would be a pity if we can't dig them all. Naker, hey, do you all have 10? Why do I have 9? Alice, mine has 11. It's written in the instructions that it's calculated based on the territory's rating. Also, there will be hidden ores inside the stone pillars. The specific probability is affected by the overall luck value of the territory. The higher the luck value, the better. Naker, luck value? I don't think I have unlocked it. Fang Yameng, they're not unlocked, right? It seems that special items are needed to unlock the luck value. However, not unlocking it does not mean that there is no luck value. It's just that there is no specific value displayed. Elena, Luo Yu, how many do you have? Fang Yameng. His rating is over 30,000, more than 30. I mean, it won't rise to 40,000 recently, right? Luo Yu. Not much, I just have a little more than you. Fang Yameng. Well, a little more than us. Nyoda. I only have 3. Alice. Generally speaking, there may be disasters after such welfare events. There has already been a typhoon at the beginning of autumn, and there is a high probability that there will be an attack next. Everyone should be prepared. Good. Everyone responded in unison. Sister Alice is still very trustworthy. While they were chatting, Nakoer suddenly discovered something and said in surprise, "Huh, what is this? Come and have a look." In the chat box, Nakoer sent a screenshot showing a small furnace emerging from the collapsed stone pillar. A moment later, everyone ran to Nakoer's territory to gather.